The level 1 little mage in front of me surprisingly has 1 billion health points, and an endless supply of mana. However, the staff in his hand is never used for casting spells. Instead, it's used for regular melee attacks. It's because I've awakened the unique hidden super god level talent, Poison God's Hand. As long as I deal damage, I can absorb the basic attribute values of all things, ultimately growing into a stat sponge. The attributes of the target being absorbed will even decrease. At this moment, having just awakened such an outrageous super god level talent, I couldn't help but chuckle foolishly when suddenly a voice rang out from the rooftop. "Hey, you over there, stop laughing foolishly and come choose your class." I turned towards the voice and saw a beautiful angel standing gracefully on the northern side of the platform. Remembering the admonitions of the black-clad principal, I realized that this was the class-changing angel responsible for guiding beings to their new classes. The pure white angel somehow produced 3 scrolls, with 2 on the sides representing ordinary life professions. Fortunately, the one in the middle turned out to be an epic combat class, the Flame Mage. I chose Flame Mage and, after selecting my class, the goddess raised her delicate hand and gently pointed. In the center of the platform, a wooden post radiating a golden light appeared. The goddess's voice echoed again, "You have chosen a combat class. After your class change, you will need to participate in the novice dungeon trial. Before officially entering the novice dungeon trial, you can use that wooden post to familiarize yourself with your class skills." Looking at the wooden post radiating golden light, I was struck by the sheer amount of health it had, over 1 billion. I fell into deep thought. Fighting the wooden post should count as battling an enemy, right? The Poison God's Hand should trigger, shouldn't it? With this in mind, I held the gifted novice staff and walked step by step towards the wooden post. The wooden post has health points, which are a basic attribute. As long as it has attributes, I can absorb them. I thought this as I approached the wooden post with the staff in hand. The graceful white angel beside me had a large question mark appear next to the halo above her head. What is this declaration? A mage, being such a fragile class, should ideally stay away from enemies and attack from a distance. Why is he actively running up to the wooden post? Shouldn't he be casting spells from afar? Before this doubt could be resolved, he witnessed something even more confusing. I held the lower end of the staff high in my right hand, preparing to strike. The goddess looked bewildered and thought, "Is your staff meant to be used like a rolling pin? This being can't possibly be a fool, can they?" Over there, I held the staff and started whacking the wooden post. After just a dozen hits, the effect of Poison God's Hand triggered, absorbing 10 million health points from the target. It felt amazing. I looked at my health, which had jumped from 100 to over 10 million. I continued to strike, and the sound of the wooden post being hit echoed loudly. The white angel facepalmed. The scene was so absurd that he didn't notice the wooden post losing a significant amount of health. He closed his eyes, not wanting to witness this insult to his intelligence. Have fun by yourself, being. This goddess won't be accompanying you anymore. In half an hour, you will automatically enter the novice trial dungeon. After saying this, the white angel flapped her wings and ascended into the sky, slowly disappearing from sight. I completely ignored the angel's words. She would only slow me down while hitting the wooden post. Half an hour later, seeing the wooden post reduced to just a sliver of health, I stood up satisfied. Now I had 1 billion health points. The once mighty god-level wooden post now looked pitiful, like a withered bamboo in the wind. I patted the wooden post and said with a smile, "Thank you. Brother, please choose the novice trial dungeon for the mage class. The difficulty levels for the trial area are easy, normal, medium, hard, expert, master, adventurer, warrior, and hero." Now that I had 1 billion health points, of course I would choose hero difficulty. As soon as I finished speaking, my figure became blurry and gradually vanished from the platform. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself inside the hero level trial dungeon. The first thing I needed to do was check the skills of my epic class, Flame Mage. Flame Mage, an epic class, is a mage capable of freely controlling fire. They excel in large-scale AoE attacks and instant single-target burst damage. However, they lack defensive abilities and have average sustainability. In that case, the drawbacks aren't really drawbacks. With 1 billion health points, it's hard to die. As for sustainability, I needn't worry. In the future, I can simply use Poison God's Hand to absorb 1 point of mana, and that will solve it. I began to examine the skills of the Flame Mage. Ignite, passive fire damage. Upon hitting a target, it will continuously deal 10% of spell power as fire damage over 10 seconds. Fireball, active skill consuming 30 mana, with a 2-second casting time, dealing 120 spell power as fire damage to a single target. Flamestorm, active skill consuming 150 mana, with a 6-second casting time, dealing 200% spell power as fire damage to enemies in a designated area. The level 1 Flame Mage has only these 3 exclusive skills, along with some general skills like cloth armor specialization as passive skills. None of these skills are particularly impressive. Compared to my super god level talent, Poison God's Hand, and its additional skill, Poison God's Moment, these skills of the Flame Mage can only be described as mediocre. Both are single target attack skills, but Poison God's Moment has an extra feature compared to Fireball: it locks on and tracks enemies. What do attack skills fear the most? Missing the target. Poison God's Moment can lock on and track enemies, making it impossible for them to escape, no matter how fast they are. Additionally, it's a high damage physical spell with no cost and instant casting, causing double damage, though it does have a longer cooldown. Having familiarized myself with the skills, I next checked what the surface level SSS level talent was, which is associated with my hidden super god level talent. Dear reader, your surface level SSS level talent has been generated. As the system voice prompted me, a colorful interface appeared in my mind, displaying the SSS level talent, Miracle. At specific moments, you will create miracles. Seeing this effect of the SSS level talent, I was initially taken aback. I felt that this effect was not only simple but also a bit gimmicky. What does create miracles even mean? The talent description wasn't clear at all. However, upon deeper reflection, I realized that creating miracles meant I could absorb attributes without limits. With 1 billion health points at level 1, isn't that a miracle in itself? In a way, the Miracle SSS level talent is indeed a great disguise for Poison God's Hand. If one day someone finds out that I have 100 million life points, I can just attribute it all to the Miracle talent. Now that everything is ready, it's time to conquer the Hero Difficulty Newbie Dungeon. Before entering, seeing my 100 million life points fills me with a sense of security. What does having 100 million life points even mean? Let's put it this way: the strongest player currently, a level 400 character who has completed 8 awakenings and 5 promotions, only has around 5 million life points. Even if he's a tank class with tank talents, in the extreme case, he barely reaches 10 million. And what is 10 million compared to 100 million? It's like a hair on a cow. Ah, what a pity, I sighed and shook my head. The training dummy in the class transition area only has life points as its attribute. The other 8 major attributes are completely absent from the dummy. If it also had over 100 million in attack power, spell intensity, mana, and so on, that would be great. If that were the case, I could drain the dummy and be unbeatable from level 1. What a waste of attributes. I might only encounter such an abnormal dummy once in a short time. It's said that at level 100, the second awakening will provide a second job change. I wonder if I'll encounter another dummy in the extraordinary land at that time. It's a pity, but I don't mind at all, because there are more than just dummies to steal attributes from. There are also monsters in the dungeon. Thinking of this, I felt eager to try. I looked around, assessing the environment of the Hero Difficulty Mage Newbie Trial Dungeon. Before me was the vast ocean, and it was nighttime. Looking up, I could see the beautiful starry sky, while a chilling sea breeze swept by, bringing the scent of the tides. Let me check the dungeon information first. With that thought, I closed my eyes, and the dungeon data appeared in my mind. Freedom Arena, Hero Difficulty. All enemies deal 500% more damage, and all boss enemies deal 800% more damage. Players start without any supplies and must be at least level 1 to enter. It's a solo dungeon. In summary, Freedom Town is the newbie trial dungeon for the various branches of the mage class. It's an isolated island filled with notorious pirates and criminals seeking refuge. The goal is to head to the center of Freedom Town and eliminate the great pirate, Shalon, who created and rules the Freedom Arena. I smiled dismissively at the difficulty of the trial and instead pulled out my gap staff, making a few swinging motions. I plan to encounter monsters and steal attributes without using skills. I am the guide for this trial dungeon. Please follow my instructions to complete the tasks. Choose any direction and walk along the beach. I randomly picked a direction following the instructions and started walking along the beach. I ran for less than 5 minutes. I soon encountered a pair of patrolling pirates. When my eyes met the enemies, I used the basic skill, Junior Reconnaissance, to gather information about the monsters. Target, Gap Pirate, Bronze rank, level, LV, health, 40 points. As expected of a hero difficulty dungeon, I was immediately confronted by 5 enemies on the open beach. The 5 Gap Pirates charged at me, each dealing 50 damage with their attacks. It hurt a bit, and the 5 Gap Pirates were stunned to see me still standing. They all wondered in their minds, how is this guy not dead? Taking advantage of their moment of confusion, I began to counterattack. I raised the Gap Staff high and struck one of the Gap Pirates on the head, causing a simple virtual number to appear above him. Is this guy an idiot? What kind of mage uses a staff like a club? The 5 Gap Pirates laughed heartily. Seeing them laugh so happily, I couldn't help but smirk. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The first Gap pirate I struck on the head was laughing when I hit him again, causing another simple virtual number to appear above him. Although the damage was minor, it was highly insulting. The Gap pirate let out a grunt and then used a skill to attack me with a gray slash. A virtual number indicating a reduction of 60 floated above my head. The gray slash dealt more damage than a regular attack. I raised my staff again and struck the Gap pirate on the head once more. The effect of the poisonous hand triggered, draining 5 points of mana from the target. I've stolen attributes. Wow, this is infuriating. The Gap pirate who had been struck on the head 3 times had already lost 9 life points. Although this loss isn't significant, it embarrassed him in front of his companions. Seeing the other 4 trying hard not to laugh, he panicked and swung his sword at me again, thinking this time I must be dead. As he swung back, the Gap pirate shouted, but suddenly halted in confusion, his face showing great bewilderment. It was because he didn't have enough mana. The Gap pirate checked his attributes, and his face turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. Why has my mana limit dropped to 45 points? What the hell is going on? The Gap pirate exclaimed in shock. Brothers, there's something dirty here. Quickly, kill him, he shouted. Seeing this fragile mage endure so much damage and still not go down, the other 4 Gap pirates felt uneasy. They charged at me again, each using their slashing skills, intending to stab me to death on the spot. At that moment, I changed from a passive defender to a serious fighter. Although I was a mage, I swung the Gap staff like a golden hoop, generating a whirlwind of sound as the blades clashed with my staff, accompanied by the screams of the Gap pirates. In less than 3 minutes, the first Gap pirate I struck fell to the ground as his life points reached 0, letting out a final scream. I gained 10 experience points. Why can't we kill him? This question arose in the minds of the 4 remaining Gap pirates, leaving them perplexed. Seeing me smirking and slowly approaching them, they felt a sudden chill. 20 minutes later, 3 more Gap pirates fell. I had gained 10 experience points, and only 1 Gap pirate remained, facing my approach. He broke down, sitting on the ground, crying and shouting, "Aren't you a mage? Just cast a skill to put me out of my misery." Of course not. If I could take you out so easily, who would I steal from next? Upon hearing this, the last apprentice pirate's expression changed. He glanced at his attributes and realized that they had indeed been mostly stolen. He muttered blankly, "Are you a devil?" I chuckled, "Remember to be a good person in your next life." With a bang, I gave him a good beating, and as expected, he fell. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, lamenting that the last one was just unlucky. I only managed to steal a few points of armor and magic resistance. I didn't have time to get more before he died. He was just too fragile. You gained 10 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 2. Your base attributes have increased, and you also receive 5 free attribute points. I opened my attribute panel to check how many attributes I had stolen from these 5 Gap pirates in total. Life points, 10,162, mana, 419, attack power, 34, spell intensity, 22, armor, 23, magic resistance, 17, speed, 14, effect hit rate, 10%, effect resistance, 10%. Except for the life points attribute and the more specialized effect hit and resistance attributes, all other attributes significantly increased. The battle ended, and after looting the bodies, I found only 5 copper coins, nothing else. After looting the bodies, I continued along the beach as instructed. Along the way, I encountered several waves of low-level Gap pirates. Clearing these minor monsters took a bit of time since I needed to knock their heads to steal attributes, slowing down my monster-killing speed. Although it was a waste of time, the rewards were substantial. I stole a considerable amount of permanent attributes, especially mana, and now I had over 600 points of mana. This amount allowed me to continuously cast 4 firestorms, something other mages couldn't do. Anyway, since there's no time limit in the newbie dungeon, I could take my time. With this thought in mind, I continued walking, and the unchanging seaside scenery began to shift. I saw a massive sailing ship appear on the horizon. First stage task completed. Successfully arrived near the pirate ship, Freedom. Task 2, board the Freedom and defeat the boss monster, Grandfather Anderson. Note, Grandfather Anderson is a water-type mage. Be careful of his casting direction during the battle. Good luck! As the system voice faded, I had already boarded the Freedom pirate ship. Strange enough, there were almost no other monsters on the ship. On the deck, I saw a man in a white sailor outfit, sitting in a deck chair with his back to me, engrossed in a book. Yi Chen took a few steps forward to check the information about the other party. Target, First Mate Anderson rank, Bronze leader level, LV3 health bar, 300 points, with leader bonus. Overview, the second in command of Freedom Town, the first mate of the Freedom Pirate crew, a capable assistant to Captain Shallan, with a reclusive personality and seemingly a few screws loose. He dislikes staying in the bustling Freedom Town and prefers to be on the Freedom Pirate ship, where he is also responsible for the ship's security and maintenance. Note, he is a water control mage. Perhaps he heard Yi Chen walking on the deck. The man in the sailor's outfit impatiently said, "Didn't I tell you, you bunch of pigs, not to disturb me while I'm reading?" This monster has quite the personality. No wonder there are no other monsters on the ship. It turns out he chased them all away. Feeling inexplicably insulted, Yi Chen was quite unhappy. "What book are you reading? Is it some adult literature? Can I borrow it to take a look?" Hiding alone in bed reading adult literature, how perverted. Hearing this, First Mate Anderson turned around and saw the unfamiliar Yi Chen. He immediately put down the book in his hands and jumped up, saying, "How can reading be called sneaking? And you're the one reading adult literature. I'm researching how to grow vegetables on the ship." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Does your ship have land?" First Mate Anderson replied as if it were obvious, "No. How can you grow vegetables without land? Are you going to grow them in the void? That's why I need to research it." Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly, sarcastically saying, "I think you should first research your mental state." "My mental state is just fine." "Oh wait." First Mate Anderson finally reacted, his expression turning cold. "There's no one like you in Freedom Town. Did you come from the chaotic sea to hunt our captain? Go to hell. I won't let you get close to the captain." After saying this, the monster leader First Mate Anderson entered a combat stance. His palms faced each other, positioned in front of his chest, drawing circles towards Yi Chen, making it seem like he was cursing him. 3 seconds later, he shouted, "Water bullet technique." Splash! A large water ball formed from his hands and charged towards Yi Chen. Facing this fierce water magic attack, Yi Chen did not heed the system's previous warning to avoid it. Yi Chen remained motionless, choosing to take the opponent's skill head-on. Why choose to take the skill directly? Because he had plenty of health and was feeling reckless. Yi Chen enjoyed seeing the monster look at him with disbelief. Splash! The medium-sized water ball hit Yi Chen, soaking him completely. -182. Yi Chen frowned slightly. The damage was quite high. It should be noted that his magic resistance had reached 17 points. Without any equipment bonuses or free points, 17 points of magic resistance was roughly equivalent to the defense level of a level 12 player. Under such circumstances, the opponent's skill was able to take away 182 points of his health. No wonder it was a hero-level dungeon. The damage was truly outrageous. If it were another mage player, even if they had just leveled up and their health increased to around 150 points, taking this skill would definitely be fatal. At the same time, Yi Chen received a debuff. Damp, negative effect, you are wet, affecting your spirit, reducing your spell power by 5%, lasting for 5 minutes. You can hit me, but getting my clothes wet is a bit too much. Yi Chen began to counterattack, raising his apprentice staff like a warrior and charging towards First Mate Anderson. On the other side, First Mate Anderson frowned tightly, looking utterly astonished. It was the first time he encountered a player who, after being hit by his water bomb technique, could still bounce around energetically. At that moment, seeing Yi Chen charging at him with great momentum, First Mate Anderson had no time to think much and began to cast again, releasing water bomb technique. 3 seconds later, another medium-sized water ball was hurled at Yi Chen. This time, Yi Chen did not take it head-on. Instead, relying on his speed of 14 points and the devilish footwork he honed over 3 years in high school, he twisted his body while charging forward, dodging the attack of water bomb technique. What? First Mate Anderson was taken aback. The opponent's speed was astonishingly fast. He could actually dodge the flying water bomb? According to common sense, a level 2 mage player would only have a speed of 5 points. To evade Anderson's water bomb technique, several conditions had to be met. First, he needed to maintain a certain distance from Anderson. Second, he had to carefully observe the direction of the spellcasting, concentrate, and react the moment the spell was cast. Only then could he be fortunate enough to dodge the attack of water bomb technique. Before Anderson could cast his next spell, Yi Chen had already charged in front of him. Yi Chen raised his staff high and swung it down hard towards Anderson's head. "Let you wet my clothes." Bang! Ah! Accompanied by Anderson's unrefined scream, a virtual number showing a reduction of 24 floated above his head. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbed 4 points of spell power attribute from the target. Great! Because Anderson was a mage, unlike the apprentice pirates he had encountered before, he relied on spell output and possessed a spell power attribute, and it was not low. Just like that, he contributed 4 points of spell power to Yichen. His spell power surged from 32 points to 36 points. That was equivalent to a gain of 2 free attribute points. However, with that one strike, he directly knocked off 24 points of health from the opponent. Keep in mind, he was just a mage. A mage primarily focused on ranged spell attacks. His melee capability was weak. How could he knock off so much health from a monster with one hit? If it were a level 2 swordsman, even a basic attack wouldn't deal such exaggerated damage, right? Yichen knew this was the result of stealing a lot of attack power attributes from the apprentice pirate minions earlier. Attack power affects all physical damage, and basic attacks are also considered physical damage. The increase in attack power led to higher damage for his basic attacks. This was a bit troublesome. First Mate Anderson, the boss monster, only had 300 health points. Only. If there were other level 2 players watching nearby, they would definitely be mocking him, wouldn't they? But with Yichen knocking off 24 health points with one hit, after a dozen hits, First Mate Anderson would be done for. How could he steal attributes then? Hand of Blasphemy was a passive trigger effect, and although the probability seemed high, around 35% to 40%, having only a dozen chances was a bit too few. How could he drain all the attributes from the opponent? What to do? First Mate Anderson was a boss monster. It was obvious that his attribute values were much higher than those of ordinary monsters like the apprentice pirates. With so many attributes but no chance to steal them all, Yichen felt quite distressed. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He unequipped the apprentice staff from his main weapon slot and placed it in his item slot, no longer equipping it. This way, Yichen became unarmed. Smack! Yichen delivered a powerful slap to Anderson's face, producing an extremely crisp sound. Anderson, just hit by a staff, was still dazed and unaware of what had happened. He received another slap. Looking at his expression, which was on the verge of tears, Yichen suddenly recalled a line. "Do you know how much psychological damage this slap has caused me?" Yichen shook his head, seeing that his big attack had dealt 21 points of damage to Anderson. Damn! After removing the equipment, the damage was reduced by 3 points? Yichen thought carefully. The staff was not originally a melee weapon, and its contribution to physical damage was inherently low. This time, it was his own attack power that was simply too high. There was nothing he could do. So many attributes, but only a few chances to absorb. It feels so bad. Yichen immediately wailed, while fanning his big attack. Meanwhile, the first mate Anderson, under one big attack after another, cried out as he turned into Yichen's experience points. During this time, his normal attacks only triggered the Hand of Blasphemy 4 times. But the 4 attributes stolen were very useful, totaling 7 points of spell power and over 100 points of mana. Now Yichen's spell power had already surpassed 40 points, and his mana reached 700 points, and he was only at level 2. Ding, you gained 300 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 3. Your base attributes have received a certain boost, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. He leveled up again. Yichen glanced at his experience bar. He was just a little short of reaching level 4. This boss monster, First Mate Anderson, provided an extremely rich experience. 300 experience points were equivalent to killing 30 apprentice pirates. Yichen allocated all 5 free attribute points to spell power. Yichen began to search the corpse. Oh, equipment drop. And 2 pieces. Yichen stored the 2 pieces of equipment in his inventory and began to check them one by one. The first piece of equipment looked like an accessory. Equipment name, Knowledge Bracelet, White Basic, Slot, Accessory Bracelet, Required Level, LV3 and above, Base Attributes, Spell Power +2, Mana +30, Magic Resistance +1, Special Skill, None, Durability, 100 points, Bound, None. Trash. White equipment, not worth anything. In the world of the Supreme Arc, equipment grades are divided into 9 levels. From low to high, they are White Basic, the most basic and cheapest equipment. Unless there are no other options, no one would wear white equipment to do dungeons or bounties. Green Ordinary, attributes are slightly better than white equipment, but not by much. Blue Advanced, the attributes of blue equipment are sufficient to meet the daily needs of players, making it the choice of most players. Purple Rare, from this grade onwards, equipment will activate the binding effect. The first player to wear the equipment will automatically bind to it. Once bound, the equipment cannot be traded in any form, and if abandoned, it will be destroyed. The binding status lasts until the owner dies, after which the equipment will revert to an unbound state. Purple equipment's attributes are a level higher than blue equipment, making it a common choice for the wealthy. Pink Refined, from pink equipment onwards, there is a chance for special skills to be generated, known as special skills. Equipment with special skills, even if the skills are poor, will still be valuable. Red excellent, red equipment has even more powerful attributes, making it the choice of top tycoons. If a poor guy drops a red piece and sells it, he basically achieves financial freedom for life. Orange epic, from orange equipment onwards, it becomes exorbitantly priced, even ordinary wealthy individuals must think twice before purchasing. Gold legendary, legendary equipment is priceless. This grade of equipment cannot be measured by money, as legendary equipment must carry at least one special skill. Legendary equipment has become part of an individual's or a faction's strength. Colorful mythical, as for the final colorful mythical equipment, very little information circulates about it, as it involves deities. Some speculate that mythical equipment is a reward granted by deities to their followers. Others say that to obtain mythical equipment, one must slay a god. Although Yi Chen was wearing a white outfit, its attributes were decent and perfectly suited for a legal profession, so it should sell for around 1 gold coin, which is over 100 yuan. That's not bad. Moreover, since equipment below purple grade does not have a binding mechanism, Yi Chen could wear it himself for a while before selling it. Although the attributes were poor, it was better than nothing. Next, Yi Chen checked the next piece of equipment. Equipment name, Pink Series Gloves, Green Ordinary, Life Entertainment Equipment, Part, Main Weapon in Hand, Carrying Level, LV1 and above, Base Attributes, None, Special Skill, Filling Effect, Life Entertainment Special Skill. Filling Effect, Physical damage dealt is reduced by 80%. Durability, 100 points, Binding, None. This is a piece of Life Entertainment Equipment. In the world of the Supreme Arc, equipment is divided into two types. The first type is combat equipment, which provides attributes to players and supports them in battle. The second type is decorative life entertainment equipment. This type of equipment generally has eye-catching or beautiful appearances but does not provide any combat attributes to the player. Some even deduct attributes or have negative effects as special skills. They focus on being peculiar and flashy. For Yi Chen at this moment, this piece of equipment held high value because it had a special skill, Filling Effect. Filling Effect, physical damage dealt is reduced by 80%. This special skill is a negative effect for other professions, but at this stage, Yi Chen just needed this effect. Normal attacks belong to physical attacks, so according to this, as long as he wore these gloves while fighting, his normal attack damage would be reduced by 80%. In this way, when battling monsters, it would make it harder for them to hit him. The probability of him stealing attributes would greatly increase. Yi Chen glanced at the body of First Mate Anderson and lamented, "You should have given me these gloves earlier. Then you could have taken a few more hits." In addition, Yi Chen found 6 silver coins on First Mate Anderson, equivalent to 60 yuan. "Only 60 yuan on you? You're poorer than I am." After finishing with the body, the system's voice sounded again. Ding, second stage task completed, successfully killed the boss monster First Mate Anderson. Task 3, drive the Freedom, head to the northern pirate port. Note, in the cockpit, infuse mana to start the pirate ship. This task tests the player's precise control over mana. Please explore the best mana consumption and activation time interval for driving the pirate ship. Aim to use the least amount of mana to drive the pirate ship to the northern port. Note, mana will be very useful in the next task. Good luck. It seems the third task's test is the mage's precise use of their own mana. Yi Chen was not worried about this test. No reason. He had plenty of mana. Although his mana was not as exaggerated as his health points, by stealing attributes from monsters and wearing the knowledge bracelet, Yi Chen's mana had currently reached over 750 points. A typical level 3 mage only has 300 points of mana, which is less than half of Yi Chen's. He walked into the cockpit and infused mana into the control panel. First, he tried 1 point. The pirate ship didn't move. How about 2 points? Still no response. Yi Chen got annoyed. After all, his mana was nearly twice the average level. It was pointless to be so frugal. Splurging is splurging. Crack! He infused 50 points of mana at once. With a rumble and a slight sound, the pirate ship moved, heading towards the northern port of the island, the direction of Freedom Town. There lies the lair of the final boss, the great pirate Captain Shalon. The pirate ship soon reached the northern port and came to a halt. Back on the deck, night had fallen, and under the caress of the sea breeze, Yi Chen saw a vast expanse of buildings to the south of the port. Bonfires and oil lamps illuminated the small town, where countless pirates and rogues were playing cards and drinking, creating a lively scene. Is this Freedom Town? It really is quite free. Ding, Stage 3 mission completed, successfully arrived at the northern port of Freedom Town. Mission 4, control the cannons of the Freedom and attack Freedom Town, eliminate all miscellaneous monsters. Note, controlling the cannons requires a large amount of mana. It is recommended that players act only when they have a certain level of confidence, otherwise, if they cannot clear all the small monsters at once, They will be besieged. Note, using cannons to eliminate monsters will not yield experience points or loot. Good luck. Hearing the description of the fourth mission, Yi-Chen frowned. Using the system's mechanism to deal with monsters won't yield any benefits. Yi-Chen activated Basic Probe on the small town below and obtained information about the monsters within. Target, Sailor of the Freedom Pirate Crew, rank, Bronze, level, LV2, health, 60 points. Overview, the backbone of Shalon's Freedom Pirate Crew, skilled in close combat. Getting close to him is a troublesome matter. Target, Escaped Rogue, rank, Bronze, level, LV2, health, 55 points. Overview, a useless troublemaker, scum, rogue, criminal, adept at using fists against the weak and fearing the strong. Additionally, Yi-Chen saw 3 bronze mini-boss monsters, namely the second mate, third mate, and the chief sailor of the Freedom Pirate Crew. They were nothing special, all close combat physical classes, unlike the first mate Anderson, who was a mage. Looking at the countless pirates and rogues in Freedom Town, Yi-Chen hesitated. Although these were all LV2 ordinary monsters, the experience they could provide was quite limited. However, there were many of them, and if he used the cannons on the pirate ship to take them out instantly, he wouldn't gain any experience or be able to loot their bodies. Even if each monster dropped just 1 copper coin, with hundreds or thousands of monsters, that could amount to 1,000 copper coins. 1,000 copper coins equate to 1,000 pieces of money. He could handle these monsters himself. If a normal level 3 mage were here, they would definitely choose to flee, as a single mage with limited mana couldn't possibly eliminate so many monsters. But Yi-Chen was different. His attack power was nearly over 50 points. With his current attack power, dealing with these LV2 monsters would mean taking them down with just 2 hits, requiring no effort at all. Moreover, with his health in the millions, he wasn't afraid of being overwhelmed and killed in a crowd of monsters. Although these LV2 pirate sailors and criminal rogues couldn't provide Yi-Chen with many opportunities to steal attributes, the experience and copper coin gains from killing them were worth his effort. Having made up his mind, Yi-Chen decisively left the deck, disembarked from the pirate ship, and walked into Freedom Town. Yi-Chen switched back to his apprentice staff, headed to a cluster of monsters, raised his staff, and began to strike. Bang! Bang! Instantly, the lively and noisy Freedom Town was filled with screams and wails. Although these monsters were weak, generally going down with just 2 basic attacks, their sheer numbers allowed Yi-Chen to steal some attributes. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb 2 points of attack power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb 6 points of mana attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Who dares to run wild in Freedom Town? The captain of the Freedom Pirates, the monstrous first mate, shouted angrily as he charged at Yi-Chen. He activated the skill, Straight Kick, and aimed a kick at Yi-Chen. With his high-speed attribute, Yi-Chen quickly twisted his body, dodging the attack while countering with a strike of his apprentice staff to the opponent's head. The monstrous first mate felt stars in his eyes, his vision dimming. He was momentarily stunned. Seeing that even the prominent first mate was no match for this guy, all the pirates and scoundrels began to wake up. Yi-Chen looked around at the densely packed monsters and said disdainfully, "Come at me together." The monstrous second and third mates of the Freedom Pirates were instantly furious. Yi-Chen's actions were a blatant provocation. Everyone, attack together. Kill him. Straight kick, right whip leg. Hundreds of monsters charged at Yi-Chen all at once. No matter how good Yi-Chen's movement was or how fast he was, he couldn't dodge so many chaotic attacks. Thanks to the armor attributes he had stolen along the way, the physical damage he received was significantly reduced. Originally, a level 1 apprentice pirate could take away 50 points of his health. Now, facing the attacks of level 2 official pirate sailors, Yi-Chen had only lost over 30 points of health. One monster dealt 30 points of damage. If 100 monsters each hit him once, that would be 3,000 points of damage. If an ordinary player were here, they would have been turned into meat paste and bottled up by now. But Yi-Chen showed no fear. He was like a relentless head-bashing machine, continuously swinging his apprentice staff and knocking down the monsters that charged at him. Ding! You gained 8 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 4. Your base attributes have received a boost, and you gained 5 free attribute points. After killing just over a dozen monsters, he leveled up to 4. Fortunately, I took matters into my own hands, otherwise, this experience would have been wasted. Yi-Chen thought to himself, feeling grateful for his choice to not shy away from trouble. Ding! You gained 6 experience points. Soon. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 5. Your base attributes have received a boost, and you gained 5 free attribute points. The leveling speed was astonishingly fast. After just a few minutes, Yi Chen reached level 6, but the experience gained from killing level 2 monsters was reduced to 2 points. This time, the leveling speed truly slowed down. Yi Chen estimated that even if he killed all the monsters here, he wouldn't have enough experience to reach level 7. At this point, nearly 400 monsters lay dead at Yi Chen's feet. The speed at which the corpses disappeared couldn't keep up with the rate at which they were generated, resulting in a pile of dead bodies beneath him. This scene made Yi Chen look like a living king of hell. Run, run! It was unclear who shouted first, but upon hearing this, the monsters' fear was ignited, and they began to scatter in all directions. Seeing the monsters no longer attacking him but fleeing in various directions, Yi Chen grew anxious. Hey! Don't run! Are you leaving before the fight is over? Don't you have any martial ethics? This group of pirates and scoundrels paid no heed to Yi Chen's words. Martial ethics? Can that be eaten? Can it be used as money? Can it save your life? None of that? Then what's the point of martial ethics? The pirates and scoundrels ran even faster, leaving Yi Chen behind, sighing in frustration. There was nothing he could do, these monsters were determined to flee. Yi Chen could stop one or two, but he couldn't stop them all. They scattered in all directions, and with only himself, trying to catch them one by one would be a waste of time. Sigh, you're forcing my hand. Yi Chen turned and walked towards the Freedom pirate ship. Anyway, since Yi Chen couldn't gain any experience or rewards from these fleeing monsters, he might as well use the cannon to take them out directly and save some effort. He boarded the deck and then entered the control room. Yi Chen infused mana into the cannon system and aimed the cannon at Freedom Town. Just as the dungeon assistant had previously hinted, using the cannon actually consumed 25 points of mana. A normal mage, after deducting the mana used for sailing, could only fire a dozen shots at most. But Yi Chen was different, he had plenty of mana. Boom! Boom! Yi Chen created an artificial bombing zone around Freedom Town. With so much mana, controlling the cannon was a breeze. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining 500 scattered monsters were all eliminated by the cannon. It's quiet now. Ding! 4th stage task completed. Successfully eliminated the minor monsters in Freedom Town. Final task 5. Confront the master of Freedom Town, the great pirate, captain of the Freedom pirate crew, the magic swordsman Shallan. Defeat her to clear this dungeon. Note, Shallan is a dual cultivation magic swordsman, possessing excellent melee combat abilities and the ability to use magic to assist in battle. Good luck, who is it? A sharp female scream echoed throughout the empty Freedom Town, resonating across the entire island. Yi Chen stepped onto the deck and saw a woman dressed in tight clothing emerging from the tallest building in Freedom Town. This woman wore a long sword at her waist and looked quite heroic. She was about 1.7 meters tall, wearing leather boots, with long black hair cascading down her back. Seeing her, Yi Chen muttered, Captain Shallan is actually a woman? She looks pretty good. I wonder how she usually satisfies her needs. I'm really hungry too. Target, Captain Shallan, rank, Bronze Leader, level, LV5, health points, 1,500. Overview, Captain Shallan of the Freedom Pirate Crew, the magic swordsman Shallan, is rumored to have once followed a certain ruler of the sea, but later for unknown reasons, she vanished on this island. As a dual cultivation magic swordsman, Shallan can attach elemental magic to her sword, causing both physical and magical damage with her attacks. After reading her introduction, Yi Chen focused solely on her health bar. With 1,500 health points, he wondered how many of his attacks she could withstand. Despicable little man. You actually stole my pirate ship and ambushed my crew with cannons. Captain Shallan's face was filled with rage, making her somewhat pretty face lose its charm. Yi Chen retorted, your crew is the despicable one, they all ran away halfway through the fight. I had no choice but to use the cannon to send them all to the afterlife. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Shallan was so angry she laughed. Bullshit. My subordinates number in the hundreds and thousands, how could they lose to a weak mage like you? Yi Chen shrugged, believe it or not. Stop wasting words. Shallan drew her sword and pointed it at Yi Chen, come and take your life. It seemed like she had been the one talking nonsense all along. To be fair, Shallan's offensive was quite fierce. As a level 5 bronze leader monster, her speed attribute was very high. She charged forward quickly, her sword-wielding posture impeccable. This strike was not easy for Yi Chen to dodge. But he didn't plan to dodge. Instead, he raised his apprentice staff to meet Shallan's long sword. You don't know when to die. Shallan rushed to Yi Chen's side, shouting angrily as she swung her sword. Whoosh! A virtual number showing a reduction of 88 appeared above Yi Chen's head. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's staff struck hard against Shallan's backside. A virtual number showing a reduction of 50 appeared above Shallan's head. Is that it? Yi Chen remembered that just now, when he was fighting the first mate Anderson on the ship, Anderson's water bullet technique had knocked off more than 180 points of his health. And now, facing Shallan, who was 2 levels higher than Anderson and classified as a boss, the opponent's sword only took away 88 points of his health. Was this woman really that weak? Yi Chen had misunderstood her. The main reason was that during the earlier group fight, Yi Chen had stolen quite a bit of attributes. Now, his armor value had reached over 100 points. He was tougher than a level 15 shield warrior with full armor points. Although the damage of boss enemies in the trial dungeon on hero difficulty was increased by 800%, facing Yi Chen with high armor, they truly felt somewhat powerless. Additionally, when Yi Chen struck down, he dealt 50 points of damage to the opponent, which was also due to the significant attack power attributes he had stolen earlier. Originally, as a boss enemy, Shallan's armor was several levels higher than that of ordinary monsters. However, at this moment, Yi Chen had stolen the most attributes from that group of pirates and thugs, which were armor and attack power. There was no way around it. They were melee physical-type monsters, inherently possessing high attack power and armor. So now, Yi Chen's basic attacks dealt high damage. Shallan only has 1,500 health points. At this rate, if I hit her 30 times, she'll be done for. This won't do. She's a level 5 boss monster. Her base attributes must be very high, and the cost-effectiveness of what I can steal from her is also very high. I can definitely steal more attributes from her. If I kill her in 30 hits, that would be a huge loss. I need to think of a way. The solution was right at hand. Yi Chen took off his apprentice staff and put it back in his inventory. Instead, he equipped the pink series gloves. Under the night sky, illuminated by the campfire, Yi Chen, a mage, was wearing 2 soft, pink gloves designed for young girls. This scene was somewhat amusing and a bit bizarre. Seeing Yi Chen put on the cute gloves and recalling that he had just hit himself, Shallan's face instantly turned bright red. "You pervert! I will chop you into 81 pieces." After saying this, Shallan continued to swing her longsword, attacking Yi Chen. "Frost!" she shouted, and her longsword was instantly covered in ice and snow. Swish! Minus 88 points. Minus 206 points. After taking this hit, 2 virtual numbers appeared above Yi Chen's head, 1 red for physical damage and 1 blue for magical damage. Oh, this is the special feature of a magic swordsman, dual cultivation of physical and magical skills. By enchanting her long sword, Shallan achieved a dual damage effect of physical and magical attacks in one strike. But that wasn't all. Being hit by this sword also gave Yi Chen a debuff. Cold, negative effect, speed attribute reduced by 10%, lasting 60 seconds. One attack caused dual physical and magical damage, instantly taking away nearly 300 points of Yi Chen's health, and additionally applying a slow debuff on him. Truly a boss-level monster. Due to the reduced speed attribute, Yi Chen's counterattack missed the opponent. "Humph, want to hit my PP? No way! Flame!" Shallan shouted again, and the frost on her longsword vanished, replaced by raging flames. Swish! Minus 88 points. Minus 266 points. 2 lines of virtual numbers floated above Yi Chen's head, and at the same time, another line showed minus 25 points. Was he ignited? Ignite, negative effect, receiving 10% of the attacker's spell power as fire damage for 10 seconds. That's a bit fierce, Yi Chen thought. This was still under the condition of his high armor value, and Shallan's physical attacks were dealing relatively low damage to him. If it were another mage, they would definitely not survive such a sharp dual attack of physical spells. At this moment, Shallan's shock was no less than Yi Chen's. After her 2 consecutive enchanted attacks, how could the opponent still be alive? It should be known that the combined damage of these 2 strikes had already exceeded 600 points. A level 6 mage generally has just over 400 points of health. Why hasn't he fallen? Shallan was filled with confusion, forgetting to evade Yi Chen's attack. Slap! The peach was hit again. This time, she didn't lose 50 points of health, but only 10 points. Not bad. Yi Chen's lips curled up. The special skill of the pink boxing gloves was indeed useful. At the same time, ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb 10 points of spell power attribute from the target. Yi Chen smiled with satisfaction. Let's get started. Yi Chen held up his 2 cute little pink fists, looking at Shallan as if she were a treasure. 10 points of damage wasn't high, but still, as they say, it was highly insulting. Shallan instantly went berserk, gritting her teeth and saying, "I've changed my mind. Instead of chopping you into 81 pieces, I'll turn you into dust." The 2 launched into a new round of combat. Shallan's speed was very fast. Even though Yi Chen had stolen some speed attributes before, he was still not as fast as her in close combat. Moreover, he was under the cold debuff. Plus, as a magic swordsman, Her control over movement was several levels higher than Yi Chen's. Therefore, Yi Chen couldn't evade Shallan's attacks. Minus 88 points. Minus 246 points. Minus 22 points. Minus 88 points. Minus 191 points. Shallan continuously alternated between enchanting Frost and Flame, wielding her longsword to attack Yi Chen. In no time, Yi Chen's health had been reduced by over 5,000 points. During this process, Yi Chen wasn't idle either. He seized opportunities to punch Shallan, sometimes targeting her hips, sometimes her waist, sometimes her beautiful back, and sometimes her bear-like physique. Minus 10 points. Minus 10 points. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb 6 points of magic resistance attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb 150 points of health attribute from the target. Damn! Don't steal health! Yi Chen focused his gaze. Sure enough, Shallan's maximum health had been reduced from 1,500 points to 1,350 points. Plus, after hitting her for so long, her health was just over 1,000 points. Brother, I have over 100 million health now, I don't need health, can you just explode some spell power instead? Meanwhile, Shallan was already dazed from the beating. The look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Chen was no longer one of disdain or disgust. Instead, it was confusion, disbelief, fear, and terror. Why are you still not dead? What kind of monster are you? At this moment, Shallan finally realized that this young man in front of her was likely not lying. He had the ability to take on an entire pirate crew by himself. Yi Chen gently bumped his fists together, the two pink gloves continuously colliding, soft and quite cute. His eyes sparkled as he stared at Shallan and asked, as a bronze leader, do you have any skills to restore health? Faced with this strange question, Shallan replied in confusion, what do you mean? Yi Chen stepped forward, walking towards her. He chuckled, you'll find out soon. 15 minutes later, Shallan was in a sorry state, bent over on the ground. And Yi Chen? He was sitting on top, using his little pink fists to hammer her. Minus 10 points. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb 6 points of spell power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Extracting target 80 points of mana attribute. Finally, when Yi Chen saw Shallan's health bar drop to around 20 points, he asked the same question again. Shallan, as a boss monster, do you have any means to recover your health? If I hit you a couple more times, you'll be done for. Shallan lay on the ground, her eyes and face flushed, clearly having cried. Once the belle of the sea, Captain Shallan had never endured such humiliation. She despaired, you demon, just kill me. Sigh. Yi Chen sighed, how could I bear to kill you? After all, there were still many attributes he hadn't stolen from her. However, to Shallan, those words meant something entirely different. She thought Yi Chen was going to do something shameful to her. Why you can't? Yi Chen was oblivious to her misunderstanding. He pulled out a potion from his inventory. This was a novice health potion given after class change, which could restore 50 health points. Yi Chen had a total of 10 of these potions in his backpack. He turned around, lifted Shallan's body, and brought the potion to her lips. Here, Alan. Time to take your medicine. Novice health potions could be crafted by alchemists and were also sold in the shops of major trading guilds. However, due to their low effectiveness, restoring only 50 health points at a time, hardly anyone used them. Thus, their value was very low. 1 copper coin could buy 5 bottles. The 10 novice health potions in Yi Chen's backpack were worth only 2 copper coins. He was quite willing to use them on Shallan. For 2 copper coins, he could give her 500 health points, enough for him to hit her 50 times, creating more opportunities to steal attributes. This was a good deal. He actually wants to heal me? After drinking the novice health potion and restoring her health to around 70 points, Shallan felt very complicated. She couldn't quite understand what Yi Chen was doing. But the next moment, when Yi Chen turned around and softly punched her with his fist, the little bit of gratitude and confusion in Shallan's heart instantly vanished, replaced by even more shame and anger. Aha! I want to kill you. Slap. A 5-hit combo. Shallan's health dropped back to over 20 points. During this time, the Hand of the Blasphemer triggered twice. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction, pulled out another novice health potion, and brought it to her lips again, then turned around. This repeated several times, and Shallan couldn't help but wail. After using all 10 novice health potions, Yi Chen delivered the final blow to Shallan. Poor Shallan was finally liberated. Ding, you gained 3,000 experience points, ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Your base attributes have received a certain boost, and you also gained 5 free attribute points. He leveled up again. This battle allowed Yi Chen to level up 4 times. Fortunately, he didn't follow the system's instructions completely and blow up the small monsters with the ship's cannon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained the experience from hundreds of small monsters and 3 bosses. Just a single LV5 bronze boss monster wouldn't have allowed him to jump from level 3 to level 7. Level 7. Generally speaking, after their first class change, adventurers who clear low difficulty novice trial dungeons usually end up around level 3 to 5. Even with outstanding performance, it's hard to reach level 6. Yi Chen started at level 7, putting him ahead right from the start. There's a saying that all roads lead to Rome, and some are born in Rome. Today, Yi Chen experienced what it felt like to be born in Rome. Moreover, he was not just ahead at the starting line, his attributes had already crushed those of other players at the same level by several tiers. Just in terms of health points, Yi Chen was an existence that other players could only look up to for a lifetime. All free attribute points must be allocated to spell power. Leveling up to level 1 grants 5 free attribute points, and at level 4, that becomes 20 free attribute points. Each free attribute point can increase spell power by 2 points. That's 40 points of spell power secured. Yi Chen browsed through his attributes again. He opened the attribute panel. Character, Yi Chen level 7, unawakened, class, flame mage, epic class, first transition, health points, 100 2350 mana points, 1533 attack power, 207 spell power, 139 armor, 114 magic resistance, 43 speed, 20 effect hit rate, 13% effect resistance. 11%. Looking at his attributes, Yi Chen felt particularly excited. There was no need to mention health points. Aside from the whole number of 100 million, the remaining 2,350 health points were much higher than those of other mages at the same level. This was all thanks to those small monsters that contributed 5 or 6 points to him. As for mana points, his attribute was more than 3 times that of other mages at the same level. This meant that while others could only cast 5 skills, Yi Chen could cast 15 skills. It's clear who had the advantage. Seeing his attack power of over 200, Yi Chen felt a bit frustrated. There was nothing he could do. Most of the monsters he fought were physical type, so the frequency of stealing attack power was quite high. Moreover, the final boss monster, Shallan, was a magic swordsman who practiced both physical and magical skills, allowing him to steal not only spell power attributes from her but also a significant amount of attack power, and Shallan's attack power was not low. Before battling her, Yi Chen's attack power was just over 100. After defeating her, his attack power soared to over 200, doubling it. Sigh, my attack power is getting higher and higher, even the little pink gloves are struggling to keep up. Just as Yi Chen was feeling down, he suddenly had a bright idea. Since his health points were over 1,000,000 and his attack power was high, why not challenge higher level monsters? Monsters at level 7, which were about the same level as him, couldn't withstand many of his attacks, so he could go after level 17 or level 27 monsters. Moreover, these high-level monsters had stronger attributes, making them more cost-effective to steal from. With this thought, Yi Chen felt that the little pink gloves suddenly lost their appeal. However, at critical moments, the little pink gloves were still useful. For instance, when tormenting bosses, especially female bosses. Among the remaining attributes, the increases in spell power and armor were also decent. The increases in magic resistance and speed were minimal. There was no helping it, the magic resistance of the small monsters was very low, and each time he stole magic resistance, it was just 1 point. Although Shallan's magic resistance was higher, he didn't manage to steal it many times. As for speed attributes, those were even rarer. As mentioned earlier, the effect hit rate and effect resistance attributes only increased every 5 levels. It seemed that after passing the level 5 threshold, these two values increased by 1% each. Now his effect hit rate had reached 13%. Thanks to stealing 2% effect hit rate from Shallan. The so-called effect hit rate is the basis for determining whether negative effects or control effects can be successfully applied to enemies. Conversely, effect resistance is the basis for determining whether one can successfully resist negative effects or control effects applied by enemies. Naturally, the higher these two attributes, the better. After reviewing his attributes, Yi Chen began to search Shallan's corpse. Ding, you have obtained 2 gold and 6 silver coins equivalent to $260. Not bad, he could improve his meals tonight. Continuing to search, he found equipment. Equipment name, Shallan sword, purple rare, part, main weapon, two-handed, carrying level, LV5 and above, base attributes, attack power plus 40, spell power plus 30, mana plus 500, special skill, none, durability, 100 points, owner recognition, unrecognized. Equipping this item will automatically recognize the owner. Yi Chen's mouth slightly opened, yes. Purple rare equipment has appeared. The attributes of this equipment are exceptional and very suitable for hybrid physical and magical professions. Even if it is equipped by a single specialization profession, the attributes are still quite good. It belongs to the category of minor exceptional items. This equipment will definitely sell well. According to Yi Chen's estimation, this equipment is worth at least 50 gold coins. Some might think 50 gold coins is not much, but one must understand that this is just a LV5 equipment, belonging to the transitional gear for beginners. It is normal for its value to be lower. Continue searching. Are there more treasures? Material name, Magic Elephant Tusk * left, grade, legendary, usage, used for forging, alchemy, rituals. Overview, the tusks from the swimming and diving magic elephants that roam the Chaos Sea emit an inexplicable aura. It is actually a legendary grade material. I struck it rich. In the world of the unparalleled arc, materials have 8 grades. From low to high, they are low grade, mid grade, high grade, exceptional, legendary, earth grade, heaven grade, and saint grade. Among them, materials below high grade are easy to obtain. Although they are not worth much, some people make a living by reselling or farming low and mid grade materials. Starting from exceptional materials, they become much harder to acquire. Generally, wealthy individuals can barely afford items made with exceptional or legendary materials. As for earth grade materials, they are true luxury items, unaffordable even for the average middle class. Not to mention the extremely rare heaven grade. The final saint grade materials are basically unseen in the market. Yi Chen swallowed hard. The specific value of legendary materials generally ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 gold coins. It is difficult to estimate because the value varies depending on the material's use. This material can be used for forging equipment, and although Yi Chen is unsure of its exact value, he knows it is very expensive. It must be very expensive. At least worth thousands of gold coins. Yi Chen hummed a cheerful tune as he placed this legendary material into his inventory, setting it aside in a separate slot. Ding! Final stage task completed. Successfully eliminated the Master of Freedom Town, the captain of the fleeing Free Pirate Group, the demon swordsman Shalon. Ding! Due to player Yi Chen achieving the world's first kill in the heroic difficulty magic system novice trial dungeon, a hidden epic questline Shadows of the Chaos Sea has been triggered. Ding! You have accepted the epic questline Shadows of the Chaos Sea starting task Shalon's Treasure, hidden quest? And not just an ordinary hidden quest, but an epic level hidden questline. Yi Chen had learned about hidden quests during his classes at school. Hidden quests are called hidden because their rewards are significantly higher than those of regular quests. Moreover, hidden quests are unique. Once someone accepts a hidden quest, no one else in the world can take on that quest anymore. Hidden quests are divided into 2 types, ordinary and epic. Ordinary hidden quests have simple content and generous rewards. One could say that receiving a hidden quest is a stroke of luck, as it provides substantial benefits without requiring much cost or effort. Epic hidden quests, on the other hand, have more challenging content but offer even more generous rewards, which can include orange epic equipment and golden legendary equipment, as well as earth grade and heaven grade materials. Generally, epic hidden quests are conducted in the form of quest lines. Each time a task is completed, a reward is granted, until the final task is completed, yielding an exceptionally large reward. This ultimate task reward is incredibly impressive. It is said that a lucky individual, after much hardship, completed the epic hidden quest line and was ultimately rewarded with a reclassification to a divine profession. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He immediately checked the task details. Task, Shalon's Treasure. Type, Epic Hidden, Shadow of the Chaotic Sea, 1/9. Overview, you have obtained Shalon's treasure, but unexpectedly discovered that something is amiss with this treasure. Objective, collect the task item, Shalon's Treasure, find an appraiser, and have the treasure appraised. Upon successful appraisal, the task will be completed. Reward, a pet egg? Level, at least starry level. Following the task's guidance, Yi Chen moved towards the highest building in Freedom Town. Just moments ago, Shalon had emerged from within. This was a 3-story small building with a backyard. After entering, Yi Chen searched the interior but did not find the task item called Shalon's Treasure. Since it's a treasure, it must be hidden. With this thought, Yi Chen began to inspect any suspicious places and finally discovered a mechanism in a storage room on the first floor. He pressed the mechanism button. Boom! A secret passage leading underground appeared before Yi Chen. The walls on either side of the passage were embedded with glowing magical gems, illuminating the entire corridor brilliantly. The passage was not long, only a few meters. Yi Chen arrived at a large secret chamber. Inside the chamber were treasures glimmering with gold, silver, various gold decorations, and many currencies from ancient nations. Looking at these treasures, Yi-Chen rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. But in the next moment, he could no longer smile. Because after he collected these treasures into his item slot, they all transformed into a single item. That is, Shallan's treasure. Well, I knew it would be like this. The task item was in hand, and the next step was to find an appraiser to appraise Shallan's treasure. Ding, dear player, congratulations on successfully clearing the Novice Trial Mage dungeon at heroic difficulty. Would you like to settle rewards and leave the dungeon? Yes. Ding, dungeon rating. Full score 100 points. Received all tier rewards. Ding, you have received random equipment chest, LV5 Blue Classic, X1. Since you cleared the hero level dungeon, you receive an additional reward of random equipment chest, LV5 Purple Rare, X2. Ding, you have received 5 gold coins. Since you cleared the hero level dungeon, you receive an additional 100 gold coins. Ding, you have received 10 free attribute points. Since you cleared the hero level dungeon, you receive an additional 100 free attribute points. Ding, you have received the title equipment trialist. Since you cleared the hero level dungeon, the title equipment automatically upgrades to hero trialist. Congratulations, you are the first player in the world to obtain the title hero trialist. World's number 1. What an incredible honor. Yi-Chen smiled and shook his head, looking at his inflated attributes. This was just the beginning. Clearing the novice trial dungeon offered a total of 4 types of rewards. Achieving a score of 40 points unlocked the equipment chest reward. A score of 50 points unlocked the gold coin reward. A score of 60 points also unlocked the free attribute point reward. Finally, a score of 80 points or above rewarded title equipment. In other words, this title equipment is not something just anyone can possess. You must score above 80 points to obtain it. Moreover, the title equipment is also categorized by rank. The Novice Trial Dungeon has 10 difficulty levels: Easy, Normal, Medium, Hard, Expert, Master, Adventure, Warrior, King, and Hero. If you enter the Easy difficulty and achieve a score of 80 or above upon completion, you will receive the reward of the Easy Trialist title equipment. This continues similarly for the other levels. Currently, the highest record in the world is merely passing the Novice Trial Dungeon at the King difficulty with a score above 80, earning the title equipment of King Trialist. And today, Yi-Chen broke this record. He obtained the honor title equipment of the highest difficulty in the Novice Trial Dungeon, Hero Trialist. Equipment name, Hero Trialist, Red Excellence, Part, Title, Carrying Level, LV1 and above, Base Attributes, Health plus 2000, Mana plus 1000, Armor plus 100, Magic Resistance plus 50, Adaptive, Attack Power plus 200 or Spell Power plus 150, Special Skill, Heroic Presence. Experience gained before completing the first awakening task is increased by 10%. Owner Recognition, Recognized Owner, limited to player Yi-Chen, cannot be traded or destroyed. At first glance, when Yi-Chen saw the name of this title equipment glowing with red light, he felt a surge of excitement. The red glow in the name indicated that this was a piece of Red Excellence equipment. During his 3 years of high school, Yi-Chen had heard his beautiful homeroom teacher talk about the knowledge of title equipment in the Novice Trial Dungeon. In the 188-year history of the Unparalleled Arc, during the last month of senior year, the highest achievement among players participating in the Novice Trial was only passing the King difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. Those rare achievers later all became prominent figures in their respective regions, with a few even making it into textbooks. The title they received, King Trialist, was a piece of pink refined equipment. When discussing this part of the knowledge, the beautiful homeroom teacher had speculated that perhaps the Hero Trialist would be a piece of Red Excellence equipment. The homeroom teacher guessed quite accurately. Looking at this unique title equipment in his backpack, Yi-Chen calmed his excited heart. He equipped it. Instantly, a golden special effect erupted around Yi-Chen, accompanied by an intense and uplifting BGM. The golden effect gathered above his head, transforming into a staff symbol against the backdrop of the starry sky. This symbol pattern was exclusive to the Mage Trial Dungeon. The starry staff symbol slowly elongated and faded in the changing BGM, eventually becoming a rectangular border area, hovering above Yi-Chen's head. Finally, the 5 golden characters Hero Trialist appeared above Yi-Chen, flickering slightly, causing him to radiate golden brilliance from time to time. Although the scene unfolded above Yi-Chen's head, he could also see the special effect of wearing the title equipment through real-time information in his mind. This effect was very high-end, much better than the title effect of King Trialist shown in the presentation. Yi-Chen was very satisfied. With a thought, he set the title to hidden. As he commanded, the 5 shining golden characters' hero trilist gradually became transparent and disappeared. Then the faint golden glow around him also faded away. Although the title was hidden, the equipment was still worn, only the effect was concealed, and Yi-Chen still enjoyed the attribute and special skill enhancements brought by the title equipment. He simply did not reveal the title. This was a special hidden function exclusive to the title part. Not only that, players can choose to display their existing titles at will, without conflicting with the currently equipped title. In the world of the unparalleled arc, equipment is subject to location restrictions. There are a total of 14 locations, and each type of location can only wear one piece of equipment. These locations are divided into main weapon, one-handed or two-handed, secondary weapon, only one-handed, head, upper body, lower body, hands, feet, waist, shoulders, rings, necklaces, bracelets, titles, and treasures. The equipment for these locations, like the title location, can also have its appearance hidden. Of course, hiding the upper and lower body requires that there are corresponding leisure and lifestyle equipment in one's decoration slot as a base. In civilized society, public nudity is not allowed. Additionally, the treasure location is the most special. Unlike the previous 13 locations, it does not have a limit on the number of pieces of equipment that can be worn. Theoretically, as long as you have it, the equipment for the treasure location can be worn without restriction. Because of this characteristic, treasure equipment, regardless of its level, is extremely expensive, only affordable for the wealthy. Yi-Chen calmed his emotions and prepared to open the equipment boxes. The dungeon completion reward was 1 blue equipment box and 2 purple equipment boxes. Let's open the blue equipment box first. Open. Yi-Chen focused his mind, and the item in the inventory, random equipment treasure chest, LV5 blue advanced, trembled for a moment before bursting forth with blue light. A piece of equipment appeared in the inventory. Equipment name, classical hood, blue advanced, location, head, type, cloth armor, carrying level, LV5 and above, basic attributes, health plus 80, mana plus 40, spell power plus 5, armor plus 5, magic resistance plus 8, special skill, none, durability, 100 points, owner recognition, none. This equipment is quite good. It has 5 attributes. Yi-Chen was sharp-minded and often kept an eye on the prices of various items, well aware of the current equipment economic situation. The previously dropped white basic equipment, the knowledge bracelet, was able to sell for a high price of 1 gold coin due to its decent attributes. For white equipment, a price of 1 gold coin is already at the ceiling level. Green equipment generally fluctuates between 8 silver coins to 4 gold coins. As for blue equipment prices, they start to gradually inflate as the attributes increase at this level. The price differences for blue equipment with different attributes are much larger compared to white and green equipment, generally fluctuating between 3 gold coins to 12 gold coins. If a blue equipment with high values or exceptional attributes drops, the price can even exceed 20 gold coins. The blue equipment Yi-Chen obtained has high values and many attributes, making it a very good transitional piece. It won't sell for less than 20 gold coins. 15 gold coins is always possible. The next 2 random boxes are purple equipment boxes, which guarantee purple rare equipment. Open. The first, random equipment treasure chest, LV5 purple rare, trembled in the inventory, opened, and burst forth with purple light. Equipment name, breezecloth shoes, purple rare, location, feet, type, cloth armor, carrying level, LV5 and above, basic attributes, speed plus 30, mana plus 350, health plus 350, special skill, none, durability, 100 points. The owner recognition status is unrecognized. As a piece of cloth armor, lacking spell power is a fatal flaw, but at least it has mana attributes, which makes up for it a little. However, the speed is a highlight, adding a full 30 points. Foot equipment will always refresh a speed attribute, meaning it will definitely have a speed attribute. This piece of equipment provides 30 points of speed attribute, which already exceeds the average level for purple equipment. Generally, purple shoes provide around 10 points of speed attribute. If it were plate armor, it would be even lower. This piece of equipment offers more than 3 times the speed attribute of ordinary gear. For magic-based professions that prioritize speed, it holds some appeal. In terms of value, the breezy cloth shoes are not as valuable as the recently dropped Shallan's sword. If Shallan's sword can be sold for 50 gold coins, then these shoes are worth about 30 gold coins. If he encounters a big spender or a wealthy person, it might reach 40 gold coins. Only 1 equipment chest left. Open it directly. The second random equipment chest, LV5 purple rare, burst forth with purple light. Whoosh! The moment he saw the type of equipment, Yi-Chen's eyes widened, and he clenched his fists, feeling exhilarated. A treasure has appeared. Equipment name, Amulet of Tiger's Strength, Purple Rare, Slot, Treasure Carrying Level, LV5 and above base attributes, Attack Power plus 20 Special Skill, None Durability, 100 points bound, unbound, wearing this equipment will automatically bind it, ha. Yi Chen laughed out loud. This is a treasure equipment. As mentioned before, because treasure equipment has no wearing restrictions, in the world of the unparalleled arc, treasure equipment is the rarest and most expensive type of gear. The treasure equipment category is inherently high-priced. Even the price of a white treasure can almost rival that of pink equipment in other slots. Moreover, what Yi Chen has just obtained is a purple treasure equipment. I've hit the jackpot, this is the real deal. Yi Chen suppressed his excitement, cleared his mind, and closed his eyes to recall the market situation. Ha! This equipment is worth at least 2,000 gold coins. What does 2,000 gold coins mean? It's equivalent to 200,000 yuan. Some might ask, can an equipment that only increases attack power by 20 points be worth that much? It can. Don't forget, treasure equipment can be equipped in unlimited quantities. This 20 points of attack power is indeed not high, only half of the 40 points provided by Shallan's sword. But while Shallan's sword can only be sold for 50 gold coins, this Amulet of Tiger's Strength can be sold for 2,000 gold coins. That's 40 times the price of the sword. The reason is simple, each person can only equip one main weapon, but everyone can equip countless treasures. At the same level, with the same equipment attributes, the attribute advantage brought by treasures will be enormous. Moreover, this advantage can snowball. The more treasure equipment a wealthy person carries, the higher their attributes will be. Take this Amulet of Tiger's Strength as an example. If a rich person wears 10 of these amulets, they would have an additional 200 points of attack power compared to an ordinary profession. This gap of 200 points in attack power might be something an ordinary profession could never make up for in their lifetime. Therefore, the price of treasure equipment is so high. Even a white treasure is priced around 500 gold coins, equivalent to 50,000 yuan. With 500 gold coins, an ordinary profession could buy several pieces of top-notch purple equipment or significantly improve their family's living conditions. However, treasures mean little to Yi Chen. Because he can steal attributes infinitely, he doesn't need to rely on treasure equipment to inflate his own attributes. Just take his current 100 million health points as an example. If converted into treasures to stack this 100 million attribute, even the wealthiest person in the world couldn't easily reach this level. The key is that even if the rich have money, treasures are often available at a price but hard to find in the market, especially high-grade treasures. Yi Chen will not use this treasure equipment himself, of course, he intends to sell it. 2,000 gold coins. Next comes the gold coin reward. Yi Chen had been playing since the beginning, and counting the small monsters he had killed on the way in Freedom Town, along with the final boss Shallan dropping 2 gold and 6 silver coins, he had about 5 gold coins on him. Now, with the dungeon completion reward of 5 gold coins, plus the additional reward of 100 gold coins for completing it on Hero difficulty, Yi Chen had a total of 110 gold coins, equivalent to over 11,000 yuan. This does not even account for the value of the equipment materials dropped. Just considering the rewards for completing the dungeon, Yi Chen was far ahead of ordinary professionals. Generally, new professionals, having just completed their job change, could only tackle normal or medium difficulty trial dungeons. Those slightly better might challenge hard difficulty. As for expert difficulty and above, challengers were rare, consisting of those who had awakened S-level talents and at least transitioned to epic professions. The rewards for completing a medium difficulty novice trial dungeon typically yielded about 1 gold coin from regular drops, plus a completion reward of 5 gold coins and a difficulty reward of 4 gold coins. Altogether, that would be just about 10 gold coins, equivalent to over 1,000 yuan. And Yi Chen? He had over 10,000 yuan. This gap was akin to everyone graduating from high school and going out to work part-time, where Yi Chen easily earned 10,000 yuan while his classmates toiled for a meager 1,000 yuan. This was the difference. Moreover, this did not even factor in the purple equipment dropped from the hero difficulty boss he defeated, the legendary grade materials, and the treasures from the purple equipment chests awarded for completing the dungeon. The disparity was not only reflected in monetary value but also in attributes. Normally, completing a novice trial dungeon would reward 10 free attribute points. Depending on the difficulty, additional free attribute points would be awarded. Completing medium difficulty would only grant an additional 8 free attribute points. Since Yi Chen completed the highest difficulty dungeon, he received an extra 100 attribute points. These 100 attribute points were indeed a lot for others, but for Yi Chen, they were merely a bonus. Ever since awakening the super divine talent, Hand of the Blasphemer, Yi-Chen knew he would no longer rely on equipment and leveling up to gain attribute values. Instead, he would rely on stealing. Now his health had exceeded 100 million, theoretically speaking, as long as he didn't allocate attribute points to health, he could add them anywhere else. After some thought, he decided to allocate all points to spell power. After all, he was a mage, and his output capability depended on spell power. He couldn't just keep hitting monsters with a stick for the rest of his life. So, he allocated all 100 free attribute points to spell power, increasing it by a full 200 points. His spell power jumped from 139 points to 339 points. If not considering equipment factors, this was about the level of a 30th level magic profession. Ding, you have completed the hero level difficulty Mage Novice Trial Dungeon Freedom Town. You can choose to leave the dungeon at any time. You will automatically exit this dungeon after 1 hour. Hearing the system's prompt, Yi-Chen closed his eyes, calmed his emotions, and began to review. I dropped a pair of purple shoes worth 30 gold coins and a purple weapon worth 50 gold coins. Adding the 5 gold coins accumulated from killing monsters in the dungeon and the 105 gold coins rewarded for completing the hero difficulty dungeon, I have 110 gold coins in cash. These rewards together are worth 190 gold coins. He had completed a novice trial dungeon and earned enough to cover his living expenses for over 10 months. And it wasn't over yet. This Amulet of Tiger's Strength is worth 2,000 gold coins. And this Magic Elephant Fong * left, a legendary grade material that can be used for forging or alchemy, is worth at least 2,000 gold coins or more. These two items combined are worth at least 4,000 gold coins, which is 400,000 pieces. 400,000. Yi-Chen murmured, enough to help my family settle part of our debts. Thinking of this, his mood became somewhat excited. When he was young, although Yi-Chen's family couldn't be considered noble, they were at the top tier of the middle class. But when he was 10 years old, his father, who was over level 260 and had undergone 5 awakenings and 3 class changes, suffered severe injuries during an exploration of a great secret realm. After narrowly escaping with his life, he lost his combat ability and became a useless person. From then on, the family not only lost their source of income but also fell into deep debt. Relying solely on his mother's meager income, they struggled to get by, with her supporting Yi-Chen's education while slowly repaying the debts. Since then, relatives had distanced themselves from Yi-Chen's family, and the only time they contacted them was to demand repayment. During his 3 years in high school, Yi-Chen worked hard to study and hone his combat skills, all to contribute to his family after his class change and the college entrance examination. He wanted to pay off the debts as soon as possible. He truly did not want to live under the pressure of debt anymore. Today, Yi-Chen awakened the epic class of Flame Mage. This was actually something worth celebrating, as an epic class was already considered quite good in the world of the Supreme Arc. The unfortunate ones were the ordinary and rare class holders. It was a common consensus that those who primarily transitioned to epic classes would surely stand out in the future. However, Yi-Chen knew that while an epic class was excellent, it was still not enough to support him through the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Thanks to his super divine talent, Hand of the Blasphemer, he could easily break through the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. He achieved the world first kill honor for the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon and earned the red gear title of heroic trialist. He also received the first kill reward, an epic hidden questline. The first task reward of this hidden questline was a pet egg. Moreover, the task reward preview clearly stated, at least starry level. In the world of the Supreme Arc, monsters and pets also have ranks. From low to high, they are Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Starry, King, Peerless King, Glory King, Legendary King, Emperor, and Divine. Monsters are divided into 4 types. The first type is Ordinary, which refers to common small monsters. The second type is Elite, equivalent to elite small monsters. The third type is Boss, which refers to the main bosses. The fourth type is Rare. These monsters are not very strong but are good at escaping. If they can be killed, they yield huge rewards and precious materials. Starry level pets can only be captured by players over level 200. And a starry level pet egg is worth over 100,000 gold coins. In terms of Yin Kingdom currency, that amounts to tens of millions. Many wealthy nobles love to spend over 100,000 gold coins to acquire starry level pet eggs for their family's younger generation. For commoners like Yi-Chen, a starry level pet egg is something they could hardly aspire to in their lifetime. But now, such a pet egg, which was once unattainable, could be obtained through completing a hidden epic quest. Moreover, it stated it was at least starry level. This meant that if Yi-Chen was lucky enough, he could even hatch a king level pet egg. Or, even more outrageous, a peerless king level. A Glory King level. Yi Chen dared not think further, he was afraid he would lose control. When he opened his eyes again, hope and determination shone in his gaze. Awakened talent, change fate. He was no longer the destitute boy he once was. Leave the dungeon. Yi Chen's figure gradually disappeared, and within the hero-level dungeon, his calm yet slightly authoritative voice echoed. Before him was a pitch-black void, and when he opened his eyes again, Yi Chen had returned to the second high school, inside the massive sports arena. He stepped out of the arc, his body restored to its physical form. The air was filled with the sounds of chatter and noise. These were the discussions of classmates who had just completed their class change and awakened their talents. From the intense discussions, it was clear that the students were excited and joyful. Presumably, those still in the sports arena were all individuals with impressive professions and talents. As for those who awakened mediocre CB-level talents or ordinary life professions, they must have already left in embarrassment. Have you heard? One of the 4 school beauties, our class's cold dream goddess, not only changed to an epic profession but also awakened an SS-level talent. Yi Chen noticed a few well-off boys from his class gathered together, discussing. The cold dream goddess also said that she studies very hard, always ranking in the top 10 of the grade, in our class, the eternal second. Oof. One chubby-faced guy sneered, in the past, our cold dream goddess was indeed the eternal second, her grades couldn't compare to that guy Yi Chen. But have you noticed? Yi Chen, as the top student, was the first to enter the arc, and he still hasn't come out. What does that mean? Another guy chimed in, his tone somewhat gleeful. Of course, it means he's struggling in the novice trial dungeon. I bet this guy must not have awakened a good talent or profession, his mindset must have collapsed, yet he stubbornly chose the high difficulty novice trial dungeon. Maybe right now, he's already been forced to respawn weekly and exit the dungeon. A few friends burst into laughter at this. Not far away, Su Lungmeng felt a slight discomfort upon hearing this. After all, Yi Chen was a rival she valued, and for the past 3 years, he had always kept her under his thumb. Don't get the wrong idea, it was academically. This made Su Lungmeng very dissatisfied, and surpassing Yi Chen had become her obsession. When these second-generation kids slandered Yi Chen, Su Lungmeng felt a twinge of humiliation herself. If Yi Chen was trash, then what did that make her, who had been suppressed by him for 3 years? Her expression showed a mix of worry and anxiety as she raised her left wrist and glanced at the white watch on her arm. Almost 2 hours had passed since the class change began. As the first to enter the arc, Yi Chen still hadn't come out. This made Su Lingmeng doubt, could it be that Yi Chen really had an accident? Clearly, his grades were so good, it would be a shame if he didn't awaken a good talent or profession. Thinking of this, Su Lingmeng suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. People often say that the grades from the first few years of high school don't really mean much and don't represent anything. What mattered were the class change and awakening. In fact, Su Lungmeng could have left long ago. But after quickly completing the adventure level novice trial dungeon, she returned to the sports arena, only to find that Yi Chen was still missing. Curious about Yi Chen's profession and talent, she decided to wait here. She cast her gaze back toward the arc, her enchanting big eyes lighting up as she moved her slender, tall legs clad in white stockings toward Yi Chen. Su Lingmeng was one of the 4 school beauties of the second high school, her shoulder-length black hair exuding a faint fragrance, and her fair, rosy face bore an exceptionally beautiful calm expression. She wore a school uniform on her upper body and a matching short skirt on her lower body, revealing her slender, tall legs beneath the thin white stockings, attracting the attention of many students. How is it? In Su Lingmeng's gaze, there was a mix of 5 parts expectation and 5 parts tension. Yi Chen had quite a good impression of this proud and beautiful school belle in their class. Yi Chen asked in return, I heard you awakened an SS-level talent and changed to an epic class? Upon hearing this, Su Lingmeng resembled a peacock spreading its feathers, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips, her face full of pride. Yes. Epic class, Frost Mage, SS-level talent, cold bloodline. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, surprised. What a coincidence, I also changed to an epic class, Flame Mage. Super, SSS-level talent, miracle. At this statement, Su Lungmeng was taken aback. Yi Chen had just come out of the arc after such a long time, which meant he must have spent too much time in the novice trial dungeon. If he had also awakened an SSS-level talent and changed to an epic class, why would he spend so much time in the trial dungeon? There was only one possibility. Su Lingmeng thought, could it be that he challenged a high-difficulty novice trial dungeon? She had challenged the adventure difficulty. Could it be that he challenged a level higher than adventure, the warrior difficulty? With this thought, Su Lingmeng looked up, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen, her tone carrying a mix of pride and curiosity. I cleared the novice trial dungeon at adventure difficulty. With a score above 90, I earned the title of adventure trialist. As she said this, Su Lungming couldn't help but showcase the effect of her title. With a whoosh, accompanied by beautiful white flowers, the 5 purple characters Adventure Trialist appeared above Su Lungming's head, shimmering slightly. Adventure Trialist was a purple grade item. After displaying her title, Su Lungming eagerly asked, "What about you? What difficulty did you clear?" At that moment, a few annoying second-generation rich kids gathered around. They had actually been paying attention to Su Lungming, and when they saw her approach the arc, they naturally followed. Yi-Chen casually replied, "I cleared the hero difficulty. Students who clear the novice trial dungeon at school will have their records saved. The principal and teachers will definitely find out, and this matter cannot be hidden." So Yi-Chen spoke openly. "What? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Yi-Chen, if anyone's pretending, it's definitely you." As an old saying goes, boasting doesn't incur taxes. Hearing this, the second-generation rich kids began to mock Yi-Chen. They simply did not believe he could clear the novice trial dungeon at hero difficulty. Even Su Lingming slightly furrowed her brows, her gaze towards Yi-Chen filled with doubt and disbelief, even a hint of disappointment. Their disbelief was justified. The homeroom teacher had mentioned that there were a total of 10 difficulties for the novice trial dungeon: easy, normal, medium, hard, expert, master, adventure, warrior, king, and hero. Among them, no one had ever cleared the novice trial dungeon at hero difficulty. There were cases in textbooks. In big cities like the capital and Magic City, a few prodigies would emerge each year who changed to divine limit classes and awakened divine level talents. Even those prodigies from prestigious families had failed to clear the hero difficulty dungeon, regrettably exiting the dungeon and entering a weakened state for several days. Let alone Yi-Chen, a commoner who had changed to an epic class and awakened an SSS level talent. So now, when Yi-Chen said he cleared the novice trial dungeon at hero difficulty, no one would believe him. Not to mention epic classes and SS talents, even with a legendary class paired with an SSS level talent, they wouldn't even think about entering the hero difficulty dungeon. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Yi-Chen smiled and shook his head, saying no more. He didn't want to waste time here and turned to leave. But the chubby, round-faced second-generation rich kid blocked his way. "Yi-Chen, everyone understands that as the top student, you're upset about not being able to transition to a divine class or awaken a divine talent." The round-faced, chubby rich kid, Zhu Yongzhen, continued loudly and harshly, "But you can't lie. Teacher Luan often teaches us to be honest and trustworthy. You are here boasting and making a scene, which will affect the overall honor of our Class 5 in the 3rd year." His words, spoken loudly, indeed attracted the attention of many classmates around. These peers recognized the top student, Yi-Chen, who was the first to enter the arc for class transition awakening, and the stunning Su Lingming, dressed in beautiful white silk. So everyone gathered around, eager to watch the drama unfold. Seeing that his words successfully drew everyone's attention, Zhu Yongzhen felt a sense of satisfaction. He had long been displeased with Yi-Chen. He couldn't understand how a grassroots commoner could occupy the top position in class and remain in the top 5 of the grade for 3 years. Moreover, he frequently attracted the attention of his crush, Su Lingming, one of the 4 school beauties. Thinking of this made Zhu Yongzhen feel even worse. He silently vowed to make Yi-Chen look foolish today. Zhu Yongzhen cleared his throat and shouted, "Classmates, our class's Yi-Chen says he cleared the hero difficulty dungeon." "Ha? What? Is that true?" The classmates gathered to watch the excitement, some even taking out their phones to record. At this moment, Su Lungming couldn't stand it any longer. She frowned and said to Zhu Yongzhen, "Hey, Zhu Yongzhen, Yi-Chen might just be joking with me. We're all classmates. Do you really need to make such a big deal out of it? Besides, it's none of your business if we're chatting." The more Su Lingming defended Yi-Chen, the worse Zhu Yongzhen felt, like a dull knife cutting into his heart. Zhu Yongzhen's face twisted with a hint of malice as he watched his dream girl, Su Lingming, standing next to the calm and handsome Yi-Chen. They looked so perfect together. This scene stimulated every nerve in Zhu Yongzhen's body, causing him to lose control of his emotions. At that moment, he was determined not only to make Yi-Chen look foolish but also to expose his family's scandals in front of all the classmates, in public. He wanted to ruin Yi-Chen's reputation so that he would never dare to approach Su Lingming again. What joke! He just loves to brag, loves to lie, loves to show off. Zhu Yongzhen looked around, half shouting and half roaring. His dad is just that kind of person. Bragging about how amazing he is, daring to take his friends to clear a level 10 dungeon at over level 260. In the end, they wiped out, losing over 10 people and leaving 5 or 6 permanently disabled. To this day, his family still owes compensation. Like father, like son. At such a young age, he dares to lie and brag about clearing the hero difficulty dungeon. If he grows up, what will happen then? As these words roared out, the entire place fell into silence. Soon, whispers began to rise. The classmates in the front row pointed at Yi Chen. Su Lingmeng was hearing about this for the first time. She turned her head, her gaze filled with shock as she looked at Yi Chen's calm face. She knew that during their 3 years of high school, Yi Chen's life had been tough, with breakfast always being the cheapest steamed buns and pickles. Sometimes, for lunch, he couldn't even afford a vegetarian meal box and had to buy a few more buns in the morning to nibble on at noon. Originally, Su Lingmeng thought Yi Chen's family was simply poor, but after hearing Zhu Yongzhen's words, she felt a mix of emotions, unable to speak. Yi Chen's expression was calm, but inside he was a stormy sea. He looked at Zhu Yongzhen with eyes devoid of any emotion. His father had indeed failed the dungeon, but he wasn't bragging. Back then, their team, averaging level 240, was tackling a level 100 high-level dungeon. It should have been an easy win, but unexpectedly, half of what Zhu Yongzhen said was true, while the other half was false. Faced with such slander and insult, Yi Chen really wanted to kill this detestable second-generation heir right then and there. He. The murmurs of the crowd were interrupted by a pleasant, melodious laugh. Accompanied by a very beautiful female voice, a girl dressed in a tight black sports outfit, with an exceptionally hot and slim figure, stepped forward and addressed Zhu Yongzhen. Let me ask you, if he didn't lie and really cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon, what would you say? Everyone looked on in surprise, realizing that the speaker was none other than Wan Haoyue, one of the 4 campus beauties. Seeing Wan Haoyue, one of the 4 campus beauties, speaking up for Yi Chen, Zhu Yongzhen was completely enraged. He shouted, if he really cleared the hero difficulty dungeon, I'll jump off the first teaching building and die outside. Wan Haoyue laughed at this and turned to the crowd. Did you all hear that? Did you record it? At that moment, a deep, magnetic male voice rang out. It was Yi Chen. No need for you to jump off. Yi Chen slowly walked up to Zhu Yongzhen, his eyes calm on the surface but turbulent inside. He continued, if I lied, if I boasted, if I bragged, then I should be the one to jump off. But if I didn't lie, if I didn't boast, if I didn't brag, and I really cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon, then you will kneel in front of all the classmates and apologize to me. How about it? Do you dare? Looking at Yi Chen's calm face, Zhu Yongzhen suddenly felt a peculiar aura emanating from him. Zhu Yongzhen, who was usually so confident, couldn't describe this aura and could only think of it as a kingly presence. For a moment, Zhu Yongzhen felt a bit intimidated, and an absurd thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could it be that he really cleared the hero difficulty dungeon? The self-doubt lasted only a moment before he dismissed it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was a dungeon difficulty that even the genius heirs and princesses with awakened divine-level talents couldn't clear. Just based on Yi Chen? No way. Zhu Yongzhen straightened his chest, raised his head, and confidently said, alright, then it's settled. If you are lying, then you jump off the building and don't drag me into it. If you are not lying, then I will kneel and apologize to you. Anyway, you can't possibly clear the hero difficulty, so what do I have to fear? Clap. Wan Haoyue clapped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Alright, everyone here will be a witness. The loser later can't go back on their word. Then she looked at Yi Chen, classmate Yi Chen, let's go to the principal's office. There are records of all students' novice trial dungeon clearances, we'll know right away. Yi Chen replied in a deep voice, no need to go through all that trouble. No need to go through all that trouble. Hearing Yi Chen say this, everyone present, including campus beauties Wan Haoyue and Su Lingmeng, was stunned. What did this mean? Everyone knew that to prove one had cleared a certain difficulty novice trial dungeon, there were only 2 ways. The first method was the most direct and effective, to check the data in the principal's office. The data of students clearing the novice trial dungeon would be uploaded to the school's higher-ups' computers through the school's ARC. The principal and the board of directors can use these clearance data to select high-quality talents for special training with resource allocation. Therefore, by going to the principal and checking the data, one can know the difficulty, clearance time, and score of Yi Chen's novice trial dungeon. As for the second method, it is through titles. For example, the title Adventurer Tester that Su Lingmeng just displayed proves that she cleared the novice trial dungeon at the adventure difficulty. Title equipment cannot be faked, it is irrefutable evidence. At this moment, everyone surrounded Yi Chen, and the smarter students began to realize what Yi Chen's words meant. Could it be that he not only cleared the novice trial dungeon at the hero difficulty but also achieved a score above 80, earning the title Hero Tester? When this thought crossed everyone's mind, even Wan Haoyue, who believed in Yi Chen the most, felt it was somewhat absurd. Yi Chen closed his eyes, focused his mind, and removed the hidden option for the title effect. In an instant, a golden light effect erupted around Yi Chen, enveloping his body and making him look as radiant as a deity. At the same time, a lively and uplifting violin and piano ensemble began to play. The melody, combined with the harmonies of male and female sopranos, seemed to celebrate Yi Chen's great achievements. It resonated throughout the massive sports venue, catching the attention of students who had not been drawn in by the earlier commotion. Holy crap! Did I hear that right? That's the exclusive BGM for the Hero Tester title. Yes, that's right. I listen to it every day on the internet. What's going on? Is someone playing the BGM for the Hero Tester title out loud? In previous transfer ceremonies, some teachers and students had played the BGM for the Hero Tester to inspire everyone. This BGM itself has a beautiful and motivating melody. Moreover, this BGM symbolizes the highest honor for senior students before the college entrance examination, so it holds a unique place in the hearts of the students. Even as they grow up, no matter how powerful they become, they will feel regret for not having obtained this title. Unlike the students outside who were unaware of the situation, those in the inner circle who witnessed it firsthand looked at the golden effect displayed on Yi Chen. At first, they didn't react. However, when the familiar and longed-for BGM for the Hero Tester title began to play, they were all stunned, their expressions frozen in shock. The effect was not over. The BGM continued to play, and the male and female soprano harmonies reached their climax. The golden light gradually gathered above Yi Chen's head, resembling a small sun, shining brightly. At the same time, a deep blue starry sky background appeared above Yi Chen. Under the illumination of the golden light and against the backdrop of deep blue, a symbol representing the mage profession slowly formed. In less than 3 seconds, the symbol flickered, gradually merging with the light and the deep blue starry sky background, embellishing the originally empty starry sky with vast stars. After that, the vast starry background slowly enlarged, forming a rectangular frame area right above Yi Chen's head. As the BGM entered its final phase, swish, 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 swish. The 5 golden characters Hero Tester appeared above Yi Chen's head, flickering slightly, bathing Yi Chen in golden brilliance. When the BGM for the Hero Tester title ended, the venue fell into a deathly silence. The silence did not last long. Oh, my god! He is a god, he is a god. Holy cow, he really cleared the novice trial dungeon at the hero difficulty, Yi Chen YYDS. 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 There was no way around it. The special effect of the title, Heroic Trialist, was simply too impressive. Moreover, this effect was something everyone had only seen in official demonstrations on course materials or online videos before. This was the first time in their lives that they were witnessing the effects and sounds of the Heroic Trialist title in person. Su Lengmeng stared blankly at Yi Chen's back, her eyes filled with shock and envy. She was wearing white stockings and stood just a meter behind Yi Chen. Yet at this moment, Su Lengmeng suddenly felt that the gap between them was immense. In class, Yi Chen was always first, and she was the perennial second. Su Lengmeng believed that as long as she continued to work hard, she would surely surpass Yi Chen. However, now, looking at the golden glow and the 5 elegant golden characters, all that remained in her eyes was a bitter emotion. On the other side, the school beauty Ruan Haoyue looked at Yi Chen with surprise and curiosity. Being curious about a man was a sign of a girl falling for him. She also came from an extraordinary background, her family being much stronger than Su Lengmeng's, with special connections. Earlier, she had just finished her job change and was about to celebrate with her close friends when she suddenly received a call from her mother. On the phone, her mother urgently told her that a student at their school had cleared the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. Her mother said this student's name was Yi Chen and urged her to get close to him immediately. Ruan Haoyue was also a bit shocked. She knew how difficult the Hero Dungeon was. Even her cousin, a prodigy who had changed to a god-tier profession and awakened an SSS-level talent, had failed in the Hero Difficulty Dungeon last year and only recovered from his weakened state the day before the college entrance examination. To be honest, there were not many prodigies left who dared to challenge the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. Because once they failed, although their lives would be safe, they would miss the final month of preparation before the college entrance exam due to the weakened state. But in such a situation, Ruan Haoyue blinked her bright eyes, staring at Yi Chen, thinking, originally, this guy had good grades and was quite handsome, but he was just poor and powerless, not in my sights. But now, he is so capable. What to do? I'm a bit moved. Ruan Haoyue's starry eyes turned slightly, and she came up with the idea of pleasing Yi Chen. She smiled sweetly at the dazed Zhu Yongjin and said, this classmate, yes, that's you. At that moment, Zhu Yongjin looked as if his soul had been sucked away, feeling dazed and extremely dispirited. Just a moment ago, he had been barking at Yi Chen like a rabid dog, but now he had turned into a rat crossing the street, everyone shouting to beat him. Ruan Haoyue stared at Zhu Yongjin, not hiding the sarcasm and disdain in her eyes, and said, did you not just say that if Yi Chen really cleared the Hero Difficulty Dungeon, you would jump off the roof and die outside? After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. "Oh, sorry, I remembered wrong. What Yi-chan just said was for you to kneel down and apologize to him in front of all the classmates." She had intentionally brought up both punishments to harshly suppress Zhu Yongjin's emotions. A few minutes after the special effect of the heroic trialist title ended, a huge buzz erupted in the sports venue. The students were enthusiastically discussing Yi-chan's achievement in clearing the hero difficulty dungeon. Now that Yi-chan had proven himself, it was Zhu Yongjin's turn to be pointed at. Zhu Yongjin's few second-generation friends quickly distanced themselves from him, pretending not to know him. "Kneel down! Kneel down!" Witnessing the birth of the heroic trialist, the excited students vented their emotions on Zhu Yongjin after hearing Ruan Haoyue's words. Yi-chan himself remained unperturbed by praise or humiliation, neither humble nor arrogant, still quietly standing there. However, deep within his dark eyes, a storm brewed like thunder. Upon seeing Yi-chan's captivating, pitch-black gaze, Zhu Yongjin couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Amidst the enthusiastic shouts of the surrounding students, his knees buckled, and he fell directly to the ground. He raised his head, glancing around, feeling utterly distressed. What the hell? This kid actually cleared the hero difficulty dungeon. Who would have thought? It's over, it's all over. How is this going to end? Just as Zhu Yongjin fell silent, his chubby face contorted in despair, Ruan Haoyue's taunts came again. "Hey, fat-headed pig, what's your name again, Zhu something?" Ruan Haoyue was a clever girl, a little queen at home, full of ideas. If she wanted to deliberately annoy someone, she had 1,000 ways to do it. This time, she intentionally used the words fat-headed and pig to provoke Zhu Yongjin. In truth, she knew his name. Zhu Yongjin came from a decent family and was somewhat of a notable figure in the second high school circle. But in front of a young lady like Ruan Haoyue, who came from a prestigious family, he was nothing. Faced with Ruan Haoyue's insult, Zhu Yongjin didn't dare to utter a word. "Pig, you're already kneeling, so don't just sit there. Hurry up and bow to Yi-chan and apologize." Zhu Yongjin felt bitter inside. With the crowd shouts surrounding him, he unconsciously knelt down, already losing face, and now he had to bow his head. To be honest, in his entire life, not even his grandfather had made him bow. At home, he was the treasure of the Zhu family. His family would never let him suffer any grievances. But now, seeing Zhu Yongjin silent and submissive, Ruan Haoyue sneered and mocked. "What's wrong? Dare to act but not to admit it? Are you still a man?" Some classmates around also shouted, "Yeah, do you have any guts? Where's that contemptuous look from earlier? Show it to everyone again." "Oh, young Master Zhu. Stop with the young Master Zhu. You're acting like a woman. From now on, let's call you young Mistress Zhu." Zhu Yongjin looked utterly embarrassed. He raised his head, ignoring Ruan Haoyue and the crowd, and pitifully said to Yi-chan, "Yi-chan, after all, we are classmates. I was just joking, don't take it seriously. Just treat me like a fart and let it go." Beside him, Su Lingming spoke up, "Oh, so now you know your classmates? When you were aggressively attacking Yi-chan with your words, why didn't you consider that you were classmates?" Zhu Yongjin had been pursuing Su Lingming both openly and secretly, which annoyed her greatly. She already disliked Zhu Yongjin, and now, with this incident, her feelings had turned from dislike to disgust. Yi-chan's voice rang out, calm and steady, "Apologize to my father." Zhu Yongjin, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. "Apologize to my father," Yi-chen repeated, and this time, his voice seemed to have some magical power, exploding in Zhu Yongjin's mind like a thunderclap. Zhu Yongjin's mind was thrown into chaos, and he hurriedly shouted, "I'm sorry, Yi-chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have slandered your father. I'm sorry, Yi-chen, I shouldn't have slandered." He repeated it several times. Yi-chen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he no longer looked at Zhu Yongjin, lifted his foot, and calmly walked towards the gymnasium exit. The crowd around him instinctively parted to let him through. Yi-chen left, but Zhu Yongjin's ordeal was far from over. Ruan Haoyue glanced at the somewhat dazed and dejected Zhu Yongjin, then shifted her gaze to Yi-chen's gradually receding figure. "Wow, Yi-chen is so handsome. Not only does he have good looks, but his demeanor is equally impressive. It really looks quite good. I need to find a way to get close to him and please him." Ruan Haoyue's beautiful eyes turned, as if she was plotting something mischievous, and finally her gaze returned to Zhu Yongjin, smiling at him. Zhu Yongjin immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This classmate Zhu. Ruan Haoyue's lips curled into a little devilish smile as she spoke in front of many classmates in the gym. "When you all were betting just now, everyone was a witness. You clearly agreed to bow, but you didn't." At this moment, some emotionally intelligent classmates quickly chimed in, trying hard to win Yi-chan's favor. These classmates wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Chen. After all, he was a man capable of clearing the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Shouldn't they quickly cling to this big leg and ask to be carried? Which class are you from? What's your name? If you don't bow today, we won't recognize you as a classmate. That's right, even though Yi Chen has already left, that was his generosity and quality. It doesn't mean you can just skip out on bowing. Come on, hurry up and bow. How did such an uncultured person come out of second high? What a sin. Bow, bow. Hearing the crowd's continuous condemnation, Zhu Yongjin began to panic. At this moment, he realized that losing face and reputation were minor issues. If his reputation was ruined, it would be over for him. After transferring high schools, he had to take the college entrance examination in a month, and after the exam, there were still 2 months of summer vacation. These 3 months were crucial. He couldn't afford to be idle and needed to continuously run dungeons to level up and hone his skills. Only then could he have a good starting point when entering university and qualify to participate in exclusive trial dungeons to continue his development and learning. And running dungeons usually required a team. If someone had a bad reputation, no classmates would be willing to team up with him. In that case, he would have to join random teams in society. How could random teams compare to a team of familiar classmates? In random teams, various problems could arise, such as distribution issues, coordination problems, and so on. There were all kinds of people, and he might even encounter black teams that banded together to scam newcomers. Zhu Yongjin knew that if he didn't bow and apologize soon, it would really be over. He gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his head. Another classmate shouted, "Hurry up! Don't make us help you do it ourselves." As soon as the words fell, they instantly won everyone's unanimous agreement. "You were so spirited when you slandered him just now. Why are you deflating now?" Yeah, how did you turn into a deflated guy now? Deflated guy. Hurry up! Deflated guy! Hurry up! Listening to the crowd's unified condemnation, Zhu Yongjin was filled with regret. He originally thought that Yi Chen could never clear the hero difficulty dungeon. At that time, not only he, but others also didn't believe it. They just didn't say it as harshly as he did. Zhu Yongjin truly thought that mocking Yi Chen and exposing his family's shortcomings was not a big deal. What could happen by bullying a student like Yi Chen, who had no power or influence? But now, he had truly shot himself in the foot. Zhu Yongjin had no way out. Everyone could drown him with their spittle. Moreover, he recalled the golden light surrounding Yi Chen, with the 5 shining words above his head, hero trialist. In an instant, he realized something, his heart filled with fear and regret. It's over, he had offended this great deity Yi Chen. Being able to clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon was rare in the world, a future potential big leg. Now, not only had he failed to cling to this big leg, but he had also offended him, becoming a stepping stone for others to cling to him instead. Just now, his mind was a bit chaotic, but at this moment he realized that he was filled with regret. Damn it! Why didn't he just admit his mistake quickly and sincerely? Yi Chen had already left, and now it was too late. No! Zhu Yongjin stood up as if mad, wanting to chase after Yi Chen to give a serious, sincere, standard, and belated apology. He pushed through the crowd and finally squeezed outside the venue. What met his eyes was the glaring sunlight. Where was Yi Chen's figure? It was too late, it was over. A farce had come to an end. The participating classmates were cursing Zhu Yongjin for being shameless and praising Yi Chen for his magnanimity. As for the other students in the same grade, witnessing Yi Chen's title of heroic trialist, their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Some still found it hard to believe. What the hell, is this real? Am I not dreaming? I witnessed history. Some were envious and jealous, feeling self-destructive. Damn it, why isn't it me? Some were excitedly planning to get close to Yi Chen. Brother Nan is about to become famous in Dian. Following him means there's meat to eat. And some female classmates had already listed Yi Chen as their most desired boyfriend. Wow, I really want to be with him. At that moment, a tall and thin boy stepped out of the ark. He looked like a pretty boy, dressed like a popular star, and seemed to come from a good family, giving off a very flamboyant vibe. As soon as he came out of the ark, he couldn't wait to share his joy with his classmates. Ha ha ha, classmates, I've changed my job to a legendary profession, and I awakened an SSS level talent. I successfully cleared the Yi Warrior difficulty novice trial dungeon, and my score was above 80. While he spoke, he showcased his title of Warrior Trialist. Ding ding ding, I'm a Warrior Trialist now, huh? Is there anyone who wants to team up with me to clear dungeons? Add me on WeChat to line up, girls first. The tall, thin pretty boy suddenly realized that he had been chattering for a long time, but not a single classmate was paying attention to him. At that moment, the WeChat notification kept ringing. He took out his phone and opened the class group, instantly petrified. What? Yi-Chen actually cleared the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon? Looking at the Heroic Trialist title effect spreading in the group, the smile on the tall, thin pretty boy's face suddenly vanished. No wonder no one was paying attention to him. It turned out that all the spotlight had been stolen by Yi-Chen. His face fell, showing an expression of despair as if he had eaten shit. Since there is Zhu, why is there Liang? Inside the principal's office, Principal Hao Yuma, in her 30s, was a plump and beautiful mature woman, her long black hair tied into a neat ponytail. At this moment, she was sitting comfortably in a sofa chair, resting with her eyes closed. A small hand, as white as jade, pressed against her forehead, gently rubbing. Her thin lips parted slightly, seemingly murmuring to herself, but in reality, she was speaking to the several vice principals gathered in the office. Last year, our second high school had no graduates who changed their job to a legendary profession, and the number of epic professions was also not many. She didn't mention divine limit professions, as they were extremely rare. Only a few could emerge from 100 million people. Nowadays, divine limit professionals were basically big shots from huge factions. If this year, the situation remains the same, then our Hangcheng Second High School's reputation will be hard to maintain. The several vice principals stood across from the desk, looking at each other, feeling a great sense of pressure. Every year, the pride of every high school was the data of students changing jobs during graduation season. Among them, the more schools that had legendary and epic professions, the more resources they could obtain from the province. Last year, their second high school not only had no students change to legendary professionals, but even the number of epic professions was barely satisfactory. Don't even mention catching up to the top-ranked Hangzhou Key High School, just maintaining the second position and not being surpassed by Hangzhou Third High School would be good enough. The hearts of several vice principals were heavy. If the second high school dropped in ranking, their salaries and benefits would also take a hit. At that moment, the beautiful and mature principal, Hao Yuma, heard a notification sound from her principal's control computer. Upon hearing the sound, Hao Yuma instantly opened her eyes, her mature and charming face radiating an alluring aura. Got it, got it. A student has advanced to a legendary profession. As she shouted, she clicked on the control interface and pulled up the student's information. Class 8 of the senior year, Wang Han, has advanced to the legendary profession of Singer of the Sea. Hearing this news, the vice principals became excited. This year, their second high school had a graduate who advanced to a legendary profession, which would surely attract a significant resource allocation from the province. Suddenly, Hao Yume's phone rang. Looking at it, she saw it was a close friend from the provincial education department calling. She answered the phone, and her friend's tone was extremely excited. Yume, your school has produced an extraordinary student. Hearing her best friend's overly excited voice, Hao Yume felt a bit puzzled. Although advancing to a legendary profession was indeed impressive, it shouldn't be enough to make her friend, who was the deputy director of the education department, so excited, right? The education department oversees education in the entire province, and among the graduating seniors each year, there are usually a dozen or so students who advance to legendary professions. Especially at Hangzhou Key High School, they typically produce at least 3 students who advance to legendary professions each year. Having one student from the second high school advance to a legendary profession was indeed a commendable achievement. But to say it was extraordinary seemed a bit exaggerated. As Hao Yume thought this, she glanced at Wang Han's information and humbly remarked, although Wang Han has advanced to a legendary profession, he still has a certain distance to go before being considered extraordinary. Wang Han? On the other end of the line, her friend's tone turned very surprised and confused. Who is Wang Han? Ha? This question left Hao Yume at a loss. Wang Han is the student from our school who advanced to a legendary profession this year. Aren't you calling me about him? On the other end, the lady exclaimed, Yume, you still don't know? Our director has already urgently reported this to the provincial headquarters, and it is said that the provincial headquarters immediately reported it to the central office. This statement completely confused Hao Yume. What is going on? Is it that serious? The fact that it could prompt the education department to report to the provincial headquarters, and then the provincial headquarters to report to the central office, was definitely not a trivial matter. Hao Yume thought for a long time and couldn't figure out what good news from her second high school could cause such a stir. Just one graduate advancing to a legendary profession shouldn't be enough. Yume, a student from your school has cleared the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon, you should know, right? This is not just the first kill in our Yin country. It's the world's first kill. This will be included in textbooks and might even make it into textbooks of other countries. Your Hangzhou Second High School is going to be famous. This is a huge piece of good news. You're lucky. Your school has produced an extraordinary person. Because of this little guy, your Hongzhou Second High School will also benefit greatly. Who knows, surpassing the Key High School might not be impossible. At first, Hao Yueme could understand each word her friend said, but when they were strung together, she couldn't grasp the meaning. She was momentarily bewildered, then re-evaluated the significance of her friend's words and regained her composure. My student, cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. World first kill. As these pieces of information registered in her brain, Hao Yueme let out a scream and jumped up from her comfortable armchair like a rocket. Then she quickly sat back down, her hands striking the keyboard with a loud clatter. She was adjusting the data, fine-tuning the clearance data for today's senior high school students' novice trial dungeon. At that moment, using the data sorting function to arrange the clearance difficulty from high to low, Hao Yueme instantly saw the name at the top. Yi Chen, cleared hero difficulty, time taken 2 hours 7 minutes 33 seconds, score 100 points, hero difficulty, full score 100 points. Looking at the text displayed on the computer, Hao Yueme trembled all over. She confirmed into her phone, this student, is he. As if afraid this was a dream, a bubble, Hao Yueme cautiously confirmed, his name, is it? Yi Chen. The lady on the other end replied, that's right, it's him. The several vice principals nearby, upon hearing this exchange, first looked a bit confused, then disbelief appeared on their faces. Immediately, they disregarded etiquette, crossed over the desks, and surrounded the beautiful principal in black stockings, Hao Yueme. Each of them widened their eyes, staring at the computer screen. Then everyone let out enthusiastic screams. Hao Yueme shouted, silence! Silence! The vice principals, who usually held high positions and often called for silence among students, were quite afraid of Hao Yueme. They immediately quieted down. Among them, aside from the 35-year-old vice principal Zhao Lin, the rest were seasoned educators in their 50s, yet they felt no resentment at being managed by a 30-year-old girl. The vice principals all knew that this girl had some background, otherwise, how could she be the principal of the second high school at such a young age? Hao Yueme ignored the vice principals, her fists clenched tightly, her heart shaken and excited, even tears glistening in her eyes. I will report this and apply for resource allocation for student Yi Chen. The lady on the other end laughed. Wait until you report? The flowers have wilted. But you should indeed prepare something. I estimate that soon the provincial office will call you. The provincial head has urgently summoned Mayor Li for a meeting at the provincial office. The resource allocation plan from the provincial office is already under discussion. I believe that the city's resource allocation plan will also start to be arranged once Mayor Li finishes the meeting and returns. Moreover, the central office will definitely pay great attention to this student Yi Chen and will provide him with additional resource allocation. In front of the central office's resource allocation, our provincial and city allocations are just small matters. I suspect that student Yi Chen might be summoned to the capital and could be selected to participate in those secret realms. Hearing this, Hao Yueme's heart jolted. As a descendant of the Hao family in the capital, she certainly knew what those secret realms meant. They were extremely special realms related to the fate of the nation. If her student were fortunate enough to participate in the exploration of those realms, she, as the principal, could also gain eternal fame. Thinking of this, the beautiful principal in black stockings, Hao Yueme, felt her breath gradually become heavier. Yi Chen. This name was very familiar to Hao Yueme. After Yi Chen enrolled, his grades had always ranked among the top in his grade, naturally garnering the principal's attention. But in the past, it was merely attention. No matter how good Yi Chen's grades were, he was just a powerless, poor student. For such a student, the chance of turning their fate around could not be said to be non-existent, but it was extremely low. Unless he could change his profession to a legendary class and bring glory to the school. But now, he had actually cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. This turnaround was a bit too significant. At this moment, in the heart of the beautiful principal in black stockings, Hao Yueme, the name Yi Chen weighed 1,000 pounds. She believed that in the future, Yi Chen would definitely become a prominent figure in the region. After hanging up the phone with her best friend, Hao Yueme picked up the landline in the principal's office and dialed a number. In the third teaching building, on the west side of the second floor, there was a large room that served as the office for the senior year teachers. Due to the school's policy of a comprehensive office system, all teachers of the same grade were required to work in one office, making it convenient for students to come and ask questions. Therefore, at this moment, the office was filled with homeroom teachers from various classes of the senior year, along with subject teachers from each class. Ah! A sharp scream broke the tranquility of the office, and the one who screamed was a young female teacher who had recently been transferred to the second high school and was directly serving as the homeroom teacher for class 20 of the senior year. The young female teacher continued to exclaim, "What? Our school students have cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon." At first, several older teachers were somewhat displeased with the young teacher's dramatic reaction. However, upon hearing this, their expressions froze, filled with doubt. Not only these teachers, but also the homeroom teacher of Class 5, the charming teacher Wonhee, wore a look of skepticism. "What's going on?" The homeroom teacher of Class 20 excitedly said, "I saw a video, and in the video, our school students were wearing the title of Hero Trialist." "What?" The faces of the teachers in the office were filled with surprise. One elderly teacher said, "Oh, don't waste time watching videos, those are all clickbait accounts, basically fabricating stories to attract attention." Hearing this, the 26-year-old homeroom teacher of Class 20 pouted her cute lips and retorted, "They didn't find it on some video platform. This is a video uploaded in our Class 20 group. Could my students be clickbait accounts?" As she spoke, she forwarded the video shared by the students in the class group to the senior year teacher group. Several teachers clicked on the video in the group, and what came into view was the familiar background of the sports venue and the familiar uniform of the second high school. This is indeed our second high school. I can't believe it." A male teacher, disregarding his composure, chimed in, "We have a similar video in our class group too." There were a total of 20 classes in the senior year, and almost every homeroom teacher opened their class group. In each class group, there were basically dozens of videos. Although the angles of the videos varied, they all captured the same event. That is, a certain chubby student insulted a classmate, and in the end, the insulted student revealed the hero trialist title, effect and name, slapping the chubby student in the face. After watching the video, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Wonhee, felt her mind in chaos. Isn't that my student, Yi Chen, Su Lengmun, and Zhu Yongjin? What's going on? Yi Chen, he cleared the hero difficulty dungeon? Are these videos real or fake? They can't be playing a prank, right? The hero trialist title effect must be edited, right? Although Wonhee knew that Yi Chen had always performed very well and worked hard, she still found it hard to believe that Yi Chen had cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. In her first love years ago, a top student from the famous Hongshui High School, who transitioned to a god-tier profession and awakened an SSS-level talent, had failed to conquer the hero difficulty dungeon and had been depressed for quite some time. And Yi Chen, clearly not as outstanding as her first love, how could such a poor student possibly clear the hero difficulty dungeon? Not only Wonhee, but also the homeroom teachers from other classes and subject teachers all expressed their opinions. They split into two factions, one that believed and another that did not. Oh my, this should be the first clear, right? If students from other universities across the country still haven't cleared the hero dungeon today, then our Hangzhou Second High School would be the first clear in the nation. Not only that, if no one abroad has cleared it either, then it would be the first clear in the world. Our Hangzhou Second High is about to rise. Yi Chen, good boy, good boy. Teacher Luan, congratulations. On the other side, Wonhee belonged to the non-believers. She quickly spoke up, "Teachers, let's calm down. I know this child Yi Chen well, although he is very talented, I don't think he has reached that level yet. There must be some misunderstanding. Moreover, our classmate Zhu Yongjin is also a good child with high moral character. He wouldn't do something so excessive as to insult his classmates." Hearing Wonhee's words, the other teachers in the non-believing faction chimed in. Yeah, that's a hero difficulty dungeon. If it were that easy to clear, how could the world and national first clears have lasted this long? Exactly, according to interviews with those who have challenged the hero difficulty, they all mention one thing: the damage of all monsters in the hero dungeon has been raised to an absurd level. There's almost no margin for error. If you make one mistake and get touched by a monster, you're basically at the brink of life and death. Old Wu is right. Moreover, the signs of video fabrication are too severe. Our students are very united and friendly. How could they act like the characters in the novel Crooked Mouth Dragon King, showing off in public? Exactly, these few students are overacting too much, especially that later female classmate who kept fanning the flames. It's as if she knew in advance that the chubby classmate would be embarrassed. It must be staged, definitely scripted. That girl is our class's Wan Haoyue, a very quirky girl. To be honest, her acting is quite good. If the world were like it used to be, she would make a great actress. And that main character, classmate Yi Chen, the emotions in his eyes are very real. If it were in the past, he could easily win an acting award. Ha ha ha. In the large office, the non-believing teachers were in the majority, and for a moment, even the believing teachers began to hesitate. At that moment, the fixed phone on the desk of the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the senior year rang. She picked up the phone casually. "Hello, principal." "Yes, that's right." "What? Accompanied by a scream louder than that of the homeroom teacher from class 20, Luan Hei suddenly stood up. The black professional suit she wore outlined her figure exceptionally beautifully. The scream echoed throughout the office. Inside the office, an older teacher, nearly 65 years old, patted his chest and complained, "Oh dear, these little kids, why are they all so jumpy? My old heart can't take it." At this moment, the noisy discussions in the office were interrupted by Luan Hei's loud, broken scream, plunging the office back into silence. "Principal Hao, is what you said true?" Hearing the instructions on the phone, Luan Hei felt as if she were dreaming. On the other end of the line, the voice of the beautiful Principal Hao Yuma came through clearly. "Teacher Luan, my terminal computer has already displayed the data showing that classmate Yi Chen has cleared the hero difficulty dungeon. This is clearly an undeniable fact. So, you must now follow my instructions. This is an order, this is a task, do you understand? Once you accomplish this, just wait to be promoted to grade leader. After a month of adaptation as the grade leader, you will be directly promoted to grade director. Next semester, you won't have to lead a class anymore, you'll just handle the overall coordination." Shouty, to have nurtured such a student, this is a blessing you've earned over several lifetimes, you must seize this opportunity. Luani's breath quickened, and she hurriedly replied, "Thank you, Principal. I understand, I will take care of it immediately." Then the call ended. All the teachers, seeing Luani's excited reaction and hearing her thrilled and joyful tone, began to speculate. The entire office fell into silence. Swish, 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 dozens of gazes focused on Luan Hei like spotlights. Luan took a deep breath, suppressing her overwhelming joy, and said to all the teachers, colleagues, everyone, I take back what I just said, and I apologize for those words. Please do not let them reach Yi Chen's ears. Initially, the skeptical teachers had begun to sense something was up upon seeing Luan Hei's reaction. Hearing this, the skeptics thought in unison, could it be true? Meanwhile, the believers pressed on, Teacher Luan, is there a result? Luan Hei adjusted her appearance, in her black suit and fitted skirt, and replied, yes, Principal Hao has confirmed it with me. She spoke with an inspiring tone, excitedly saying, let us congratulate Yi Chen for successfully clearing the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Let us congratulate Yi Chen for achieving the first kill in the nation. Let us congratulate Yi Chen for achieving the first kill in the world. Boom, boom, boom. This definitive news exploded in the hearts of all the teachers in the office like a thunderclap, leaving them momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, oh yeah, the oldest teacher, nearly 65 and unable to handle the excitement, cheered without regard for his image. Just moments ago, he had criticized other teachers for being too jumpy, yet he was the first to get excited. However, everyone understood his feelings. With retirement approaching, he had unexpectedly landed such a monumental collective honor that would go down in history. With the old teacher leading the way, all the other teachers, whether believers or skeptics, began to cheer in unison. A thunderous sound erupted from the large office on the second floor. If it weren't for the fact that the senior students were gathered in the gym, the students would surely think the teachers had gone mad. Ha, I told you, with so many videos, they can't all be fake. Exactly, Yi Chen is amazing. Unlike the believers, the former skeptics were now sweating profusely. Teachers, I spoke a bit too loudly just now, and my comments weren't very appropriate. Please don't let them reach Yi Chen's ears. Me too, sorry everyone, I beg you. In the office, the principle of harmony was understood by all the teachers. Oh, come on, we won't say anything reckless. Even if some words do reach Yi Chen, he is of noble character and broad-minded, he surely won't hold it against us. The skeptics followed suit, that's right, I've seen it long ago, Yi Chen is not an ordinary person. Then, the teachers in the office praised Yi Chen profusely, with a few teachers capturing this warm moment on their phones. Yi Chen was being lifted to the skies by the teachers' words. Not just Yi Chen, but the other teachers in the office also praised Luan Hei enthusiastically. On ordinary days, as an inexperienced young female teacher, Luan Hei was basically invisible in the office, only able to show off a bit of authority in front of the students. Now, being praised by everyone, she felt a bit elated. Bang! The office door was pushed open forcefully. A middle-aged man, dressed in a high-end suit and looking very refined and intellectual, entered without any decorum. Breathing heavily, he said, Luan Hei, I've already informed the finance department, this special bonus must be personally delivered to Yi Chen's parents within 12 hours. It cannot be late. This is a serious matter. Principal Hao is waiting for you in the parking lot. Accompany her to Yi Chen's home to comfort his parents. As for other matters, I will handle them. Hurry up! The visitor was none other than one of the 5 vice principals who had just been standing in Principal Hao Yume's office. He was the vice principal in charge of the senior year, essentially the top boss of the senior teachers in that large office. Understood, Principal Lu. Luanhe, who had just been feeling on top of the world, immediately rushed to the finance office. Once Luanhe left the office, Vice Principal Lu took out his phone and glanced at the 4 names on the list. Su Lengming, Ruan Haoyue, Li Lisha, Qin Yinin. Which classes are these 4, known as the 4 school beauties of the senior year, from? Who are their homeroom teachers? Step forward immediately. I know Su Lengming is Teacher Luan's student. What about the other 3? As soon as Vice Principal Lu finished speaking, 3 teachers quickly stood up and approached him. They were the homeroom teachers of Ruan Haoyue, Li Lisha, and Qin Yinin. Hearing Vice Principal Lu's words, they all had a vague idea of what was going on. Since ancient times, heroes have had a hard time with beautiful women, and there were 4 beauties at that. Vice Principal Lu calmed his breath from running and resumed his elegant yet authoritative demeanor. Looking at the 3 teachers before him, his tone was as if a superior was directing subordinates. You are each responsible for contacting Ruan Haoyue, Li Lisha, and Qin Yinin. Inform them that they are invited to an evening party. A celebration party centered around Yi Chen. These 4 female students were recognized as the 4 prettiest girls in the second high school. The 3 female teachers exchanged glances, all understanding the school's intention. They were going to use the beauty strategy to win over Yi Chen. One female teacher, around 40 years old, asked, besides these 4 school beauties, can we invite other students to the party? Vice Principal Lu smiled, of course. He then slightly turned his body and scanned the other teachers. Once all students have completed their class transitions, you will immediately compile the data for your classes. Apart from the 4 school beauties, only those who have transitioned to epic classes or awakened SS level talents or above will qualify to attend the party and establish a deeper friendship with Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, all the teachers understood. Today, due to Yi Chen's first kill in the Flame Nation, the world's first clear of the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon, the higher-ups at Hangqing Second High School saw hope in surpassing key high schools. This was a very good promotional point that could elevate Hangqing Second High School's reputation several notches. Additionally, in the current unparalleled Arc world, besides solo dungeons, there were also 5-person team dungeons, 10-person squad dungeons, 25-person team dungeons, large-scale dungeons for hundreds, and battlefield dungeons for thousands or tens of thousands. All these team dungeons required forming groups, making social connections extremely important in today's world. You might lack strength, but you cannot lack friends. Without friends to form a team, you could only join unstable random groups. So, my friends, groups become very important. And schools are the easiest places to cultivate friendships and groups. Tonight's celebration organized by the school administration is to create social opportunities for the students. It allows other outstanding students at the school to establish good relationships with Yi Chen, potentially teaming up for dungeons in the future and benefiting from each other's strengths. The more active and excellent the graduates are, the more they promote the school, increasing its visibility. Therefore, at this moment, including the beautiful principal in black stockings, Haoyue Mei, all the school leaders are placing such great importance on Yi Chen and the celebration held for him tonight. Under the eager gazes of the teachers, Vice Principal Lu smiled and added, of course, each class teacher and all subject teachers of Yi Chen's class have one extra spot to attend the celebration. You can decide among yourselves, but the condition is that no unrelated outsiders are allowed, while family members do not count as unrelated. Upon hearing Vice Principal Lu's words, the smiles of the senior class teachers and the subject teachers of Class 5 in the 3rd year were harder to suppress than in AK. As mentioned earlier, the significance of this celebration is extremely high. It is a key opportunity to build relationships with Yi Chen, a student with limitless potential. The rarer the key things are, the more valuable they become. Previously, Vice Principal Lu announced that students with epic professions and SS talents or above would attend the celebration for the purpose of promoting the school. Now, the dozens of spots that Vice Principal Lu has relaxed for the teachers to manage can be seen as a benefit for them. After all, there are countless people wanting to connect with Yi Chen now. The teachers hold a ticket to the celebration, which is a very valuable ticket. Each teacher is calculating in their minds how to use this ticket. Those with children of similar ages are mostly considering letting their children meet Yi Chen. Those without children or with very young children are thinking about selling the ticket to which student in the class. As for those who are not class teachers and have not taught Yi Chen, they have no right to receive a ticket and can only feel envy and jealousy in their hearts. Teacher Luan is accompanying Principal Hao to Yi Chen's home, so I'll notify Su Lengming, Vice Principal Lu said to the 3 class teachers in front of him. Get moving, and contact the 3 schoolflowers, Ruan Haoyue, Li Lisha, and Qin Yinin immediately. Okay, Principal Lu. The 3 teachers, suppressing their excitement, ran out of the office. As for the other class teachers and several subject teachers of Class 5 in the third year, quickly finalize the list of participants for the celebration. Submit it to me as soon as possible. The mentioned teachers all responded in unison. Additionally, Vice Principal Liu issued a new task: all Chinese teachers, find a meeting room and write a piece praising Yi Chen. Everyone brainstormed together, around 300 words. Go now. Be quick. Once finished, report to Vice Principal Zhao Lin. The Chinese teachers in the office all stood up and rushed to the meeting room. Vice Principal Liu added, also, the subject teachers of Class 5 in the third year, you need to write several written materials immediately, about Yi Chen's 3 years of campus life, and related to his excellent growth and experiences. Once done, submit it to Vice Principal Zhao Lin immediately. A few teachers received the orders and quickly sat at their desks, starting to ponder deeply. Usually assigning homework to students, they finally tasted the flavor of doing assignments themselves. The young female teacher of Class 20 quietly asked, Principal Liu, what time does the celebration start? Vice Principal Liu pondered for a moment and replied, the specific time for the evening event cannot be determined yet. We have to wait for Principal Hao to return from Yi Chen's home. However, Yi Chen's home is in the Linv district, in the Dimu mountain town, which isn't very far. Principal Hao has already driven there. It is expected to start around 7 or 8 p.m. The school administration and teachers were in an uproar, but Yi Chen calmly walked out of the school gate. He was feeling a bit hungry now. Looking at the loot in his inventory worth several thousand to tens of thousands of gold coins, along with 110 gold coins in cash, Yi Chen felt very secure. He headed straight to a popular Western restaurant at the school gate. This Western restaurant was not cheap, but it was very popular among the students and teachers of the second high school. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had never been there before. But today, he wanted to give it a try, because he had money now. The restaurant was brightly decorated and upscale, with a strong online presence, making it very busy, especially favored by the students of Hangzhou's second high school. However, the prices at this popular Western restaurant were not cheap. A basic set meal cost nearly 100 yuan, equivalent to about 1 gold coin. For Yi Chen, who was tight on living expenses, he had never thought about eating a meal here. But today, after awakening his only hidden super god-level talent, achieving the first kill in the Yin Kingdom, and completing the world first kill of the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon, Yi Chen decided to reward himself a little. He found a seat and had just picked up the menu when a beautiful figure sat down across from him. Yi Chen looked up and saw Ruan Haoyue. Just a moment ago, in the sports venue, she was wearing a black tight sports outfit. Although it highlighted her perfect figure, it wasn't particularly attractive. Now, sitting across from Yi Chen, Ruan Haoyue had changed into a beautiful outfit. She wore a seemingly expensive white short dress, with lace trim at the neckline, sleeves, and hem, looking just like a fairy. Her two smooth, white legs, not covered by stockings, were naturally exposed, making it hard to look away. Ruan Haoyue was under 1.65 meters, probably around 1.63 meters, not as tall as Su Lingming's 1.70 meters, but she looked very appealing. Especially since Ruan Haoyue loved sports, her legs had a muscular definition, exuding a wild charm. Facing Yi Chen's puzzled gaze, Ruan Haoyue smiled mischievously. Just now, I supported you and helped you roast that fat-headed guy over the fire. How are you going to thank me? As she spoke, Ruan Haoyue leaned slightly forward, her tempting red lips pouting a bit. She was already very beautiful, and to prepare for her job change, she had put on exquisite makeup, looking like a real-life Barbie doll. Although among the 4 school beauties, Li Lisha's bear was the biggest, Ruan Haoyue's bear was not small either. With her upper body slightly arched, her curves were very enchanting. She was simply the dream goddess of otaku. Just now, in the sports venue, when everyone was half in doubt about him, it was this beauty who stood firmly by his side without hesitation. To be honest, Yi Chen felt a bit moved inside. He calmly said, since we are already seated, let me treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Ruan Haoyue's smile became even more charming. Okay, I want to eat pea stew with lamb. Hearing the name of the dish, Yi Chen was also quite tempted. Pea stew with lamb was the signature dish of this popular Western restaurant, loved by the students and teachers of the second high school. However, this dish was not cheap, priced at 238 yuan, equivalent to 2 gold coins, 3 silver coins, and 8 copper coins. Yi Chen had heard of this dish's fame for a long time, but unfortunately, he had never had the chance to taste it. Now, he had cash on him, amounting to about 110 gold coins. Eating 2 servings of pea stew with lamb is more than enough. Yi Chen raised his hand and called over a waiter. First, bring me 2 servings of pea stew with lamb. The waiter, very professional, recommended, classmate, to celebrate the transition of the senior students from Hangcheng No. To high school, our restaurant has specially launched a celebration event today. The original price of the Supreme Lamb set meal is $888, but today it's only $648. If you want to eat pea stew with lamb, you might as well order this set meal directly. In addition to pea stew with lamb, there are many other value-for-money dishes in the set. You can take a look. Saying this, the waiter turned the menu to the page of the $888 Supreme Lamb set meal. Yi-chan glanced at it and nodded. Not bad, then please bring me 2 of this set meal. One serving is $648, so 2 would be $12.96, nearly 1,300 yuan, equivalent to 13 gold coins. In the past, this would have been more than half a month's living expenses for Yi-chan. But now, he was willing to spend it, because starting today, he was no longer the poor boy he once was. Ruan Haoyue came from a prominent family, and a meal costing over 1,000 yuan wouldn't normally catch her attention, but because it was Yi-chan who was treating, she felt very happy. Even if Yi-chan only invited her to eat 10 yuan worth of vegetable noodles, she would be willing. What mattered was not what they ate, but who they were eating with. This represented the establishment and development of their relationship. Ruan Haoyue did not hide her admiration for the strong. Her fair hand propped up her chin, her bright eyes looking at Yi-chan. Yi-chan looked at the exquisite and charming Barbie doll in front of him, feeling a bit emotional. For him, Ruan Haoyue, one of the 4 school beauties, had once been a distant existence. He had never thought that one day he would be able to have a meal with her. Yet here she was, sitting right in front of him. For a moment, Yi-chan didn't know what to say. During his 3 years of high school, burdened by his family's expectations, Yi-chan had devoted all his time, energy, and thoughts to studying and practicing. He had never considered anything else. Now, facing a delicate and beautiful Barbie doll, he truly didn't know what to talk about with her. Ruan Haoyue, however, was a very outgoing and cheerful girl. She took the initiative to break the silence. Congratulations, you cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. It must have been tough. Yi-chan recalled the entire process of the dungeon. As a mage, he had to use his staff like a club, learning to fight in close combat like a warrior or swordsman. Thinking about it, it was indeed quite hard. It was okay. Ruan Haoyue smiled and seemed to want to say more, but her phone rang. She stuck out her pink tongue at Yi-chan and winked. Sorry, it's the homeroom teacher calling. Yi-chan nodded, indicating for her to go ahead. Ruan Haoyue answered the call, listening to the homeroom teacher, and suddenly looked up at Yi-chan, her eyes full of laughter. Yes, I understand, Teacher Wang. Okay. I will participate earnestly tonight, don't worry. Of course, I will dress up nicely. Goodbye, teacher. After hanging up, Ruan Haoyue asked Yi-chan with a mysterious expression, guess what the teacher said about you? It seemed that the teachers already knew about his clearing the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Yi-chan raised an eyebrow. Your teacher probably told you about me clearing the hero difficulty dungeon, right? What's there to guess? Ruan Haoyue's smile deepened, and then? Yi-chan was puzzled. What happened then? Is the school going to reward me? Ruan Haoyue snapped her fingers beautifully and smiled at Yi-chan. Not only is the school going to reward you, but they also prepared a special celebration party for you tonight. I heard that several officials from the education department will be coming to the party. Oh. Yi-chan merely responded with an oh, not feeling any joy at the thought of the bigwigs from the education department coming to celebrate him. Perhaps due to the upheaval in his family during childhood, Yi-chan had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of life and was indifferent to power and status. He firmly believed that in this world, only by becoming strong could one achieve permanence. Ruan Haoyue continued, her voice slightly teasing, I will be attending too. Ainen, can I call you that? What kind of gift do you like? Gift? Yi-chan frowned slightly, no need. Throughout his life, Yi-chan had never received gifts from others. Hearing that the school was throwing a celebration for him and that he would receive many gifts, he felt no happiness at all. This was the result of having grown used to a life of poverty, developing a mindset that remained unfazed by honor or disgrace. Ah, so sad, Ruan Haoyue exclaimed, dramatically placing her fair hand over her heart. She covered her chest. Don't refuse people's gifts, it's their heartfelt intention. A bit cute. Yi-chan looked at Ruan Haoyue before him, and a strange feeling began to stir within him. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon answering, he recognized the voice of the beautiful principal, Haoyue, who had a penchant for wearing black stockings. Yi-chan held a great deal of respect for this principal. Hello, principal. On the other end, the principal's voice rang out like silver bells, her tone very warm, completely unlike a principal speaking to a student. Student Yi-chan, first of all, congratulations on clearing the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. This is not only the first kill in our Yin country but also a world first. You are the pride of our Hangzhou Second High School. The provincial and municipal reward plans for you are still under discussion, but our school's reward plan has already been decided. Tonight at 8 p.m., at the Pillow Water Seafood Hotel, the school has organized a celebration for you. At the event, we will present you with our school's award, so please make sure to attend. At this point, Hao Yuemei paused. She seemed worried that Yi Chen might not attend, her tone slightly pleading and cautious. Student Yi Chen, you are the main character, you will attend, right? Yi Chen had already learned about the celebration from Ruan Hao Yue and had prepared himself mentally. He humbly replied, Principal Hao, you flatter me. The celebration is a good thing, of course, I will attend. Hearing Yi Chen's response, the black-stocking beauty principal, Hao Yuemei, let out a sigh of relief. She was currently on her way to Yi Chen's home. Glancing at the scenery passing by outside the car window, Hao Yuemei smiled, then it's settled, Student Yi Chen. At that time, the principal will also have a surprise for you. A principal giving a student a surprise would certainly make other students very excited and overjoyed. But for Yi Chen, who had just awakened his unique hidden super god-level talent, it was nothing special. Thus, he did not show much excitement. This left Ruan Hao Yue, sitting across from him, feeling a mix of emotions. She knew that Principal Hao Yuemei held significant influence in Hangzhou, and the surprise she mentioned must carry considerable weight. If it were her receiving that call, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed and unable to sit still. Yet here was Yi Chen, still maintaining an attitude of indifference. This greatly changed Ruan Hao Yue's impression of him. Although she had never directly interacted with Yi Chen before, she had seen him and knew of his reputation. After all, Yi Chen was a perennial top 5 student across all subjects. In Ruan Hao Yue's previous impression, Yi Chen's few words and calm demeanor were merely a facade to hide his less than privileged background. Most of the students at school knew that Yi Chen's family was not well off. Ruan Hao Yue believed that Yi Chen's indifferent demeanor was a way to protect his own pride. But now, she no longer thought that way. Faced with the honor of having cleared the hero difficulty dungeon, the celebration party centered around him, and the surprise promised by the principal, Yi Chen was still able to maintain such a demeanor, such grace. What a powerful resolve this was. Initially, Ruan Hao Yue approached Yi Chen merely because he had cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon, which earned her mother's attention. To be honest, although Yi Chen was handsome, he was not her type. Moreover, as a wealthy young lady, Ruan Hao Yue looked down on poor boys like Yi Chen, who often had to nibble on steamed buns. However, at this moment, watching Yi Chen hang up the phone and quietly wait for the food to be served, Ruan Hao Yue felt something in her heart shift. She suddenly had an impulse, a desire to know more about Yi Chen. Soon, the appetizers for the set meal arrived. Following that, one exquisite and appetizing dish after another was served. The lamb was tender and delicious, with a very light gamey taste. No wonder it was so popular and became the signature dish of this Western restaurant. Additionally, the other Western dishes in the set meal, such as pan-seared foie gras, grilled steak, Fog City red wine, and soft bread spread with fruit jam, were all very tasty. The lively and cheerful Ruan Hao Yue was also a feast for the eyes. The experience of this meal was excellent. Of course, the cost was that Yi Chen paid 13 gold coins. After lunch, he declined Ruan Hao Yue's suggestion to go to the amusement park together and walked into the nearest light rail station. He took the light rail to Wuzhen, located in the northeast suburbs of Hangzhou. He remembered that in Wuzhen, there was a dungeon where most of the monsters were magic-based. Yi Chen planned to use the afternoon to steal some magic intensity attributes. After all, there were only 30 days left until the college entrance examination. Every day was extremely important before the exam. Despite awakening the invincible unique hidden super god level talent, Yi Chen was not proud or complacent. He continued to work hard. Zhu Yongzhen's earlier words had spurred Yi Chen. He needed to seize the time to improve himself and repay his family's debts. 8 years ago, when Yi Chen was 10 years old, his father was an epic class profession with an SS talent, already at level 264, having completed 5 adventure awakening tasks and undergone the 3rd job change, gaining some fame in Hangzhou. His father had a fixed group of teammates, all of whom were former classmates or like-minded friends he met during leveling up. Gradually, his father formed a team and served as the team leader. One day, his father accidentally discovered a wild raid dungeon. A secret realm refers to a wild dungeon that has not been modified or controlled by the official. Since there were no resurrection angels set up at great expense by the officials, if players died in the secret realm, it meant true death. At that time, the raid dungeon his father discovered was only level 100. 14 members averaging around level 240, a level 100 dungeon was practically a walk in the park. It just required a bit more fatigue, but in the face of the enormous first clear rewards, a little extra fatigue was nothing. Before the secret realm was first cleared, it had a tiered mechanism. This tier was similar to difficulty. Each tier would increase the monster's damage and health by 10%. Moreover, for every multiple of 5 tiers exceeded, the secret realm would gain an additional affix. The affix would increase the difficulty of the secret realm. For example, Thunder and Lightning, Mythic Dungeon affix. Within the dungeon, lightning storms will periodically sweep around all enemies. More lightning storms will appear around boss enemies. Being struck by a lightning storm will inflict natural damage. Resentment, Mythic Dungeon affix. Within the dungeon, after ordinary and boss enemies die, resentment monsters will spawn from their corpses and continue to fight. The existence of these affixes not only increases the difficulty of the Mythic Dungeon but also complicates the team's strategy to deal with the special effects of the affixes. The Mythic Dungeon discovered by my father has a difficulty of level 10 and features 2 affixes. Before reporting it to the officials, my father decided to lead the team to clear this Mythic Dungeon first, as the rewards for a first clear are substantial. My father believed that the team's strength was sufficient to clear this level 10 Mythic Dungeon. However, the result was, all team members were over level 200, tackling a level 100 dungeon. What should have been a sure victory turned into a disaster, with my father severely injured. Although he managed to survive, he lost over 200 levels, dropping from level 264 to around level 50. Moreover, he was afflicted with a terrifying curse of very high rank. He needed to spend a fortune on high-level potions to lift the curse and return to normal. Until then, he couldn't fight properly. My father was considered lucky in this situation. That day, the raid team consisted of 25 members, more than half of whom died directly in the Mythic Dungeon. Of the remaining half, 6, like my father, were severely injured and left with lifelong disabilities. Only 4 managed to escape and survive. This incident dealt a heavy blow to the Yi family. As the team leader, my father bore the main responsibility for the accident and had to compensate a certain proportion to the families of the deceased and injured. The family's savings, which had been substantial, vanished in an instant. Not only that, but they also incurred a large debt that remains unpaid to this day. With no money at home, 10-year-old Yi Chen was on the verge of dropping out of school. It was his aunt who paid for Yi Chen's tuition. To pay off the debt, his mother's supermarket was sold off at a loss. Afterwards, his mother worked at the supermarket, toiling from dawn till dusk, struggling to cover Yi Chen's living expenses. This allowed Yi Chen to persevere until he turned 18 and completed his job change. Yi Chen had only one thought in his mind. He did not seek to achieve great success but only wished to steadily run dungeons for rewards and pay off the family's debts. With this in mind, Yi Chen clenched his fists. Now, he had awakened the only hidden super god level talent, gaining nearly invincible abilities. From today onwards, everything would get better. With this thought, Yi Chen felt a little better inside. As his mood relaxed, the question he had buried for 8 years gradually surfaced: why did his father's team fail? Clearly, everyone was a seasoned veteran over level 200, and even his father and several vice-captains were above level 250. Why did they still fall in a level 100 team dungeon? Even if the level 10 Mythic Dungeon increased monster damage and health by 10% per level, totaling a 100% increase at level 10, it shouldn't have led to a team averaging around level 230 being wiped out at such a great cost, right? Even if they couldn't win, they should have been able to escape. How did a 25-person team end up with so few survivors? Since the incident, my father's mental state has been severely affected. He often appears dazed and, no matter how much my mother inquires, he has never revealed what happened that day in the level 100 Mythic Dungeon. Yi Chen took a deep breath. Once he repaid the family's debts and bought the potions to lift his father's curse, he would definitely have a serious talk with his father. He wanted to know what exactly had caused him and his family to suffer for so many years. As he thought about this, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't called home yet to discuss his job change. He dialed his mother's number, and it was quickly answered. His mother's voice came through the phone. "Son, how are you?" "Mom, I was afraid of disturbing you with my job change, so I didn't call." Hearing his mother's voice warmed Yi Chen's heart. He suppressed his excitement and said with joy, "Mom, I've changed to an epic combat profession, and I've awakened an SSS-level talent." Yi Chen chose not to tell his mother about his unique hidden super god-level talent. After all, this super god-level talent was just too overpowered. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind. He hadn't grown strong enough yet, and he couldn't let anyone know that he possessed such an invincible talent. Although he already had 100 million health points, his armor and magic resistance were still very low. There was also the existence of percentage damage mechanisms. Moreover, various curses, seals, and other negative control spells existed in this world. Until his resistance attributes grew, these control spells could suppress his still weak self. Additionally, the world of the Unparalleled Arc was not entirely peaceful. there were some sinister or secret organizations that had the ability to strip away a practitioner's talents. If he were caught by their members, there would be no good outcome. Before he became truly powerful, Yi-chan had to be extremely cautious. Really? That's great. Mom knew you could do it. Son, you and your dad both changed to epic professions, but your talent is SSS level, which is 2 levels higher than your dad's S level. Your future achievements will definitely far surpass your dad's. After each awakening, talents would add some attributes to oneself, and the higher the talent level, the greater the added attributes. The gap in talents was not only reflected in ability effects but also in attribute growth. His mother was very happy, her tone filled with excitement and trembling. Mom will send you 5 gold coins, son, celebrate with a good meal at noon. At this point, her tone became a bit heavy. Son, 5 gold coins aren't enough, right? Your classmates have all completed their job changes. You should treat some friends you get along well with to a meal, strengthen your relationships, and look out for each other in dungeons in the future. After a moment of silence, his mother spoke with difficulty. This year, the money we owe your aunt won't be paid back for now. I'll send that money to you shortly. You should maintain good relationships with your classmates. Originally, during school, these daily relationships should have been maintained. It's all because your parents are incompetent that you've suffered these years. Hearing his mother's words felt like a knife cutting through Yi-chan's heart. He was a sensible child, and his mother had already sacrificed enough for him. She had to repay debts and provide for his living expenses. Yi-chan adjusted his emotions and then said with a joyful tone, Mom, you don't need to send me money. You don't have to touch the money meant for paying back aunt this year. This time in the novice trial dungeon, I found some very valuable materials and treasure equipment. I calculated that I could sell them for 2,000 gold coins. Once I sell the materials in the next couple of days, I'll first pay back the money aunt has spent on my education over the years, and the rest can go towards repaying some of the debts. In reality, the materials and treasures he found were worth at least 4,000 gold coins. But he didn't dare to tell the whole truth, fearing it would scare his mother, so he understated the amount. His mother incredulously asked, Really, son? After that, Yi-chan smiled and listened as his mother excitedly calculated how to spend the 2,000 gold coins, chatting with her for a while before hanging up the phone. Thud 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 thud, Wuzhen has arrived. The train opens the right side door. Stepping out of the light rail station, Yi-chan headed straight for the Wuzhen dungeon area. In the southwest of Hangzhou, a beautiful and quaint little town, there is a dedicated dungeon zone. At the edge of the area is the team formation hall, where many adventurers freely form teams to enter dungeons. The scene is as bustling as a market. Inside the team formation hall, various voices fill the air. I am a level 98 hunter, awakened B-grade damage talent, a recent graduate from Hangzhou Vocational Technical College, looking for a long-term 25-person team. A fixed 5-person squad is also fine. My personality: the Xingqian 560 Guild is recruiting, an established guild with many girls, including popular star girls like Lu Xiaoqi and Queen Chen as team leaders. Welcome to join. Outstanding university graduates preferred. Blue gear clearance sale, blue gear clearance sale, no middleman making a profit, all equipment is hard-earned by me. You won't lose out or be fooled, starting from 2 gold. 5-man dungeon, Wuzhen Defense War, need a violent DPS, preferably physical type. There's a magical cute girl in the team to help you with gear. If you're not violent, don't come. Looking for a group for Wuzhen bounty tasks, 1111, 111, 1111. Such scenes are common in the hall of the city's large dungeon gathering area. Those without connections can't form groups and can only join some guilds or temporary teams to enter dungeons. Occasionally, one might see a young master or princess being escorted into a dungeon by some glamorous individuals. These are usually wealthy and powerful families who can afford high-level mercenaries to help their children level up quickly. Yi-chan did not linger in the hall because he didn't need to form a team. Passing through the team formation hall, Yi-chan arrived at the Gathering Junction. The Gathering Junction is the most iconic location in the city's dungeon area. It is a place for adventurers to gather for dungeons, where they can browse all the dungeons in the area and choose which one they want to tackle. Yi-chan stood at the Gathering Junction, browsing the information on various dungeons in the Wuzhen area. Wuzhen was once one of the most famous scenic spots in Hangzhou, and after the game descended into the real world, many secret realms appeared here. These secret realms were opened up by pioneers, transformed by the officials, equipped with resurrection angels, and turned into repeatable dungeons. The dungeon levels in Wuzhen vary widely, with the lowest being the level 20 dungeon, Turing Wuzhen. The highest level is the level 220 dungeon, Wuzhen Customs and Legends of Strange Tales. Yi-chan's target this time is the level 35 dungeon, Peach and Willow Garden. Dungeon, Peach and Willow Garden. Difficulty, Normal, Adventure, Warrior, King, Hero. Level, LV 35. Type, 5-person team dungeon, maximum of 5 people can enter. Fatigue, 7 points. Overview, the flowers and trees in Wuxian have mutated into various flower spirits and willow demons. In this beautiful little town, go play with these charming monsters, but don't get too carried away, or you might end up staying there forever, becoming their nourishment. Monsters, the boss is silver level. Note that if challenging hero difficulty, the level will increase to gold. Regular monsters and boss monsters are bronze level. Note that if challenging hero difficulty, the level will increase to silver. Yi Chen chose this dungeon for one reason only: it is filled with magical monsters, which is beneficial for him to steal spell power and mana attributes. After all, his main profession is a mage, and for mages, spell power and mana are the most important attributes. After making his choice, Yi Chen walked towards the junction leading to the Peach and Willow Garden dungeon. His actions caught the attention of some other adventurers waiting for their teammates at the junction. One ordinary-looking girl in her 20s with a good figure whispered to her companion beside her, "Look at that guy, he's going to a level 35 dungeon all by himself. I just secretly checked him out, he's only level 7. This girl had been quietly paying attention to the handsome Yi Chen. Standing next to her was a young man who replied in a slightly sour tone, "Maybe he's some rich kid, and there are high-level mercenaries in the dungeon working for him." Hearing the boy's words, the girl was somewhat skeptical. From Yi Chen's attire, he didn't seem like a child from a wealthy family. The girl left the boy behind, quickly ran a few steps, caught up with Yi Chen, and called out to him, "Hey, what are you going to do?" Yi Chen turned around and saw the girl, who was average-looking but had a curvy figure. Out of politeness, Yi Chen replied, "I'm going to the dungeon." Upon hearing this answer, the well-endowed girl was filled with confusion. "You're only level 7, you must have just changed jobs, right? How could you possibly clear a level 35 dungeon? And alone at that?" At the end, the girl laughed, "Little brother, are you sure you're not lost?" Yi Chen fell silent. He wasn't angry at her words. After all, if he were in her shoes, he wouldn't believe that a level 7 player could solo a level 35 dungeon either. Because he had the secret of an extraordinary talent, Yi Chen didn't explain anything to the girl and remained silent. His reaction led the girl to mistakenly think she was right. The well-endowed girl giggled, "Little brother, you're so cute. Sister will help you level up. We can choose the dungeon, touring Wuxian, first. This dungeon isn't hard, it's a level 20 dungeon. Sister is already level 78, so don't worry, I guarantee your safety, and you won't even have to pay for the ticket, I'll treat you." Although this girl was average-looking, her figure was indeed eye-catching, and she dressed well, wearing attractive casual outfits. Most men who saw her would be willing to engage with her. Especially the hormonal aura radiating from a woman in her 20s had a strong appeal to an innocent 18-year-old boy. For such a proposal, if it were another naive boy, he would have immediately agreed. However, Yi Chen felt no stir in his heart. It was a joke. In school, facing top beauties like Su Lungming and Wan Haoyue, Yi Chen could maintain a calm demeanor. Let alone this girl, who could only rely on her figure. Besides, Yi Chen had 100 million health points. Clearing a level 35 dungeon was a piece of cake for him. Facing the girl's invitation, Yi Chen politely replied, "Thank you, but no need. I'm not lost." After saying this indifferently, Yi Chen turned around without looking back and walked toward the entrance of the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, leaving the girl somewhat dazed. Once Yi Chen's figure turned the corner and disappeared from the hall, the girl let out a soft sigh. She felt a bit regretful. She had hesitated for a moment and forgot to ask for his WeChat. At that moment, the girl's male companion walked over, looking somewhat unnatural and displeased. The boy stared at his average-looking girlfriend. Seeing her gaze still following the direction the young man had left, he felt as if he was wearing an invisible hat. Originally, he and his girlfriend had arranged to meet a few classmates to tackle the level 80 dungeon, Wuxian defense battle, together today. His girlfriend's approach to flirt with a young man not only embarrassed him but could also jeopardize his friendship with those classmates. After all, they had all agreed to go together, and if his girlfriend, a healing priest, ditched them to accompany a pretty boy to grind a low-level dungeon, what would that mean? Fortunately, that pretty boy had the sense not to accept. However, the young man felt quite uncomfortable about his girlfriend flirting with other men right in front of him. He thought fiercely to himself, just wait until I get home tonight, I'll kick you hard. I won't care about you anymore, you shopping addict. I'm going to stand up and kick you hard, until you're ruined." Yi Chen turned a corner, walked a few steps, and turned another bend, arriving at the entrance of the Peach Willow Garden instance. The most eye-catching feature before him was an ancient and elegant wooden door. In the air in front of the wooden door, a flowing green light curtain marked the entrance to the instance. Not far from the entrance, there was a building resembling a security booth, which served as the official instance toll station. In the world of the unparalleled arc, entering wild secret realms did not require a fee. However, if one wanted to enter an officially modified instance, a certain fee had to be paid. This was akin to needing a ticket to ride the subway. Entering an instance also required purchasing a ticket. Yi Chen approached the toll station window, ready to pay. The staff member in uniform glanced at Yi Chen, indifferent, and continued scrolling through short videos on his phone. "Hello, I'd like to buy a ticket." The staff member was a burly man around 35 years old. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he didn't even look up, responding in a casual tone, "Wait for your teammates to arrive, then buy together." "I don't have any teammates." The burly staff member raised his head in surprise, confirming Yi Chen's appearance once more. Indeed, a young kid who looked like he wouldn't exceed level 20. Did someone like this dare to solo a level 35 instance? Moreover, it was the Peach Willow Garden, known for its higher difficulty among level 35 instances. The burly staff member, being an official, had a broad perspective and couldn't help but wonder, could this young man be a scion of some prestigious family? If so, he certainly wouldn't dare to be dismissive. With that thought, the burly staff member's expression turned serious as he used a high-level detection technique on Yi Chen. The high-level detection technique was an upgraded version of the basic detection technique, capable of gathering additional information and increasing the success rate of detection. Target: Yi Chen class, Flame Mage, Epic class, Talent, Miracle, SSS level Talent, level, LV7, Awakening not yet completed, First transfer, Guild, none. Health points? Mana points? Attack power? Spell power? A question mark appeared above the burly staff member's head. He used a high-level detection technique that required level 200 and a third transfer to upgrade, yet he couldn't see the target's attributes? This was due to the powerful hidden effect of the Hand of Blasphemy, which not only disguised the talent as Miracle but also rendered any detection skills unable to clarify Yi Chen's specific attributes. The burly staff member didn't dwell too much on the inability to detect Yi Chen's attributes. After all, he had already confirmed Yi Chen's level. A level 7 practitioner, it wasn't worth looking at the attributes. The burly staff member scrutinized Yi Chen carefully, thinking that he didn't seem like a mentally unstable kid. He spoke with a hint of hesitation and persuasion. "Hey, little brother, have you been stimulated by something?" The burly staff member sat up straight, his expression gradually becoming serious, completely shedding his earlier relaxed demeanor. "I advise you to calm down and not act impulsively. A level 35 instance is not something a level 7 practitioner like you can solo." The burly staff member also recalled that today was the day for job changes at various universities, and this young man before him was likely a student who had just completed his job change and hadn't yet taken the college entrance exam. Just completed the job change and leveled up to level 7. The leveling speed is actually quite fast. What a little genius. Thinking of this, the burly staff member's tone became even gentler. "Little brother, your profession and talent are quite good. There are no obstacles in life that can't be overcome. No matter what happens, you mustn't do anything irrational. You should know that dying in a dungeon, while it won't lead to real death, will put you in a weakened state. The more serious the injury, the longer the weakened state lasts. With only a month until the college entrance examination, you can't ruin your future." In the burly staff member's mind, he felt that Yi Chen must have been stimulated by something. Otherwise, how could he manage to solo a level 35 5-person dungeon at level 7? Yi Chen looked at the earnest burly staff member at the window, feeling a bit helpless. Who would have thought this big guy was actually quite nice? Yi Chen knew the other party meant well, but he had over 100 million health points. A mere level 35 5-person dungeon couldn't hurt him. However, Yi Chen couldn't explain. He couldn't just tell the other person that he was level 7 with 100 million health points, could he? Who would believe that? It was like saying, "I am Qin Shi Huang," with a micro 50 joke. So Yi Chen could only brace himself and continue. "Thank you, please give me a ticket." Saying this, Yi Chen used WeChat to scan the code and paid 3 gold coins and 8 silver coins. His backpack's item slot was already linked to WeChat, allowing him to spend the over 100 gold coins in his inventory through WeChat payments or withdraw them as cash at any time. This is the benefit of a data-driven world. It's much more convenient than before. Additionally, for dungeons below level 50, the fee standard is within 5 gold coins, with higher level dungeons costing more for tickets. The Peach Willow Garden is a level 35 dungeon, and the ticket price is 3 gold coins and 8 silver coins per person. Seeing Yi Chen pay directly without a word, the burly staff member's expression suddenly darkened. The burly staff member was quite unhappy now. He had just wasted so much breath trying to advise the young man in front of him, but the other party didn't appreciate it. Good intentions treated as donkey liver and lungs. He kindly tried to persuade him, and not only did the young man not appreciate it, but he also didn't give him any face and just paid. Now the ticket stub had come out of the machine, and according to the law, he had to give Yi-Chen the ticket. Even if the burly staff member wanted to persuade him again, it would be futile. The dungeon workstation was part of the official structure. If the public spent money and he didn't give them a ticket, and the matter blew up online, he would lose his job. The burly staff member fell silent, his face stern and expressionless, tossing a small green talisman onto the windowsill outside. Then he didn't even look at Yi-Chen again and continued scrolling through short videos. Yi-Chen didn't mind the other party's attitude, picked up the small green talisman, and saw the 4 small characters engraved on it: Peach Willow Garden. This was the dungeon ticket. As long as he kept this talisman in his backpack, he could enter the dungeon. Yi-Chen stored the talisman carefully, said nothing, and walked alone into the flowing green light curtain. Whoosh! Yi-Chen's figure slowly disappeared in front of the wooden door. The burly staff member, seeing Yi-Chen enter the dungeon, revealed a smug and disdainful smile. Sigh, good words are hard to persuade the damned ghost. Young man, being young and vigorous is good, but you can't court death. The burly staff member took out a first aid service card from the drawer. As long as he dialed the number on the card, he could request emergency services. Of course, it would cost money. Hee, when that kid is weakened after the dungeon, I'll make him beg me properly before I help him make the call. Muttering a few words, the burly staff member continued to scroll through short videos, watching beautiful girls swing hammers, completely forgetting about Yi-Chen. Ding! Welcome players to the level 35 5-person team dungeon Peach Willow Garden. Please select the challenge difficulty: Normal, Adventure, Warrior, King, Hero. In order to steal more attributes, Yi-Chen naturally chose the Hero difficulty. Note, the Hero level 5-person team dungeon has a higher difficulty. Based on the normal difficulty, all monsters will receive an additional 500% health boost and a 300% damage boost. Additionally, each boss enemy will gain extra skills, or their existing skills will become even more powerful. Please confirm if you wish to continue challenging the Hero difficulty dungeon. In Yi-Chen's mind, 2 options appeared: the left confirm and the right let me think again. Unlike the novice trial dungeon, which was set with 10 difficulties to test the potential of new players, the 5-person team dungeon only has 5 difficulties. Normal difficulty is the simplest and most conventional level, where the monster's health and damage are within regular limits. Starting from adventure difficulty, the dungeon becomes no longer simple. Adventure difficulty, monster's health increases by 50%, and damage increases by 20%. Warrior difficulty, monster's health increases by 100%, and damage increases by 50%. King difficulty, monster's health increases by 200%, and damage increases by 100%. Hero difficulty, monster's health increases by 500%, and damage increases by 300%. Generally, running normal difficulty is for players to familiarize themselves with the dungeon. Even the worst players won't repeatedly run normal difficulty. Some high-level players, to save time and fatigue, will skip this difficulty on their first run and directly challenge adventure. Compared to normal difficulty, adventure difficulty offers a certain increase in experience points and is not too difficult, making it a common choice for leveling up. By the time they reach warrior difficulty, it is no longer a way for ordinary players to level up. It is the best choice for small groups of players with good skills, awareness, and equipment. The experience points in king difficulty do not increase much compared to warrior difficulty, but the quality of dropped items and equipment significantly improves. For example, in the first 3 difficulties, the usual dropped equipment is white, green, and blue, and the dropped materials are typically low to mid-level. However, in king difficulty, there is a chance to drop purple, pink, or even red equipment. As for materials, high-level and top-tier items can drop, and with good luck, even legendary items can be obtained. Additionally, the amount of gold dropped will also increase. Therefore, king difficulty is usually tackled by professional small groups and high-end bounty hunters who are looking to farm equipment and materials for profit. Ordinary players would not easily choose to tackle king difficulty, as the monsters inside are too strong, leading to significant consumption of their potions, equipment durability, charms, and other items. As for the final hero difficulty, in terms of experience and drops, it increases a level compared to king difficulty. However, the difficulty rises exponentially. This is not only reflected in the numerical values but also in the skills of the bosses. In hero difficulty, boss enemies will be enhanced, gaining special effects that are only activated under hero difficulty, or they will directly acquire additional skills. Due to the changes in skills, players will need to relearn the skill mechanics. Even elite players, unless they are doing bounty tasks or awakening job change tasks, will rarely encounter the 5-person dungeon of hero difficulty. To level up, they will run warrior or adventure difficulty. To farm gold, they will run king difficulty. There is a saying in the player community, same level hero difficulty? Not even a dog would attempt it. Yi-Chen had 100 million life points. No matter how perverse the boss's skills were, he was not afraid. Moreover, the higher the attributes of the monsters, the more attributes he could steal at once with his hand of blasphemy. So for Yi-Chen, the stronger the monsters, the better. The stronger the monsters, the more efficient Yi-Chen was at stealing attributes. The stronger the monsters, the less Yi-Chen had to worry about them not being able to take a hit. Faced with the system's second confirmation, Yi-Chen did not hesitate and chose the left option. Confirm. With a flash of darkness, when he opened his eyes again, Yi-Chen found himself in a garden where a gentle breeze was blowing. Looking at the waves of beautiful monsters wandering not far away, Yi-Chen's eyes sparkled, like a hungry wolf spotting a flock of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This will be a massacre. I will drain them dry. Inside the dungeon, the sky was clear, the sunlight gentle, and a cool breeze occasionally swept by. The willow and peach trees swayed slowly in the summer wind, like elegantly dancing ladies in colorful garments. The surroundings were fragrant, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and flowing water, making the scenery before him refreshing and delightful. The Peach and Willow Garden Dungeon, after the arrival of the unparalleled Arc World into reality, conquered the aesthetics of that generation. Countless professionals were captivated by the flower spirits and willow charm monsters within. For a time, it sparked a cosplay craze in the clubs, with technicians dressing up as flower spirits and willow charms, satisfying a portion of men's fantasies. To this day, flower spirits and willow charms still hold a certain popularity. Some old perverted professionals, even after reaching hundreds of levels, would still take the time to come to Wuzhen, willing to spend a large amount of fatigue points just to enjoy the dungeon. After global datization, every professional received an attribute, fatigue points. The basic fatigue point limit for professionals is 50 points, which gradually increases with the number of awakenings. Entering a dungeon requires consuming a certain amount of fatigue points. Fatigue points refresh only at 4 a.m. every day. If the fatigue points are insufficient, one cannot enter the dungeon. The 35-level dungeon Peach and Willow Garden requires a basic consumption of 7 fatigue points to enter. For every point of difference between a professional's level and the dungeon's level, an additional 1 fatigue point must be consumed. For example, since Yi-Chen was only level 7, entering a level 35 dungeon would require him to consume not only the basic 7 fatigue points but also an additional 28 fatigue points. In total, he would consume 35 fatigue points. Now, Yi-Chen had only 15 fatigue points left. Seeing that his fatigue points were insufficient to support another run of the dungeon, Yi-Chen made up his mind. I won't let every monster here escape. With this mindset, Yi-Chen picked up his apprentice staff, one end resting on the ground, making a scratching sound as he walked towards the nearest group of monsters. Yi-Chen did not immediately switch to the pink boxing gloves. He wanted to first gauge how much damage his normal attack could inflict on the level 35 monsters. As Yi-Chen stepped into the monster's attack range, cheerful laughter from girls echoed around him. He, giggle giggle. Come play. This was a group of 3 flower spirits, plus a group of 3 willow charms, totaling 6 small monsters. Target, flower spirit rank, silver, normal monster, level, LV 35 health bar, 4000 points overview, so beautiful, so delicate, they are warm and hospitable. Target, willow charm rank, silver, normal monster, level, LV 35 health bar, 4200 points overview, a professional who doesn't want to be whipped by them is not a good pervert. They are magic-type monsters. After entering battle, they did not rush forward but instead cast spells in place. This was also the reason Yi-Chen chose to grind this dungeon. It is certainly not because the Flower Demon and Willow Charm, along with those few boss characters, are good-looking. The beautiful Flower Demon, with a pink upper body, a white middle section, and a green lower body, bends down. As her slender waist twists from left to right, the upper body of the Flower Demon traces an arc. Behind her, several large pink-white petals grow. When she bends, the petals droop slightly, obscuring her full chest, making it impossible to see the desired snowy view even when facing her directly. This action is part of the Flower Demon's spellcasting. Some old perverts often revisit this dungeon precisely because they can admire the Flower Demon's poses up close, especially from the back view. Petal plucking, active, consumes 40 mana points, casting time 3 seconds, deals 150% spell power natural damage to a single target. This is one of the Flower Demon's active skills. On the other side, the tall Willow Charm is also casting a spell. They wear very little clothing. Oh no, it shouldn't be called clothing. It's merely a deep green leaf strapless top and leaf shorts, nothing more. So white. The tall and elegant woman, barefoot, has few elements but is deeply loved by a certain type of male crowd. The Willow Charm stands nearly 1.7 meters tall, well, nearly 1.7 7 meters without shoes. If she wore high heels, it would be impressive. She stands on her toes, tilting her chin slightly, with her hands on top, and her arms slowly rising. The hairless, snowy armpits are perfectly displayed. Not only that, she puffs out her chest and lifts her hips, proudly showcasing what is wrapped in deep green, forward and upward. This action is the willow charm spellcasting motion, also favored by the old perverts. On the internet, there are even two factions. One is the peach blossom bending faction, and the other is the willow charm chest puffing faction. The two factions are not hostile, they are quite harmonious because most people support both sides. Willow Fairy Arrow, active, consumes 40 mana points, casting time 3 seconds, deals 120% spell power natural damage to a single target, and has a 50% base effect to apply Entangle to the target. Entangle, speed reduced by 20%, lasts 8 seconds, whoosh. 3 instances of petal plucking and 3 instances of Willow Fairy Arrow flew towards Yi-Chen at high speed. Minus 616 points. Minus 489 points. 3 consecutive virtual numbers of minus 616 and 3 consecutive virtual numbers of minus 489 floated above Yi-Chen's head. The former is the damage dealt by the flower demon, and the latter is from the willow charm. At the same time, he was also hit by the debuff Entangle, reducing his speed by 8 points. Fortunately, this debuff cannot stack, otherwise, it would be troublesome. After one round of attacks, Yi-Chen lost over 3,000 health points. Generally, a non-tank level 35 player has an average health of around 1850 points, and with equipment bonuses, it barely reaches 3000 points. If they took such a round of attacks, they would already be weakened to the core. Of course, professionals usually team up with 5 teammates to tackle dungeons together. Spell-type monsters do not target just one person but randomly select. However, taking 5 to 600 damage at once is indeed very high. It truly lives up to the difficulty of hero-level dungeons. Without interruptions, a wave of monsters can output over 3000 points every 3 seconds, putting immense pressure on healing. Moreover, the monster's health is enhanced by 500%. What was originally 800 health points has now become 4000. It is easy to imagine that the battle duration against a wave of monsters will definitely be prolonged due to the increased health of the minions. The longer the battle time, the more likely unexpected issues will arise, such as the tank's damage reduction skills not coming back in time or the healer running low on mana. And this is just a wave of minions. However, for Yi-Chen, it is a trivial matter. He ignored the flower spirits and willow charms who continued to cast spells amidst their laughter, dragging his staff as he walked towards them. Are you girls ready to take a beating? Yi-Chen approached the melee position and was hit by another round of attacks. Taking over 3000 health points of damage wasn't much, and it didn't bring him any strong sensation of pain. Instead, Yi-Chen felt a bit of itchiness. In the world of the unparalleled arc, the intensity of pain felt is determined by the maximum health points of the practitioner and the strength of the damage inflicted by monsters. For practitioners, increasing their maximum health can effectively reduce the pain they feel. This knowledge is found in textbooks. When a practitioner receives damage that is less than 10% of their maximum health, they will only feel a slight pain. Within this 10% range, the higher the damage received, the greater the pain felt. Research has shown that there are further pain thresholds. When the damage taken exceeds 20% of the maximum health, the practitioner will feel noticeable pain, the degree of which depends on the damage value. When the damage exceeds 33% of the maximum health, the practitioner will feel intense pain. When the damage exceeds 50% of the maximum health, the practitioner will feel severe pain, which may cause physiological and psychological discomfort, affecting combat. When the damage exceeds 80% of the maximum health, the practitioner will feel unbearable pain, potentially losing the ability to act and think. Under the hero difficulty, the flower spirit with a 300% damage bonus, Petal Dance, inflicts a base damage of 810 points. Yi-Chen had previously stolen quite a bit of magic resistance, and with the 50 points provided by Hero Trialist, his magic resistance was top tier at level 7. Even so, he still took 616 points of damage. A normal level 35 player has around 1850 health points, assuming they had as high magic resistance as Yi-Chen. Taking only 616 points of damage would still exceed the 33% maximum health threshold, resulting in intense pain. Pain is a torment for people. But for Yi-Chen, his health points were not a trivial matter. He had 100 million points. Are you done hitting me? Is it my turn now? Yi-Chen had now reached the front of 6 beautiful monsters, raised his staff, and poked at the nearest flower spirit. Minus 102. His attack power was only a little over 200 points, and the weapon he held was a magic-type staff, which had almost no physical damage bonus. Yet the flower spirit and willow charm before him, although magic-type monsters, were still level 35 silver monsters, and their armor was too low. An attack power of over 200 points was merely the average level of a level 15 physical-type practitioner. And with such a level, he managed to deal 102 points of damage. This showed how low their armor was. Yi-Chen calculated in his mind that if he dealt 100 points of damage, and the opponent had 4,000 health points, it would take 40 hits to kill her. This won't do, it's too fast. Men fear speed the most. Yi-Chen thought that as a level 7 practitioner, he shouldn't be able to break through the defenses of a level 35 monster, having jumped nearly 30 levels. Who would have thought that these flower spirits and willow charms, looking so delicate, would be so fragile? He had originally planned to poke slowly with his staff, but since it was like this, Yi-Chen had no choice but to change equipment. He took off the staff and put on the pink series gloves. He activated the filling effect. Physical damage dealt is reduced by 80%. In that case, each punch would deal only 20 points of damage. That was enough for him to torment the opponent 200 times. The group of flower spirits and willow charms felt a chill in their hearts when they saw Yi-Chen donning the girlish pink gloves. They all moved in small steps, retreating a few paces, then bent down to cast their spells. Yi-Chen ignored the spellcasting and directly pulled over the flower fairy he found most pleasing to the eye. "Ah!" the little flower fairy exclaimed, and just as she was about to struggle, Yi-Chen wrapped his left arm around her, making it impossible for her to break free. Yi-Chen raised his right hand and slapped down. Slap minus 20 points. Watching the virtual number float above the flower fairy's beautiful back, Yi-Chen nodded in satisfaction. A flower fairy has 4,000 health points, and dealing 20 points of damage per slap is enough for him to slap over 200 times. With over 200 slaps, the Hand of Blasphemy would definitely trigger frequently, draining the flower fairy dry. This was more like it. If it were only 100 points of damage, he could only slap about 40 times before it was over, which would be too unsatisfying. The flower fairy in Yi-Chen's arms kept twisting and struggling, but he held her tightly and continued to slap. Minus 20 points. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbing 100 points of mana attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbing 18 points of spell power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbing 6 points of magic resistance attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. Absorbing 90 points of mana attribute from the target. Hee, here it comes. Based on previous experience, Yi-Chen had figured out the numerical pattern of the Hand of Blasphemy stealing attributes. That is, it steals 10% of a target's attribute value each time. Taking this flower fairy as an example, her mana cap is 1,000 points. The first theft would take 100 points of mana and mana cap. Then she would only have 900 points of mana cap left. If he stole mana attributes again, he could only take 90 points, and so on, until he drained her completely. Seeing that he had started to steal attributes, Yi-Chen couldn't help but speed up his slapping. The flower fairy's cries became more frequent. The other 2 flower fairies and 3 willow spirits looked on in shock, their hearts racing. They even forgot to cast spells. Whoa whoa whoa. They were awakened by the pitiful, weak, and helpless whimpering, looking at the outrageous scene in astonishment. "Ah, there's a pervert. Sisters, hurry up, save little Peach. We must teach him a good lesson." The flower fairies bent down to cast spells, while the willow spirits raised their hips to cast spells. 5 nature spells hit Yi-Chen, but nothing happened. At this moment, one flower fairy sensed something was wrong. Why isn't he dead yet? Since the beginning, Yi-Chen had endured nearly 9,000 points of damage, yet he showed no signs of weakness or pain. This made the remaining 5 flower fairies and willow spirits feel a bit anxious. One of the willow spirits said fiercely, "Keep going, sisters, I don't believe we can't kill this perverted bastard." 3 seconds later, another round of leaf plucking and willow fairy arrow was unleashed. Yi-Chen didn't die. Keep going. Yi-Chen didn't die. Half a minute later, the flower fairy initially pulled into Yi-Chen's arms became transparent, turning into Yi-Chen's experience points. Yi-Chen turned to look at the 5 charming monsters, frowning. "Who just called me a pervert?" As he spoke, Yi-Chen took a step toward them. The 5 charming monsters all retreated. Looking at the strange and mysterious Yi-Chen, the willow spirit who had initially suggested to continue said with a stiff face, "Sisters, when a person is killed, they will die. Let's do another round." Saying this, they began to puff out their chests and raise their hips to cast spells. The other 4 also started casting spells. Seeing the scheming minister jump out himself, Yi-Chen was not polite and directly went up to pull over the willow spirit who had just spoken. Interrupting her spellcasting, he slapped her with a loud smack. Minus 20 points. Ding! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered. absorbing 60 points of mana attribute from the target. Ah! The willow spirit let out a sharp scream, her face flushed as she cried, "Save me." The other 4 flower spirits were not idle either, casting another round of spells on Yi Chen. It was useless, completely useless. Yi Chen employed the same tactic again, using one hand to control the willow spirit while the other began to attack. The willow spirit struggled continuously, but as a magic-type monster, her body was so delicate and weak that she couldn't break free, only able to let Yi Chen do as he pleased. Before long, the willow spirit let out a wail, trembled a few times, and then fell still. Yi Chen looked at the remaining 4 beautiful monsters, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Next, whose turn is it? The 4 beautiful monsters shivered in unison. No one dared to speak. Outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, at the dungeon toll booth, a burly staff member was watching a funny video, laughing a few times before glancing sideways at the entrance of the dungeon, where a flowing green light curtain was visible. "Ha! That kid has been inside for half an hour. Why hasn't he come out yet?" In his eyes, a level 7 newbie who had just completed his job change, entering a level 35 dungeon on hero difficulty alone was like searching for something in a toilet with a flashlight. Logically, he should have been weakened by the first wave of monsters. Now half an hour has passed. This unusual situation left the burly staff member quite puzzled. He furrowed his brows, unable to make sense of it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a bold guess. Damn, this kid must not have gone into the dungeon for serious business. Could it be that he went in for some thrills, to show off his skills? The Peach Willow Garden dungeon attracted many foreigners, mostly men, who came to Yin country to experience it. Why? Because there were many beauties in the dungeon. Besides the basic flower spirit willow, several bosses in the dungeon were also stunningly beautiful. Especially the final boss, the Lily Queen, who was the epitome of beauty. Many male players continuously farmed this dungeon, not for equipment or leveling up but just to hear the Lily Queen's bone-chilling wail before her death, and the feel of touching the corpses. Thinking of this, the burly middle-aged man felt much less resentment towards Yi Chen and even gained a bit of admiration. That's hero difficulty. With his small frame, a single skill from a flower spirit willow could easily kill him. Yet he dares to take such a huge risk, getting up close and personal with them, doing his thing. Truly a role model for our generation, a young hero. Impressive, impressive. Inside the dungeon, Yi Chen spent 15 minutes taking down the other 4 beautiful monsters one by one. One wave of monsters, 6 in total, all defeated. Ding! You have gained 3,266 experience points, 3055 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 9. Your base attributes have received a boost, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Level up twice. Killing monsters to level up is indeed fast. No wonder the children of wealthy families level up so quickly. Of course, hiring high-level mercenaries doesn't come cheap. On one hand, there's the commission part. Hiring a mercenary costs money, and their time isn't free. On the other hand, there's the cost of fatigue. As mentioned before, entering a dungeon requires consuming fatigue points. The consumed fatigue points are divided into a fixed dungeon value and a level difference value. The fixed dungeon value is generally not very high for dungeons below level 100. However, the level difference part requires a lot of fatigue to consume. For example, if a professional mercenary is level 200, and he wants to enter a level 50 dungeon, he would need to spend an additional 150 fatigue points. In the unparalleled world of the Ark, entering a dungeon requires the consumption of fatigue points, which are the most critical resource for any professional. Especially for high-level professionals, the fatigue points needed to enter lower-level dungeons can be quite terrifying. Therefore, in the hiring circles, the price of fatigue points is relatively high. When hiring someone to help level up their child, the bulk of the gold spent goes towards fatigue points. Only when the money is in place will others be willing to spend so many fatigue points to accompany a lower-level professional into a dungeon that holds no value for them. Some might say, if that's the case, aren't the wealthy invincible? Can they just let their child, at level 1, farm a level 200 dungeon and level up to 200 in a day? Of course not. There are 2 main restrictions. One is the fatigue point limit. Professionals below level 50 have a fatigue point cap of only 50 before completing their first awakening. If a professional is at level 1 and wants to enter a level 200 dungeon, aside from the fixed fatigue points required for that dungeon, they must also pay an additional 199 fatigue points. But a level 1 professional only has a fatigue point cap of 50. Where would they get the 199 fatigue points needed to enter a level 200 dungeon? It's simply not feasible. Additionally, once a professional reaches level 49, their experience will be locked, preventing them from leveling up to 50. Only by completing the first awakening task can they break through the level 50 restriction. Until then, no matter how much experience a professional gains, it will not accumulate. Therefore, for a level 49 professional, the most important thing is to complete an awakening. Yi Chen continued deeper into the dungeon. He glanced at his red gear title, Heroic Trialist. This piece of equipment also had a special skill, Heroic Charisma. Before completing the first awakening task, experience gained is increased by 10%. Experience-related buff enhancements are quite precious. Although this type of special skill does not increase combat power, it is still highly sought after by the wealthy. With this 10% experience buff, Yi Chen's leveling speed became even faster. He wondered how many levels he could gain this time by killing monsters above his level without anyone else sharing the experience. Dungeons are generally divided into two types. One type is linear dungeons, where players can only clear small monsters along a specific route and encounter bosses in sequence. They must defeat the previous boss to continue on to the next one until they eliminate the final boss. In some areas, certain bosses must be defeated to unlock the next stage, making this type less freeform. The other type is freeform dungeons. After entering, professionals can explore freely and choose the order in which they challenge bosses. This type of dungeon is very popular among professionals because teams can plan their routes based on their class configurations, maximizing their strengths and minimizing their weaknesses. Peach Willow Garden is a freeform dungeon. Yi Chen was aimlessly walking within the dungeon, enjoying the scenery while searching for prey. He was like a merciless machine, attacking any flower spirits and willow charms he encountered, whether they were alone or in groups, leaving no one unscathed. During this process, his level had already risen to 15. As he walked, inhaling the floral scent in the air, Yi Chen heard the sound of laughter coming from not far away. There's quite a bit of laughter, it must be a wave of monsters. Yi Chen lightly clashed his pink fists together, his eyes filled with anticipation. Time to attack, oh no, steal attributes. Following the sound of laughter, Yi Chen arrived near a large pond. The pond was filled with flower spirits. 1, 2. There were at least 20 of them. Some of them sat by the pond, dipping their small feet into the water. Some were swimming in the pond. Others were splashing water at each other playfully. This scene made one feel irresistibly comfortable and beautiful. Others felt good because the charming flower fairies were a delight to the eyes, and their laughter was intoxicating. But in Yi Chen's eyes, the pond was all about attributes and experience. Ah, the taste of attributes and experience was truly wonderful. He rushed over, jumped into the pond, grabbed the nearest flower fairy, and began to play. Ah, ah! The screams echoed back and forth in the mountains and forests, creating a reverberation. Besides the flower fairy being held down, the other 19 cast spells together to attack Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't care, he was already immersed in the world of stealing attributes. As his level increased, his attack power attribute also slowly rose, so his physical damage increased, and currently, he could no longer hit a single flower fairy for less than 200 times. But Yi Chen did not give up, still persevering. Because the sensation was truly good, the process was quite enjoyable. The experience of attacking the charming flower fairy with his fists was far better than facing that group of pirates and villains in Freedom Town. 3 seconds later, 19 instances of plucking leaves and flying flowers hit Yi Chen's body, reduced 598 points. Virtual numbers continuously popped up above Yi Chen's head. The damage caused in that instant had already exceeded 11,000 points. The damage hit Yi Chen, and he had no reaction at all, still focused on pressing down on that flower fairy, hitting her bottom with his pink boxing gloves. 19 big question marks appeared above the flower fairies' heads. Such a concentrated attack surprisingly did not kill him, leaving the flower fairies utterly confused. What's going on? Why isn't he dead? Does he have some special treasure? Is he cheating? Let's do it again. The flower fairies exchanged words, ultimately deciding to attack once more. In an instant, the 19 charming flower fairies bent down together and cast spells at Yi Chen again. This scene was somewhat spectacular, like 19 beautiful women bowing to Yi Chen. Yi Chen remembered that this pond was very popular online, being one of the most famous scenes in Peach Willow Garden. Here, 20 flower fairies would respawn regularly, playing in the pond. Many level 200 plus professionals often returned to farm this instance, and a significant part of the reason was to enjoy the charming flower fairies nearby. As for the novice professionals in their 30s, they rarely came to this pond. Even if they did, they wouldn't provoke these 20 flower fairies. Because there was a mechanism here, if one of the 20 flower fairies was attacked, all the other 19 would be drawn into battle. At that time, a 5-person team facing 20 monsters would find it nearly impossible to win against such a large wave of monsters. After all, when farming instances, a wave of monsters typically consisted of 5 or 6. Sometimes, if the team was strong, they might pull a few more, but it wouldn't exceed 12, and certainly not more than 15. If 5 or 6 flower fairies cast spells together, the healing pressure would exist, but it wouldn't be significant. If all 20 flower fairies cast spells together, it wouldn't just be a matter of pressure, it would definitely lead to someone being killed instantly, resulting in a total wipe. Therefore, basically no one would greedily seek the experience and drops from these 20 flower fairies. You need to have a life to earn money. 3 seconds later, another 19 instances of plucking leaves and flying flowers hit Yi-chan, causing a total of over 11,000 points of damage. Yi-chan looked up, glanced at them, and left behind 3 words, "Put in some effort." Watching Yi-chan's actions and the flower fairy beneath him, hearing those 3 words, the flower fairies instantly blushed, their faces turning red, unsure of what to do. At this moment, the first unfortunate flower demon favored by Yi-chan finally let out a mournful cry and transformed into experience absorbed by Yi-chan. Then Yi-chan dove into the pond, swimming over to another charming flower demon, grabbing her and dragging her to the edge of the pond. He pinned her down, delivering small punches. Wah! Seeing another companion suffer from his poisonous punches, the other 18 flower demons were enraged. Even rabbits bite when they are anxious, these little flowers could get angry too. A buff appeared on them all. Wrath of the Flowers, passive effect, natural damage dealt increased by 100%, lasting until the end of the battle. Yi-chan was aware of this mechanism, because in the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, the flower demons and willow spirits had such outstanding figures and appearances. They were much better than ordinary girls in the real world. This led many single men to treat them as goddesses, often harassing them. After all, they were only level 35, easy to bully. Some male adventurers, when desperate, would spend some cost to come to this dungeon to vent their desires. In the face of such excessive harassment, the flower demons and willow spirits would trigger this mechanism, gaining a damage-increasing buff. The 18 flower demons bent down again. Knowing full well that this group of charming and beautiful flower demons had gained the Wrath of the Flowers buff, Yi-chan still didn't care. He glanced at his health points. In his view, it was still a series of 9s. What was there to worry about? Up to now, they hadn't even taken away 1% of his health. The spell effect of plucking leaves and flying flowers continuously hit Yi-chan, reducing 1180 points. 18 spells caused over 20,000 damage. This damage was indeed a bit outrageous. However, hitting Yi-chan felt like they were kicking cotton. Yi-chan showed no reaction at all. He treated it as if he were being massaged collectively by them. Yi-chan remained focused, tirelessly using his pink little fists to hit the flower demon's bottom. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 18 points of spell power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 400 points of health attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 6 points of magic resistance attribute from the target. The remaining 18 flower demons did not give up, continuously attacking Yi-chan. Thus, Yi-chan kept pulling them over, pinning them down and hitting them, switching to another when one was done. The flower demons kept bending down, using plucking leaves and flying flowers to attack Yi-chan under the buff of Wrath of the Flowers. Outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, at the dungeon toll booth, a burly staff member raised his left wrist to check the time. An hour and a half had passed. Why hadn't that kid come out yet? He felt that things were getting a bit complicated. Is this craftsmanship really that enduring? Is he trying to produce a year's worth of work? An hour and a half had passed. Surely he must be worn out by now? Not normal. Definitely not normal. The burly staff member pondered for a moment, and a flash of lightning crossed his mind, making him suddenly understand something. I remember, he awakened an SSS level talent. Those who can awaken SSS level talents are basically tough characters in the future. Moreover, that talent is called Miracle. Could it be that this boy really went in to grind monsters? His Miracle SSS level talent has a magical effect that allows him to grind monsters 30 levels higher? That's why he insisted on entering the dungeon despite the warnings. The burly staff member thought more and more it was possible. Recalling Yi-chan's behavior and expressions, the burly staff member became increasingly certain. Those who awaken SSS talents are like this, always pretending to be profound, putting on a seemingly calm face while actually harboring deep grievances. Wish him good luck. I hope this kid is a bit clever and doesn't provoke the 20 flower spirits over by the pond. They are on hero difficulty. When they get angry, even level 50 or 60 professionals can't handle it. Ugh. By the pond, the last enchanting flower spirit also couldn't escape the fate of being struck. Yi-chan checked the level. It was already level 16. The leveling speed was quite fast. A newly transitioned novice professional could reach level 10 on the first day, which was impressive and required a lot of effort. Of course, excluding those who could afford to hire trainers. Yi Chen estimated that there were a total of 3 bosses in the Peach Willow Garden dungeon. Plus, with the experience from clearing it and a large number of other small monsters, he should be able to guarantee reaching level 30. Continuing, the opportunity to enter the dungeon was exchanged for gold coins and fatigue, so he couldn't miss a single small monster. Yi Chen opened the system map, marked the areas he had traversed, and then moved toward the unknown direction. An hour later, he cleared most of the small monsters in the dungeon area. He stole some attributes, mainly focusing on spell power and mana. Though it wasn't much, it was a very good start. His level also rose to 20. He also collected quite a few white, green, and blue gear, along with many low and mid-level materials. He even looted a piece of purple gear. This is the location of the boss. Yi Chen walked deeper into the woods and arrived at an open-air garden. The garden had pavilions, small hills, and a pond. The scenery was quite pleasant. The small monsters near the open-air garden had all been taken care of by Yi Chen. Now, it was time for the boss sitting quietly inside. This was a delicately featured woman, looking to be around 20 years old. She wore a white classical robe and had no jewelry, but her long hair, half light green and half white, made her appear anything but ordinary. Unlike the flower spirits and willow charms he encountered before, who also looked like young girls but still bore certain plant characteristics, this girl showed no signs of being a plant monster at all. Yi Chen, however, knew she was a genuine spirit. It was the beginner's detection technique that told him. Target, Princess Bailan, rank, Golden Leader, level, LV 35, health points, 90,000, overview, originally just a white orchid in this area. During the anomaly in Wuxian, she came into contact with a trace of the core anomaly's original aura, gaining intelligence and transforming into human form. She can use nature spells for single target attacks. Be careful to interrupt her healing skills. Gulp. Yi Chen couldn't help but swallow. 90,000 health points. At a glance, she looked very tough. Moreover, when Yi Chen saw the image of this boss, he recalled her skill set. Although Princess Bailan was only level 35, she was very popular and well known. It was because she was one of the prettier bosses with a relatively low level, making her easier to bully. Thus, on various platforms, many professionals uploaded videos about Princess Bailan. Among them was an introduction to her skill set. Of course, saying she was easy to bully was relative. For professionals above level 70 or 80, she was indeed easier to handle. But for those with lower levels, especially those on par with her, she was a very powerful boss. The DPS output pressure was extremely high. Even some level 50 or 60 professionals had to be very careful and required a certain level of cooperation when facing her on King's difficulty. Not to mention those around level 35. Princess Bailan only has 2 active skills and 1 passive skill. But these simple 3 skills can make level 35 players struggle to survive. The most crucial part is that Princess Bailan has an active skill that allows her to heal herself. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at this thought. Healing? That's truly wonderful. Princess Bailan can heal herself in battle. Doesn't that mean that as long as Yi Chen wants, he can wait for Princess Bailan to continuously heal herself, and then he can endlessly steal her attributes? He. Yi Chen felt a little glee in his heart. He finally encountered a boss that could heal itself. Unlike last time in the novice trial dungeon, when he had to use some healing potions on Shalan. Thinking of the healing potions, Yi Chen felt a bit regretful. He should have gone to the merchant before entering the dungeon to buy some healing potions as backup. Of course, not for himself. He had over 100 million health points and didn't need them at all. Yi Chen, still wearing his pink little boxing gloves, slowly walked into the garden towards the pavilion where Princess Bailan was. As he entered her attack range, a clear and pleasant female voice rang out, "Leave here, do not come any closer." This was Princess Bailan warning Yi Chen. If he did not retreat from the pavilion, a battle would be triggered. Yi Chen ignored Princess Bailan's warning and continued to walk towards her. He saw Princess Bailan frown and slowly stand up. Her light green and white hair emitted a faint emerald glow, and her entire demeanor changed, no longer serene and indifferent, but now carrying a hint of murderous intent. Ding! Entering boss battle, Princess Bailan raised her arm, and the sleeves of her white classical robe slid back, revealing a small, smooth arm like a lotus root. Then, a deep green light gathered in the palm of her raised hand. With a whoosh, it quickly shot out. A deep green energy ball struck Yi Chen. Sheng Luo, active, no cost, locking skill, casting time 5 seconds, randomly deals 200% spell power natural damage to a target. A virtual number floated above Yi Chen's head. Minus 4,133 points. Yi Chen was slightly startled. The damage was so high? No wonder it was on hero difficulty. The tier had risen from silver to gold, and it also gained a 300% damage increase. Yi Chen had just spent 2.5 hours clearing small monsters, stealing attributes, and his magic resistance was already quite high. Even with such high magic resistance, he still lost over 4,000 health points. This was enough to prove that Princess Bailan's spell power was much higher than that of ordinary small monsters. Yi Chen thought, the higher, the better. The higher your spell power, the more I can steal. After the skill, Cheng Luo hit Yi Chen, he received a layer of debuff. Sun Phone, mechanism passive effect, cannot be removed, cannot be resisted. Targets hit by Cheng Luo will gain a layer of Sun Phone. Each layer of Sun Phone increases the natural damage they receive by 10%, and it can stack infinitely. As mentioned before, this boss, Princess Bailan, has a very high DPS output pressure, and the reason lies here. Cheng Luo is a locking skill. A locking skill refers to targeting a specific enemy to release the skill, and the skill effect will hit the target 100%, meaning the target cannot evade by moving. In contrast, a directional skill refers to releasing a skill in a direction, and the skill effect will hit all enemies in that direction. When facing a directional skill, as long as the attack target can avoid the skill's path, they can evade the skill damage. However, the locking skill cannot be avoided. Once the locking skill is released, no matter where the targeted opponent goes, they cannot escape the attack. Therefore, the skill is unavoidable for professionals. Unless they possess evasion or resistance attributes, whoever is named will take damage. The damage caused by is already quite high, and after hitting the target, it will also apply a layer of debuff on the target. Each layer of debuff increases the damage the professional takes from the next by 10%. This means that as the battle progresses, the released by Queen Bailan every 5 seconds will deal increasingly higher damage. The pressure on healing will grow until it becomes unmanageable, leading to a total wipe. Under such a mechanism, professionals must output damage quickly, defeating Princess Bailan before the layers of debuff stack too high on everyone. The idea is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Because Princess Bailan has another active skill. Active, no cost, instant and uninterruptible, cooldown of 30 seconds. Restores 4,500 health points to herself. Every 30 seconds, Princess Bailan will cast the skill to restore her own health. Because she can heal, quickly killing Princess Bailan is not an easy task. If the DPS output is insufficient, then this boss simply cannot be defeated. There is no possibility of slowly grinding her down. Thus, Princess Bailan also has a title, the DPS output tester. Any team with inadequate output capabilities will not be able to defeat her. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a bit excited. It's great that she can't be killed. He loves this kind of invincible challenge. If he had thought of Princess Bailan's skill mechanism earlier, he wouldn't have wasted so much time on the small monsters. He could have just come over to pluck Princess Bailan's feathers instead, since he wouldn't be able to pluck them all anyway. After releasing the first, since this skill has no cooldown, Princess Bailan continued to cast. Within 5 seconds, Yi Chen had already reached her side, standing at nearly 1.8 meters tall in front of the 1.6 meter tall Princess Bailan. He looked down slightly and could see the classical white robe collar beneath, which was snow white. He raised his pink little fist and struck down. -6 points. Princess Bailan's armor was much higher than that of the flower demon Lume, and with Yi Chen wearing pink boxing gloves, physical damage was reduced by 80%. So with one punch, he only took away 6 points of her health. Princess Bailan's health dropped from 90,000 to 89,994. Still, the damage wasn't high, but it was extremely insulting, especially since Yi Chen hit her in that area. You. Princess Bailan's little face turned red, both shy and angry, and she blushed, gaining the flower's wrath buff, which increased her natural damage by an additional 100%. The second hit Yi Chen, -9,092 points. Originally, with one layer of debuff, Yi Chen would only take 4,546 points of damage, but after hitting her, Princess Bailan became enraged and gained Flower's Wrath. The damage thus doubled, and one skill took away over 9,000 of Yi Chen's health. Fortunately, for Yi Chen, over 9,000 health points was nothing. However, the feeling was really good. He continued. Another punch. The soft boxing gloves hit softly. -6 points. Little fists hammered her chest. -6 points. -9,919 points. Yi Chen began to exchange blows with Princess Bailan. Though it was called an exchange, it was really just Yi Chen hitting her while Princess Bailan elegantly cast her skills. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered, absorbing 6 points of speed attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 1% of the target's effect hit attribute. Stealing, dealing 6 points of damage to her. Looking at Princess Bylon with 89,916 health points, Yichin felt as if countless attributes were beckoning to him. Suddenly, a faint green light flashed around Princess Bylon, and her health instantly returned to 90,000, fully restored. Yichin felt a bit puzzled. How could she recover so quickly? It wasn't even 30 seconds yet? Note, under hero difficulty, the cooldown time of the boss Princess Bylon's Fragrant Breeze skill is reduced from 30 seconds to 15 seconds. Hearing the system's prompt, Yichin understood. Under hero difficulty, her Fragrant Breeze skill had been enhanced, with the cooldown time halved. This meant a higher frequency of health recovery, increasing the DPS pressure on the adventurer team challenging her. After all, going from a 30-second health recovery to a 15-second one meant that if the damage wasn't overwhelming, it would be impossible to defeat her. This mechanism was a disaster and an obstacle for other adventurer teams. But for Yichin, it was a huge advantage. Yichin wished for Princess Bylon to recover health every second, turning her into an unkillable cockroach. That way, he could drain her as much as possible. Reducing 6 points. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 180 points of spell power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 1000 points of mana attribute from the target. That's 180 points of spell power all at once. So, Princess Bylon's spell power is 1800 points. Yichin felt delighted. At this rate, all 1800 points of spell power would belong to him. 15 seconds later, a faint green light flickered around Princess Bylon again, and her aura seemed completely renewed. Her health returned to 90,000 points. Yichin's lips curled up. Go ahead, recover. The more you heal, the more excited I get. You're annoying. You're so annoying. As Yichin kept punching her chest, Princess Bylon could no longer bear it and finally broke her defense. But aside from continuing to cast Fragrant Breeze, she had no other options. Thus, Yichin and Princess Bylon exchanged blows, neither willing to back down. After a while, Yichin looked at the beautiful figure before him and suggested, "How about we sit down and fight? Standing like this is so tiring." After saying this, Yichin suddenly remembered an old lewd joke, wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk with the girl, shoulder to shoulder. Hearing Yichin's words, Princess Bylon became even angrier. She gritted her teeth, her pretty face filled with rage, pouting her lips, and her movements to cast Fragrant Breeze became more forceful, full of displeasure. Once the spell was completed, another Fragrant Breeze hit Yichin, reducing 8,634 points. Princess Bylon suddenly felt something was off. She looked at the number floating above Yichin's head and blinked hard. She wasn't mistaken. Princess Bylon couldn't help but stop casting, rubbing her eyes. It was still 8,634 points of damage. She definitely wasn't mistaken. What was going on? Princess Bylon was stunned, standing there in confusion, feeling utterly perplexed. That adorably dazed look was incredibly cute. It made Yichin's punches lose some of their force, his movements filled with care and affection. Princess Bylon racked her brain but couldn't figure it out. Why had her damage decreased? She had already stacked over 20 layers of Fragrant Wind debuff on Yichin. Logically, the damage should have been increasing. How could it be that under 20 layers of Fragrant Wind debuff and Wrath of the Flowers buff, the damage was decreasing? Yichin looked at Princess Bylon's confused expression and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The damage was getting lower because he had stolen the spell power attribute from Princess Bylon. The damage value of the skill, Xing Luo, was calculated based on 200% of Princess Bylon's own spell power. Since Princess Bylon's base spell power attribute had decreased, the total damage naturally dropped while the damage coefficient of Xing Luo remained unchanged. Yichin chuckled to himself while delivering a punch. Dang! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered, absorbing 9,000 points of target's health attribute. Damn! Not good, I stole health points. Yichin focused and saw that Princess Bylon's maximum health had suddenly dropped from 90,000 points to 81,000 points. Meanwhile, his own health attribute had increased by 9,000 points out of nowhere. Seeing this result, Yichin, who had just been in a good mood, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Oh no, while considering things earlier, I forgot that Hand of Blasphemy not only steals spell power and mana attributes but also health points. My own 100 million health points were stolen from a god-level wooden dummy. Yichin had been thinking that his physical damage was very low and that Princess Bylon would recover a certain amount of health every 15 seconds. He could infinitely steal Princess Bylon's attributes until he drained her dry. But with this turn of events, that was no longer certain. Dang! Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered, absorbing 96 points of target's spell power attribute. That's good. Dang. Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered, absorbing 34 points of target's magic resistance attribute. That's fine. Dang. Hand of Blasphemy effect triggered, absorbing 8,100 points of target's health attribute. Damn. Half an hour later, Yi-Chen sat beside Princess Bailan with a forlorn expression. At this point, he had already taken off his pink boxing gloves, placing his hand on Princess Bailan's shoulder and shaking it. Hey, move a little. You move a little, come on. Princess Bailan ignored him, or rather, she was no longer able to pay attention to Yi-Chen. At this moment, Princess Bailan lay on the ground, her eyes tightly closed, looking very peaceful. Her health attribute was currently in this state, 0/1. The health limit was 1 point, and now her state was 0 points, which meant she was dead. Boom! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the hero difficulty golden boss, Princess Bailan. Yi-Chen wanted to cry but had no tears, looking up at the sky. Damn it, there are still over 600 points of spell power that I haven't stolen. Why did I keep stealing her health points? I really can't believe this old trick. Indeed, in the latter half of the battle, Yi-Chan's Hand of Blasphemy kept triggering, mostly stealing Princess Bailan's health attribute. He had literally stolen her 90,000 health points down to 1 point. Then with a pink punch, he ended up killing her. Hangchang, Linv District, Demushan Town. After spending an hour purchasing high-end luxury gifts and a 2.5-hour drive, Principal Hao Yueme and the school's senior management finally arrived at Yi-Chen's home. According to the school's records, the beautiful principal in black stockings and her group quickly found Yi-Chen's house. Yi-Chen's home was at the deepest part of the town, a small tiled house with a very small yard. This is Yi-Chen's home? Principal Hao Yueme felt a mix of emotions. A genius boy who had cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon actually lived in such a rundown place. Originally, when Yueme saw that Yi-Chen's address was in Demushan Town, she thought his family condition should be quite good. After all, Demushan Town is not far from Hangcheng, and the townspeople here are quite wealthy, as can be seen from the fact that most of the houses in the town are 2- or 3-story villas. However, Yi-Chen's family actually lives in a bungalow, and the yard is almost non-existent. Compared to the spacious villas of other residents, Yi-Chen's home looks like a dilapidated farmhouse in a remote mountainous area. It certainly doesn't appear to be in good condition. Yet, under such circumstances, Yi-Chen has managed to grow up so outstandingly, which shows he is a determined child. Thinking of this, the black-haired beauty principal, Hao Yueme, felt even more recognition for Yi-Chen and a bit of admiration in her heart. With a serious expression, she looked at the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Luanhe, and spoke in a similarly serious tone. Teacher Luan, it seems this is your first time here. So, you have never visited Yi-Chen's home during the school's home visit activities. Is that so? Faced with the principal's stern questioning, homeroom teacher Luanhe began to sweat profusely. Before the global digitization, home visit activities were merely a formal event. However, after the arrival of the Absolute Arc game and global digitization, this activity became very important for schools as it helped bridge the gap between the school and students' families. In the world of Absolute Arc, whether in high school or university, excellent graduates can bring tremendous benefits to the school. Outstanding graduates become partners of the school, creating a mutually beneficial relationship. Therefore, the school allocates a special budget for home visit activities every quarter, which is given to each class's homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher assesses potential students and conducts home visits to build good relationships with these students and their families in advance. Yi-Chen has been an excellent student since his first year of high school. Logically, the homeroom teacher should pay attention to him. However, teacher Luanhe has never conducted a home visit to Yi-Chen's family even once. Facing Principal Hao Yueme's questioning, Luanhe looked as if she had been caught cheating, her face flushed and at a loss for words. Principal, this. Luanhe couldn't find any reason or excuse, and she felt embarrassed to speak the truth. In Luanhe's heart, she looked down on students like Yi-Chen, who had neither family background nor money. She believed that no matter how well such students performed, they would struggle to achieve greatness in the future. Therefore, every quarter, she used the home visit activity funds to curry favor with wealthy families like Zhu Yongzhen's. The quality of students' grades was not within Luanhe's consideration, she only recognized power and money. In her view, children from wealthy and powerful families would not be inferior, and they were certainly better than those from poor, incapable families. Although Principal Hao Yueme was only in her 30s, she was experienced and saw through Luanhe's thoughts at a glance. This made Hao Yueme very angry and disappointed in Luanhe. She had originally planned to promote her to head of the grade group and later to director of education. Now, it seemed that with Luanhe's opportunistic nature, not only would she not be promoted, but but such an unprincipled woman was unworthy of being a teacher. If it weren't for the fact that Luan he was Yi Chen's homeroom teacher, Hao Yuemei would have wanted to fire her on the spot. Teacher Luan, Hao Yuemei said sternly, if I find out again that you do not arrange home visit activities based on grades and potential, then in the future, the funding for your class's home visit activities will come out of your own pocket. Luani felt a wave of panic and quickly put on a distressed face, repeatedly assuring in a low voice, I'm sorry, principal, it was my mistake, it won't happen again, it won't happen again. Humph. Hao Yuemei pointed out mercilessly, Luan he, don't forget. You also come from a poor family, and through your own efforts, you have become the head teacher of the second high school at such a young age, guiding a class of students to grow. I chose you for this position because of your ability and talent, to take on this responsibility. If I look down on people like you do you think, with your background, you could have become a head teacher before turning 30? As a person, you must not forget your roots. As the head teacher, you must not let down every single student in your class. Hearing these words, Luani felt a chill in her heart. She knew her impression in the principal's mind had become very poor. The meaning of these words struck her like a wake-up call, bringing her great shock. She was on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, principal, I have let down the school, let down classmate Yi Chen, and let down your trust and expectations. I will definitely correct my mistakes, resolutely correct them. I will write a 20,000-word reflection when I get back. Please give me another chance, principal. Hao Yuemei did not say anything further. After all, they were at Yi Chen's doorstep and could only give a brief reprimand. Next to her, vice principal's son, who was in charge of finances, held a very high position in the school, second only to Principal Hao Yuemei. This was also the reason he could accompany her to visit Yi Chen's home. Along the way, vice principal's son, as the second in command of the school, was very polite and warm to Luan He. It should be noted that this was Yi Chen's head teacher, someone who could directly interact with him. Building a good relationship with her was equivalent to connecting with Yi Chen. However, now vice principal's son had picked up from their earlier conversation that this teacher Luan did not seem to treat Yi Chen well in class. Not only was she not good to him, but over the 3 years, she had also monopolized the home visit slots that originally belonged to Yi Chen. How could that be acceptable? Thinking from Yi Chen's perspective, vice principal's son felt that if he were in Yi Chen's shoes, he certainly would not have any good feelings towards such a head teacher. Why should he be polite to her? Building a good relationship with her would not help him get closer to Yi Chen. Instead, it would create obstacles. With this in mind, vice principal's son's attitude towards Luan he made a 180-degree turn. His expression was no longer warm and natural as it had been on the way. His tone was no longer polite and enthusiastic. Instead, it became stern and indifferent. Teacher Luan, we are at Yi Chen's doorstep now. You need to watch your emotions. This is not a place for you to play the victim. Put away your pitiful look and wipe away your tears. If you can't do that, you can take a taxi back to school right now. After all, you don't deserve to be Yi Chen's head teacher. With both the school's top and second in command speaking harshly to her, Luani instantly felt that her future was bleak. Moreover, the cleverness in her realized where the problem lay. The principal and vice principal had such attitudes because of Yi Chen. Just thinking about how she had not been good to Yi Chen over the past 3 years, Luani's heart sank into an icy abyss. Hao Yuemei took a few steps forward to the iron gate of Yi Chen's home. The gate was unlocked. Hao Yuemei politely called out while pushing the gate open to enter the small, shabby courtyard. Arriving at the door, she gently knocked. Is Yi Chen's parent home? We are teachers from Hangcheng Second High School. Hao Yuemei smiled, her tone sweet, as she knocked and gently called out. After calling for a few minutes, there was no response from inside. Is no one home? Hao Yuemei exchanged glances with vice principal's son, both seeing a hint of anxiety and helplessness in each other's eyes. At that moment, a local resident passing by outside the iron gate stood at the entrance and asked in a slightly accented tone, Who are you? Hao Yuemei turned around, smiling as she replied, Hello, we are teachers from Hangcheng No. 2 High School. Is this Yi Chen's home? We are here for a home visit. Upon hearing Hao Yuemei's words, the townsman replied, I see, but please don't knock anymore. The child's father is unwell and can't open the door for you. The child's mother is at the supermarket at the village entrance. Hearing this, Hao Yuemei said, Oh, does his family own the supermarket? If they owned a supermarket, their living conditions shouldn't be so poor. The townsman sighed, that supermarket used to belong to them, but it hasn't been theirs for a long time. His mother is just working there now. She works from dawn to dusk, earning very little. It's a pity. You can wait here for a moment. I'm just going to the supermarket to buy something. I'll call his mother back. 10 minutes later, Ye's mother hurried back home. Before she even entered the yard, she saw 2 cars parked on the road in front of her house. She didn't know much about cars, but she could tell these were definitely expensive, the kind people referred to as luxury cars. As soon as she entered the gate, she indeed saw several well-dressed people standing in the yard, all carrying large bags. Earlier, she had heard the neighbors say that guests had come to their house, claiming to be from the school, but she didn't quite believe it. After all, since her child entered high school, no one from the school had ever visited their home, let alone bringing gifts. Even when faced with the reality before her, Ye's mother still felt a bit uneasy, wondering if they had the wrong house. Upon seeing Ye's mother enter, Haoyueme quickly approached her, her sweet smile reminiscent of a girl in her 20s. "Hello, you must be Yi Chen's mother?" Haoyueme warmly shook Ye's mother's hand, her smile genuine as she said, "I am Haoyueme, the principal of Hangcheng No. 2 High School. You can just call me UMA, principal." Upon hearing that the beautiful young woman before her was the principal of her child's school, Ye's mother's expression immediately turned a bit tense. "Oh, hello, principal. Let's go inside and sit." Ye's mother invited, though she felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She knew the situation at home. They couldn't even offer a cup of tea. Ye's mother felt a pang of sadness. She didn't want to embarrass her son in front of his principal, but there was nothing she could do. Once inside, Haoyueme, vice principal's son, Luanhe, and another head of security all noticed a medicinal smell in the room. The scent was not pleasant. Yet, they seemed to have lost their sense of smell, their smiles unchanged, still very warm and cheerful. Ye's mother hurriedly poured hot water for the 4 of them, sitting by a small table in what could be considered the living room. "I'm sorry, leaders, the conditions at home are poor." Unfortunately, her son had just discovered valuable materials worth 2,000 gold coins and hadn't had the chance to sell them yet. Haoyueme quickly interrupted, "It's no problem, please don't be so formal with us. We are all teachers of Yi Chen, not leaders." Looking at Haoyueme's sincere smile, Ye's mother felt much better. "Teachers, what happened? I heard my Yi Chen say he did well on his transfer exam today." Haoyueme smiled, "Not just well, Yi Chen's performance in the trial dungeon was outstanding. Not only is he the top student in our Hangcheng No. 2 High School, he is also the top student in the entire Jia province. In fact, he is the top student in the whole country. He is truly exceptional." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother smiled, "Is it really that good? No mother in the world dislikes hearing others praise their child. Teacher, I used to transfer to a life profession, so I don't understand dungeons and such. Is my son really the number 1 in the country? Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Haoyueme smiled but remained silent, holding back another thought she hadn't voiced. Yi Chen is not only the best in the country, but also the best in the world. Vice Principal's son seized the opportunity to make his presence felt in front of Ye's mother, truly deserving of the title. "Student Yi Chen is exceptionally outstanding. He brings glory to our Hangcheng Second High School, and all students should strive to be like him." Haoyueme took over the conversation, smiling as she said, "We are here today, first and foremost, to represent the school and express our apologies. Over the past 3 years, the school has not shown enough care for student Yi Chen, and we feel deeply regretful and ashamed, so we brought some gifts to express our sentiments. Please don't mind." Upon hearing this, Ye's mother felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, teacher, you are too polite. Our child has been studying safely at school, and being able to transition to a good career is all thanks to our school. How could we accept gifts from the school? We should be the ones thanking the school." Hearing Ye's mother's words, Haoyueme recalled what she had learned about Yi Chen on the way and felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. Meanwhile, Luanhe, who had been too shy to speak, felt even more ashamed. With such good parents and such an understanding and excellent student, he had truly been a fool in the past. Haoyueme took a deep breath to calm her somewhat suppressed chest and said softly, "Please don't say that. Teaching and nurturing students is our school's duty. Student Yi Chen is already very outstanding. The school has only done what it should. This time, student Yi Chen has brought glory to the school, and we must reward him." After saying this, without needing Haoyueme to signal, Vice Principal's son cheerfully stood up. Yes, these gifts and rewards are all deserved by student Yi Chen." As he spoke, Vice Principal's son and the head of security both stood up at the same time. They had gone back and forth many times between the luxury cars and the house, gradually bringing in the gifts from the 2 cars into Yi Chen's home. This scene attracted the attention of some townspeople. Everyone in the town knew the situation of Yi Chen's family. 8 years ago, after Yi Chen's father had an accident, the 2 3-story villas they owned were sold to pay off debts, and now they could only live in this dilapidated old house. Those who came to their home were mostly there to collect debts. How could anyone come to give them gifts? Among them, a bold townsman grabbed Vice Principal's son and asked, "What are you doing?" If it had been any other time, the dignified Vice Principal's son would have surely been furious at such impolite treatment. But now, he was in Yi Chen's hometown, and perhaps some ordinary townsfolk were relatives of Yi Chen or good neighbors of his family. Vice Principal's son could not afford to offend them, so he replied with a smile, "We are the principal and teachers of Hangqing Second High School. Student Yi Chen has performed exceptionally well in his transition today. Our school values this highly, and we specifically came to visit student Yi Chen's home to present some gifts and express the school's goodwill." Vice Principal's son intentionally spoke loudly, wanting to show off Yi Chen a bit. Hiss! The nearby townspeople all gasped in surprise. These townspeople all had children and knew about home visit activities at schools. Usually, a teacher would be sent to deliver a small gift, and then the parents would invite the teacher to a meal to build a closer relationship. In their impression, Yi Chen's family had never received a home visit. Most townspeople understood the reason. Yi Chen's family was too poor, and the school likely thought such impoverished families were not worth cultivating or befriending. Because of this, many townspeople who had previously envied Yi Chen's family's wealth now secretly laughed and reveled in their misfortune. But today, Yi Chen's family not only welcomed a home visit, but it was even the principal himself who came to visit. Then, looking at the two teachers busy at work, carrying large and small bags filled with beautifully wrapped gifts, making several trips back and forth. Just by looking at the luxurious packaging, one could tell that these gifts were certainly not cheap. A full 2 carriages of gifts refreshed the townspeople's perception of home visit activities. Even the son of the town head, who received a home visit from a key high school in Hangzhou last month, did not receive so many valuable gifts. In comparison, the onlooking townspeople felt not only shocked but also deeply puzzled. Today is the day for the kids to transition to new jobs. Could it be that the Yi family's kid has landed a good job? Is that why the school is paying so much attention to him? It's very possible. Did you see that car behind? That's the latest model of the Cullinan, worth at least 7 million, that's 700,000 gold coins. Oh, that must be a big shot. Sigh, the Yi family kid has made it. I've seen the child since he was little, he's steady and sensible, he will definitely be someone in the future. So what? It's just a second-tier high school. The truly capable kids all go to key high schools. The man speaking was a middle-aged man nicknamed Wu Laosan in the town, his tone quite proud yet full of sarcasm, as his own child attended a key high school. Once he said this, some townspeople present became displeased. Most of their children also attended second-tier high schools, and some were even in third or fourth-tier schools. Wu Laosan, if you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. Isn't that right? What's wrong with attending a second-tier high school? Just because your daughter goes to a key high school, does that make you special? Hee, if your daughter is so impressive for going to a key high school, why haven't we seen any teachers from there visiting your home? Exactly, the girl from the Tang family has received home visits, and Tang Jinjin is prettier and more outstanding than your daughter. The Tang family hasn't said anything, so why are you making a fuss? Everyone chimed in, making Wu Laosan feel a bit uncomfortable, so he shifted the focus to the Yi family to redirect the fire. Oh, fellow villagers, I'm not targeting you, I'm just saying that the Yi kid has no real ability. Your children are all excellent. Hearing Wu Laosan trying to backtrack, the townspeople let it go, that's more like it. They then turned their attention back to Yi Chen's family. Regardless, the Yi family today managed to have the principal of the second-tier high school personally conduct a home visit and received so many gifts. This shows that Yi Chen is indeed doing well. This statement was relatively fair, and this group of people understood the reasoning behind it. However, 8 years ago, the Yi family was truly dazzling. Ordinary professionals could complete a 4-sense task, break the level 200 limit, and reaching over level 200 was considered quite impressive. But Yi Chen's father not only completed a 5-sense task but also broke through level 250. It was said that Yi Chen's father had the potential to challenge level 300 or even level 350 to become a 7-sense powerhouse. At that time, Yi Chen's father was recognized as the #1 professional in Demushan town, and even the town head had to curry favor with the Yi family. Some townspeople were very envious and resentful of the Yi family. Until that day, when the Yi family underwent a dramatic change, Yi Chen's father became incapacitated, and the wealth they had accumulated was not only lost but they also fell into massive debt. From that day on, the Yi family fell from grace in Demushan town. Those who had once envied and resented the Yi family privately reveled in their misfortune, speaking ill of them behind their backs. Even today, there are still many dark-hearted townspeople who take pleasure in attacking the Yi family. Just then, a very ugly middle-aged man with a sharp appearance chuckled, "Yi Chen has made it, that's a good thing, but I hope he doesn't follow in his father's footsteps, ha ha ha." After the ugly, sharp-tongued middle-aged man finished speaking, he laughed crudely, and some townspeople joined in the laughter. Before long, the crowd dispersed. Tang Er walked home, feeling uneasy after hearing everyone's discussions about the Yi family. Yi Lingfang, who was Yi Chen's father, was a good friend of his, someone he had grown up with. Before Yi Lingfang's incident, the two families had a very good relationship. His daughter, Tang Jinjin, and Yi Chen were childhood sweethearts, and he and Yi Lingfang often joked about how when Jinjin grew up they might as well let their son have her. After the Yi family fell into trouble, Tang Er did his best to help Yi Lingfang through the crisis. He lent the Yi family 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 yuan, as an emergency fund. Given the Yi family's situation at that time, even throwing in 10,000 or 100,000 gold coins would only make a sound. This was because the authorities did not encourage practitioners to explore wild secret realms on their own after they were discovered. The official stance was that once a secret realm was found, it should be reported immediately, and the authorities would handle it, transforming it into a dungeon before opening it to the public. If practitioners were injured or killed due to unauthorized exploration, they had to bear full responsibility, especially the team leaders or squad captains. At that time, more than 10 people died, and 6 or 7 were disabled, with no insurance compensation. Medical expenses and compensation accumulated to an outrageous amount. Therefore, the 1,000 gold coins he supported the Yi family with were like a drop in the ocean, and to this day, the Yi family had not fully repaid it. He wanted to continue helping the Yi family, but was met with strong opposition from his wife. His own elders and in-laws also did not support his actions. He could only secretly help the Yi family, giving them 10 gold coins today and buying little Yi Chen some treats tomorrow. When his wife discovered this behavior, Tang Er was stripped of his financial rights at home, all the family money was controlled by his wife, and he could no longer help the Yi family. Ah Feng, your son has made it. Good news, good news. Just as Tang Er reached his doorstep, he ran into his wife, who was excitedly heading out. As soon as she saw him, she quickly handed him 50 gold coins, her tone joyful, just in time for you to come back. Go buy 2 bottles of good wine, the dishes are ready. Let's celebrate properly today. Seeing his wife so happy, Tang Er hurriedly asked, Jinjin has transferred to a good profession? His wife's smile widened. Our Jinjin not only transferred to an epic profession but also brought a boy home. Guess what? That boy is the 3rd young master of the Guo family from Hangcheng, one of the 5 prodigies who transferred to legendary professions from this year's Key High School. I can see he has an interest in our Jinjin. If they get together, our family will be climbing the social ladder. Fortunately, I insisted back then that Jinjin should not have any more contact with that boy from the Yi family. If they had continued to play together, who knows what feelings might have developed, and we wouldn't have this good fortune today? Now you see how foresight I was, right? That boy from the Yi family barely made it into a 2nd-tier high school, while our Jinjin got into a Key High School. They are not from the same world. Tang Er felt very happy hearing the first half of her words, but his brows furrowed at the latter half. Jinjin just turned 18 this year. Oh, stop rambling and hurry up. Tang Er turned around and glanced at the unfamiliar Audi A8L parked in the yard, feeling a bit bitter. He knew that Yi Chen had actually been accepted into a Key High School back then and had ranked very high in the middle school, not inferior to the children from those prominent families. However, the tuition for Key High Schools in Hangcheng was extremely high, and it was said that with the scores from a Key High School, attending a 2nd-tier high school would result in significant tuition reductions. Yi Chen chose to go to the 2nd-tier high school to alleviate the pressure on his family. Before long, in the 3-story Tang family building, sitting at the large round table were Tang Fu, Tang Mu, the beautiful and gracious Tang Jinjin, and her classmate Guo Kuan. The 4 of them sat together, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. On the table were 8 signature dishes prepared by Tang Jinjin's mother. To properly host this future son-in-law, Tang Mu had really pulled out all the stops. Guo Kuan came from a prestigious family, exuding elegance and refinement, and spoke in a pleasant manner that made Tang Mu beam with joy. Seeing his considerate and polite side, as a noble young master, he showed no disdain for his own parents. Instead, he was able to connect well with Tang Mu. Tang Jinjin looked at Guo Kuan with a hint of warmth in her eyes. Come, Tang Mu raised her glass. You are all adults now. Today is a day worth commemorating. Let's toast. Guo Kuan lifted his glass and smiled. Today auntie is happy. 1 glass is not enough. We can drink as many as you want. He then moved his glass towards Tang Er's, toasting from a distance, his manners impeccable. As the harmonious family dinner continued, Guo Kuan's phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see it was a call from his father. Guo Kuan smiled apologetically, then stood up and walked to the balcony to answer the call. Okay. All right. I understand. I'll go right away. When he returned to the dining table, he filled his glass and said, Uncle, Auntie, Jinjin. I'm sorry, I have to go back to attend a very important celebration party. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinjin frowned slightly. Isn't that celebration party at our school something you already declined? Guo Kuan smiled and explained, it's not our school's, it's for the 2nd high school. Second high school? Tang Jinjin was somewhat puzzled. The gap between second high school and her prestigious high school was significant. She remembered that during last year's graduation season, second high school didn't even have a single legendary professional. Tang Jinjin asked in confusion, what could they possibly have to celebrate? And do you really need to attend in person? Wakoan smiled wryly, I don't know either. Actually, I would prefer to stay here and have dinner with uncle, auntie, and you. Unfortunately, my dad insists that I attend a celebration party centered around Yi Chen. Hearing the name Yi Chen, Tang Er, Tang Mu, and Tang Jinjin all froze in surprise. Who? Yi Chen, do you know him? Wakoan received a WeChat message, opened it, and continued, oh, this Yi Chen is also from near Mushan town. The address is. My dad knows I'm here, and he specifically reminded me to visit Yi Chen's parents before heading back to the city. He then looked up, smiling at the three of them. Uncle, Auntie Jinjin, you should know his family, right? Can you accompany me to visit Yi Chen's house? Upon hearing this, the room fell into a dead silence. This, with so many gifts, how can our family accept them? Teachers, please don't bring in any more. Yi Mu, seeing Vice Principal Sun and the Director of Security continuously entering the room with beautifully packaged gifts, felt somewhat at a loss. Hao Yuemei took the opportunity to hold Yi Mu's hand, her face showing a warm and kind smile. These gifts are all deserved by Yi Chen. Please don't decline. When Yi Chen comes home, let him take these supplements. They will be beneficial for his health. This will also help his future development. Hearing this, Yi Mu put aside her thoughts of refusal. Which mother wouldn't want her son to grow strong? One could only say that Principal Hao's words were very well put. They allowed Yi Mu to accept the gifts without it feeling awkward. Principal, then I will thank you on behalf of my Yi Chen, and thank the school for nurturing him. This teacher has been silent. May I ask who you are? Yi Mu noticed that Luanhe had entered the room but had not spoken, unsure of her identity. Luanhe quickly introduced himself, saying, hello, my name is Luanhe, and I am the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the 3rd year. Oh! Ye's mother exclaimed, realizing this was her son's homeroom teacher, feeling a bit excited. So you are Teacher Luan. I didn't expect you to be so young. My son Yi Chen has been under your care, thank you for your efforts. Upon hearing this, Hao Yuemei shot a sideways glance at Luanhe. Luanhe's face turned bright red, she knew she didn't deserve such praise. Please don't be so polite, just call me Xiaohe. Yi Chen is very outstanding on his own, I really haven't done much, I'm sorry. Ye's mother waved her hands repeatedly. Oh, Teacher Luan, you are too modest. Knowing that there is such a responsible and humble teacher looking after my Yi Chen makes me feel very reassured. There was no way around it, don't think Ye's mother was being overly humble. In this world, which parent would dare offend a homeroom teacher? Oh, except for the wealthy and powerful. I'm sorry, Teacher Luan, Principal Hao, my husband is not well and cannot come out to thank you. Hao Yuemei smiled and replied, it's no trouble, we were the ones who intruded today. She took a white sunflower bank card from her pocket and handed it to Ye's mother. This is Yi Chen's bonus, the password is his student ID. You can call him to ask. Ye's mother did not take it immediately but instead asked, there's a bonus too? The benefits came too quickly and abundantly, making Ye's mother doubt whether she was dreaming or participating in a play. Principal, what exactly has our Yi Chen contributed to the school? Hao Yuemei thought of that contribution and couldn't help but feel excited, her body trembling slightly. Her mindset was actually similar to Ye's mother, she also found it hard to believe. Your son completed the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon today. Novice Trial Dungeon? Hero Difficulty? Although Ye's mother had switched to a life profession and had not participated in the Novice Trial Dungeon, she still knew about it. However, even though she knew the Novice Trial Dungeon was crucial for a newly transitioned combat professional, she didn't understand the significance of Hero Difficulty. Principal, is this Hero Difficulty very hard? Hao Yuemei's tone couldn't suppress her excitement. It's not just a matter of difficulty. It's that kind of. Do you know what a first kill is? Yi Chen completed the national first kill, achieving the world first kill. He got the world number 1. So, do you think his contribution to the school is significant? World number 1. Ye's mother stared blankly at Hao Yuemei, finding it hard to believe. In Ye's mother's heart, she thought her son was excellent, just like being world number 1. But when you really tell her that everyone would recognize her son as world number 1, she would feel an extreme sense of unreality. After some more pleasantries, Principal Hao Yuemei and her group left Yi Chen's home, returning to the city to prepare for the evening's celebration party. Ye's mother had slightly red eyes, she pushed open the bedroom door, walked in, and sat beside Yi Lingfeng. Our son has made it. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Yi Lingfeng lay on the bed, his eyes vacant. It seemed he hadn't heard his wife's words, his lips slightly parted, making indistinct murmurs. God is watching me. In Hangchang, at the Wuzhen scenic area, inside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon. After sighing beside the corpse of Princess Bailan for a while, Yichen collected himself and began to loot the body. Although she was dead, the feel of Princess Bailan's body was still quite good. Loot, ding, you have obtained 8 gold coins and 6 silver coins. The ticket money for the dungeon has been returned. This is the benefit of soloing a dungeon. If it's a 5-person team going into a dungeon, the 8 gold and 6 silver coins dropped need to be evenly split among the 5 players, meaning each person would receive less than 2 gold coins. Moreover, according to international conventions, tank and healer roles in the team receive certain bonuses, so their share of the loot is higher than that of pure damage dealers. Additionally, the team leader's share is further increased. Therefore, for a pure damage dealer, if they are not the team leader, their share of the loot is quite limited, possibly around 1 gold and 3 silver coins. Yichen felt that he really didn't need to team up with others. After all, if he could handle things alone, why bring others along? Teaming up not only meant splitting the loot but also sharing experience. On the other hand, the memory of his father's failed expedition into a secret realm when he was a child left a significant shadow over Yichen. It made him very resistant to forming teams, especially to taking on roles like team leader or captain. Rather than joining a team, Yichen preferred to be a lone wolf. He sighed, fortunately, I awakened the unique hidden super divine talent, Hand of the Blasphemer. This means I won't have to look at others' faces, won't have to play mind games in a team, or form cliques. I am enough on my own. Everything else is superfluous. Yichen couldn't help but think of Tang Jinjin. Before the incident at home, Tang Jinjin had a very good relationship with him. Even if they wouldn't become a couple in the future, at the very least, they would be deeply bonded siblings. However, after the incident, Tang Jinjin changed. She stopped talking to him. She started avoiding him. That period was the most difficult time in Yichen's life. Although he didn't show it on the outside, inside, a deep wound slowly opened up. Yichen buried all his pain in his heart, transforming it into motivation to move forward. Finally, today arrived. Heh, teammates? They're all superfluous. Continuing to loot, ding, you have obtained white headscarf, ding, you have obtained greenwood staff, ding, you have obtained solid wood armor, ding, you have obtained fragrant necklace. Yichen opened his inventory to find a pile of junk equipment. The greenwood staff and solid wood armor were both green gear. Even if their attributes were decent, they weren't worth much. As previously mentioned, no matter how poor a player is, they should at least wear blue gear, otherwise, no one would want to team up, and they wouldn't be able to enter dungeons. White gear has virtually no value and is sold at a bargain price in shops. Green gear, on the other hand, still has some value and can be sold to life profession dismantlers. The purchase price generally doesn't exceed 1 gold and 5 silver coins per item. After all, blue gear isn't expensive, and who would want to wear green gear when they could wear blue gear with better attributes? Since green gear doesn't have a binding mechanism, Yichen could actually wear it temporarily. Especially the greenwood staff, which had decent attributes. But Yichen didn't switch, he continued using the plain apprentice staff. After all, the unremarkable apprentice staff felt more like a club, easy to handle and familiar to use. Unlike the greenwood staff, which was wrapped in branches and leaves, with a wooden fruit decoration at the tip, looking flashy but impractical. As for the white headscarf, it was a blue life entertainment item. Previewing its effect, it looked quite nice, some girls would probably like it. This item could sell for over 4 gold coins. Despite having no attributes, it was a decorative item, and there would be buyers, especially among beauty-loving girls. Can you give me something good? After all, this is hero difficulty. Continuing to loot, ding, you have obtained Princess Bailan's strap dress, a strap. This thing can even drop? This is a purple life entertainment outfit, belonging to the inner layer type. Yichen looked at it for a billion eyes and suddenly noticed that Princess Bailan's corpse was still shimmering with golden light. This meant it hadn't been fully touched yet. Touch, ding, you have obtained the Bailanwa pet egg. The pet egg has appeared. Yichen's first reaction was that he had struck it rich again. Bailanwa pet egg, class, gold, pet preview, overall image, running animation, attack animation, casting animation, resting posture image, and so on. Hatching conditions, requires at least a mid-level incubator, needs to inject 10 green large crystals and 3 blue large crystals. Hatching time, 24 hours. Owner recognition, unrecognized, will automatically recognize the owner after hatching begins. As an outstanding high school graduate, Yichen understood the value of the Bailanwa pet egg very well. Bailanwa pets were very popular online, and the reason for their popularity was similar to that of the flower demon Lume. Their appearance was basically a smaller version of Princess Bailan. Serene, elegant, with a delicate face, a long white robe dress, and light green hair. For a normal man, Who wouldn't want to have such a pet? The fusion of the real world and the internet made pets feel even more real. Very real, the kind that could satisfy any need. Owning a Manhwa pet was equivalent to having a Bailan princess girlfriend. Moreover, she would be 100% obedient, allowing you to play with her however you wanted, without getting angry or catching monsters. Not only that, but the skills of the Manhwa pet were also very useful, the most crucial being that she could heal. Having this pet was like having an extra little healer in the team. Therefore, the price of the Manhwa pet egg was extremely outrageous. The lowest price was 3,500 gold coins, equivalent to 350,000 yen country coins. For many otaku, rather than spending 380,000 as a betrothal gift to marry a gold digger, it was better to spend 350,000 to buy a Manhwa wife. Thus, the price of the Manhwa pet egg continued to rise. Based on the number of pet eggs circulating in the market, the price had already surpassed 3,700 gold coins in the past month. Moreover, because the level of the Peach Willow Garden dungeon was too low, only level 35, high-level professionals wanting to come back to farm this dungeon had to expend a lot of fatigue. For example, a level 100 player wanting to farm pet eggs would have to pay an additional 65 points of fatigue to enter once. It should be noted that a level 100 player's fatigue limit is only 200 points, enough for him to run the Peach Willow Garden 3 times. Furthermore, after running this dungeon 3 times, with fatigue exhausted, he wouldn't be able to do anything else that day. If nothing good dropped in those 3 runs, the returns could be considered negative. Therefore, although some professionals specialized in farming Manhwa pet eggs, the quantity of Manhwa pet eggs in the market was still limited. Sometimes, there was even a supply shortage. The price of 3,700 gold coins was just the market price. The actual trading price, depending on the market conditions, would have some premium, definitely exceeding 3,700 gold coins. Yichen glanced at the pet egg he had obtained, his eyes shining. This pet egg of his was different from the usual ones. Don't forget, under the hero difficulty, Princess Bailan's class was raised from the normal silver level to the gold level. Therefore, the Manhwa pet egg that Yichen obtained was of gold class, not the silver class circulating in the market. Thus, the price of this pet egg would increase on top of the 3,700 gold coins, and the increase would be even greater. Yichen conservatively estimated that this gold-class Manhwa pet egg, which could satisfy the desires of otaku, was worth around 5,000 gold coins. 5,000 gold coins, plus the previously obtained power attribute treasures and that piece of magic ivory material. The value of these 3 items has already reached 10,000 gold coins. He carefully stored the precious white orchid pet egg and gently touched the serene face of Princess Bailan. Thank you, goodbye. It has been nearly 3.5 hours since Yichen entered the Peach Willow Garden dungeon. After defeating Princess Bailan, Yichen continued to clear the small monsters in the dungeon. This time, Yichen did not switch to the pink gloves to fight the small monsters. Through the battle with Princess Bailan, Yichen realized that stealing the attributes from boss enemies was much more efficient. The attribute values on the small monsters were too low, he couldn't steal much at once, and it was all random, which was quite troublesome. It was better to focus all his time and energy on stealing the boss's attributes. For the small monsters, he could just fight them normally. He first strolled around the dungeon, drawing all the small monsters he encountered into battle. Under the spell attacks of the Flower Demon and Willow Charm, Yichen took his time, not retaliating, but continuing to walk and lure the monsters. As a result, more and more monsters gathered behind him, forming a group. Yichen wandered around the dungeon, gathering all the small monsters he could lure together. The attacks of Plucking Leaves and Flying Flowers and Flying Willow Fairy Arrow continuously landed on Yichen. Minus 391 points. Minus 237 points. When he entered the dungeon, the Flower Demon spell could deal over 600 points of damage to him, and the Willow Charm spell could deal over 400 points of damage. But now it was different. Yichen had stolen quite a bit of magic resistance from his battle with Princess Bailan. Therefore, the spell damage he received was significantly reduced. Yichen turned around to face the large group of Flower Demons and Willow Charms. They were charming and graceful, and the scene looked quite beautiful. But Yichen only found it noisy. He released Flamestorm. Flamestorm, active, consumes 150 mana points, no cooldown, casting time 6 seconds, deals 200% spell power fire damage to enemies in a designated area. The base casting time of Flamestorm is 6 seconds. Casting speed is not a base attribute and cannot be stolen, it can only be reduced through equipment. For example, magic-type professions usually choose a two-handed staff or a one-handed wand paired with a one-handed offhand equipment like a crystal ball. These main weapons have fixed attributes, casting speed plus X%. Currently, Yi-Chin was equipped with a worthless, apprentice staff, which only increased casting speed by 1%. As a result, the casting time of Flamestorm was reduced to 5.94 seconds, which was almost negligible. Perhaps for other magic-type professionals, a fraction of a second in casting time is crucial and can sometimes determine life or death. But for Yi-Chin, he didn't care. Anyway, no matter how slow his casting time was, the opponent couldn't kill him. So, he leisurely cast for 5.94 seconds, and Flamestorm was successfully released. Boom! A bright red firestorm appeared out of nowhere in the area Yi-Chin had previously selected, sweeping all the flower demons and willow charms inside. After the attack effect of Flamestorm ended, Yi-Chin saw many red virtual numbers floating above the heads of the flower demons and willow charms. Minus 4,536 points. Minus 4,536 points. Ding! Congratulations, your level has increased to level 29. Basic attributes have received a certain boost, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have gained 1589 experience points. Before entering the dungeon, Yi-Chin's spell power was 339 points, and with the adaptive attribute bonus from the Heroic Trialist title, it increased by an additional 150 points. In total, it was 489 points. In the dungeon, he punched many flower demons and willow charms, stealing some spell power. Yi-Chin had stolen about 1,200 points of spell power from Princess Bylon. Coupled with the free attribute points gained from leveling up, he allocated all of them to spell power. At this moment, Yi-Chin was level 29, with a spell power attribute exceeding 2,400 points. A level 50 professional, who had just completed one awakening task and successfully achieved their first awakening, would have received some attribute bonuses, and considering they were equipped with a full set of purple gear, their spell power would not exceed 1,500 points. Unless they were the noble offspring of prestigious families, who might wear top-tier red gear and possess several items that increased spell power, they might touch the edge of 2,000 points of spell power after their first awakening. Yet now, Yi-Chin was only level 29, had not completed a single awakening to gain attribute boosts, and was essentially bare, wearing no equipment at all. In such circumstances, Yi-Chin's attribute panel displayed over 2,400 points of spell power. A single Flamestorm could deal 4,800 points of damage. Although the Flower Demon and Willow Charm had some magic resistance attributes, granting them a degree of damage reduction, they still took 4,536 points of damage. This was on Hero difficulty, where the monsters in the dungeon received a 500% health boost. The Flower Demon's health was boosted to 4,000 points, and the Willow Charm's health was boosted to 4,200 points. At level 35, they were each considered a mini-boss with substantial health in the eyes of a level 40 professional. Yet, they were directly killed by Yi-Chin. Even the epic profession, Fire Mage's main damage skill, the exclusive mastery skill, Ignite, didn't have time to trigger. Just relying on the base damage of Flamestorm, he wiped out all the monsters. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Yi-Chin felt quite pleased. Comfortable. Time to loot the bodies. Indeed, Yi-Chin cleared out half of the remaining monsters in the dungeon and found a lot of silver coins, amounting to nearly 40 gold coins. In addition to the 40 gold coins, Yi-Chin also looted over 60 pieces of white gear, which could sell for a few gold coins if thrown into the shop. There were also 37 pieces of green gear, which would be worth about 37 gold coins if sold to a disassembler. Additionally, there were 24 pieces of blue gear. Starting from blue gear, the equipment became relatively valuable. The price of blue gear was divided according to the quality of the attributes, with the lowest selling for at least 3 gold coins. Yi-Chin did not carefully check the attributes of each piece of equipment. For him at this moment, blue gear was not considered valuable. Moreover, blue gear was not easy to sell, as the minimum grade accepted by the trading post and auction house for equipment was purple gear. To sell blue gear, there were only 3 methods. One was to set up a stall near the dungeon gathering place, like Yi-Chin had encountered before. This method was very time-consuming, but the benefit was being able to sell the equipment at a good price. The second was to directly entrust the equipment to a department store for sale, which was more time-efficient but required a certain handling fee. As for the third method, it was to sell directly to a disassembler. This method brought in money the fastest, but the returns were the lowest, as regardless of the quality of the equipment, the disassembler purchased blue gear for about 2 gold coins each. For Yi-Chin, he preferred to find a disassembler to clear out all the blue and green gear he had. In the end, Yi-Chin also looted 3 pieces of purple gear. As expected from a Hero difficulty dungeon, the drop rate was high. If it were adventure or warrior difficulty, small monsters would hardly drop purple gear, only defeating a boss would yield a chance to drop a purple item if luck was on their side. Yet in the hero difficulty dungeon, just the small monsters dropped 3 pieces of purple gear. Unfortunately, this time, despite the numerous equipment drops, there were no treasure items, not even a white treasure item, highlighting just how low the drop rate for treasure equipment was. The attributes of these 3 pieces of purple gear were quite good, each selling for at least 50 gold coins, totaling nearly 150 gold coins. In addition to the equipment, Yi-chan also obtained a good item. Advanced Life Healing Potion Recipe. Only alchemists can use it. After using it, the alchemist learns to make advanced life healing potions. It's actually a potion recipe. In the world of the Supreme Arc, combat professions are much more sought after than life professions, but there are exceptions. For example, blacksmiths, appraisers, jewelers, leatherworkers, tailors, alchemists, and enchanters are life professions that are highly valued due to their relevance to combat. These professions are also very popular. Alchemists can create various potions and elixirs, which can be provided to combat professionals for use in dungeons. Therefore, although alchemists are life professions, they are very much favored and sought after by combat professionals. If a combat professional builds a good relationship with an alchemist, they can purchase potions and elixirs at discounted prices from their alchemist friend. This would greatly reduce the costs and consumption for combat professionals when entering dungeons. Of course, not all alchemists are equally sought after. The value of an alchemist is measured by how many recipes they have learned. For instance, if one alchemist can only make intermediate life healing potions, while another can make both intermediate life healing potions and advanced life healing potions, the latter will certainly be more popular. This shows how important recipes are to an alchemist. They are the most crucial resource. Yi-chan estimated that the advanced life healing potion recipe he obtained is worth at least 600 gold coins. Life potions are the most basic potions used to restore the health of professionals in the world of the Supreme Arc. Their grades correspond to the materials used, which are inferior, low, intermediate, advanced, exceptional, legendary, earthly, heavenly, and holy. Advanced recipes belong to the mid-tier category and can be learned by an ordinary alchemist at a small cost. However, exceptional recipes above the advanced level are not priced at just a few hundred gold coins. Yi-chan knew that if he had obtained the exceptional life healing potion recipe, it could sell for at least 8,000 gold coins. Moreover, once exceptional recipes are released, they are quickly snatched up by major factions, families, or the official authorities to train their own alchemists. Wild alchemists wanting to buy exceptional recipes not only need to pay extra gold coins but also require certain purchasing channels. Therefore, most alchemists generally choose to join a faction or at least a guild. 600 gold coins is not bad. After all, this is just a level 35 dungeon, and the drop limit is here. Getting an advanced recipe is quite good. After calculating, Yi-chan realized that his earnings from this wave of monster farming reached as high as 1,000 gold coins. He muttered to himself, no wonder those level 80 professionals still come back to farm the Peach Willow Garden dungeon. This dungeon has great rewards, and they can also draw pet eggs from Princess White Orchid. Of course, although they are level 80, soloing is still quite difficult for them, so they usually team up with 2 or 3 close friends to farm together. After collecting the loot, Yi-chan continued forward, heading towards the location of the second boss in the Peach Willow Garden dungeon. The second boss is not a cute girl, but an ancient tree. He used basic detection technique. Target, knowledge ancient tree rank, golden leader level, LV 35 health points, 120,000 overview. This is the oldest tree in the garden. When the mutation occurred, it gained intelligence. Its ancient age has granted it much knowledge, making it the teacher of the flower spirits and willow charms in the garden. Able to summon roots for attack, be careful to dodge the root strikes, and try to destroy the roots that appear, otherwise, these roots will transform into monsters. Note, on heroic difficulty, the roots have more health. The knowledge ancient tree boss is also very difficult. The 3 bosses in the Peach Willow Garden are not easy at all. The knowledge ancient tree has only 2 skills, but these 2 skills complement each other, making the difficulty very high. The first skill of the knowledge ancient tree is Old Tree's Roots. Old Tree's Roots, active skill, consumes 20 mana points, casting time 2 seconds, cooldown time 20 seconds. It summons 10 roots on the ground around itself, which will deal 180% spell power natural damage to targets within a 1 meter range at the moment of their appearance. After that, the roots will remain on the field, having 6,000, 4,000 plus 2,000 health points, increased by 2,000 points on heroic difficulty. This skill is actually not very difficult. When the boss is casting, there will be a casting effect on the ground. After the 2-second casting time ends, roots will appear within the casting effect range and deal natural damage to any practitioners still within that range. As long as you dodge the casting effect range in time, you can perfectly avoid the piercing damage when the roots appear, making it very manageable. However, after the skill is used, the boss will immediately start casting the next skill, Knowledge Infusion, and this is where the difficulty lies. Knowledge Infusion, active skill, consumes 100 mana points, casting time 18 seconds, no cooldown. After the casting ends, if there are still roots on the field, these roots will be transformed into tree spirits. Tree spirits, small monsters with 5,000 health points that use melee attacks against enemies. After successfully attacking an enemy, they will reduce the enemy's movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed by a certain percentage, lasting for 1 minute in stacking. If the team does not clear the roots summoned by old tree's roots in time, after 18 seconds, these roots will turn into tree spirits. At that time, the team will face not just a stationary boss, but an army of tree spirits. Moreover, the Knowledge Ancient Tree boss does not have normal attacks. It will continuously cycle through the two skills, Old Tree's Roots and Knowledge Infusion, constantly creating an army of tree spirits. Its main body poses no threat, but the small monsters are the real problem. The tree spirits have high attack power and come with 3 types of debuffs. These 3 debuffs are very annoying. The reduction in movement speed makes it harder for practitioners to maneuver and deal with the scattered roots on the field. The reduction in attack speed affects the output of melee physical practitioners, while the reduction in casting speed impacts the output of ranged spellcasters and the healing of support characters. In short, if the roots are not destroyed as much as possible, small monsters will spawn. The more small monsters there are, the greater the difficulty becomes, leading to more challenges in dealing with subsequent roots. Then, if the later roots are not handled, they will continue to spawn small monsters. This vicious cycle can lead to a total wipe. The Knowledge Ancient Tree boss, like Princess Balin, is also a DPS check. However, these mechanics are trivial for Yi Chen, who has over 100 million health points and more than 2,000 spell power. Ding! Entering battle. Yi Chen leisurely walked up to the Knowledge Ancient Tree, this time wearing pink gauntlets. Before entering the dungeon, Yi Chen's attack power was nearly 200 points, but now, it has increased, to over 500 points. Yi Chen still decided to wear the pink gauntlets, as the opponent has 120,000 health points, providing ample opportunity for a tribute theft. The Knowledge Ancient Tree is also a system boss, and Yi Chen is filled with anticipation, not knowing how much spell power attribute he can steal from it. Boom! After 2 seconds, the skill, Roots of the Old Tree, finishes casting, and 10 roots appear around the area. One of the roots just happens to appear right under Yi Chen's feet. He doesn't dodge. With high health, he is reckless. Damage reduced by 6913 points. After taking damage, a root with 6,000 health points appears beneath him. At this moment, the Knowledge Ancient Tree has begun to cast Knowledge Infusion, and after 18 seconds, this root will transform into a tree ant. Yi Chen pays no mind. He raises his fist and strikes with an electric cannon. Damage reduced by 57 points. Based on this damage amount, Yi Chen quickly calculates 120,000 health divided by 57 points. The Knowledge Ancient Tree has no healing skills and can withstand about 2,105 of Yi Chen's attacks. Of course, this is assuming he doesn't steal its health attribute. Yi Chen alternates his fists, striking the Knowledge Ancient Tree. Damage reduced by 57 points. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbed 160 points of spell power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbed 1,000 points of mana attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbed 21 points of armor attribute from the target. From the values he has stolen, Yi Chen deduces that the Knowledge Ancient Tree's total spell power value is 1,600 points. I hope to grab all 1,600 spell power this time, and not end up like Princess Balin, who got half and was then killed. After 18 seconds, the casting of Knowledge Infusion is complete, and all 10 roots on the field are transformed into tree ants with 4,000 health points. These tree ants are very agile, and the moment they gain life and can move, they lock onto Yi Chen and rush towards him. The nearest tree ant has already dealt a basic attack to him. Damage reduced by 778 points. This damage is indeed high. Considering it has a 300% bonus, Yi Chen's current armor level far exceeds that of an average person. Even some level 40 tank classes do not have as high armor as Yi Chen does at this moment. Even so, Yi Chen has lost over 700 health points from just one tree ant's attack. Following that, the remaining 9 tree ants also gather at Yi Chen's feet and begin to attack. Damage reduced by 778 points. There is a small problem. as Yi Chen continues to endure the attacks from the treants, he notices that his speed is indeed starting to slow down. His originally rapid attack speed begins to decrease. Just then, the knowledge ancient tree's next, roots of the old tree, has finished casting. Some skill effects appear on the battlefield, indicating that new roots are about to emerge. One of them just happens to spawn right under Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen sees the effect beneath him, and this time, he tries to move to dodge. Due to the slowing of his movement speed, an attack that he could have easily dodged becomes quite difficult. Soon, 18 seconds pass. Another batch of 10 treants is generated, surrounding Yi Chen and continuously attacking. Yi Chen's attack frequency begins to visibly decrease. Watching his attack speed go from swift to sluggish, Yi Chen feels a bit annoyed. It seems that he cannot ignore this group of small monsters. They need to be cleared out, or it will affect his speed and stealing attributes. With no choice, under the interference of 20 treant minions, Yi Chen can only give up on the idea of continuing to basic attack and steal attributes. After all, his attack speed, casting speed, and movement speed are all continuously declining. If left unchecked, the knowledge ancient tree will summon more and more treants, and the attacks from the treant minions will continuously stack various slow debuffs on Yi Chen. This will severely impact his efficiency in stealing attributes. Moreover, and more importantly, if the number of tree spirits keeps increasing, even if he can withstand the damage from the small monsters, he won't be able to endure the unlimited slow debuff they stack on him. At that point, Yi Chen might find himself unable to move. If that happens, it would truly be disastrous. 100 million health points is indeed very high, but if the tree spirits keep spawning endlessly, Yi Chen could very well be scratched to death. Thinking about the celebration party prepared for him that night, Yi Chen decided to stop holding back and show this annoying group of tree spirits his true power. Yi Chen stopped his basic attacks and began to channel Flamestorm, centered around himself. His spell power had now surpassed 3,000 points. The damage coefficient of Flamestorm is 200%, capable of dealing 6,000 points of damage. The tree spirits only have 4,000 health points, so a single Flamestorm could wipe them all out. As Yi Chen started to channel Flamestorm, he glanced at the channeling time and felt grateful for his decisiveness. Because the casting time of Flamestorm had extended from the original 5 seconds to over 10 seconds. If he let the tree spirits scratch him for a while longer, that time would continue to increase. At that point, it would be difficult to even cast a Flamestorm. Sigh, it seems this boss isn't suitable for stealing attributes. The mechanism of the knowledge ancient tree works like this. If Yi Chen wants to quietly steal attributes, he can only keep dealing with the small monsters. But the small monsters refresh every 20 seconds, and while dealing with them, AoE skills might also affect the boss itself. If Yi Chen insisted on stealing attributes, it would be too troublesome. So Yi Chen decided not to steal from this boss, to kill it quickly, and then go steal from the tail boss, the Lily Queen. After all, stealing from anyone is still stealing. Rather than facing a dry old tree, he would prefer to have an intimate encounter with the beautiful and noble Lily Queen. Just as the channeling of Flamestorm was about to finish, the knowledge ancient tree released another round of roots of the old tree. Some roots appeared on the ground. Boom! Yi Chen successfully cast a Flamestorm, and as the special effects appeared, a flurry of red damage numbers filled the screen. Minus 5,688. Minus 5,844. Minus 11,688. Minus 5,844. Oh, a spell critical hit appeared. Because Yi Chen had equipped some blue gear, he gained many extra attributes, such as physical and spell critical hit rates. Although the attributes provided by the blue gear were very low, with his spell critical hit rate being a pitiful 4%, he still triggered a spell critical hit, dealing double damage. These tree spirits had low resistance, with no chance to fight back. Under the attack of Flamestorm, they suffered 5,844 points of damage and instantly fell, turning into virtual corpses. The knowledge ancient tree had much higher magic resistance, only taking 5,688 points of damage. Phew! Yi Chen exhaled, and the surroundings instantly became quiet. Additionally, there were 4 roots within the attack range of Flamestorm that were also affected and took damage. Minus 5,844. Minus 302. Because at the hero difficulty level, the health of the roots was significantly increased from 4,000 to 6,000 points. Due to the presence of magic resistance, a single Flamestorm was not enough to kill the roots, leaving them with a sliver of health. However, that sliver of health was burned away by Ignite. Yet, just outside the attack range of Flamestorm, there were still 6 roots scattered around the area, which would turn into tree spirits in a few seconds. This boss is so annoying. Yi Chen decided to end it quickly and directly began to channel Fireball. Fireball, active, consumes 30 mana points, no cooldown, casting time 2 seconds, deals 150% spell power fire damage to a single target. Although the damage of Fireball is lower than Flamestorm and is a single target attack, its advantage lies in the fact that it can be cast in just 2 seconds. Compared to Flamestorm's 6-second casting time, 6 seconds is enough to cast 3 fireballs. By this calculation, when attacking a single target, Fireball is the preferred choice, and under high-frequency attacks, Ignite will also trigger frequently. Now, due to the slow debuff on him, the casting time of Fireball has been extended to 3.8 seconds. The cast is successful, and the Fireball is launched. A bright orange-red fireball strikes the ancient tree of knowledge, igniting it. -4266, -288, -4266, -288. Each fireball that hits the target will stack, ignite, dealing damage over 10 seconds. Each tick is 288 points, and 10 ticks total 2,888 points. It must be said that as an epic damage dealing class, the Fire Mage is indeed very powerful. The duration of the slow debuff applied by the Treant is only 1 minute. The ancient tree of knowledge still has over 80,000 health left. At this rate, Yi Chen will need to cast several more fireballs and flamestorms, taking about another minute to kill it. In fact, this speed is already quite extraordinary. After all, he is just a level 30 practitioner. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a big move. The super god level hidden talent, Hand of the Blasphemer, not only has a passive effect of stealing attributes but also comes with an active skill. Blasphemer's Moment, exclusive to the host of the Hand of the Blasphemer, LV1 active, releases the god-slaying light to lock onto an attack enemies, dealing 888% physical damage and 888% spell power magic damage. Cost, none. Release, instant. Cooldown, gains 1 charge every 12 hours, up to a maximum of 5 charges. Next level, Blasphemer's Moment, ignores any resistances, evasion, and invincibility effects. After Yi Chen obtained this skill, his charge count was full at 5. Up until now, Yi Chen had not used this skill. Looking at the annoying ancient tree of knowledge, a smile crept onto his lips. The battle arena of the ancient tree of knowledge is considered a rather eerie environment within the Peach Willow Garden. The surrounding light is dim, and the wind blowing is not the normal cool breeze found in other parts of the garden, but rather a somewhat sinister and cold gust. Coupled with the fact that this boss is ugly, and the transformed Treants are also quite hideous, the ancient tree of knowledge seems out of place in a dungeon filled with beautiful monsters like the charming flower spirits. Thus, it is honored to be among the top 3 most disliked bosses in dungeons below level 50. Practitioners say, we go to the Peach Willow Garden dungeon to see the flower spirits and the enchanting willow charm, to love Princess Blanc and Queen Lily, not to see the ancient tree of knowledge give birth. Even on the all levels most disliked boss list, the ancient tree of knowledge holds the #1 spot. At this moment, in front of the slightly dim and eerie old tree, Yi Chen closed his eyes. He released Blasphemer's Moment. In an instant, his body transformed into light. It became a spectrum of colors. The colorful light detached from Yi Chen's body, converging into a beam of energy interwoven with various colors. This beam was radiant and brilliant. Then, this energy beam locked onto the ancient tree of knowledge boss and surged towards it at an incredible speed. Buzz. The sound of the energy beam being emitted is a slightly crisp and echoing sound. Bang. When it hits the target, it produces a clear and pleasant sound with a bit of tremor. One can see. Reduced by 3652 points. Reduced by 26,499 points. The first value is physical damage. Yi Chen's attack power is currently 435 points, and with an 888% coefficient bonus, he can deal 3,862 points of physical damage. Due to the knowledge ancient tree having certain armor attributes, this damage is ultimately reduced to 3,652 points. It seems that it is not as high as a fireball spell's damage. But that's okay, once he steals more attack power in the future, the damage will naturally increase. With this in mind, Yi Chen is not so resistant to the idea of stealing attack power anymore. After all, God Defilement Moment is a mixed damage of physical and magical spells. Whether increasing attack power or increasing spell strength can directly enhance the damage of this divine skill. On the other hand, Yi Chen's spell strength is just over 3,000, calculated with an 888% damage coefficient. It amounts to 26,747 points. Similarly, due to the knowledge ancient tree having certain magic resistance, the damage is reduced, but not by much. The combined damage from both sides reaches as high as 30,000. One can see the knowledge ancient tree's health, which was over 90,000, suddenly drops by a quarter, becoming over 60,000. But that's not the end. Yi Chen's God Defilement moment skill still has 4 layers of charge left. Continue. Yi Chen closes his eyes, gathering a rainbow of light all over his body. Then, the cool skill effect strikes the knowledge ancient tree again. Double damage numbers appear. In just a few seconds, the knowledge ancient tree's health is left with only 30,000. Before the disgusting tree spirit approaches Yi Chen, he consumes another layer of charge and repeats the trick. Again, 2 virtual numbers appear above the knowledge ancient tree's head. Boom! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the hero difficulty golden boss knowledge ancient tree. After the knowledge ancient tree falls, the roots it summoned, as well as the tree spirits, all instantly disappear. With a sound effect like a hammer striking the nail, the system's prompt follows. Ding! You have gained 99,000 experience points. As Yi Chen's level rises to around level 30, he loses the advantage of killing monsters above his level, and the experience gained is not as exaggerated as before. It's time to loot the body. Ding! You have obtained 6 gold and 9 silver coins. Damn! Princess Bailan had about 8 gold coins on her. What's up with you, old dang? Only 6 gold coins in your pocket? But there are also an extra 9 silver coins, which can be rounded up to about 7 gold coins. However, 6 gold and 9 silver feels a bit strange. Continue looting. Ding! You have obtained rooted belt. Ding! You have obtained sun and earth pants. Ding! You have obtained withered wood spike. These are all some trash blue and green equipment, not worth much. The last item. What the hell? Pink gear. This is a pink refined equipment. Pink refined gear is a higher tier than purple rare gear. Starting from pink gear, the prices of equipment begin to become outrageous, as the attributes of pink gear crush those of purple gear. If a purple gear has excellent attributes, it can sell for around 100 gold coins, while a typical purple gear is about 30 to 60 gold coins. An ordinary person can work hard, save some money, grit their teeth, and still afford to spend tens of thousands to get a full set of purple gear without issue. But ordinary pink gear starts at 500 gold coins, which is definitely a luxury in the pre-digital age. Moreover, this is still a pink gear with poor attributes. Pink gear with above-average attributes can cost over 2,500 gold coins. Especially pink gear with special skills, the price can rival that of trash red gear, reaching prices of 5,000 gold coins per piece. A piece of equipment costing 5,000 gold coins, and a professional has 13 slots on their body, not counting the treasure slot. 13 pieces cost over 60,000 gold coins. Only those from wealthy families can afford to wear them. Moreover, the higher the level of the equipment, the more expensive it becomes. Level 200 is one tier, and level 400 is another. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a slight excitement in his heart. Pink gear. Back in the day, his father only had a few pieces. I hope to get one with better attributes and from a better slot, so I can sell it for more money. Here it comes. Equipment name, Knight of Thorns, pink refined, life entertainment equipment, slot, main weapon, offhand weapon required level, LV1 and above base attributes, none special skills, adjustment and teaching, life entertainment skill. Adjustment and teaching, reduces the user's attack power by 90%. Joy and pain, life entertainment skill. Joy and pain, can switch freely between the following 2 effects. Each activation requires consuming a colorless small crystal. Pain, increases the pain level of the target by 1 for the next attack. Joy, decreases the pain level of the target by 1 for the next attack. Durability, 100 points. Owner recognition, unrecognized. Wearing this equipment will automatically recognize the owner. This is a long whip. Seeing this equipment, Yi Chen's mouth formed an O shape. He then glanced at the fallen knowledge ancient tree and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Old dang, did this thing drop from you? Damn, you seem to be having a great time, pulling this equipment out to whip the flower demon Lume? Playing with Ace and M? No wonder you have so many tree sons. No wonder the description says you are their teacher. So you study this every day, huh? However, this equipment was now in Yi Chen's hands. With this equipment, Yi Chen instantly felt that the pink boxing gloves were no longer appealing. The first thing that came to his mind was to take the Knight of Thorns to adjust and teach that Lily Queen. Walking on the path to the Lily Queen boss, Yi Chen's lips were still curled up. He had already equipped the Knight of Thorns. The whip's main body was rose-colored, adorned with some small soft thorns, clearly showing a sense of affection and fun. The handle also had a non-slip design, preventing the owner from losing grip while swinging it back and forth repeatedly, pausing the screams. In the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, on the path leading to the courtyard where the Lily Queen boss resided, a tall and handsome young man held a rose-colored whip of affection and fun, walking along the beautifully scenic and fragrant forest path. The scene was even more beautiful. Although Yi Chen knew that this equipment was actually quite valuable and should sell for at least 4,000 gold coins. Those wealthy people played extravagantly and loved this type of entertainment equipment or items like S&M, so they were willing to spend money on it. However, Yi Chen believed that this equipment was more suitable for him. First of all, the Knight of Thorns could reduce his own attack power, with a reduction rate of up to 90%, which was better than the pink boxing glove's 80%, making it more practical. It could more effectively reduce his physical damage, making it easier for him to use basic attacks to steal attributes. Secondly, this equipment could control the target's pain sensation, which Yi Chen found very novel and interesting. He really wanted to pull a flower demon over and try it out on her. Unfortunately, the small monsters in the dungeon had already been pulled and attacked, so there were none left. Now, Yi Chen could only quicken his pace towards the area where the Lily Queen boss was popular among the old perverted players. He could only try it on the Queen, in the Tang family's 3-story building in Dimu Mountain Town. At this moment, the third young master of the Gua family from Hangzhou, Gua Koan, had already left. The lavish dining table was silent. Tang Er, his wife, and their daughter Tang Jinjin fell into silence, focusing only on picking and eating food without speaking. On the surface, they seemed fine, but inside, they were not at peace. Especially Tang Jinjin, the beauty who was the class flower at a prestigious high school in Hangzhou. Tang Jinjin had above-average grades and an outstanding appearance, with a great figure and many admirers. Unfortunately, she could not earn the title of school beauty, as there were only 2 school beauties at her high school. Those 2 were hailed as the double beauties of Hangzhou, both from ancient noble families, and they overshadowed other girls in terms of looks, figure, talent, and temperament. Thus, other beautiful girls, like Tang Jinjin, could only settle for being the class flower. If Tang Jinjin were at Air High School, she would surely compete for the title of school beauty alongside Su Longmeng and Wan Haoyue. At this moment, although Tang Jinjin was continuously eating, her furrowed brows revealed her inner turmoil. Yi Chen. This name had been sealed in her heart for many years. Hearing it again today made Tang Jinjin reminisce about the time spent with Yi Chen during their childhood. Back then, their relationship was indeed very good. If his family hadn't encountered misfortune, they would have been childhood sweethearts by now. Tang Jinjin's mother understood her daughter well. Noticing her daughter's strange expression, she spoke up. Jinjin, don't think too much. You are an excellent graduate of Hangzhou's prestigious high school, and in the future, you will be interacting with the elite offspring of noble families. You have a bright future. He is just an ordinary student from Air High School, with no power or influence and a mountain of debt. You must not let yourself be blinded and jump into the fire pit. Only a gentleman like Guo Xiao, with his charm, is worthy of you. Even if you can't be with Guo Xiao in the future, you should find a noble scion to date and develop a relationship after going to university. Daughter, this way you will be happy in the future and not waste your excellent qualities. Just now, when they invited you to go with them, you should have gone, so the Yi family could see how beautiful our daughter has found such an outstanding boyfriend. Tang Jinjin knew her mother was right, but for some reason, she felt very uncomfortable and conflicted inside. When she heard that Guo Koan was going to attend a celebration party featuring Yi Chen, her heart became increasingly chaotic. If only Yi Chen were as unremarkable as my mother said, then I could easily forget him and give him up. Tang Jinjin thought to herself. So when Guo Koan suggested that she accompany him to Yi Chen's house, Tang Jinjin refused. She didn't want to appear at the Yi family in such a manner. She hadn't stepped into the Yi family's home for several years, especially after they sold their beautiful 3-story house to pay off debts and moved into an old, dilapidated bungalow. If she were to see Uncle Yi and Aunt Chen again after so many years, but this time with another boy, some things might not be easy to salvage. Hearing his wife's words, Tang Er felt uncomfortable and retorted, "Did you not hear why young Guo wants to visit the Yi family? It's obvious that Yi Chen has made something of himself. Just now, I saw teachers from his school visiting his home. I heard the principal personally went to his house for a home visit." Tang Jinjin's mother scoffed at this. What can he achieve? Just because he got a home visit and a celebration party, that means he has made it? This is all temporary. A student from Air High School, with no power, no influence, and no money, what can he achieve? Tang Er sighed in frustration. You are so superficial. Tang Jinjin's mother was displeased upon hearing this. Am I being snobbish? Seeing her husband's unhappy expression, which seemed to say if you don't listen, you're just being snobbish, Tang Jinjin's mother rolled her eyes and said angrily, fine, I'm snobbish. Why wasn't I snobbish when I was young? If I had been snobbish when I was young, would I have married you? Seeing her parents starting to argue again, Tang Jinjin put down her bowl. Stop fighting. Tang Jinjin was the treasure of the family, and her words held weight in the Tang household. As soon as she spoke, her previously arrogant mother quieted down, and her father, who had been quite unconvinced, also relented. While her mother didn't understand the significance of the principal's personal home visit, Tang Jinjin certainly did. Typically, home visits were led by the homeroom teacher and subject teachers. The principal, now that was a big deal. Even the principals of the second and third high schools in Hangzhou were prominent figures, not something a mere homeroom teacher could compare to. There were precedents for principals making personal home visits, but those were usually to win over families from well-established lineages. For instance, the most famous students from their key high school, the Hangzhou High School twin beauties, had received personal home visits from Principal Ma. But they were powerful noble ladies from ancient families, able to command such respect. Yi Chen, as her mother said, came from a family with no power, no influence, and debts. Why should he receive a personal home visit from the principal of the second high school? Tang Jinjin, being in a key high school, had access to more information. She knew the principal of the second high school was named Hao Yueme, who, at just over 30, had already become the principal of the second most powerful high school in Hangzhou. There were rumors that this principal had significant backing and that her time at the second high school was merely a stepping stone before she would soar to greater heights. Why would such a strong, potentially limitless female principal come to a place like the suburban Linen district, in Daima Mountain Town, to visit a student from a very poor background? Moreover, it was chilling to think that although the Guo family wasn't a top-tier noble family in Hangzhou, they were still quite notable. Even the Guo family had received news that Guo Kuan was to attend a celebration party featuring Yi Chen and had specifically instructed him to visit Yi Chen's home. This all seemed a bit exaggerated and quite abnormal. With this thought, Tang Jinjin suddenly had a notion. What has Yi Chen done? Why was Yi Chen, who had previously been unknown, suddenly receiving so much attention from various forces? Had he awakened some godly talent? Or had he transitioned to a divine profession? If that were the case, it would indeed make sense. Tang Jinjin picked up her phone, wanting to find out more. As soon as she opened the WeChat class group, she saw messages flooding in, with classmates fervently discussing something. Wow, this guy is really amazing. Global first kill, we are champions. What a pity, this Yi Chen isn't from our key high school. Yeah, even though we got the first kill, I'm happy, but I still can't understand why a student from the second high school could achieve such a feat. The beautiful black silk principal from the second high school must be over the moon. What a thrilling climax. The title effect is so cool. Aw. This guy named Yi Chen is also so handsome, infatuated expression. Does anyone know if he has a girlfriend? If anyone has his number, please share, thanks. Oh, Sue, the class flower, is smitten. Oh no, I can hear a bunch of hearts breaking through the screen. The group was a chaotic mix of messages, and the more Tang Jinjin read, the less she understood. She had to scroll up vigorously to find the source of the news. It was a video. When sending a video on WeChat, the preview cover is the first frame of the video before it is opened. Although they don't meet often anymore, Tang Jinjin recognized at a glance that the person on the video cover was Yi Chen. Is it really him? What did he do to spark such a heated discussion? Moreover, just now, while browsing messages, Su Xiaoman, who was also the class flower of their class, inquired whether Yi Chen had a girlfriend and even wanted his phone number. The position of the class flower in their prestigious high school was occupied by two noble girls, which meant that other quality girls could not earn the title. Therefore, the limit on the number of class flowers was relaxed, allowing each class to have 3. Tang Jinjin was one of the class flowers, and Su Xiaoman, who shared the same reputation, was also one of them. In her impression, Su Xiaoman was nothing like her name suggested. She was not fierce at all but rather calm, a rational and intelligent beautiful girl. She was slightly taller than Tang Jinjin, with a cavia backside and a slimmer waist, making it fair to say that in terms of figure, Tang Jinjin was overshadowed by her. Of course, this was relative, as some people preferred Tang Jinjin's petite frame. Su Xiaoman was very reserved in class, maintaining a certain distance from all the boys, and even after turning 18 this year, there were no rumors of her being flirtatious with any boy. Unexpectedly, she would actively seek Yi Chen's contact information. This left Tang Jinjin feeling both curious and a strange sense of unease. What exactly did Yi Chen do? With mixed emotions, Tang Jinjin clicked on the video. First, she saw the shining words Hero Trialist, followed by the exclusive BGM for the title of Hero Trialist. Then she saw the title's owner, Yi Chen, who, although dressed in a school uniform, still looked handsome and calm. Tang Jinjin's hand trembled, and her phone fell to the ground. She understood. She finally understood. It turned out that Yi Chen had cleared the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. No wonder. No wonder. Tang Jinjin's gaze went blank, ignoring the phone that had fallen to the ground, murmuring repeatedly. In the medium-sized supermarket at the entrance of Demushan Town, Guo Kuan, carrying drinks and fruits bought from the supermarket, re-entered the store. Upon entering, a warm smile spread across his face. "Hello, Auntie." Yi Chen's mother, Chen Xian, looked up and was somewhat surprised to see the young man who had just bought a pile of gifts in the store. Why was he back? Was there a problem with the goods? Chen Xian had never seen this well-dressed young man before and guessed he must be visiting relatives in town from out of town. She quickly asked, "Child, what's wrong?" Guo Koan had just received his father's instructions and initially planned to return to the city to buy some high-value gifts as a visit to Yi Chen's family. However, his father said there wasn't enough time and told him to make a simple visit first to establish a preliminary relationship. After all, the main event was the lively celebration ceremony scheduled for that evening. He heard that not only would the leaders from the provincial education department personally attend, but also the leaders from the provincial general office were said to be coming. Guo Koan also learned from his father that Yi Chen had actually cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Shocked, he became serious. Guo Koan bought the most expensive gifts as a substitute at the supermarket at the town entrance, then followed the address given by his father to Yi Chen's home. By this time, Principal Hao Yuemei and her group had already left, and Yi Chen's mother, Chen Xian, was about to return to the supermarket to continue working after hosting her son's principal. Yi Chen's father, Yi Lingfang, had become somewhat dazed since his injury. Guo Koan knocked on the door for a long time without a response. He found a neighbor to inquire about the Yi family's situation and learned that the aunt selling goods at the town entrance supermarket was Yi Chen's mother. So Guo Koan returned to the supermarket carrying a large bag of gifts. In response to Chen Xian's inquiry, Guo Koan wore a perfectly polite smile and asked, "Auntie, you must be Yi Chen's mother, right?" After receiving a positive reply, Guo Koan cheerfully placed the gifts on the counter, saying, "Auntie, look at this mess. These things are for you." Under Chen Xian's puzzled gaze, Guo Koan, with a calm demeanor, continued, "Hello, Auntie, my name is Guo Koan, and I am Yi Chen's classmate. I just completed my job transfer today and came to visit him." Upon hearing that he was her son's classmate, Chen Xian relaxed her guard and felt a bit happy. After all, no student had ever come to her home in the past few years. After chatting with Chen Xian about everyday matters for half an hour and insisting on leaving the gifts, Guo Koan got into a luxury car and ordered the driver to return to the city immediately. Originally, he had wanted to visit Tang Jinjin's house for a while longer, but at that moment, he had no desire to even say hello. Guo Koan opened WeChat, clicked on the pinned profile of Tang Jinjin, and hovered his finger over the delete button. During his conversation with Yi Chen's mother, Chen Xian, Guo Koan mentioned the Tang family. He learned that Tang Jinjin and Yi Chen had been childhood sweethearts. Realizing this, Guo Koan made a quick decision, clicked to delete Tang Jinjin from his WeChat, and blocked her. Damn, luckily I'm one step ahead. Although Guo Koan indeed had feelings for Tang Jinjin, it was merely a crush. Moreover, for someone who had just turned 18, what attracted him to girls was not emotional but physical. Without Tang Jinjin, he had many other options. After all, there were over 20 classes in their senior year, with more than 60 class beauties. Tang Jinjin was just one of them, but if he offended Yi Chen for her, that would be a serious problem. When Guo Koan learned about the good relationship between Tang Jinjin and Yi Chen during their childhood, he understood that no matter whether Yi Chen still liked her or not, he could no longer pursue her. If he did, the consequences could be severe. Yi Chen's family situation had been explained to him by his father beforehand. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the Tang family had seen the Yi family fall into hard times. Although they did not kick them while they were down, they certainly did not offer any help either. The two families had basically stopped interacting, and it was easy to imagine that the relationship between Tang Jinjin and Yi Chen had already collapsed. Now that Yi Chen was rising strongly, would he have a good attitude towards his once heartless childhood sweetheart? If Guo Koan continued to be entangled with Tang Jinjin, he would definitely face trouble. Sitting in the back seat of the luxury car, enjoying the air conditioning, Guo Koan still felt a bit of fear and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, luckily I ran fast. You child, you're all grown up and still so careless. Seeing her daughter throw her phone on the ground, Tang Jinjin's mother said while eating. Clearing the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. This was an achievement that could be recorded in history and featured in textbooks. How did he do it? Suddenly, a memory of her childhood flashed in Tang Jinjin's mind, that dazzling brother Nan who seemed to have extraordinary abilities in her eyes. Yi Chen had been very smart and brave as a child. He gathered a group of friends around him, with him as the leader. In little Jinjin's eyes, brother Nan was capable of anything. Moreover, Yi Chen was very sensible. Although he was bold, he was even more cautious and thoughtful, never leading his friends into risky situations. Yet he always managed to come up with new ideas and play new games, making everyone very happy. After the Yi family encountered trouble, Tang Jinjin gradually distanced herself from Yi Chen. Regarding the image of her once excellent brother Nan, Tang Jinjin believed it was just her childish misunderstanding, a filter from her childhood. After she was accepted into a key high school in Hangcheng, while Yi Chen only got into the second high school, Tang Jinjin became even more certain that Yi Chen was just an ordinary man destined for a mediocre future. But now, Yi Chen had actually accomplished something earth-shattering. This made Tang Jinjin's mindset flip and waver. The memory of that outstanding, extraordinary brother Nan came back to life. Tang Jinjin bent down, her hand trembling slightly as she picked up her phone, the screen still displaying the class chat interface. The few lines of chat records that caught her eye felt like a thin needle piercing her chaotic heart. Su Xiaoman, does anyone know his contact information? Waiting online, very urgent. Wen Yao Yao, same request, thank you. Su Xiaoman? Su Xiaoman, Wen Yao Yao, what do you mean? Don't you have a boyfriend? Why are you trying to join the fun? Wen Yao Yao, who said I have a boyfriend? That was my ex, okay? We broke up 5 minutes ago. Su Xiaoman, hee hee. Tang Jinjin felt very uncomfortable seeing this chat record. She could tell that the other two class flowers, Su Xiaoman and Wen Yao Yao, who were on par with her, were showing a strong desire to curry favor with Yi Chen. One was a cold class flower who had never shown a good face to boys, and the other was a popular lover with good looks and figure who was very open-minded. With two different types, there was bound to be one that could. Moreover, this was just her class. In the key high school, every other class had 3 class flowers with distinct styles and characteristics. Not to mention the two at the top of the pyramid, the Hangout twin beauties, who made all the female classmates, including dozens of class flowers, feel breathless. Watching Su Xiaoman and Wen Yao Yao sparring in the group for Yi Chen, an extremely strong feeling of discomfort suddenly surged in Tang Jinjin's heart. Tang Jinjin, almost unconsciously, exited the class group chat interface and opened the chat with Guo Kuan. She quickly typed a line, Guo Kuan, I thought about it carefully, we are not suitable, thank you. Send. Dong dong. A sound of a failed WeChat message sent came through. Immediately after, a line of system text feedback appeared in the chat record. Message sent, but was rejected by the other party. Seeing this line, Tang Jinjin's breath hitched. She stared wide-eyed at her phone. Just moments ago, Guo Kuan, who had been chatting and laughing at her home, had suddenly blocked her. What was going on? In Hangcheng, at the junction of the Lin district and the urban area, Hao Yuemei sat in a Rolls-Royce Cullinan, crossing her legs, her two beautiful legs clad in black stockings overlapping each other. She was 32 this year, the most charming age. These legs were neither fat nor thin, just right, very beautiful. Just now, Hao Yuemei received a phone call. After hanging up, the beautiful principal, who had been smiling and in a good mood, not only lost her smile but also had a frost on her face. Seeing that her superior was in a bad mood, Vice Principal's son dared not touch this bad luck, keeping her mouth tightly shut, not even daring to breathe. Hao Yuemei's face remained somewhat gloomy as she asked, Vice Principal's son, how is the preparation for tonight's celebration party going? Upon hearing this, Vice Principal's son immediately opened her phone and found the Vice Principal's work group. The chat records in the group were all work-related, with no idle chatter. They were all about the celebration event tonight. After understanding the situation, Vice Principal's son immediately reported to Hao Yuemei, the participants for the party are already being counted. The arrangements for those 4 female students have also been communicated, and they will sit at the main table, focusing on accompanying Yi Chen. The gifts and prizes needed for the celebration ceremony have also been prepared and are currently on their way to the Jinshui Grand Hotel. Hao Yuemei, upon hearing this, irritably rubbed her forehead and commanded, double all the budgets, including the bonuses and gifts for Yi Chen, as well as the expenses for the dishes. Hearing this, Vice Principal's son was momentarily stunned. The celebration gala organized for tonight was the highest budget event in the history of Hangcheng No. 2 High School. No student had ever enjoyed such high treatment before. Yet, under these circumstances, the budget was to be doubled? That would put immense financial pressure on them. Vice Principal's son moved his lips, about to say something, but he only heard Hao Yuemei grit her teeth and say, Yi Chen is clearly our student at No. 2 High School, yet those people from the Key High School insist on butting in. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal's son's eyebrows twitched violently. What? The teachers and students from the Key High School were also coming to the celebration gala? Hearing this news from the black-clad principal Hao Yuemei, Vice Principal's son felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Yi Chen, the outstanding student who broke records and achieved the first kills both domestically and internationally, was indeed their student at No. 2 High School. Once the news spread, every staff member at No. 2 High School, including the cafeteria ladies, took pride in Yi Chen. Because Yi Chen was the key to their school's rise. It could be said that because Hangcheng No. Tu High School had nurtured such a figure as Yi Chen. The subsequent resources allocated by the state, province, and city to know Tu High School would surely be immense. Very immense. Yi Chen's success perfectly illustrated what it meant for one person to ascend and bring others along. At this moment, Yi Chen was that immortal, and the staff of Hangqing know Tu High School were the chickens and dogs following him to the heavens. Although this analogy might sound unflattering, it was nonetheless true. That was the reality. For the staff of Hangqing know Tu High School, Yi Chen was a deity that must be properly revered until he completed the college entrance examination and graduated smoothly from Tu High School. Only then would everything be settled, and Hangqing Tu High School would, alongside Yi Chen, be recorded in history as his alma mater. Initially, when Vice Principal Sun heard that Hao Yueme wanted to double the budget, he felt a bit reluctant, as it meant a significant financial loss for the office he managed. However, upon hearing that the Qi High School was trying to intervene, Vice Principal Sun's eyes lit up as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Principal Hao, is doubling enough? I think we should invest as much as we have in the school's account. And those treasured items of the school, don't hide them away, bring them out to impress Yi Chen. We absolutely cannot let those XX from the Qi High School snatch Yi Chen away. Upon hearing this, Hao Yueme, especially at the last sentence, widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Principal Sun, you are right. They are coming for Yi Chen. The director of the Provincial Education Department personally called to inform me that the teachers and students from the Qi High School would attend the celebration gala. You know, the director of the Provincial Education Department has a close relationship with my third uncle. I couldn't refuse. He also hinted to me that it was that XX Ma Wenkai who was behind this, though I don't know what connections he has. Your words reminded me that Ma Wenkai is not just here to share the spoils. He wants to snatch Yi Chen away to their Qi High School. Ma Wenkai was the principal of the Qi High School in Hangqing and was considered a prominent figure in the upper circles of Hangqing. The thought of a cooked duck flying away made Vice Principal Sun's heart bleed. In Hangqing, the Qi High School had always been a mountain pressing down on all other high schools. Now, with Yi Chen's rise, they finally had the opportunity to sing their own song. But this opportunity was so great, could they know? Tu High School sees it? That is a Qi High School in Hangzhou. Although it cannot compare to Hongshui High School, it can still rank within the top 20 nationwide, even if it's at the lower end of that ranking. But this is enough to prove the strength of Hangzhou's Qi High School. It is said that the Qi High School has a rich heritage, with many orange epic equipment items stored on campus, and even a few pieces of golden legendary equipment. Moreover, there are numerous pet eggs of the unparalleled king level. As for the legendary grade materials and the earth grade materials, they are even more abundant. Compared to Hangzhou's Qi High School, the second high school is lacking in both funding and collections by more than one level. If the Qi High School is determined to snatch away classmate Yi Chen, the second high school really has no way to stop them. Vice Principal Sun had a mournful expression as he turned to look at Principal Hao Yueme. At that moment, in his eyes, Hao Yueme's exquisite and charming face, along with her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings, no longer seemed appealing. Hao Yueme gritted her teeth and resolutely said, "Do as you say. Utilize all the resources we can mobilize from the second high school. We must do everything we can to keep classmate Yi Chen." She murmured, "Relying solely on the second high school's heritage is definitely not enough. It seems I need to contact my family." He. A bitter smile mixed with unwillingness appeared on Hao Yueme's face. "When I first left home, I vowed that I wouldn't rely on my family and that I could carve out my own path." He. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Sun suddenly felt more confident. Relying solely on the second high school indeed wouldn't work, but their principal was not an ordinary person. He understood that Hao Yueme came from a prestigious family in the capital. Her connections were in the capital, in Beijing. With Hao Yueme stepping in, the situation immediately improved a lot. However, Vice Principal Sun did not let his guard down. His mind raced as he considered where there might still be gaps. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and his expression turned somewhat panicked. "How, Principal Hao?" Vice Principal Sun's voice trembled with fear. "The Hangzhou High School twin beauties. They have the Hangzhou High School twin beauties." Upon hearing this, Hao Yueme felt a chill run down her spine. That's right. She was just a woman in her early 30s. To put it nicely, she was a mature woman, but in reality, she was just a big girl. She paid close attention to matters like school beauties and class beauties. After all, every girl cares about such honors. So Hao Yueme knew how terrifying those two school beauties from Hangzhou's Qi High School were. The two girls who were no longer just called school beauties but had their own exclusive titles. The Hangzhou High School Twin Beauties. This title brought not just honor but also intimidation. Not to mention the four most dazzling school beauties from the second high school. Even the school beauties from other universities in Hangzhou would pale in comparison before the Hangzhou High School twin beauties. And tonight, among the list of teachers and students from the key high school attending the evening party, the names of the Hangzhou High School twin beauties, Xu Liansong and Chen Yingling, would definitely be there. Unless Ma Wenkai is an idiot, he would certainly bring the Hangzhou High School twin beauties along, and he would have to present them to Yi Chen. Looking at Vice Principal Sun's expression of panic mixed with despair, Hao Yuanmei took a deep breath. As the principal of a school, she had to remain calm. Don't panic. The Hangzhou High School twin beauties are indeed invincible. But Ma Wenkai is their principal, not their parents. He can't just decide on the spot to betroth the beauties to classmate Yi Chen. The key is to see classmate Yi Chen's attitude. I hope he can resist the temptation of the beauties. By the end, Hao Yuanmei herself felt a lack of confidence. After all, those were the Hangzhou High School twin beauties, Xu Liansong and Chen Yingling, the true goddesses in the hearts of many male students. The Chu family and the Chen family are both prominent families in the Jiangnan region, with intertwined interests and deep-rooted connections. One might ask, which young man wouldn't want to marry one of these two beauties? Moreover, for Yi Chen, who comes from a poor background, marrying one of the beauties would mean skipping 60 years of hard work. No, it would mean skipping an entire lifetime of struggle, or to exaggerate a bit, skipping 3 generations of effort. Vice Principal Sun, as a man, understands the allure of beautiful women, especially the devastating charm of noble young ladies, even more than Principal Hao. His eyes sparkled with a glimmer. Principal Hao, I have an idea. Let's have our school's 4 major beauties dress up a bit more thoughtfully. Ideally, a bit more refreshing. Upon hearing Vice Principal Sun's words, she nodded vigorously, even praying in her heart that at least one of the 4 beauties from the second high school would catch Yi Chen's attention. They needed to seize control of Yi Chen from Xu Liansong and Chen Yingling. Faced with the 2 beauties from Hangzhou, this was the last struggle for their second high school. Immediately convey this spirit to Principal Liu. Principal Liu was the one who had gone to the office to oversee the work, the vice principal in charge of the senior year. Vice Principal Sun quickly opened WeChat, his fingers tapping the screen to relay the spirit of his discussion with Principal Hao to Vice Principal Liu. At the end, he emphasized that the expenses for the 4 beauties' outfits tonight would all be covered by the school, ensuring their image reached its peak. They also needed to hire professional makeup artists to create exquisite looks that suited their styles. After completing these tasks, Vice Principal Sun let out a sigh of relief, his face showing a resigned expression. They had done all they could. If Yi Chen still chose to transfer to a key high school before the college entrance examination, they couldn't stop him. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luan He, the homeroom teacher of Class 5 in the senior year, witnessed the entire conversation between Principal Hao and Vice Principal Sun. She felt 70% fear and 30% regret in her heart. As Yi Chen's homeroom teacher, she should have been the happiest and benefited the most. After all, she was the homeroom teacher, the closest to the students. However, looking back over the past 3 years, although she hadn't pressured Yi Chen, she hadn't paid much attention to him either. It was only because Yi Chen had worked hard and achieved good grades that she could relax and spend her time and energy on pleasing those students from better-off families in the class. She had indeed neglected Yi Chen. If Yi Chen really chose to transfer to a key high school tonight, Luan He wouldn't just miss out on the benefits. She might even have to bear the brunt of Principal Hao and several vice principals' anger. If she had treated such an outstanding student well over the past 3 years, perhaps the young and sentimental Yi Chen would have considered their teacher-student relationship and not chosen to transfer. But now, Luan He was truly uncertain. If it were her, she would definitely choose to go to a key high school, as people strive for higher places and water flows downwards. Thinking of this, combined with what Principal Hao and Vice Principal Sun had just said, Luan He felt as if a heavy stone was tied to her heart, sinking deeper and deeper. Luan He regretted. She regretted so much. If only she could turn back time to 3 years ago, she would have treated Yi Chen well. At this moment in the car, she didn't dare to say a word. The 2 leaders were preoccupied with important matters and hadn't noticed her. They didn't hold her accountable for misusing Yi Chen's home visit quota. If Yi Chen really chose to transfer to a key high school, Luan He could just wait to be dealt with. She still wanted to be the grade group leader? The director of education? What a joke! In the Peach and Willow Garden dungeon, Yi Chen wandered through the mountains and waters, finally arriving at the battle arena of the final boss, the Lily Queen, located in a small independent courtyard in the northeastern part of the dungeon. After all, as a queen, having a private courtyard is quite normal. At the entrance of the courtyard, Yi Chen encountered 2 boss monsters. Target, Queen's Guard Captain rank, Silver boss level, LV 35 health points, 18,000, with boss bonus, with hero difficulty bonus. Overview: she is the most loyal guard of the Lily Queen, responsible for the safety of the Queen's territory. At the same time, she is also an unmarried, beautiful woman of a certain age. Target: Queen's personal maid rank, Silver boss level, LV 35 health points, 16,000, with boss bonus, with hero difficulty bonus. Overview: she is the personal maid of the Lily Queen, responsible for taking care of everything in the Queen's life, and is the second most beautiful character in the Peach Willow Garden after the Lily Queen and Princess Blanc. An unmarried, beautiful woman of a certain age. Yi Chen had heard of this trope. To be honest, these two boss monsters at the entrance of the Lily Queen's palace are also quite popular among the older lechers. Among them, the guard captain is a willow charm, and compared to other willow charms, her figure is taller, with more pronounced white muscle lines. The leaves covering her key areas are relatively sparse, giving her a wild charm. Coupled with the description of being an unmarried woman, it ignites countless fantasies among the older lechers. The other personal maid is a flower fairy. Compared to other flower fairies, she is transformed more perfectly, without huge petals on her back, and her chest is not covered by white-green leaves. It seems she is imitating Princess Blanc, wearing a gray-white long robe that conceals her beautiful figure. One wonders what a wonderful sight it would be when she bends down to cast spells. Yi Chen saw the two stunning beauties standing at the entrance, flicked the thorn knight to make it crackle in the air, and then slowly walked up. Finally, he could test the power of the whip. "Stop! You cannot pass here. This place belongs to the Lily Queen." The battle began. The guard captain is the only melee monster in the dungeon, but she is of the same type as the pirate captain Shalon, being a hybrid of physical and magical abilities. She wields a pair of willow leaf curved blades, using melee chain skills. Willow leaf dual blade style, a passive sword technique that cycles through 3 attack modes, consuming 10 mana points for each attack. Mode 1, lock onto an enemy, dealing 60% physical damage and 60% spell power natural damage. Mode 2, charge for 2 seconds to deal 120% spell power natural damage to all enemies in a fan-shaped area in front. Mode 3, charge in a straight line, dealing 200% physical damage to the first enemy in the path, with a 60% base chance to inflict the bleed negative status. Bleed loses a certain amount of health per second, equal to 10% of the Queen's Guard Captain attack power, lasting for 15 seconds. The Guard Captain is very fast. Before Yi Chen could launch his attack, she had already reached him, unleashing the first move of the Willow Leaf dual blade style. Minus 868 points. Minus 523 points. The first damage was physical, and the second was natural spell damage. At this point, Yi Chen had already leveled up to 29 and had stolen quite a bit of attributes from the small monsters in the dungeon in Princess Blanc, as well as the ancient tree. Nevertheless, the guard captain's single attack still took away 1,300 of his health points. Although when Yi Chen entered the dungeon, the Flower Fairy and Willow Charm's attacks could deal over 600 damage to him, 2 skills combined would also deal over 1,300 damage. But at that time, Yi Chen was only level 7. One can imagine how high the guard captain's damage is. If it had been when he first entered the dungeon, that segment of damage would definitely have taken away nearly 4,000 health points from him. In the second segment, the captain of the guard crossed his arms, holding his twin blades protectively on the outside, beginning to gather strength, his posture both handsome and somewhat striking. On the other side, the close maid also began to cast a spell. She did not bend down but instead tilted her head back slightly, standing on her toes, raising her snow-white right arm, her demeanor elegant yet playful. She unleashed the area attack spell, Falling Petals. Falling Petals, active, consumes 100 mana points, casting time 3 seconds, deals 200% spell power natural spell damage to enemies in a designated area. The visual effect of this skill was stunning. Brownish-yellow lines of light first rose into the sky, then gracefully fell to a specific spot on the ground. Faced with the attack of Falling Petals and the second segment of Willow Leaf Twin Blade style, Yi Chen chose not to take it head-on but instead leveraged his speed advantage, charging towards the close maid. Staying in place to take some damage was not a big deal, but Yi Chen had something else he wanted to do. That was to use Thorns of Night against the girl. After a bit of running, he could finally give it a try. After all, Yi Chen was the top student in his second high school, and when he got serious, his movements were swift and decisive. With the boost of his high-speed attributes, he easily dodged the skill attacks aimed at him. At the same time, Yi Chen rushed to the side of the close maid, and under her surprised gaze, he grabbed her arm and gently pulled. The delicate, petite close maid immediately lost her balance and was pulled over by Yi Chen, pressed against the platform at the entrance of the courtyard. The close maid leaned half over the platform, presenting a beautifully oval shape. Yi Chen then aimed and swung Thorns of Night. In his mind, a faint system prompt option appeared at the edge. Ding, please choose which additional effect to apply. The left option was pain, and the right option was pleasure. Pain consumes one colorless small crystal. The next attack increases the target's pain level by 1. Pleasure consumes one colorless small crystal. The next attack decreases the target's pain level by 1. The crystal was an extremely useful resource for professionals in the world of the arc, with colorless and colored varieties, such as red small crystals, blue small crystals, etc. Different colored small crystals represented different categories of attributes. For example, red represented fire, while blue represented frost. Some skills or equipment special techniques not only required mana but also consumed small crystals. In dungeons, there was also a chance to drop small crystals from monsters. Among them, colorless small crystals had a chance to drop from all monsters, making them quite common and not valuable. Yi Chen had just harvested small monsters in the dungeon and had dropped over 500 colorless small crystals. Additionally, since the Peach Willow Garden dungeon mainly featured wood and plant-type monsters, Yi Chen also dropped over 50 green small crystals. These 50 green small crystals were worth about 50 gold coins. On average, the market price for one colored small crystal was around 1 gold coin. Some high-level awakened professionals with exclusive skills or high-level elemental forbidden spells required colored small crystals to release. Yi Chen looked at the options in his mind and unhesitatingly chose pain. Ding, you consumed one colorless small crystal and successfully obtained the pain effect. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of thorns of night slicing through the air, the close maid let out a startled cry. She felt something strange. Looking at the oval shape, Yi Chen chuckled. Raising thorns of night, he was about to go for another round. Behind him, the captain of the guard, having completed the second segment of Willow Leaf Twin Blade style, saw her best friend being taken away by a bad man and was filled with rage. She immediately unleashed the third segment. Gathering strength, she charged forward. 2 gleaming sharp knives lunged toward Yi Chen's back. This time, Yi Chen had no intention of dodging. He didn't have the time, busy as he was wielding the thorns of night. After all, he had plenty of health points, having stolen a whopping 90,000 health points from Princess Balin. He didn't mind that he hadn't stolen much health from the ancient tree of knowledge. His base was already 1 million, so he wasn't worried at all. The third strike of the Willow Leaf Dual Blade style hit Yi Chen's back. At the same time, Yi Chen's Thorns of Night struck the back of the close attendant again. Damage, 2890. Damage, 17. Quack. The first was the physical damage Yi Chen received, while the second was the damage dealt to the close attendant, along with her shriek. 17 points of damage, hitting a close attendant with 16,000 health points, was basically like a tickle. No, it wasn't even a tickle, she should have felt nothing at all. Yet, such an attack made her scream. This was the ability of Thorns of Night. Yi Chen chose the pain effect, affecting the close attendant's senses and increasing her pain perception by 1 level. So even though she only took 17 points of damage, the close attendant still cried out. The captain of the guard, unaware of the situation, thought her friend screamed out of humiliation. To be honest, seeing this scene made her heart tremble slightly. It was too shameful. Being hit like this, even if the damage was low, even if it didn't hurt, she absolutely couldn't accept it if it were her. For a brief moment, she put herself in that position, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame, which was quickly replaced by a blazing anger. Flower's Fury had been activated. The captain of the guard gained a 100% bonus to natural spell damage. I will kill you, she shouted, then continued to use the 3-stage skill of Willow Leaf Dual Blade style to attack Yi Chen. The captain of the guard, positioned behind Yi Chen, launched a series of attacks, a mix of physical and natural spell damage crashing into Yi Chen's back. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, behind the close attendant, kept attacking, one hand firmly pressing down on her while the other hand swung Thorns of Night in a steady rhythm. It was like a riding instructor training a disobedient horse. As for the unfortunate close attendant, she could only bend down and obediently half lean on the platform. Under the attack of the pain special effect, she continuously let out cries in rhythm. 15 minutes later, Yi Chen not only stole many attributes from the close attendant but also indulged in the thrill of being the master. At this point, the close attendant was already crying. Woo-woo, bullying people. Seeing her so pitiful, having been beaten to tears, Yi Chen felt a pang of guilt. In the moment of swinging Thorns of Night, he changed his strategy. No longer choosing pain, he switched the special effect to joy. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out. The close attendant's tearful, charming eyes widened in surprise. Ha! It doesn't hurt anymore. Before she could react, she felt a slight, soothing sensation again. It really doesn't hurt anymore. The close attendant wanted to turn around but still couldn't move. Another attack landed. Accompanied by this attack, the close attendant's small mouth opened slightly, and what came out was no longer a scream. Instead, it was a sound that even the captain of the guard found shameful. Upon hearing this sound, Yi Chen's heart couldn't help but skip several beats. It was too crisp. He glanced at the thorns of night in his hand. The skill effect truly lived up to its name of joy, indeed something special. Meanwhile, the captain of the guard, who was diligently attacking from behind Yi Chen, first heard her good friend crying, then heard the crisp sound coming from her friend, and she immediately broke down. This was an unprecedented humiliation. This was a game. Farming. The captain screamed, "Let her go. I'll fight you. Let her go." Then, her attack speed miraculously increased a bit, her movements becoming wildly exaggerated as she viciously attacked Yi Chen. Minus 815 points. Minus 962 points. Minus 1,796 points. Minus 2,713 points. Thanks to the Wrath of the Flower buff, the natural spell damage dealt by the captain increased by 100%. Thus, the natural spell damage in the first and second hits of her 3-hit combo was doubled, causing considerable damage. In one set of Willow Leaf Dual Blade style, she dealt nearly 6,500 points of damage to Yi Chen. But for Yi Chen, he only wanted to say 3 words, "Use some strength. Haven't you eaten?" Yi Chen didn't look back, enjoying the process of beating the maid while verbally provoking the captain. "You want me to let her go? Why are you in such a hurry? It'll be your turn soon, just wait a little longer. Your best friend can still be saved." Hearing this, the captain was so furious that smoke seemed to come out of her 7 orifices. I'll kill you." Hearing the captain's wailing, Yi Chen frowned slightly. "Keep it down. I can't even hear your best friend's voice anymore." The maid felt all her strength drained, her voice growing fainter, but also more. After another 10 minutes, the maid completely stopped moving and no longer made any sound. The damage Yi Chen dealt wasn't high, like Princess Bailan, she died from having her health drained. The poor maid turned into experience for Yi Chen. "Ding, you gained 37,822 experience. Ding. Congratulations, you leveled up to level 30. Basic attributes received a boost, and you gained 5 free attribute points." The maid was petite, delicate, and quite beautiful, pleasing to the eye. Looking at the unmoving maid, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel unsatisfied. He turned around to face the captain, who was breaking through his defenses. The captain, about 1.75 meters tall, was half a head shorter than Yi Chen, who stood at 1.82 meters. Upon closer inspection, she was actually quite pretty, though not the gentle type, but rather the dominant type. Her body was snow-white with a hint of green, and her skin exuded a sense of powerful beauty. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Had enough? Why the hurry? It's your turn now." The captain raised her dual blades. "I'll kill you." Just as her attack was about to land on Yi Chen, he grabbed her arm. "Come here. Hey, duck." The captain bent over and lay on the platform in the same position as the maid, right next to her. Yi Chen pressed down with his left hand and raised Thorn Knight with his right, slowly asking, "Do you want pain? Or pleasure?" The captain, exasperated, replied, "I want you to XXXX. She was getting anxious, continuously sending out signals. It was clear she was a fiery little pepper. But Yi Chen liked this type. Glancing at his inventory, there were over 500 colorless crystals, now down to just over 200. Unknowingly, he had struck the maid nearly 300 times. Well, for the captain, that would be 150 times pain and 50 times pleasure. It was decided happily. Minus 21 points. The captain let out a sharp scream. Pain? Why did she only take 21 points of damage yet feel a significant sense of pain? Minus 21 points. The captain braced herself and remained silent. There was still pain. She now understood why her best friend had cried earlier. To be honest, it did hurt a bit. What a bizarre ability this was. Minus 21 points. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb target 40 points of attack power attribute. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorb target 1,800 points of health attribute. Not only that, the captain of the guard also discovered that the attribute values on her body were gradually disappearing. That's right, disappearing. Accompanied by wave after wave of pain, she widened her eyes, and fear finally began to creep into her heart. Ah, what kind of monster are you? Woo woo! After 150 hits, it switched to the effect of joy. At this point, the captain's psychological defenses had been completely shattered. In this phase, her voice was more pleasant than her best friend's. In the final blow, although the captain's maximum health was not drained to 1 point, it was close enough. Ding, you gained 37356 experience points. 2 high-quality flower demon monsters were drained by her. Yi Chen felt it was still not enough. After looting the two bosses' corpses and obtaining a piece of purple gear and several intermediate materials, he shifted his gaze to the entrance of the courtyard. Fortunately, there was still a great beauty inside. My Thorn Knight is already craving. In the Vice Principal's office of Hangzhou Second High School, Vice Principal Zhao Lin is the only female among the 5 vice principals of the school. She is not very old, 35 years old, just 3 years older than the beautiful principal, Hao Yuemei, and is currently in the prime of her mature and intellectual beauty. Since coming to Second High School, she has been in charge of the affairs of the first-year students for many years and has performed exceptionally well. In the hearts of the teachers and students at Second High School, her image is very good. But at this moment, she was like an ant on a hot pot, constantly pacing in her office, occasionally making a phone call, revealing an anxious and troubled expression. Because today, Principal Hao Yuemei had given her an important task. For this, she was specifically given a bank card with 500,000 yuan. Vice Principal Zhao Lin's task was to take student Ji Chen to the Lakeside Jintai in 78 International Shopping Center for shopping, to prepare a decent outfit for Yi Chen, in anticipation of tonight's celebration banquet, which is very important in the history of Second High School. Just now, Vice Principal's son had conveyed the latest instructions to her, and an additional 500,000 yuan had been added to the card she held. A total of 1 million. She must dress Yi Chen up splendidly, ensuring his satisfaction. But at this moment, Vice Principal Zhao Lin's pretty face was somewhat downcast. She didn't even know where Yi Chen was right now. As the sky gradually darkened, Vice Principal Zhao Lin felt anxious. Very anxious. She called Yi Chen again. "Hello, the owner of the number you dialed is currently in a dungeon. Please call back later. Oh, my little ancestor, just transferred jobs and already went into a dungeon. You are too hardworking." After a moment of complaint, Vice Principal Zhao Lin thought, "That's right, only those who work this hard deserve to clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon and earn a place in history." Vice Principal Zhao Lin was wearing a casual suit, white 3/4 casual pants that revealed a small section of her snow-white calves. The upper body was a matching white casual blazer, perfectly fitting her figure without any puffiness, indicating that this suit was quite expensive. Overall, Vice Principal Zhao Lin in her white casual suit gave off a capable, beautiful, and bright impression. But at this moment, her expression was quite dim. As the sky continued to darken, she still had not contacted Yi Chen. With no other options, Vice Principal Zhao Lin could only send a text message in WeChat to leave a message for Yi Chen, hoping he would see it and contact her in time. After sending the message, Vice Principal Zhao Lin felt a wave of emptiness. She was very uneasy. The other vice principals were busy preparing for the evening's celebration banquet, and the school's top leaders had personally gone to Yi Chen's home. At this moment, only her side of the task was making no progress, which made Vice Principal Zhao Lin increasingly anxious. If she couldn't find student Yi Chen in time before the celebration dinner started and bring a shining, handsome, and classy Yi Chen to the venue, Vice Principal Zhao was sure that Principal Hao Yuemei would devour her alive. Ugh! What to do? I can't just stay in the office waiting. I need to actively search for student Yi Chen. Once I find student Yi Chen, I'll take him straight to Hubin Jintai in 78. Student Yi Chen went into a dungeon. Vice Principal Zhao Lin raised her eyebrows. She picked up Yi Chen's file, which had his student ID and identification number. Then she called a classmate who worked at the dungeon office. I got it, thank you, I'll treat you to a meal later." In less than 5 minutes, Vice Principal Zhao Lin's WeChat pinged. She hurriedly opened it to find a screenshot sent by her classmate at the dungeon office. Using the identification number, they found that around 1:30 p.m. today, Yi Chen entered the Wuzhen System dungeon, a level 35 dungeon called Peach Willow Garden. Seeing this picture, Vice Principal Zhao Lin's lips, which were applying lipstick, suddenly parted in shock. Good news, they found student Yi Chen. Bad news, student Yi Chen entered a level 35 dungeon. And it was a relatively difficult one, Peach Willow Garden. Vice Principal Zhao Lin felt her vision darken. It's over. This kid has gotten too carried away. If she remembered correctly, Yi Chen was only level 7 when he completed his job change. A level 7 practitioner dares to tackle a level 35 dungeon? How bold could he be? Moreover, what was even more outrageous was that the screenshot showed Yi Chen entered the dungeon alone. No teammates. Vice Principal Zhao Lin thought that was the end of it, but what raised her blood pressure even more was yet to come. The most ridiculous part was that Yi Chen chose to challenge it on hero difficulty. Vice Principal Zhao Lin stared at the screenshot, frozen like a statue for a few seconds, then suddenly staggered and fell into her chair, gasping for breath as if she had just finished a workout. Her delicate hands trembled as she dialed Principal Hao Yuemei's number. What? The beautiful principal in black stockings, how you may, answered the call and screamed upon hearing the news from Vice Principal Zhao Lin, disregarding her image. Then she calmed down, taking a few deep breaths. Don't panic, don't get angry. It's okay, stay calm. The family motto of the Hao family is to maintain composure in critical situations. Hao Yuemei took about 10 seconds to steady her emotions, her brain working at high speed as she issued instructions to Vice Principal Zhao Lin. Principal Zhao, don't panic. You need to head to Wuzhen immediately and wait outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon. Next, there will be 2 scenarios. The first scenario is that student Yi Chen exits the dungeon week. You need to get him to Ziyuan Hospital in Hangzhou as soon as possible. This private high-end hospital is owned by our Hao family, and I will find a way to address student Yi Chen's weakness to ensure he appears at the dinner. What you need to do is safely deliver student Yi Chen to Ziyuan Hospital. Do you understand? The weak status can be treated. Some large hospitals have the equipment and related medications to remove the weak status, but the treatment can be quite expensive. In the vice principal's office, Vice Principal Zhao Lin, who had originally been frowning, felt a bit more at ease upon hearing Principal Hao Yuemei's authoritative yet calm instructions. She replied, I understand, Principal Hao. I'll head to the dungeon entrance right away. Principal Hao, what about the second scenario? The car turned a corner, having left the suburbs and entered the main urban area of Hangzhou. It would take less than half an hour to return to the city. Faced with Vice Principal Zhao Lin's inquiry, Hao Yuemei held her phone in her left hand, her gaze directed out the car window, while her right hand instinctively tugged at the black stockings on her leg. Do you know what talent student Yi Chen awakened? Before Vice Principal Zhao could respond, a glimmer shone in Hao Yuemei's eyes as she murmured, it's called miracle. I suspect that the reason student Yi Chen was able to clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon is precisely because of this miracle. Because of miracle. So, if student Yi Chen can create another miracle. The corners of Hao Yuemei's mouth curled up, her grip tightening, and without realizing it, the expensive black stockings from Balenciaga on her leg were already ruined. Maybe he can break through the 35-level hero difficulty dungeon. Once again, give us a surprise. If that's the case, Zhao Lin, listen. You must take good care of student Yi Chen, dress him up to be more of a star than a star, and don't worry about the budget. I'm even thinking now, can Louis Vuitton's menswear match student Yi Chen? Upon hearing this second possibility, Vice Principal Zhao Lin's eyes lit up, and her worries instantly dissipated by more than half. Yes. Who is student Yi Chen? He is the genius boy who achieved the first kill in the country, the world's first kill of the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon. Perhaps he really can clear the 35-level hero difficulty Peach Willow Garden. Principal Hao, I understand. Vice Principal Zhao Lin stood up and walked outside, saying, I promise to complete the task. She needed to go to Wuzhen immediately. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, at Su Lengming's home, in her bedroom. Xiaomeng, you are in the same class. Su's mother leaned close to her daughter, carefully choosing her words as she asked softly, over the past 3 years, has he ever shown any interest in you in class? Su Lengming knew who her mother meant by he. It was Yi Chen. He was her role model, her rival, her nemesis, Yi Chen. Sigh. Su Lengming replied with a faint expression, Mom, don't think too much. I've always regarded him as my rival, my motivation and goal. I have no other thoughts. Su's mother shot a glare at her silly daughter. I'm not asking what you think of him. I'm asking what he thinks of you. Do you have any idea? I tell you, daughter, you take after me, looking so beautiful, tall and fair, with such a good personality. You're at least the school beauty, and that Yi Chen is in the same class as you. He has no thoughts about you? I don't believe it. Hearing her mother's blunt words, Su Lengming felt an unusual emotion arise in her heart for some reason. Images of Yi Chen began to surface in her mind. There was Yi Chen's serious profile while listening to a lecture. There was Yi Chen's back as he diligently honed his skills. There was Yi Chen's focused demeanor while studying the knowledge of skill dungeons. Su Lengming couldn't help but blush. She hadn't realized that over these 3 years, Yi Chen had left her with so many indelible impressions. The last image that flashed in her mind was the moment Yi Chen locked eyes with her, his gaze so clear and calm, devoid of any desire or unpleasant feelings that would disgust a girl. That clear gaze could instantly leave her mind blank. Su Lengming opened her mouth, her calm expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Mom, I feel like Yi Chen doesn't like me, or rather, his thoughts aren't on this for now. Su's mother responded, impossible. Absolutely impossible. My daughter is so beautiful, tall, and fair, with such a good personality, how could any boy not be moved? Su's mother pointed at her daughter's face, I think it's because you're too dull and cold. You inherited your dad's reserved nature, if only you had taken after me. Be a bit more proactive, a bit more enthusiastic, and you'll find that boys are quite easy to win over. Back in the day, your dad and I. Just as they mentioned him, Su's father pushed the door open. He was a refined middle-aged man who adjusted his glasses and said, "Daughter, Principal Lu from your school is here." What happened? There are quite a few people here. Vice Principal Lu was sitting on the living room sofa, beads of sweat on his forehead. After receiving instructions from Vice Principal's son, he hurriedly took action, bringing several sets of expensive clothing and a professional makeup artist to the homes of the 4 school beauties to personally do their makeup. He couldn't be in 2 places at once, so the other 3 school beauties had their respective homeroom teachers assigned to them, along with a few teachers from the school administration. Since he accompanied the principal to Yi Chen's house, Vice Principal Lu personally came to Su Lingming's home. At this moment, in the living room, besides Vice Principal Lu, there were also 2 professional makeup artists, a senior fashion magazine editor, and 4 assistants. The 4 assistants quickly set up the clothing racks they brought, hanging over a dozen beautiful outfits on them, and opened a backpack filled with colorful and exquisite jewelry. Finally, they set up and secured a full-length mirror and a lighting stand. After completing all this, the staff stood quietly to the side, very professional. Su Lingming entered the living room and was momentarily taken aback by the scene. The Su family was not a prominent family. Su's father and Su's mother were just ordinary workers. However, as locals of Hangzhou, they owned this 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house in the city and also had an apartment for rent, so their family conditions were decent. Seeing this setup, Su's father and Su's mother were momentarily speechless. Normally, with Vice Principal Lu's status, he wouldn't interact with the parents of students from ordinary families. But the situation was different now. The beautiful and composed Su Lingming was a classmate of Yi Chen and was recognized as one of the 4 school beauties. Even if Yi Chen had a slight extra thought about Su Lingming, today her family deserved the highest level of courtesy from Vice Principal Lu. So, upon meeting Su Lingming's parents, Vice Principal Lu was very warm and polite, smiling as he exchanged pleasantries and explained his purpose. When Su's mother learned that her daughter would be attending a celebration dinner for the genius boy Yi Chen that evening, she first gave her daughter a "why didn't you say so earlier?" look. Then, the polite smile on Su's mother's face brightened significantly as she actively cooperated with Vice Principal Lu's work. She placed her hand on her tall daughter's shoulder and pushed her in front of the full-length mirror, smiling and nodding at the staff. "Thank you all, please make sure to dress my daughter beautifully." Su Lingming looked at her mother speechlessly, then her gaze fell on the clothing rack. Seeing those obviously expensive and fashionable outfits, she couldn't help but wonder what Yi Chen would think if he saw her wearing such beautiful clothes. In Hangzhou, at the Ruan family's villa, Ruan Haoyue, dressed in shorts and a tank top, was sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing with her mother and her homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. At Ruan Haoyue's home, Mr. Wang had also brought the same setup as Vice Principal Lu. The same 2 professional makeup artists, a senior fashion magazine editor, and 4 assistants, along with various clothing tools. Since the Ruan family was also a well-known family in Hangzhou, Mr. Wang often visited the Ruan home for home visits, so Ruan mother and Mr. Wang had a very harmonious relationship. At this moment, the 2 were sitting together chatting, and the atmosphere was very pleasant. Ruan's mother glanced at a few assistants and those exquisite outfits, smiling as she said, "Teacher Wang, attending this celebration banquet for the genius youth is also part of our family's responsibility for Haoyue, so there's no need for the school to worry. Please put these outfits away." The Ruan family was somewhat influential and didn't care much about these few pieces of clothing. Teacher Wang, upon hearing this, didn't mind and softly said, "Sister Ruan, to be honest, today's celebration banquet is very important. I heard that the teachers and students from the Key High School will also be attending, and the school is taking this very seriously, especially regarding our Haoyue. That's why they specifically sent me here. Since these outfits have been delivered, they won't be taken back, and it's a gesture from the school. Sister Ruan, our Haoyue is one of the most important figures at tonight's banquet, which concerns the future of our second high school." Hearing that the teachers and students from the Key High School would also attend the banquet, Ruan's mother wasn't too surprised. After all, it would be unusual for the Key High School to let such interest slip by. However, her daughter Ruan Haoyue couldn't sit still upon hearing this. Ruan Haoyue changed from her previous obedient smile to a somewhat serious expression and asked, "Teacher, does this mean the 2 beauties from Hanghai will also be attending the banquet?" Teacher Wang nodded. "They are the face of the Key High School. They won't miss it for anyone. That's why the school sent us here, to do our utmost to support our 4 school flowers." Perhaps ordinary students only understood the 2 beauties from Hanghai as top school flowers from prestigious families, very beautiful on a superficial level. But as a child of the upper-class Ruan family in Hangzhou, Ruan Haoyue knew the lethal charm the two beauties held over boys. Ruan Haoyue wasn't worried about Chu Lian-san because Su Lengmeng from her school was of the same type as Chu Lian-san. Both were quiet, reserved, not fond of talking, and had an inner elegance. One could say that Chu Lian-san was a high-end version of Su Lengmeng. However, Su Lengmeng also had certain advantages because she had lived in the same class as Yi Chen for 3 years, and in the eyes of others, Yi Chen would definitely be closer to Su Lengmeng. Therefore, as long as Su Lengmeng dressed up well, with the classmate buff, she would be enough to handle someone like Chu Lian-san. But Chen Yingling was a problem, a big problem. Ruan Haoyue had seen Chen Yingling once at a formal occasion, and she had to admit that Chen Yingling was truly stunning. Chen Yingling had a naturally breathtaking beauty, and most importantly, she possessed an elusive and mysterious aura that made her a dangerous woman. Ruan Haoyue had to admit that as a girl, one should not become Chen Yingling's rival. Otherwise, it would be a humiliating defeat. Ruan Haoyue stood up with a serious expression. "Mom, give me the keys. I want to wear that outfit to the banquet." Upon hearing this, Ruan's mother understood her daughter's intentions. She wanted to wear the leisure outfit her grandfather had given her. That was a red outstanding outfit. Although the leisure outfit didn't have combat attributes, it generally had an excellent and unique appearance, along with some little tricks to add fun to life. On the market, a set of red leisure outfits would definitely be sought after by noble ladies, worth a considerable amount. It was said that her grandfather had spent a lot of money to buy this outfit for his beloved granddaughter. Ruan's mother knew her daughter was serious because her daughter had once said that she would only wear this outfit when she got married. Usually, it was locked away in a special space ring in a safe at home, and she couldn't bear to take it out to wear. Ruan's mother, having been through it herself, remembered that although she was also a school flower in her youth, there were still girls in her class who shone brighter than her. So she understood her daughter's feelings very well. Who in Hangzhou doesn't know the reputation of the Hangzhou High School's twin beauties? Tonight, her daughter was about to meet those beauties. She couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Her daughter was no worse than them. Ruan's mother immediately handed the keys to her daughter. After receiving the keys, Ruan Haoyue calmly said to her homeroom teacher, "Mr. Wang, please wait for me. I'm going to change my clothes and come back. When the time comes, I will trouble these teachers to help me customize a makeup look based on my outfit and suggest which accessories to wear." Mr. Wang knew in his heart that although the Ruan family was only a second-tier family in Hangzhou, Ruan Haoyue's mother was genuinely a young lady from the prestigious Tian family in Jiangnan. So the Ruan family still had some background. If it weren't for Ruan Haoyue's father's lack of ambition, a girl like Ruan Haoyue might not have even attended their second high school. Mr. Wang smiled and said, "Haoyue, no problem." Ruan Haoyue nodded, her expression serious and solemn, and turned to walk up the stairs with her powerful, graceful legs. Half an hour later, when Ruan Haoyue descended the stairs with an elegant demeanor, Mr. Wang and the group of staff were left in awe. Seeing the expressions of everyone, Ruan Haoyue couldn't help but slightly raise her pristine chin. "Chen Yingling, today I will fight you to the death." In a high-end community in the urban area of Hangzhou, in a certain apartment. "Mom, I don't want to attend any celebration dinner. I just want to stay at home, eat fried chicken, drink cola, and watch variety shows." Li's mother gently patted her daughter's big bottom and smiled. "My silly girl, your school has produced such an impressive figure. Aren't you going to hurry up and cling to her? Besides, this is an opportunity specially created for you by the school, you must seize it." Lilisha lay sideways on the sofa in a lazy manner and said helplessly, "I just want to cling to the thigh of fried chicken. I just want to hold on to the cup of cola." Li's mother put down the beautiful clothes she had found from the wardrobe, sat beside her daughter, and earnestly said, "My silly girl, do you know what the most important thing is as a healer?" Lilisha shook her head slightly, her fingers sliding on her phone, opening the food delivery app, and entering her favorite fried chicken restaurant. Li's mother snatched the phone away, tossed it casually, and it flew through the air in an arc, landing on the sofa across the living room. "The most important thing is to find a good team. Daughter, although you have transitioned to a powerful epic healer profession, you must understand the importance of good teammates. Think about it, if a teammate has low output and always takes damage from skills, with such a useless teammate, healing from the back will be very tiring, and you might not even clear the dungeon in the end, wasting all your efforts. On the contrary, if your team has capable teammates who can dodge skills and have high output, then as a healer, you can breeze through the dungeon without pressure. Now, your school has produced a genius. You need to seize the time to build a good relationship with her and go through dungeons together. With such a genius leading you, your future happiness will be secured." Lilisha looked helplessly at her phone that was moving away from her, wanting to get up, but feeling too heavy in her chest. she could only continue to lie there like a salted fish. Mom, I just finished my transition, let me lie at home for a couple of days, even one day would be fine. Lee's mother smiled helplessly, silly girl, lazy girl. Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Chui, personally called to inform you. Can you not go? The school values you and chose you for this. Do you think just anyone can attend such an important dinner? Lilisha slumped on the sofa and whispered, Mom, just say I'm sick, that I have an illness that keeps me from leaving the bed. Looking at her daughter, who was sprawled lazily like a salted fish, and the exceptionally strong bear did in bare air, Motherly muttered with a hint of frustration, you've grown such a big weapon for nothing. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Motherly opened the door, surprised to see Teacher Chui at the entrance, along with a group of staff behind her. Teacher Chui entered the house and immediately spotted Lilisha, who was slumped on the sofa. She knew her student all too well. Oh my ancestor, the fire is burning your butt, and you're still lying there? Get up, get up. I brought you several beautiful outfits today, you need to try them on. Trust me, the sizes from that place are quite large, they won't squeeze you. Motherly and Teacher Chui lifted Lilisha from both sides. Lilisha looked utterly disinterested. I want to eat fried chicken. Teacher Chui coaxed, oh, there will be fried chicken to eat at the hotel soon. Motherly added, exactly. Lilisha. In Hangcheng, in a villa area, at Qin Yinin's villa. In her boudoir, Qin Yinin sat in front of her vanity, applying lipstick in front of the mirror. Looking at her own tempting bright red lips in the mirror, Qin Yinin frowned slightly, not very satisfied. She wiped her lips clean with a makeup remover wipe, then picked up two lipsticks, hesitating as she compared them. One was a light red from Chanel, and the other was a pink from Casilon. Qin Yinin sighed softly, putting all the designer lipsticks down, pulling open a drawer, and taking out a folder. Inside the folder, she pulled out a photo. It was a picture of Yi Chen, taken at a sports event. Qin Yinin gently caressed the photo, asking herself, which lipstick would you like? I guess you don't like colors that are too bright. But I think colors that aren't bright enough seem a bit too plain, they shouldn't appear at such a festive occasion. What exactly do you like? The ringtone of her phone interrupted Qin Yinin's thoughts. It was her father calling. After answering, her father's emotionless voice came through, Yinin, I'm busy with work and can't accompany you to that banquet. Clearing the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon indeed shows that boy has great potential. But it's just potential. This world is full of uncertainties, and there are even true deities at the top. What the future holds is still unknown. If you don't want to go, you don't have to force yourself. After saying this, her father decisively ended the call, not giving Qin Yinin a chance to speak. Qin Yinin put down her phone, looking at her beautiful yet expressionless self in the mirror, whispering softly, I will definitely go. Because he is a very important person to me. Knock, knock, knock. The door to her boudoir was knocked on. Qin Yinin did not turn around. Her voice was neither loud nor soft as she said, come in. A young maid gently pushed the door open and respectfully said from outside, Miss, your homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang, has arrived. Got it. Qin Yinin tidied up her vanity, elegantly lifted her skirt, and walked from her second-floor room to the large living room on the first floor. When Qin Yinin descended the spiral staircase step by step and came before everyone, Teacher Zhang, who also had a good appearance, could hardly hide her amazement and joy in her eyes. She happily exclaimed, Yinin, you look so beautiful. Teacher, this trip might have been in vain. The several makeup artists and fashion editors behind Teacher Zhang nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Qin Yinin's foundation was already very good, and since she had been preparing and dressing up carefully since she received the news in the afternoon, it was no surprise that she amazed Teacher Zhang and her group. Everyone can see that Qin Yinin has put a lot of effort into preparing for the upcoming banquet. When Qin Yinin saw her teacher bringing some people and some expensive clothing to her home, her cleverness instantly made her understand Teacher Zhang's intention. They were here to help her with her makeup and outfit. Lipstick, she said, help me choose a lipstick. In Hangzhou, there are many villa areas, such as the Greentown Group Series, Xianghu No. 1, Hongda Wozhuang, and Yanhu Shangri-La, among others. But in Hangzhou, the royal villa area is where the most elite members of high society gather. Major families from the Jiangnan region, regardless of whether their main base is in Hangzhou, basically own at least one villa in the royal villa area. If a family's influence does not meet the standard, no matter how much money they spend, they won't even get a toilet in the royal villa area. Hangzhou, Royal Villa Area. In the villa complex of the Chu family, four contemporary brothers of the Chu family gathered in a small outdoor meeting room in one of the villas. The eldest brother of the Chu family put down his phone, lit a cigarette, exhaled a ring of smoke, and slowly said, things have escalated. I've received news that the Yang family from Shancheng and the Lu family from Rongqing have already sent people rushing to Hangzhou. They should arrive before the banquet starts. The eldest Chu brother has quite a network in the southwestern city of Yen. The Yang family from Shancheng and the Lu family from Rongqing are both top ancient families in the southwest, and the fact that families of this level are involved indicates that the situation is indeed complicated. Hearing this, the second brother of the Chu family smirked and looked at the third brother, saying, "Third brother, you are also a mage, and you once challenged the hero difficulty dungeon. Tell second brother, how significant is it to clear a hero difficulty dungeon?" Upon hearing this, the third brother of the Chu family recalled the day he turned 18 and chose the hero difficulty with youthful bravado, unafraid of challenges. Although he is now over level 400 as a saint, thinking back to the time he faced the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon still sends chills down his spine. That dungeon is not something a person can clear. The monsters in hero difficulty aren't particularly difficult, but their damage is incredibly high. For a level 1 novice, every injury is almost fatal. In the first wave of monsters, I was careless and got hit twice. If it weren't for my awakened special talent, those 2 hits would have taken my life. This difficulty dungeon has zero tolerance for mistakes. It not only requires challengers to skillfully use skills like blink, backstep, dodge, back jump, and crouch. It also has very high requirements for mana usage. The monsters don't have high health, but before releasing each skill, you have to carefully consider the mana cost. Mana must be used sparingly. I used every means at my disposal just to barely defeat the boss monster, Deputy Anderson. But in that battle, I almost exhausted all my mana. I also used up all my consumables. That was my limit. When I arrived at Freedom Town by ship, I had only a little mana left from natural recovery. Without mana to power the cannon, I could only watch helplessly as 1,000 monsters killed me with 2 hits. Hearing this, the other 3 brothers present couldn't help but twitch their lips. The third brother's expression was very serious, with a hint of confusion. I can't imagine what profession or talent could clear the difficulty dungeon. Thinking of this, the third brother's face showed a slight pain. The fourth brother gently patted his third brother's shoulder. "I checked. That kid named Ji Chen's profession is nothing to speak of. He's just an epic mage, but he awakened an SSS level talent." SSS level? The pain on Chu Laosan's face deepened. After all, he had awakened a god level talent. Chu Laosi continued, "And this SSS level talent has an interesting name, called Miracle. This is a talent that has never appeared in history, a unique talent. I suspect that the reason he was able to clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon is related to this talent called Miracle." Chu Lauda took another puff of his cigarette, the corners of his mouth curling up into a playful smile. "Miracle, miracle. That reminds me of a friend from the northeast. When he was young, he said he would take me to see my grandmother, saying that great strength brings miracles. He. At that moment, the door connecting the conference room to the villa was opened. A girl with an exceptionally sweet appearance, yet calm and dignified, walked in holding a tray. She squatted beside the coffee table, serving tea to her father and 3 uncles. Chu Lar wore an exaggerated smile, his tone very cheerful. "Oh, our Chu family's precious darling. How can you do this kind of work? Where's your mother?" Before the girl could respond, a pleasant voice came from outside. "Second brother, Lianken has grown up. She needs to learn to do things slowly." A beautiful lady, also with a sweet appearance, appeared at the door. She was none other than Chu Laoxi's wife and Chu Liankan's mother. The Chu family is a prestigious family with a long history. Whether due to genetics or some other reason, there have been almost no female descendants throughout the generations. Female descendants are extremely rare. By the time of Chu Lauda's generation, it was all brothers and cousins, not a single sister. This was quite a disadvantage for a large family, especially in terms of marriage alliances. The Chu family could only marry women from outside but had none to marry off. In Chu Liankan's generation, initially, Chu Lauda, Chu Lar, Chu Laosan, and many cousins all had boys. Only Chu Laosi seemed to be the chosen one, having a daughter, who was Chu Liankan. This delighted the ancestors of the Chu family. From the moment she was born, Chu Liankan was the apple of the ancestors' eyes, the kind of treasure they feared would melt in their mouths. Among her peers, Chu Liankan was also the only precious little sister to so many brothers. Thus, within the family, she earned the title of the heart and soul of the Chu family. Everyone in the Chu family knew that whoever married Chu Liankan would be very fortunate. "Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, dad, enjoy your tea." Chu Liankan obediently served the precious tea from the tray, 1 cup at a time, to each of her elders. Watching his daughter's obedient demeanor, Chu Laosi felt his heart melting. Chu Lar looked at his lovely niece with a smile. "Liankan, you are officially an adult this year. Have you seen any boys at school that you like? Bring one back for us to see." Before Chu Liankan could react, Chu Lauda spoke up. "Second brother, don't worry about it. If anyone wants to marry our heart and soul, they must first pass the eyes of several ancestors. Saying this, he glanced at the expensive watch on his wrist. Isn't it about time? Our little heart hasn't dressed up properly yet. I guess that at the banquet, in honor of that genius boy, all kinds of flowers will come out to compete and show off. Although we may not necessarily want him as a son-in-law, our heart and soul of the Chu family cannot be outshone by other girls. Chu Lauda looked up at Chu Lian Can's mother. Xiaoyi, are you ready? Lan Lingyi smiled slightly. Eldest brother, don't worry, my daughter won't be easily outdone by others. In the entire Hangzhou, there's only that girl from the Chun family as a rival. Lan Lingyi waved at Chu Lian Can. Chu Lian Can politely greeted her uncles and left the open-air conference room. After the sweet-looking mother and daughter left, Chu Laosen turned to Chu Leisai and asked, "Fourth brother, how is the gift preparation going?" Chu Lauda chimed in, "You don't need to worry about the gift, fourth. This time, my dear is representing our Chu family, and I've prepared everything." In the Queen Villa area, in a luxurious villa near a rockery with an artificial lake, a strikingly beautiful girl stood on the open balcony of her bedroom, holding a glass of red wine. The glass contained a bottle of expensive Western red wine worth over 100,000 yen country coins, the Tormir red wine. She quietly gazed at the scenery in the courtyard, her stunning face devoid of expression. At that moment, a woman in uniform, in her 20s, approached with a smile and asked, "Miss, have you decided which dress to wear for the appointment?" The elegant and beautiful Chen Yingling took a sip of red wine and replied, "I like the one designed by M.S. Yizalin for my 17th birthday." The maid, upon hearing this, gently advised, "No, miss, you've worn that dress at a formal occasion before. Wearing it a second time would tarnish our Chen family's image. How about?" Before the maid could finish her sentence, she saw her young lady turn to look at her, causing her to swallow the rest of her words. Chen Yingling looked at her personal maid, Annie. Her expression was perfectly normal, just a slight smile that didn't quite resemble a smile. Just one glance made the maid too intimidated to speak further. Chen Yingling shifted her gaze back, looking into the distance, elegantly swirling the red wine in her glass. Her voice carried a lazy charm. "You now have two choices. First, bring that dress to my room. Second, go tell Principal Ma and Chairman Chen that I won't be attending tonight's banquet, and while you're at it, cut that dress to shreds and throw it on Chairman Chen's head." Upon hearing this, Maid Annie broke out in a cold sweat. "Miss, I'll choose the first option, please wait a moment." After Maid Annie left, Chen Yingling continued to stand on the open balcony. At this moment, night was about to fall, casting a shadow over her beautiful face. Isn't it just the highest difficulty of a beginner trial dungeon? Why does it seem like he's the savior? Inside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, at the entrance of the courtyard of the Tail King leader, Queen Lily, Yi Chen held, thorny knight, and slowly pushed open the wooden door. What came into his view was a slender figure. Before Yi Chen could take a closer look, the figure slowly turned around, and the sky suddenly darkened. Boom! A rumble of thunder echoed, and the humidity in the courtyard instantly increased. Following that, dozens of bolts of lightning mixed with water columns and storms fell from the sky at an incredible speed, striking Yi Chen. Boom! Minus 10,855 points. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts. A total of 20 bolts of lightning storm mixed with water struck Yi Chen in less than 10 seconds, each dealing over 10,000 points of natural spell damage. 20 bolts meant 200,000 points of damage. When the storm attack ceased, the sky did not clear up, it remained very dark. Dark clouds rolled above the courtyard, as if still brewing something. Using Beginner's Detection Technique. Target, Queen Lily, rank, Golden Leader, level, LV35, health bar, 100,000 points. Summary, in the Peach Willow Garden, it is not because she is the queen that she is the most powerful spirit, but because she is the most powerful spirit that she is the queen. The Lily Queen absorbed some energy from the source of the mutations, mastering not only the spells of her wood affinity but also gaining partial dominion over storms, lightning, and water flows. At the start of the battle, the Lily Queen summons a lightning storm to strike the enemies that intrude into her courtyard. Only those who survive this storm have the chance to face the Lily Queen directly, and this is just the beginning of the fight. The Lily Queen uses wind blades to attack and employs a shadow clone technique, with the clones also using wind blades to attack. Additionally, the dark clouds above her head have yet to disperse. Note, at heroic difficulty, the initial charge layers of Queen's Fury at the start of the battle are 20 layers, not 10 layers. Yi Chen recalled that the lightning storm that had just struck him was the Lily Queen's signature skill, Queen's Fury. Queen's Fury, passive trigger, gains 20 layers of charge, heroic difficulty plus 10. At the start of the battle, each layer summons a lightning storm to strike enemies, dealing 300% spell power natural spell damage to a random enemy. After the battle begins, gains 1 layer of charge every 30 seconds. This skill is passively triggered, as soon as the adventurer pushes open the courtyard gate to initiate the battle, the Queen's Fury skill immediately takes effect, randomly locking onto enemies for lightning storm strikes. At non-heroic difficulty, Queen's Fury starts with only 10 layers of charge, meaning it can only unleash 10 lightning storms. Typically, the party challenging her consists of a full team of 5. The 10 lightning storms are averaged among the 5 individuals, resulting in about 2 storms per person. Those with worse luck might take on a few more, while their teammates would take fewer. Overall, this skill serves as a warning from the Lily Queen to the adventurers challenging her. Some poorly configured teams might suffer casualties right from the start due to this skill's mechanics. At heroic difficulty, the number of lightning storm strikes at the beginning of Queen's Fury doubles from the original 10 to 20. For a 5-person team, this means each person faces an average of 4 lightning storm strikes. Those with bad luck might be struck by 5, 6, or even 7 storms. A normal damage dealer would find it hard to survive even 4 or 5 lightning storms, let alone 6 or 7. For those adventurers returning at around level 80 to farm this dungeon, this is why they choose not to solo it. If all 20 lightning storms target the same adventurer, aside from an 80-level tank, the other damage dealers and healers would not withstand it. However, at this moment, after the storm dissipated, the Lily Queen looked at Yi Chen, who was unscathed, and a hint of surprise appeared on her indifferent face. Yi Chen adjusted his hairstyle and looked at the Lily Queen with a mix of admiration and displeasure. Come on, he still had to attend the celebration banquet later. How could she mess up his hair? Yi Chen thought the Lily Queen was quite asking for it. Unfortunately, his colorless crystals were used up, otherwise, he would definitely make this queen taste the flavor of pain. The battle had begun, and Yi Chen swung Thorn Knight and charged towards the Lily Queen. The Lily Queen stood in the center of the courtyard, raising her delicate white hand to begin casting. 3 seconds later. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Multiple wind blades, active, targeting type, consumes 150 mana points, no cooldown, casting time 3 seconds. Locks onto one enemy, prioritizing enemies who have taunted her, and deals damage 3 times, each dealing 80% spell power natural spell damage. The wind blades were incredibly fast, and as a targeting skill, no matter how Yi Chen tried to dodge, he could not escape. 3 wind blades struck Yi Chen. Damage, 2,686 points. The Lily Queen, this boss, if you say she's difficult, she really is quite tough. At the start, she has a high-frequency, high-damage targeting skill that can easily lead to casualties. Queen's Fury deals an immense amount of damage instantly, putting a lot of pressure on healers. Some skills of healing professions require casting time, and even instant area skills have very high cooldowns. Team members can only rely on their own damage reduction skills and some general damage reduction skills to withstand this damage. If someone has bad luck and can't hold on, it's game over. But if you say she's simple, she really is quite simple. Because aside from the skill Queen's Fury, the Lily Queen's regular attack method is just one skill, multiple wind blades. This is a 3-hit skill with a low damage multiplier. Regular tank professions, like protection warriors, paladins, and bear druids, can handle multiple wind blades easily as long as they use their damage reduction and healing skills properly in conjunction with the healers. What's troublesome is that the Lily Queen will use the skill Phantom of the Green Wilds. Phantom of the Green Wilds, active, consumes 500 mana, instant cast, cooldown of 60 seconds. Summons a clone with 50% of her attributes, which lasts indefinitely until defeated, and the clone possesses the skill Multiple Wind Blades. This means that every minute, the Lily Queen will summon a clone. This clone has 50% of her attributes, and if it's not dealt with, the battle will become increasingly dangerous. Each clone will also cast multiple wind blades. If it were just the Lily Queen's own multiple wind blades, tanks could handle it well. But if you add the clones casting multiple wind blades, it becomes a different story. Even if the clone's spell power is only half of the Lily Queen's, it can still deal significant damage, especially as the number of clones increases, putting more pressure on tanks and healers. The team could wipe due to a fallen tank. At this point, it also tests the team's DPS output capability, especially their ability to deal damage to 2 targets simultaneously, whether they can kill the clones while also reducing the Lily Queen's health. At this moment, Yi Chen, after being hit by a multiple wind blades, had already reached the Lily Queen's side. He raised his Thorn Knight high, ready to whip the Lily Queen. Facing Yi Chen's attack, the Lily Queen gracefully stepped back. Phantom of the Green Wilds. A character identical to the Lily Queen appeared in place, while the real Lily Queen had already retreated several steps, continuing to cast a spell to attack Yi Chen. The newly appeared clone of the Lily Queen, like the original, wore a light green robe. The robe was thin and form-fitting, outlining the Lily Queen's beautiful body curves. Unlike Princess Blanc, the Lily Queen, as a queen, wore a small white cape that fluttered in the wind, exuding a mature and playful charm. The two Lily Queens cast multiple wind blades together, hitting Yi-Chen again. Reduced 2,686 points. Reduced 1,343 points. A series of attacks caused Yi-Chen's health of over 10,000 to dwindle. However, this damage that troubled others was nothing to Yi-Chen. While Yi-Chen attacked, the real Lily Queen dodged the attack, but her clone remained in place, taking the hit from Thorn Knight. Reduced 34 points. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbed 500 mana attribute from the target. Yi-Chen was taken aback. This clone could also have its attributes stolen? That's right, the clone also had attributes. Just like the god-level wooden stake back then, if it has attributes, it can be stolen. Realizing this, Yi-Chen was instantly overjoyed. The Lily Queen releases a clone every minute, and this clone possesses 50% of the Lily Queen's attributes. Although it is not as strong as the Lily Queen herself in terms of attribute values, it is much stronger than regular boss monsters. The most crucial point is that the Lily Queen can infinitely cast the skill, Green Wild Phantom, allowing Yi-Chen to focus on attacking the clones with basic attacks while leaving the Lily Queen aside. This means he can infinitely steal attributes from the Lily Queen. Yi-Chen ignored the Lily Queen's main body, which had retreated to the side, and raised Thorny Knight, unleashing a flurry of strikes on the Queen's clone. Minus 34 points. Minus 34 points. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 167 points of spell power from the target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 21 points of armor from the target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 450 points of mana from the target. After 30 seconds, a lightning storm containing a water column struck Yi-Chen, dealing over 10,000 points of damage. Damn! Yi-Chen was wet again, and his hair was a mess. This was the follow-up attack of Queen's Wrath, which charged every 30 seconds and randomly targeted a practitioner for a lightning storm strike. Since Yi-Chen was soloing the dungeon, the lightning storm would only target him. This, Queen's Wrath, was quite annoying. For other practitioners, the concern was its damage. But for Yi-Chen, he was more troubled by the damp feeling in his disheveled hair. However, in order to steal attributes, Yi-Chen suppressed the thought of instantly killing the Lily Queen. Just keep attacking. What a pity, all the colorless crystals in his bag were consumed on the close maid and the captain of the guard. Although they were both delicate and beautiful, they still couldn't compare to the Lily Queen. The Lily Queen had a certain charm. When the attack of Thorny Knight landed on the Queen's clone, the clone let out a soft hum. The Queen's voice. Yi-Chen couldn't help but wonder what kind of textured sound she would make if such an attack landed on her main body. The sounds produced by Thorny Knight intertwined with the sounds from the Lily Queen's clone, creating a wonderful symphony. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 150 points of spell power from the target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 135 points of spell power from the target. Ding! Blasphemous Hand effect triggered. Absorbed 500 points of mana from the target. Amidst the beautiful symphony, continuously stealing attributes was truly an enjoyable experience. Unfortunately, the whistling sound of multiple wind blades was still howling around, and the virtual numbers kept floating above Yi-Chen's head. Watching her clone being treated so rudely by Yi-Chen, the Lily Queen felt a deep sense of shame. After all, the clone was her own likeness, making it easy to empathize with herself. The Lily Queen became somewhat angry at Yi-Chen's behavior of swinging Thorny Knight, attacking both the mountains in front and the sand dunes behind. Man, you have successfully ignited my anger. Flower's Wrath activated. Now, the damage of the Lily Queen's main bodies, multiple wind blades, and the multiple wind blades of the Green Wild Phantom clone would both increase by 100%. If an ordinary practitioner team activated the Flower's Wrath buff during a boss battle, they would have no choice but to flee and restart. But for Yi-Chen, he had faced everything from the most basic flower demon Lumeda the close-mate captain and even the boss princess Bailan. They all activated Flower's Wrath, so what? Yi-Chen didn't care at all. Isn't it just a 100% increase in damage? Even a 1000% increase wouldn't scare him. After activating the Wrath of the Flowers buff, the Queen of Lilies wore a disdainful smile, planning to watch Yi-Chen flee in panic. However, unexpectedly, this foul man was still gripping her clone, swinging it around, making a crisp sound. And there were sounds that made her feel embarrassed and ashamed. How infuriating! Phantom of the Green Fields. With the cooldown over, the Queen of Lilies summoned another clone, which also possessed the Wrath of the Flowers buff. The Queen of Lilies was ready to intensify her firepower and annihilate Yi-Chen. Upon seeing another clone appear, Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. He immediately released his left hand, letting go of the clone he had been milking for a while, and turned to run towards the newly appeared clone, without a hint of nostalgia. After all, this new and beautiful clone was still fresh. Whether in terms of attributes or other aspects, it was brand new, and the experience it brought was certainly better. Faced with Yi Chen's charge, the newly summoned clone was startled and momentarily didn't react, only to be grabbed by Yi Chen by the arm. Yi Chen pulled hard, causing the Queen of Lilies clone to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. The clone finally managed to regain her balance to avoid falling, then immediately looked up, her face filled with anger as she was about to scold Yi Chen. But as she danced with Thorns of the Night, the scolding turned into a different tone, a different quality of voice. That delicate, charming sound made the original Queen of Lilies and the first clone being held down blush furiously. Decrease of 34 points. Yi Chen's hand speed was incredibly fast, truly a boy who had been single for 18 years. Thus, amidst a chorus of enticing sounds, every time the Queen of Lilies summoned a clone, Yi Chen would give it a toxic beating. Half an hour passed, and the scene became exceptionally lively. In the courtyard, by the rockery, beside the pond, at the pavilion, everywhere was filled with the Queen of Lilies clones, and Yi Chen's figure was constantly changing in the courtyard, each time catching a newly summoned clone to milk. He tossed aside the old withered flowers and fallen willows. In this process, Yi Chen had stolen a lot of attributes. The clones possessed 50% of the Queen of Lilies' original attributes, and now Yi Chen had wasted over 10 clones. Although each clone wasn't completely drained, the attribute values Yi Chen had stolen were already substantial. As Yi Chen's various attributes continued to rise, and with the Queen of Lilies clones having been squeezed once, the attacks from these clones were now merely tickling Yi Chen, like playful banter, posing no threat at all. Only the original Queen of Lilies, untouched by Yi Chen, still had her spell strength at 3,350 points, unchanged. Under the enhancement of the Wrath of the Flowers buff, the damage remained high. Yi Chen glanced at his health, still at 99,620,000. At this rate, he could battle the Queen of Lilies until dawn. Yi Chen looked at the pitiful little queen clone before him, then glanced at the mature beauty draped in a cloak, who had lost all her regal demeanor. A question involuntarily crossed his mind. If he were to fight the Queen of Lilies until dawn, who would feel tired? Yi Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought. He felt it was about time. He had been in the dungeon for over 4 hours, and it was almost 6 o'clock. The evening party was supposed to start around 8, and he needed to prepare. He planned to use the gold he had earned today to buy a decent outfit. Although attending the party in his school uniform was fine, he had worn it for 3 years and longed to wear something presentable and stylish. After all, Yi Chen was very handsome. Although he hadn't reached the stage of being awakened by his own good looks every day, his foundation was full of potential. With just a little grooming, he could easily outshine those popular young idols in the entertainment industry. Queen, I've had enough fun, and I'm in a hurry. Yi Chen released the already softened clone from his hand, flicked the thorny knight, and slowly walked towards the Lily Queen. Let's call it a day, the next part is our world. Watching Yi Chen approach her with that wicked thorn, the Lily Queen had only one thought in her mind. Please don't come any closer. Quack. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. The original voice was indeed more pleasant than that of the clone. Unfortunately, he had run out of the colorless crystals. Otherwise, he would have made her experience both pleasure and pain. And he wanted to listen to how her voice texture and tone would differ. He definitely needed to buy more colorless crystals from the department store next time. 20 minutes later, the pure white cloak of the Lily Queen had already fallen to the ground. It was Yi Chen's doing because it affected his thorny knight performance. At this point, the Lily Queen had completely lost her regal demeanor, exuding a vibe of a wronged woman. Her pretty face was flushed, her breathing was erratic, and her hair was disheveled. Yi Chen looked at her and smiled slightly. Sorry, I originally wanted to accompany you to the end, but I really don't have the time. It should be close to 6 p.m. Looking at the Lily Queen, who still had over 40,000 health points left, Yi Chen wasn't greedy. After all, he had been quite lucky this time. He had already stolen most of her 3,000 plus spell power. The Lily Queen knew she had encountered a pervert this time. A monstrous pervert. She closed her eyes and, in a spoiled tone, shouted, I hate you. Seeing the Lily Queen like this, Yi Chen chuckled. A man who isn't bad is not loved by women. That must be the reason. So he should be a bit worse, turning the Lily Queen into his experience points and valuable items. Yi Chen closed his eyes, and a rainbow glow emanated from him. In fact, with Yi Chen's current spell power, a few fireballs could end the Lily Queen's life. But he still gave her the final respect, using blasphemous moment to end her suffering. An exceptionally strange yet pleasant hit sound effect rang out. Above the Lily Queen's head, 2 virtual numbers appeared. minus 92,987, minus 10,274. At this moment, Yi Chen's spell power had reached a terrifying 10,500 points. With the 888% spell power damage multiplier from Blasphemous Moment, he dealt over 92,000 spell damage. Even if the Lily Queen had a full health of 100,000, combined with the physical damage portion, a Blasphemous Moment could still take her down in an instant. The Lily Queen only had time to let out a long scream before falling into a peaceful slumber. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the hero-level golden boss Lily Queen. After the Lily Queen's demise, all the green wild phantom clones she summoned slowly disappeared. As they departed, they all cast a resentful glance at Yi Chen. Ding! You have gained 110,000 experience points. Before fighting the boss, Yi Chen had just reached level 30. Although he had gained 110,000 experience points alone this time, it was still not enough to reach level 31. Yi Chen had entered the dungeon at level 7, soloing through the 35-level hero difficulty dungeon to reach level 30. To be honest, this result was beyond his expectations. Yi Chen had thought he would at least reach level 35. After all, he was soloing, and in solo play, the monster's experience points were solely his to enjoy, making the leveling efficiency 5 times that of others. Secondly, he was leveling up by defeating monsters above his level, which granted experience bonuses to lower-level players when they killed higher-level monsters. Finally, the heroic trial provided him with a 10% additional experience bonus. Under such circumstances, he reached level 30. The difficulty of leveling up for ordinary players can be seen from this. Fortunately, he was no longer an ordinary person. Recalling his thoughts, he began to loot the corpse. The touch of the Lily Queen was quite nice as well. Just now, it was the Thorn Knight that was looting her, now it was his turn. Ding! You have obtained 20 gold coins and 5 silver coins. Oh, not bad. As expected of a queen, she was wealthy. Finding 20 gold coins was equivalent to 2,000 yuan. That was his living expenses for a month. Even if this gold was split among 5 players, each would still get about 4 gold coins, which was indeed a good profit. Moreover, this was just the pure gold gain. There were still good items to be found. Loot. Ding! You have obtained Queen's Pure White Cloak. Ding! You have obtained Upper-Class Spirit Monster Headgear. Ding! You have obtained Gale Ring. Ding! You have obtained Life Growth Robe. Ding! You have obtained Wooden Silk Soft Shoes. Ding! You have obtained Lily Queen's White Silk. Wow! As expected of a final boss, or should I say, my luck has exploded? These 6 pieces of equipment are all purple. Among them, the Queen's Pure White Cloak and Lily Queen's White Silk are lifestyle and entertainment gear. Looking at the preview, the Queen's Pure White Cloak looks quite nice, suitable for a spirited lady to wear. And as for the Lily Queen's White Silk, no need to say more. This piece of equipment, if sold to male players, would definitely fetch a high price. The other 4 purple items could each sell for an average of 50 gold coins, while the Queen's Pure White Cloak would be priced higher, as such decorative items are favored by wealthy ladies, surely breaking 100 gold coins. As for the Lily Queen's White Silk, it would depend on how the bidding goes. 100 gold coins is definitely achievable. Yi Chen's lips curled slightly. His luck was good, and the 5 pieces of equipment could sell for at least 400 gold coins. The corpse of the Lily Queen still shimmered with golden light, indicating that there were still items to be looted. Princess Bailan had previously dropped a pet egg worth 5,000 gold coins for him. The ancient knowledge tree had dropped a pink item that was very suitable for his talents. What would the final Lily Queen drop? Yi Chen thought, even if he didn't find anything good this time, it didn't matter, he had already earned enough. Let's continue looting. Yi Chen reached out. Just as his hand was about to touch the warm body of the Lily Queen. Ding! Miracle effect triggered. Congratulations, you have triggered a miracle. You have obtained 2 random items from the Lily Queen ultra rare drop list. What? Yi Chen was startled by the system prompt in his mind. Then, his hand touched the still warm body of the Lily Queen. In an instant, Yi Chen suddenly had a strong premonition, a very intense feeling that he would loot something good. Ding! You have obtained Queen's Wrath skill book. Ding! You have obtained Lily Queen's Essence. A skill book. Essence. Yi Chen looked at these 2 items in his inventory and suddenly felt a thrill. Damn, this time he really hit the jackpot. Miracle, SSS level talent. At specific moments, you will create miracles. He remembered the first time he saw this talent. Yi Chen was still in a daze because there was no description of any enhanced attributes or clear abilities. Just a vague, mystical statement telling Yi Chen that he would create miracles at specific moments? To be honest, Yi Chen was not a greedy person. On the contrary, he was someone who knew how to be content. Otherwise, the tough 3 years of high school would have surely crushed him. The suffering of youth tempered his will, and his mindset became peaceful. He felt no joy from the beauty of external things, nor sadness from his own hardships and downfall. He had already awakened the most perverse, the most invincible hidden super-divine talent, the hand of the blasphemer, and for this, Yi-Chen was quite satisfied. Thus, he was mentally prepared for the superficial disguise of his talent being just a facade. Although the system had clearly told him that he could still enjoy the effects of the superficial disguise of an SSS talent, Yi-Chen did not have high expectations, as he did not know how to use or trigger this SSS-level talent, deciding to let things take their course. As a result, the moment he cleared the level 35 hero difficulty dungeon, Peach Willow Garden, the miracle talent gave him a big surprise. Under the effect of the miracle talent, Yi-Chen obtained an ultra-rare item from the drop list of the Lily Queen. In the world of the Supreme Arc, it has been officially confirmed and announced that whether in solo dungeons, 5-person team dungeons, 10-person squad dungeons, or 25-person raid dungeons, every boss in a hero difficulty dungeon has an ultra-rare drop list. The items that drop from the ultra-rare drop list hold significant value. Correspondingly, the drop rate for items on the ultra-rare drop list is extremely low. Some may have a drop rate of 1% or 2%, while according to official statistics, some items have a drop rate of less than 1%, existing in forms like 0, 2% or 0.5%. Now, on his first day of class change, Yi-Chen had already touched 2 pieces of loot from the ultra-rare drop list. He was simply the luckiest of the lucky. Oh no, it was simply a miracle. Despite Yi-Chen's will being extraordinary and his demeanor calm and composed, he couldn't help but quicken his breath and heartbeat as he looked at the 2 pieces of ultra-rare loot in his inventory. Heavenly. A skill book. A spirit essence. In the world of the Supreme Arc, skill books are arguably the most precious type of resource. If potion recipes, blueprints, and special tools are rare resources needed by life profession practitioners, then for combat profession practitioners, skill books are something that can be encountered but not sought after. If a combat practitioner obtains a skill book and learns the skill recorded in it, they gain an additional skill. What do combat practitioners rely on to make a living? On one hand, they rely on leveling up, allocating points, awakening, and equipment to gain attribute values. On the other hand, they rely on the skills brought by their class change. As the saying goes, more skills are never a burden, and this principle holds true in the world of the Supreme Arc. The more skills a practitioner has, especially those with team functionality or very high values and excellent mechanics, the greater their advantage. Take Yi-Chen himself as an example. The Fire Mage class does not possess the ability to heal other teammates. There are no corresponding healing skills. Even healing himself must wait until the second class change. To regain health, one generally relies on healing professions or consumes life potions. But if Yi-Chen can learn a group healing skill through a skill book, then he would have the ability to heal his teammates. At critical moments in team boss fights, when healing practitioners are exhausted, Yi-Chen can choose to unleash this skill to provide emergency aid to the team. In such special moments, this group healing would play a crucial role. In this situation, having a group healing method as a fire mage would be equivalent to having an extra technique, an ace up his sleeve. This would make him significantly more competitive compared to others. Professionals with additional skills are highly sought after by major factions and guilds. Their prospects for development and promotion within the organization are bright, and they are likely to receive special attention and training. Therefore, a skill book is equivalent to creating a talent. The skill books dropped by bosses are generally classified as loot from ultra-rare drop lists, making them difficult to obtain. Yi-Chen felt that the Queen's Fury skill book in his backpack was worth over 10,000 gold coins. No, if it were put up for auction, it could fetch a high price of over 100,000 gold coins. Queen's Fury skill book. After use, learn the Queen's Fury skill. Usage requirements, level requirement of at least 35. Learning ritual. In the hero difficulty Peach Willow Garden dungeon, challenge the Lily Queen boss, and after being hit by the Queen's Fury skill at least 5 times and surviving, immediately use this item to learn the skill. Queen's Fury, professional version, non-upgradable active skill, consumes 5% of maximum mana, casting time of 5 seconds, gains 1 layer of Queen's Might charge every 2 hours, with a maximum of 20 layers, no cooldown time. Upon successful release, summon a thundercloud, then consume all accumulated Queen's Might charge. For each layer consumed, deal 300% spell power natural spell damage to a random enemy within a 20-meter radius. Seeing this Queen's Fury skill, Yi-Chen felt a surge of desire to learn it himself, because this skill is incredibly powerful. Although at first glance, each layer of Queen's Might charge requires 2 hours to accumulate. To stack it to the maximum of 20 layers would take 40 hours, nearly 2 days. But the benefits of this skill are substantial. One instance of damage is 300%, and 20 instances would total a damage multiplier of 6,000%. This explosive damage can be considered extremely high. Although the skill randomly selects a target, when used against a single boss, all 20 instances can hit the same target accurately. Even if it requires 2 days of preparation, it still holds significant strategic value. Because the explosive damage of this skill is very high, it can greatly reduce the boss's health, effectively lowering the difficulty of challenging the boss. Additionally, in PK arenas, this is also a terrifying skill. Imagine 2 professionals in a PK, where one player has learned the Queen's Fury skill. As long as they find the opportunity to successfully cast it in at most 5 seconds, their opponent would have to endure 6,000% spell power damage. This outrageous damage multiplier could mean instant death in player PK. After reviewing this skill, Yi-Chin conservatively estimated that the value of this skill book was definitely above 100,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. Converted to yen country currency, that amounts to 10 million. This enormous wealth made Yi-Chin calm down again, dispelling his thoughts of learning it. Because this money could pay off 1/3 of his family's remaining total debt. If put up for auction, the final price would definitely exceed 100,000 gold coins. In the competition among major factions in the official market, selling it for 150,000 or 200,000 gold coins is not impossible. Although a high transaction fee would be deducted, Yi-Chin still decided to sell this skill book at the auction house. Yi-Chin closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to learn this skill, placed the Queen's Fury skill book into his private item slot, and locked it. He took a deep breath, reassuring himself. It's okay, this skill, while good, is a non-upgradable skill, and its upper limit is fixed. Unlike the skill God's Dredge that comes with the ability God's Dredge Moment. God's Dredge Moment is an upgradable skill. In the world of the Unparalleled Arc, a practitioner's skills are not categorized by rank but divided into 2 types, upgradable and non-upgradable. In terms of potential, upgradable skills have a clear advantage, as upgrading a skill not only enhances its numerical values but also grants additional mechanisms. However, the cost of skill upgrades is significant. Some skills are manageable in the early stages of upgrading, but as the skill level increases, the required resources become increasingly expensive, making it nearly impossible for an individual to bear the costs of upgrading alone. Generally, those who possess upgradable skills are elites from major organizations, the focus of their training, and they are not short on resources, as long as the conditions for skill upgrades are met. At this point, Yi-Chin was unsure what the conditions for upgrading his God's Dredge Moment were or what resources were needed. There was no relevant information available, and it might only appear after he leveled up and completed his first awakening. Yi-Chin let out a gentle breath and began to examine the item Queen Lily's soul. The preview image of the soul resembled a soul cocoon, with a dynamic image of Queen Lily inside, appearing to be in a soul state. However, the Queen Lily depicted here was in a chibi style, cute, like the sun. Queen Lily's soul infused the spirit of Queen Lily into the equipment to awaken it. Awakening requirements. The equipment to be awakened must be at least Red Excellence level. Awakening ritual. Soak this soul and the target equipment simultaneously in holy life water, add auxiliary materials, and meet a certain time requirement to complete the awakening. If the soaking is interrupted during this period, the awakening will fail, and this soul will disappear. Auxiliary materials, omitted. Time required for awakening, must soak in holy life water for 72 hours. Regarding the magical item soul and the function of equipment awakening, there was no mention of it in high school textbooks. It should be content encountered in university. However, Yi-Chin had some understanding of them. The so-called equipment awakening is a means to enhance the capabilities of equipment. Unlike conventional methods such as equipment strengthening, equipment enchanting, and equipment refining, equipment awakening is one of the highest-end methods for enhancing equipment. Once an item is awakened, it will exhibit certain living characteristics, essentially becoming anthropomorphized. Awakened equipment can communicate with its owner to a certain extent, which is quite interesting. But the most crucial aspect is that after awakening, the equipment's attributes will be greatly enhanced, and non-upgradable equipment will be transformed into upgradable and growth-capable equipment. Moreover, awakened equipment will gain one or more special abilities. These abilities are diverse but generally relate to the capabilities of the infused soul. After awakening, the equipment's name will gain a prefix, spirit. For example, if Thorn Knight is awakened, its name will automatically change to Spirit * Thorn Knight. The owner can later rename it, making it unique. To awaken a piece of equipment, the essential item needed is a soul. One soul is equivalent to one awakened piece of equipment. The value of a soul needs no further explanation. Astronomical. Absolutely astronomical. If the Queen's Fury skill book were put up for auction, it would attract fierce competition among major organizations. Then Queen Lily's soul would lead them to fight to the point of bloodshed. There are no circulating souls on the market, and they are perpetually in short supply. Yi Chen was still unsure of how much the Queen of Lily's essence in his hand was worth, but he believed it would definitely not be cheaper than the Queen's Fury skill book. It might start at 200,000 gold coins. Yi Chen couldn't help but shiver, and then a wave of ecstasy surged in his heart. Wouldn't that mean all his family's debts would be resolved? He could finally hold his head high. Just thinking about the mountain of 30 million in debt that had weighed on his heart for 8 years was about to be flattened made Yi Chen's blood boil, wanting to release the pressure that had built up over 8 years. He took a dozen deep breaths to calm himself down, murmuring, "This is just the beginning." He placed the Queen of Lily's essence in his private item slot. Yi Chen closed his eyes, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Miracle, you've given me a big surprise." So far, Yi Chen had only triggered this effect once, which let him know one of the functions of the miracle talent. Miracle could ensure that when he looted items, he would have a 100% chance of obtaining loot from the super rare item list. What other surprises would it bring him in the future? Yi Chen's heart was filled with anticipation. On the first day of his job change, he reached level 30, earning at least 300,000 gold coins in rewards. As for the other rewards, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to calculate, overshadowed by those 2 super rare dropped items. Previously, the good things he had looted in dungeons were all trivial matters. However, to be fair, Yi Chen was very satisfied with the Thorny Knight. After all, this entertainment gear had brought him and the Queen of Lilies a great experience. Besides the 300,000 gold coins, the Hand of Blasphemy displayed its might, allowing Yi Chen to steal a massive amount of attributes. Especially during the final continuous gaming session with the Queen of Lily's avatar, Yi Chen's spell power broke through 10,000 points. Ding! Congratulations to the team for successfully clearing the hero difficulty Peach Willow Garden dungeon, calculating clearance score. Wow, full score of 100 points. Extracting clearance rewards. When Yi Chen heard the words extracting clearance rewards in his mind, he felt no fluctuation in his heart. The miracle talent did not trigger during the system's reward extraction. That's fine, if it triggered every time, it wouldn't be called miracle. This time's extracted reward might yield something good, but it couldn't be more valuable than the skill book and the essence. It was just a bonus. So no matter what reward he received, he could accept it. Ding! Congratulations to the team for obtaining Peach Willow Garden Dungeon Fatigue Free Ticket *20. As soon as the system's voice fell, 20 Peach Willow Garden Dungeon Fatigue Free tickets entered Yi Chen's backpack. In the world of the Unparalleled Arc, every time a team defeated the final boss in the dungeon, they would randomly receive a reward. This reward was not dropped by the boss but was a system reward. The items from the system reward would go directly into the team leader's backpack for public distribution. Since Yi Chen soloed the 5-person team dungeon, the system defaulted him as the team leader, so everything dropped belonged to him. No distribution was needed. Peach Willow Garden Dungeon Fatigue Free Ticket. Before entering any difficulty of the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, consuming this item allows the player to enter the dungeon without consuming fatigue. In other words, one Peach Willow Garden Dungeon Fatigue Free ticket allows one player to enter the Peach Willow Garden dungeon without consuming fatigue. Items like the Fatigue Free ticket for dungeons are quite valuable because their worth lies in saving fatigue points. The Peach Willow Garden dungeon is very popular, especially among male players and foreign male tourists. It's quite a hit, so its fatigue-free tickets not only have a market but also come at a high price. They can sell for anywhere between 35 to 50 gold coins each. During peak tourist seasons, it's not impossible for them to exceed 50 gold coins each. On average, a fatigue-free ticket can sell for 40 gold coins, and 20 tickets can fetch 800 gold coins, which is a whopping 80,000 coins. Before entering the dungeon, 800 gold coins was a significant amount in Yi Chen's eyes. But now, his heart is completely unperturbed. After finishing the dungeon, Yi Chen needed to tally his gains, such as how many gold coins he had collected and the value of the white, green, and blue gear. However, to Yi Chen, those were mere trifles, not worth wasting time on. He simply placed the valuable items, such as the Queen Lily's White Silk, Advanced Life Healing Potion Recipe, Peach Willow Garden Dungeon Fatigue Free Ticket, and Orchid Pet Egg, Gold Tier, in a dedicated corner of his inventory. The rest he organized with one click. Before leaving the dungeon, Yi Chen wanted to check his current attributes and see how much he had grown. He opened his character panel. A holographic panel appeared in his mind. Character, Yi Chen level, 30, unawakened, class, Flame Mage, epic class, first transition, health points, 100,307,289 mana points, 145,430 attack power, 2,144 spell power, 10,527 armor, 2,899 magic resistance, 4,270 speed, 108 effect hit rate, 25% effect resistance, 42% seeing his current attribute values. Yi Chen's sense of security increased once again. When he completed his class transition and came out of the novice trial dungeon, he only had a bit over 100 million health points. Although he had gained quite a bit in other attributes, the lead wasn't exaggerated. He wasn't quite sure how his current attributes compared to other players' levels. He should be around level 150. In any case, saying he was the top player below level 50 was no exaggeration. Yi Chen now felt confident. His health points had surged to over 300,000 on the basis of 100 million. The time he used his pink boxing gloves to punch Princess Orchid in the chest, he directly stole all of her 90,000 health points. During the adjustments and teachings with the many avatars of Queen Lily, each avatar inherited 50% of the Queen's attributes, meaning they had 50,000 health points. When stealing the attributes from the avatars, he also gained quite a bit of health. So, stealing 300,000 health points in one dungeon run was nothing to be surprised about. After all, the hero difficulty dungeon has a 500% health point bonus buff. This mechanism increases the difficulty for other players, but for Yi Chen, it was a huge advantage. Because the monsters became tougher, the opportunities to steal attributes increased. Looking at his mana points, he had over 145,000. With this mana attribute, Yi Chen had achieved mana freedom in a short time. 140,000 mana points. 3 words. Use freely. And this wasn't even his limit, he would continue to absorb more in the future. Looking at his attack power of over 2,000, Yi Chen couldn't help but doubt whether he was a magic class or a physical class. This attack power had already crushed level 50 physical class players. When Yi Chen saw that his spell power had reached around 10,500 points, he dispelled his doubts. Yes, he was indeed a magic class player. Armor and magic resistance have reached an exaggerated level. This made him feel more secure. After this battle, he no longer needed to rely solely on his one trump card of 100 million health points, as the increase in armor and magic resistance had significantly enhanced his survivability once again. However, he still couldn't afford to be careless, because in the unparalleled Arc world, there were many skills and mechanisms that dealt percentage-based damage. Yi Chen's gaze continued downward, landing on the 3 attributes of speed, effect hit, and effect resistance. The improvements in speed, effect hit, and effect resistance attributes during the leveling process of a professional were not very noticeable. Allocating free attribute points to these 3 attributes had a low cost performance ratio. For professionals, enhancing these 3 attributes was relatively difficult and could only be improved through the attributes added by equipment. In this situation, these 3 attributes appeared to be quite precious. While others needed to rely on equipment-stacked attributes, Yi Chen could absorb them for free. It felt like getting something for nothing. Looking at the effect resistance attribute, Yi Chen had some insights. This attribute could effectively counter the negative states and control effects imposed on him by enemies. It was actually a very important attribute, especially for Yi Chen. He wasn't afraid of enemies with high attribute values, but he feared those who could control him. Therefore, without hesitation, he allocated all 115 free attribute points gained from leveling up to effect resistance. The cost-performance ratio was indeed low, but Yi Chen could accept it. Every 5 points of free attribute points increased effect resistance by 1%, so 115 points equated to a 23% increase in effect resistance. After the allocation, Yi Chen's effect resistance attribute became 65%. After taking another look at the overall attribute panel, Yi Chen closed it with satisfaction. That was enough for today. The fatigue buff was gone. Yi Chen closed his eyes, preparing to log off. He still had to attend a dinner party in the evening. After all, he was the main character. He wondered what good rewards the school would give him. He had already resolved the family debts, and everything he gained from now on would serve as resources for his family's resurgence. Outside the Peach Willow Garden dungeon, at the dungeon toll booth, a guest had arrived. The burly staff member put down his phone, stretched his arms, and glanced at the time. There were still 20 minutes until 6 o'clock. He felt a bit bored, calculating in his mind how much longer until he could get off work while operating the computer, then tossed the ticket to a middle-aged man outside the window who looked average but had a somewhat lewd expression. The middle-aged man hurriedly entered the dungeon, as if afraid of being noticed by others. Watching his back, the burly staff member snorted in his heart. A level 180 plus professional entering the level 35, Peach Willow Garden, alone, what could he be up to? Those who understood knew. He had seen many people like this. He then recalled the handsome young man from the afternoon. Hey, Why hasn't he come out yet? What time is it now? By now, the burly staff member was starting to feel strange. A level 7 high school student who had just completed his job change had been in the level 35, hero, difficulty dungeon for almost 5 hours. How could he still not be out? Logically, if he died in the dungeon, he should be resurrected by the resurrection angel and immediately teleported out. The burly staff member glanced at the relevant area and saw no one being teleported out of the dungeon. That boy was only level 7, it was impossible for him to be exploring the dungeon. Could he be daydreaming? Or was he really doing some crafting? Was one attempt not enough? The burly staff member pondered many guesses but couldn't make sense of it. At that moment, a lady in a white casual suit, with an anxious expression, arrived in the area. The lady had a beautiful face, looking to be around 30 years old, exuding a mature charm that immediately caught the attention of the burly staff member. He unconsciously adjusted his sitting posture and tidied his hair with his hand to appear more presentable. When the burly staff member saw the lady walk into the area, she did not approach the toll booth resembling a guard station but instead walked directly to the entrance of the instance, in front of the wooden door with a flowing, patterned green light. He cleared his throat and politely said, "Ma'am, to enter the instance, you need to buy a ticket first." The mature lady turned back. "I know." She stepped forward in her high heels. Is my student still in the instance?" "A boy named Ji Chen." This mature lady was none other than Vice Principal Zhao Lin from the second high school. A boy? A student? The burly staff member suddenly recalled the handsome young man he had seen earlier that afternoon, who was at level 7. Yes, his name was Ji Chen. Faced with the mature, beautiful, and charming Vice Principal Zhao Lin, the burly staff member stammered, yes, there was a young man named Ji Chen who entered the instance." Vice Principal Zhao Lin quickly walked from near the light curtain to the toll booth window in her high heels. Perhaps due to her hurried pace, her face was slightly flushed, adding to her allure. The burly staff member found himself staring, his heart beginning to race. "Hello." Vice Principal Zhao Lin looked anxious, her expression somewhat pitiful. "My student Ji Chen, he's okay, right? He didn't come out weak, did he?" The burly staff member dared not look too long at her charming face and replied, yes. At least up to now, I haven't seen him come out weak. He should still be in the instance." No." The burly staff member pointed behind her, in the direction of the instance entrance. "Ma'am, it seems your student has come out." Vice Principal Zhao Lin quickly turned around, and when she saw Yi Chen's calm and handsome face, her expression instantly relaxed. Along with the relaxation came a hint of daze. He really succeeded. The level 7 practitioner who had just completed his job change, solo clearing a level 35, hero, difficulty instance, was an unprecedented achievement. At least Zhao Lin had never heard of any young master or miss from an ancient family achieving such a feat. Looking at Yi Chen's handsome face, Zhao Lin suddenly felt a bit out of place. She inexplicably envied those girls who were around Yi Chen's age or level. If only she had been born 15 years later. Shaking off these unrealistic thoughts, Zhao Lin hurriedly walked towards Yi Chen, her skin-colored invisible socks making a thudding sound against her high heels. Her walking posture was both elegant and imposing, making the burly staff member behind her feel a bit restless. "Yi Chen." Vice Principal Zhao Lin grabbed Yi Chen's hand, pulling him closer to her. "I'm so glad you're okay." Yi Chen naturally recognized Vice Principal Zhao Lin, and seeing her flushed, surprised face, he felt a bit puzzled. It was the first time he had seen Vice Principal Zhao Lin so enthusiastic. "Principal Zhao, how come?" Zhao Lin's tone was both warm and cheerful. "Yi Chen, seeing you safe, everyone can rest easy." She first sent a WeChat message to Principal How to report that everything was fine, then tightly held one of Yi Chen's hands, pulling him outside. "We don't have much time, let's talk as we walk." After their figures disappeared around the corner, the burly staff member took a long time to come back to his senses. Wow, 30 levels? Wow. After Yi Chen exited the instance, the burly staff member instinctively cast a high-level detection technique on him. Without any surprises, apart from the information on profession and talent level, Yi Chen's specific attributes remained in an untraceable state of. However, when the burly staff member noticed that Yi Chen's level had changed from the original level 7 to the current level 30, he stood frozen at the toll booth as if struck by a petrification curse. What the hell did this mean? That young man just now hadn't gone to the dungeon to do some handiwork, nor had he been daydreaming, and certainly not off doing some other random nonsense. Did he really clear the hero, difficulty, Peach Willow Garden, dungeon? How did he do it? Holy crap! Exiting the Wuzhen dungeon hall, Vice Principal Zhao Lin led Yi Chen to her Audi A8. On the way, she had already explained to Yi Chen why she was at the dungeon entrance and that she would be taking him shopping next. Yi Chen had originally wanted to change into a new outfit. But upon hearing that the school was willing to foot the bill, he didn't hesitate to agree. After all, he knew that the achievement he had just completed would bring great benefits to the school. It was only right for the school to reward him. As Yichen opened the back door of the car, Vice Principal Zhao Lin gently said, "Yichen, please sit in the front passenger seat." Without refusing her suggestion, Yichen walked around the car and opened the door to the front seat. As soon as he sat down, he caught a pleasant fragrance in the air. She started the car, then put on a pair of glasses, glanced at the rearview mirror and the road conditions, and turned the steering wheel to drive the pure white Audi A8 out of the parking lot, heading towards the Lakeside Jintai and 78 International Shopping Center. On the way, Yichen sat upright, not glancing sideways. Perhaps due to his dark past, Yichen had developed a reserved personality, spending most of his time in silence except for studying. Zhao Lin took the initiative to break the silence. "Yichen, you really scared me to death." To this, Yichen simply replied politely, "Sorry, Principal Zhao, for worrying you." Unfazed by Yichen's indifference, Zhao Lin continued driving, her tone filled with curiosity and cheerfulness as she asked, "Yichen, you're really amazing. To be honest, the principals were already mentally prepared to take you for treatment of the weak status. How did you manage to do it?" Such questions had been anticipated by Yichen long before he obtained the unique hidden super god-level talent, Hand of the Blasphemer, and the surface disguise SSS-level talent, Miracle. The response was ready-made. "Principal Zhao, both of those experiences were quite difficult, but I always had a feeling, or rather an intuition, something akin to a sixth sense, driving and encouraging me. It made me believe that I could definitely do it. I think that might be the meaning of miracles." Miracle. Zhao Lin suddenly turned her head slightly, glancing at Yichen's calm and composed expression, his handsome profile. Just as expected, it was the effect of his SSS-level talent, Miracle. What is a miracle? What Zhao Lin could think of was that a miracle described someone accomplishing something very difficult, extraordinary, and beyond ordinary expectations. And now, Yichen's achievements and performance fit this definition of a miracle perfectly. So strong. Seeing that Vice Principal Zhao Lin believed him, Yichen showed no reaction on his face, but inside he was grinning with delight. Everything was done by miracle, it has nothing to do with Hand of the Blasphemer. He. 10 minutes later. As night gradually fell, the Audi A8 slowly entered the parking lot of the Lakeside Jintai and 78 International Shopping Center. Zhao Lin led Yichen to the Louis Vuitton store. Louis Vuitton. White background, black letters. Two slender sales associates in uniforms greeted them at the entrance. When they saw the combination of Zhao Lin and Yichen, several guesses flashed through their minds. A domineering female CEO with a kept young man? There were a few other possibilities that were not convenient to express, which could be imagined. After Zhao Lin and Yichen entered the store, their faces were beaming with enthusiastic smiles as they welcomed them. Zhao Lin whispered to Yichen, "Yichen, time is tight, let's just buy a casual outfit to wear back. Principal Hao has sent a message that she has prepared some fantastic clothes for you." Yichen nodded, following the arrangement. After all, he didn't have to spend his own money, so it was all good. At the same time, he felt a bit of anticipation. He also knew that Principal Hao Yume had a significant background and wondered what surprise she had prepared for him. Zhao Lin placed a hand on Yichen's shoulder and said to the sales assistant, "Please pick out a casual outfit for him, something with bright colors. Be quick, we are in a hurry. Money is not an issue, keep it under $1 million. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant's eyes widened instantly, and her mouth twitched like a coffin lid holding back a zombie, smiling with sheer joy. This was $1 million deal, and the commission would be absolutely generous. How could the sales assistants not be happy? In less than 15 minutes, Yichen changed into a high-end LV casual outfit, standing in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror. A white casual t-shirt, khaki wide-leg pants, and a pair of limited edition white and blue sneakers. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. Dressed in such high-end LV attire, Yichen's entire image underwent a tremendous transformation. Under the fit of the luxurious clothing, his calm demeanor gained an added touch of nobility. It was as if he was born to be an upper-class individual. Coupled with his handsome features, not only the two sales assistants but even Zhao Lin and some female customers in the store found it hard to look away from Yichen. He was simply too handsome. If a talent scout happened to pass by at that moment, they would undoubtedly approach him without hesitation, recommending him to enter the entertainment industry and make a living off his looks. Swiping the card, the total came to 880,000 yuan. Although he appeared calm on the surface, Yichen was taken aback inside. A t-shirt, a pair of casual pants, a pair of shoes, a pair of shorts, and a pair of socks totaled 880,000? Wow! The world of the rich was beyond comprehension. However, he was determined to become a wealthy person in the future. Yi Chen, you look really handsome. Faced with Zhao Lin's straightforward compliment, Yi Chen felt a bit embarrassed. In the past, only schoolgirls would openly praise him for being handsome and claim they would support him, which made Yi Chen quite uncomfortable. Now, the one complimenting him was a vice principal from the school, and such praise made Yi Chen feel a different kind of sensation inside. But he still maintained his usual mindset. Unmoved by praise or insult, neither humble nor arrogant. Yi Chen slowly adjusted his mindset, then slightly curled his lips to reveal a perfectly appropriate smile, responding in a calm tone, "Thank you, Principal Zhao." Zhao Lin looked at the sunny, handsome young man in front of her and couldn't help but take his hand. "Yi Chen, let's hurry back to the hotel." The two sales assistants nearby exchanged a strange glance for a moment, their expressions becoming quite peculiar. In Hangzhou, in the Gongshu district, at the underground parking lot of the Pillow Water Hotel, as the Rolls-Royce Cullinan came to a stop, Hao Yumei received a WeChat message from Zhao Lin. "Principal Hao, I have already changed Yi Chen into a new outfit and am on my way to the hotel. He looks very handsome." Upon receiving the message, Hao Yumei's lips curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. When she suddenly learned that the teachers and students from the Key High School would also be attending the evening banquet that afternoon, Hao Yumei was determined to preserve the honor of the second high school. Finally letting go of her obsession with not relying on her family's resources, she called her father from the Hao family in the capital for help and recounted the whole story. Upon learning about Yi Chen's achievements, the Hao family took the matter very seriously and sent a family elder with teleportation abilities to deliver 2 generous gifts, representing the Hao family in the capital at the banquet. Before long, she received additional news from home that many prominent families were sending people to Hang City, such as the Yang family from Southwest Mountain City and the Lu family from Rong City, as well as the Jiang family from Northeast. After receiving this news, Hao Yumei immediately contacted the behind-the-scenes owner of the Jinshui Grand Hotel, General Manager Lu, to book the entire top-floor Dawn Banquet Hall. Hao Yumei knew that Yi Chen was like a prized treasure now. Who wouldn't want to come and have a taste? If it weren't for their lack of strength, the top 3 high schools in Hang City would have already surrounded him. As the top-ranking high school in Hang City, it was impossible for them not to compete. Tonight, the Key High School and the second high school would definitely fight for Yi Chen's allegiance. Sighing, Hao Yumei murmured, "Classmate Yi Chen, I hope you can choose to stay." After half a minute of silence in the back seat, Hao Yumei gathered her spirits and said to Vice Principal Sun, "Let's go." At the Jinshui Seafood Grand Hotel, the lobby manager, Jia Yao, dressed in a brand new manager's suit, stood straight. He was very tall, and from a distance, he looked quite impressive in his hotel manager's attire. However, he had a long face that resembled a donkey's, and his features were unremarkable. The fact that Jia Yao could become the lobby manager indicated that the management of Jinshui Hotel had a very unique taste. The revolving door of the hotel spun as the mature, black-stocking beauty principal, Hao Yumei, walked in with a serious expression, followed by Vice Principal Sun, the head of security, and the homeroom teacher, Luanhe. The group didn't even glance at Jia Yao and headed straight for the VIP elevator to the top-floor Dawn Banquet Hall. Jia Yao's peripheral vision caught sight of a run in the stockings on Hao Yumei's right thigh, but he pretended not to see it. His expression remained warm and smiling as he led several well-dressed doormen to bow and welcome the guests. Once Hao Yumei and her group entered the elevator, Jia Yao relaxed his expression. He thought to himself, this group of guests is quite impressive. He heard that the top-floor Dawn Banquet Hall, along with a dozen presidential suites and a Supreme Royal Presidential Suite, had all been booked. With that, the top floor was completely reserved for the night. What a significant expenditure that must be. While he was thinking, a young doorman in uniform approached him excitedly and whispered, "Hey, Jagut, did you see that just now? That woman's right leg stockings are torn, so damn sexy. Do you think she just?" Jia Yao whispered sharply, "Shut up, Huzai. Stand properly." Once the young doorman, who looked like a little tiger, returned to his place, Jia Yao felt a surge of anger. This guy had no brains and couldn't keep his mouth shut. What kind of occasion was this for him to comment? Did he think he was still in his rural hometown? If it weren't for the fact that they were both from Dimmu Mountain Town and his family had a good relationship with Huzai's family, Jia Yao would have kicked him out of the hotel long ago. Jia Yao made up his mind that after finishing his work tonight, he would take a day off tomorrow to return to the town and have a talk with Huzai's parents. If it didn't work out, he wouldn't take him along anymore. Someone like Huzai would eventually cause trouble and bring him problems. With that thought, Jia Yao couldn't help but feel excited, wishing time would fly by quickly so he could get off work. Then tomorrow, he could comfortably return home in glory. He was now the lobby manager of a 5-star hotel in Hang City, with a monthly salary of over 10,000, quite impressive. Today was the day his crush, Tang Jinjin, was transferring jobs. As Tang Jinjin's loyal admirer, Jia Yao was certainly going to prepare an expensive gift to congratulate her. Just thinking about seeing Tang Jinjin tomorrow filled Jia Yao with anticipation. However, the gift he prepared was indeed quite costly, costing him several tens of thousands, equivalent to a few months' salary. It stung a bit, but it was fine. Yi Chen had also completed his job change today and would soon graduate. It was time for Yi Chen to enter society and face the same hardships as himself. Jia Yao made up his mind to go to Yi Chen's house tomorrow to collect the debt. Their family still owed his family 8,455 yuan. It was just right to get that money back to offset the cost of the gift he was giving to Tang Jinjin. If the Yi family really had no money, Jia Yao had a plan. He could simply bring Yi Chen to their hotel and have him work as a bellboy like Huzi, and then he could deduct Yi Chen's salary from the past few months to settle the debt. When they were kids, he and Yi Chen hung out together, and now the tables had turned. It was Yi Chen's turn to hang out with him. The plan was set. Jia Yao was 21 years old, lived in Daimon Mountain Town, and was a fellow villager of Yi Chen, also considered a local of Hangcheng. 3 years ago, although he had changed to a combat profession, he ended up with the most useless ordinary job and awakened the most pathetic C-grade talent. With such a setup, he could barely clear the lowest level of the easy difficulty novice trial dungeon, and even that dungeon score hadn't reached 80 points. He hadn't even received the title of easy trialist, let alone gotten into college. Because his profession and talent were so terrible, no one wanted to team up with him. Friends and acquaintances who had taken him through a few dungeons had complained about his lack of skill and low damage output, and they never contacted him again. In the world of combat professionals, reality was that cruel. If a combat professional had a strong job and talent, a whole crowd would rush to befriend him. Conversely, the weak would be abandoned. Jia Yao was such an example. So he gave up the life of a combat professional and came to the Pillow Water Hotel, first becoming a bellboy to support himself. After 3 years of hard work, he had already been promoted to lobby manager. At 7 p.m., two figures appeared in the revolving door of the Pillow Water Seafood Hotel. As they entered the lobby, Jia Yao wore a warm and respectful smile, saying, "Welcome." The next second, when he clearly saw the man's face, his smile suddenly stiffened, and his expression turned a bit strange. It was a mix of shock and surprise. Jia Yao quickly controlled his emotions, bowing his head and bending at the waist to bow. The two did not linger in the lobby. The mature and charming woman in a white casual suit spoke crisply to the tall, handsome young man beside her, who was about 182 meters tall. "Yi Chen, let's go straight to the top floor, this way." Then, their figures disappeared into the exclusive elevator to the top floor. Yi Chen. Those four characters hit Jia Yao's heart like a hammer, leaving him stunned. It really was Yi Chen. When Jia Yao had just seen Yi Chen, he hadn't dared to recognize him because, in his memory, Yi Chen was indeed very handsome, but he was poor. He had heard that Yi Chen had been wearing school uniforms for years and didn't even own a decent piece of clothing. How could he possibly be dressed like this rich young master? If Jia Yao wasn't mistaken, everything he wore was LV. The cheapest LV short-sleeve shirt sold for 5,000 to 8,000, and better ones went for over 10,000, even hundreds of thousands for a single piece. How could Yi Chen afford this? But the name Yi Chen had indeed come from the mouth of that mature and beautiful woman. What was going on? Wasn't Yi Chen's family in ruins? They owed a huge debt, tens of millions. For so many years, they hadn't even paid off the money they owed to the townspeople. They still owed his family 8,455 yuan. Jia Yao was quite puzzled. Moreover, how could Yi Chen possibly appear as a VIP in the most upscale 5-star hotel in Hangcheng? And on the top floor? Dressed so nobly and handsomely? Was he being capped? Just as Jia Yao furrowed his brows in thought, Huzi darted over again. Damn! Huzi had a rather dim-witted but excited expression as he said to Jia Yao, "Brother Jia, I can't be mistaken, right? That's Brother Nan." Huzi was 1 year older than Yi Chen, just turned 19 this year. He graduated from high school last year, but his job prospects were just as poor as Jia Yao's, landing the most mediocre ordinary job with the worst C-level talent. The combination of an ordinary job and C-level talent had no future, so Huzi's parents let him hang out with Jia Yao from the same town, saving him 3 years of detours. When they were young, Yi Chen was the king of the children in Dimu Mountain Town. Even the kids older than him played with him and called him brother. Huzi and Jia Yao were among them, trailing behind Yi Chen. Jia Yao had a crush on Tang Jinjin, while Tang Jinjin, when she was little, was all about Yi Chen, following him around and calling him Brother Nan. This made Jia Yao very jealous, but he didn't dare to show it because, although he was 3 years older than Yi Chen, he couldn't beat him. Moreover, Yi Chen's father was a powerful figure at over level 260, and no one in the town dared to provoke him, so Jia Yao could only bury this jealousy in his heart. Until the day Yi Chen's father had an accident, the Yi family underwent a dramatic change, and everything changed. The friends who had once been close to Yi Chen were all restricted by their parents from playing with him. Jia Yao felt so relieved at that time. That was when they severed ties with Yi Chen. Now, meeting again, everything was different. Damn! Huzi was excited. Brother Jia, Brother Nan must have made it big. Why didn't you greet him just now? Upon hearing this, Jia Yao felt a surge of anger, an inexplicable anger, and he gritted his teeth and retorted, why didn't you greet him? Huzi grinned, I've grown up. Brother Nan might not recognize me anymore, but you're different. You have distinctive features, and you haven't changed much. Brother Nan will definitely recognize you. Damn, is that a jab at my long face? Hearing this, Jia Yao was so angry that sweat broke out on his forehead. Just as he was about to scold Huzi, a stern female voice rang out. What are you doing? A middle-aged woman in a high-level manager's uniform, slim and good-looking, walked over briskly. This was Su Hua, the general manager of the Pillow Water Hotel. Upon seeing her, Jia Yao immediately shrank back like a mouse seeing a cat, lowering his head and humbly saying, Sister Hua. The other doormen also bowed their heads to greet her. Huzi stood beside Jia Yao, his face a bit red, feeling very awkward, like being called out by a teacher for chatting in class back in middle school. Su Hua glared at Jia Yao, controlling her volume but speaking in an exceptionally stern tone, no chatting during work hours, especially in the lobby. Jia Yao, do you still want to keep this lobby manager position? Jia Yao immediately panicked and replied, Sister Hua, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, I promise it won't happen again. Humph. Su Hua's expression was displeased as she scolded, the guests today are all distinguished guests. You all better perk up. Stand straight. Huzi's face turned beet red as he hurried back to his position to stand properly. Su Hua stood beside Jia Yao and quietly questioned, what's going on with you? Didn't I tell you in advance that today is very important? You must provide the warmest welcome service to every guest entering the hotel, especially to the distinguished guests attending the top floor banquet. Jia Yao continued to quietly admit his mistake. I'm sorry, Sister Hua, I was wrong. Su Hua's gaze remained unfriendly. If there's a next time, you can really forget about this job. Don't mess up at critical moments. Do you know how important today is? Jia Yao really didn't know. Actually, he couldn't entirely blame himself. It was Huzi who came over and started talking to him like a lunatic. But then again, Jia Yao felt a bit puzzled about why today was so important. He was very curious and was just about to ask when Su Hua, with a serious tone, reminded him, the boss is here. A middle-aged man with a prosperous appearance, dressed in an exquisite suit, entered the lobby. He exuded a calm demeanor and confident eyes, clearly a successful person. This man was the behind-the-scenes owner of the Jinshui Grand Hotel, Mr. Liu. After entering the lobby, Mr. Liu scanned his employees and, seeing them standing neatly in formation, felt quite satisfied. He walked over and smiled at Su Hua, saying, Manager Su, you go to the top floor to host the distinguished guests. Anyone who goes to the top floor today must receive the absolute highest level of service. As for downstairs, the guests going to the top floor tonight are not to be underestimated. I will personally welcome them. Wow, Jia Yao gasped inwardly. Mr. Liu was actually going to welcome guests himself? In Jia Yao's perception, someone like Mr. Liu, worth hundreds of millions, was an existence he dared not look up to, and yet, such a person was only worthy of welcoming guests in the lobby alongside him today? Suddenly, Jia Yao recalled the words of the mature lady in the white suit earlier, classmate Yi Chen, let's go directly to the top floor. Yi Chen was going to the top floor. Realizing this detail, Jia Yao felt a bitter taste in his heart. At this moment, a big shot worth hundreds of millions, the owner of a five-star hotel, Mr. Liu, was standing in the lobby just like him, wearing a warm and welcoming smile to greet distinguished guests. On the same night, Yi Chen could attend as a distinguished guest and ascend to the most luxurious banquet hall on the top floor. How could this not create a huge contrast in Jia Yao's heart? Why? He was just a poor kid whose family was in debt for tens of millions. Wait, today was his job transfer day, could it be? Could it be that his new job was exceptional? Was it legendary? Or did he awaken a god-level talent? Otherwise, how could he qualify to attend such an important banquet? Jia Yao's expression shifted from shock and disbelief to a gloomy and ugly look. Admitting that Yi Chen was outstanding was more painful than killing him. No, there must be some misunderstanding. How could he possibly have the qualifications to attend such a high-level banquet? Ding! The elevator reached the top floor, and Yi Chen followed Zhao Lin out. Contrary to his expectations, what lay before him was not a spacious and bright hall, but a slightly dim corridor. Zhao Lin turned back and winked at Yi Chen, the protagonist only makes an appearance at the critical moment. This is not your time to shine, follow me. Yi Chen followed Zhao Lin, passing through the corridor and turning into an area. This was not the banquet hall either, but rather like hotel guest rooms, with a spacious corridor lined with a dozen rooms. In the corridor, some hotel staff were coming in and out, busy with something. This way, this way. Vice Principal Zhao Lin pulled Yi Chen's hand, and they arrived at the largest, most luxuriously decorated suite. This was the supreme presidential suite of the Jin Shui Hotel. Normally, staying a night costs a minimum of 1,500 gold coins, which is about 150,000 yuan per night. Before the banquet starts, this is your exclusive lounge. Classmate Yi Chen, please wait a moment, Principal Hao will be here soon. 5 minutes later, Principal Hao Yuemei entered the room accompanied by 3 other vice principals. Along with Vice Principal Zhao Lin, the high-ranking figures from Hangchang No. 2 High School, except for Vice Principal Lu who was at Su Lungming's house, gathered together. The moment they saw Yi Chen, Vice Principal Sun raised his eyebrows and smiled. Oh, classmate Yi Chen, our big star, you finally made it. Our classmate Yi Chen is truly impressive, with such grace and demeanor. The other 2 male vice principals did not hold back their praise. Like a jade tree standing in the wind, so charming. With a dignified appearance, handsome and elegant. Hao Yuemei's compliments were much more direct. Her big eyes sparkled with joy, giving her a somewhat charming look. Yi Chen, you are really handsome. Throughout the 3 years of high school, Yi Chen often saw Principal Hao Yuemei on the podium in the playground or in videos online. This was the first time they met face to face. The beautiful Principal Hao Yuemei wore a fitted evening gown, the sparkling silver gems embedded in the dress indicating its high value. The fitted design accentuated the perfect lines of her upper body. From top to bottom, she was snow-white, voluptuous, slender, and curvaceous. She still wore black stockings on her lower half. Although to boys, black stockings seemed indistinguishable, the pair on Hao Yuemei's legs, though unremarkable in appearance, was the latest and most expensive solid black stockings from Balenciaga. On her feet were a pair of seemingly ordinary black stiletto heels. Though they looked plain and unremarkable, Yi Chen felt that shoes worn by Principal Hao could not be simple. Hao Yuemei smiled, a smile that would never be shown in front of students on ordinary days. She extended her hand. Congratulations, Yi Chen. After a polite handshake with the beautiful vice principal, Yi Chen replied, Hello, Principal Hao. Hao Yuemei maintained her smile. How does it feel to be number 1 in the world? Yi Chen was very low-key, responding, It's okay. Then he felt he was being too calm, so he added, It feels a bit unreal. It was indeed a bit unreal. He had awakened a super divine talent that had not appeared in 188 years. In the world of the unparalleled arc, gods were the pinnacle, absolute authority, and absolute power. And he, Yi Chen, had awakened a super divine talent. The name of the talent was still, Hand of the Blasphemer. Blasphemer. He dared not think further. Hao Yuemei smiled, Yi Chen, don't be nervous, just enjoy your victory that belongs solely to you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she shifted the topic. Hao Yuemei's smile became gentler as she said, Your mother asked me to pass on a message to you. Don't be arrogant, be kind to others. I can tell that your mother has educated you well. No wonder you are so outstanding. You have a good mother. Hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback and asked, Principal Hao, have you been to my home? Hao Yuemei nodded with a smile. At this moment, Vice Principal Sun, who accompanied Hao Yuemei to Yi Chen's home, cheerfully made his presence known. Yes, Yi Chen. In the afternoon, Principal Hao personally drove to Demushan Town to visit your home for a formal home visit. By the way, a portion of the prize money and awards from the school has already been delivered to your home. Your mother is very happy and proud of you. Look. Vice Principal Sun enthusiastically opened his phone's photo album and showed Yi Chen a picture of his mother, Chen Xian, smiling at the camera. Upon seeing this photo, Yi Chen's expression softened instantly, no longer carrying that hint of indifference. Looking at his mother's joyful smile, Yi Chen's heart was filled with mixed emotions of joy and bittersweetness. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he last saw such a happy smile on his mother's face? 10 years. Yi Chen's lips trembled slightly as he controlled his emotions and said in a low voice, Thank you, Principal Hao, thank you, school. Although Hao Yuemei was young, she had seen countless people and knew that the outstanding and handsome boy before her was not someone who easily showed his emotions. Therefore, the fact that Yi Chen displayed such an expression indicated that this matter indeed weighed heavily on his heart. Seeing Yi Chen's reaction, Hao Yuemei thought to herself that this trip was not in vain, truly not in vain. If only the school had recognized Yi Chen earlier. Damn Wanhee. If Yi Chen were really poached by a key high school this time, Hao Yuemei would not let Wanhee off easily. Hao Yuemei said gently, Yi Chen, at the banquet, the school has generous bonuses and prizes to reward you. The school has brought out all the best things it has, I hope you won't be disappointed. Yi Chen replied, I won't, Principal Hao. I'm already very happy that the school can reward me. No matter what the reward is, it's the school's heartfelt intention. He wasn't just saying nice words, Yi Chen meant it from the bottom of his heart. After all, he now had the hand of blasphemy and miracle, so why would he worry about not getting good equipment or items? Even without relying on the school's resources or any societal resources, he, Yi Chen, could still carve out his own path. Seeing Yi Chen so understanding, Hao Yuemei's admiration for him grew even stronger. Such a good boy, she had to find a way to bring him into the Hao family. She herself had no chance, so Hao Yuemei mentally went through her eligible nieces and already had a plan in mind. She would find an opportunity to take Yi Chen back to her home. As Yi Chen's principal, such a thing was not difficult. Moreover, if it was true, as her classmate said, that Yi Chen might be summoned to the capital later, then taking him to the Hao family would be even easier. Hao Yuemei sincerely said, as the principal, I am genuinely happy to have a student like you. From today on, you are the pride of second high school, the brightest star. Such praise could easily make someone feel elated. But Yi Chen always adhered to his principles, remaining calm in the face of praise or criticism, neither humble nor arrogant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, excitement sparkled in Hao Yuemei's eyes as she was about to present a special gift prepared just for Yi Chen. This was part of the preparations to retain Yi Chen at second high school. It was also an effort to bridge the distance between the Hao family and Yi Chen. Release, display. 2 holographic images slowly appeared in front of Hao Yuemei's chest. These 2 holographic images grew larger, their resolution clearer, and the images more lifelike, eventually forming 2 sets of clothing displayed on a virtual model. The 2 holographic virtual models stood between Hao Yuemei and Yi Chen, slowly rotating 360 degrees to showcase the 2 outfits from all angles. Display is a universal skill that everyone can use. Through display, people can showcase the equipment and materials in their inventory. Others can view the relevant information about the displayed items. At this moment, what appeared before Yi Chen were 2 sets of lifestyle and entertainment equipment. Both were very stylish and noble outfits. Hao Yuemei's tone was filled with excitement and pride. Yi Chen, this is the outfit the principal specially prepared for you today. You can choose one set from here to wear for the banquet. One of the sets was a decorative outfit with a combat style from a dungeon, the Wings of the Sky set male flame gold color. Equipment name, Wings of the Sky set male flame gold color, orange epic, lifestyle and entertainment equipment, position, decoration slot. Equipment in the decoration slot will not replace the combat slot equipment but will change the character's appearance. Equipment level, LV1 and above. Basic attributes, none. Special skill, beauty enhancement, lifestyle and entertainment. Special skill, beauty. Equipping this set in the decoration slot will replace the appearance of the profession's attire with the look of the Skywing set male flame gold color, resulting in a certain beautification effect on the profession's appearance. Durability, 100 points. Ownership, unowned. Wearing this equipment will automatically recognize ownership. The above is the attribute information of this equipment. In addition to the attribute information, a holographic image also displays a preview of the appearance of this set. The most striking feature is the built-in wing element. The set has 4 golden wings on its back, resembling sacred wings. The size of the golden wings is very large, giving a sense of realism and 3-dimensionality. The 4 golden wings spread out in the northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest directions, creating a strong visual impact. At the same time, the 4 massive wings emit a golden glow and have a slight fluttering motion, rather than being a lifeless, fixed image. Besides the visually striking golden wings, the entire color scheme of the set is red. The top, bottom, cloak, and headgear all seem to be made from mysterious materials. The textures are clear, the lines are smooth, and the accessories are exquisite. One can imagine that if a profession wears this set and showcases its appearance, it would be solemn, heroic, and powerful. It would definitely make them the center of attention. Upon seeing this decorative equipment, even the calm and composed Yi Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not to mention the vice principal's son and others standing nearby. In their eyes, it was hard to conceal the extreme desire and longing to possess it. If this life entertainment equipment were merely good-looking and handsome, that would be one thing. The key is that it is also an orange equipment. An orange epic equipment. It is known that in the world of the unparalleled arc, there exists a life profession called the disassembler. The ability of a disassembler is to break down equipment to obtain various materials. These materials have multiple uses. The higher the quality of the equipment disassembled by the disassembler, the more exquisite the materials obtained, and the higher the proficiency gained. Although it is just a life entertainment equipment, the Skywing set male flame gold color is, after all, an orange equipment. Even if one ignores its decorative value, selling it to a disassembler would fetch a very high price. Yi Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and the expression on his face relaxed. This was the first time he had seen an orange epic equipment with his own eyes. Looking at another set, it was still the Skywing set. Skywing set male pure white color. This is still an orange epic level outfit set. In terms of attribute information, one could say that apart from the name, it is completely identical to the Skywing set male flame gold color. From the name, it is clear that these two sets belong to different color variations of the same set. The holographic image also has a corresponding preview. Again, there are the massive wings facing 4 directions, which are still very impactful. However, the color is different. The wings are pure white, emitting a faint blue-white glow periodically. The other clothing items are mostly in white, with a slight hint of light blue. Unlike the flame gold color, the pure white angelic color gives a mysterious, noble, and sacred aura. The 2 angel sets quietly rotate in the suite, showcasing their preciousness and beauty to everyone. Vice Principal Sun and several male vice principals looked at these 2 sets with eyes that sparkled. So handsome, simply too handsome. They couldn't help but imagine themselves wearing these 2 sets in their minds. So cool, they couldn't take it anymore. The breathing of several vice principals became heavy. They sighed inwardly, acknowledging that Principal Hao truly came from an ancient family. These 2 items did not belong to the second high school but were directly requested by Hao Yuma from the Hao family. At the same time, their eyes slightly reddened as they looked at Yi Chen, unable to hide their envy and admiration. They even thought to themselves how wonderful it would be if this handsome and outstanding young man were their son. Just now, Hao Yuma had said to let Yi Chen choose a set as his outfit for the stage. Once Yi Chen put on one of the suits, it would recognize him as its master and become his. Yi Chen understood this principle as well. He gazed at the 2 valuable and eye-catching outfits before him, feeling a bit emotional. Was this the surprise that the beautiful principal in black stockings had prepared for him? Yi Chen did not know the exact value of these 2 epic outfits, but as someone living in the world of the unparalleled arc, he knew that regardless of the era, period, attributes, or type of part, the price of an orange outfit would never be less than 100,000 gold coins. Although these 2 outfits were for entertainment and did not enhance combat attributes, even if they were only worth 100,000 gold coins, to be given a set worth 10 million directly? That was indeed quite extravagant. Before Yi Chen could speak, Hao Yume's next words caused Vice Principal Sun and the others' emotions to explode instantly. With a gentle smile on her face, the beautiful principal in black stockings spoke in a relaxed tone. Yi Chen, you don't need to hesitate. No matter which set you choose, both outfits will belong to you. This is my heartfelt gesture on behalf of the second high school and the Hao family of the capital. You can choose freely. What? Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Sun and the others' mouths dropped open, and their breathing became rapid. This was at least an orange epic outfit worth 100,000 gold coins. Originally, they were already very envious that Yi Chen had to choose one. Now that Yi Chen could have both, Vice Principal Sun and the others were about to squeal like pigs. Not to mention Vice Principal Sun, even Yi Chen, who had always been calm, couldn't help but look a bit astonished. One was not enough, she was giving away both for free? Principal Hao must have a mine at home. But even if she had a mine, she couldn't just give them away like this, right? Yi Chen calmed down. He opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say something like no free lunch. But before he could say it, Yi Chen finally realized. He did have merit. He could receive rewards. Today, he had cleared the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon, earning the honor of the National First Kill and World First Kill for the second high school in Hangcheng. Rewarding himself with 2 orange epic outfits didn't seem too excessive. Moreover, as Yi Chen pondered over Principal Hao Yume's words, he discovered an additional layer of meaning. The principal mentioned not only representing the second high school but also the Hao family. Therefore, this reward included a portion from the Hao family. Looking at the beautiful principal in black stockings, Hao Yume, with her gentle and friendly smile, and the desire to befriend him in her gaze, Yi Chen understood. He took a deep breath to calm his excited heart and slowly replied, "Then I won't be polite. Thank you, Principal. And thank you to the Hao family, I will remember this kindness." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Hao Yume's beautiful eyes suddenly brightened, and she subconsciously rubbed her right leg's black stockings. Fortunately, this pair was the most precious and highest quality stockings from Balenciaga, not torn by Hao Yume's brightly painted nails. "Yi Chen, you are truly outstanding." Hao Yume's compliment was heartfelt. Through their brief interaction, she could see that Yi Chen was a mature, steady, emotionally intelligent, and capable young man. Such a person has limitless potential for future achievements. What made her happy was that before Yi Chen had grown up, she, Hao Mei, had already established a relationship with him, thereby connecting the Hao family with Yi Chen. Hao Mei exhaled softly, feeling a sense of relief, her expression relaxing, making her look even more attractive. Don't be polite, Yi Chen. If you ever have the chance to go to the capital, be sure to contact me. I'll take you to eat delicious food and introduce you to beautiful girls. Regardless of the outcome of tonight's banquet, part of her goal had already been achieved. She had established a connection for herself and the Hao family with Yi Chen. As for the final fate of the second high school, she could only say she would do her best and leave the rest to fate. After all, the key high school had a rich foundation and was formidable. No one could guarantee that Yi Chen would definitely stay at the second high school. After trading the 2 epic costume sets to Yi Chen, Hao Mei stood up. Alright, Yi Chen, you just came out of the instance, you must be a bit tired. Rest in the suite for a while. Vice Principal Sun and the others still wanted to chat with Yi Chen and get closer, but under Hao Mei's instruction, they all left the Supreme Presidential Suite. The suite fell silent, and Yi Chen looked at the 2 icons glowing with orange light in his inventory, feeling a bit dazed. The costume set worth 200,000 gold coins was now his. At the top floor of the Pillow Water Hotel, in the splendidly decorated Dawn Banquet Hall, exquisite round tables were arranged in 2 neat rows, east and west, throughout the hall. At the northernmost end of the 2 rows of round tables, there was a round table that was the most luxurious and eye-catching, positioned in the center near the stage. That was the main table. At this moment, a group of attendees had already arrived at the banquet hall, mainly consisting of teachers, students, and friends from the second high school. They were mostly seated at the round tables on the west side of the main table. Among them was a tall, thin boy dressed in trendy casual wear, with a clean face and decent looks. His name was Wang Han, a student from the second high school. At this moment, Wang Han's face, resembling that of a delicate young man, was contorted. He really wanted to open the bottle of Freira red wine in front of him and pour himself a full glass to drown his sorrows. Next to him sat Ji Chuang, the class monitor of Class 5 in the 3rd year, who was Yi Chen's classmate. Ji Chuang looked at Wang Han's grim expression and said helplessly, "Hey, Wang Han, I suggest you adjust your mood. If your class teacher sees you with such a long face at such an important banquet, they might just kick you out." Wang Han gritted his teeth and said, "I suggest you don't suggest." Then, like a deflated balloon, he spoke in a mournful tone, "But I think you have a point." Seeing Wang Han looking like he had been boiled, Ji Chuang was quite puzzled. "Come on, what's wrong with you? Although you weren't the one who cleared the hero difficulty novice instance, this is still something beneficial for all of us at the second high school, right? I don't know who you're making that sad face for." A rugged-looking boy sitting across the round table interlocked his hands behind his head and laughed in a slightly gloating tone. "Ji Chuang, you don't understand, do you? Wang Han has changed to a legendary profession. He's the only one in our second high school this year with a legendary profession. If it weren't for Yi Chen, the star of tonight's celebration banquet might have been Wang Han. Of course, if that were the case, the scale of the celebration banquet wouldn't be this high." Including Ji Chuang, the other classmates at the table first showed expressions of realization, then looked at Wang Han with sympathetic eyes. Wang Han's mindset had been exposed, and he felt bitter inside, suddenly a bit defensive, swaying gently, muttering something about why there was Zhuge Liang if there wasn't Zhuge Jin. The round table was suddenly filled with a lively atmosphere. Damn it, Wang Han said with a pained expression, "I originally wanted to use the gimmick of changing jobs to a legendary profession to attract the attention of the cold dream goddess." Hearing this, Ji Chuang chuckled, "You can forget about that. I got news that the 4 school beauties are all arranged to be there tonight." As he spoke, Ji Chuang pointed with his chin, and the students at the same table looked in the direction he indicated. It was the main table. Everyone turned back, revealing expressions of surprise. Except for the rugged-looking boy who had just mocked Wang Han, who now wore a confused and shocked expression. "Damn. I thought the cold dream goddess, who also changed to an epic profession, would be arranged at our table." This time, it was his turn to sway in disappointment. Damn it. The round table was once again filled with a lively atmosphere. At that moment, a dozen students entered from the entrance of the banquet hall, and under the guidance of several teachers, they sat at a round table in the eastern row of the main table. "Ha!" Ji Chuang squinted and took a closer look. "Hua Kuan, young Master Gua, Wang Xingping, young Master Wang, Duing Qi, young Master Du. Aren't they students from the Key High School? What are they doing here?" As soon as this was said, the other students were equally startled. Accompanied by Ji Chuang's puzzled voice, several students at the round table turned around to look in that direction. "It really is them. What are they here for? Are they also here to attend the banquet?" "Ha! Our second high school's banquet. What are they from the Key School coming here for? Hey, keep your voice down. They are all outstanding students from the Key School, either a combination of legendary professions with SS-level talents or epic professions with SSS talents. They are all tough characters. Ji Chuan looked at Guo Kun and the others who were already seated, then glanced around the grand and luxurious banquet hall filled with numerous round tables, deep in thought. So that's it. Ji Chuan stroked his chin. No wonder there are so many tables set up for the banquet. Tonight, it shouldn't just be the teachers and students from the Key High School coming. Perhaps the leaders from the city's education department will also come, and maybe there will be other heavyweight figures. After hearing Ji Chuan's words, the students at the round table, who had been bored waiting for the banquet to start, immediately felt tense. They had originally thought this was just an internal banquet for their second high school. It seemed that tonight's banquet was not simple. At the Jinshuwei Seafood Hotel, on the first floor, in the dazzling lobby, watching General Manager Lu politely and with a beaming smile send a dozen young men and women who looked like students onto the elevator, Jia Yao felt a bit puzzled. Jia Yao had worked here for 5 years and knew quite a bit about General Manager Lu's background. General Manager Lu's real name was Lu Kong, a member of the Lu family from Hangzhou, and this Jinshuwei Hotel was just one of his properties. He was truly a figure of the upper class in Hangzhou. In the past, whenever he came to the hotel, General Manager Lu's face was always expressionless, exuding an aura of authority without anger. Jia Yao had never seen General Manager Lu so amiable, polite, and enthusiastic. He didn't know the background of those students, but being treated so courteously by General Manager Lu surely meant they were not ordinary kids. Moreover, they were from the top tier. Thinking of this, Jia Yao, who stood straight in the lobby welcoming guests, felt a bit uneasy. Everyone, get your spirits up to 100,000. General Manager Lu indeed had a commanding presence when addressing his subordinates, and his tone was quite brusque. Tonight's top-tier banquet is extremely important, and the guests are very distinguished. From now on, every guest entering the hotel, regardless of whether they are from the top tier or not, you all straighten your backs and show your enthusiasm. Do you hear me? Jia Yao and the other doormen replied loudly, we heard. At that moment, a stunning figure emerged from the revolving door. It was a girl, dressed in a bright red dress. So beautiful. So lovely. Jia Yao was momentarily stunned, forgetting to bow at first. It was only when General Lu's eager voice broke through his daze that he suddenly came to his senses, immediately bending at a 90-degree angle and loudly shouting words of welcome. Oh, Xiao you are getting more and more beautiful, even more so than your mother back in the day. General Lu's face was beaming with smiles as he approached. Behind Ruan Haoyue was their homeroom teacher, Mr. Wang. Hearing General Lu's words, Ruan Haoyue smiled happily and asked, Uncle Lu, am I more beautiful than Aunt Zhao was back then? The Aunt Zhao she mentioned was General Lu's wife. General Lu laughed heartily. Oh, you little rascal. Come on up to the top floor, Uncle Lu is scared of you now. Several doormen in the lobby discreetly followed her graceful figure with their peripheral vision. Meanwhile, Jia Yao stood frozen in place, his eyes vacant, his heart in turmoil, as if he had lost his soul. The moment he saw the girl in the bright red dress, his heart was captivated. His mind was filled with that red figure. His heart raced, and his thoughts began to shift. This was the feeling of falling in love with a girl. Compared to Tang Jinjin, this girl was more charming and of a higher status, receiving special treatment from General Lu. In front of this girl, Jia Yao felt that Tang Jinjin was just a country bumpkin. The little bit of affection he had for Tang Jinjin instantly vanished. For a moment, Jia Yao fell into a kind of fantasy about the girl in the long red dress. However, Ruan Haoyue's next conversation with General Lu was like a wake-up call, jolting Jia Yao back to reality. With a hint of shyness at the corners of her mouth, Ruan Haoyue asked, has classmate Yi Chen arrived? General Lu replied with a smile, he is the main character, he should have been up there already. Upon hearing this, Ruan Haoyue, accompanied by Mr. Wang, walked towards the elevator. Why did she take the initiative to ask about Yi Chen? General Lu said Yi Chen was the main character of the top floor banquet? No, it shouldn't be like this, something must be wrong. Watching Ruan Haoyue enter the elevator, General Lu sighed lightly with a smile, remarking, this little girl, she dressed up so beautifully tonight for that Yi Chen. It seems she is serious, really wanting to win over Yi Chen. But tonight, she is not the only one trying to win him over. We can only hope Yi Chen likes her type. What? She, the one who was like a goddess in his heart, was going to win over Yi Chen? General Lu's words were like a sharp knife, piercing deep into Jia Yao's already troubled heart. Jia Yao was not foolish, piecing together the context, he had already figured out the situation. The banquet on the top floor tonight was very important, and Yi Chen was the main character, while the girl in the red dress, whom he had fallen for at first sight, liked Yi Chen. Jia Yao felt a sharp pain, as if a dagger was twisting inside him. General Lu scanned the doorman and Jia Yao with a commanding gaze, saying in a stern voice, "I will reiterate once more. You all need to be alert. When that girl came in just now, you were all stunned and failed to provide proper welcoming service. This is a serious breach of etiquette. The first time, I can understand. After all, that girl is indeed very beautiful, but it cannot happen again. In the future, there will be similarly beautiful girls, or even more beautiful ones, appearing. You need to be mentally prepared. You are not allowed to lose composure in front of the guests again, do you understand?" With a heavy heart, Jia Yao shouted, "Understood." Then, they continued to stand in the lobby, awaiting the arrival of distinguished guests. The revolving door began to turn again, and Jia Yao looked up as another stunning figure emerged from within. This one was even more significant. Looking at the unusually heavy bear brothers on her chest, Jia Yao couldn't help but swallow. This was Li Lisha's first time entering a five-star hotel. She felt somewhat uncomfortable, but fortunately, her homeroom teacher, Teacher Cui, was by her side. Li Lisha wore a strapless lace dress, the hem neither too long nor too short, adorned with lace trim just above her knees. It revealed two sections of her smooth, fair calves. These smooth calves were very beautiful, enough to attract the attention of men. There was another striking feature about her, the Bear brothers. At the first sight of Li Lisha, the doorman and Jia Yao all wanted to steal a few more glances at the Bear brothers. However, due to the rules set by General Lu, they had to bow their heads and bend down, only able to see the beautiful girl's feet in crystal high heels. General Lu eagerly welcomed her, exchanged pleasantries, and praised her before sending this heavyweight girl to the VIP elevator directly to the top floor. "This is really big. For little Hao Yue, she's a formidable opponent. That classmate Yi Chen is really lucky. I'm a bit envious myself." Upon hearing this, Jia Yao felt an unusual heaviness in his chest, and breathing became somewhat difficult. The two girls, who were rarely seen, had dressed so beautifully just to win Yi Chen's favor. Realizing this truth, Jia Yao felt like he was about to collapse. This was even more painful than being killed. Moreover, General Lu had just mentioned that many beautifully dressed ladies would be attending the top floor banquet later. Thinking of this, Jia Yao felt even more overwhelmed. Jealousy, bitterness, confusion, inferiority, anger, all these negative emotions brewed within him. What right did Yi Chen have? What had he done? As the revolving door turned, a tall, graceful girl with an exquisite appearance walked in. Behind her followed a middle-aged man in a suit, exuding an intellectual aura. It was Su Lungming and Vice Principal Lu. Upon seeing General Lu, Vice Principal Lu greeted him with a polite and warm smile, saying, "Hello, General Lu, I am the Vice Principal of No. 2 High School. We were family 500 years ago, my surname is also Lu." General Lu chuckled and exchanged a few pleasantries, thinking the other party wanted to reminisce about their past exploits in the Heavenly Palace 500 years ago. After receiving a business card from General Lu, Vice Principal Lu happily led Su Lungmeng toward the elevator. For Vice Principal Lu, today was truly a good day. By attending Yi Chen's banquet, he had established a connection with General Lu, a significant gain. Soon after, Qin Yining appeared in the lobby, dressed to the nines. "Oh." General Lu greeted her with a smile. "Yining, how is President Qin doing lately? Please send my regards to your grandfather when you go home. Ha, you look the most beautiful today." The Qin family was also a prominent family in the Jiangnan region, based in Su City. It could be said that most of the auction houses in Jiangnan were under the control of the Qin family. Currently, the well-known auction houses in Hangzhou were in the hands of Qin Yining's grandfather. This was also the reason why General Lu was so courteous to Qin Yining. Although both were prominent families, the Lu family in Hangzhou was far inferior to the Qin family in Su City. Even a branch of the Qin family in Hangzhou was not something the Lu family could provoke. In terms of temperament and demeanor, Qin Yining appeared to be a rather aloof person. She politely exchanged a few words with General Lu. Then, accompanied by her homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang, she headed to the top floor. After Qin Yining's figure disappeared, Jia Yao felt his calves trembling slightly. The few girls who had just appeared, whether in figure, appearance, or family background, outshone Tang Jinjin by a long shot. They were all guests of the top floor, each dressed so beautifully, all there to curry favor with Yi Chen. Thinking of this, Jia Yao's gaze gradually dimmed, his expression lost, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. At the top floor of the Pillow Water Grand Hotel, the exquisite banquet hall. Away from the main table, the round tables in the middle and back sections are now fully occupied. They consist of teachers, students, and parents from the second high school and the key high school. The venue is lively, with everyone at each table engaged in casual conversation. Vice Principal Sun and Vice Principal Zhao Lin are at the entrance of the banquet hall, welcoming the important guests seated at the front half of the round tables. When they see Yuan Hao Yue, their eyes light up. Vice Principal Zhao Lin steps forward, replacing Teacher Wang, and escorts Ruan Haoyue into the banquet hall. As Ruan Haoyue, dressed in a bright red dress, appears in the venue, she instantly captures everyone's attention. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of high heels clicking on the tiled floor, Ruan Haoyue strides confidently like a vibrant flame, her movements graceful and rhythmic, swaying her hips as she walks directly towards the main table. The hem of her red dress flares as she moves, occasionally revealing her fair, beautiful legs, drawing the gaze of all the guests seated at the round tables on either side of the hall. Watching Ruan Haoyue's fiery beauty as she approaches the main table, many female students from both the second high school and the key high school show signs of jealousy in their eyes. They too wish to sit at the main table, but unfortunately, they are not the school flowers. The situation is even worse for the key high school, as there are over 60 class flowers besides the 2 top ones. Among these 60 class flowers, only 3 from the most influential families can sit at the main table. There are only 10 seats at the main table. Aside from the protagonist Yi Chen, there are the 4 school flowers from the second high school, the 2 top ones, and 3 class flowers from the key high school. There are no extra seats available. Clearly, there are more than these 9 beautiful and outstanding girls from both high schools who are not destined to sit at the main table. Those class flowers who cannot sit at the main table can only watch with envious eyes as the girls who can take their places. For the male students, their object of jealousy is Yi Chen. Watching the beautiful Ruan Haoyue, who looks like a fairy and doesn't even glance at them as she walks straight to the main table, fills many boys with a sense of loss and heartache. Is this for real? The second high school has such a gem too? Wang Xingping, the young master from Port City, exclaims as he gazes at the fiery beauty before him. The boys at his table also show interest. Only Guo Kuan glances at Ruan Haoyue when she enters, then looks away, sitting quietly with a smile. He thinks to himself, this is all Yi Chen's, it's not your turn. At the southernmost side of the main table, facing the stage and with its back to the 2 side round tables, there is a luxurious golden high-backed chair designed in a Western style. This is Yi Chen's seat. Ruan Haoyue extends her delicate hand, pointing to a small Western-style sofa chair right next to the left side of the golden high-backed chair. Principal Zhao, can I sit here? The 9 most outstanding beautiful girls from the second high school and the key high school, although qualified to sit at the main table with Yi Chen, have not yet fixed their positions. The only arrangement made is that the 4 school flowers from the second high school will sit to the left of Yi Chen, while the 2 top ones and the 3 class flowers from the key high school will sit to his right. As for who sits where, the school does not interfere, it's first come, first served. Therefore, Vice Principal Zhao Lin agrees to Ruan Haoyue's request. Alright, Ruan Haoyue, you arrived first and showed the most enthusiasm, so it's only natural for you to sit here. Hearing this, Ruan Haoyue beams with joy, thanks her, then gracefully smooths the hem of her dress below her waist and sits down gently. 10 minutes later, Lilisha enters the banquet hall accompanied by Vice Principal Zhao Lin. The moment the male students see her, they all gasp in unison. The students from the second high school were quite fine. After all, Lilisha was famous for her stature at school. However, the male students from the key high school had their mouths agape as if they could fit a light bulb in. It was too damn much. The adult men shifted their gazes awkwardly to the side, unlike the younger students who could appreciate without any reservations. Wang Xingping and Wang Xiao looked at the 2 brothers, Xiongde and Xiong'er, with a surge of shock in their eyes. He rubbed his hands excitedly. Are there more experts? Incredible, Xiongde, one hand can't even wrap around him. He considered himself well acquainted with people, especially women, but he had never seen anyone this impressive. This made him doubt internally, was there some enhancement involved? After all, he had only seen such figures in golden comics. The girls looked at Lilisha with complex expressions. They showed an unmistakable envy while secretly thinking, I hope you tire yourself out. Facing the gazes of everyone, Lilisha blushed and lowered her head, walking towards the main table accompanied by Vice Principal Zhao Lin. During this process, the 2 brothers trembled and bounced around, making some boys flush and feel anxious. Finally, Lilisha sat in the 3rd chair on the left, with a chair separating her from Ruan Haoyue. When Su Lungmeng made her entrance, it caused another small stir. Su Lungmeng was very tall, standing at 1.71 meters barefoot. Now, wearing a pair of luxurious small leather shoes with 3-centimeter heels, she appeared even more statuesque. The male students from the key high school commented like this, a beautiful long-legged queen type. I like the queen vibe. Those snow-white long legs, I could play with them for years. I want her to step on me. Damn, you're really perverted. I'm different, I want to lick. The comments from the students of the second high school were like this, ah, Sister Lingming, kill me. Su Lungming was the most special school belle at the second high school. She was adored by both boys and a group of female fans. I can't believe it. I've never seen the goddess Lengming in a body-hugging skirt. All along, Su Lengming's style on campus had been relatively conservative. Her slender, snow-white long legs were usually hidden under school uniform pants or jeans. So, even though today she wasn't as dazzling as Ruan Haoyue and Li Lisha in her attire, the pure black body-hugging skirt paired with her delicate, fair legs, along with a high-end white shirt on top, still attracted quite a few gazes. Su Lingmeng chose to sit in the fourth chair on the left side of the main table, the farthest position from Yi Chen. Ruan Haoyue felt relieved that Su Lingmeng didn't choose to sit in the second chair to her left. After all, Su Lingmeng was Yi Chen's classmate, which could easily lead to feelings developing over time. Yi Chen, don't talk nonsense, when has that ever happened? It's not true. Ruan Haoyue turned her head, and the last position beside her belonged to Qin Yining. Thinking of Qin Yining, Ruan Haoyue's lips curled slightly. She was a block of wood, an iceberg, a reclusive beauty, just there to make up the numbers, not to be feared. Perhaps she wouldn't even bother to dress up, or she might not even show up. As Ruan Haoyue was thinking this, Qin Yining entered. The venue fell into complete silence for the first time. Ruan Haoyue turned around and saw the figure slowly moving towards the main table, her smile instantly stiffening. Qin Yining was dressed in a pure black thin velvet evening gown, with only two thin straps above her chest, revealing her snow-white and delicate collarbone and entire shoulder. Her long, dark waves cascaded naturally behind her, and around her slender neck was a sapphire necklace that sparkled under the lights, with a pair of white diamond earrings dangling from her earlobes. There is no need for these precious jewels to enhance her presence. As a descendant of the ancient Qin family from the Jiangnan region, Qin Yining has never lacked an air of nobility. The exquisitely fitted evening gown outlines her wonderful figure. The appropriately sized mountains, slender waist, and rounded hips create such perfect lines. The charm she exudes rivals that of the mature principal Haoyue. Her makeup is also the most delicate, with eyeshadow, eyeliner, eyelashes, and blush perfectly showcasing her already exquisite features. Paired with her luscious red lips, she appears both noble and seductive. Not to mention the students from the Key High School, even the teachers and students from the second high school are seeing such a Qin Yining for the first time. In the past, when Qin Yining dressed down and kept a low profile, she was still regarded as one of the four school beauties of the second high school. At this moment, she is like a peacock displaying its feathers, showcasing her beauty to the fullest, leaving everyone in awe that is beyond description. I don't know what to say, maybe wow is the only way to express how I feel right now. From now on, I am Qin Yining's dog. This is the true definition of a rich and beautiful girl. At the Key High School, Wang Xingting's expression is somewhat serious. The Wang family from Gangcheng has some connections in the Jiangnan region, so they naturally know about the Qin family from Sioux City. Qin Yining is not someone he would dare to casually tease in public. Another 10 minutes pass. Look, our beautiful girls from the Key School have arrived. The three class beauties selected from the Key High School are Tian Tian from the Tian family in Hangcheng, Su Xiaoman from the Su family, and Zhao Menjing from the Zhao family. These three girls are also dressed outstandingly. They walk towards the right side of the main table, looking at the 5 empty seats. Previously, Principal Ma had already instructed the three of them that the first seat on the right must be reserved for one of the twin beauties, while the other 4 seats are free to choose. The three girls exchange glances and, with great tacit understanding, choose to sit in the 3 middle seats, leaving the first seat on the right closest to Yi Chen and the 5th seat farthest away for the twin beauties. At the entrance of the Morning Dawn Banquet Hall, Vice Principal Sun and Vice Principal Zhao Lin have a somewhat complex expression upon seeing her. To be fair, the girl before them has a sweet appearance and a gentle temperament, easily endearing herself to others. However, they know that this is Chu Liansong. She is one of the twin beauties from Hangzhou and one of the main rivals of their school's 4 school beauties tonight. Behind Chu Liansong stands her father, one of the pillars of the contemporary Chu family in Hangcheng, with a status level exceeding 400, truly a sage. Faced with this sage, Vice Principal Sun and Vice Principal Zhao Lin do not dare to be negligent and respectfully lead the two into the venue. When Chu Liansong enters the venue accompanied by her father, everything in the banquet hall seems to pale in comparison. Her face is soft, her expression serene, her temperament gentle, and her sweetness is subtly hidden. She wears a white chiffon evening gown, adorned with some embroidered patterns on the thin, semi-transparent, soft fabric. Her makeup is not heavy but rather elegant, with a sweet smile at the corners of her mouth, giving a refreshing feeling. So sweet. This is the thought in everyone's heart. After escorting his daughter to the main table and watching her choose the 5th chair closest to the stage, old Chu turns around and, following Vice Principal Sun's guidance, heads to the east side of the main table, to the first round table counting from the north. The closer the position is to the main table, the higher the status. Currently, there is only one elderly man at this round table. After old Chu sits down, he politely greets the elder and learns that the other party is an elder from the Hao family in the capital. At the main table, several girls are surprised to see that Chu Liansung actually chose to sit in the farthest seat number 5 instead of the seat number 1 to the right of Yi Chen. That seat to the right of Yi Chen now belongs to Chen Yingling. Around 7 p.m., Chen Yingling arrived late. She wore a purple long dress. This color, especially for evening gowns, is generally difficult for most women to pull off. But on Chen Yingling, it was so fitting. Moreover, this dress was designed by a famous designer from the overseas empire where the sun never sets, with intricate patterns and textures that exuded a strong sense of design. As Chen Yingling walked gracefully towards the main table of the banquet, the hall dimmed once again. Her beauty was a very special kind of beauty. Chen Yingling was strikingly gorgeous, with a high nose bridge, luscious lips, and especially those bright, deep-set eyes that seemed to speak, making her incredibly alluring. Her beauty was not only reflected in her appearance but also in her demeanor. With every gesture, she exuded a cheerful, grand, composed, and elegant confidence that left a lasting impression. She was the only girl who, upon entering, smiled and waved at the surrounding crowd as she walked deeper into the banquet. A boy from a prestigious high school exclaimed excitedly, "Look, that's Chen Yingling." A rather beautiful girl murmured, lowering her head, "She's too dazzling, I can't compare, really can't compare." When Chen Yingling reached the main table, she was surprised to find that only one seat remained, the one closest to the protagonist, Yi Chen. The smile at the corner of her mouth stiffened for a moment. Casually glancing at Chu Liansan and the 3 class beauties, she remarked, "Your humility amazes me. I really didn't expect you to give me such a good spot." Sitting in the second chair on the right, Tian Tian smiled on the surface but inwardly cursed, thinking, "Do you think I want to give that spot to you?" Chen Yingling suggested, "After all, I'm the latecomer. How about this, does anyone want to switch seats with me? I don't want to sit in this position." As soon as she said this, all 8 remaining beauties at the main table turned their gazes to Chen Yingling's face. Everyone knew she was bold, but they didn't expect her to be this bold. Ruan Haoyue turned to look at Chen Yingling. She actually didn't regard Yi Chen, the first player to clear the world's first kill on the heroic difficulty novice trial dungeon, as a threat. The corners of Ruan Haoyue's mouth slightly curled up. This was great, as it meant one less direct competitor for her. On the side of the prestigious high school, the 3 class beauties thought the same way. They were all a bit tempted to switch seats with Chen Yingling. After all, that was the first seat to the right of Yi Chen. But it was merely a fleeting thought. They were all prominent young ladies from noble families, each with their own pride. Coupled with Principal Ma's reminder, the 3 girls held back and remained silent. Seeing that no one was willing to switch seats with her, Chen Yingling's tinkling laughter rang out. "This is your own failure to compete, so don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 3 class beauties visibly darkened. Meanwhile, Chu Liansan still wore a faint sweet smile, as if she hadn't heard those words at all. Once Chen Yingling sat down, she turned to the left and glanced at Ruan Haoyue. "Wow, your dress is so beautiful." Ruan Haoyue slightly raised her chin, "Thank you." But, Chen Yingling smiled, "Wearing something so festive, one might think you're here to get married." Hearing Chen Yingling's sarcastic remark, Ruan Haoyue felt a surge of anger rising from the depths of her heart, almost reaching her head. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she really wanted to flip the table and pull Chen Yingling's hair. Ruan Haoyue took a few deep breaths and replied, "Do you always speak so nicely?" Chen Yingling looked at Ruan Haoyue, who was trying to suppress her anger, and chuckled a couple of times, choosing not to provoke her further. Her gaze swept past Qin Yining, as if the beautiful, elegant, and noble Qin Yining didn't exist at all. She looked towards Li Lisha, at her chest. "Wow." Chen Yingling's eyes lit up as she looked into Li Lisha's eyes and asked seriously, "Is it heavy?" Upon hearing this, Li Lisha's face turned a bit red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at the glamorous Chen Yingling, mumbling in response, "It is a bit heavy." Chen Yingling burst into laughter again, looking at Li Lisha with a friendly gaze. "Ha ha, sister, you are too cute. What's your name? Let's be friends." It must be said that Chen Yingling's arrival indeed brought a lively atmosphere to the main table. Everyone began to speak up and get to know each other. At 8 p.m., most of the guests had arrived. Inside the banquet hall, there were 2 rows of round tables, and except for a few tables closest to the stage, the ones in the back were mostly filled. The beautiful principal in black stockings, Haoyue, dressed in a fitted evening gown, was holding a microphone, standing at the foot of the stage, looking like a host, ready to go on stage at any moment. At this moment, another group of heavyweight guests arrived. A group of middle-aged men in suits, guided by Vice Principal's son with nods and bows, walked with great poise to sit at the front round table. Some sharp-eyed people had already recognized the identities of these individuals. That's the director of the Municipal Education Bureau. and several deputy directors. The two in front. Oh my, they are the deputy mayor in charge of education, and Mayor Lee of Hangchang. It's him, it really is Mayor Lee. Mayor Lee is here too? He really should be here. That boy named Ji Chen not only brought glory to the second high school but also to the entire Hangchang. That makes sense, the mayor's presence is indeed warranted. Mayor Lee had just turned 40 and was a newcomer to Hangchang last year. He had a gentle demeanor and, accompanied by his subordinates, took the initiative to sit at the second round table on the west side. This action drew the attention of all the guests present. Old Chu frowned slightly and said to Chairman Chen sitting next to him, "It seems there are still heavyweight figures who haven't arrived tonight. That first round table on the west side is prepared for them." Chairman Chen nodded. "I can guess a few of the remaining people at our table. That table on the west, if nothing unexpected happens, should be." Before Chairman Chen could finish his sentence, a wave of gasps erupted in the venue. The provincial governor has arrived. The governor of Zhejiang province, accompanied by a group of leaders, has come. It's Governor Yan and Deputy Governor Chen, the provincial secretary, the director of the Provincial Education Bureau, the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau. Each one was a prominent figure known throughout the province. No wonder Mayor Lee had to humbly sit at the second round table on the west side. When Governor Yan and the provincial leadership team entered the banquet hall, almost all the guests stood up to pay their respects. Mayor Lee, Old Chu, Chairman Chen, and Elder Hao even took the time to greet Governor Yan. Hao Yuemei, dressed in formal attire, personally welcomed Governor Yan and others. Governor Yan had just turned 70 this year, looking old and frail, like a candle nearing its end. But no one dared to underestimate him. It was said that Governor Yan's rank was definitely no lower than level 500. Looking at Hao Yuemei, Governor Yan revealed a kind smile. "Principal Hao, your second high school has achieved great merit this time. What reward do you want?" In front of Governor Yan, Hao Yuemei acted like a child, pouting slightly. "It might not necessarily be our second high school's credit. Principal Ma also wants to vie for it. After all, student Ji Chen hasn't graduated yet and still has the chance to transfer." Upon hearing this, Governor Yan smiled. Key high schools have rich foundations and should not be underestimated. However, regardless of the outcome, the benefits for your second high school from the Hao family girl will definitely not be lacking. Hearing this, Hao Yuemei felt not only unhappy but even heavier in her heart. This meant that even Governor Yan believed that Yi Chen might transfer to a key high school. After the top provincial leaders of Yan province took their seats, the banquet officially began. The main lights in the banquet hall were turned off, and the lights near the stage lit up. Music filled the hall. On the stage screen, a promotional video for Hangzhou Second High School played in a loop. After Hao Yuemei finished her opening remarks, she announced, "Tonight, we gather to witness the glorious moment of an outstanding student. He is the top student among the senior class of our second high school. With diligence as his pen and wisdom as his ink, he has written an epic chapter for our second high school and for our Hangzhou. Not only has he excelled academically, but he is also a model student, a pride and example of our school. He is our school's hope and a pillar of the nation. Let us give the warmest applause to welcome Student Yi Chen." The hall erupted with thunderous applause. Before today, many people had never heard of Yi Chen and had never seen him. Now they sat up straight, stretching their necks to look at the stage. Amidst the enthusiastic applause, an angel appeared in the eyes of the crowd. A divine angel with 4 golden wings. The 4 angelic wings radiated a golden glow, gently trembling with movement. Besides these 4 wings, Yi Chen was adorned in a beautifully crafted angelic battle armor, with clear patterns and smooth lines. The blood-red armor, combined with the visually striking golden wings, made Yi Chen look so solemn, sacred, and heroic. He resembled a true hero. What Yi Chen was wearing at that moment was the Wings of the Sky set male flame gold color. This set had a beautification special effect. He was already handsome, and with the beautification effect, Yi Chen's appearance reached the level of a national idol. A true dream for billions of girls. At this moment, facing the banquet's main character finally making his appearance, many girls at the round tables below couldn't help but scream. At the main table closest to the stage, 9 top beauties revealed expressions of astonishment upon seeing such a handsome Yi Chen. Even the most indifferent Chen Yingling showed a look of appreciation in her eyes. Qin Yinin's gaze was filled with obsession. Her heart raced, unable to control its acceleration, surpassing 150 beats per minute, her body trembling slightly. This was the person destined for her. She felt so happy. Su Lungming's lips curled up, involuntarily revealing a deep smile. Having spent 3 years with Yi Chen, she knew he was no ordinary person. Seeing Yi Chen finally shine and prove himself, Su Lungming felt a wave of tenderness. He truly was her rival, her role model. Lilisha was not familiar with Yi Chen, but upon seeing the handsome boy, she felt shy and lowered her head, not daring to look again. Yet, after lowering her head, she couldn't help but quickly raise it to steal a glance at Yi Chen. Ruan Hanyue's eyes were filled with fervor. She had lunch with Yi Chen earlier that day. At that time, Yi Chen was still in his school uniform. Although she thought he was somewhat handsome, she didn't feel anything too strong. But now, seeing Yi Chen's charming and handsome image, Ruan Hanyue found it hard to control herself. She felt an impulse to throw herself into Yi Chen's arms. The three class beauties from the Key High School couldn't help but scream. For them, getting close to Yi Chen and building a good relationship with him was a family mission. But seeing their target so strikingly handsome, their hearts no longer held any utilitarian thoughts. They were conquered by Yi Chen himself. Handsome and excellent, what if his family background isn't good? They could marry down and let him live off them. Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Menjing all shared the same surprising thoughts in their hearts. Sitting on the right side, closest to the stage, Xu Liansong instinctively straightened her body and quietly adjusted her hair and dress. Realizing that she suddenly cared about her appearance, Xu Liansong gave a faint bitter smile, feeling a bit shy. There was no helping it. She hadn't known before coming that this Yi Chen was so handsome. In an instant, she felt a flutter in her heart, a feeling she had never experienced in her 18 years of life. As for Chen Yingling, aside from showing an appreciative gaze, she had no other thoughts. She withdrew her gaze from Yi Chen and curiously observed the reactions of the other 8 girls. Oh, little Tsansong is a bit smitten? How rare. Qin Yinin, this shy little cat, likes him? Seriously, no way. Little Shasha's shy demeanor is really cute. When she looked down, was her view blocked by Xiong? Can she see the table? How curious. President Chen took off his glasses and chuckled. The youth is formidable, truly formidable. I just received news that this boy named Yi Chen spent over 4 hours this afternoon soloing the hero difficulty Peach Willow Garden dungeon. He was only level 7 when he entered. Upon hearing this, Chu Laoxi's expression of shock flashed briefly. Considering that Yi Chen could earn the honor of a world first kill, soloing a hero difficulty dungeon wasn't that surprising. Chu Laoxi smiled and said, President Chen, your daughter's standards are higher than the heavens. How about this time? Will this Yi Chen catch your eye? President Chen shook his head and laughed. My Yingling is rebellious. Sometimes she dislikes those who are too outstanding. But Chu brother, you should worry a bit. Will your family's darling be charmed away by this kid? Hearing this, Chu Laoxi's expression turned calm, and the smile at the corner of his mouth vanished. Elder Hao, seeing the two discussing this topic, couldn't help but think of his own few precious gems at home. This child will surely become someone great in the future. Governor Yan looked at Yi Chen with a kind expression, nodding repeatedly. His direct subordinate, the Director of Education, suggested in a low voice, Sir, we should hurry to bring him into the provincial system. Governor Yan asked lightly, will it even be our turn? The people from the central office in the capital are also arriving soon. Mayor Li was beaming, clapping his hands and cheering, making one wonder if Yi Chen was his son. Mayor Li was extremely pleased to see such a figure emerge from Hang City. No matter where Yi Chen shines in the future, he would be a person who came from Hang City during his tenure as mayor. After the shock of Yi Chen appearing in his epic outfit faded, Hao Yuemei took the microphone, her face full of smiles. Thank you all for your warm applause and cheers. Next, it's time for the awards. Student Yi Chen, the beautiful principal in black stockings, Hao Yuemei, revealed a charming smile as she looked at Yi Chen, in recognition of your outstanding contributions to the school. After the school's deliberation, it has been decided to award you with an excellent reward. As soon as Hao Yuemei finished speaking, the 5 vice principals of Hang City No. 2 High School walked up to the stage in a certain order. The first to come up were 2 male vice principals, who together carried a long plaque about 2 meters long. This item was covered with a cloth. Standing beside them were Vice Principal Liu, Vice Principal Zhao Lin, and Vice Principal Sun, who stood side by side, each holding a small spatial ring with both hands. Small spatial rings are common storage items in the world of Absolute Arc, very cheap, about 1 gold coin each. They are equivalent to gift boxes in the previous real world, making them the best choice for gift packaging in today's Absolute Arc world. Inside these 3 spatial rings were rare items, the most precious treasures in the history of No. 2 High School. The existence of these 3 items symbolizes the strength and heritage of 2nd High School. Today, they have all been brought out to the banquet, and one of them will be awarded to Yi Chen as a prize. Seeing this spectacle, the guests sitting at the round table in the back couldn't help but feel a heavy breath. Their eyes were fixed on the items held by several vice principals on stage, filled with curiosity and excitement. Although this prize was not for them, it didn't stop them from joining in the excitement, broadening their horizons, and preparing to boast about it later. I'm sure that the space ring contains at least an orange epic equipment. Hiss. An orange item is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. What you're talking about is the worst kind of orange item. A mediocre orange item would still be around 100,000 to 150,000 gold coins, and for those with good attributes or special skills, the price would be over 150,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, the ordinary guests below became restless. Yi-Chen was currently carrying precious items worth at least 300,000 gold coins, plus the presence of the Hand of the Blasphemer and Miracle, which gave him a strong sense of confidence. Therefore, even in the face of potentially high-value rewards, Yi-Chen remained calm, unarrogant, and composed. Seeing Yi-Chen's demeanor in the face of such a huge reward, figures like Yan Xingqiu and President Chen exchanged glances of appreciation. All the guests focused their attention on the items in front of the 5 vice principals. That plaque-shaped thing, if I'm not mistaken, should be a scholarship. How much will it be? 1 million? 1 million? A world-first kill is worth 1 million. You really dare to say that? Then how much do you think? I think it should be at least 2 million. In the Morning Light Banquet Hall, the discussions of the crowd echoed throughout the venue. President Chen smiled and glanced at Elder Hao, tentatively asking, "Elder Hao, I wonder if the Hao family has contributed to this scholarship from second high school." Elder Hao smiled without speaking. Beside him, Fourth Chu and President Chen exchanged knowing glances. The amount of this scholarship would definitely not be low. If only considering the financial strength of second high school, the prize would not exceed 50,000 gold coins, which is 500,000. But if the Hao family was involved, it would be much more than that. At the call of Yan Xingqiu, Mayor Li had now taken a seat at the table of provincial leaders, sitting next to Yan Xingqiu. Yan Xingqiu's aged voice rang out, "Mayor Li, tell me, how much liquid capital does second high school currently have?" "Elder Yan, we are here today to attend Yi-Chen's celebration banquet, so let's not discuss official matters. You can just call me Xiao Li." Mayor Li had done his homework before coming, and he was already very familiar with the current situation of second high school. According to my estimation, second high school has at most 50,000 gold coins in liquid capital. This also includes the 10,000 gold coins that the city urgently allocated to second high school after receiving news at noon. Yan Xingqiu nodded. 50,000 gold coins, 500,000, awarding it to a student is quite exaggerated. But today's situation is special, 50,000 gold coins surely wouldn't be enough. A few high-ranking officials trembled slightly at this remark. 500,000 wouldn't be enough. Student Yi-Chen. Hao Yuemei stood beside Yi-Chen, holding the microphone, her voice full of emotion. "Thank you for your contributions to second high school and our beautiful Hangzhou, for achieving such a tremendous honor. I am here, honored to represent the Zhejiang provincial government, the Hangzhou government, the education sector of Hangzhou, and second high school, to present you with the highest honor award." Then, Principal Hao extended her arm, as white as lotus roots, towards the plaque. "Please unveil. Award to classmate Yi-Chen." As the curtain was lifted, the guests were stunned upon seeing the number on the plaque. The prominent figures seated in the front row had their lips slightly curled, their faces revealing an expression of unexpectedness. Scholarship. 200,000 gold coins. Wow! As Hao Yuemei's words fell, the Chushi banquet hall erupted like a kettle boiling water. 200,000 gold coins, equivalent to 20 million yen country currency. Yi-Chen had cleared the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon today, setting a historical record. And the fact that he received a scholarship of 20 million also broke historical records. The teachers, parents, and guests in the latter half of the hall looked at Yi-Chen with eyes full of admiration and hope. At this moment, they all had one thought in their hearts. If only their son or daughter could be half as outstanding as Yi-Chen, their lives would be worth it. The students, one by one, turned red-eyed. Wang Han, sitting at the central round table, was so excited upon seeing the plaque of 200,000 gold coins that he stood up directly. Wang Han's eyes widened, his face flushed, his whole body trembling, his gaze fixed on Yi-Chen as he shouted, "Why was there a you if there was?" Before he could finish, he stumbled and sat back down. When he sat back, only half of his butt touched the chair, and due to his hasty movement, he fell directly to the ground. Ji Chuang, sitting next to him, hurriedly helped him up. Wang Han's actions did not attract special attention because the entire venue was still in a frenzy, and his horse shot barely traveled far. Ji Chuang helped the dazed Wang Han back to his seat, then turned his head to look at the center of the stage, the focus of the entire hall, Yi-Chen. As the class monitor of Class 5 in his senior year, he felt incredibly fortunate that he had not treated Yi-Chen differently during their 3 years of high school. While he held the title of class monitor and interacted with Yi-Chen, he had never looked down on him or flaunted his superiority in front of him. Is there a mistake? Young Master Wang Xingping from Port City looked shocked. 200,000 gold coins awarded to a high school student? What, young Master Wang, are you jealous? A boy who had transitioned to a legendary profession laughed. I didn't think much of it before, but seeing this Yi Chen today, he is indeed extraordinary, a dragon among men. His name was Duing Qi, from Ao City, but his tone was pure Mandarin, unlike Wang Xingping, who sometimes had an accent. Duing Qi looked around. All present were outstanding graduates from key high schools, all legendary professionals or SSS level talents. To put it bluntly, although we are all richer than him, none of us here could earn 200,000 gold coins purely on our own, right? I admit I am not as good as him now. Exactly. Another wealthy young man raised his glass. Let's toast to Yi Chen. Let's toast to this young hero. Come on, he is our role model, worth celebrating. Everyone raised their glasses. Guo Kuan smiled. He knew these sharp individuals were positioning themselves early, believing that soon, the conversation just now from Duing Qi and the others would accidentally reach Yi Chen's ears. Ma Wenkai, the principal of the Key High School. At this moment, he sat dazed in his seat, as if he were out of place with the lively atmosphere. Originally, he had decided that to snatch Yi Chen away, no matter how much the second high school offered in scholarships, their Key High School would offer double to crush them. After all, the Key High School had that foundation. In his original estimation, the second high school could at most offer 60,000 gold coins in scholarships, conservatively estimating it would be 50,000 gold coins. Ma Wenkai, seeking stability, prepared 150,000 gold coins, intending to directly throw it at Yi Chen, to daze him and daze the second high school. But now, the second high school is offering 200,000 gold coins right off the bat. That's 50,000 gold coins more than the 150,000 gold coins prepared by the Key High School, exceeding the estimated target. How could they come up with 200,000 gold coins? Ma Wenkai's gaze sharpened, piercing towards the black silk beauty principal, Hao Ma. It must be her. Using the Hao family's connections, 150,000 of those 200,000 gold coins must be from the Hao family. Realizing this, Ma Wenkai's anger simmered. Clearly, everyone should be competing based on the school's foundation, yet you resort to your family? Isn't that bullying honest people? Who doesn't have a father? Ma Wenkai was instantly furious, but he could only feel a moment of anger. He soon calmed down. His father wasn't as powerful as the Hao family. Originally, Ma Wenkai thought that with 150,000 gold coins and a valuable gift, he could easily win over Yi Chen. But now, it seemed far from enough. Ma Wenkai took several deep breaths and made a decision in his heart. It seemed it was time to get serious. It was time to bring out the best things from the Key High School. A determined expression appeared on Ma Wenkai's face. He then stood up, excusing himself to go to the restroom, and made a phone call. When he returned to his seat, his expression was no longer as gloomy as before, but instead wore a confident smile. That piece of equipment was about to make its appearance. It's settled. 200,000 gold coins? To be honest, if it weren't for the boost from Miracle, Yi Chen wouldn't have exploded with essence and skill books worth at least 300,000 gold coins. At this moment, facing this enormous prize that could resolve 2/3 of his family's debt, Yi Chen would have been unable to control his emotions and would have shown a brilliant smile. However, having already resolved his family's 30 million debt through his own efforts, Yi Chen felt light and at ease. Facing this 200,000 gold coin prize, his mindset was very calm. Even though he had broken the world record, bringing a certain level of fame and resource allocation to the school, it still felt a bit exaggerated to offer him 200,000 gold coins all at once. Yi Chen spoke sincerely, lowering his voice to the black silk beauty principal beside him. Principal Hao, 200,000 gold coins is really too much. I understand the school's intentions, but I can't accept so much. Graduation season is approaching, and the school has many places where it needs money. Hearing this, Hao Yueme looked deeply at Yi Chen. She knew the situation at his home. Despite the difficult conditions, he could still consider the school's difficulties. Such virtue was worthy of respect. Kindness and lack of greed, what a beautiful character. Hao Yueme admired Yi Chen even more and had already decided to introduce him to the pearl of the Hao family. She aimed to make Yi Chen her niece's husband. Yi Chen's quiet words were not loud, but he was close to Hao Yueme's microphone, and his voice was just audible to the main table and several nearby distinguished guests. Yan Xingshou, upon hearing this, looked at Yi Chen with unusually gentle eyes. Not arrogant or impatient, neither humble nor overbearing, detached from fame and fortune, he's a talent worth cultivating. Li Shishou chuckled, boasting to the provincial leaders beside him, look, this is the most outstanding talent in Hangchang. President Chen smiled and nodded repeatedly. In the face of money, he can still maintain his rationality and has a sincere heart. In his heart, he regarded Yi Chen even more highly. Chu Laosi smiled wryly. If it were the young me, I might not have had his composure. Qin Yining felt heartache upon hearing Yi Chen's words. She knew he had been living a hard life these past few years. In Qin Yining's heart, she thought the school was too stingy. If it were her, she would give Yi Chen 1 million gold coins. Since childhood, Xu Liansong had learned various psychological knowledge, such as behavioral psychology, social psychology, and so on. Analyzing Yi Chen's, Xu Liansong could be sure that what Yi Chen had just said came from the heart, without a hint of pretense or acting. This made Xu Liansong genuinely admire Yi Chen. After all, not everyone can maintain their true self in the face of absolute wealth. From this perspective, Yi Chen was indeed an outstanding man. Xu Liansong began to re-evaluate Yi Chen in her heart, giving him a very high score. The score was high enough for him to qualify as her man. Chen Yingling looked at the dazzling Yi Chen on stage and instinctively wanted to cross her legs, but realizing it was a public setting, she restrained herself. He. A playful smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she gazed at the handsome Yi Chen. This man is quite interesting. Hao Yuemei sincerely said, "Classmate Yi Chen, your strength and character are worthy of this 200,000 gold coins. Please be sure to accept it." Looking at the sincere gaze of the black-clad beauty principal Hao Yuemei and seeing the appreciative look from Yan Xingshou sitting below, the atmosphere had reached a peak. The school insisted on giving him so many gold coins. If he didn't accept, it would be disrespectful to the school. There was no choice, he had to accept. Yi Chen could only nod slightly, indicating his agreement. Okay, thank you, Principal Hao, thank you to the school, and thank you to all the leaders. Seeing Yi Chen accept the bonus, Hao Yuemei was in high spirits. She continued in an excited voice, not only that, classmate Yi Chen. There are 3 more great gifts here, all rare treasures from the second high school. You can choose one to take with you. As soon as Hao Yuemei finished speaking, the audience erupted again. This was the first time the second high school had showcased its treasured collections in a public setting. Black-clad beauty principal Hao Yuemei faced Vice Principal Sun, Vice Principal Lu, and Vice Principal Zhao Lin, loudly declaring, "Please unveil. Please display." The 3 vice principals had serious expressions, their movements synchronized as they activated the universal skill, display. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the stage, on the 3 space rings. Even Yi Chen was no exception. As the display skill gradually took effect, holographic images accompanied by text explanations slowly enlarged and clearly appeared on the stage. The space ring held by Vice Principal Zhao Lin contained the pure flame essence, an orange epic treasure. The appearance of this equipment was a core that burned continuously with a bright white flame, making it hard to look at, very dazzling. Equipment name, Pure Flame Essence, Orange Epic, Part, Treasure, Carrying Level, LV 200 and above, Base Attributes, Spell Power plus 3000 points, Fire Spell Resistance plus 300 points. Special Skills, Pure Flame Power, the holder's fire spell damage increases by 100%. Essence Impact, when the holder successfully casts a spell on an enemy, there is a 10% chance to summon a blazing flame to attack the enemy, dealing 100% spell power fire spell damage. Emperor of Flames Protection, the holder is immune to the heat negative status, immune to the ignite negative status, immune to the burn negative status, immune to the heatstroke control effect. Durability, 100 points, owner recognition, not recognized, wearing this equipment will automatically recognize the owner, an orange epic treasure. Many students let out screams. As mentioned before, the treasure slot is infinite. Theoretically, a person can carry countless treasures. Therefore, the value of treasure equipment is the highest among all types of equipment. A good attribute white equipment treasure can sell for as high as 500 gold coins. It should be noted that non-treasure white equipment is only worth being thrown into a junk shop for a few silver coins. At this moment, Yi Chen had a rare purple treasure equipment, the Tiger's Strength Amulet, worth 2,000 gold coins, in his backpack. And now, what lay before him was an orange epic grade treasure equipment. Not to mention his classmates, even the alumni let out excited screams. Aside from online, this was also Yi Chen's first close encounter with an orange epic treasure equipment. This made him momentarily dazed. Li Shichou grinned widely, cheerfully saying, "Good, very good. The combat attributes of this equipment are perfect for classmate Yi Chen. If classmate Yi Chen gets it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger." The other provincial leaders nodded in agreement. Yan Xinqiu also nodded slightly. Moreover, his profession is Fire Mage, which inherently lacks the ability to produce fire damage, allowing him to perfectly utilize the effect of the Pure Flame Power special skill. Unlike other professions that do not possess the ability to create fire damage, which can only rely on the Essence Impact special skill to deal fire damage, immunity to 3 negative states and 1 control effect is just a bonus. Overall, this equipment is very suitable for the Fire Mage profession. It's almost tailor-made for this little guy. Elder Hao frowned upon seeing this treasure, feeling it was quite extraordinary. The attributes are good, and it has 3 additional special skills. No wonder it's a treasured collection from the second high school. Old Chu's expression became slightly serious. Treasure equipment is inherently more expensive than equipment from other parts, and significantly so. At the Orange Epic level, it is even more priceless. He looked at President Chen beside him. Brother Chen, based on your experience, how would you estimate this equipment? President Chen squinted. I can't speak for other cities, but at least in Hangzhou, an epic treasure without special skills, as long as the attributes are decent, the base price is around 500,000 gold coins. If it has special skills and the attributes are suitable and excellent, they will add extra money. President Chen changed his sitting posture. On this basis, for each additional special skill, the price increases by about 60,000 gold coins. If it's a very powerful special skill, the price will be even higher. I personally estimate that the value of this Orange Epic treasure is between 750,000 and 850,000. Hearing this quote, Old Chu and Elder Hao fell silent. Over 800,000 gold coins, this was already the base price for golden legendary equipment. They couldn't help but look up simultaneously at the second treasured collection. The space ring held by Vice Principal Lu displayed a dark green, seemingly ancient jade tablet. Equipment name, Tyrant's Judgment Token, Orange Epic, Part, Treasure, Carrying Level, LV 200 and above, Basic Attributes, Attack Power plus 4,000 points. Special Skills, Entropy Command, Judgment Command, Active Use, Casting Time 2 seconds, Cooldown Time 1 hour, Consumes 30% of the holder's maximum health, Reduces an enemy's armor by 50%, affected by the hit effect. Pollution Command, Violent Command, Active Use, Casting Time 3 seconds, Cooldown Time 1 hour, Consumes 30% of the holder's maximum mana, Deals 2 instances of 400% attack power physical damage to an enemy. Durability, 100 points, Owner Recognition, not recognized, automatically recognizes upon wearing, another Orange Epic treasure. Upon seeing the attributes and effects of this treasure equipment, many students who had transitioned to physical professions instantly erupted with excitement. This was the ultimate equipment they had always dreamed of. Yan Xinqiu looked at the effects of the Tyrant's Judgment Token and sighed, another piece of treasure equipment, aside from providing a high attack power attribute boost. That is equivalent to adding 2 skills, especially the special skill that can reduce armor attributes, which will show great strategic value when challenging a boss. The leaders from the surrounding provinces, all of whom were discerning individuals, could see the impressive aspects of this treasure equipment. The Orange Epic treasure was already extraordinary, not to mention possessing such powerful special skills. Old Fourth Chu looked at President Chen again. Brother Chen, how much is this treasure worth? President Chen smiled and said, it's definitely worth more than the previous one. Although Yi Chen can't use it, he can sell it. It seems that the second high school has invested heavily today, determined to keep Yi Chen's student status. I just wonder what chips the Key High School can bring out. As soon as he finished speaking, they all looked towards the round table where Principal Ma Wenkai of the Key School was seated. They saw a faintly confident smile on Ma Wensai's face. Oh, President Chen revealed a playful smile. It seems Principal Ma is still quite confident. With 200,000 gold coins in front and an Orange Epic treasure worth 800,000 behind, I wonder what trump card Principal Ma is hiding that makes him so confident. Old Fourth Chu responded, it must be something extraordinary. The Key High School has dominated the college scene in Hangzhou for decades. Its foundation is certainly far superior to the second high school. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder what good stuff Ma Wenkai can pull out. Let's first look at the third item from the second high school. On stage, the space ring in front of Vice Principal's son displayed a blood-red humanoid statue the size of a palm. Equipment name, Crimson Blood Path, Golden Legend, Part, Treasure, Carrying Level, LV1 and above, Basic Attributes, None. Special Skill, Blood Remembrance, Active Use, Casting Time 5 seconds, Cooldown Time 30 days, Consumes 88,888,000 points of life value from the holder. The holder will find a lost colorful mythical equipment from the cracks of history. Durability, None. Owner Recognition, not recognized. Wearing this equipment will automatically recognize the owner. When the holographic image of this equipment and its corresponding attributes appeared on stage, everyone, including the top figures from Yin Province, fell into a brief silence. This is a Golden Legend equipment. Moreover, it is a Golden Legend treasure. Everyone's first reaction was, with the foundation of the second high school, could they really possess a Golden Legend treasure? But when they saw the attributes of this Golden Legend treasure, they all felt relieved. Then it's not surprising. The top figure from Yin Province nodded thoughtfully. There is a reason this equipment is in the second high school. The expression of the city leader Li was somewhat strange. He whispered, "Old Yen, isn't it inappropriate to take this equipment out as a reward for Yi Chen? What use is this? It can only be sold to a disassembler or a forger." The provincial leaders around also nodded in agreement, looking at the crimson blood path with complex expressions. As the president of the Hangzhou Business Association, he had traveled far and wide over the years and had indeed seen many rare and exotic items. But none were as humorous as the equipment on today's stage. To pay 88,888,000 life value, it really dares to ask for that. President Chen turned to Elder Hao and tentatively asked, "Your ancestor, the King of Angels at level 600, a 7-turn powerhouse who has completed 12 awakenings. His life value should not be 90 million, right?" Elder Hao smiled bitterly upon hearing this. Don't mention the level 600 King of Angels, even a level 700 demigod doesn't have 50 million life value. Old Fourth Chu chuckled, "There should be no profession in this world with 88,888,000 life value, but there are certainly bosses with 88,888,000 life value. It seems that the equipment, Crimson Blood Path, can only be used by the boss." The three of them laughed together, ha ha ha. After laughing for a while, President Chen slightly sobered and said, "However, this is a golden legendary equipment. Even if it cannot be used and has no attribute value, it can still be sold to a disassembler for decomposition. Decomposing golden legendary equipment is a dream opportunity for every disassembler. So don't underestimate it. Its value is only slightly lower than the other two orange epic equipment." At this moment, Yi Chen was extremely excited. The previous two orange epic treasures only felt precious to him, but they didn't attract him. However, now seeing the attributes of the golden legendary treasure, Crimson Blood Path, a look of surprise flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. 88 million points of health? Others don't have it, but I do. At this moment, Yi Chen was truly excited. What would it mean if he possessed Crimson Blood Path? That would be equivalent to obtaining a colorful mythical equipment every 30 days. Colorful mythical equipment is the highest grade equipment in the unparalleled Arc world. What others saw as a useless legendary equipment that could only be sold to a disassembler would turn into treasure in Yi Chen's hands. Yi Chen. Hao Yuemei held the microphone in one hand and pulled Yi Chen with the other, bringing him to the front, in front of the three pieces of equipment. You can choose any one of these three items. After all three items were displayed, the venue was filled with the discussions of the guests. They were all guessing which item Yi Chen would choose. At the same time, both Yi Chen's peers and the adult guests present were filled with deep envy for him. Each of these three treasures was worth a lot. Any one of them could allow an ordinary person to achieve financial freedom. I feel that Yi Chen will definitely choose Pure Flame Essence, because it fits his profession. He is a fire mage. I agree, this treasure is likely made for Yi Chen. Not necessarily. From the perspective of special skills, Tyrant's Judgment Token is stronger. If these two treasures were sold at the same time, the latter would definitely fetch a higher price. That's right. With such high-value treasure equipment, I don't believe Yi Chen would keep it for himself. He would definitely sell it to improve his life. Buying a set of pink gear would be nice too. Yeah, he just changed jobs, and it will take a long time to reach level 200. Selling it for money is more cost-effective. Everyone was discussing, mostly guessing that Yi Chen would choose between Pure Flame Essence and Tyrant's Judgment Token. No one thought that Yi Chen would choose the Crimson Blood Path, which had no use and could only be sold to a disassembler at a low price. Hao Yuemei smiled and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, choose boldly and without pressure. This is what you deserve. Yi Chen had already made his choice. Just as he picked up the microphone and was about to speak, he heard a voice. Wait! Yi Chen was taken aback and turned his head toward the source of the shout. Everyone else did the same. The shout came from Ma Wenkai, the principal of the Key High School. Ma Wenkai slowly stood up and said loudly, Yi Chen, may I interrupt you for a moment? Under Hao Yuemei's displeased expression, Ma Wenkai quickly walked to the stage and stood beside Yi Chen. At this moment, Hao Yuemei and Ma Wenkai flanked Yi Chen on either side. Hello, Yi Chen. I am Ma Wenkai, the principal of the Key High School. I have something here that I would like to show you. Please allow me a moment of your time. Ma Wenkai's tone was extremely confident. I believe that after you see it, you will have new thoughts and make a new choice. Yi Chen, please take a look. Ma Wenkai extended a fist, opening it to reveal a spatial ring. Display. Holographic images and text attributes slowly generated. This was a pitch-black crown, looking very ancient, with intricate patterns and a totem symbol that ordinary people could not understand engraved on it. Equipment name, Anu Crown, Golden Legend, Position, Head Carrying Level, LV1 and above, Upgradable Equipment, Base attributes: health plus 1000, mana plus 500, armor plus 25, magic resistance plus 30, spell power plus 40, effect resistance plus 2%. As the equipment level increases, the base attributes will continue to grow: special skill, source of energy, active use, casting time 10 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. The holder raises both hands to draw from the Anu family's source of energy, increasing the holder's spell power by 20,000 points for 10 minutes, allowing the holder to spend extra time casting spells. For every additional second spent casting, spell power increases by 4,000 points, with a maximum of 20 extra seconds, raising spell power by an additional 80,000 points. Anu Hazire is calling, Anu Hazire is calling. The holder of this equipment will receive the hidden epic quest line Lost City, Anu Hazire starting task at a specific time and place. Durability: 100 points. Owner recognition: unrecognized. Wearing this equipment will automatically recognize the owner. In fact, on the market, equipment with special skills is extremely rare. Equipment with exceptional special skill effects is even more uncommon. Tonight, the second high school presented 3 pieces of treasure equipment with powerful special skills, which greatly shocked everyone present. Moreover, to some extent, it made everyone somewhat numb, creating an unreal feeling that exceptional special skill equipment was everywhere. The guests had developed a certain immunity to the shock of exceptional equipment. After all, having witnessed so many exceptional pieces, any subsequent appearances of exceptional equipment would not evoke the same strong shock as initially felt. However, when the attributes of the Anu crown were displayed on stage, apart from Yen Xingshou, prominent figures including Li Shishou, President Chen, and Elder Hao all showed expressions of shock. The reason was simple. The special skill effects of the Anu crown could no longer be described as exceptional. Chu Laosi showed such a shocked expression for the first time, his face serious, leaning forward, eyes wide open, constantly confirming the 2 special skill effects of the Anu crown. 100,000? 100,000 points of spell power. This boost is too exaggerated, right? Chu Laosi was a level 449 sage, preparing for the 9th awakening task, aiming to break through level 450. He was also a magic-type profession, possessing 3 pieces of relatively good orange epic equipment, with the rest being all red excellent equipment with exceptional attributes. Among them were some quite good special skills. His current attribute situation was considered above average in the level 449 Sage Circle. His spell power was only over 137,000 points. An increase of 100,000 spell power was equivalent to more than 2/3 of his own spell power. It should be noted that he was a level 449 Sage. Yet, this Anu crown could be worn by a level 1 professional. A level 1 professional could gain a continuous 100,000 spell power for 10 minutes every day. This was too abnormal. 100,000 points of spell power was equivalent to the spell power level of most level 399 magic-type elite professionals stuck at the 8th awakening task. This enhancement was terrifying. Staring at the Anu crown, Chu Laosi felt a burning desire inside. This equipment would greatly enhance him. If he could obtain it, then Old 4th Chu would have a better chance of completing the 9 awakening task. Unfortunately, Old 4th Chu's gaze shifted to Yi Chen. He knew that the Key High School had brought out this piece of equipment specifically to win over Yi Chen. President Chen was a businessman, and his focus was on the special skill the call of Anu Hazire. The Lost City. Anu Hazire. So the clue to finding the Lost City is on this piece of equipment. Upon hearing President Chen's muttering, Old 4th Chu also realized, his eyes widening. Damn, the legend of the Lost City is real? Elder Hao asked in confusion. Lost City? What does that mean? Hearing this, President Chen patiently explained, the Lost City is a legend about treasure that has been passed down in the Jiangnan region. The world of the unparalleled arc has descended into reality for 188 years, but its history is far more than 188 years. According to some adventurers' research, in the long river of history, during the era when gods frequently walked the earth, there was a family of divine favor that worshipped a deity. This family's name was Anu, and the city where the Anu family settled was Anu Hazire. At some point, for some unknown reason, that deity fell, and after the deity's fall, the main city of the Anu family mysteriously disappeared, becoming known as the Lost City. Legend has it that within the Lost City are sealed endless treasures, countless legendary equipment, heavenly materials, and rare recipe pet eggs. Moreover, some speculate that colorful mythical equipment is buried inside. After all, the Anu family is a family of divine favor, and it is impossible for them not to possess mythical equipment. Elder Hao gasped, this piece of equipment can give the holder a chance to find that lost city. Anu Hazire. President Chen's expression was serious. For so many years, no one has found that lost city, and people have even begun to doubt whether that legendary city really exists. But now, following this hidden epic quest line, we can definitely find the lost city. It seems that this classmate Yi Chen will likely make other choices because of this piece of equipment. The Key High School truly has deep roots. Ma Wenkai took in the shocked expressions of the crowd below, a proud smile appearing on his face. He turned to look at Hao Yuma, giving her a challenging glance that made her expression even worse. Then, Ma Wenkai, with a friendly demeanor, said to Yi Chen, "Classmate Yi Chen, how powerful is the attribute and special skill of this equipment?" Before Yi Chen could answer, Ma Wenkai's voice was loud and high-pitched, passionately declaring, "Classmate Yi Chen, as long as you can transfer to our Key High School, this piece of Anu crown, this golden legendary upgradable equipment worth at least 1.5 million gold coins, I will present it to you on behalf of the Key High School." As soon as Ma Wenkai finished speaking, it caused an uproar in the entire venue. Hearing this, Hao Yume's face turned pale. After seeing the Anu crown, the confidence in her heart instantly vanished. A scholarship of 200,000 gold coins, plus an equipment worth around 800,000 gold coins, the offer from the second high school had already reached 1 million gold coins. But in front of this Anu crown, it seems so insignificant. If it were her choice, she would definitely choose the Anu crown. What do you think, classmate Yi Chen? Ma Wenkai seized the opportunity. As long as you join the Key High School, as the principal, I solemnly promise in front of all the guests that within 1 month before the college entrance examination, the Key High School will provide you with special resource support to help you achieve good results in the college entrance examination and get into the top universities in Yen country. As soon as these words were spoken, whether from the second high school or the Key High School, the students below instantly erupted. This is a treatment that every student dreams of. Classmate Yi Chen. Ma Wenkai wore a confident smile and asked a leading question. You would choose to join the Key High School, right? Whether it was the value of the prize or the future benefits, the Key High School completely overshadowed the second high school. Most people present felt that Yi Chen would definitely choose to join the Key High School. Was there any doubt? There was no way around it. The temptation of the Anu crown, this legendary equipment, was simply too great. Anyone would make the right choice. In the audience. It's over. Ji Chuan covered his face. The title of World First Killers Class Leader is about to slip away from me. The outstanding graduates of the second high school this year all showed expressions of sorrow. Originally, they had a close relationship with Yi Chen, and they could boast casually outside, "Hey, do you know Yi Chen, the hero of the world first kill on the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon? He's my classmate. We even cleared dungeons together before graduation." Such conversation topics would soon be gone. Guo Koen smiled slightly. He had long anticipated this outcome. He was the calmest person. This afternoon, he had chatted with Yi Chen's mother and left a good impression. Now, he had truly become classmates with Yi Chen, and he would definitely cling to Yi Chen's leg in the future. Wang Xingping, Duing Qi, and other top graduates from the Key High School suddenly felt a lot of pressure. President Chen, Old Fourth Chu, and Elder Hao all wore serious expressions, silently watching the stage. Yan Xingshou still had a calm expression, quietly watching Yi Chen. On stage, Ma Wenkai was in high spirits. In his heart, it was already a done deal that Yi Chen would join the Key High School. "Come on, classmate Yi Chen," Ma Wenkai shouted passionately, "tell everyone your choice loudly." To be honest, when Ma Wenkai showcased the Anu crown on stage, Yi Chen didn't quite understand what he was doing. At that moment, he was thinking, as a student of the second high school, would the principal of the Key High School be so kind as to give him something for free? Now, hearing Ma Wenkai's promise, Yi Chen realized that the other party wanted to recruit him to the Key High School. Yi Chen found it somewhat amusing. Where was Principal Ma when he was still obscure? Where was Principal Ma when he got into the Key High School but his family couldn't afford the high tuition? Now that he had broken the world record, he came to curry favor with him. Didn't it seem a bit too late? To be fair, Yi Chen still had feelings for the second high school. Although the 3 years of high school life were tough, he was not treated differently at school. He could still rely on his efforts and achievements to steadily obtain scholarships and financial aid. When he entered the second high school, his grades had already surpassed the cutoff for the Key High School, so upon enrollment, the second high school waived half of his tuition, which greatly helped him during his difficult youth. Now that he had achieved success, would he abandon his alma mater? What kind of person would Yi Chen become? Moreover, was the Anu crown really that impressive? In Yi Chen's eyes, only the crimson blood path mattered. A boost of 100,000 points in magic power, is that high? What about the so-called lost city and its treasures, are they impressive? 1.5 million gold coins, is that a lot? Even if your Anu crown is impressive, can it compare to my crimson blood path, which produces a piece of colorful mythical equipment every month? Colorful mythical equipment. In the world today, even among powerful organizations, there might not be many pieces of colorful mythical equipment, and its value is immeasurable. It is said that each piece of colorful mythical equipment possesses a divine skill, and Yi Chen can obtain one every month. Isn't it just 88 million points of health? Go ahead and take it. Every month, exchanging 88 million health points for a piece of colorful mythical equipment is simply a win. Yi Chen had a feeling that he might be the only person in the world who could use the Crimson Blood Path. In response to Ma Wencai's inquiry, Yi Chen had already made his choice. He turned to glance at his beautiful black silk principal, Hao Yueme. At that moment, Hao Yueme no longer had her usual capable and strong demeanor. Her eyes were red, showing a look of sorrow, and she gazed at Yi Chen with a pitiful expression. Seeing his principal being bullied like this stirred Yi Chen's heart. For enormous golden wings fluttered slightly. At the same time, a burst of golden light effects erupted around Yi Chen, enveloping his body. Under the backdrop of the Skywing set male flame gold color epic outfit, Yi Chen looked even more like a deity. Meanwhile, a lively and slightly fast-paced violin and piano ensemble began to play. The melody, combined with the harmonies of male and female sopranos, seemed to be celebrating Yi Chen's great achievements. Heroic Trial Taker. The 5 large characters appeared above Yi Chen's head against the vast backdrop of the starry river. The venue was ignited again. This was the first time the guests witnessed the effects of the title Heroic Trial Taker with their own eyes. Wow, he's so handsome. The 3 key class beauties sitting at the main table, Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Menjing, couldn't help but take out their phones to record the scene. Li Lisha and Su Lunmun looked at Yi Chen with a hint of infatuation in their eyes. Ruan Haoyue was as enthusiastic as ever, while Qin Yinin, sitting beside her, had a fervent love in her eyes that was no less than Ruan Haoyue's, perhaps even stronger. Shu Liansong struggled to suppress her heartbeat. Chen Yingling could no longer smile. Yi Chen took the microphone and softly said, "Please be quiet." His words seemed to have some magic, and the venue instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Yi Chen, witnessing his choice. Yi Chen slowly turned to Ma Wencai and said lightly, "Principal Ma." Ma Wencai smiled and nodded slightly at Yi Chen, but Yi Chen's next words caused the smile on Ma Wencai's face to freeze instantly. "Thank you for your concern and recognition. I appreciate the gift and intentions from Qi High School. I will not be transferring to Qi High School." Wow! As soon as Yi Chen said this, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. His choice was beyond everyone's expectations. Why? Ma Wencai was a bit anxious, feeling extremely shocked and confused. He had brought out the most valuable equipment from Qi High School. Why did he receive such a result? Why? Due to his dark childhood experiences, Yi Chen could not accept making a choice that pursued benefits while neglecting emotions. He truly had feelings for second high school. Moreover, Yi Chen wanted to choose a colorful mythical item every month. Because it was second high school. That helped me solve half of my tuition fees during the most difficult time in my life. When I needed help the most, they fairly and justly awarded scholarships and financial aid based on my grades and family situation. You may not understand, but this is the reason. The venue fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Yi Chen's words. Many soft-hearted young women and mothers felt moved by this statement, their eyes reddening, and Hao Weme was no exception. Such loyalty and righteousness, what a noble character. Yan Xingqiu let out a sigh of relief. His calm expression returned to a smile, and his gaze towards Yi Chen was filled with approval, recognition, and comfort. A good seedling, a talent that is the pillar of the nation. Clap, clap. Applause erupted, growing more and more enthusiastic, as everyone was captivated by Yi Chen's character, clapping wholeheartedly. Ruan Haoyue stood up excitedly, a fiery red-clad girl, screaming and cheering for Yi Chen from the audience. She was not the only one cheering for him. Well said. Truly a good son of Huaxia. Buzz. The sound of those 3 words was exceptionally powerful, resonating throughout the banquet hall. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. They saw an elderly man in a zhongshan suit with white hair, accompanied by a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes, striding towards the core of the venue. The ordinary guests did not know the identity of the newcomers, but felt that they were either rich or noble. Everyone present, whether they were students who had just completed their transition or professionals at levels 2 or 300, even the likes of Old Fourth Chu and President Chen, who were level 400 saints, felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the white-haired elder. A demigod? This was the oppressive aura brought by status. The newcomer was not simple. Old Fourth Chu frowned slightly, unsure of who had arrived. President Chen lowered his head in thought, feeling a sense of familiarity. Elder Hao's eyes widened in shock, and he stood up directly. Governor Yan's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, welcoming loudly, "Elder Ding, you have arrived." Elder. Everyone was suddenly taken aback. Even this group of senior high school students knew that the elder referred to the highest level functional unit of the central government of Yen country. To be called elder by the provincial governor could only mean that the person was a high-ranking official from a certain department in the capital. The central government of the capital had been stirred. Ha ha ha. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, the white-haired elder laughed heartily, like a mischievous old child, raising his right hand and awkwardly scratching the back of his head. He addressed Yi Chen, who was at the center of the stage. Sorry, young man, my voice is a bit loud, I interrupted your speech. You continue. After saying this, under the welcome of Governor Yen, the white-haired elder in the Zhongshan suit and the deep-eyed middle-aged man sat down at the provincial leader's table. Governor Yen specially gave the main seat to the white-haired elder, while he took the secondary position. Yi Chen knew that the newcomer was extraordinary, smiling and nodding to the elder, then turned to look at Ma Wenkai. Principal Ma, thank you once again for the recognition from the Key High School, and thank you for your kindness. At this moment, Ma Wenkai stood on the stage, feeling very awkward. He wanted to smile but couldn't, only managing to force out a strained grin. Ah, ha ha ha. Student Yi Chen, there's no need to be polite. He was actually a bit annoyed inside. If it were any other student, he would definitely use his authority to pressure them for such ignorance. But this Yi Chen was no ordinary student. Even Elder Ding from the education department of the central government was supporting him, and Ma Wenkai was afraid. Can't afford to provoke. Since he couldn't afford to provoke, he might as well flatter. You are truly an outstanding student. Not being able to join our Key High School is a huge loss for the Key High School. But it doesn't matter. Even if you don't have the Key High School registration, you have still brought glory to our education sector in Hangchang. As the president of the Hangchang Education Association, I represent the Key High School and the education sector in Hangchang to award you 250,000 gold coins. Buzz buzz. The banquet hall was filled with murmurs again. Ma Wenkai took out the 150,000 gold coins he had prepared earlier and painfully added another 100,000 gold coins, thus surpassing the 200,000 gold coins awarded by the second high school. He thought that even if Yi Chen did not transfer to the Key High School, this 250,000 gold coins would surely win him a bit of goodwill from Yi Chen. This is too much. Yi Chen quickly waved his hand to refuse. Principal Ma, this is too much, I can't accept it. Besides, I have already received the 200,000 gold coins awarded by my alma mater, the second high school, so I don't need any more gold coins. He understood the principle of not taking advantage of others. With his own abilities, earning 250,000 gold coins is nothing, but receiving it in such a public manner comes at a cost. After being rejected by Yi Chen, Ma Wenkai became a bit anxious and quickly advised, Classmate Yi Chen, this is a small token of appreciation from the Key High School and the Hangzhou Education Association. It's not much at all. The students in the audience were stunned. 250,000 gold coins, and it's not much? In this world, money is scarce, and if a family has a surplus of a few thousand gold coins, they are considered very wealthy, let alone 250,000 gold coins. Indeed, it's not much. A strong elderly voice rang out again. The elder Ding, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, slowly stood up, a calm smile on his face, and said to Ma Wenkai, Principal, 250,000 gold coins cannot reflect the intentions of the Hangzhou education community. If you are sincere, then give that, a new crown, to classmate Yi Chen. The powerful voice echoed throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, Ma Wenkai's heart sank. The a new crown is worth at least 1.5 million gold coins, and it also contains clues to finding the lost city of Anna Hexer. Its hidden value is priceless. How could it be given away for free? But he dared not disregard Elder Ding's words. He had not secured Yi Chen's student status but was now offering this precious item. Ma Wenkai's expression instantly turned sour. He felt bitter inside. Elder Ding continued, I'm not asking you to give it away for free. Look at you, not sincere at all. I represent the Central Education Department and promise that we will send an equally valuable piece of equipment from the capital to compensate your Key High School in Hangzhou. As soon as these words were spoken, Ma Wenkai's expression changed from cloudy to sunny in an instant. He chuckled awkwardly, since Elder Ding has said so. Ma Wenkai was quick to act, immediately shoving the space ring containing the Anu crown into Yi Chen's hands. Classmate Yi Chen, from this moment on, this Anu crown is yours. Ha! Not only the guests in the banquet hall but even Yi Chen himself was bewildered. What's going on? The Anu crown, this valuable piece of equipment, now belongs to Yi Chen? Yi Chen couldn't help but look at Elder Ding. Elder Ding spoke with a strong tone, Young man, if I tell you to accept it, then accept it. I have only one request, which is that you are not allowed to sell this equipment, you can only use it yourself. Now, put it on and acknowledge it. Ha! Yi Chen was still a bit dazed. At this moment, Hao Yueme wiped her tears, smiling like a caring big sister, took Yi Chen's hand, and urged, "Classmate Yi Chen, quickly put on that equipment and show it to Elder Ding." The Anu Crown is an upgradable and evolving piece of equipment, with an initial wearing level of 1. Yi Chen, still confused, directly put on the Anu Crown, this golden legendary equipment. Ding, acknowledgement successful. A black crown phantom appeared above Yi Chen's head, flashing and then disappearing, hiding its form. Hao Yueme's eyes were filled with joy as she continued, "Quick, thank Elder Ding." Yi Chen felt a bit dazed. He gathered his spirits and looked at Elder Ding, sincerely and earnestly saying, "Thank you, Elder Ding." Elder Ding, seeing this, laughed heartily and waved his hand at Yi Chen. "You're welcome." Ha ha ha. When Elder Ding sat down again, the guests in the hall finally reacted to what had happened and erupted into a huge discussion. President Chen was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized and exclaimed, "Good. So the Central Department has entrusted the task of finding the lost city to this young man, Yi Chen." Upon hearing this, Old Chu Si and Elder Hao also reacted simultaneously. Old Chu Si said, "It seems the Central Department in the capital places great importance on this young man." "Of course." Elder Hao said solemnly, "Such a talent will definitely be absorbed into the system by the central office to serve the country." On the side of Governor Yen, several high-ranking officials exchanged glances, each understanding the implications. The Minister Ding from the Education Department personally came to Hangzhou to recruit talent. This classmate Yi Chen would undoubtedly become a significant figure in the future. Perhaps in just a few years, he would be on equal footing with them, or even surpass them in status. At this moment, the evaluation of Yi Chen by the provincial leaders had risen several levels. Meanwhile, standing in the center of the stage, Yi Chen still felt a bit dazed. It wasn't because he had received such a precious reward, but because the mad whispers echoed continuously in his mind. "We drowned in the stars." This was the voice from the Anu Crown. The frantic whispers roared in Yi Chen's mind. He felt the blood vessels on either side of his temples throbbing, causing him some pain. Fortunately, as time passed, the roaring whispers grew quieter and gradually disappeared. Yi Chen felt he had returned to normal. "Classmate Yi Chen!" The joyful voice of the beautiful principal, Hao Yueme, rang in his ears. Yi Chen looked up at the principal beside him. Hao Yueme's face still bore traces of tears, her eyes red and looking very delicate. Just moments ago, when she heard that Yi Chen chose to stay at the second high school despite the temptation of the Anu Crown, she had struggled to control her emotions, moved to tears on stage. In her heart, Yi Chen was no longer just a student she had taught, but someone of great significance. Then, when Minister Ding decided to present the Anu Crown to Yi Chen, Hao Yueme felt genuinely happy for him. It was as if Yi Chen were her own younger brother. Receiving benefits made her, as an older sister, equally joyful. If it weren't for the occasion, Hao Yueme would have really wanted to give Yi Chen a warm hug. Make your choice. Among the 3 rewards our school is giving you, which one do you choose? If conditions allowed, Hao Yueme would have wanted to give all of them to Yi Chen. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all and directly said, "I choose the Crimson Blood Path." Ha! This was yet another unexpected surprise. Today, Yi Chen truly exceeded the expectations of all the guests present. For the first time, everyone thought Yi Chen would definitely choose the Nanu Crown and transfer to a key high school. For the second time, everyone thought Yi Chen would choose between the Pure Flame Essence and the Tyrant's Judgment Token, and would never choose the Crimson Blood Path. But the reality was just the opposite. Yi Chen always made unique choices. Hao Yueme also looked astonished. As the principal of the second high school, she was most aware of the value of these 3 treasures. Among these 3 treasures, as everyone had evaluated, the one with the lowest value was indeed the Crimson Blood Path. Even though it was a golden legendary treasure, it had no attributes, and its special skills were practically blank. Hao Yueme couldn't understand why Yi Chen would choose this treasure. Could it be? Hao Yueme seemed to think of something, and her gaze towards Yi Chen became exceptionally gentle. Was Yi Chen trying to save money for the second high school by deliberately choosing the one with the lowest value among the 3 treasures? Not only Hao Yueme thought this way, but most guests in the banquet hall shared her thoughts. Ji Chuang let out a long sigh, quickly opened a bottle of Frera red wine, and filled his glass. Then he raised his glass in silent tribute to Yi Chen in the center of the stage. He had been Yi Chen's classmate for 3 years and understood his situation best. He could objectively evaluate that Yi Chen's achievements today were the result of his own hard work. In fact, the class and the homeroom teacher had not helped him much at all. After achieving great success, Yi Chen still considers the school. What a broad-minded person he is. Yi Chen, I raise a glass to you. As your class leader, I feel extremely honored and immensely proud. At the same time, I also feel very guilty. May you soar to great heights in the future, always moving forward, you will forever be the pride of Class 5, Year 3. After speaking, Ji Chuang's vision became a bit blurry as he downed his drink in one go. The emotions of his deskmate, an outstanding graduate from the second high school, were also affected, and they each poured themselves a glass of red wine, raising it in salute to Yi Chen before downing it. Guo Koan was somewhat lost in thought. This afternoon, he had truly visited the dilapidated little courtyard of Yi Chen's home in Dimu mountain town and met his hardworking mother. Guo Koan was well aware of Yi Chen's family situation. In such difficult circumstances, Yi Chen actually did not pursue maximum benefits. A smile appeared at the corner of Guo Koan's mouth. Initially, he had approached Yi Chen for personal gain and connections, wanting to befriend him. But at this moment, Guo Koan suddenly felt that, for no other reason, Yi Chen was worth befriending. Hao Yuemei could hardly control her emotions, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Yi Chen, her melodious voice slightly wavering. "Classmate Yi Chen, are you sure? Really not going to reconsider?" Yi Chen replied firmly, "I'm sure. Principal Hao, I want the Crimson Blood Path." Seeing Yi Chen's insistence, Hao Yuemei thought, since he is so determined, let's go with his wishes. Afterward, I will privately compensate him with some gold coins on behalf of the second high school, ensuring that Yi Chen does not suffer any loss. "Alright, classmate Yi Chen, the principal supports your choice." Hao Yuemei took the space ring containing the Crimson Blood Path from Vice Principal Sun and directly traded it to Yi Chen. The transaction was successful. Then, Hao Yuemei stood tall and called out to the audience in an uplifting tone, "Ladies and gentlemen, classmate Yi Chen will forever be the pride of our Hangchang Second High School. He is also the pride of our Hangchang. Let us celebrate classmate Yi Chen's achievement of the world's first kill, the first kill in Yin country's hero, difficulty novice trial dungeon, with warm applause and cheers." Cheers erupted, and fireworks lit up the sky. This was the most exhilarating scene of the entire event. In such a fervent atmosphere, Yi Chen smiled, eagerly responding to the guests' cheers while already taking out the Crimson Blood Path from the space ring and equipping it directly. "Ding, please confirm whether to wear this equipment. Successful wearing will recognize the owner. Confirm." Confirmation successful. Crimson Blood Path has successfully recognized you as its owner. Phew, Yi Chen let out a breath. Done, a colorful mythical outfit in hand after a month. In his heart, this equipment was the most important. All the talk of the Anu crown and hundreds of thousands of gold coins were just embellishments. A brilliant smile finally blossomed on Yi Chen's face. Under the enhancement of the beautification, special skill and the epic outfit set, this smile captured the hearts of many young girls. When the fireworks stopped and the lights ceased their intense flickering, the guests at the venue gradually calmed down. Li Shicho, dressed in a handsome suit, stepped onto the stage, holding a small space ring in his hand. Li Shicho was a prominent figure in Hangchang, a person of considerable standing. However, in today's occasion, his status felt slightly lacking, so he was very clear about his position, adjusting his mindset and not acting aloof as he usually did. Li Shicho walked to the stage and approached Yi Chen. The nearby Ma Wenkai quietly stepped down, leaving without a trace. "Classmate Yi Chen," Li Shicho said with a warm smile, gently adding, "On behalf of the Hangchang city officials, I congratulate you on achieving such an impressive accomplishment." He handed the small spatial ring to Yi Chen and said, "This is a small token of appreciation from the city officials." Seeing the representative of Hangchang city government giving him a gift, Yi Chen was a bit dazed. He instinctively glanced at the beautiful principal beside him and, seeing Hao Yuemei nodding with a smile, Yi Chen accepted the ring. Upon checking, he found it contained 50,000 gold coins. What? Yi Chen was still too young. When he slightly turned his head to look at the crowd below the stage, he saw important figures from various prominent families in Hangchang, including some second-tier families, all lined up to present him with gifts. He then realized just how significant the record he had set was. Yi Chen had thought that receiving a gift from the school would be the end of it, but looking at the current situation, it seemed that the gift-giving had only just begun. This scene brought Yi Chen a great shock. A line of people queuing to give him gifts? This was something he would never have dreamed of before. Yet today, it was happening right before his eyes. The well-dressed figures from Hangchang's upper class all showed him either flattering or respectful expressions as they presented him with valuable gifts. Although these gifts were certainly not as valuable as orange epic treasures, their average worth was around 6,000 gold coins. But there were so many of them. Moreover, the gifts from the top families of Hangchang were worth much more than 6,000 gold coins. For instance, the man in front of him, President Chen, was the president of the Hangchang Chamber of Commerce. With a stamp of his foot, the business community of Hangchang would tremble. President Chen smiled kindly, his gaze towards Yi Chen filled with admiration. "Yi Chen, you are young and accomplished. I have high hopes for you." What he handed to Yi Chen was not a small spatial ring, but a golden card. This is the supreme gold card of the Hangcheng Chamber of Commerce. With this card, you will automatically become a supreme member of our association. In all the enterprises under our association, you will receive a 20% discount on all purchases, and if you entrust us with sales, there will be no service fees, along with the highest level of treatment and service. Hearing this, Wakuan in the audience raised his eyebrows. As far as he knew, there were no more than 30 supreme members of the Hangcheng Chamber of Commerce, each one a giant in their respective industries. This was a status that money could not buy. President Chen continued, "You are the same age as my daughter Yingling. What she lacks most is an excellent friend like you. Here is her QQ in WeChat." Although the gift from the Chu family was not as grand as the gifts from the second high school, it was still quite valuable. A red exceptional staff, which came with a special skill and had a low-level requirement, allowing Yi Chen to use it right away. Yi Chen happened to be in need of a decent main weapon for combat, making it a practical gift. Then, Chu Laosi hesitated for a moment but ultimately gave Yi Chen the QQ and WeChat of Chu Liansong. The elder from the Hao family came on stage and presented another generous gift to Yi Chen. Upon learning that the other party was from the Hao family, Yi Chen quickly waved his hand to refuse. "This won't do. I've already received 2 big gifts from the Hao family today. I can't accept any more." These 2 big gifts were the flame gold color and pure white color sets of epic outfits. The elder from the Hao family smiled kindly. "Ah, those were personal tokens from your principal Hao. This one, however, is from the Hao family itself. Just accept it, good child." Hao Yueme wore an uncontrollable smile, holding Yi Chen's hand and nodding at him. With no choice, Yi Chen had to accept another generous gift, which contained 100,000 gold coins. Dressed in a bright red dress, Wan Haoyue cheerfully approached Yi Chen. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. "Yi Chen, when we had lunch together, I asked you what kind of gift you liked. It's all your fault for not telling me then, so I had to bring the most precious thing from my home." As she spoke, she handed a small spatial ring to Yi Chen with both hands. Seeing Yi Chen accept it, Ruan Haoyue suddenly leaned in and kissed him in front of the crowd. She wore high heels, and at about 172 centimeters tall, she was still much shorter than Yi Chen, who was 182 centimeters. Ruan Haoyue tilted her head back, covered Yi Chen's microphone with her hands, and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "The most precious thing in the Ruan family is actually me. Do you want it?" Feeling the softness and warmth against him, and smelling the fresh fragrance of the girl, Yi Chen, after all, was still a boy, and his face turned a bit red. Seeing Yi Chen react to her, Wan Haoyue felt both sweet and shy. Her face flushed as she pinched Yi Chen's hand and ran away. Many male students in high school who had secretly admired Wan Haoyue felt their hearts shatter, some pouring drinks, others staring blankly. The top girls sitting at the main table, close to the stage, all witnessed Wan Haoyue's little act. Qi Ninin's eyes were cold, and she cursed Wan Haoyue in her heart. Green tea bitch. Scheming bitch. Shameless. Not just her, but the 3 class flowers from the Key High School were also cursing. Then, Qi Ninin stood up, her long waves cascading down, and stepped onto the stage. When facing Yi Chen, she was no longer the expressionless, distant girl. On the contrary, her eyes held intense emotions, an emotion Yi Chen couldn't understand, but the girl beside her, Haoyue, could. Qin Yinin extended her hands, cradling a small spatial ring in her palms. "Congratulations. This is for you." Perhaps due to being withdrawn for too long, she struggled to find the right words. Looking at the 2 snow-white arms before her, resembling lotus roots, and Qin Yinin's exquisite face that rivaled the beauty of the 2 sisters, Yi Chen reached out and gently took the spatial ring from her hands. "Thank you, please send my regards to your father." He knew that the Qin family controlled the auction houses in the Jiangnan region and was a powerful family. After giving the gift, Qin Yinin, feeling a bit socially anxious, intended to leave the stage directly. However, Wan Haoyue's earlier actions had provoked her. She lifted her head, her eyes filled with determination. Then, Qin Yinin suddenly leaped into Yi Chen's embrace, burying her head in his neck and wrapping her arms around his back. This left Yi Chen stunned. His first reaction was that she was so soft and fragrant. He instinctively wanted to hold the girl tighter but suddenly realized the situation they were in front of everyone, in the center of the stage. So Yi Chen merely opened his arms, feeling a bit stiff, not wrapping his arms around her slender waist. "Ah, why?" The crowd erupted in cheers and shouts. Yet, Yi Chen heard Qin Yinin's soft whisper in his ear, "Have you forgotten our promise?" "Promise? What promise?" Yi Chen racked his brain. During their 3 years of high school, he and Qin Yinin had very little interaction. Besides during monthly exams, where they sat at the front and back desks as they consistently ranked first and second in their grade, when had they made a promise? Yi Chen truly didn't understand. After saying this, Qin Yining released him, covered her face, and stepped down from the stage, returning to her seat at the main table, her face flushed and her breathing rapid. The other girls at the main table looked at her with strange expressions. Chen Yingling was watching the drama unfold, while Chu Liansong admired her courage. Li Lisha and Su Lunming were both surprised. They had never heard that Qin Yining liked Yi Chen during school. Meanwhile, Ruan Haoyue's gaze towards Qin Yining became very dangerous. Qin Yining shot her a glance, hiding her shy expression and replacing it with a frosty demeanor. The atmosphere at the main table instantly became tense. In the following time, Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, Zhao Menjing, and others represented their families to present gifts to Yi Chen. After Su Xiaoman finished giving the gifts, she looked at Yi Chen with hopeful eyes. Yi Chen, can I take a photo with you? In front of a large crowd, this request was quite normal and simple, and Yi Chen readily agreed. Su Xiaoman wore a sweet smile, standing next to Yi Chen, naturally linking her arm with his, bringing the little bear to her mouth. Yi Chen's body stiffened a bit, but fortunately, it was just at her mouth and not like the two earlier who had squeezed together, so he could control himself and maintained a calm expression. After Principal Hao Yueme took the photo, she returned the phone to the bright-faced Su Xiaoman. At the main table, Ruan Haoyue, Qin Yining, Tian Tian, and Zhao Menjing all cursed in their hearts upon seeing this scene. Scheming *TCH. Su Xiaoman returned to her seat, eagerly starting to post on her social media. At that moment, a sudden wave of magical energy appeared in the banquet hall, drawing everyone's attention. This wave of magical energy was of a very high rank, causing all the newly promoted students present to feel a suffocating sensation. Even some adults around level 200 felt uncomfortable. Even President Chen, Old Master Chu, Elder Hao, and provincial leaders, all above level 400, couldn't help but look serious. Governor Yan remained calm, only slightly furrowing his brows as he looked towards a position about 5 meters behind the main table. Elder Ding still wore a broad smile, watching Yi Chen on stage, growing fonder of the young man, not at all concerned about the unknown source of the magical energy. Beside Elder Ding, a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes pressed his right hand against his forehead and slowly closed his eyes. The magical energy wave grew stronger, gradually forming a portal. Zizizizi. The moment the portal fully formed, it vanished, and a figure appeared in the center of the venue. Whoa, I made it. This was a middle-aged man, tall and robust, like a bear. The bear here refers to a normal animal. He had a full head of white short hair, looking somewhat eerie. President Chen exclaimed, the current head of the Northeast Jiang family, Jiang Leiwu. The Northeast Jiang family. That is one of the well-known ancient families in the entire Yan country. As soon as Jiang Leiwu appeared, he clasped his fists and turned his body. Jiang, traveled a long way and had to use some means to arrive at the venue. I apologize for disturbing everyone. When he saw Elder Ding, his eyes lit up. Oh, Uncle Ding. Jiang Leiwu jogged over to greet Elder Ding. Elder Ding smiled and asked, did you come for that little guy too? Jiang Leiwu turned around, looking up at the center of the stage, where he saw a handsome young man. He laughed heartily and tossed a luxurious small space ring towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen caught the ring and heard, I believe this young man is the one who will make our Yin country proud on the world stage. Yi Chen. Jiang, won't say pretty words, but can only express our Jiang family's respect and congratulations with this gift. Inside is a Northeast Snow Tiger pet egg. Keep it as a pet. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. The Northeast Snow Tiger is a unique king-level monster, only appearing in some level 400 dungeons and extremely dangerous snowy mountain wildernesses in the Northeast region. It is a formidable and rare monster, and the chance of obtaining a pet egg from it is incredibly slim. To casually give away such a pet egg shows the depth of the Northeast Jiang family's resources. The importance the Northeast Jiang family places on Yi Chen also made everyone envious. Elder Ding chuckled, Little Lei, you are quite generous today. By the way, my dear granddaughter has been nagging about wanting a little snow tiger. Is there any extra? Jiang Leiwu quickly said, Uncle Ding, it's just a matter of one sentence. I'll pick another one to give to Shueli later. Upon hearing that name, Chen Yingling couldn't help but twitch her eyelids. In the capital, Ding Shueli was a woman even she, Chen Yingling, couldn't help but envy. Jiang Leiwu sat at the first round table on the east side, together with President Chen and others. Following that, the Yang family from the southwest, the Lu family, the Yin family from the northwest, and the Wang family from the southeast. These 4 families, like the Jiang family from the northeast, held significant positions in the entire Yin country and had sent envoys to present gifts to Yi Chen. Along with the Jiang family from the northeast, the 5 most prominent families in Yin country had gathered. The gifts they brought were also very precious, each worth over 200,000 gold coins. Some sent skill books, some sent special spell talismans, and others sent gold coins directly. In short, Yi Chen made a fortune through tonight's banquet. As the banquet reached its climax, the waiters began to serve the dishes. Yi Chen cancelled the illusion effect of his epic outfit, returning to a high-end LV modern appearance. This outfit made the girls' eyes light up again. Although he no longer had the beauty enhancement effect, they felt that this version of Yi Chen was very real and thought he looked even more handsome. Sitting in the golden high-backed chair at the main table, looking at the 9 beautiful women at the round table, Yi Chen felt a lot of pressure. Just as he sat down, Wan Haoyue leaned over to him. "Yi Chen, what do you want to eat tomorrow at noon?" Yi Chen replied, "Huh?" Wan Haoyue smiled charmingly. "You treated me to lunch today, so to express my gratitude, of course, I have to treat you back tomorrow." "That won't be necessary." Chen Yingling voiced what Yi Chen wanted to say. "Didn't you just give her a gift? We're even now." Upon hearing this, Wan Haoyue's expression visibly darkened. She was about to retort, "I'm talking to Yi Chen, what does it have to do with you?" But considering her image in Yi Chen's mind, she forced herself to hold back. At this moment, Tian interjected, "Yi Chen, do you like playing golf? My family has a golf course, I can take you there tomorrow?" Qin Yining asked expressionlessly, "Where is your family's golf course?" Tian was taken aback and honestly replied, "At Jinlong Square." Qin Yining nodded, planning to call her grandfather tonight to buy that golf course. Su Xiaoman chimed in, "What's so fun about golf? Hey Yi Chen, let's go play escape room tomorrow, or a murder mystery game would be fine." Before Yi Chen could respond, Zhao Menjing added, "Yi Chen, do you have plans tomorrow night? My grandma wants to meet you, come to my house for dinner?" Chen Yingling suddenly burst into laughter, "Ha ha ha." She turned to Yi Chen, "I suggest you buy a skill book for shadow clone technique." Su Lingmeng remained silent, just enjoying the show from the side, watching with great interest. Xu Lianson was the same. Yi Chen felt a bit overwhelmed by the chatter of several girls. Fortunately, the waiters serving the dishes came to his rescue. One exquisite dish after another was gradually served, officially starting the meal. Lilisha was the first to act, aiming for her favorite dish, half standing to grab food. The way she trembled made Yi Chen a bit dizzy. Surrounded by so many beautiful women, Yi Chen felt a bit restrained, and aside from Su Linming, he really wasn't familiar with the other beauties. Some he had only just met today. However, he could sense how proactive the girls could be. Helping to serve food, pouring wine, peeling shrimp, and ladling soup. If they had fed him, it would have felt like he was an emperor, surrounded by his harem. This meal was quite enjoyable. It made many boys envious. Hangcheng, Demushan Town, Tang Jinjin's home. After reluctantly finishing dinner, Tang Jinjin returned to her room. She felt a heavy weight in her heart, as if she could never catch her breath, making her feel uncomfortable. Lying in bed, she tossed and turned, feeling restless. After watching the video of Yi Chen showcasing his title as heroic trialist, a strange feeling of gain and loss emerged in Tang Jinjin's heart. She never imagined that Yi Chen would one day make a comeback. Tang Jinjin had thought that her future life would have no intersection with Yi Chen. She even decided that on the day of her wedding, she would not invite Yi Chen. But now, Yi Chen had become someone whom the Gu family in Hangzhou had to curry favor with. Tang Jinjin, feeling flustered, opened her social media and scrolled aimlessly. When she came across a post from another class beauty, Su Xiaoman, her eyes widened in surprise. It was a group photo. Su Xiaoman was wearing an obviously expensive evening gown, standing next to a solemn and handsome young man. Tang Jinjin recognized him at a glance. It was Yi Chen. The last time she saw Yi Chen was during their middle school graduation. She never expected that after 3 years, she would see Yi Chen again under such circumstances. Judging by the background of the photo, it was a very upscale venue. Su Xiaoman's sweet smile was glaring in Tang Jinjin's eyes because, during their 3 years of high school, this well-off young lady had never shown such a flattering and bright smile to her classmates. It was clear to anyone with eyes who she was trying to please. Of course, it was the handsome and tall young man standing beside her. Tang Jinjin murmured, "Yi Chen, brother Nan, you really have made a comeback." Realizing this, a bitter emotion surged uncontrollably in Tang Jinjin's heart. Looking at the photo of Su Xiaoman and Yi Chen, her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Clearly, she had known Brother Nan first. "Brother Nan, open your mouth." Wan Haoyue was the most proactive, fully utilizing her position advantage, picking up a piece of beef brisket and feeding it to Yi Chen's mouth. This was her own used chopsticks. After dealing with Wan Haoyue's enthusiasm, Yi Chen suddenly felt dazed. Brother Nan. This title reminded Yi Chen of Tang Jinjin. Since the incident at home, she had never called him that again. Remembering those dark days, he looked up at the current brightness. Yi Chen's lips curled up, revealing a relieved and radiant smile. Cold-hearted people, Thank you for once looking down on me. It allowed me to live even more brilliantly. Then, Yi-chan closed his eyes and in his heart, completely erased the image of that lovely little girl. Like using an eraser, erasing her bit by bit. Tangjinjin, if we meet again in the future, please call me Mr. Yi-chan. A low, rich voice sounded. It was the voice of Su Lungming, one he was familiar with. Yi-chan looked up and saw Su Lungming standing, holding a tall glass filled with Frera red wine. Congratulations on achieving such an impressive accomplishment. I wish you even more brilliance in the future. But I will continue to work hard. One day I will surpass you. Observant Ruan Haoyue had already filled Yi-chan's glass with red wine. Yi-chan smiled slightly and raised his glass. Thank you. In these 3 years, we have competed and progressed together. In my eyes, you are equally excellent. Su Lungming's lips blossomed into a knowing smile as she clinked glasses with Yi-chan and drank it all in one go. Seeing this, Yi-chan didn't hesitate and also downed his drink. Hiss. The red wine tasted very good, but Yi-chan noticed that the alcohol content was quite high. This wine could only be drunk in moderation, not too much. However, with Su Lungming leading the way, the beautiful women at the main table began to fill their own glasses with red wine. Yi-chan suddenly felt a sense of awareness and turned to see many classmates, whether from the second high school or the key high school, observing the movements at his main table. In their hands, they all held a tall glass filled with red wine. Damn! Yi-chan realized that he was the main character of today's banquet, and there would be a lot of people coming to toast him. But his alcohol tolerance was average. After just a few drinks, he would be out cold. What to do? At that moment, a special sound effect echoed in his mind. Ding! Miracle effect triggered. Congratulations, you have triggered a miracle. You have gained the alcohol immunity sacred body effect, which means alcohol will have no effect on your body, and it will not harm your body during the decomposition and metabolism process. This effect will be permanently effective after being triggered. Such good fortune. Does that mean that from now on, Yi-chan can drink freely without fear of getting drunk? A miracle, truly a miracle. Yi-chan felt that his superficial disguise talent was incredibly powerful. Even without the hand of blasphemy, relying solely on miracle, he could still do well in the extraordinary arc world. With the alcohol immunity sacred body, an immense confidence surged within Yi-chan. He looked at those eager to come over and toast him, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Bring it on! At this moment, at the main table, facing several beauties raising their glasses together, Yi-chan felt no trace of fear in his heart. Chulian-san knew that if they drank one cup after another, Yi-chan would definitely not be able to handle it. So she suggested, let's all toast Yi-chan together. Nin, upon hearing this suggestion, although she wanted to drink alone with Yi-chan, compromised for his health and agreed. But the nearby Ruan Haoyue was not pleased. She pouted at Yi-chan, Brother Nan, I just want to drink with you alone. She leaned closer to Yi-chan, the hem of her bright red dress brushing against him, her right knee and thigh already pressed against his leg, her hands holding onto his left arm, gently swaying. To Lilisha, that was like a little bear's brother, draped in a light red veil, swaying gently. Yi-chan felt the warm touch from his left thigh, inhaled the sweet scent of the girl, and was a bit overwhelmed by the swaying, so he could only helplessly agree to clink glasses with Ruan Haoyue alone. Ruan Haoyue cheered, then raised her glass, looking at Yi-chan, Brother Nan, Yaya is downing it, you can't drink too much, just take a sip. I wish my brother Nan all his wishes come true, may everything go smoothly, and create brilliance again. After saying this, Ruan Haoyue raised her glass and tilted her head back to drink it all in one go. It was evident that she seemed not to know how to drink. She gulped it down too quickly without rhythm, and a small amount of wine spilled from the corner of her fair mouth, dripping onto her delicate collarbone. Quite tempting. After finishing the wine in her glass, Ruan Haoyue's little face flushed red, and her gaze towards Yi-chan instantly became a bit dreamy. In that dreamy gaze, boys saw temptation, while girls saw a hint of seduction. Although Ruan Haoyue said to let Yi-chan just take a sip, he still steadily emptied the wine glass, leaving not a single drop. No problem, Miracle had his back, giving him that strength. From now on, drinking for Yi-chan would be as easy as drinking water, no different at all. At noon, Ruan Haoyue stood by his side, helping him counter Zhu Yongzhen. At this moment, this girl genuinely wanted to drink alone with him, but also considered his health, fearing he might drink too much, so she only allowed him to take a sip. The girl thought of Yi-chan, and he would not let her kindness go to waste. Therefore, Yi-chan decided to down this glass of wine, as a sign of respect and acknowledgement for Ruan Haoyue. Seeing Yi-chan also clink glasses, Ruan Haoyue felt that he was giving her face, and her already rosy cheeks became even more flushed. Brother Nan, you were so nice, you are a good man. The 3 class flowers from the Key High School saw that Yi-chan had downed 2 glasses without any reaction, and their courage grew. Some were eager to try and wanted to toast Yi Chen individually. Chu Lian-song quickly said, "Alright, let's all toast Yi Chen together." She knew well that alcohol was harmful to the body and couldn't bear to see Yi Chen drink too much. At that moment, Chen Yingling, sitting to Yi Chen's right with a faint smile on her lips, spoke up. "Wait a minute." She raised her glass and turned to Yi Chen, saying, "I also want to toast you individually, how about that?" Yi Chen looked at this girl from the prestigious high school, one of the two beauties from Hangzhou. She was indeed stunning, the kind of woman that made men want to possess her at first glance. However, after the hurt from Tang Jinjin, Yi Chen had become a man who wouldn't easily be moved by women. Ruan Haoyue's request was merely to enjoy the ritual of toasting Yi Chen alone. She didn't intend for him to drink too much. In contrast to Ruan Haoyue, Yi Chen could tell that Chen Yingling was someone who thrived on chaos, deliberately trying to get him drunk. Yi Chen never indulged women with ill intentions. He smiled slightly, his gaze meaningful as he locked eyes with Chen Yingling. "Drinking one glass is boring. How about this, let's down 3 glasses together. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the corners of Chen Yingling's eyes twitched. Yi Chen smiled, his gaze warm and gentle as he looked at Chen Yingling. "Of course, if you don't want to, just pretend I didn't say anything." As soon as he said this, the beautiful girls at the main table were all taken aback, their eyes turning to Chen Yingling. Elder Ding always wore a smile on his face, accepting toasts from the leaders and juniors of the province and city without reservation. His ears perked up, as if he had heard something interesting, making his smile even brighter. Elder Ding thought to himself, what an interesting little guy. Sitting next to Elder Ding, a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes glanced casually at the main table. At the main table, Chen Yingling looked at the smiling Yi Chen, feeling a bit trapped. Frera red wine was the most precious red wine brought from the Empire of the Sun never sets to Yin country. Coming from a prominent family, Chen Yingling certainly knew about this wine. She understood that while it was delicious, its alcohol content was still relatively high for an average person. With her own drinking capacity, she could manage at most 6 glasses. And that was only if she sipped slowly over 3 hours. She felt that downing 1 glass wouldn't be a problem. But if it was 3 glasses in a row, Chen Yingling felt uncertain, not knowing if she would turn into a spraying warrior on the spot. Did Yi Chen really dare to down 3 glasses? Was he just boasting? Did he not know that many more people would be toasting him later? Alcohol tolerance had its limits, shouldn't he conserve it a bit? She thought Yi Chen was trying to bluff her, using the gimmick of downing 3 glasses to deter her from toasting him. Su Lingmeng, Li Lisha, Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and the other girls looked at the two, finding it somewhat amusing and exciting. But the sensitive and clever Chu Lian-song clearly sensed that the atmosphere between Yi Chen and Chen Yingling was a bit off. She called out, "Forget it, let's all." Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Chen Yingling. 3 glasses, then 3 glasses. Who's afraid? Come on. Chen Yingling felt inexplicably annoyed. Looking at Yi Chen, who smiled without sincerity, she felt uncomfortable. Usually, when faced with boys, which one didn't rush to worship her? But Yi Chen before her was unmoved by her beauty and nobility. This was the first time in her life that she encountered a boy who didn't fall at her feet. To be honest, at this point, Yi Chen was actually worried that Chen Yingling would back down. After all, he could handle 3 glasses without any problem. He wanted to see how Chen Yingling would react after downing 3 glasses of wine. On his left, Ruan Haoyue, like a little wife, obediently poured wine into Yi Chen's glass. Yi Chen raised his glass, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, and nodded to Chen Yingling. Chen Yingling also wore a playful smile, raising her glass in response. The two of them tilted their heads back and down the first glass simultaneously. The second glass. The third glass. After 3 glasses of red wine, plus the 2 glasses he had with Su Lingmeng and Ruan Haoyue earlier, Yi Chen had down 5 glasses in total. The other girls were secretly shocked to see Yi Chen drink 5 glasses without turning red or gasping for breath. As if nothing had happened, his alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good. In contrast, Chen Yingling struggled after finishing the second glass, and her face turned pale after the third. At that moment, the air of nobility she had earlier was completely gone. She leaned on the round table, her body trembling slightly, unable to utter a word. Seeing her in such a sorry state, Yi Chen sneered inwardly, "Serving you right. I won't drink you to death." Yi Chen calmly said to her, "Miss Chen, your alcohol tolerance isn't great, you need to practice." After saying that, he didn't look at her again. Wow, he's so handsome. Watching the once proud and aloof Chen Yingling being put in such a position by Yi Chen, Tian Tian, Su Xiaoman, and Zhao Menjing felt a sense of satisfaction in their hearts. Unknowingly, admiration crept into their eyes as they looked at Yi Chen. Meanwhile, the other beauty, Chu Lian-song, appeared somewhat dazed. To be honest, in her memory, her uncle, who had the best alcohol tolerance, wouldn't have looked as relaxed and comfortable as Yi Chen after downing 5 glasses of Frera red wine. Yi Chen's alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good, no wonder he was so confident. Chu Lian-song was somewhat impressed by Yi Chen's drinking ability. However, she still advised, "Yi Chen, you're drinking too fast, you should eat some food." As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Yinin extended her delicate little hand and used her chopsticks to add some vegetables to Yi Chen's bowl. She was using her own chopsticks. After that, at Chu Lian-song's urging, the remaining girls raised their glasses to toast Yi Chen. After several rounds of drinks, the alumni could no longer hold back and began to surround Yi Chen one by one, toasting him and trying to build connections. Yi Chen welcomed them all, engaging in verbal sparring. Whether they were provincial leaders or envoys from ancient families, they all marveled at Yi Chen's drinking capacity. Hey, in the future, never challenge Yi Chen to a drinking contest at the table, he's a devil. There's a saying in the officialdom, the drinking style reflects the character. This kid's future is limitless. From tonight onwards, Yi Chen's reputation as someone not to be trifled with when it comes to drinking spread throughout Hangzhou. As the banquet neared its end, Elder Ding approached Yi Chen empty-handed. Yi Chen knew this elderly man in a Zhongshan suit held a prestigious position and quickly stood up. Elder Ding chuckled, patting Yi Chen on the shoulder, "You've had a lot to drink tonight. If you get the chance, come to my house, and we'll have a good drink together. Next time, we won't drink red wine, we'll go straight for the white." As he spoke, Elder Ding let out a burp, indicating he had also had his fair share of drinks today. Yi Chen agreed. After that, the guests gradually began to disperse. The beautiful women at the main table also took their leave one by one. Ruan Haoyue seemed to have drunk too much, her face pressed against Yi Chen's chest, clinging to his waist and refusing to let go, declaring she would sleep with him tonight. She was eventually pulled away by Haoyue and Vice Principal Zhao Lin, who personally ensured she got home safely. When Li Lisha left, she swayed slightly, making Yi Chen hesitant to look too closely. As Qin Yinin was leaving, she fixed a steady gaze on Yi Chen. This reminded Yi Chen of that line, "Have you forgotten our agreement?" What agreement was it? When was it made? Yi Chen couldn't recall at all. When Chu Lian-song left, she flashed a sweet smile and politely bid farewell to Yi Chen. Yi Chen had a good impression of the twin sisters. Turning his head, only one girl remained at the main table. Chen Yingling's face was pale, looking at Yi Chen with a somewhat resentful gaze. Why is she looking at me like that? Has she been conquered? The banquet was over. Yi Chen felt really tired today. He was directly arranged to stay in the Supreme Presidential Suite on the top floor of the hotel. Although he had drunk a lot, Yi Chen was still very clear-headed. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite, overlooking the city's night view. It was a sight he had never seen before, and now it seemed just so. After washing up and taking a shower, Yi Chen lay on the soft big bed. Tomorrow, he would go home, returning in glory. At midnight, Yi Chen was dreaming. Suddenly, a special system voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Unknown power detected invading the dream of the defiler. Disguise module activated. Defense module activated. Temporary lucid dream effect added for the defiler. Temporary forced awakening skill added for the defiler. Marking the spirit of the invader, marking successful. Preparing to deploy Mind Spike Bomb for the defiler to counterattack the invader. Deployment failed. Mind Spike Bomb needs the defiler to complete a task before unlocking. Attention, esteemed defiler, your dream is under invasion. We allow you to remain lucid and rational in the dream. At the same time, if the situation is not right, you can choose to wake up immediately and exit the dream. Good luck. Yi Chen opened his eyes. He was standing at the kitchen door, his young father in the living room studying a dungeon strategy, and his young mother cooking in the kitchen. This was his dream. Yi Chen dreamed of his childhood, the days of a happy family. At that moment, the door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes and a calm demeanor walked in. Yi Chen had seen this man earlier, at today's banquet. He was the middle-aged man who followed Elder Ding. He was an official. The deep-set-eyed middle-aged man took out an identification document from his pocket, showing it to Yi Chen while saying, "Classmate Yi Chen, I am a member of the official secret organization of Dian, Zhozhou. My name is Deng Qiming. This is my work certificate and professional code. I have now invaded your dream, but please do not panic, I mean no harm. This is a routine investigation regarding your special circumstances. Although the higher-ups have already conducted some divination on you through the diviner and stargazer, confirming that you have no issues. However, the specific process of your clearing the hero difficulty dungeon is still unclear and needs to be confirmed. In the dream, your mind is in a muddled state, and your subconscious will not lie, which is beneficial for our investigation. Considering that you may recall this dream experience in the future, I need to be upfront about my intentions from the start. Rest assured, I will not ask about your private matters. I hope that when you recall this dream in the future and discover this investigation, you won't take offense. The middle-aged man was straightforward, describing his identity and purpose. This eased Yi Chen's anxious heart. The man's words also indirectly reminded Yi Chen of how he should behave next. He tried hard to control his expression, not letting the other party discover that he could remain lucid in the dream. Yi Chen deliberately made himself appear not very smart, dazed, confused, and bewildered. At the same time, his thoughts were secretly active. Someone could actually enter another person's dream. Was this a professional ability or a talent? So amazing. Deng Qiming sat on the sofa, gesturing for Yi Chen to sit across from him. Yi Chen paused for a moment, then slowly walked to the side of the sofa and sat down, facing the deep-set eyes of Deng Qiming. Once he was seated, a form and a ballpoint pen suddenly appeared in Deng Qiming's hand, and he began to inquire. Yi Chen, after you completed your job change and awakened your talent, why did you choose to challenge the hero difficulty when selecting the difficulty for the novice trial dungeon? The question had indeed come. But it was fine, Yi Chen was prepared. Because I felt I could. After all, this was in a dream, and Yi Chen couldn't reveal that he possessed rationality, so his answer had to be as vague and complex as possible. My original plan was to challenge the adventure difficulty, but at the moment of choice, my awakened SSS-level talent, Miracle, was triggered, creating a miracle. A miracle that allowed me to clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon, and with this effect in play, I chose the hero difficulty. Deng Qiming recorded while asking, what kind of miracle was it? Or in other words, how did this miracle effect manifest during your clearing of the hero dungeon? Yi Chen paused for a few seconds, answering slowly like an AI machine. In battle, I would randomly trigger some miracle effects. For example, my next attack would suddenly become extremely powerful, going from dealing 50 points of damage to 50,000 points. Or, when taking damage from a monster, my health limit would suddenly surge to several million points, and no matter how high the monster's damage was, it couldn't kill me. However, this effect is uncontrollable. I don't know when it will trigger or when it won't. But it always triggers at critical moments, allowing me to escape danger. Yi Chen's explanation was perfect, covering up the anomalies of the damage he dealt and how he couldn't be killed by monsters. The essence of these anomalies was the effect of God's hand, stealing attributes. Now he had replaced it with the effect triggered by Miracle. The inspiration for this explanation came from the dinner earlier, when Miracle was suddenly triggered, granting him the alcohol immunity sacred body. Miracle truly was the superficial disguise talent of the super divine hidden talent, God's hand. Anyway, if anything happened in the future, he could just blame it on Miracle. How convenient. Deng Qiming asked again, this afternoon, you cleared the hero difficulty level 35 5-person dungeon, Peach Willow Garden, and it also triggered the same miracle effect? Yes. Do you know of any other types of miracle effects? Yi Chen thought for a moment and decided not to lie. There is. When I was drinking tonight, I triggered another miracle that allowed my body to be immune to the effects of alcohol. No wonder he could drink so much. Deng Qiming nodded slightly. This talent was very powerful, with effects comparable to divine-level talents, but it was uncontrollable. Deng Qiming recorded for a while, then looked up. Alright, Yi Chen, thank you for your cooperation. We have clarified the reasons why you can clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon and Peach Willow Garden, and your spirit body shows no signs of being possessed, contaminated, parasitized, or descended. I can determine that you are fine. The report in Deng Qiming's hand disappeared. He stood up, walked to the door, and turned back to gaze deeply at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, sorry for the interruption, and I wish you sweet dreams. Deng Qiming left the room, gently closing the door behind him. The dream within the room returned to normal. Dinner is ready. As his mother spoke, she brought over a bowl of fragrant and delicious dishes. His father put down his documents and stretched lazily. It smells so good. Yi Chen sat down at the dining table, looking at his young parents, choosing not to wake up. He cancelled the effect of the lucid dream and indulged in the beautiful dream. The next morning, Yi Chen woke up early. He clearly remembered what had happened last night when Deng Qiming entered his dream. After a quick wash, Yi Chen changed into a set of high-end LV clothing worth $1 million, preparing to go home. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Deng Qiming standing at the entrance. This made him feel a bit dazed, unsure if he had entered another dream. With deep-set eyes, Deng Qiming smiled at Yi Chen and extended his right hand. Hello, Yi Chen. My name is Deng Qiming, and I am a member of the Central Organization of Yen Country. I know. I also know that you are actually a member of the secret organization Jojo in Yen Country. Yi Chen pretended it was their first meeting, wearing a polite smile as he shook hands with him. Elder Ding came specifically for you, he is waiting for you downstairs. Let's go have breakfast together. Following Deng Qiming to a VIP restaurant on a certain floor of the hotel, Yi Chen immediately spotted an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, looking spirited. Elder Ding smiled happily upon seeing Yi Chen, holding up a bun in each hand, and playfully asked, "Young man, do you want to eat this beef bun or this chicken juice bun?" The Gao is the highest functional department of the central organization of Yin country, and being called elder signifies that he is a significant figure within the organization. Having breakfast with such a prominent person made Yi Chen feel a bit nervous. The country's scrutiny of him had already ended last night. He showed no signs of any issues. What else could Elder Ding want from him? "Young fellow," Elder Ding leaned slightly forward with one arm resting on the table. "What are your plans for the future?" Yi Chen thought for a moment and replied, "My biggest life goal is to pay off my family's debts, principal and interest, so my parents can live a good life. That goal is about to be realized. Next, I should follow the plan, prepare for the college entrance examination, get into a university I like, and have a fulfilling college life. As for what comes after, I haven't thought it through yet." Elder Ding nodded with a smile, looking at Yi Chen, and suddenly said, "Yi Chen, you possess such powerful abilities. Have you considered entering the system to serve Yin country?" Hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He immediately asked, "Can I?" Elder Ding, seeing his reaction, burst into hearty laughter, clearly delighted. "If such an outstanding young man like you can't, then who can?" Yi Chen's body trembled slightly as he replied, "Of course, I am willing. To enter the system at such a young age means limitless future development and prospects. This is an opportunity that every young man and woman dreams of." Hearing this response, Elder Ding was very pleased. But soon, his expression became serious. "Yi Chen, you are one of the most promising youths to have ever appeared in our Yin country's history. The country will entrust you with the most important and challenging tasks. What you are joining is not an ordinary functional department, but a special and secret organization. In this organization, you will not frequently stand on the stage like last night, but rather serve as an invisible guardian, protecting our country, our territory, and our people. With that said, do you still wish to join?" Seeing Elder Ding's serious demeanor, Yi Chen's heart gradually grew heavy. Although Yi Chen's experiences in the dark had made him somewhat mature for his age, with a mature and understanding mindset, he was still just an 18-year-old boy. Faced with such a significant life decision, anyone would hesitate. Yi Chen closed his eyes. Feeling his strong and rhythmic heartbeat, he made his choice. He opened his eyes, his gaze bright, his tone firm. "Without hesitation, the blood of the descendants of Yin and Huang flows in my veins. Serving the country is my duty." Hearing this, Elder Ding clenched his right fist and let out a low roar. "Good. Yi Chen, I have a premonition. With your addition, our great Yin kingdom will surely become even more prosperous." Sitting beside them, Deng Qiming showed a look of relief and admiration. Yi Chen curiously asked, "Elder Ding, what organization am I joining?" Elder Ding replied with a smile, "It's called Zhozhou, which means to ensure the safety of the 9 provinces. He turned to Deng Qiming, who was sitting nearby. "Captain Deng, Yi Chen will be your colleague from now on, so hurry up and introduce yourself." Deng Qiming looked at Yi Chen with deep eyes. "Let me reintroduce myself. I won't repeat my name. On the surface, I am a member of the Central Organization, but in reality, I am one of the captains of the Zhozhou Central Alliance. Yi Chen, you will join my team. There is a daunting task waiting for you, and with you, the number is finally complete." Elder Ding patted Deng Qiming's shoulder. "Hey, don't start assigning work right away. Although the exploration of that secret realm is important, it has been prepared for several years, so a few more days don't matter. Yi Chen is still a child, he has just completed his transition, let him relax for a few days and have some fun. He. Elder Ding raised an eyebrow at Yi Chen like a mischievous old man. "Those girls at your table last night were quite nice. Do you have someone you like? Hurry up." Yi Chen was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. "Sir, you are one of the most powerful leaders in the central organization of the Yin Kingdom, please be serious." However, Elder Ding's demeanor gave Yi Chen a warm feeling, making him feel comfortable inside. Yi Chen spoke up, "I do have some matters to attend to in the next few days." Upon hearing this, Elder Ding's expression became serious again, and he confidently said, "Little guy, although the paperwork isn't finished yet, you are already a direct member of the Zhozhou under the central organization, one of our Yin Kingdom's most important talents. As long as it's within the legal limits, you can do anything you want without obstruction. Go ahead, tell me what you need, and Grandpa Ding will help you." Hearing this, Yi Chen felt no more unease. "The first thing is to repay my family's debt. Including principal and interest, it's 300,000 gold coins. Part of this money was for the medical expenses of the survivors from his father's troop, and another part was compensation for the deceased. This money had long been given to the families of those troop members. What Yi Chen's family owed was a loan from a financial institution. Over the past 8 years, even with the interest from a legitimate institution, the principal of 250,000 gold coins had grown to 300,000 gold coins. Elder Ding waved his hand. My secretary will arrive at noon today. I'll have him handle this matter, so don't worry about it. Yi Chen took out a small spatial ring containing 300,000 gold coins and was about to hand it to Elder Ding. Hey, little guy, take it back. A mere 300,000 gold coins, Jojo can handle it for you. Yi Chen was a bit anxious. Elder, how can I accept this? This is my own family matter. I can't let. Elder Ding raised his hand. Stop. Little guy, I know you are an upright and honest person. Did you not hear Captain Deng say that a daunting task is waiting for you? As long as you complete this task, you will bring billions of gold coins in profit to the country, and you will make a tremendous contribution to a certain field in our Yin country. At this point, Ding Gulao's tone became somewhat heavy. Of course, this task is extremely dangerous. You good kids, so young, shedding blood and tears for the country, taking on great risks, serving the nation. How could the country possibly treat you unfairly? Deng Qiming also nodded at Yi Chen. Rest assured and accept it. As the captain of Jojo, one of my responsibilities is to clear away the worries of the team members. Yi Chen, if you have any difficulties, feel free to bring them up. As long as it's within the bounds of the law, Jojo can help you solve it. It sounds like arranging for after matters. However, Yi Chen was not afraid. With Hand of the Blasphemer and Miracle, he wanted to see just how dangerous the task really was. Moreover, in the next few days, he needed to find an opportunity to use Crimson Blood Path to consume 88,888,000 life points to exchange for a piece of colorful mythical equipment. By then, he would feel more confident. Yi Chen thought for a moment. After resolving his family's debts, he really had no worries. Oh, I want to buy a house for my parents in Hangzhou and bring them to live in the city. Also, my father's injury from 8 years ago still hasn't healed. Hearing this, Ding Gulao laughed heartily. These are all small matters. As a member of Jojo, your immediate family will be taken care of and protected by the central office. You can rest assured about this. Even if you don't mention it, we will do so. As for your father's injury, Ding Gulao continued with a smile. I have a powerful rejuvenation pill from Elder Yuan, specially prepared for your father. It should have been delivered to you last night, but seeing you and the girls having such a good time, I didn't want to disturb you. Hee. Elder Yuan. Yi Chen was overjoyed. Elder Yuan is the most top-notch and authoritative pharmacist in Yin country. With Elder Yuan's medicine, his father's injury would be a small problem. Thank you, Elder Yuan. Thank you, Ding Gulao. Thank you, Captain Deng. Seeing that his father had hope of recovery, Yi Chen was genuinely happy. He received so many gifts last night, but none made him this happy. After calming down, Yi Chen remembered something. He felt a bit embarrassed to ask, Ding Gulao, Captain Deng, I am now a member of Jojo. Can I still take the college entrance examination and go to university a month later? Ding Gulao's face turned serious. No. Before Yi Chen could react, Ding Gulao burst into laughter. You are already a member of Jojo. What do you need the college entrance examination for? Which university do you want to go to? Just say it. Beijing's Qingbei? Shanghai Jiaotong University? Or your Zhejiang University? I can have them send you the admission notice directly. You can go wherever you want. Yi Chen was somewhat stunned. Direct admission? Although he felt that with effort, he could also get into those top universities mentioned, there was still a difference between being directly admitted and taking the exam himself. Deng Qiming gently coughed to remind Ding Gulao, the college entrance examination process still needs to be participated in. Otherwise, how can we send the admission notice to classmate Yi Chen? Hearing this, Ding Gulao laughed heartily again. That's true. Oh, don't mind these details, ha ha ha. Deng Qiming looked at Yi Chen and gently explained, regarding the college entrance examination and university matters, you don't need to think too much. You just completed your job change today. Normally, you would need some time to grow. But this task is very special, and it must be you. As for the specifics, we'll discuss them when we return to the capital. In a month, you will be arranged to return to Hangzhou to take the college entrance examination, after which you can freely choose the university you wish to attend. After completing that task, you will need some time to grow and improve your level. At that time, you can freely allocate your time. You can choose university life or stay at the training base in the capital. Of course, a combination of both is also possible. During this process, you may accept some temporary simple tasks. If you encounter any difficulties in life or other aspects during this period, you can receive help from Jojo. until your level rises to 300, becoming an elite. At that point, you will officially return to the team and accept some long-term tasks assigned by the organization. Hearing this, Yi Chen had no objections and felt a sense of anticipation for such a life. However, he had a question. Captain Deng, I often hear everyone talking about elites and saints. What do these titles mean? Deng Qiming explained, these titles are classifications and distinctions for high-level professionals. Ordinary people really don't understand. Let me explain it to you. First, you should know that every 50 levels, a professional needs to complete an awakening task, right? Yi Chen nodded. In the world of the Supreme Arc, every 50 levels, one must complete an awakening task, otherwise, experience will be locked, and one cannot level up. Yi Chen was about to face the level 49 First Awakening task. Deng Qiming said, the level 49 First Awakening task and the level 99 Second Awakening task are very simple. One could say that as long as a professional has hands and feet, even if their professional talent and equipment are not good, they can still complete the first and second awakenings and reach level 100. Starting from the level 149 Third Awakening task, the difficulty of awakening tasks will gradually increase. Even so, the difficulty of the level 199 Fourth Awakening task is still within the range that normal professionals can accept. Most people, as long as they are willing to work hard, can reach level 200. However, starting from the level 249 Fifth Awakening task, the difficulty of awakening tasks will significantly increase. As you know, awakening tasks are prohibited from being done in teams and must be completed solo. This means that for most professionals, level 249 is a hurdle. Those who can overcome this hurdle and reach level 250 and above are considered strong. Hearing this, Yi Chen recalled that when he was young, his father was the first professional in the town to break through the level 249 limit, earning respect and status in the town. Deng Qiming continued to explain, the level 299 Sixth Awakening task is even more difficult than the previous Fifth Awakening task, with the difficulty almost doubling. In such circumstances, those who can still complete the Sixth Awakening task and break through level 300 are already part of the truly powerful in the world. They receive a title granted by the system, which is elite. So we usually use elite to refer to professionals from level 300 to 399. Upon hearing this, the clever Yi Chen understood and deduced, so, those who can complete the level 399 Eighth Awakening task and reach level 400 receive the title, Saint? So they are called, Saints. Deng Qiming smiled and nodded, affirming Yi Chen's guess. What about after that? Yi Chen curiously asked, what title do professionals at level 500 receive? There was a few seconds of silence in the air, and Deng Qiming did not immediately answer Yi Chen. Elder Ding slowly sighed and said solemnly, this is not something you should be dealing with at this stage. But because of your uniqueness and excellence, we can appropriately satisfy your curiosity. Then, Ding Gulao whispered, the title for a level 500 professional is Earth Angel. The head of the Zhang family from the northeast that you see is a level 599, Earth Angel, just one step away from entering the realm of level 600. After that, the title for a level 600 professional is King of Angels. Level 700. Demigod. Hearing these titles, Yi Chen's body trembled slightly. From these titles, one can imagine that professionals start as humans and gradually transform into angels, demigods. So, in the end, will a level 800 professional become a deity? At this thought, Yi Chen's reaction was not fear or awe, but surprise. With his Hand of the Blasphemer, such an abnormal talent effect, would those so-called high-difficulty awakening tasks be trivial for him? Then could he rise to level 800 in the future and become a deity? How exciting! All right, Ding Gulao said solemnly, little one, there's no time to waste, you need to return to the capital with us today. Your appearance has brought hope to the higher-ups of our Yin country, that task cannot be delayed any longer. He turned to Deng Qiming and said, Captain Deng, contact Governor Yan and Mayor Li, we need to act quickly to help Yi Chen resolve some issues and difficulties at home. One is the debt problem of Yi Chen's family, and the other is the placement of Yi Chen's parents. These two issues must be resolved today so that Comrade Yi Chen can go to the capital with peace of mind. Deng Qiming immediately replied, no problem. Yi Chen, please provide your father's identity code, and I will immediately notify the Jojo administrative staff to clear all debts under your father's name. Additionally, Jojo has several vacant villas in the Queen's Villa district in Hangcheng. We will arrange for your parents to live there. The scenery is beautiful and pleasant. We will also arrange for chefs, servants, and security forces to ensure your parents live a quality life, so you won't have to worry. What do you think? Yi Chen nodded immediately. Good, that's great. Ding Gulao asked, little one, is there anything else? We can resolve it all together. Yi Chen thought for a moment. There are indeed two more things. Yi Chen replied, I need to go home for a bit, on one hand, to say goodbye to my parents, and on the other, to repay the debts of the townspeople, principal and interest. Yi Chen paused and continued, and there's one more thing that can be resolved in the capital. I have an item that needs to be appraised by a high-level appraiser. The fees can be negotiated. The item Yi Chen needed to appraise was the Treasure of Shalan. This was the first task objective of the hidden epic quest line, Shadow of the Chaotic Sea, he received after completing the world-first, hero, difficulty novice trial dungeon. The task reward was a pet egg of at least the stellar level. After hearing these two matters, Ding Gulao asked, Is that all? Yi Chen nodded. A small matter. Ding Gulao said to Captain Deng, Immediately have Mayor Li arrange a car. We will accompany Yi Chen to visit his parents. Returning to his supreme presidential suite to wait, Yi Chen took the opportunity to open his WeChat. To his surprise, there were 99 plus unread messages, and his contact list also showed 99 plus. In the past, Yi Chen's WeChat was quite calm, with only his mother frequently messaging to check on his life and studies. Now, with so many messages, he felt a bit overwhelmed and truly unaccustomed. After a day and night, his deeds spread quickly. Indeed, many of his former middle school and elementary school classmates, whom he hadn't contacted much, were sending him messages. Among them was a girl from Yi Chen's middle school class, a rich and beautiful girl. This girl had a crush on Yi Chen back then and always liked to talk to him, often giving him hints. However, Yi Chen ignored all of it. At that time, his mind was solely focused on studying, with no room for anything else. Later, after graduating from the third year of middle school, this girl transferred to a school in Jixing, reportedly to Hongshui High School. In the first year of high school, she initially kept in touch with Yi Chen on WeChat, but gradually they stopped talking. She belonged to the type of people who drift apart as they go along. Xiao Nangu. Wow, you made such a big fuss behind my back. I'll be back in Hangzhou in a few days. Let's hang out. Looking at the last chat record from 2 years ago, Yi Chen exited the chat interface without replying. He browsed through the messages. There was nothing of value, mostly just attempts to get closer and make plans. Yi Chen had no time. After settling his family matters, he needed to head to the capital immediately. Now, he was a member of the 9 provinces. Opening his contacts, the friend requests he received were mostly from students of second-tier high schools and key high schools. There were also some diplomatic personnel from local professional unions in Hangzhou. Yi Chen did not accept their friend requests, nor did he click to reject them one by one. Suddenly, he saw a friend request that made him pause. The message read, Brother Nan. It's Asian. This was a friend request from Tang Jinjin. Her WeChat profile picture was a selfie, smiling brightly and cutely. Looking at this avatar, Yi Chen felt nothing special. He not only did not accept the friend request but also directly rejected it. At 10 a.m., Yi Chen, accompanied by Elder Ding and Captain Deng, walked out of the hotel towards the parking lot. As they stepped out of the hotel entrance, they saw a girl standing there. It was Qin Yinin. She wore a black checkered JK pleated skirt, a white short-sleeved shirt on top, and a bow tie that matched the skirt at the collar. On her feet were chunky-heeled black shoes, and her long black wavy hair cascaded down her back as she stood at the hotel entrance. A gentle breeze blew, lightly swaying her skirt, making her look like a beautiful painting. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the pure and innocent JK girl Qin Yinin approached him. With her chunky-heeled shoes, her height barely reached 1.7 meters, which was half a head shorter than Yi Chen, who was 1.82 meters tall. She slightly tilted her head up, her beautiful big eyes cautiously looking into Yi Chen's. I guessed you would be going home today. I want to go back with you, is that okay? What does it mean for you to go back with me? Meeting my parents? We haven't even started dating, and we're already at the stage of meeting the family. Just as Yi Chen was about to refuse, Elder Ding chuckled a couple of times. Of course, it's fine. Let's go together. After saying that, Elder Ding suddenly raised his eyebrows at Yi Chen, giving him a knowing look. It was as if he was saying, you kid, your luck with romance is good, seize the opportunity. Yi Chen felt a bit speechless. He thought Elder Ding must have been quite the charming figure in his youth. Qin Yinin was very happy, walking beside Yi Chen with a light step. In the parking lot, Mayor Li had been waiting for a long time. He had specially prepared 2 cars. He needed to accompany the leaders and also wanted to get closer to Yi Chen. Of course, he would go along as well. Originally, Elder Ding was supposed to sit in the back seat of the lead car with Yi Chen, but Qin Yinin's arrival made him change his mind. He got into Mayor Li's car, leaving the back seat of the lead car for Yi Chen and Qin Yinin. The car slowly started moving towards the western part of Hangzhou, to the Demushan town in the Lina district. Deng Qiming sat in the passenger seat, closing his deep-set eyes, gently pinching his brow as if resting. Yi Chen was not a talkative person, and sitting next to him, Qin Yining was even more of an introverted girl. On the road, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat quiet. Qin Yining slightly pouted her thin red lips, her eyes carrying a hint of grievance as she looked at Yi Chen. She resembled a sulking young wife, just short of pointing a finger at Yi Chen, her aggrieved expression quite adorable. When Yi Chen glanced over, Qin Yining quickly averted her gaze, lowering her head and playing with the wavy long hair draped over her chest, remaining silent. After repeating this a few times, Yi Chen could no longer bear it and quietly asked, Qin Yining, what about that promise you mentioned? Upon hearing this, Qin Yining looked up at him, her pout becoming more pronounced, and she muttered in a low, angry voice, you really don't remember, humph. In front of others, Qin Yining was always a cold, aloof girl, but beside Yi Chen, she was simply too cute. It was like a little girlfriend pouting and acting spoiled. This sight ignited a spark in Yi Chen's heart, prompting him to steal a few more glances at Qin Yining. His gaze lightly swept over her black and white checkered pleated skirt, taking in her snow-white knees and a small portion of her thigh. Qin Yining straightened up and leaned closer to Yi Chen, widening her eyes as she quietly said, Brother Nan, it's me, Lily. Qin Lily, do you not remember? Qin Lily. Hearing this somewhat rustic name, an image of a little girl suddenly appeared in Yi Chen's mind. It was a small girl with short hair, slender and delicate in appearance. You! Yi Chen looked at Qin Yining in disbelief, turning to her in surprise, you are Lily? Is that for real? Seeing that Yi Chen still remembered the name Qin Lily, Qin Yining's expression brightened. Of course it's true. Do you remember that time you took me to climb a tree, and we watched the sunset together on a branch? Afterward, I was too scared to come down. Then you went down first, spread your arms at the bottom, and told me to jump, saying you would catch me. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at this. In the end, I did catch you, but you knocked me to the ground. You really are Lily. Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised to find an old acquaintance, but at the same time, confusion arose. Qin Yining was a noble girl from the Qin family. Why did she use the name Qin Lily and go to Dimmu Mountain Town back then? However, Yi Chen quickly set this doubt aside, because he remembered the promise. That promise with Qin Lily. It was something that happened when Yi Chen was 9 years old. One day, a guest came to their home, an aunt of his mother. This aunt brought a little girl with her, wanting to stay at their house for a while. At that time, Yi Chen's father had not yet encountered any trouble, and their family was still quite well off, so relatives frequently visited, and they agreed to it. The little girl was named Qin Lily, who was now Qin Yining. Although Qin Lily had short hair and a petite frame, it was easy to see that she was a beauty in the making, destined to be an extraordinarily beautiful woman. At first, when Yi Chen played with her, he noticed that Qin Lily was very withdrawn. She didn't like to talk, nor did she enjoy sports, and sometimes she would inexplicably cry silently, looking very sad. So little Yi Chen tried various ways to cheer her up, taking her around the town to play. After about a week, he finally saw a happy smile on Qin Lily's face. From then on, they got along very well, and their relationship grew closer. When the day of parting came, they were both reluctant to say goodbye. Qin Lily cried as she made a promise to little Yi Chen that they would meet again in the future, and at that time, she would be Yi Chen's bride. Seeing her cry so sorrowfully, little Yi Chen, in his innocent understanding, agreed. This was the promise he made with Qin Lily. Time flew by, and 9 years had passed. Although Yi Chen knew that Qin Lily was a beauty in the making, destined to grow up exceptionally beautiful. But at this moment, looking at the beautiful and charming Qin Yining in front of him, he still found it hard to believe. Seeing Yi Chen's shocked expression, Qin Yining pouted, I recognized you the moment I entered high school. You didn't even recognize me, humph. Yi Chen thought to himself, my dear aunt, how could I recognize you with such a big change? Besides, I knew Qin Lily, not the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Yining. With this thought, Yi Chen became even more puzzled about why Qin Yining had come to his house with that relative back then. Before he could ask, Qin Yining's delicate white hand reached out to him. Her small hand was as soft as cotton, almost making Yi Chen lose control and wanting to hold it back. He heard Qin Yining softly say, Brother Nan, I'm sorry. I know you have a strong sense of pride, so I didn't dare to help you recklessly at school. Every day, seeing you live a hard life, it hurt my heart. Seeing you struggle, I found out about Uncle Yi. Actually, I have the ability to help you solve this problem, but I realized that it is your ideal and goal in life, and also your motivation to move forward. So I couldn't do anything but silently support you from behind, occasionally giving Aunt Chen a little help within my means. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a surge of emotion. He had to admit that Qin Yining really understood him and his difficulties. Yi Chen held her hand back and said softly, Lily, thank you. Qin Yining leaned closer, half laying in Yi Chen's arms, and he caught a whiff of the fragrance in her hair. She smiled and said, now everything is getting better, Brother Nan, you succeeded. Our promise. Maybe you think it's just childish talk. But, Qin Yining tilted her head back in Yi Chen's embrace. I'm serious. Looking into her affectionate eyes and those bright red lips, at this moment, not kissing would be a bit of a waste. However, Yi Chen's upbringing and principles reminded him not to be so casual. After all, he was only 18 and hadn't figured out his feelings yet. Just as Yi Chen was in turmoil, the car suddenly stopped. Yi Chen looked out the window. They had arrived. Before getting in the car, he had told the driver to stop at the first supermarket they encountered after entering Demushan town. Sitting in the passenger seat, Deng Qiming, who was protecting Yi Chen, retracted his smile and resumed a serious expression, opening his deep-set eyes to ask, Yi Chen, is this the place? Yes, Captain Deng. Mr. Deng. My mom works at this supermarket. As the car came to a stop, Qin Yining quietly straightened up and tidied her wavy black hair. When getting out of the car, Qin Yining held Yi Chen's hand and softly said, Brother Nan, you don't need to rush. I will wait for you forever. Inside the supermarket, Tang Er was buying a bottle of soy sauce and was at the checkout. He said to Chen Xian behind the counter, Sister-in-law, I saw yesterday that Xiao Nan's principal and teachers went to your house. I suppose Xiao Nan must have landed a good job this time. Mentioning her son, Chen Xian's face broke into a smile. Yes. Tang Er sighed, that's great, Xiao Nan has made it, your family's hard days are over. Hearing this, Chen Xian showed an apologetic expression. I owe your family 1,000 gold coins. I will try to pay you back a portion this month. Tang Er hurriedly waved his hand. No rush, no rush. Just then, the electronic bell rang. Welcome. Chen Xian and Tang Er turned to see Yi Chen leading a very beautiful young girl, followed by several well-dressed individuals who exuded an air of authority, walking in. Mom, I'm back. Chen Xian's face showed excitement, her somewhat aged hands trembling slightly. Son, is this all true? Yi Chen felt a pang in his heart at his mother's reaction and forced a smile. Mom, in front of Mayor Li and the leaders of the center, would I dare to lie? Good, the debts at home have finally been cleared. Thinking of this, Chen Xian couldn't control her emotions and tears fell. Looking at his mother, who was crying tears of joy, Yi Chen's lips moved as he wanted to comfort her but couldn't find the words. Qin Yining immediately stepped forward, gently saying, Aunt Chen, please don't cry, this is a happy occasion. Chen Xian looked at the girl beside her, her mood slightly improving. Is this the girlfriend that her son brought back? So beautiful. Aunt Chen, I'm Lily, do you remember me? After that, Yi Chen's mother and Qin Yining recognized each other, and the mood became more uplifting. Yi Chen then introduced a few leaders one by one. After some pleasantries, he said, Mom, let's go home and take care of Dad. Chen Xian hesitated and said, I can't go back, there's no one to watch the store. Mentioning the store made Yi Chen feel uncomfortable. This was originally his family's store, but after his father's accident, they had to sell the supermarket to pay off debts. Now this store no longer belonged to them. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Sister-in-law, you go back, I'll help you watch for a while. Yi Chen turned to see who was speaking and recognized him, Uncle Tang. Tang Er smiled at Yi Chen. Xiao Nan, you've grown up. You've become successful, Uncle Tang is truly happy for you. Hearing this, Yi Chen took out 2,000 gold coins and traded them to Tang Er. Uncle Tang, this extra 1,000 gold coins is to thank you for taking care of our family. Tang Er sighed upon hearing this, accepted the gold coins, and said nothing more. Watching Yi Chen lead everyone away, Tang Er felt a deep bitterness in his heart. This outstanding young man had once had the hope of becoming his son-in-law, but now, it seemed there was no hope. After picking up Yi Chen's mother, everyone got into the car and headed to Yi Chen's home. Arriving at Yi Chen's dilapidated courtyard, Elder Ding felt a heaviness in his heart. He never expected that such an excellent young man like Yi Chen had grown up in such an environment. This further proved his excellence and extraordinary nature. Once inside, Yi Chen couldn't wait to feed his father, who was half asleep on the bed, the 8th grade, powerful rejuvenation pill, personally refined by Old Yuan. As expected of the 8th grade pill refined by Old Yuan, after taking it, Yi Chen's father showed immediate results. Yi Lingfeng's previously dazed and slightly pained eyes gradually became clear, and his body regained vitality, allowing him to move on his own. He looked at Yi Chen in front of him and sighed, Son, you've grown up so much. Dad, do you still feel any discomfort? Yi Lingfeng felt around and shook his head. Other than some tinnitus, I don't feel anything else. The mayor of Demushan town, Wu Yingkai, hurried over to pay his respects upon hearing that Mayor Li had arrived in Demushan town. This usually high-ranking Wu Yingkai was very humble at Yi Chen's home, treating Yi Chen's family with great courtesy. Especially in front of Yi Chen, his attitude was even somewhat humble. After Yi Chen's explanation and persuasion, his parents agreed to leave Demushan town today and move to the Queen's Villa area in Hangcheng. As for the debts owed to the townspeople, Yichen left enough gold coins for the mayor, entrusting him to help repay them one by one. The work at the supermarket was also taken care of by Wu Yingkai, so the Yi family no longer needed to manage it. Just before setting off, Mayor Li arranged for another car and suggested taking Yi Chen's parents to the hospital first for a comprehensive checkup for Yi's father. Yi Chen agreed and approved. Watching the few brand new cars representing the city drive away from the town, feeling Yi Chen's indifferent attitude, Wu Yingkai felt a bit anxious. The large supermarket at the town entrance is now owned by his brother-in-law. When the Yi family fell into trouble, his brother-in-law bought the supermarket at a very low price. To be honest, they are all fellow villagers, and what his brother-in-law did was unscrupulous, taking advantage of the situation and kicking someone when they are down. Thinking of this, and recalling the cold smile on the face of that rising star when he faced him, Wu Yingkai broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly called his brother-in-law. When the call connected, Wu Yingkai spoke in an undeniably stern tone. "You hurry up and return that supermarket at the village entrance to the Yi family. Go apologize in person." "Not returning it? Fine, then let's not have any dealings in the future. I'll watch how you die. I'm going to divorce your sister right now." It seemed that the person on the other end of the line had softened. After hanging up, Wu Yingkai cursed in frustration. What a useless piece of trash. On the road, Yi Chen adjusted his mindset. He is now an official member of the 9 provinces, holding the highest position within the system. Some things cannot be done openly. A gentleman does not hold a grudge without repayment. Wu Yingkai's brother-in-law should wait. The game has just begun, and we will take our time. After the personnel arranged by Wu Yingkai took over the supermarket's operations, Tang Er returned home with the 2,000 gold coins, feeling inexplicably emotional. His wife, Zhang Hua, was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television, not even glancing at her husband. It wasn't until Tang Er traded the 2,000 gold coins to her that Zhang Hua's eyes lit up. "Wow, where did you get so much money?" Tang Er replied nonchalantly, "From the Yi family." Zhang Hua asked in confusion, "Didn't you secretly lend them 1,000 gold coins back then?" Tang Er's tone remained calm. "The extra is a thank you from Xiaonan." Hearing this, Zhang Hua raised her chin, displaying a superior expression. "Their family still has a conscience, knowing to return us a bit of interest. In that case, we aren't losing out." He. Tang Er sneered, "That's all there is." "Originally," Zhang Hua muttered, "having this much is already good. With their family's situation, what more can we expect?" "Ha ha ha." Tang Er suddenly burst into laughter, startling Zhang Hua. Now, even Mayor Li of Hang City is trying to curry favor with Yi Chen. How could Tang Er not see the significance of this? He thought to himself, if Zhang Hua knew that the Yi family had already made a comeback, had soared to great heights, what would her expression be? 1,000 gold coins. If the relationship between the two families hadn't soured, if their feelings hadn't faded, then today, the extra benefits his Tang family received would be far more than just 1,000 gold coins. Tang Er truly regretted marrying such a short-sighted woman. Back then, when Jinjin was still young and innocent, it was Zhang Hua, as her mother, who instilled in her the idea of being opportunistic, steering her away from Yi Chen and towards the wealthy son of Wu Yingkai. If it weren't for Zhang Hua, his daughter might have ended up with Yi Chen. At that time, wouldn't their Tang family have completed a class leap and become a prominent family in Hang City? Unfortunately, everything must be blamed on their own narrow-mindedness for not seizing the opportunity. In the afternoon, Yi Chen's family had already been arranged to stay in a villa in the Queen's Villa district, managed by 9 provinces. This villa is numbered 01. This means it is the king of the 28 standalone villas in the Queen's Villa district of Hang City. This villa has always been firmly held in the hands of 9 provinces, and Yi Chen's family is the first owner of this villa. "Dad, Mom, you will live here in peace from now on. I will serve the central office and need to go to the capital today." Yi Lingfeng smiled, "Seeing you succeed, Dad doesn't want anything else, so don't worry about home." Chen Xian's eyes were red. She was reluctant to see her son leave. She reminded him, "Be careful when working outside." As dusk fell, Yi Chen stood atop a tall tower, looking down at the city of Hangzhou through the glass. This was the location of the official court teleportation portal. Deng Qiming stood beside Yi Chen. "It's your first time using the teleportation portal, right? Don't be nervous, our portal is very safe." Besides, with Elder Ding, who is at level 699 and just one step away from becoming a demigod, king of angels, encountering a few minor accidents won't be a problem. After a while, under the farewell of the top provincial leaders of Yin province, Yi Chen and the others entered the direct teleportation portal to the capital. Once inside the portal, Yi Chen felt as if the scenery around him transformed into an oil painting. From the rapidly changing lines of the oil painting, Yi Chen deduced that his body was moving. It felt like a moment had passed, yet it also felt like a long time. Yi Chen sensed that he had stopped. When he opened his eyes, the view before him was no longer that of the Hangzhou teleportation tower. He had arrived in the capital in less than 10 seconds. After leaving the capital's teleportation tower, Yi Chen got into a special car. Little guy. Elder Ding sat beside Yi Chen in the back seat. Next, I'll take you to the Yenuang Hall. There, the chief will personally hold a ceremony for you. After the ceremony, you will officially become a member of the system. The capital was indeed vast. After an hour's journey, Yi Chen arrived at the center of power in Yin country, the Yenuang Hall. It was already past 7 p.m., and there weren't many lights in the Yenuang Hall. The scene Yi Chen had imagined, bright and filled with members, did not occur. He walked through the large hall, entered the backstage, and navigated through several curtains. Yi Chen was brought to a door. Elder Ding's expression and tone were both serious and solemn. Yi Chen, the Zhouzhou you are joining is the most important backbone organization of Yin country. It has a very high level of confidentiality. Even ordinary members of the system may not know of its existence. As I mentioned before, joining, Zhouzhou, means truly becoming an invisible guardian of Yin country. Once you join, Zhouzhou, dangerous and arduous tasks will accompany you for life, and you will contribute to the prosperity of Yin country. Of course, you will also become a hero of Yin country, receiving the highest welfare benefits and resource allocation. Alright, Yi Chen, go ahead. Elder Ding stood straight and saluted Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I can only take you this far. He then saluted Deng Qiming. Captain Deng, it's up to you from here. After Deng Qiming returned the salute, he raised his right hand, palm facing the ancient-looking, ordinary door. A complex golden red symbol lit up in his palm. As the light of the symbol shone on the door, it slowly opened. Deng Qiming walked ahead, and Yi Chen followed closely behind. The door gradually closed, and Elder Ding's cheerful voice echoed from outside. Little guy, when you complete the Shinon plan, I'll invite you to my home. I'll introduce you to my lovely granddaughter. She's even prettier than your little lovers. Ha! As the door closed, the sounds from outside were completely cut off. When outside, Yi Chen looked into the door, which was pitch black, thinking it led to an underground chamber. But when he truly stepped inside, he realized it was a small teleportation portal. Yi Chen felt a flash before he appeared in a bright world filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers. Yi Chen, this way. Following Deng Qiming, Yi Chen walked along the cobblestone path while looking around at his surroundings. The scenery inside features mountains and water, flowers and grass, as well as many adorable little animals, such as the cheerful sparrows flying in the sky, the fish swimming in the water, and the little squirrels running on the ground. It is a vibrant scene. However, the painting style is somewhat strange, resembling a hand-drawn landscape painting. One can clearly feel that this is not the real world. Moreover, after Deng Qiming entered this place, his attire changed. He was now wearing a grayish-white trench coat. This trench coat did not appear heavy, gently fluttering in the wind as he walked. Additionally, his entire figure was shrouded in gray mist, making it difficult for Yi Chen to see his shape and face clearly. Sensing Yi Chen's confusion, Deng Qiming explained, this is an alternate space created by a colorful mythical treasure controlled by the chief. It is a conference room exclusive to Zhouzhou. We, Zhouzhou, directly accept the chief's leadership. Hearing this, Yi Chen's heart raced. Directly accepting the chief's leadership. This was an honor. Every member of Zhouzhou has established a connection to this place. Upon entering, they automatically don a cloak and are enveloped in mist to conceal their identities. This is a mechanism to deal with infiltration. It also protects the identities of each member, as every member of Zhouzhou is scattered around the world, possessing surface identities while carrying out various confidential tasks. Once you complete the ceremony, the next time you enter here, you will also wear the same cloak and be shrouded in mist. It seemed that the organization members did not share their identities. Truly, it was the most secretive official organization in Yin country. Yi Chen followed Deng Qiming, passing through a grove, walking past a pavilion garden, and arriving at the foot of the mountain. They ascended the mountain along the path. After about 5 minutes, they reached the summit. The mountaintop was very spacious, surrounded by the sea on all sides, giving a sense of tranquility yet a bit of solitude. In the center of the mountaintop, there was a platform of about 2,000 square meters. The platform was divided into 5 areas, each containing dozens to hundreds of seats. To the north of the 5 areas, there were 5 specially shaped seats, plus 1 seat at the very top. At this moment, Yi Chen could see that sitting in the top seat was none other than the chief of Yin country. He was dressed in formal attire, wearing a smile. In the 5 seats below him sat individuals cloaked in thin gray mist, their faces obscured by their trench coats. They are the leaders of the 5 major packs from the east, west, south, north, and center. Deng Qiming then turned towards the platform area and explained, those are the seats for the members of each pact. Today is your induction ceremony, and to conceal your identity, the other members have not been summoned. The only ones who know your identity, besides me, are the 5 highest leaders of the packs present and the chief. Don't be nervous, go ahead. After saying this, Deng Qiming turned and walked towards the central packed area, taking a seat in a front position. Yi Chen slowly walked to the center of the platform, looking up at the 6 prominent figures seated above. Yi Chen, the chief's voice was very gentle. On behalf of the people of Yin Country, on behalf of the Yin Country government, and on behalf of all members of Zhouzhou, I welcome your joining. Raise your right fist and swear an oath with me. Under the chief's guidance, Yi Chen solemnly took the oath. After the oath, a golden light emanated from his right hand. He looked down to see a complex symbol emerging in the center of his right hand. Deng, you have acquired the skill Oath of Mountains and Seas. Oath of Mountains and Seas. Passive, you can pass through the mountain and sea gate to enter the mountain and sea world. Active, no consumption, no cooldown, you can actively contact others who also possess the Oath of Mountains and Seas. At the same time, Yi Chen's body was also enveloped in mist, and he too donned a grayish-white cloak. Yi Chen, you have officially become a member of the 9 provinces. That is your seat, please take a seat. Yi Chen turned his head and saw a shining seat in the central area. This seat was just a few positions behind Deng Qiming. Yi Chen walked at a pace that was neither fast nor slow to his designated seat and sat down. Once Yi Chen was seated, the chief indicated for a member in his special seat to speak. The member was shrouded in mist, making it difficult for Yi Chen to see his appearance and figure. However, his voice was normal, sounding like that of an elderly man. Yi Chen, welcome to the 9 provinces, Central Covenant. I am the highest authority of the Central Covenant, and from now on, you will be one of my subordinates. This captain, you must be familiar with him, he will be your master within the 9 provinces. If you have any questions, you can contact him directly. You can also reach me directly through the Oath of Mountains and Seas. The Wang Villa in Building No. 1 of the Queen's District in Hang City has been assigned to your name. From now on, that will be your villa. Consider it a welcome reward for your employment. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be astonished. A welcome reward in the form of a villa was indeed quite generous. The highest authority of the Central Covenant continued, your potential is remarkable, but you have yet to grow. Normally, the organization would provide you with development time and resource allocation. However, there is a special task that urgently requires your participation. Yi Chen, this is your first task assigned by the 9 provinces, codenamed Shinong Plan. This task involves teaming up with 4 other members to clear the 5-person secret realm, Diyuan Medicine Forest. The specifics will be explained to you by Captain Deng. Then he added, I want to emphasize one point, be sure to pay attention to safety. While the development of the Diyuan Medicine Forest, secret realm is important, the safety of the participants is even more crucial. Captain Deng, you must emphasize to the young people participating in this task, including Yi Chen, to pay attention to their own safety. The secret realm is not a dungeon. Dying in the secret realm means real death, with no margin for error. Yi Chen found the task a bit strange. Isn't it just a secret realm? Could it be of a high level? If it were a high-level secret realm, like level 500 or 600, what could a level 30 mage like him do? Surely they don't think he can create miracles infinitely? Although he might indeed. If it were a low-level secret realm, then with so many high-level professionals from the Flame Nation, they could just go in and crush it. Or is there something special about this secret realm? The chief gave a few more instructions, and then the induction ceremony came to an end. Yi Chen and Deng Qiming returned the way they came, back to the place where they first arrived in the mountain and sea world. They passed through the mountain and sea gate. As his vision darkened and he opened his eyes again, Yi Chen and Deng Qiming were back inside the assembly hall. This mountain and sea gate is fixed inside the assembly hall. In the capital and in various provinces and cities, there are many hidden mountain and sea gates. But let's not talk about that now, let's head back to the base. Yi Chen followed Deng Qiming out of the assembly hall and got into the special car they had arrived in. On the way, before Yi Chen could ask any questions, Deng Qiming took the initiative to say, Yi Chen, you should have some understanding of secret realms from your high school textbooks. Yi Chen nodded. Deng Qiming continued, the high school textbooks only listed 3 basic pieces of information, true death, layers, and affixes. In reality, the secret realms in the unparalleled Arc world are very complex, hiding all sorts of bizarre special rules. For example, the secret realm we are about to tackle, Diyuan Medicine Forest, has a special mechanism. It only allows practitioners below level 50 to enter. Once there are practitioners of level 50 and above in the team, the entire squad will be unable to enter this secret realm, let alone clear it. To clear this secret realm, we must organize a 5-person team with members below level 50. So that's how it is. Yi Chen understood that this was the reason he was chosen for this task. Deng Qiming's tone became somewhat serious. Moreover, the members of this team must go through strict selection. Because this secret realm is extremely difficult, a level 50 secret realm with a difficulty of 20 layers. 20 layers! Yi Chen knew that each layer of difficulty would not only increase the monster's damage and health by 10%. Additionally, for every multiple of 5 layers, the secret realm would gain an extra affix. 20 layers mean 4 affixes. Practitioners at level 49, who have not completed their first awakening task, have limited attribute growth, fewer skills, and lower equipment attributes. In such a situation, they would have to face monsters in the dungeon with 200% increased health and damage, along with 4 affixes. No wonder this secret realm has not been cleared by the country for so many years. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I'll take you to the preparation base right away. There are already 4 teammates waiting for you there. The preparation base is located in the Tianjing mountain area, within an official building near Tiantai Mountain. It is not far from the entrance of the Chasm Medicine Forest, secret realm. Upon arriving at the base, Yi Chen first met with the 4 teammates, had dinner together, and got to know each other. Then, under Deng Qiming's organization, the 5 of them entered the official simulation dungeon to practice combat and start coordinating with each other. By the time they finished and lay down on the comfortable soft bed, it was already 11 p.m. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen always felt like there was something unfinished. His experiences over the past 2 days had been too rich. He sat up, thought for a while, and slapped his thigh. He almost forgot about the Crimson Blood Path matter. The special skill, Blood Remembrance, has a cooldown time of 30 days. The sooner it's used, the sooner the cooldown starts. He was too excited last night and forgot, wasting a whole day. Yi Chen was now on official territory, and it was a place arranged by the most secretive organization, Jojo. The room's confidentiality and protection were very strong, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. He closed his eyes and began to channel Blood Remembrance. The casting time passed quickly. Yi Chen's 88,880,000 health points were absorbed by Crimson Blood Path in just 5 seconds. Then, large swaths of ink-white smoke suddenly appeared before his eyes, giving a sense of Tai Chi. At the same time, within the ink-white smoke, images flashed by like a movie. These images included scenes and characters, and they were incredibly lifelike, as if they were truly appearing before Yi Chen, constantly changing. However, these images had no sound. What does this mean? The skill description of Blood Remembrance states that the holder will find a lost colorful mythical equipment from the gaps of history. Yi Chen boldly speculated, could this ink-white mist be the gap of history? And within these unique and unrelated images before him, was the colorful mythical equipment hidden? Should he reach in with his hand? Thinking of this, Yi Chen decided to give it a try. At this moment, the flickering image in the ink-white mist was of a battle-worn warrior, holding a spear, roaring at the rolling black clouds and lightning in the sky like a god of war. Behind this man, people lined up in long queues, carrying burdens, leaving their homes. The distant city-state had become ruins. As Yi Chen reached out his hand, the moment it touched the mist, it was as if he had plunged into a pool of water, causing faint ripples on the screen created by the ink-white mist. Ding, congratulations on obtaining Barditira * unyielding will. After the system's voice echoed in his mind, the mist stopped displaying images, and then gradually dissipated in the room. He had obtained a piece of colorful mythic equipment. Yi Chen eagerly opened his inventory. Sure enough, a colorful glowing item appeared in his inventory. This was the colorful mythic equipment. Equipment name, Barditira * unyielding will, colorful mythic, part, bracelet carrying level, LV1 and above, can upgrade equipment. Base attributes, health plus 1000, armor plus 300, magic resistance plus 300, effect hit plus 5%, effect resistance plus 20%. As the equipment level increases, the base attributes will continue to grow. Divine skill, cannot be absorbed or transferred through black crystals. Never yield, passive effect. When the holder is affected by a control effect from an enemy, this control effect is transferred to that enemy. After triggering, it will enter a cooldown period of 5 seconds. Madness God's Remorse, passive effect. The holder will be immune to the negative effects of the mythic weapon Barditira * Madness Strike. Unfading Divine Power, this equipment also hides unknown powers. Upgrading this equipment may uncover this power. Special skill, Resistance, passive effect. For every 1% of effect resistance the holder has, attack power increases by 500. Durability, never wears out. Owner recognition, unrecognized. Wearing this equipment will automatically recognize the owner. Although the unparalleled arc descended on Blue Star only 188 years ago, the game world of the unparalleled arc itself has a long history. After reading the attributes of this equipment, Ichen's first focus was not on the attribute skills, but rather, Barditira. He was a deity that truly existed. Originally, upon seeing the 4 characters Barditira, Ichen only felt a bit familiar. But when he saw the name of the divine skill Madness God's Remorse, Ichen suddenly remembered that Barditira was a deity that had fallen over 10,000 years ago in the history of the unparalleled arc. His divine name was Madness God. That was a genuine deity, and this mythic equipment also concealed the power left behind by this fallen deity. No wonder it was called the Gaps of History, to actually unearth the legacy of a fallen deity from over 10,000 years ago. What delighted Ichen the most was that the divine skill never compensated for a shortcoming he had. Now, with this divine skill, Ichen would no longer fear control effects. Not only would he not be afraid, but due to the rebound effect of control, Ichen actually hoped for enemies to try to control him. Because controlling Ichen was equivalent to controlling themselves. Barditira * Unyielding Will, like the Anu Crown, was an upgradable piece of equipment. In the world of the unparalleled arc, the initial level of upgradable equipment is generally level 1, and it will grow alongside its owner. After Ichen killed monsters, not only would he gain experience points, but the upgradable equipment would also gain a certain amount of experience points. When the equipment level reaches 49, specific materials are required for a breakthrough to continue upgrading. This was quite similar to the awakening of a professional. Ichen was looking forward to the effect of unfading divine power, wondering what powerful abilities would be unlocked as this equipment gradually upgraded. As for the weapon mentioned above, Barditira * Madness Strike, Ichen recalled the image from the historical gap, of a man who seemed to be the Madness God, holding a spear and roaring at the sky. Ichen speculated that the weapon Madness Strike referred to that spear. Next month, when drawing mythic equipment again, if he sees similar historical void images, Ichen decides to give it a try and draw out that Mad Strike, pairing it with Unyielding Will to see what kind of peculiar chemical reaction occurs. Rebellion can enhance Ichen's attack power. In the past, Ichen would have felt uncomfortable for a while because a higher attack power means his basic attack damage would be higher, and the frequency of stealing attributes would be lower. However, after the initial adjustment period, Ichen has changed his mindset regarding the attribute stealing of God's Hand. When he first obtained God's Hand, Ichen was relatively weak and wanted to maximize his gains. Now, he feels that there's no need to waste time on small monsters, nor is it necessary to deliberately lower his attack power just to steal a bit more attributes. Just go with the flow. After all, God's Hand won't run away. However, regarding the equipment Thorn Knight, even if it's not for stealing attributes, Ichen thinks it's still very useful. Ichen imagines that if one day he could wield Thorn Knight to strike at Chen Yingling, what a wonderful scenario that would be. Just thinking about it excites him. He immediately equips it. Ding, Master Recognition successful. Ding, congratulations on achieving the Equip a Colorful Mythic Equipment achievement, earning the title Mythic Equipment Collector, Beginner. In the world of Supreme Arc, there is an achievement system. When a professional reaches certain conditions, they can earn achievements and unlock some rewards. Of course, unlike typical online games or mobile games, the world of Supreme Arc does not have trivial achievements, all are relatively difficult to achieve. Ichen checks this title, the attributes are average, but its significance lies more in showcasing to others that he possesses colorful mythic equipment, with very nice special effects. After all, only professionals equipped with a piece of colorful mythic equipment can unlock this title. Another way to show off. Ichen looks at his attribute bar and sees he has less than 20 million health points left. However, it's fine, Crimson Blood Path only drains health points and does not affect the health point cap. Ichen's health point cap is still over 100 million. As long as he sleeps, his health will fully recover. This is one of the basic mechanisms of the Supreme Arc world. Time to sleep. Ichen lies in bed, feeling a bit restless. He picks up his phone and sees many new messages on WeChat. As soon as he opens WeChat, he receives a message from Ruan Haoyue. Brother Nan, are you very busy in the capital? Not even replying to me. Ichen scrolls up and sees several messages from Ruan Haoyue today. Brother Nan, last night was the first time I drank alcohol in my life, and I got a bit tipsy. But what I said was all sincere, happy emoji, shy emoji. I originally wanted to hang out with you today, but I got drunk last night and accidentally sprained my ankle. Woo woo, look. Foot image, ankle image, comparison image of both feet. Ruan Haoyue isn't very tall, loves sports, and her feet are healthy and beautiful, pale with a hint of pink. Showing me this late at night? I can only say, the vibe is too strong. Ichen types a reply, it's so late, why aren't you sleeping? Ruan Haoyue. Immediately, a video call comes through. Yi Chen turns on the light and answers the video. On the other side of the screen, Ruan Haoyue isn't wearing makeup, but the camera's built-in beauty filter still makes her look stunning. She's wearing a cute pink pajama set, her hair naturally cascading down, exuding a youthful vibe. Brother Nan, wait a moment, I'll get a pillow. She holds the phone with one hand, bends over, and reaches for a pillow with the other. As her body leans forward, a large expanse of white fills Yi Chen's view, making his blood rush. When Ruan Haoyue brought over the pillow and settled in, she asked, Brother Nan, how are you doing in the capital? Are you adapting? After chatting for a while, Ruan Haoyue suddenly shifted the camera to her waist and abdomen. Then she lifted her bent right leg, and her loose pajama pants fell down due to gravity, revealing her snow-white thigh. The camera seemed to deliberately glide slowly up her thigh, finally pausing at her slightly swollen, delicate ankle. Woo-woo, Brother Nan, look, it still hurts now. What young man could withstand such a test? Yi Chen felt he could no longer continue the conversation. He comforted Ruan Haoyue with a few words, promised her that he would definitely come to Hangqing to play next time, and then, with his heart racing, hung up the video call. Turning off the light and lying back in bed, Yi Chen found himself wide awake. In Hangqing, at the Queen's Villa district, in the Chu family's villa area. Late at night, Xu Liansong sat at her desk in her room, flipping through a book but not really focusing on it. Instead, she occasionally picked up her phone to glance at her WeChat contacts. Last night when she got home, her father told her that he had given her contact information to Yi Chen and asked her to keep an eye out. Now, a whole day had passed, and it was almost midnight, yet there was still no friend request from Yi Chen. A wave of inexplicable emotions surged in Xu Liansong's heart. Could it be that he wasn't interested in me? This was the first time in her life that Xu Liansong doubted her own charm. It was too late, and she planned to go to bed. However, after lying down, she found herself somewhat insomnia, unable to fall asleep. In the same Queen's Villa district. When the clock struck midnight the next day, Chen Yingling gritted her teeth, staring at her unresponsive phone, angrily lying down and covering her face with the blanket. Oomph, Yi Chen. Just you wait. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. When she opened it, Yi Chen saw Captain Deng's deep-set eyes. Yi Chen, Master Cui has arrived. He has a long-term cooperative relationship with the authorities and is very reliable. Last night, Captain Deng returned to the capital and had already arranged for an official appraiser for Yi Chen. His professional rank was level 5. The ranking system for life professions differs from that of combat professions and is divided by tiers. Taking appraisers as an example, they start at level 1 and need to continuously appraise items to gain experience. When their experience accumulates to a certain extent, they will level up. The higher the tier, the more types of items an appraiser can assess, and the higher the quality they can determine. A level 5 appraiser is already considered quite high in society. However, unexpectedly, this level 5 appraiser was unable to successfully appraise the task item Shallan's treasure. Therefore, Captain Deng contacted the president of the Capital Appraisal Industry Association and level 8 appraiser, Mr. Cui, who came specifically to appraise Yi Chen's item. And level 8 appraiser is already at the pinnacle of the appraisal profession in Yin country. Mr. Cui's name is well known in the capital. He is not within the system but holds the title of honorary consultant in certain functional organizations of the central office. Mr. Cui, in his 70s, has slightly long gray hair, and his eyebrows and beard are similarly gray, wearing a white robe, giving off an aura of an immortal. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Mr. Cui smiled slightly. This young friend must be Yi Chen. This person speaks with an air of cultivation. Yi Chen internally scoffed but maintained a polite demeanor, greeting Mr. Cui. The appraisal process was quite simple. Yi Chen initiated an appraisal order request to Mr. Cui. After Mr. Cui agreed, a holographic image of the appraisal interface appeared before both of them. The appraisal interface contained 2 sections, one for the appraisal and one for the appraisal fee. Yi Chen placed the task item, Shallan's treasure, that needed appraisal in the appraisal section. Appraisal is not a transaction. The item in the appraisal section still belongs to Yi Chen. The fee had already been taken care of by Captain Deng, so Yi Chen did not need to pay. Old Cui saw that this was an ordinary white task item and felt completely indifferent. He was even a bit displeased. Just for such a thing, they specially invited him, a top expert in the appraisal industry? Why use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken? Why use a cannon to shoot a mosquito? But forget it, considering the face of Elder Ding, he would just treat it as a chance to stretch his legs. Old Cui's expression was very relaxed and comfortable, with his eyes slightly closed, using the authoritative appraisal technique. Through the appraisal interface, he effortlessly transmitted a small amount of mana to Shallan's treasure. The working principle of the appraisal technique is that the appraiser inputs their own mana into the item being appraised, the more mana input, the higher the chance of successful appraisal. Done. No, wait. Old Shui squinted. Logically speaking, for a white item, even a first-tier appraiser should be able to appraise it successfully. For him, an 8th-tier appraiser, it should be a piece of cake, and he should succeed with less than 100 points of mana. However, now he had already input over 1,000 points of mana, and the item still showed no reaction. Oh, this is interesting. He. Old Shui chuckled lightly and increased the amount of mana input. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 points. Shallan's treasure still showed no reaction. Old Shui glanced at Yi Chen and Deng Qiming beside him, seeing their calm expressions as if they had already anticipated this situation. Old Shui was unwilling to accept defeat. After all, he was an 8th-tier appraiser and thought he could not lose face in front of the younger generation. He continued to increase the input. 10,000 points of mana were input. Old Shui's expression became somewhat serious. As an 8th-tier appraiser mastering the authoritative appraisal technique, 10,000 points of mana should be enough to reveal the hidden attributes of orange epic equipment in most magical items. However, he felt no feedback from Shallan's treasure. This was abnormal. Old Shui became serious, sitting up straight, and his aura changed, finally displaying some of the demeanor of an 8th-tier appraisal master. Go! Whoosh! Yi Chen and Deng Qiming beside him could feel the massive mana energy surging from Old Shui's body. 20,000, 40,000, 80,000, 160,000. Under Old Shui's astonished gaze, Shallan's treasure finally began to emit a hint of purple light. This proved that Old Shui's authoritative appraisal technique had taken effect. It finally took effect. Old Shui's body began to tremble slightly as he continued to input mana, because the appraisal had not yet succeeded. As an 8th-tier appraiser, Old Shui's maximum mana was only about 500,000. 160,000 mana was already 1/3 of his total mana. At this moment, Old Shui realized that this seemingly ordinary white item was definitely not simple. As the amount of mana input increased, his mental and physical pressure grew heavier. Old Shui could only grit his teeth and persist, making sounds like he was constipated. 320,000. 450,000. In just a few seconds, the previously calm and confident Old Shui was now sweating profusely, his face flushed, completely losing that ethereal demeanor. Accompanied by Old Shui's strange shout, the mana he transmitted had reached 480,000, and that authoritative appraisal technique was operating at full capacity. Finally, bang! A crisp but not loud sound rang out. Shallan's treasure disappeared from the appraisal interface's appraisal column. Oh my god, I'm exhausted. Old Shui clutched his chest, wailing without grace, but the next moment, his body suddenly froze, and his expression became dazed. Deng Qiming immediately stepped forward, supporting Old Shui's body, a hint of worry appearing in his deep-set eyes as he asked, "Old Shui, how are you? Did you succeed?" He succeeded. After the disappearance of Shallan's treasure, Yi Chen's inventory had 2 additional items. One was 50,000 gold coins. The other was a piece of equipment, quietly sitting in the inventory. This was a very peculiar piece of equipment. On the other side, Old Shui's expression momentarily froze, then he revealed a look of wild joy, because the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding, identification successful, congratulations, you have gained 2 million experience points. Authoritative identification technique has gained 36 proficiency points. Ha. Old Shui slammed the table and stood up, lacking any decorum, laughing like a madman. It was no wonder he was so excited, as an 8th-tier identifier, identifying some very precious items no longer granted him experience. But today, he had only identified one item and gained 2 million experience points, taking a big step toward advancing to a 9th-tier identifier. In the entire world of the unparalleled arc, counting all the official countries and major organizations, the number of 9th-tier identifiers did not exceed 3. Moreover, his authoritative identification technique had suddenly gained 36 proficiency points. Although there was still some distance to full proficiency and upgrading to the more powerful Supreme Identification technique, at the very least, this identification had given Old Shui a glimpse of further hope. With such a result, Old Shui looked at Yi Chen as if he were a treasure. He immediately stood up, grasped Yi Chen's hand, and excitedly said, "Yi Chen, if you have any other magical items that need identification in the future, please be sure to find me. I absolutely will not charge any fees." After saying this, he looked at Yi Chen eagerly. If Yi Chen did not agree, he would kneel down without caring about his dignity. This was a boy who could clear the hero difficulty novice trial dungeon, and he would surely obtain all sorts of strange items in the future, just like this time. As long as he could hold on to this big leg, he had hope of advancing to a 9th-tier identifier. Seeing the pitiful old Shui, Yi-Chen thought for a moment and readily agreed. An 8th tier identifier was eager to work for him for free, why not take advantage of it? Seeing Yi-Chen agree to his request, old Shui grinned widely, as happy as a child. Yi-Chen, good child, from now on, you are our esteemed guest of the Chui family in the capital and the Identification Association. If you have any difficulties, just come to me, don't be polite. Beside them, Deng Qiming's deep-set eyes trembled slightly, involuntarily looking at Yi-Chen, the subordinate who had just joined his team. He had quickly won old Shui's favor. Deng Qiming's evaluation of Yi-Chen rose even higher. At this moment, however, Yi-Chen's thoughts were elsewhere. He wanted to check the peculiar equipment he had obtained after identifying Shallan's treasure. As previously mentioned, every piece of equipment has a grade, from the lowest white to the highest colorful. When equipment is in the backpack, the border and icon will display the corresponding grade color: white, green, blue, purple, pink, red, orange, gold, and colorful. A total of 9 color schemes. But after identifying Shallan's treasure, the equipment Yi-Chen obtained displayed a different color in the backpack. It was black. This piece of equipment emitted a black light from its border and icon while in the inventory. Black equipment? There was nothing about it in the textbooks. Moreover, Yi-Chen had never heard of the existence of black equipment online. This left Yi-Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. In an instant, many speculations arose. Could it be that black equipment surpassed colorful mythical equipment? Or did black equipment itself hide some secret, possessing certain special abilities? He directly checked the attributes of the equipment, hoping to find answers within. Equipment name: Arachni * Mirror of the Fallen, Black Mutation. Due to unknown forces, the abilities of this equipment cannot be displayed. Part: Treasure Carrying Level. Base attributes: Divine Skill, cannot be absorbed or transferred through black crystals, cannot be displayed. Special Skill, Unknown. Durability, never wears out. Owner recognition, Soul Binding. Upon obtaining this equipment, it will automatically recognize its owner. The attributes of this equipment were a disappointment. Yi-Chen looked at it with a face full of confusion. The only valid information was black mutation. However, Yi-Chen did not know what grade the black mutation equipment belonged to. Judging by the prestige of this equipment, it should be comparable to colored mythical gear. After all, Yi-Chen saw that it had the attribute of divine skill, only it was hidden. Initially, upon seeing the attribute information of this equipment, Yi-Chen did not intend to equip it. But soul binding means that the moment a practitioner obtains the equipment, it is considered equipped, and it automatically recognizes its owner. Now that he had obtained this equipment affected by unknown forces, resulting in mutation, Yi-Chen was unsure whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, he was not too worried. This was part of an epic hidden quest line and should not pose any danger to him. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Shallan's treasure quest. The quest log displayed that the quest was completed, waiting for the reward in the next stage of the quest. With someone beside him, Yi-Chen planned to wait until he was alone to claim the reward. After sending off old Shui, Deng Qiming called Yi-Chen to the office. The deep-eyed Deng Qiming said, even a master appraiser like old Shui took a lot of effort to appraise this item. Moreover, old Shui's excited and unrestrained reaction indicates that he must have gained a lot of experience and proficiency. These two facts seem to prove that the item you want to appraise is not an ordinary one. Captain Deng's thinking was quite sharp. To be honest, Yi-Chen had not expected that the item from Shallan's treasure would have such a high status. If he had not joined Jojo, successfully appraising Shallan's treasure would have been a very difficult task. Deng Qiming's voice became low and serious. Yi-Chen, where did you obtain this item? What was the appraisal result? After asking these two questions, Deng Qiming's tone softened. Of course, if it involves your privacy, you can choose not to answer. After all, every practitioner has some secrets. Yi-Chen indeed had secrets. But the epic hidden quest line of Shadow of the Chaos Sea was not really a secret. Moreover, Yi-Chen felt that the black mutation equipment, Arachni * Mirror of the Fallen, sticking to him was like a ticking time bomb. It was necessary to report to the higher-ups to see if he could obtain some additional information and help. Yi-Chen pondered and replied, Captain Deng, that item was obtained from the Hero Difficulty Novice Trial Dungeon. After clearing the Hero Difficulty, I received an epic hidden quest line. The first task was to appraise that item. After the appraisal was successful, that item transformed into two parts. One part converted into 50,000 gold coins. The other part transformed into a very special piece of equipment. At this point, Yi-Chen posed a question. Captain Deng, do you know about black equipment? Upon hearing this term, Deng Qiming showed a serious contemplative expression and nodded. Our Jojo secret archives have some related content. The suffix of black equipment is named mutation. It is said that black mutation equipment is even rarer than colored mythical equipment. But related research indicates that this does not mean that black mutated equipment is better than colored mythical equipment. Because black mutated equipment has a significant characteristic, which is affected by unknown forces. Under such influence, black mutated equipment has no attributes, no special skills, and is almost unusable. In the words of the researchers, rather than saying black mutated equipment is equipment, it would be more accurate to say they are special items. As for what force exactly influenced these pieces of equipment, some research results have already been obtained. But my level of authority is not enough to access that information. Even the captain of JoJo does not have the authority, so the so-called unknown force must be hiding secrets. After hearing this information, Yichen pondered for a moment, then heard Deng Qiming ask in a slightly serious tone, "Did you obtain the black mutated equipment?" "Yes." Yichen nodded. After the identification of that item was successful, in addition to 50,000 gold coins, I also received this equipment. Yichen used display to project the attributes of Arachni mirror of the fallen in front of him. It was a handheld mirror, with a frame adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a strong classical Western vibe. The mirror's surface was snow white, and since it was a projection created by display, it appeared to have no abnormalities. After reviewing its attributes, Deng Qiming furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "Do not attempt to wear it. Place it on a separate page in your item inventory, and try not to let it come into contact with other items." Hearing this, Yichen asked in return, "Captain, is there a problem with it?" Deng Qiming fell silent for a moment before slowly saying, "Yichen, I shouldn't tell you this, but I must remind you not to feel psychological pressure because of it. Historically, a significant portion of those who held black mutated equipment, or researchers who had contact with black mutated equipment, have encountered unfortunate events. They all engaged in deep contact and research with black mutated equipment, trying to explore the power within. If it's just a matter of carrying it, there shouldn't be any issues. After all, there are several pieces of black mutated equipment held by relevant departments, and the staff responsible for their care have not encountered any accidents." Hiss. Yichen inhaled sharply. It sounded a bit eerie. "Miracle, bro, lend a hand." Seeing Yichen's worried expression, Deng Qiming comforted him. "Yichen, don't be afraid, the country and JoJo will do their utmost to protect you. As long as you restrain your curiosity and do not attempt to study this black mutated equipment." Upon hearing this, Yichen quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. He acted swiftly, already moving this black mutated equipment into the little black room of his inventory. Deng Qiming immediately dialed a number. "This is Deng Qiming. I am applying for an emergency call for a tranquility and safety talisman to protect one of my team members, who is an important executor of the Shinnon project. Yes, he has encountered an abnormal situation. I will elaborate on the details in a written report." "Okay, please expedite." After hanging up the phone, Deng Qiming's expression relaxed a bit. "Yichen, I have applied for an epic treasure equipment from above. It can effectively counter the harm of evil forces to you. You must not panic." "I'm not panicking." Yichen recalled the special system and his brain's reaction when Captain Deng invaded his dream the night before. He believed that if this mirror were to pose a threat to him, his special system would definitely help him counter the danger. Also, let's not scare ourselves. Deng Qiming showed a look of realization and deduced, "You obtained this black mutated equipment by completing an epic hidden task. Perhaps in the subsequent task line, this black mutated equipment will play a certain role, and even during the course of the task line, you might be able to get rid of it." He looked up and asked, "Yichen, your current task should be completed, right?" Yichen nodded and replied, "Yes, the task is completed after the identification is successful. It's just that I haven't had the chance to claim the reward and take on the next task." Hearing this, Deng Qiming's expression relaxed a bit. I hope my guess is correct. You go ahead and see what the next task is about. If you need any help, feel free to come to my office." Yichen nodded and turned to leave. "Wait, there's one more thing." Deng Qiming added, "At 10 a.m., there will be a meeting in the conference room. I will formally introduce you to the important information about the Deep Abyss Medicine Forest, Secret Realm, and starting today, the organization will conduct a week-long specialized training for you. Tentatively, the task will be executed a week later. Time is tight. Thank you for your hard work these days." Returning to his room, Yichen calmed his emotions and opened the taskbar. The reward for the task, Shallan's treasure, is a pet egg of at least the stellar level. Claim the task reward. Ding! Miracle effect triggered. Congratulations, you have triggered a miracle. You will receive a pet egg of a creature that has gone extinct in the world of the Supreme Arc. Ding! The Shallan's treasure task is completed, and you have received the task reward Night Dreaming Auspicious Dragon Pet Egg. Auspicious Dragon. That is the oldest symbol of civilization for the people of the Great Yin Kingdom, a spiritual totem. In ancient times, the people of the Great Yin Kingdom were descendants of dragons. In the world of the Supreme Arc, there are also dragons. But those dragons are Western lizard dragons, not the Eastern auspicious dragons that the Great Yin people once worshipped, which had a majestic and mysterious appearance with a snake body, lizard legs, deer antlers, cow ears, eagle claws, and fish scales. The Eastern auspicious dragon has already gone extinct in the history of the Supreme Arc world. But now, Yi Chen has obtained a pet egg of the Eastern auspicious dragon. The last time Yi Chen was this excited was when he awakened the only hidden super divine talent, Hand of Blasphemy. At this moment, Yi Chen's heart raced, his heart rate exceeding 150, heading straight for 160, his whole body trembling like a sieve. He carefully transferred the pure black pet egg, which radiated a sacred aura, to his private item slot. Then, with a curious and excited expression, he checked its attribute information. Night Dreaming Auspicious Dragon Pet Egg, Class, Emperor, Pet Preview, Overall Image, Flying Animation, Breath Animation, Casting Animation, Resting Posture Image, Owner Writing Preview, and so on. Hatching Conditions, requires at least a top-level incubator, must inject 5 pieces of pure concentrated black crystal. Hatching Ceremony, hatching must be conducted in a purely dark environment, and before starting the hatching, the owner must consume the highest quality mental enhancement potion possible. Hatching time, approximately 12 hours. Bonding, soul binding, automatically recognizes the owner upon obtaining this pet egg. In the preview image, there is a cute little dragon, pitch black, curled up and dozing. Around its body, a rhythmic flickering of tranquil, deep black light makes it appear even more sacred. This is the auspicious dragon, my auspicious dragon. Yi Chen's eyes widened, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curling up as he looked at the curled up little black dragon, growing fonder and more excited the more he looked. This is not an ordinary pet, it is also a mount. Not just an ordinary land mount, but a flying mount. The kind you can ride and soar into the sky. Thinking about being able to ride a majestic and sacred auspicious dragon in the future, soaring through the sky, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile widely, revealing his white, healthy teeth. The pet egg is ready, but the materials needed for hatching are very expensive, and as a pet of the Emperor class, the hatching ceremony looks quite complicated. A purely dark environment. If I hide in the house at midnight, pull the curtains, and turn off the lights, would that count? Yi Chen didn't think too much about it. Anyway, his main task ahead was to clear the underworld medicine forest, secret realm, and other matters could wait until this task was completed. After finishing the Shalon's Treasure quest, Yi Chen received the second ring of the epic hidden quest line, Shadows of the Chaotic Sea. Quest, Mirror Person, Type, Epic Hidden, Shadows of the Chaotic Sea, 2/9. Overview, you sold Shalon's treasure and gained a fortune. At the same time, you finally found the reason something was off with the treasure and obtained a strange mirror. Soon after, you discover that this mirror hides a person. Objective, fulfill the 3 requirements of the mirror person to complete this quest, 0/3. Reward, unlock part of the abilities of Arachni * Fallen Mirror. There was actually a person hidden in that black mutated equipment. The unfolding of this horror-like story made Yi Chen's scalp tingle, feeling as if something dirty had entered his inventory. However, after reading the quest description, objectives, and rewards, Yi Chen felt a sense of relief. The goal of the quest was to satisfy the mirror person's 3 requirements. Since the other party needed him and had requests of him, they surely wouldn't harm him. Moreover, if the other party showed malice or if he sensed something was off, he could simply choose not to complete the quest. After all, the initiative was in his hands. Besides, he still had the Hand of the Blasphemer and Miracle. Thinking this way, Yi Chen felt even more at ease. As for the reward for this second ring of the quest, Yi Chen wasn't particularly excited. Who knew what abilities that ghostly mirror had? Would it even be of help to him? Yi Chen held no hopes for it, but that didn't stop him from having a small expectation. He hoped that upon completing the quest, the Arachni * Fallen Mirror would give him a surprise. Something that would make him truly appreciate it. Huff, Yi Chen exhaled a breath of stale air, did some push-ups and squats in the room to calm his mood. At 10 a.m., the meeting regarding the exploration of the underworld medicine forest officially began in the base's conference room. Yi Chen was the first to arrive, followed by the 4 teammates he had met last night, who entered one after another. The deep-eyed Deng Qiming sat at the head, presiding over the meeting. The purpose of today's meeting was to explain the relevant matters of the underworld medicine forest, secret realm to Yi Chen, who had just joined the team. The meeting lasted until after 1 p.m. During lunch in the base cafeteria, Yi Chen enjoyed a rich and healthy meal while reflecting on the content he had heard in the meeting. After learning the full scope of the task, he felt a bit heavy-hearted. This task was truly important for the Yin Kingdom. Although Yi Chen was just a high school student, he knew that in the international community, items related to level 9 potion mixtures were long monopolized by the beautiful empire across the ocean. The Yin Kingdom wasn't lacking in technology. Old Yuan was a level 9 alchemist and fully capable of producing level 9 potions. However, what the Yin Kingdom lacked were the raw materials to make level 9 potions, level 9 herbs. Level 9 herbs were not widely distributed within the Great Yen and were not fully represented in variety, making them a very scarce strategic resource. Due to the lack of level 9 herbs, the Yin Kingdom could not produce level 9 potion mixtures on a large scale and had to rely on imports. Imported goods were very expensive. Moreover, the Yin Kingdom had many exceptionally talented level 8 alchemists who, due to the lack of a large quantity of level 9 herbs, were unable to refine level 9 potion mixtures, causing their proficiency to stagnate and preventing them from advancing. The 9th tier herbs are directly controlled by the beautiful nation, which only exports 9th tier finished potions to the international community and never provides raw materials. Therefore, the Flame Nation can only find ways to procure 9th tier herbs at great expense through various channels while also exploring new secret realms within the country, hoping to find one that can stably produce 9th tier herbs. And such a secret realm has been found. It is the Deep Abyss Herb Forest. Inside the Deep Abyss Herb Forest, there indeed grows a large variety of 9th tier herbs. It can be said that as long as this secret realm is opened up, the government can transform the Deep Abyss Herb Forest into a 9th tier herb cultivation instance. In that case, the Flame Nation will no longer be choked by the beautiful empire in terms of potion production. Moreover, it will break the beautiful empire's monopoly in the international potion market. Not only will it benefit the people, but it will also yield enormous profits. The vision is beautiful, but the reality is harsh. After finding the Deep Abyss Herb Forest, the officials of the Flame Nation were mentally prepared. Everyone knew that this secret realm, which produced 9th tier herbs, would be extremely difficult. For this reason, almost all the well-known 600 level or above kings of angels in the Flame Nation were ready to be summoned by the state at any time. However, no one expected that this secret realm would be so special. It does not allow practitioners above level 49 to enter. Moreover, for level 49 practitioners, this level 50 secret realm is a hellish difficulty. Remembering the specific information about the Deep Abyss Herb Forest, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. This difficulty was not a problem for him. If he were allowed to go all out and solo it, Yi Chen was confident he could clear the secret realm. He sincerely wanted to suggest to the higher-ups not to let those 4 teammates go in. He could handle it himself. But as the saying goes, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Yi Chen felt it was better to keep a low profile. Starting from this afternoon, Yi Chen was both leveling up and undergoing various skill reaction intensity training. Yi Chen's training results were excellent, earning nods of satisfaction from the instructors. In the following days, Yi Chen participated in special combat training to hone his combat skills and awareness while continuing to bond with his 4 teammates. The days were very fulfilling. As for the nights, there were also pictures of inner layers sent by Ruan Haoyue video chats, and they were quite steamy. Su Lunming would actively message Yi Chen to discuss matters regarding the college entrance examination. Since Qin Yining recognized Yi Chen, she has been particularly affectionate towards him, always acting coy. She is introverted and shy about sending inner layer pictures, but her voice tone has become extremely ambiguous. Chu Liansan, Chen Yingling, and Li Lisha also actively added Yi Chen on WeChat. Usually, Yi Chen never initiated conversations with them. There was no way around it. Ruan Haoyue was just too proactive, and Yi Chen's spare time was completely drained by her. Yi Chen thought this was fine. If Li Lisha also learned from Ruan Haoyue, he really wouldn't be able to handle it. Yi Chen truly couldn't provoke Li Lisha's pair of bear brothers. During this time, the tranquility and safety amulet that Deng Qiming applied for Yi Chen arrived. When handing the amulet to Yi Chen, Deng Qiming explained the merit system within Jojo. In simple terms, members earn merit points by completing tasks based on their contributions, which can be converted into successful merits. Merit points are equivalent to a type of credit score, and members can exchange them for rare items, materials, and equipment. This amulet requires a certain amount of merit points to claim, and this time Deng Qiming took the initiative to gift it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not refuse. The Arachni * mirror of corruption showed no reaction. The promised figure in the mirror remained still. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. It was the day to carry out the mission. In the capital city, Tianjing Mountain District, at the entrance of the Deep Abyss Herb Forest, Secret Realm. At the foot of a scenic area, this place has been sealed off by the authorities since the secret realm was discovered. At 9:30 a.m., the Shinong team gathered and stood by at the entrance of the secret realm. As the mission leader, Deng Qiming's deep gaze was filled with a serious light. He rarely showed emotions, but today, his voice was magnetic, and his face bore a sacred yet solemn expression. In 1,000 words, it all comes down to one. I wish you success. Return victorious. After saying this, Deng Qiming solemnly saluted the team members. The 5 members of the team stood in a row and returned the salute simultaneously. Deng Qiming finally instructed, "Children, this secret realm is indeed very important, but your lives are even more important. If things go awry, prioritize your safety and use the Arc Stone to leave the secret realm in time." The 5 accepted the order. The Shinong team set out. After the figures of Yi Chen and the other 4 disappeared into the green light curtain, Deng Qiming stood at the entrance of the secret realm for a long time. Near the entrance of the secret realm, by a window in a building, stood 2 old men who witnessed the Shinong team's departure ceremony. They were the highest officials of the Jiuzhou Central Covenant and the master of the Dian Medical Pavilion, Elder Yuan, a 9th-tier pharmacist. The 2 old men had serious expressions mixed with worry, which also contained a hint of expectation. "Children, do your best." Dark and damp, a wave of decaying bitterness assaulted the senses. Visibility was good, but upon closer inspection, one would notice a bluish-green particulate matter floating in the air, resembling smog. Not far away, there were dense white forests, and the fruits on the trees were a strange blood red. Looking deeper, it was a hazy expanse. In the depths of the dense forest, strange sounds of creatures could be faintly heard. This was the interior of the Diyuan Medicine Forest, Secret Realm. The moment the team entered the secret realm, virtual numbers appeared above each member's head, ticking down every second. -50 points. Poisoned. This was a special mechanism of the secret realm. The area was filled with poisonous mist, and any professionals entering here would be infected by the mist poison. Mist poison, negative status, toxin, loses 50 health points per second, duration infinite. Faced with the continuous loss of health, Yi Chen and the others remained calm. They had long prepared for this mechanism. They each took a bottle of 8th tier, All Poison Resistance Potion. All Poison Resistance Potion removes all poison-related negative statuses from your body and grants immunity to any poison-related negative statuses for the next 6 hours. The higher the tier of the potion, the greater the success rate. Has everyone successfully removed the mist poison? The speaker was a nearly 1.9-meter tall, broad-shouldered, shiny-headed young man who looked fierce. However, in reality, he was very easy to get along with. His name was Wang Tai, the captain of the Shinong team. When Yi Chen first met him, he found it hard to believe that he was only 20 years old this year. Wang Tai had joined the Shinong program 2 years ago and had experience exploring the Diyuan Medicine Forest. This meant that his level had remained at 49 for 2 years. Yi Chen glanced at his status bar. The negative buff of mist poison had disappeared. "I succeeded." A gentle female voice said, "Me too." Another flamboyant male voice chimed in, "Oh, the 8th tier potion is so spicy." The short man, Molly, patted his chest and said with relief, "The potion was so hard to drink. Thankfully, I didn't have to drink it a second time." After he spoke, a gentle breeze wafted from him, passing through the others at a steady pace. When the breeze brushed past Yi Chen, the 200 health points he lost due to mist poison were fully restored. Receiving the response from his team members, Wang Tai slowly exhaled, then said, "Follow the planned route, form up, and advance slowly. Don't rush to attack when encountering monsters, let me take the lead." The 5 spread out, with Wang Tai at the front. The tall, bespectacled beauty, Louis, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, and the short healer, Martin, followed closely behind him, positioned in the center of the formation. Bringing up the rear were Yi Chen and a boy named Nie Qian. Nie Qian's main weapon was a uniquely designed, colorful handgun, larger than a standard pistol, or perhaps it would be more accurate to describe it as a hand cannon. He was a rather flamboyant young man, often saying "oh" and occasionally speaking with a dubbed tone. Despite being in a dangerous situation, he showed no fear, casually chatting with Yi Chen. "Oh my buddy, don't be nervous. We're all wearing top-tier epic gear at level 45 today. The last time we faced the number 1 boss, it was because I wasn't there. You'll see my output capability shortly." As he spoke, he twirled his hand cannon with his right hand. The team advanced steadily when suddenly, from the nearby white bushes, a small creature appeared, with a rabbit's head and a human body. It charged fiercely at the nearest short healer, Martin. Standing at about 1.6 meters tall in shoes, Martin was a shy and timid boy, frozen in place and at a loss in the face of this sudden attack. Just as Yi Chen was about to act, a massive figure rushed in, colliding head-on with the rabbit-headed monster. This was Wang Tai's skill, Charge. Wang Tai firmly drew the monster's aggro, not daring to be careless, as his body was covered in diamonds, transforming him into a diamond man. This was the effect of his god-level talent, King of Diamonds, which greatly increased his resistances and attack power. The seemingly extremely dangerous rabbit-headed monster's attack only dealt single-digit damage to Wang Tai. Seeing that the short Martin was still dazed, Nie Qian shouted, "Oh hell, come over here, buddy." As he spoke, Nie Qian raised his hand cannon and aimed at the rabbit-headed monster. Bang bang! 2 frost bullets, and 1 gale bullet, all hit their mark. His shooting skills were indeed impressive. Nie Qian's profession was the God-tier, elemental gunslinger, a class that came with an upgradable and evolvable exclusive main weapon, rumored to potentially reach colorful mythic quality with increased awakenings. The elemental gunslinger mastered various elemental bullet effects. For instance, frost bullets could deal both physical and frost spell damage, while also applying a slowing debuff. The gale bullet had very high single-target damage and armor-piercing effects. Meanwhile, the tall, quiet girl Louis, with her scholarly aura, opened a thick book in her hands. A purple light flashed in her eyes. Whoosh! A fiery red bat materialized from the book, flapping its wings and hovering in mid-air, then unleashed a fireball attack on the enemy. Whoosh! Another flash of purple light in Louis' eyes, and a goblin archer, half her height, leaped out from the book, landing beside her, drawing its bow to shoot at the enemy. Whoosh! She was also a god-tier professional, a otherworldly summoner, capable of summoning monsters from different planes to assist her in battle. Moreover, the monsters she summoned were quite versatile, whether tank type, healer type, or damage dealer type. She could summon whichever was needed, making her abilities as comprehensive as Nie Qian's elemental gunslinger. At this moment, the short Martin also regained his senses. He first distanced himself from the monster, then raised both hands to the sky. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several gusts of wind whirled up, continuously circling around Wang Tai, healing him while damaging the rabbit-headed monster. Martin is also a divine limit professional, with the class of Wind Devotee. The whirlwind he summons has healing effects and can also attack enemies, making him a versatile player with both offensive and defensive capabilities. In less than 15 seconds, the rabbit-headed monster fell to the ground, turning into experience for the 5 members. There was no need for Yi Chen to take action. Of course, their levels had already reached 49, and since they had not completed the first awakening quest, they would not continue to accumulate experience. Watching his 4 teammates showcase their skills, Yi Chen sighed inwardly. They were indeed excellent, worthy of being chosen by Jojo to participate in the Nishinome project. However, compared to him, they were still a bit lacking. After the battle, Wang Tai picked up the loot and placed it in the team's public item storage, waiting for subsequent distribution. Everyone, don't let your guard down, Wang Tai reminded. Although this is a linear dungeon, there are still many monsters that don't play by the rules wandering around. Be careful at all times, ensuring you can enter combat mode whenever necessary. After the battle, the team's combat record panel updated the total damage and damage per second for this wave of combat. In the damage rankings, Nie Qian held a slight advantage in first place, with Louis in second. Third was the tank class Wang Tai, who had fought the monsters head-on. The short Martin also dealt a certain amount of damage, ranking fourth. Yi Chen ranked fifth, with a damage output of 0. This meant Yi Chen had not taken action. Wang Tai thought Yi Chen was scared, which was why he didn't react and join the fight. He walked over to Yi Chen, showing a silly smile, and comforted him. It's okay, you can take your time to adapt to the earlier waves of small monsters. These monsters just look scary, they're not that terrifying. Oh, that's right, my good buddy, Nie Qian said, slapping Yi Chen on the shoulder. You just completed your class change and awakening. After all, you lack practical experience, so focus on self-preservation and don't worry about damage output. Louis remained silent, quietly summoning 2 shadow creatures that circled around Yi Chen and the short Martin, providing them with some protection. Martin echoed, my healing will be timely, trust me. Facing the goodwill from his teammates, Yi Chen smiled and accepted it. This group of teammates is really great. There's no comparison, no criticism, this team atmosphere is very comfortable. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Chen didn't react earlier, he was afraid that if he took action, his teammates would have nothing to do. After all, with the top-tier level 45 orange epic gear prepared for him by the high-ups of Jojo, and even a few pieces of golden legendary gear, his spell power had already reached nearly 15,000 points. With a single fireball, that rabbit-headed monster would definitely be taken out in an instant. How would he explain that? He could indeed use the triggered miracle effect as an explanation, but he couldn't use miracle as a shield for every wave of monsters. If it triggered 100% of the time, it wouldn't be called a miracle. So before entering the secret realm, Yi Chen decided that he wouldn't take action every time. If his teammates could handle it, he would let them handle it. Let's continue moving forward. Wang Tai walked at the front, leading the team along the predetermined route to the vicinity of the first wave of monsters. There were many monsters in this wave, with a total of 8 gathered together. The more monsters there are, the harder they are to deal with. This is a consensus among professionals. Especially when there are a few particularly difficult monsters among them, it can significantly increase the difficulty of the battle. Wang Tai held a brief meeting. He pointed to the 2 poison mist descenders, kneeling in the middle of the 8 monsters, their hands raised high as if praying for divine favor. These 2 poison mist descenders have a channeling skill that deals very high damage, and after dealing damage, they will heal themselves. This channeling skill must be interrupted. I'm in a group with Anan, keep an eye on the one on the left. You and Qian are in a group, watch the one on the right. Shaoli, you need to be flexible, if anyone misses, you'll step in to interrupt. As for the other 6 small monsters, gather them together and use AoE skills to take them down. This wave of monsters is affected by affixes, and their health is extremely high. We'll all use our burst skills for a quick resolution. As mentioned before, in the Secret Realm dungeons, every 5 levels, the difficulty increases with an affix. The Deep Abyss Medicine Forest is a level 20 dungeon with 4 affixes. 2 of these affixes significantly increase the difficulty of the small monsters. Resilience, dungeon affix. All normal small monsters and boss monsters in the dungeon have their health and damage increased by 50%, with an additional 10% increase for each level of difficulty, totaling 250% for this dungeon. Public display, dungeon affix within a 10-meter radius of all normal small monsters and boss monsters in the dungeon. For each additional normal small monster or boss monster, their own health and damage increase by 40%. With the bonuses from these 2 affixes, this wave of 8 small monsters can gain a total of 530% health and damage increase. Adding the 200% health and damage increase from the level 20 difficulty, this wave of monsters has a total health increase of 730%, bringing their total health to 43,800 points. Seeing this number, Yi Chen felt it was a bit exaggerated. These are just level 50 small monsters. So when Wang Tai arranged for everyone to use their burst skills against this wave of small monsters, the team members all agreed. Be careful to interrupt. Countdown. 10, 9. The countdown to the monsters began to resonate in everyone's minds. As the countdown reached 1, everyone immediately sprang into action. Since the captain said to use burst skills, Yi Chen didn't oppose and prepared to activate Burning. This skill is the burst skill of the Fire Mage, which he learned at level 45. Burning, active, instant cast, no cost, cooldown time 120 seconds. When this skill is released, it will not interrupt other skills that are being cast, and for the next 10 seconds, all fire spell damage from the caster will critically hit. Yi Chen began to cast Flame Storm. On the other side, Wang Tai released Charge into the monster pile, then used War Cry to damage all the small monsters and draw their aggro. Nie Qian showed a serious expression, his colorful hand cannon flashing with light, and then another identical colorful hand cannon appeared in his left hand. Dual guns. Holding dual guns, Nie Qian aimed at the monster pile, continuously firing explosive flame bullets, dealing area fire spell damage and single target physical damage. After hitting the monsters, explosive flame bullets would also create lava zones on the ground, continuously damaging the monsters. Lui remained calm, her steady eyes bursting with a strong purple light. With a whoosh, from the thick book in her hands, she summoned a blue western lizard ice dragon. The western ice dragon opened its mouth wide and sprayed frost breath into the monster pile. Molly stretched out a hand, continuously guiding a small tornado that rampaged through the monster pile, dealing natural spell damage to the monsters while healing Wang Tai's health. Both Lui and Nie Qian were god-tier classes, and their skill damage coefficients were extremely high, plus they were wearing top-notch level 45 equipment. This allowed them to deal tremendous damage. In just 5 seconds, this group of monsters lost about 25% of their maximum health, which is over 11,000 health points. 8 monsters combined lost over 80,000 health points. The output capability of god-tier class players is indeed exaggerated. They are only level 49. At this moment, 2 poison mist ascenders began to cast, reading a skill bar that lasted for 8 seconds. Wang Tai issued the command, "Pay attention to interrupt." As soon as he finished speaking, he was about to unleash the universal skill, Spell Counter. Suddenly, a bright red flame storm appeared out of nowhere, engulfing all the monsters within it. Minus 59,344 points. 8 damage numbers appeared in succession, and all 8 small monsters fell to the ground, instantly killed. There was no need to interrupt. the Poison Mist Eruptor skill bar hadn't even finished casting before it was obliterated. Seeing this, the burly, bald-headed youth Wang Tai wore a bewildered expression. Where are the monsters? The 8 monsters with such thick health in front of him? They all died in the blink of an eye? It wasn't just Wang Tai. Not far behind him, Nie Qian, Louis, and Molly all wore dazed expressions. Then, everyone slowly turned to look at Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was enveloped in flame effects. He was already handsome, but now he looked even more striking. Louis glanced at Yi Chen a few times seriously before averting her gaze, not daring to look again. Yi Chen was in the last half second of casting Flamestorm, and had just used the instant cast, Burn, to ensure that the fire damage from this Flamestorm would be 100% critical hit. His spell power was now 15,000 points. The damage coefficient of Flamestorm was 200%, plus the critical hit damage coefficient of 200%. One cast of Flamestorm dealt 60,000 base damage. After being partially mitigated by the monster's magic resistance, it resulted in 59,344 points. The battle ended, and the team battle record panel immediately updated the total damage and damage per second for this wave of combat. In the damage rankings, Yi Chen's total damage and instant kills overwhelmingly surpassed the other 4. When the 4 of them saw the data on the battle record panel, they finally reacted. They all turned to look at Yi Chen, and even the most carefree Nie Qian couldn't find a word to say at that moment. Wang Tai felt a mix of emotions. He had talked for so long before the battle, and yet one skill from someone else had wiped out all the monsters in an instant. Who could understand the feeling of disbelief in his heart? Looking at his teammates, who were showing shock, Yi Chen wanted to say, basic skills, don't mess up. But he wanted to keep a low profile, so he attributed the credit to Miracle. 10 seconds passed, and the burn effect ended. Yi Chen returned to his normal appearance and shrugged. Why are you all looking at me like that? Didn't you know I have Miracle? Just now, I triggered a miracle, and my damage temporarily increased. Upon hearing this explanation, the shock on everyone's faces slowly faded. Wang Tai scratched his bald head and smiled wryly. I was so tense just now, it was quite shocking, and I really didn't react. Sigh, if you could trigger a miracle every time, that would be great. Seeing Wang Tai's delusional expression, Nie Qian couldn't help but laugh. Oh, you got me laughing. I mean, Brother Tai, if Nan could trigger the effect of miracle every time, would it still be called a miracle? Hearing Nie Qian explain for him, Yi Chen chuckled inwardly. Great minds think alike. Wang Tai walked over to Yi Chen and asked, Anan, is there any pattern to your miracles? Give me a hint. Do you have any confidence for the next wave of monsters? Give you a hint? Forget it. If it were to give Chen Yingling a hint, that would be worth a try, to thoroughly expose that arrogant girl. Yi Chen seriously began to spout nonsense. Brother Tai, I can confirm that I've summarized some experience. My miracle needs a period of time to trigger. There should be an internal cooldown mechanism, and I'm currently figuring out the specific time. However, one thing I can confirm is that as long as I don't attack, this internal cooldown time should gradually shorten. If I feel it's about time, I'll let you know in advance. Wang Tai nodded, deep in thought. From what you say, it sounds a bit like a charging mechanism. Understood. No wonder you didn't take action against the last little monster. It turns out you weren't scared, but were gathering strength. Alright, then for the next wave of monsters, you continue to gather strength, and we'll handle it with the 4 of us. He then looked at the other 3. The 3 expressed no objections. They continued forward. After about half a minute, they encountered another wave of monsters. This wave didn't have many monsters, only 3, but one of them was a boss monster. Wang Tai first looked at Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen shake his head, he said, Chen, you have many burst skills for your divine limit professions. If the cooldown from earlier is up, use a new burst skill. Also, we quickly resolved the battle thanks to Anan earlier, but this time Anan won't take action, so the battle will definitely take longer. If the magic energy orb appears, be careful to switch targets. Magic orb, secret realm affix. When fighters battle in the secret realm, there is a certain chance that a magic energy orb will appear on the battlefield. The magic energy orb does not attack but will explode 30 seconds after appearing, dealing 20,000 points of shadow spell damage to all fighters. Magic energy orb has a fixed 50,000 health points, with no armor or magic resistance, and its health attribute is not affected by other affixes in the secret realm. Generally, a level 49 fighter, including equipment attributes, has a health limit between 3,000 and 5,000 points, while tank professions are around 10,000 points. However, the team Yi Chen is in is the strongest level 49 team crafted by the Yin Kingdom. Their equipment is all top-notch. Currently, Louis, Nie Qian, and Ma Li's health limits are all around 24,000 points. they have also stacked a high amount of magic resistance. As a tank profession, Wang Tai's health is nearly 60,000 points, equivalent to the level of an ordinary level 150 fighter. The base damage of the magic energy orb is 20,000 points, and with the reduction from magic resistance, it is about 18,000 points. Not enough to one-shot someone, but still dangerous, because when the magic energy orb appears, the team is definitely in battle and also facing threats from small monsters. With Wang Tai's charge, the battle began. Nie Qian's dual gun burst skill cooldown quickly reset, and he transformed his dual guns again, continuously using Thunder Electronic Shell to attack the three monsters. When the Thunder Electronic Shell hits a target, it explodes within a half-meter radius, dealing high area damage again. It is the optimal choice for fighting 2 to 3 targets. Moreover, when the Thunder Electronic Shell hits an enemy, it slightly reduces the enemy's attack speed, extending their casting time, and has a certain control effect. Louis E turned to another page. Whoosh! The Western Ice Dragon from earlier seemed to be on cooldown. This time, Louis E summoned 2 small 3-headed hellhounds. One hellhound, about the size of an adult, charged towards the 3 monsters, attacking quickly with melee physical attacks. Molly continued to summon a small dragon whirlwind, providing some output while healing the tank, Wang Tai. Yichen observed from the back, feeling that the team could easily handle this battle. Suddenly, not far from Wang Tai's left hand, a purple-black orb appeared out of nowhere. Magic Energy Orb. As soon as the orb appeared, it began to cast an uninterruptible skill. Switch targets. Wang Tai shouted. Without needing to say more, Louis E and Nie Qian reacted quickly and began to switch targets. Nie Qian knew that the 3-headed hellhounds summoned by Louis E were melee units, and moving them would result in a loss of damage. He stepped forward without hesitation, shouting, "I'll do it." Then, he quickly combined his 2 colorful hand cannons into one, transforming it into a colorful automatic rifle. Nie Qian held the rifle with both hands, aiming at the magic energy orb. Tat tat tat. The swift wind bullets continuously struck the magic energy orb, causing a series of damage. Reduced by 2176 points. Whoosh! Within 2 seconds, the magic energy orb endured less than 30 bullets before being turned into a honeycomb, its health points dropping to 0 and disappearing. Yichen stared in astonishment. Is it really possible to do it this way? Nie Qian seemed unreliable, but unexpectedly had extraordinary strength. This skill's damage per second is so high, truly worthy of a divine limit profession. With a dozen bullets left, Nie Qian turned the gun towards the boss monster. Tat tat tat. After finishing a magazine, the colorful rifle transformed back into a hand cannon. My skill is on cooldown, you go for it. Louis Yi's eyes sparkled with purple light as she shouted in a clear voice, "Command * Berserk." Whoa! The 2 3-headed hellhounds received the command, their bodies swelling in size, exuding bloodlust, and their attack speed and power were greatly enhanced. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 monsters were eliminated. The squad's battle record panel updated the data from this wave of combat. Although Yichen did not take action throughout the battle, in the overall damage ranking, Louis E and Nie Qian still did not surpass Yichen. Moreover, there was still a noticeable gap. After easily taking down 2 waves of battles, the burly bald man Chen Tai displayed a hearty smile. "You guys are amazing. Our team really has a chance to clear this secret realm. I've never tanked monsters so easily before." Nie Qian looked quite proud, but humbly said, "Oh my friends, don't rush to praise us, let's continue moving to further places." 50 minutes later, after clearing 4 more waves of small monsters, Yi Chen and his group finally arrived in front of the first boss of the bottomless medicine forest. This was a small hilltop, with no snow-white trees bearing red fruits nearby, and the area was quite spacious. In the center of the area stood 2 figures. One had the upper body of a normal human, but its lower body was made up of 4 long, thin spider legs, with a large, rounded rear, resembling a spider. The 2 parts combined stood over 3 meters tall. The other was about 1.5 meters tall but exceptionally plump, with 2 wings resembling those of a ladybug on its back, occasionally flapping them, while its body had the head of a beetle. Behind them, deep within the hilltop, there was a wooden suspension bridge leading to the peak of the next mountain. Upon seeing these 2 bosses, Wang Tai's expression turned serious. "Up to now, our exploration has stopped here. I hope today we can set a historical record." Previously, Jojo had organized several exploration activities in the bottomless medicine forest, but without exception, all ended in failure. No team had managed to defeat these 2 bosses. On one hand, their stats were very high. Savage, Secret Realm affix. All boss enemies in the Secret Realm have their health and damage increased by 50%, with an additional 5% increase for each level of difficulty. This secret realm totals 150%. This is an affix specifically designed to strengthen bosses. Under the influence of Savage, the bosses in the secret realm became extremely powerful. On the other hand, the bosses had special mechanisms. The secret realm is not a dungeon, and there are no guides to consult. When professionals faced the secret realm bosses for the first time, they were completely in the dark, unaware of the boss's skills or effects. After several failures, Jojo finally figured out the mechanisms of the two bosses before them. Wang Tai said solemnly, "Have you all memorized the boss's mechanisms?" Everyone nodded. Good. Wang Tai continued, "As long as we get through this numerical challenge, we will definitely be able to defeat these two bosses. In the first phase, the fat worm boss will summon minions, and the minions have very thick health, so we need to switch fire and take them down immediately. The thin spider boss will deal AoE damage to the entire team every 6 seconds, so Molly needs to focus on healing." Then he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen understood, "The miracle is ready. In this battle, my damage will be greatly enhanced." Hearing this, Wang Tai's expression relaxed a bit. "Great, Anan. As long as you can quickly bring the boss's health down to 70%, it will reduce the healing pressure in the first phase, allowing Molly to save his trump card for the later stages." Yi Chen glanced at the boss's total health, estimated his damage, and nodded, "No problem." The 5 members of the team walked up to the mountaintop platform, slowly approaching the two bosses. At the top of the mountain, the tall, thin spider boss, Weaver Kaji, and the short, fat beetle boss, Insect General Baza, were facing off. "Weaver Kaji, get lost, you filthy bug. It is I who has gained Lord Aldi's favor. If you dare to stand in my way, I will weave you into silk and throw you into the dark abyss. Insect General Baza, you can go to hell. It is I who will receive Lord Aldi's grace. Do you believe I can send you flying into the sky and smash you to pieces?" Realizing someone was approaching, the two bosses ended their standoff and faced Yi Chen and the others. Insect General Baza, "Oh wait, Lord Aldi hates human invaders the most. Before I take you down, let me send them away first." "Weaver Kaji, you stole my line. I can't let you steal my achievements." Wang Tai took a few deep breaths to ease his tension. "Countdown 10 seconds to start the boss. Pay attention to the mechanics." Yi Chen said to Lui and Ye Chen, "In the first phase, don't use your burst. I'll take care of it." The two nodded in agreement. At 2 seconds on the countdown, Yi Chen began casting Fireball on Weaver Kaji. When the Fireball cast was at 0.5 seconds remaining, Yi Chen activated Ignite to gain the effect of guaranteed critical damage for fire spells. Whoosh! Minus 44,195 points. Minus 4,420 points. These two bosses share health. When one loses health, the other will also lose health. Additionally, at 70% and 40% health, there will be a forced health lock to transition phases. At this moment, Weaver Kaji was hit by Yi Chen's Fireball, bringing its health down to 70%. Due to the shared health mechanism, Insect General Baza's health also dropped to 70%. Originally, Yi Chen's damage would overflow, but due to the health lock mechanism during the transition phase, the boss becomes invulnerable, and the subsequent damage from Ignite cannot harm the boss. There's nothing to be done, that's the mechanism. In the face of the mechanism, no matter how high the numbers, one cannot just obliterate everything. The teammates, seeing Yi Chen's incredible explosive damage, were no longer surprised, only secretly envious. The special mechanism skill for the transition phase is coming. Wang Tai shouted, "Everyone, focus." During the first transition phase, the two bosses would each unleash a special skill. They are Heavenly Web and Reckless Charge. "Weaver Kaji, Baza, take your burden with you, you're affecting my performance. You better step back, I'll handle them." Then it unleashed Heavenly Web, spraying 5 thick strands of spider silk from its mouth, which stuck to the 5 team members. Looking at the sticky silk around his waist, Yi Chen's eye twitched. Damn, how disgusting. A significant pulling force came from the spider silk, dragging the 5 team members toward Weaver Kaji. If they were pulled in front of Weaver Kaji, they would suffer massive physical damage. For the other 4 teammates, it would be a one-hit kill. Without needing Wang Tai's reminder, the 5 quickly drank a bottle of level 8, Swift Potion, significantly increasing their movement speed. Their speed barely overcame the pull of the spider silk, preventing everyone from being dragged to the boss's side. On the other side, Insect General Baza shouted, "Ah, I'm so angry. Kaji, don't get in the way, I'll take them on. You're the first." As soon as he finished speaking, Insect General Baza landed on all fours, his beetle head flashing with a bluish-green light, pointing at Louis. At the same time, a large blood-red danger character appeared above Louis's head. She had been targeted and hit by Insect General Baza's special skill, Reckless Charge. Reckless Charge is a locking skill that, once it locks onto a target, will follow the target even if it moves. If hit by Reckless Charge, Louis would take massive damage and be knocked away by the tremendous impact. It should be noted that the boss battle took place on a mountaintop, and if Louis were knocked off, there would be no chance of survival. Before this, several former exploration team members had been knocked off and their bodies had not yet been recovered. Seeing this, Wang Tai shouted, Try to stay still. Everyone, find an angle with me to block that beast." Louis's face turned pale, fear evident in her eyes. Under the effect of the level 8 Swift Potion, she did her best to adjust her running speed, resisting the pull of the spider silk while trying to remain still. Yi Chen, quick on his feet, had already found the best position and was the first to sprint towards the target location. The other three followed closely behind him. In less than 5 seconds, the 4 boys had all gathered in one spot, working hard to resist the pull of the spider silk and maintain their position. The position Yi Chen led them to was slightly above and to the right of Louis, and slightly below and to the right of Insect General Baza. Meanwhile, the Weaver Kaji stood directly opposite Yi Chen and the others. This way, the 4 strands of spider silk from Yi Chen and the others were perfectly positioned between Louis and Insect General Baza, blocking the path of the charge. After 15 seconds, Insect General Baza finished charging and rushed towards Louis at high speed. Oh, what a lesson! Insect General Baza was stopped by the 4 sticky strands of spider silk. Due to the tremendous impact, he broke through the 4 strands but got tangled up in them, unable to move. "Damn you, Kaji!" Insect General Baza roared. "Which side are you on? Why are you blocking me? You are indeed disloyal to Lord Aldi. I must kill you later." Hearing Insect General Baza's roar, the Weaver Kaji laughed in anger. "Shut up and get lost. Don't blame others for your own stupidity. You, such a fool, don't deserve Lord Aldi's grace. Once I deal with them, I'll have time to take you down." After Insect General was ensnared by the spider silk, the first phase of the transfer mechanism ended, entering the second phase of the battle. The invincibility status of both bosses was completely cancelled, meaning they could be attacked again. Wang Tai shouted, "Aim for that trapped short and fat boss, hit it hard." Because he was ensnared by the spider silk, Insect General Baza received a vulnerable debuff, increasing the damage he took by an additional 30%. The 2 bosses shared health, so attacking Insect General Baza would deal more damage than attacking the Weaver Kaji. While casting Fireball, Yi Chen said to Nia Chen beside him, "I don't have burn. This time, you use a single target burst skill and let's take down the short and fat boss together. Don't wait for him to break free from the spider silk and summon minions." Nia Chen replied, "No problem." Yi Chen then shouted to the distant LVE, "Sister E, save your burst for the 3rd phase, don't use it here. Nia Chen and I can handle it." LVE had just recovered from her state of panic, and facing Yi Chen, who was a year younger than her, she felt a sense of reassurance and nodded vigorously at him. On the other side, the Weaver Kaji cancelled the link to LVE's web, standing in place while continuously channeling an AoE skill, dealing magical damage to Yi Chen and the other 4. Molly used a skill to restore the team's health. Wang Tai had already charged in front of the Insect General Baza to attack, but as a tank, his damage was not very high. Yi Chen cast Fireball. Minus 28,755 points. Minus 2,876 points. Meanwhile, Nia Qian assembled a colorful automatic rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. Minus 1,352 points. Yi Chen's damage did not instantly kill the boss, but with 15,000 points of spell power and 30% vulnerability, he still dealt significant damage to the boss. Coupled with Nia Qian's follow-up attack, in less than 4 seconds, the health of the 2 bosses dropped to 40%. They locked their health again, the second phase of the battle ended, and they entered the special mechanism of the second transfer phase. "Ah, these damn humans. I've had enough, Kaji, get out of the way, watch me poison them to death." The Insect General Baza glowed with a green light. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 ghostly green orbs shot out from its body, locking on and hovering over the heads of the 5 team members. Toxic Swarm, lock-on skill, dealing 80% spell power damage to enemies every second. Permanently effective in this battle, stackable. When this skill is dispelled, it automatically jumps to the nearest target. When a target accumulates 5 stacks, it will be silenced for 3 seconds. Silence, unable to cast skills, ongoing skills will be interrupted. You all gather to heal, don't worry about me, I'll activate damage reduction. Wang Tai transformed into diamond form, facing the Insect General Baza alone, drawing its aggro. Meanwhile, Yi Chen and the other 4 huddled together, the small-statured Molly looking tense, constantly calling for a breeze to heal his teammates and himself. The Weaver Kaji roared, "Baza, you filthy bug, it's you who should get out of the way." I don't have the patience to play games with them anymore, watch me kill them directly. After saying that, it began to channel. This was a 30-second steel mechanism channeling. The so-called steel mechanism channeling is a type that cannot be interrupted by conventional skills like spell law. It can only be interrupted using special mechanisms. Catastrophic web, casting time 30 seconds, dealing 2500% spell power damage to all enemies, and dealing an additional 500% spell power damage every second for the next 10 seconds. If this skill is completed, aside from Yi Chen, who has over 100 million health, the other 4 in the team would undoubtedly die. The fragile LVE, Yi Chen, and Molly would be instantly killed by the 2500% damage, while Wang Tai, even if he could withstand the first round of explosion, would not survive the ongoing damage. Therefore, like the previous transition phases, reckless charge, this was a skill that must be interrupted. How to interrupt this skill was a technical task. According to the previously set order, go one by one to the tall and thin boss. One by one, dispel. During this process, everyone remember to activate damage reduction skills. Molly, while the team's health pressure is not too high, you go first. Wang Tai commanded while drawing the insect General Baz's aggro. Hearing this, Molly ran towards the Weaver Kaji, healing himself, the team, and Wang Tai as he ran. When he reached the side of the channeling Weaver Kaji, he used the Dispel skill on himself. The toxic swarm on Molly was dispelled, and according to the mechanics of the skill, once the toxic swarm is dispelled, it transfers to the nearest target to the original host. Now, Molly is closest to the Weaver Kaji, so the toxic swarm was transferred to Weaver Kaji. Due to being in the transition phase, both bosses now had the effect of invincibility. Weaver Kaji would not suffer from the continuous damage of the toxic swarm. However, this effect indeed landed on him. After the dispel was completed, Molly quickly returned to the team's position. Meanwhile, oh, it's my turn. Nye Qian hopped and skipped over to Weaver Kaji's side. He also used the dispel skill on himself. The toxic swarm on him was transferred to the nearest Weaver Kaji. Then, Lui and Yi Chen each completed a set of actions. At this moment, the catastrophic spider web had read 20 seconds of time, and there were still 10 seconds left before it would explode. We're ready, Iron Brother. Upon hearing this, Wang Tai no longer entangled with the insect General Baza, and with a heroic leap, he arrived at Weaver Kaji's side, quickly using Dispel on himself. The moment the toxic swarm on Wang Tai transferred to Weaver Kaji was silenced due to the accumulation of 5 layers of toxic swarm. Therefore, the reading of the catastrophic spider web was interrupted. Woo! Woo! The silenced Weaver Kaji looked furious but could not produce normal syllables, only letting out low growls as if someone had covered its mouth. Seeing its angry face, Yi Chen found it somewhat amusing. It was panicking. 3 seconds later, Weaver Kaji burst into a string of curses, emitting a series of telegraphic sounds. XXXXXX. Baza, you are such a big idiot. I knew it, you fool, you can only drag me down. I really want to open your head and see if it's filled with nonsense. Insect General Baza mimicked Kaji's earlier insults and shot them back. You're the one who's foolish, don't blame others. If it weren't for you, I would have knocked them all away by now. I think you're doing this on purpose. I suspect you're colluding with humans and betraying us. I will tell Lord Aldi. Upon hearing this, Weaver Kaji was furious, its 4 spider legs trembling as if in an earthquake zone. It leaped up, ready to give Insect General Baza a flying kick, roaring, "You little brat, I can, for tones, kill you." Insect General Baza was also fired up. Come on, who's afraid of whom? I've wanted to take you down for a long time. After the catastrophic spider web was interrupted, the second transfer phase ended, and the invincibility effects on both bosses disappeared again. They still had 40% health left, 60,000 HP. The battle entered the third phase. The two bosses started fighting each other. Yi Chen and the others became spectators. The previous exploration team had worked hard to understand their mechanics, but due to numerical reasons, no team had ever successfully passed the second transfer phase to reach the third phase. Yi Chen and the others also learned for the first time that in the third phase, the two bosses would fight among themselves. It was much simpler than before. After that, the battle in the third phase had no suspense. The two bosses fought each other while Yi Chen and the others mediated. Soon, both of them fell, and there was no need to worry about who would receive Lord Aldi's blessing. The boss battle ended. Ding! Boss victory sound effect. Wang Tai sat on the ground, somewhat excited and panting, his tone exhilarated. Great! We made history, we finally won. Then, Wang Tai stood up and shook Yi Chen's hand. Anan, this is all your credit. You are really too powerful. Having a teammate like you is just so comfortable. The other three were also very excited. They deeply resonated with Wang Tai's words. The battle seemed easy, only dealing with mechanical issues. But when it came to the critical numerical problems, it was all Yi Chen who solved them. Molly had a look of lingering fear on his face and praised Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you are really amazing. Originally, in the first two phases, the Weaver Kaji would continuously deal AoE damage and randomly target someone for relatively high single target damage. These were all pressure points for healing. Before the fight started, I was actually a bit nervous, afraid I wouldn't handle it well and end up harming my teammates. But thanks to you, you directly hit the boss into the transition phase with a fireball, not letting it unleash a single extra skill. That was incredible, haha. By the end, the short Molly jumped up excitedly, as if he had never been this happy in his life. Yes, the elegant older sister, the beautiful Louis, hugged the thick book in her arms, covering the Bear Brothers, and looked at Yi Chen with surprise. Originally, the insect General Baza would summon many small monsters with thick health. These small monsters have no aggro and would randomly chase us. Because the small monsters without aggro cannot be pulled by Brother Tai, they would just chase people everywhere, making the scene very chaotic. It would affect our ability to pull the web and add extra difficulties and instability to blocking, reckless charge. Thanks to you, otherwise, when I was targeted by the short and fat boss for a charge, I don't know what would have happened to me in the end. Nie Chen exaggeratedly said, "Oh my friends, don't make a big deal out of it." He affectionately patted Yi Chen's shoulder. "This is just the beginning. Brother Yi Chen, leave the next small monsters to us, you just rest in the back and slowly accumulate, miracle. Everyone, a beautiful future is waving at us, ah." Saying this, Nie Chen suddenly got inspired and performed a short street dance. Wang Tai touched his bald head, watching Nie Chen jump around like a monkey, showing a silly smile. The short Molly kept cheering. Yi Chen and Louis exchanged glances and smiled as they watched. The two bosses dropped a total of 300 gold coins and 2 pieces of level 50 orange epic equipment. As expected of the 20th level secret realm, the drops are quite good. Wang Tai suggested, "In this battle, Yi Chen made the biggest contribution. I suggest letting Yi Chen choose one piece by himself. The other piece, we 4 will split it." The 3 had no objections, and Yi Chen was not polite, choosing a pair of orange epic shoes with good attributes, worth at least 120,000 gold coins. The other piece was a secondary shield, with generally lower attributes, but since there weren't many orange epic secondary shields on the market, this piece of equipment was valued the same as the shoes. Before entering the secret realm, Captain Deng had said that all gains obtained during the exploration of the secret realm belonged to their team and did not need to be submitted. This time, Yi Chen netted at least 120,000 gold coins. Outside the Earth Abyss Medicine Forest, secret realm, in an ancient 2-story courtyard, the highest authority of the Central Covenant, Elder Qin Dajiang, and the head of the Central Medical Pavilion, Elder Yuan. The two sat in a pavilion, with 2 cups of tea on the table. "Dajiang, what do you think?" Elder Qin Dajiang, nearly 70 years old but in good spirits, pondered, "This team is quite remarkable. I believe the Weaver Kaji and the insect General Baza won't be able to defeat them. After all, we understand the mechanisms of these 2 bosses. However, after defeating the first boss, they become explorers. What type of boss will the subsequent teams encounter? What special mechanisms do the bosses have? This is all unknown. Even if their stats are powerful, it's hard to say when they encounter mechanism issues." Old Yuan sighed, "It's a pity we don't have any diviners or stargazers below level 50. These 2 professions possess unique skills that can reveal all the skill mechanism information of the boss. Unlike ordinary professionals, who can only obtain basic information like level and health through scouting. I hope the kids can return victorious." Qin Dajiang sighed softly, "It's tough. I just hope they can come back safely and bring back some useful information to prepare for the next exploration. It's not that I'm pessimistic, but this secret realm is indeed not simple. It doesn't seem like it can be successfully explored in one go. Unless..." Qin Dajiang's gaze sharpened, adding that Yi Chen can create another miracle. Upon hearing this, old Yuan murmured to himself, "Yi Chen. Miracle." Inside the Abyssal Medicine Forest secret realm, on the mountaintop platform, Wang Tai's expression became serious and heavy again. "Brothers and sisters, the road ahead is unknown. With no strategy, we can only rely on ourselves. Every step may be fraught with danger. If things go wrong, we will use the Arc Stone to leave the secret realm. Arc Stone, active, no consumption, casting time 8 seconds, cooldown time 1 hour. If interrupted during casting, it will also enter cooldown. Upon successful casting, it teleports the caster to the entrance of the dungeon or secret realm. This is a soul-bound, indestructible item obtained by every professional after completing their job change, equivalent to a return scroll in the game. Through the suspension bridge, the team arrived at the mountaintop area of another mountain. After walking down a path for a while, they encountered the first wave of small monsters after the first boss. The types of these small monsters were roughly the same as before, but their health was slightly higher. For them, even if Yi Chen didn't take action, there would be no problem. 30 minutes later, Yi Chen and the others rested on a gentle slope halfway up the mountain. They had just finished a wave of battles and were dealing with the small monsters in front of them. Suddenly, a boss monster, the Forgotten Benefactor, jumped out from the white forest at the edge of the cliff and attacked the nearest LVE. LVE didn't react in time and was knocked to the ground by the monster, instantly losing half her health. She screamed in pain, almost shouting out loud. Yi Chen cast a fireball and eliminated the boss monster, saving her. But LVE was, after all, a girl, having never been knocked down by anyone. Being tackled by a monster left her with a certain psychological shadow. To comfort her, the team paused their advance and rested in place. To be honest, LVE was indeed quite unlucky today. Earlier, she had been singled out by the insect General Baza for reckless charge, a mechanism that could be fatal if not handled properly. Just now, she had almost been taken out by a boss monster. The Forgotten Benefactor had really high damage. If Yi Chen hadn't reacted quickly to eliminate it, LVE would have been in real danger this time. Nie Qian sat beside LVE, telling her cold jokes in a dubbed tone, while Molly sat on the other side, chiming in with silly laughter. Wang Tai patrolled the edge of the cliff. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly felt a strange sensation. He checked his inventory. The Arachni * fallen mirror was stirring. This eerie mirror emitted a faint glow. On the snow-white surface, a line of Chinese characters appeared. First requirement, go to the depths of the secret realm and defeat the final boss. This line of characters lasted for 5 seconds before dissipating like smoke. Immediately after, another line of characters appeared. Reward, I can create a pure dark environment for you. The number of words displayed on the mirror is limited. One sentence disappears before the next one appears. Used to hatch that little dragon. Trust me, the existing, pure dark environment is very dangerous, and you won't easily find it. Only I can help you create a safe, pure dark environment. So, what do you say? Will you accept this request? The subtitles on the mirror stopped flashing and became calm. Yi Chen took a sharp breath, feeling a chill run down his spine, as if watching a horror movie. How does the person in the mirror know I want to hatch the night dreaming auspicious dragon, and even knows the requirements for the hatching ritual? Could it be because it can see all the item information in my inventory? Putting that aside, Yi Chen felt that the person in the mirror was very knowledgeable about absolute darkness, even capable of creating an absolute dark environment. It seems this person in the mirror holds a high status, definitely not a simple character. Ah ha 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 ha. Nie Chen finished another cold joke and laughed heartily with Molly. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen, holding the classical silver mirror, whispered, "You seem afraid I won't agree. You went out of your way to explain so much to me. What important information are you hiding?" The classical silver mirror fell into a brief silence. Before he could get a reply, Yi Chen heard Wang Tai's voice, "Anan, are you looking in the mirror?" "Oh, it's nothing." Interrupted by Wang Tai, Yi Chen put away the mirror while weighing the pros and cons in his mind. First, our team's ultimate goal is also to defeat the final boss of this secret realm. In this regard, my goal aligns with the person in the mirror, with no conflict. Secondly, the night dreaming auspicious dragon is a pet of the emperor rank. The emperor rank is the highest tier below the gods, the pinnacle tier for pets. Hatching such a pet must be very difficult. The knowledge the person in the mirror spoke of regarding the pure dark environment should be trustworthy. If it can really provide me with a pure dark environment, then this deal is a sure win for me. The current issue is that this guy's origins are unknown, and I don't know if I can trust him. Yi Chen decided to take a step forward and see how it goes. After all, the team needs to keep moving. After calming Louis's emotions, the team set off again. On the way down the mountain, they cleared a few waves of small monsters. The group arrived at the foot of the mountain, where a white dense forest lay before them. The trees here varied in thickness, with white branches and trunks, bearing some red fruits. A small path led into the depths of the forest. This is a linear secret realm, with no exploration possible except for this path. It seems this is the way to the next boss. Let's keep moving. As everyone entered the dense forest, a change occurred. Minus 100 points. Virtual numbers indicating health loss appeared above everyone's heads. What's going on? Wang Tai and the others were taken aback. Yi Chen quickly found the source of the anomaly. He had gained a negative status. Intense fog poison, negative status, toxin, losing 100 health points per second, duration infinite. Stronger than the previous, fog poison. Is this because we have delved into the core area of the secret realm and encountered intense fog poison? Wang Tai calmly directed, everyone stay calm, drink another bottle of universal poison resistance potion. Yi Chen glanced at himself. The poison resistance buff still had about 3 hours left, and his heart sank. This buff is still active, so why am I still poisoned? A bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, after he drank the universal poison resistance potion, the negative status of intense fog poison did not disappear, it merely refreshed the duration of the poison resistance buff to 6 hours. Clearly, this antibody isn't working either. Yi Chen was still bleeding. This is bad, it means the 8th tier, universal poison resistance potion, cannot dispel the effects of the intense fog poison. No, it's not working. Louis's emotions, which had just been calmed, flared up again, her tone filled with panic and fear. The short Molly echoed, me too. Me too. Wang Tai and Nie Qian felt the same. Losing 100 points. Every second, everyone was losing 100 points of health. What are we going to do? Even the most flamboyant and extroverted Nie Qian showed a tense expression. Molly, heal first. Wang Tai, being the oldest, remained the calmest. Upon hearing this, Molly reacted quickly, summoning a whirlwind to swirl around the team members, restoring health. While casting spells, he lamented, Tai Gu. My mana is limited too. Including all the supplies, at this rate, I can last at most 1 hour before running out of mana. Wang Tai knew that this was not a sustainable solution. The continuous loss of health would pose great difficulties for the team's combat, especially for the healing class Molly, who bore the most pressure. Moreover, the upcoming boss might have some strange mechanisms. Continuing forward would be very dangerous. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Tai's face. Is this where it ends? Then, Wang Tai's expression turned serious. He couldn't risk his teammates' lives. Everyone prepared to retreat. In this exploration, we have already achieved substantial results. You 4 used the Arc Stone to leave the secret realm first. I will stay behind to guard. The Arc Stone has a weakness. If the casting is interrupted, the person will not be teleported, but the Arc Stone will still enter a 1-hour cooldown. Normally, if it fails, it's just a failure. It doesn't matter. You can just return the way you came, and wasting a bit of time to walk out isn't a big deal. But the current situation is very special. The team's position is nearly an hour and a half away from the entrance of the secret realm. Nie Chen, Molly, and Louis have a maximum health of only about 24,000 points. If they do not receive healing, they will die in 240 seconds. That is, in 4 minutes. Even if Molly can heal, his mana is limited, he can only last for 1 hour at most. This is far from enough to support the team to walk out of the secret realm. The only way out is to use the Arc Stone. In this situation, if the casting of the Arc Stone is interrupted, it basically means a death sentence. Therefore, someone must make a sacrifice, stay behind to guard, and ensure that the others are not interrupted while casting. Then they can leave last. Of course, the person who stays behind will bear a high risk. Upon hearing this, Louis and the others looked at Wang Tai with worried eyes. Yi Chen also looked at him with admiration. Stop wasting time with unnecessary talk, hurry up and go. Under Wang Tai's strong insistence, the 4 of them began to use the Arc Stone. Once the 8 seconds of casting time passed, they would leave the secret realm. Yi Chen thought to himself that this was the only way. Although the intense fog poison was trivial for him, and he believed he could break through the secret realm, he still did not voice any objections. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Yi Chen wanted to keep a low profile and develop slowly. When the countdown reached 3 seconds, suddenly, a boss monster, the Forgotten Benefactor, sprang out from the dense forest, heading straight for Yi Chen, the closest target. Yi Chen was about to be pounced on. Charge! Wang Tai's mind was highly tense. The moment the Forgotten Benefactor appeared, he reacted. Bang! Wang Tai collided with the Forgotten Benefactor, and due to the immense inertia, both flew towards the dense forest, crashing to the ground at its edge. At that moment, 2 more Forgotten Benefactors flew out from the forest, pouncing on Wang Tai and launching a suppressive attack against him. Wang Tai was pinned to the ground, unable to move or resist. Tai Gu! Louis and the others screamed, but all of this happened in the blink of an eye, within a mere 3 seconds. The 3 of them did not react in time. The Arc Stone finished its reading, a flash of white light appeared, and their figures vanished from the secret realm. At this moment, Wang Tai, still pinned to the ground, struggled desperately. He was strong and robust, but he could not withstand the 3 powerful boss monsters. However, he saw the flickering white light and a smile of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. Great! Everyone had successfully escaped. As for him, Wang Tai knew his fate. He was just a tank class, and his damage output was not high. Relying on his strong dual resistances and powerful damage reduction skills, along with some attack power provided by the King of Diamonds, it was possible to take on the three forgotten benefactors one-on-one. But it would take a long time, as these monsters had the enhancements of resilience and showcase, plus the unknown appearance of magic orbs. It might take about an hour to wear down these three boss monsters with over 70,000 health points. But he only had 60,000 health points and 600 seconds of time. Moreover, those three boss monsters were not just standing still for him to hit, their damage was extremely high. Even considering the supplies on him, he could not last an hour. When Wang Tai made the choice to hold the line alone, he had already mentally prepared himself for this situation. He murmured, "Wang Tai, you protected the lives of your teammates. You did well. You did not disgrace the name of Jojo. You lived up to your oath. You did not bring shame upon yourself. How wonderful." Then, he slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there was a final stubbornness in his gaze. Wang Tai shouted, "Come on, you three beasts. This is my last battle. Even if I die, I will die standing." Just as he was about to fight back with all his might, boom! A brilliant red flamestorm instantly obliterated the three boss monsters surrounding him. Wang Tai was momentarily lost in confusion. Degree, he got up and looked up to see the handsome and striking Yi Chen, enveloped in dazzling flames, standing there with a calm expression. At that moment, Wang Tai couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yi Chen was really damn handsome. In the next instant, the confusion on Wang Tai's face turned into shock. "Yi Chen, why didn't you leave? You." When Yi Chen saw Wang Tai being suppressed by the three forgotten benefactors, he knew that once they left, Wang Tai would undoubtedly die. Yi Chen considered himself not a good person and despised the kind of righteous persona. But in that moment, when he saw Wang Tai risking everything to save him and falling into danger, a thought suddenly surged in Yi Chen's mind. He couldn't let Wang Tai die like this. So, Yi Chen decisively stopped the reading of the Arkstone and stayed behind to help Wang Tai. After all, he wasn't afraid of the dense poison fog. Wang Tai hurriedly ran to Yi Chen's side, gripping his shoulder with a face full of sorrow. "You interrupted the Arkstone?" Yi Chen smiled and nodded. A sob escaped Wang Tai, and tears streamed down his round cheeks as he cried out, "Why are you so foolish? What are you going to do next?" Just moments ago, when Wang Tai faced death, he hadn't cried. But now, facing Yi Chen who had saved him at the cost of his own life, the burly bald man cried like a child. He certainly knew what would happen to Yi Chen for staying behind to save him. In Wang Tai's eyes, Yi Chen was just a damage dealer with a little over 20,000 health points, and under the influence of the dense poison fog, he had less than 5 minutes to live. "Go, Anan, I'll take you away. I must get you out. Woo woo woo." Wang Tai wiped his tears while pulling Yi Chen's arm, wanting to head back up the mountain along the original path. "Taigu, don't rush, listen to me." Yi Chen's calm demeanor and composed tone seemed to have some magic, making Wang Tai involuntarily quiet down. "Have you forgotten that I can trigger miracles? Since I dare to stay, I won't die." Wang Tai wiped his nose, a hopeful expression returning to his face. "Really?" Yi Chen nodded. "Of course it's true. Didn't you see how I took down the boss and the minions in seconds before? I've now triggered a miracle effect that greatly increases my health. My health limit has increased to, 1 million. Yi Chen was quick-witted, calculating rapidly. "Taigu, 1 million health is enough for me to last nearly 3 hours. Even if I walk slowly, it's enough for me to leave the secret realm." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai's round face broke into a simple, happy smile. "That's great, Anan." Yi Chen remained calm. "So Taigu, you should go first. Your health isn't much left. This time, I'll help protect you." In just a minute, Wang Tai, who had experienced great joy and sorrow, became calm again, his gaze serious. "Anan, you're not lying to me, are you?" He was genuinely afraid that Yi Chen was acting, using a kind lie to trick him into leaving, while he would die alone. Yi Chen smiled slightly. "Taigu, you're such a straightforward person. I can't bear to deceive you. Don't worry, do I look like someone without a trump card?" Wang Tai firmly grasped Yi Chen's hand. "Okay, then I'll wait for you outside the secret realm. We've made a pact. Even though you have a lot of health, you should still hurry back. This secret realm is very eerie. Who knows when monsters might pop up again? You must be careful on your own." After giving a few instructions and leaving all his supplies to Yi Chen, Wang Tai began to use the Arkstone. 8 seconds later, he left with a concerned blessing, a flash of white light, and disappeared from the secret realm. Watching Wang Tai vanish, Yi Chen took out a tissue and wiped the large snot from his hands. This Taigu is a man of true feelings. Alright, now he was all alone, and Yi Chen contemplated what to do next. The dense poison fog posed a significant threat to the other 4 teammates. But for Yi Chen, it was merely a minor nuisance. In the face of 100 million health points, 100 points of continuous damage was practically negligible. Yi Chen could move in this secret realm for 12 days and nights. He now had two choices. The first was to follow the earlier suggestion and return the way he came, leaving the secret realm. The other was to accept the mirror person's request, continue exploring the secret realm, and defeat the final boss, which was also a national task. Yi Chen hesitated, taking out the classical silver mirror. In the mirror, like ripples on water, a line of Chinese characters appeared. The ones who drag you down have left. You should accept this request now. With no one else around, Yi Chen found a place to sit down and boldly asked the classical bronze mirror, "You still haven't answered my question. Why do you want to kill the final boss of this secret realm? If I don't know your purpose, I won't cooperate with you." The surface of the classical bronze mirror rippled. "I know what you're worried about. You're afraid I'll betray you." "That's right, young man, it's impressive that you have such insight at such a young age." Yi Chen curled his lips. "Don't think that a few compliments will sway me." The mirror's surface rippled. He, do you think I'm complimenting you? Actually, I'm just setting the stage for your ignorance and foolishness. Have you forgotten? My request is part of an epic hidden quest. If I wanted to betray you, do you think the system would allow it? Indeed. In the world of the Supreme Arc, the system is absolutely fair and just. The tasks issued by the system do not subjectively guide the professionals toward bad outcomes. Since the series of epic hidden quests titled Shadows of the Chaotic Sea were issued by the system, it proves that this task is clean and will not endanger the professionals who accept it. Moreover, the reward for the second ring of the task requires you to meet 3 of my demands before you can claim it. And my agreement to create a pure dark environment for you is already considered an extra blessing. You should actually be grateful to me. The pure dark environment is indeed what Yi Chen needs. Yi Chen asked, "Can you first tell me what the pure dark environment is about?" The ripples danced. "This is a complex matter. When you have time, go back and ask your captain. I'll only tell you the 3 channels to find the pure dark environment. First, delve deep underground, that is a natural, pure dark environment. Second, find the Sun Eater and kill it, a brief pure darkness will form around its corpse. Third, there's my method. The depths of the Supreme Arc world are forbidden. It has been emphasized many times in high school textbooks. The first method can basically be ruled out. Yi Chen knows about the Sun Eater. It is a rare monster over level 700, and it's hard to even find it. Moreover, a hatching ritual takes 12 hours, and he wonders if the pure darkness formed by its corpse will last long enough. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen realized that to successfully hatch the nightmare dreaming dragon, he could only cooperate with the person in the mirror. Alright then. But you still haven't answered my question. I need to know, what is your purpose in wanting to kill this final boss? The ripples danced. You really are a curious boy. I don't mind telling you, after all, it helps us gradually build a trusting relationship. When the final boss of this secret realm dies, it may attract a powerful enemy. My target is that entity. Don't worry, you don't have to be concerned that I'm lying to you, just look at the taskbar. The taskbar updated the person in the mirror task. Objective, complete this task after meeting the 3 requirements of the person in the mirror, 0/3. The first requirement is in progress. Please kill the final boss Yen Ho of Earth Abyss Medicine Forest to lure out the hidden boss. With the system's endorsement, it means that the person in the mirror is indeed not lying. Yi Chen felt a bit more at ease. The person in the mirror's target is the hidden boss in the secret realm. This secret realm is truly terrifying. It actually has this mechanism. Without his involvement, he really doesn't know how long it would take for Jojo to clear this secret realm. Alright, let's cooperate happily. After all, clearing this secret realm is also Yi Chen's task. He decided to move forward. By completing the first requirement of the person in the mirror, he would gain the reward of the pure dark environment, while also accumulating a large amount of merit within Jojo and gaining prestige. Moreover, if this secret realm is cleared, the country will gain greater benefits. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Words appeared again on the classical silver mirror. You need to wear this mirror, only then can I join the battle. Yi Chen recalled Captain Deng Qiming's admonition and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You don't need to participate in the battle, I'm enough on my own." He didn't want to wear this equipment, even though it was already bound to his soul. The mirror-like surface rippled. I know you possess special powers, but I sincerely advise you not to underestimate him. Yi Chen's expression tightened at these words. The other party could actually see the specialness about him? Could it be that the existence of the Hand of the Blasphemer was discovered by the person in the mirror? How do you know I have special powers? Answer me this question. Slowly, Chinese characters appeared in the mirror. Don't be agitated, little boy. If you didn't have special powers, you wouldn't have received the series of hidden tasks called Shadows of the Chaos Sea. It's quite easy to deduce, isn't it? Of course, don't worry, I don't know what exactly is special about you. As a collaborator, I won't leak your secrets. Relax, relax, for all. A cute emoticon appeared on the mirror. Yi Chen's expression fluctuated, then he calmly said, you should stay in the item slot for now. If there's a situation, I'll consider wearing you. After that, Yi Chen put away the mirror and moved deeper into the dense forest. Along the way, when encountering monsters, Yi Chen no longer held back and killed them instantly. He cut through them like chopping vegetables. Outside the secret realm of the Earth Abyss Medicine Forest, at the entrance, Deng Qiming, dressed in a gray trench coat, led a professional medical team stationed near the entrance. The authorities had established many infrastructure facilities at the entrance of the secret realm, including a small hospital, to provide top-notch services for the exploration team. 3 hours had passed since the exploration team entered the secret realm. Deng Qiming remained at the entrance, his already deep gaze becoming even more profound. Suddenly, white light flickered, and the figures of Louis, Molly, and Nieqian were outlined at the entrance of the secret realm. As soon as they appeared, the three shouted in unison, "Brother Tai! Brother Tai!" Among them, Louis was already in tears, and the small Molly had red eyes. They were not foolish, they understood that in such a situation, Wang Tai's condition was dire, and he was unlikely to return. Seeing the three in this state, Deng Qiming felt a strong sense of foreboding rise within him. He rushed to their side and asked, "What happened? Where are Yi Chen and Wang Tai?" Hearing the question, the three finally reacted, looking around but not finding Yi Chen. Yi Chen hadn't come out. It dawned on them that Yi Chen had interrupted the casting of the Arc Stone to save Brother Tai. Thinking of this, the three immediately broke down, crying out loud. From their fragmented sobs, Deng Qiming learned the sequence of events. His vision suddenly darkened, and it felt as if a heavy stone was blocking his heart, making it hard to breathe. Wang Tai and Yi Chen were both new members of Jiuzhou, the future backbone of Jiuzhou, and key talents cultivated by the state. If the two of them fell in the secret realm, it would be a tremendous loss for Yan country, especially Yi Chen. This young star who broke world records and brought the world's first kill to Yan country had an unlimited future ahead of him, filled with brilliance and promise. And such an outstanding young man, would he die young? Deng Qiming couldn't help but recall the faces of Yi Chen's parents and the scene of Qin Yining snuggling in Yi Chen's arms. How was he supposed to face these people, Yi Chen's closest relatives and lover? Deng Qiming's deep eyes turned red, staring intently at the green light curtain at the entrance of the secret realm. If he could, he truly wanted to rush in immediately and bring back his important team member. At that moment, the white light flickered again. The burly, bald Wang Tai appeared at the entrance of the secret realm. As soon as he showed up, Deng Qiming rushed forward and questioned him, "Wang Tai, where is Yi Chen?" After learning the details, Deng Qiming realized that Wang Tai's Arcstone was still usable, but Yi Chen's was not. So even if there might be survivors among the two of them, it had to be Wang Tai. Now, seeing Wang Tai return safely, Deng Qiming's heart sank completely. The answer to this question was obvious. Yi Chen. That outstanding young man who stood on the most dazzling stage in Hangzhou just a week ago, had he really left this world like that? Wang Tai wore a silly smile on his face. "Captain Deng, Yi Chen is fine. He saved me. I used the Arc Stone to come back first, and Yi Chen is right behind. He can run back by himself. He triggered a miracle." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Deng Qiming's heart. Yes, Yi Chen is a boy who can create miracles. How could he possibly die so easily? Wang Tai went on to describe in detail how Yi Chen saved him. The other three team members and Deng Qiming breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's great. That's great. The usually introverted and quiet LVE burst into tears again. But this time, it was tears of joy. Nieqian clasped his hands together, very devoutly, murmuring, "Oh, God, Buddha, aliens, you must bless my old buddy Yi Chen to return safely. I am willing to give up 10 years of my life, and stay single for another 10 years. Brother Tai, is that true?" The short Molly said in disbelief, "You're not lying to us, are you? Yi Chen can really come back? That's an hour and a half away." Wang Tai replied with words Yi Chen had once said to him, Molly, you're so straightforward, I can't bear to lie to you. Just rest assured, Anan will definitely come back. You should have seen him, so confident, so reliable, so damn cool." Hearing this, Deng Qiming couldn't help but smile, his mood shifting from one extreme to another. "Captain Deng," a head of the medical department reminded, "the kids are injured, we need to treat them immediately." Upon hearing this, Deng Qiming suddenly realized. At this moment, the 4 team members still had virtual numbers floating above their heads, indicating a reduction of 100 points. The negative status of the intense fog poison had not disappeared with their exit from the secret realm. Quick, treat their injuries. Several medical personnel, all level 300 elites, used their healing skills to fully restore the health of the four. However, they could not dispel the intense fog poison negative status. The commotion from the returning exploration team attracted the attention of two important figures in the loft. The head of the Central Covenant, Qin Dazhang, and Elder Yuan rushed to the scene. They first learned about the situation in the secret realm, then turned their attention to the intense fog poison. Qin Dazhang cast a dispel skill at Wang Tai. The dispel failed. Qin Dazhang frowned, feeling that the situation was not simple. As the head of the Central Covenant of the 9 provinces, Qin Dazhang was a level 699 Angel King. His dispel skill was very high. Yet, he could not dispel the intense fog poison. Elder Yuan took out a potion and fed it to Wang Tai. Wang Tai smiled wryly. "It's useless, Elder Yuan. We all drank it in the secret realm. The level 8 10,000 poison resistance potion doesn't work." Sure enough, it was still ineffective. Elder Yuan's face showed concern. "Kids, go to the hospital for a full checkup." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai scratched his bald head and said firmly in an embarrassed tone, "Elder Yuan, can we wait a moment? I want to wait at the door for Anan to come back. We made a promise." As soon as these words were spoken, the other 3 teammates nodded in agreement. Molly mustered his courage. "That's right, we are a team." Seeing the determination in the children's eyes, old Yuan was not angry at all. Instead, he felt quite gratified. He smiled at Qin Dazhang and said, "It seems that the next generation of our Jojo Central Alliance has great fighting spirit. They are a capable team." Qin Dazhang nodded. "Yes, the results of this secret realm exploration are very impressive. We defeated the first boss and clarified the mechanisms before the second boss. This is a significant milestone achievement. We'll wait here together for Yi Chen's return." Inside the Diyuan Medicine Forest, secret realm. After exiting the dense forest, there was a gentle slope leading downwards. Following the slope, Yi Chen arrived at a wide basin and encountered the second boss. The basin was filled with mushrooms of various colors, shrouded in toxic mist, making it quite nauseating. A mushroom man wandered around, occasionally squatting down to check on the mushrooms. It was a bit strange for a mushroom man to be tending to mushrooms. The boss was named Mushroom King Chazan. It was unclear what mechanisms it had. Yi Chen decided to boost his strength first and unleashed a divine moment. Colorful divine light surged around Yi Chen, and after a brief delay, an exceptionally pleasant hit sound echoed. 2 virtual numbers floated above Mushroom King Chazan. Minus 132,888 points. Minus 43,757 points. This boss had only 165,000 health points and was instantly killed. It seemed it didn't have a healthlock invincibility mechanism. At the moment of Mushroom King Chazan's death, all the colorful mushrooms of various sizes in the basin vanished into thin air. Presumably, these mushrooms were part of its mechanism. Unfortunately, they hadn't had a chance to manifest before being eliminated. The victory sound effect rang out. Yi Chen approached the boss's corpse and began to loot. The first boss dropped 2 pieces of orange epic equipment, so the second boss's loot should be equally good. Yi Chen disdainfully touched the body. "Ding, you have obtained 421 gold coins. Ding, you have obtained class elixir * Mushroom King. Wow, is it that exciting?" He looted a class elixir. The miracle did not trigger. This was purely Yi Chen's incredible luck. The class elixir is one of the most precious items in the world of the Ultimate Arc. It allows a class holder to change their profession, and the new profession is recorded on the class elixir. Class elixir * Mushroom King, grade, legendary class. Requirements, none, any class holder can change to this profession. Ritual, survive after tasting 7 types of highly toxic mushrooms, white umbrella, leopard kiss, brown lin, red ant, and autumn gray, then consume this elixir to complete the ritual and successfully change professions. Yi Chen had studied the knowledge related to changing professions in high school textbooks. A class holder has 2 pathways to change professions. One is the conventional route, where every 100 levels, the class holder gets a chance to change professions. However, this is based on the original profession, and the new profession has a strong correlation with the original. For example, a warrior can change to Furious Warrior or Weapon Master, but cannot change to the Mage series. Additionally, whatever grade the original profession is, the new profession will also be of the same grade. There is no class leap, only a strengthening in a certain direction based on the previous profession. The second special route is through the class elixir, allowing a direct change to the profession recorded on the elixir. Unlike the conventional route, consuming the class elixir can transcend class grades and achieve a class leap. An ordinary professional can use the class elixir to change their class to a legendary one. Therefore, the class elixir, like the essence, is an invaluable item in the world of the Supreme Arc. Moreover, the value of the class elixir far exceeds that of the essence. After all, it changes a person's destiny. Although the ritual is somewhat terrifying, as long as one is prepared with a high-level detoxification potion, it shouldn't be a problem. Yi Chen conservatively estimates that this legendary class elixir is worth at least 1 million gold coins, earning 1 million gold coins effortlessly. Looking around, Yi Chen found the path to continue forward. Exiting the mushroom basin from another uphill exit, he was greeted once again by a combination of white dense forest and crimson fruits. After walking about 10 minutes into the depths of the forest, the terrain gradually lowered, sloping downwards. During this time, he encountered monsters, all of which he killed instantly. Ahead was another basin-like valley, 5 or 6 times larger than the previous Mushroom King's basin. Moreover, there were clusters of wooden houses, resembling a small valley town. Judging by the well-preserved state of the buildings, it seemed that creatures had lived here for a long time. Yi Chen observed that each building was engraved with a complex symbol. The lower terrain, combined with the pervasive toxic mist, resulted in poor lighting in this valley town. It gave Yi Chen a strange feeling. Despite his bravery, seeing such a town made him feel a bit uneasy, so he had no choice but to steel himself and continue forward. As Yi Chen passed by a wooden house, the door creaked open. At the entrance stood a humanoid monster with pale white eyes, crawling on all fours like a monkey, holding a half-eaten crimson fruit in its right hand. It stared at Yi Chen and took another bite. Crimson juice dripped slowly from the corners of its wrinkled mouth, resembling blood. Yi Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Outsider. Gah! An outsider. The monster instantly became agitated, throwing away the fruit and lunging at Yi Chen with incredible speed. Yi Chen rolled and crouched, then stood up to cast Fireball. Boom! Unsurprisingly, the monster was killed instantly. However, creak, creak. In the valley town, doors began to open one after another. Humanoid monsters crawled out from inside. Their eyes were pale, fixed on Yi Chen, and there were at least 100 of them. They were going to swarm me. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. If he had come here with Wang Tai and the others, encountering 100 small monsters would surely scare them to death. 100 small monsters, with the effects of the showcase and resilience attributes, wouldn't their health points be sky high? I can steal. Forget it, stealing one by one is too troublesome. Yi Chen thought to himself, this broken wall secret realm is quite bizarre. I should hurry and leave here, or else things might change. He still had to video call Wan Haoyue tonight to watch the inner layers, and he didn't want to spend the night in this ghostly place. At this moment, the humanoid monsters gradually gathered towards Yi Chen. Outsider. Eliminate the outsider. In the name of Lord Aldi. Eliminate. Devour. Seek blessings. As the monsters continued to gather, influenced by the effect of the showcase attribute, it was visible to the naked eye that their health points began to rise. Watching the monsters' health surpass 500,000, and with their numbers increasing, this value continued to soar. Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Damn it, if it were a normal level 49 team, they would be done for in this broken secret realm. He initially thought his spell power was already outrageous, but now it seemed he needed to steal a bit more. With such high health points, there's no way to kill them instantly. I would definitely be swarmed. Fortunately, my health is quite high, so I'm never afraid of being swarmed. Casting Flame Storm. The monster closest to Yi Chen had already leaped in front of him, launching an attack. Minus 9,420 points. Yi Chen's eyelid twitched. A single monster could deal over 9,000 points of damage to him. 100 would be 900,000. For the first time, Yi Chen felt pressure. Thanks to his entire body being equipped with top-tier epic legendary gear, the casting time of his flamestorm was reduced from 6 seconds to about 5 seconds. At the same time, in the last 0.5 seconds of the cast, he activated Burn, gaining a guaranteed critical effect for his spell. Boom! The bright red flames of the storm centered around Yi Chen, engulfing all the monsters surrounding him. Minus 59,243 points. Minus 11,985 points. These monsters had life points exceeding 1 million. One flamestorm was definitely not enough. Keep casting. Flamestorm. Boom! 10 minutes later, the world was completely cleared. Yi Chen glanced at his attribute panel. Good grief, he was left with only 70 million life points. This group of small monsters had clawed away over 30 million health. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Although he hadn't suffered any substantial damage and didn't feel any pain, being besieged by such disgusting monsters was enough to make his sanity drop. Looking at the pile of monster corpses, Yi-Chen felt a bit nauseous and didn't even want to touch the bodies. However, no matter who he couldn't get along with, he couldn't afford to be at odds with money. Holding back his disgust, Yi-Chen closed his eyes and put on gloves. He touched. Ding, you have obtained 5,620 gold coins. Ding, you have obtained. The drops from the small monsters were decent, yielding some red exceptional gear and some pink refined gear. There were also some potion and antidote recipe formulas. The total value was about 50,000 gold coins. This battle not only brought high rewards but also helped Yi-Chen adjust his mindset, making him aware of his own shortcomings. He was not invincible yet, he couldn't be complacent and needed to continue stealing attributes. Whoosh! A cold wind blew through the valley town, and Yi-Chen felt that this empty town was even more terrifying than the crowded one earlier. This town was built on the edge of the valley. Yi-Chen continued forward, the next boss should be in the valley basin. As he passed through the town and walked toward another town entrance, Yi-Chen saw many of the complex symbols he had seen before. They were near the doors of every household. Leaving the town and delving deeper into the valley basin, Yi-Chen saw, not far from the foot of the mountain, a large walled area at the deepest part of the basin. At the entrance stood two boss monsters, the Ascended Benefactors. These were two seemingly normal humans exuding toxic mist. Intruder? How dare you trespass into the sanctum of my master, the great god of mist and poison, Aldi. Just right, you will serve as a sacrifice to please the great Aldi. God of mist and poison? What the hell? This secret realm involves deities? Deities are a shadow that looms over every blue star inhabitant. These unparalleled native characters from the Ark world, upon arriving in Blue Star, became the strongest ceiling-level characters in combat. Fortunately, the deities were opposed to each other, clashing during the spread of their faith. Otherwise, humanity on Blue Star would be ruled by the deities. Of course, a few friendly deities had reached amicable agreements with various nations, which allowed the Ark world to stabilize relatively peacefully. Yi-Chen knew that the god of mist and poison was clearly not one of those benevolent lawful gods. Moreover, judging by this ridiculous name and the overall aesthetic of this secret realm, this god of mist and poison seemed very much like an evil god. What to do? Just as Yi-Chen was in a dilemma, the attacks from the two boss monsters were already closing in. The two boss monsters were easy to deal with. After a few rounds, they fell before Yi-Chen. After dealing with the guards at the wall, the entrance to the internal structure was laid bare before Yi-Chen. Judging by the terrain, this should be the location of the final boss. Although he was startled by the title of the god of mist and poison, he thought it would be a shame not to go in and give it a try since he was already here. After all, he still had 70 million health points, and the cooldown for the Arc Stone was over, allowing him to leave the secret realm at any time. Stepping through the door, he was greeted by a large altar at the foot of the mountain. Behind this mountain, there were several peaks, indicating the vastness of the secret realm. Near the large altar, a boss was wandering. Yen-throat Artie's pet. This was a creature resembling a maggot, with two short, thick legs. It was predominantly grayish-white. Its tail tapered to a point, hard and sharp. The head had no eyes, nose, or ears, only a large mouth with two curved ivory tusks on either side. It would take a few steps and bend down to scrape the ground with its tusks, looking rather silly. This boss had a substantial health pool of 250,000. Yi-Chen decisively chose to unleash two profane moments to take it down. He hoped this creature didn't have a blood-locking invincibility mechanism. Colorful divine light gathered around Yi-Chen. Swish! Ping minus 131,666 points. Minus 42,830 points. Oh whoa. Yen-throat lost over 170,000 health points, leaving it with less than 80,000. There was no blood-locking mechanism, but the boss was agitated and immediately retaliated. Yen-throat ran wildly around the area while continuously channeling a steel mechanism bar, throwing a tantrum. Minus 8,566 points. Every second, Yi-Chen took over 8,000 damage. Moreover, as Yen-throat ran, it spewed out white, slightly red maggots from its mouth, dropping them along its path. The ground was soon covered with them. Those maggots wriggled incessantly, as if something was about to emerge from within. Yi-Chen felt a wave of nausea, nearly throwing up on the spot. Damn it! Just kill it! Buzzed the colorful divine light shot out again. The running Yen-throat suffered another 170,000 points of dual physical and magical damage, its health dropping to zero, letting out a wail before collapsing to the ground, dead. The sound of victory echoed. The wriggling things on the ground instantly vanished, making Yi-Chen feel too disgusted to even touch the corpse. Princess Blanc and Queen Lily had a much better feel. Yi Chen forced himself to approach the boss's body. Suddenly, a glowing sphere appeared in midair above the altar. This sphere was engraved with a complex symbol, the same one that had been carved in front of every household in the previous valley town. Looking at this symbol and recalling the words of the mirror person, combined with what the guard at the wall had said about the god of mist and poison, Yi Chen suddenly remembered a piece of obscure knowledge he had come across on a certain app. Gods each possess a symbol that represents themselves. Could it be that this complex symbol represented the god of mist and poison? The deity had descended. A voice, with a very strange and unpleasant tone, echoed, "Who dares to harm my pet?" As soon as the words fell, the glowing sphere vanished, replaced by a middle-aged man in a yellow-green robe. This man had a gaunt face, small eyes, and a pointed chin, looking somewhat lecherous. However, he emanated an aura of immense authority that made Yi Chen instinctively want to kneel. His gaze fell upon Yi Chen, filled with disdainful malice. "Oh?" A mere level 49 ant, a green light flashed in his eyes, and two titles flickered above his head, clearly visible to Yi Chen. Aldi * god of mist and poison, Aldi * demigod * god of pride servant. As the two titles flashed, Aldi's voice resonated throughout the realm. "Now that you have seen this god, why do you not kneel?" Boom! A tremendous roar exploded in Yi Chen's mind. Divine Might * demigod, active, consumes 1 point of divine power, instant cast, no cooldown. Launches a mental attack, causing creatures below level 700 to kneel, inflicting paralysis control effect, lasting up to 15 minutes. The higher the target's level, the shorter the duration of the control effect, with a minimum of 4 seconds. Paralysis, unable to perform any actions. Faced with the pressure of a deity, the exclusive control skill of a demigod above level 700, Yi Chen, only level 49, could not resist at all and immediately fell into a paralyzed state, about to kneel on the ground. However, in an instant, Yi Chen felt his body lighten, and all the discomfort brought by divine might vanished. He regained control of his body, stumbled, and ultimately did not kneel. Yi Chen looked up in astonishment, only to see the god of mist and poison, Aldi, actually kneeling on the ground, motionless. What was happening? He suddenly reacted and checked his equipment bar. He saw that the divine skill Unyielding Will of Bardatira was in a 5-second cooldown. Holy cow! Unyielding Will, passive effect. When the holder is affected by a control effect from an enemy, this control effect is transferred to that enemy. After triggering, it will enter a 5-second cooldown. Controlling Yi Chen is equivalent to controlling himself. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen looked at the shocked, kneeling god of mist and poison, Aldi, with a smirk. He saw that Aldi was under a paralysis control effect, with 14 minutes and 25 seconds remaining. Originally, this was the time Yi Chen was controlled by divine might, but now it had transferred to Aldi himself. This meant that Aldi, this demigod, would be at the mercy of others for 15 minutes. And how could Yi Chen let this opportunity slip away? Before him was a demigod creature above level 700, surely with many attributes. Yi Chen walked over to Aldi, a broad smile on his face. Surprised? Happy? The god of mist and poison, Aldi, now showed a look of terror, muttering, "Impossible. This is the power of Bardatira. That mad god, the true 800-level deity. He fell 1,000 years ago, to fight against, leaving no mysterious traits behind. And the authority of madness has long had a new master. How is this possible? You!" Aldi screamed like a madman. "Who exactly are you? Why can you wield the power of Bardatira? A true 800-level deity." Yi Chen seemed to hear a great revelation. It turned out that when a professional reaches level 800, they can become a true god. "Just wait, I won't kill you. I will take you back and present you to my master." God of Pride * Denarns. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's gaze towards Aldi became exceptionally warm, yet devoid of any warmth. "Do you think I, Yi Chen, am an easy target?" He. Yi Chen selected a red exceptional equipment from his backpack and donned it. It was a dagger with a very high attack speed. Yi Chen knew that Aldi, at least a level 700 demigod, must have very high health points. Relying solely on his output would not be enough to defeat him. He could only rely on stealing, like draining the health of a divine wooden stake. This was the only way to defeat the demigod Aldi. So Yi Chen chose to increase his attack speed, raising the frequency of his basic attacks, which would effectively enhance the triggering probability of the hand of the blasphemer. "Your name is Aldi, right? Aldi, you're in for it now." Seeing Yi Chen approach with a weapon, Aldi's heart tightened. The young man before him could wield the power of the former mad god. That ancient mad god was renowned for his high attack power, and among the ancient gods, Batitila's attack power was among the top tier. Therefore, when Aldi saw Yi Chen holding a dagger, attempting to attack him, he, as a demigod, felt a surge of fear. Aldi was genuinely afraid that Yi Chen would take him down in one strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red exceptional dagger had a fast attack speed. Within 1.5 seconds, Yi Chen executed 3 basic attacks. -1 point. All 3 normal attacks dealt only 1 point of damage. This meant Yi Chen's attack had failed to break through Aldi's defenses, and the system forcibly determined that he only took 1 point of damage. The massive damage he had imagined did not occur. Instead, the opponent's attack couldn't even breach his armor. But, as Aldi sighed in relief, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha. Then, as his emotions gradually calmed, Aldi looked at Yi Chen with a mocking gaze, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. "Aunt, I thought you were someone important. Turns out you haven't inherited Batty Tila's terrifying attack power. In that case, what does it matter if you control me? You can't kill me. After 14 minutes, when the paralysis effect ends, I will make you regret being born in this world." Aldi's words were quite accurate. If Yi Chen didn't eliminate Aldi within those 14 minutes, it would be Yi Chen who faced disaster. But Yi Chen was not afraid at all. He was not influenced in the slightest by Aldi's threats. Instead, he proceeded step by step, executing his plan. After all, as long as he left himself 10 seconds at the end to use the Arkstone, Yi Chen could leave the secret realm. Before that, Yi Chen had to do his best to try to kill the evil demigod before him. The dagger danced. -1 point. Hee, don't waste your effort. Aldi's mocking smile deepened. "If I were you, I would run right now. Let me tell you a cruel truth. You can't escape. I will mark your spirit. No matter where you run, I can easily find you. Not just you, I will turn your family, your wife, your friends, all into living corpses." Oh, you probably don't know what a living corpse is, do you? Having come this far, you must have seen them along the way. The residents of that little town, were they welcoming? Fear, aunt, regret, aunt, this is the consequence of angering me. Watching Yi Chen's serious and solemn expression, looking somewhat troubled, Aldi guessed that Yi Chen was actually terrified, and he laughed again. "Aunt, if you stop blaspheming me now, and beg for my forgiveness, then I might consider sparing your family and friends." Yi Chen quickly and forcefully swung the dagger again. -1 point. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 47,566 points of spell power attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 2,886,000 points of life value attribute from the target. Here it comes. The troubled expression Yi Chen had just now was because the Hand of the Blasphemer had not triggered for a long time. After such a long period of adjustment, Yi Chen had figured out that the triggering probability of the Hand of the Blasphemer was about 35%, a bit higher than 1/3. In normal circumstances, the Hand of the Blasphemer would trigger once every 3 basic attacks. However, just now, Yi Chen had used his dagger to scrape for over a dozen times without a single successful trigger, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. If the Hand of the Blasphemer couldn't take effect on this demigod above level 700, and he couldn't steal its attributes, then Yi Chen had no chance of winning. At this moment, seeing the Hand of the Blasphemer successfully activate, Yi Chen's unease immediately dissipated, and he became excited, because he had stolen 47,566 points of spell power. With all his top-tier equipment, Yi Chen's spell power was only 15,000 points. The attribute gained from stealing once from this demigod of Baldi was more than what he had achieved in an entire day of effort. Now his spell power had reached around 63,000 points, which was above average among the 300-level elites. Keep going. -1 point. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 8,566 points of attack power from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 15,720 points of armor from the target. Good. Finally stole some dual resistances. Yi Chen was getting more and more energized with each attack. Gradually, the god of mist and poison, Aldi, sensed something was wrong. He felt his attributes were disappearing. What was going on? At first, Aldi didn't realize that his attributes were being stolen by Yi Chen. It wasn't until a few minutes later, with Yi Chen's attack power skyrocketing and Aldi's armor decreasing, that he recognized this reality. -2,750 points. Yi Chen had finally broken through Aldi's defenses. What's happening? Aldi put away his smug expression, his face filled with question marks. Why was his armor disappearing out of thin air? Why was this ant, which could only deal 1 point of damage to him, able to break through his defenses and inflict real harm? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Chen's attacks continued. Aldi felt his attack power drop by over 5,000 points, and at the same time, his armor further decreased. The damage he was taking was getting higher and higher. -14,996 points. Suddenly, Aldi seemed to have an epiphany, his beady little eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yi Chen, who was continuously wielding his dagger. You! Aldi's mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of yellow-green teeth, which was quite disgusting. You stole my attributes. This ability is, Aldi shouted, enunciating each word. Blasphemer. As he shouted these 3 words, intense emotional fluctuations erupted from Aldi's eyes. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't move. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 1,837,000 points of life attribute from the target. Ding! Hand of the Blasphemer effect triggered. Absorbing 26,774 points of magic resistance from the target. Seeing his life value limit, originally over 28 million, reduced to over 16 million, despair filled the eyes of the god of mist and poison, Aldi. No! Stop! Stop it! No! Please don't! I beg you! These words came from a man exuding poisonous mist, looking lewd and ugly, which made Yi Chen feel somewhat nauseous. If it were a request from a beautiful angel sister, Yi Chen would only feel more excited. Yi Chen revealed a warm smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes. Anyone familiar with Yi Chen would feel a chill upon seeing such an expression. This was Yi Chen displaying an absolute killing intent. Didn't you just say that you wanted me to regret being born into this world? Aldi had completely lost the dignity of a demigod. At this moment, he was like a stray dog begging for mercy. It's my fault, please don't kill me. I'm begging you. The 9th tier herbs planted here, I can make the decision, I'll give them all to you. Even in the future, this medicinal valley can be yours. I only ask for you to spare my life. In Yi Chen's eyes, there was still no warmth. Stop talking nonsense. You've already touched my bottom line. Today, I will definitely kill you. Threatening himself, Yi Chen was not afraid. But joking about the lives of his family and friends? That was unacceptable. No mercy, no retreat. The malicious hatred deep in Aldi's eyes flickered and he continued to lower his head submissively. It was my mistake. I still have the colorful mythical treasures given to me by my master. If you can spare my life, I will give them all to you. At this moment, Aldi pretended to be extremely humble, no longer using titles like the seat. But Yi Chen continued to attack normally. The Hand of Blasphemy was steadily acquiring various attributes, and the damage from his normal attacks was increasing. Aldi's health points were visibly decreasing. You can't kill me, my master is the Supreme Dinarns. He is a true god. If you kill me, the god of pride, Emperor Dinarns will not let you go. Still daring to threaten me. The killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes was no longer concealed. In this life, Yi Chen hated being threatened by others the most. Ha, wait until I steal all your attributes. Do you think I would be afraid of him? In the next 7 minutes, Yi Chen continued to use normal attacks, triggering the Hand of Blasphemy, to steal all these attributes. Although Yi Chen had already stolen many attributes from the god of mist and poison, he also noticed that the trigger probability of Hand of Blasphemy was very low when facing a level 700 demigod. The original probability was 35%, but against the demigod Aldi, it was less than 20%. Yi Chen speculated that perhaps Aldi's status was too high, combined with his own low awakening count, which led to the decrease in the trigger probability of Hand of Blasphemy. This issue should improve as he continued to complete awakenings in the future. Nevertheless, Yi Chen had already stolen a massive amount of attributes from Aldi. Unfortunately, in the following minutes, he didn't manage to steal many health attributes. By the last 10 seconds, the god of mist and poison Aldi still had over 3 million health points left. It was clear that Aldi was about to break free from the paralysis control effect. At this moment, Yi Chen no longer needed to make a choice. Looking at his own attributes, he had no need to use the Arc Stone to escape. It was a joke, most of Aldi's attributes had been stolen and transferred to Yi Chen. Now, in a 1v1 duel, it was uncertain who would run away. What Yi Chen was thinking now was to kill Aldi. This was a level 700 demigod, a true divine being. Taking down Aldi would yield his gold coins. Aldi not only looked lewd but was also cowardly as a mouse. He knew very well that this moment was different from the last. Right now, he was absolutely no match for Yi Chen, and all he could think about was how to escape. The last 5 seconds. Take advantage of his illness to take his life. Yi Chen directly unleashed Moment of Blasphemy. At this moment, his spell intensity was terrifying, and his attack power was not low. The 7-colored divine light shone on Yi Chen, making him look like a true god. Aldi felt an indescribable, heart-pounding sensation from Yi Chen, and an uncontrollable fear surged in his heart. Buzzing ping. Aha! The 7-colored divine light poured into Aldi, and his extremely painful wails echoed through the valley. Reduce 2,787,510 points. Reduce 391,520 points. Yi Chen's spell strength has reached an outrageous 315,000 points. He had literally stolen 300,000 points of spell strength from Aldi. His attack power had also increased to around 45,000 points. With a single cast of Blasphemous Moment, he dealt nearly 2 million damage to the demigod Aldi. Originally, this could have taken Aldi's life directly, but he was indeed a 700-level demigod known as the God of Mist and Poison, and he was truly a divine being. Such a character must have some means of survival. Suddenly, Aldi's body became lifeless. In an instant, his skin shriveled and his entire body turned into a puppet. His true form, after sustaining fatal damage, randomly teleported to a location within a 10-meter radius. Yi Chen, having never witnessed such a miraculous ability before, was momentarily taken aback. Aldi seized this fleeting opportunity and directly unleashed Mist-Hidden Poison Insect Technique. His body instantly transformed into countless tiny winged poison insects. These insects flew away like yellow sand, during which Aldi was in an invincible state, unable to be targeted. Yi Chen's Blasphemous Moment, or Fireball, could not lock onto him. After flying about 1,000 meters, countless tiny poison insects gathered in midair and reformed into Aldi's image. Aldi checked his attributes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. His current attribute level was even lower than that of a 400-level saint. At this moment, the god of mist and poison Aldi stood on a yellow-green poisonous cloud, floating in midair, casting a wary and fearful glance at Yi Chen, who was in the valley basin. Blasphemer. So the legend is true, the blasphemer has really appeared. I must report this news to Emperor Dinarns as soon as possible. Let's go. Aldi then rode the poisonous cloud and floated away. He needed to distance himself from that blasphemer as much as possible and find a safe place to read the teleportation skill and leave. Yi Chen stood in the valley basin, watching Aldi escape, utterly helpless. This was a serious threat, and he had discovered Yi Chen's secret. He could not let the tiger return to the mountain. But I can't fly. Moreover, the target had already left my attack range. Wait, the person in the mirror. Yi Chen conjured the classical silver mirror from his inventory. As soon as the mirror materialized into reality, it trembled violently. Blood-red characters appeared on the smooth surface, indicating that the person in the mirror was extremely agitated. That's my target. Don't let him escape. Where me, quickly. Hurry. At this moment, Yi Chen no longer doubted, this mysterious person in the mirror was his only hope of dealing with Aldi. Without hesitation, Yi Chen equipped the Arachni * Fallen Mirror in his treasure slot. In an instant, a shadow burst forth from Yi Chen's body. It moved at incredible speed, and before Yi Chen could react, the shadow dashed toward the horizon, the direction where Aldi had disappeared. Yi Chen checked his own status and found no abnormalities. The Arachni * Fallen Mirror was as usual, with no information. At this moment, Yi Chen could only place his hopes on the person in the mirror, hoping it could successfully intercept and deal with the god of mist and poison Aldi. Meanwhile, Yi Chen reflected on his mistake, realizing he had been dazed in battle and let the enemy escape. Having attributes alone was not enough. He also needed to hone his combat awareness. Next time, he absolutely could not make such a mistake again. Phew! It should be safe now. Aldi was currently located at the far edge of the medicinal field in the northwest of the secret realm. This medicinal field was vast, with soil and environment very suitable for the growth of 9th-tier herbs. Despite losing most of his attributes, Aldi still retained the status and abilities of a demigod. He began to communicate divine power, using it to teleport. Just as he focused on channeling this power, a shadow silently appeared behind him. Divine power is a resource possessed only by demigod characters of level 700 and above. It can be understood as high-level mana. Some extremely outrageous skills and abilities require divine power to be unleashed. Just like before, when the god of mist and poison, Aldi, locked onto his deceased pet and teleported it to a secret realm, it consumed divine power. Now, he attempted to escape the secret realm using the same method. Aldi was completely unaware that a shadow stood behind him, flickering with a yellow-green dark light as the teleportation was about to complete. At that moment, Aldi finally let out a sigh of relief, his body relaxing. And it was in that instant that a pitch-black, ominous conical mist pierced through Aldi's chest. Ugh! The sudden, intense pain made Aldi cry out. But he only managed to let out a sound for a second before it abruptly stopped. The conical black mist pierced through Aldi's flesh and then seeped into his body, corroding both his physical form and spirit. Aldi struggled to turn around and saw the image of a woman. The woman was quite beautiful, barefoot, draped in a gray robe resembling a nightgown. The robe was old but very clean. The beautiful woman stood there quietly, her expression calm, as if she were not the one committing the act of violence. "Who are you?" "The servant of darkness, Arachne. Haven't you already fallen?" "Damn!" Only the authority of darkness could approach him silently without being detected. This wasn't a matter of carelessness. Who would have thought that this rumored fallen demigod would appear here? What was going on? Aldi's emotions instantly shattered. This was the first time he had experienced such a significant emotional upheaval since becoming a demigod. He felt that his misfortunes today were truly extreme. First, he encountered a blasphemer capable of wielding the powers of ancient righteous gods. Then he faced the undead servant of darkness. No! Feeling his body gradually corroded by the black mist, about to lose control completely, Aldi let out a desperate and furious roar. "Arachne, didn't you fall along with that one? How could you appear here? I refuse to accept this. I just came to teach a lesson to someone who dared to harm my pet. Why is it ending like this?" Accompanied by fragmented words, the vitality in Aldi's beady little eyes extinguished. His body lost control and fell forward at an angle, shattering upon hitting the ground like a vase, turning into thick black mist that dissipated into the air. After Aldi's body turned to ashes, a peculiar item appeared at the spot where his corpse had been. It was 3 small golden white orbs, linked together by levers of the same color, resembling a special model that slowly rotated while emitting faint sound effects. Thus, the proud god's demigod, the god of mist and poison, Aldi, fell. The beautiful woman in the gray robe collected this model, standing quietly in place. After a long while, her expressionless face sighed, "You were right. Arachne, indeed, has already died." Then her figure instantly vanished, transforming into a shadow that drifted toward the valley basin. Watching the figure in the mirror turn into a shadow chasing after the enemy, Yi-Chen remained in place, unable to do anything. "If only I could fly too. Wait for this matter to end, and then quickly hatch the Shanglong. That way, if we encounter such a situation again, we won't be at a loss." With nothing to do, Yi-Chen first went to touch the corpse of the Yenho. "Ding, congratulations, you have obtained infected Yenho pet egg 1 piece. Another pet egg. Including this one, Yi-Chen now has 4 pet eggs on him. The preview image of this pet is almost identical to that of the boss. Although it looks a bit silly and cute, just thinking about it running while spitting out bugs makes Yi-Chen feel nauseous. It's better to sell it when the opportunity arises. Although he is not short on money now. About 3 minutes later. Ding dong! Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Dun Medicine Forest Secret Realm. Congratulations, you have received the first clear reward, Secret Realm Keystone * Dun Medicine Forest. Ding, you have obtained the title Conqueror of Dun Medicine Forest. Ding, you have obtained 9th grade All Toxin Resistance Potion Formula, Fog Toxin Grass Research Knowledge, Crimson Fruit Research Knowledge, 9th grade Heavenly Life Healing Potion Formula. Ding, you have obtained Blood Drenched Robe, Hemostatic Gloves, Vicious Bite, Fog Toxin Collar, Price of the Benefactor, Intertwined Fog Toxin Boots, Pulsating Blood Ring. Ding, you have obtained 10 Earth Vein Powder, 100 Ming Green Runes, 500 Toxic Fog Dust, 500 Toxic Light Fragments, 2000 Green Sand Residue. Ding, you have obtained 20 green crystals, 20 yellow crystals, 10,000 green large crystals, 10,000 yellow large crystals, 100,000 colorless large crystals. Ding, you have obtained. The rewards for the first clear of the secret realm are indeed astonishing. The rewards cover all aspects. Top-notch materials, orange epic equipment, knowledge of life profession recipes, widely useful crystal resources, pet eggs, materials for enhancing equipment, materials for nurturing pets, and many high-end ritual main and auxiliary materials. Yi-Chen's backpack was stuffed full, almost unable to hold it all. Those rewards are not the most important. The most important thing is that Yi-Chen obtained the Secret Realm Keystone * Dun Medicine Forest. All dungeons were originally secret realms, and dungeons were born from the transformation of secret realms. After a secret realm is cleared, the first clear player will receive the corresponding keystone for that secret realm. The keystone can be said to be the key to a secret realm. The holder of the keystone controls the development and transformation rights of the entire secret realm. The ultimate goal of the Shinon plan is to obtain the keystone of the Dun Medicine Forest. Secret Realm Keystone * Dun Medicine Forest, Keystone, Indestructible. Use this item to enter the Secret Realm Development and Transformation interface. After receiving the first clear reward, Yi-Chen's anxious heart was completely set at ease. This means that the Fog Toxin God Aldi was taken down by the Mirror Person. Outside the Dun Medicine Forest, Secret Realm, Qin Dajiang, Yuan Lao, and other mid-level management officials like Deng Qiming, along with some medical personnel, were guarding the entrance of the secret realm together. They accompanied the members of the Shinon plan team, waiting for Yi Chen to return. It had been an hour and a half since Wang Tai was teleported out. Still, there was no sign of Yi Chen. The team members could no longer sit still. Why hasn't Yi Chen come out yet? Logically, he should have come out by now. Could it be that he encountered monsters inside, those that suddenly attacked from deep within the forest? No, we can't just wait like this any longer. Anan must have run into trouble. I need to go back and check. Wang Tai's suggestion was agreed upon by the other three. Although they had just escaped death, they were willing to take risks again to rescue their important teammate and friend. Deng Qiming valued Yi Chen the most, and seeing several team members willing to risk themselves to save Yi Chen, he felt moved and fully supported them. He strategized, saying, Louis and Nie Qian, both of you have low health and cannot heal, so stay outside to lessen Molly's healing pressure. Wang Tai and Molly will go back, bringing enough supplies. With Molly's healing skills and mechanics, staying inside for an hour is not a problem. Deng Qiming's suggestion was highly approved by Wang Tai. Wang Tai looked at Molly. Ali, can you do it? Molly was the one with the least courage in the team, but at that moment, to rescue Yi Chen, he summoned all his bravery, stood tall, and said firmly, I can. Just as the two were about to step towards the entrance of the secret realm, suddenly, they froze in place, like statues, unable to move. Deng Qiming frowned slightly. What was going on? Not only Wang Tai and Molly, but Nie Qian and Louis also stood there as if under a spell, their faces showing disbelief. Deng Qiming couldn't help but ask, what's wrong with you? Nie Qian was the first to react. His face lacked the usual exaggerated expression and instead wore a complex look as he said softly, no need to pick up Anan anymore. Hearing this, Deng Qiming's heart sank, and the oppressive feeling inside him surged again, an ominous premonition drowning him. Even the two high-ranking leaders standing not far away couldn't help but show sad expressions. They clearly sensed something ominous in Nie Qian's words. No need to pick him up. Does that mean he's already gone? Deng Qiming's deep gaze suddenly turned incredibly dim. That outstanding young man, had he really passed away at such a young age? Anan, he has already. Deng Qiming closed his eyes, unwilling to hear more. He has cleared the secret realm. Cleared the secret realm. What? Deng Qiming's eyes widened, and for the first time, the usually calm and peaceful demeanor of his showed shock. These 5 words hit him like a heavy hammer. Meanwhile, Yuan Lao beside him was so excited that he trembled all over, his face flushed red, and he asked in a trembling and urgent tone, what did you say? Is that true? Louis cried tears of joy, confirming in a sharp voice, it's true. It's true. I received the title. What about you guys? The short Molly jumped 3 feet high, me too, huh? Yi Chen. That's amazing. Nie Qian's face was beaming with joy. Oh my god, how did he do it? Glancing at the silent, somewhat incredulous leaders, Wang Tai showed a silly smile and rubbed his bald head vigorously. Everyone, let's put on our titles and show the leaders. At the moment when the god of mist poison, Aldi, fell, and Yi Chen cleared the secret realm of Deep Abyss Herbal Forest, the 5 of them entered the secret realm as a team. At this time, the team had not disbanded, and the other 4 had also participated in the secret realm battle. Therefore, after the secret realm was cleared, thanks to Yi Chen, the other 4 also received the first clear reward. However, since they were not inside the secret realm, apart from the title reward being linked to personal achievements, it directly entered their own item slots. All other first clear reward items dropped into Yi Chen's item slot. When the title, Deep Abyss Herbal Forest * Conqueror, appeared above the heads of the 4 team members, all the leaders and staff present fell into silence. XXX Conqueror is a series of titles exclusive to the secret realm. It represents the glory of the team clearing the secret realm for the first time. For example, in the case of Peach Willow Garden, this instance used to be a secret realm. At that time, the first team to clear the secret realm would receive the honorary title, Peach Willow Garden * Conqueror, signifying that they were the first to clear the Peach Willow Garden secret realm. And now, above Wang Tai and the others, the 7 large characters Earth Abyss Medicine Forest * Conqueror loomed. What does this mean? It is self-evident. This represents that the secret realm that has troubled the Great Yin Kingdom for over a decade has been opened today. At the entrance of the secret realm, there was a brief silence. Initially, everyone present could hardly believe the words coming from the mouths of the 4 children. Could one Yi Chen really open the secret realm? But now, facts speak louder than words. They had no choice but to believe. Soon, the crowd erupted into intense shouts. These were shouts of victory and joy. Quick! Old Yuan's eyes were filled with tears. With this secret realm, the 9th-tier herbs of Yin Kingdom finally had a chance. Quickly report to the chief. The interface for developing and transforming the secret realm was incredibly complex. Various control panels and project items filled every corner. Some items, Yi Chen couldn't even understand. There was no way, he was still a high school student. There was a required course in college called Secret Realm Development and Transformation. Without systematic study, he really wouldn't know how to operate the keystone. It seemed that developing and transforming a secret realm was also a technical job. After studying for a while, Yi Chen discovered some issues. It turned out that the special characteristics of the Earth Abyss Medicine Forest secret realm could all be altered using the keystone. For example, the restriction that no practitioners of level 50 or above could enter this instance could be cancelled or changed through the keystone. Furthermore, Yi Chen could set the uniqueness or instance nature of the secret realm using the keystone. The instance nature refers to turning the secret realm into a repeatable instance. As long as one controlled the keystone, it was equivalent to being the god of this secret realm, able to manipulate it as one wished. Yi Chen placed the secret realm keystone Earth Abyss Medicine Forest in his private item slot. This was the most valuable item in the entire secret realm. It would allow Yi Chen to exchange for tremendous merits within JoJo. A shadow shot back from afar. It was the person in the mirror. Seeing the shadow dive back into the silver mirror, Yi Chen said, "That lecherous guy was quite a handful for me, but after all, he is a demigod. To be able to deal with him, you really are something." Yi Chen stared at the smooth mirror surface, waiting for the person in the mirror to type a reply. But this time, the mirror rippled, and what appeared was no longer Chinese characters, but a person whose features were too blurred to see clearly. This person had long, jet black hair and appeared to be a woman. This scene startled Yi Chen, almost causing him to drop the silver mirror. A very melodious female voice sounded, "Hee hee. It seems we are both quite special, more than I imagined." Yi Chen did not want to continue this topic and instead asked, "Did you cleanly deal with that guy? He didn't leave any traces, right?" Yi Chen clearly remembered the master that Aldi spoke of. The true god, the arrogant god Dinarns. "Don't worry. Being caught by him would be of no benefit to me either." After a pause, she continued, "But now Dinarns must have received the news of his fall from grace. This is a special sense of the gods. But don't worry, I've done something that prevents Dinarns from locking onto us." Hearing the person in the mirror say this, Yi Chen's trust in her slightly increased. After all, she could be considered a comrade in arms. Yi Chen asked, "How should I address you?" After a moment of silence, the melodious voice replied softly, "Alec Nai. You can call me Alec Nai." Not sensing any abnormality in her tone, Yi Chen continued, "My name is Yi Chen. Alec Nai, what items or equipment dropped after that fog poison god Aldi was taken down? Let's share them. That is a demigod, and a true divine servant at that. They must have quite a few treasures on them." Yi Chen still remembers that strange puppet that saved his life. It truly shocked him at the time, leaving him momentarily stunned, allowing Aldi to escape successfully. She paused for a moment before replying, "Tonight. In your room tonight, we'll divide the spoils. Don't worry, I won't keep any valuable items for myself. You could keep it all, and I wouldn't know." Yi Chen muttered to himself. There was no helping it, after all, it was her who delivered the final blow. In fact, Yi Chen had already gained the greatest benefit, which was killing Aldi, who had discovered his uniqueness. He was quite concerned about the title of Desecrator. The last time Captain Deng invaded his dreams, Yi Chen remembered that the unique system he possessed referred to him with those very words, Desecrator. Coupled with the fact that he had awakened the only hidden super divine talent, Hand of the Desecrator, could it be that he truly was the so-called Desecrator? Literally speaking, the title Desecrator was clearly in opposition to the divine beings. They had been desecrated. Would the divine beings be willing to show any goodwill towards a Desecrator? Moreover, Aldi's reaction indirectly confirmed the uniqueness of the Desecrator. If he were caught by a true divine being, he would certainly not have a good outcome. It seemed he had to keep a low profile as much as possible. However, when Yi Chen looked at his own attributes, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. How could he maintain a low profile with this attribute panel? Character, Yi Chen, level 49, awakening not yet achieved, class, Flame Mage, Epic class, first transition, health points, approximately 102,400,000, mana points, 513,000, attack power, 45,088, spell power, 315,000, armor, 118,000, magic resistance, 156,000, speed, 548, effect hit rate, 84%, effect resistance, 95%. God, a level 49 practitioner possesses attributes not weaker than a level 649 King of Angels. The kingly aura on Yi Chen was about to become uncontrollable. However, from another perspective, with the expansion of his attributes, Yi Chen's safety factor was also gradually increasing. If he encountered another demigod like Aldi with his current attributes, he would at least have some room to fight back. Yi Chen shook his head, not wanting to think too much. The fact that he had single-handedly penetrated the deep abyss medicine forest secret realm was already absurd enough. No worries, he could just blame it all on Miracle. Miracle, you old six. There's one more thing. Yi Chen said to the woman with a blurred face in the silver mirror. When will you create a pure dark environment for me? A melodious female voice responded, I can do it anytime. It depends on you. The hatching ceremony of the black dragon is very dangerous, second only to the golden and red dragons. You must find an absolutely safe and reliable place. Otherwise, if anything goes wrong during the ceremony, you will be lost in the dream world and never wake up. So dangerous? Indeed, the night dreaming auspicious dragon was an ancient totem of the Eastern Flame Kingdom, and now it was an imperial-level monster. In the unparalleled arc, it was second only to divine beings. Golden dragon? Red dragon? What are their specific names? How many types of auspicious dragons are there in total? The woman with the blurred face generously shared her knowledge on this matter, explaining to Yi Chen, the golden dragon is the Mang Jin Emperor auspicious dragon. The red dragon is the red jade starfire auspicious dragon. There are a total of 7 types of auspicious dragons. Unfortunately, in ancient times, to combat, they all went extinct. I'm very curious, where did you get this black dragon egg? In order to fight against what? Yi Chen vaguely remembered that Aldi mentioned the ancient god of madness when the effect of unyielding will was reflected back. At that time, Aldi had said that the mad god Bhattacharya fell in order to fight against. Yi Chen voiced this question, is the goal of the Eastern auspicious dragon in conflict with the ancient mad god the same? What are they fighting against? The woman with a blurred face in the silver mirror fell silent for a few seconds before replying, this is not something you should understand right now. It's not that I don't want to tell you. At your current level, just knowing about them will bring you considerable trouble. Death would be considered the best outcome. I suggest you rein in your curiosity. So terrifying? Indeed, that Bhattacharya was an ancient powerful deity, and from Aldi's tone, it seemed that even now, this god of mist and poison harbored fear of Bhattacharya's power. Even a deity like Bhattacharya had fallen at the hands of the opponent. The targets of the conflict are not just one, and they are also at the level of deities? Yi Chen did not continue to probe further. At his current level, it was better not to get involved with them for now. Canceling the wearing state, Yi Chen put the silver mirror back into his inventory. He glanced at the epic hidden quest line. The first requirement of the second ring had been completed. Only 2 more requirements remained. The secret realm had been opened. It was time to leave this place. Inside the Arachni * mirror of corruption was a cave resembling a cage. A woman with black hair and brown eyes opened her eyes. She wore a black lace gothic mini dress and knelt on the ground. Because it was a mini dress, a large expanse of pale skin was exposed, but unfortunately, no one could appreciate it. The beautiful brown-eyed woman was locked in the center of the cave. On her 2 slender white wrists, and on the exquisite ankle of her left foot, which was clad in knee-high black stockings, were locked dark chains. Her right leg was free, also wearing black knee-high stockings. Dim light flickered. The mysterious glowing model left behind by Aldi when he fell appeared in the cave. The beautiful brown-eyed woman closed her eyes, and an invisible energy attracted the glowing model. The model gradually made contact with the woman's body. It was absorbed into the body of the brown-eyed woman. After a while, the beautiful woman opened her brown eyes again, and a red light flashed in her eyes. Clang! Clang! A series of crisp sounds. The dark iron chain locking the woman's right wrist shattered, falling to the cold ground and slowly disappearing. At this moment, the chains binding her changed from 3 to 2. The brown-eyed woman moved her right hand, removing the knee-high stocking from her right leg and tossing it aside, revealing her bare foot, while murmuring, blasphemer. If the night dream auspicious dragon reappears in the world, the other 6 auspicious dragons will gradually awaken. This is the ability of the Eastern auspicious dragon. The deep abyss medicinal forest dungeon was too large. Yi Chen currently had no mount, and walking back would likely take over 2 hours. A flash of inspiration struck him. He manipulated the keystone and entered the Secret Realm Development and Transformation interface, finding an administrator option. He selected the Instant Teleportation function. The keystone's owner could use this function to move to any location within the Secret Realm. Teleporting to the entrance of the Secret Realm felt very much like crossing the mountain and sea gate. With a blink of his eyes, Yi Chen instantly returned to the entrance of the Secret Realm. Seeing this relatively familiar place, Yi Chen recalled a few hours earlier when he and his teammates drank the 8th tier antidote here. Time to go out. Outside the Deep Abyss Medicinal Forest, Secret Realm, at the entrance. The two core personnel at the center of power in the Flame Nation, Qin Dajiang and Elder Yuan, led a group of individuals, including the captain of the Shenong Project Execution Team, Deng Qiming, along with Yi Chen's 4 teammates and other staff guarding the entrance to the secret realm. Everyone was waiting for the opening of the secret realm and the return of the young hero, Yi Chen. Around 2 p.m., a figure emerged against the green veil. He was tall and handsome, with a calm gaze that contained wisdom and courage. Having accomplished a great feat, he faced the crowd with neither arrogance nor humility, unaffected by praise or blame. This person was Yi Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chen return safely, everyone rushed forward, but no one spoke first. Yi Chen nodded to his 4 teammates and then noticed the 2 esteemed elders, recognizing one as Elder Yuan, and nodded to both of them. Next, Yi Chen looked at Deng Qiming and said solemnly, "Captain Deng, I have fulfilled my mission. The keystone of the Abyssal Medicine Forest secret realm is in my hands. According to the regulations of the Shenong Project, I must personally hand it over to the chief." As soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice rang out. "Good." Everyone turned around. They saw the chief, who was busy with numerous affairs, walking towards them at a leisurely pace. The chief had arrived. He was dressed in appropriate attire, followed by a middle-aged man in a white robe, fanning himself with a feather fan. Everyone instinctively made way. The chief walked straight up to Yi Chen. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of heavy applause erupted. With the chief leading, everyone present, except for Yi Chen, burst into enthusiastic applause, their faces filled with excitement. "Chief!" As Yi Chen's calm voice rang out, the applause gradually subsided. Yi Chen took a few steps forward, standing straight, and bowed respectfully to the chief, then handed over the keystone. "This is the keystone for the Abyssal Medicine Forest instance. Please review it." After receiving the keystone, the chief's expression grew serious as he began to attempt communication using the keystone. Seconds later, a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face, and he spoke earnestly to Yi Chen. "Comrade Yi Chen, on behalf of the center and the people of the Flame Nation, thank you for your outstanding contributions to the Great Flame. You will become the most outstanding young leader of our Great Flame Nation, and the country will award you the Yanhuang badge." Upon hearing this, everyone present, except for Qin Dajiang, Elder Yuan, and the middle-aged man with the feather fan, gasped in shock. Wang Tai's face showed extreme excitement. The Yanhuang badge was the highest honor in the Flame Nation. Those who received the Yanhuang badge were all individuals who had made significant contributions to the Great Flame Nation and were themselves exceptionally talented. These individuals were mostly above level 600, known as the Kings of Angels, distributed across various departments of the center, wielding immense and important power. Those dispatched to various regions were also the main leaders of their provinces. And Yi Chen, at just 18 years old, had received such a top honor. This was the highest honor Wang Tai had longed for. When he saw Yi Chen receive this badge, he felt no trace of jealousy. Instead, he was genuinely happy and proud for Yi Chen. This was his teammate, his brother who had fought alongside him through life and death. Wang Tai silently resolved to take Yi Chen as his example, to continue working hard until one day he could also receive the Yanhuang badge like Yi Chen. When the chief personally pinned the golden red badge on Yi Chen, the venue erupted once again in warm applause and cheers. The chief, with a calm expression, smiled at Yi Chen and said, "With the Yanhuang badge, you will automatically become a permanent official of the Flame Nation. After the center's organizational cabinet's research and decision, you are appointed as the permanent official of the Zhejiang Provincial Office, the executive vice-provincial head. The appointment takes effect immediately, but you are still young and need to wait until you graduate from university before returning to Zhejiang Province to report on your work." Yi Chen's mind went blank. What was happening? He had just left Hangzhou for a stroll, and in the blink of an eye, he had become the vice-governor of Zhejiang Province? Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into intense discussions. An 18-year-old executive vice-governor. That's incredible. Seeing himself once again become the focus and center of attention, Yi Chen appeared composed and reserved on the surface, but internally he was complaining. Wasn't he supposed to join the 9 provinces and become an invisible guardian, no longer standing in the spotlight? How had he become a figure of public attention again? Somewhat socially anxious, Yi Chen could only go along with the performance, accepting the praises and blessings from everyone. The intelligent older sister type, Louis, directly threw herself at Yi Chen, tears of joy in her eyes. "Yi Chen, it's so great that you're safe and sound. Being able to clear the instance is truly amazing." Louis was not short, her slender legs were on par with Su Lingming's. At that moment, she was half leaning against Yi Chen, their posture somewhat ambiguous. "Sister Yi, you've gotten too close to me." In front of the crowd, facing another beautiful woman throwing herself at him, Yi Chen still didn't know where to place his hands and feet. Molly also rushed over, tiptoeing to high-five Yi Chen in celebration. Yi Chen slapped his hand against Ma Li's with a heavy thud, and then Ye Chen and Wang Tai also came over. The chief smiled as he looked at the 5 outstanding young people before him, feeling a bit emotional. He then said to Wang Tai and the others, "You 4 also played a role in the plan. You will also receive corresponding recognition." Upon hearing this, Wang Tai and Ye Chen couldn't help but jump 3 feet high. They all knew that the success in clearing the secret realm was entirely due to Yi Chen's efforts, and they hadn't expected to gain recognition through his achievements. The 5 of them gathered together to celebrate this victory that belonged solely to them. Meanwhile, old Yuan couldn't help but wipe his eyes. After more than a decade, the medical field of Yin country no longer had to look at the beautiful country's face. The Shenong plan was successfully completed, and under the chief's deployment, the development and transformation work of the Diyuan Medicine Forest secret realm began in full swing that very day. Old Yuan personally took charge, entering the secret realm for an on-site inspection. The area around the secret realm remained sealed off. Of course, these matters had nothing to do with Yi Chen for the time being. At 4 p.m., Yi Chen and the others accompanied Deng Qiming to a base belonging to the 9 provinces in the urban area. In the conference room, Deng Qiming looked at the 5 young men and women across from him, still immersed in the memories of the secret realm battle, constantly replaying the combat process. The usually serious Deng Qiming couldn't help but smile. The kids were safe and sound, which was better than anything else. Deng Qiming tapped the table, signaling the team to quiet down. Everyone performed exceptionally well this time, especially Yi Chen. I won't say much about the praises, let's mainly discuss the arrangements moving forward. Wang Tai, who joined the 9 provinces the earliest among you, has already been here for 2 years. During this time, your levels have been locked at 49 for a long time, which is a very painful situation for a professional. But our mission has been accomplished. Starting tomorrow, you can go to the Awakening Hall to complete an awakening task and level up to 50. Upon hearing this news, Wang Tai and the others cheered. Deng Qiming continued, also, except for the newly joined Yi Chen, the other 4 of you couldn't attend university because of your involvement in the Shenong plan. Regarding this, the higher-ups will compensate you. You 4 can choose any university you want, and the 9 provinces will arrange it directly. Try to participate in the college entrance examination if possible. Of course, if you really don't want to take the exam, that's fine too. The team members exchanged excited glances, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They were finally going to college. Louis shyly said, "I still want to take the college entrance examination. After all, there's only this one chance in a lifetime." Her thoughts were met with agreement from the others. "Alright, then you all go back to your home provinces to take the exam. After that, develop step by step, and when your levels reach 300 and you become elites, we will assign you tasks. I believe the college entrance examination will be no challenge for you top elites. Before the exam, you will have a break to freely engage in activities, have fun, and completely relax." Deng Qiming stood up, his expression solemn. Seeing this, Yi Chen and the others also stood up. "Kids," Deng Qiming's tone was unusually serious, and then he bowed to the 5 of them. "You've worked hard." These simple 5 words warmed the hearts of the team members. When Deng Qiming straightened up, a faint smile on his face, he continued, "No one should rush to leave tonight. We're going to the Yin Country Grand Hotel in the capital to celebrate." Oh! The conference room erupted in enthusiastic cheers once again. Yi Chen touched his nose. The feeling of being part of a group was quite nice. At 6:30 p.m., in the capital, a Mercedes S-Class sedan smoothly stopped in front of the Yin Country Grand Hotel. The car door opened, and a young man and woman got out. Immediately, a security guard approached respectfully, bowing his head to take the car keys from the young man in the driver's seat, parking the car for the VIP. The girl who got out of the passenger seat was tall and dressed very stylishly, her internet celebrity face adorned with a modest smile as she walked to the young man, linking her arm with his, smiling sweetly and innocently. "Shen Gu, this is my first time in such a high-end place." The young man, referred to as Shen Gu, had delicate features and looked very young, dressed luxuriously. Just the Mercedes S-Class indicated his extraordinary family background. He ignored the internet celebrity girl beside him and instead focused his gaze on a group of people not far away. "You wait for me here, don't wander off." The internet celebrity girl obediently replied and watched as the young man walked towards the group. This group of people looked quite ordinary in their attire, but among them was a particularly handsome young man about 1.8 meters tall. As Yi Chen and the others, led by Deng Qiming, were about to enter the hotel, they heard a voice. "Uncle Deng." Everyone turned to see the young man from earlier, his face beaming with a warm smile as he approached Deng Qiming to greet him. "Uncle Deng, long time no see. My dad often mentions wanting to catch up with you." Deng Qiming's deep gaze fell on the young man. "Xiao Xian." The young man before him was the child of a colleague from the organization. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Deng Qiming led Yi Chen and the others into the hotel. Lu Wenchuan observed the backs of the few people, deep in thought. Once, when his father had drunk too much, he had mentioned that Deng Qiming was not simple, suspected of having a strong backing, playing the role of a small employee in the organization while hiding his true strength. In the organization, it was essential to maintain a good relationship with Deng Qiming and not offend him. Lu Wenchuan was also a prominent figure in the circle of wealthy young men and women in the capital. He noticed that the 5 young men and women just now looked unfamiliar, not like locals from the capital. However, being close to Deng Qiming clearly indicated they were not ordinary people. Lu Wenchuan quietly memorized their appearances. Upon entering the hotel, Yi Chen and the others finally understood what true opulence and splendor meant, golden and resplendent. It was no wonder it was one of the highest-rated hotels in Yin country. Here, they could even see the presence of diplomatic staff from other countries. Because the Shinong Plan is a confidential project exclusive to the Jojo, almost everyone who knows about it are members of Jojo and a few directly affiliated organizations. Moreover, since the members of Jojo are spread across the globe and some important tasks require hidden identities, there was no grand celebration held. It was simply a modest celebration led by Deng Qiming and his team. Nevertheless, Yi Chen and the others received the highest standard of hospitality at the hotel. The private room they used was not open to the public and was specifically reserved for important figures of the center. At the dining table, everyone relaxed completely. Peking duck, the 8 great bowls of the capital, Old Beijing hot pot lamb, authentic Old Beijing fried sauce noodles, and special snacks like stir-fried liver, doji with fried rings, donkey rolls, and iwao, among others. A meal allowed Yi Chen and the other outsiders to savor the culinary delights of the capital, and they ate very comfortably. During the meal, Deng Qiming received an email. After reading it, a smile crept onto his lips, and his deep-set eyes sparkled with joy. He signaled for the chatting members to quiet down and then announced, "Kids, the reward plan for the Shinong team has come down." Everyone immediately showed expectant expressions, looking at Deng Qiming, and Yi Chen was no exception. "Louis, Nie Qian, Mali, you 3 will each receive 50,000 points of Yanhuang merit." The 3, who had been part of Jojo for some time, knew what 50,000 points of Yanhuang merit meant. They instantly became excited, their eyes shining. They were already planning in their minds what to exchange for with these merits. Meanwhile, Wang Tai, upon hearing that the 3 received 50,000 points of merit, swallowed hard, his mood gradually becoming more excited. The team leader receives additional rewards after completing a mission. This is a common practice in the world of the unparalleled arc. If the 3 team members received 50,000 points of merit, then wouldn't he receive even more? Wang Tai, as the team leader, you took responsibility at a critical moment and played a leading role. You will receive a total of 60,000 points of Yanhuang merit. Wang Tai's face immediately turned bright red. He finally had enough merit to exchange for that heavenly god skill book. Deng Qiming's gaze shifted to Yi Chen. The 4 teammates couldn't help but look at Yi Chen as well. They all knew in their hearts that this time they had all benefited from Yi Chen. It was Yi Chen who single-handedly cleared the Dun Medicine Forest secret realm. Now that they had all received tens of thousands of merits, what about Yi Chen? Deng Qiming looked down at the email again, confirming it was correct, and said to Yi Chen, "You have received 1 million. 1 million. As soon as Deng Qiming's words fell, the once lively restaurant fell into complete silence, and even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yi Chen was also stunned. At first, when Captain Deng announced the rewards for his teammates, Yi Chen didn't feel much. Since he had just joined Jojo, he wasn't particularly familiar with the merit system and didn't know what 50,000 or 60,000 merits represented. However, seeing his teammates' excited expressions and happy faces, Yi Chen could vaguely guess that 50,000 merits must be a high standard. So when Captain Deng announced that he had received 1 million merits, Yi Chen was also shocked. 1 million merits was 20 times that of Nie Qian and the others. The Yanhuang merit is a unique merit system of the Jojo organization and can surely be exchanged for many good things. At the same time, Deng Qiming had not finished speaking. "Yi Chen, your merit exchange authority has been upgraded to the highest level. You can exchange for all redeemable items, including privileges. Later, I will send you a list of redeemable items. Please keep it confidential." Wang Tai and the others gasped in awe. They were all considered newcomers in the 9 provinces, and their ability to exchange for merit-based items was still at the first level. Meanwhile, Yi Chen, who was also a newcomer but had joined later, had already reached the highest level. However, they quickly thought it was quite reasonable. After all, Yi Chen was the man who could clear that perverse secret realm all by himself. Additionally, it wasn't over yet? Deng Qiming continued, due to your excellent performance, the country is prepared to reward you with an additional 4 properties, located in our 4 major first-tier cities. The Villa No. 6 in Hu City, the independent Villa No. 8 in the capital city, the Villa No. 17 on the riverbank in Deep City, and the independent Villa No. 20 in the North District of Cloud Lotus Villa in Goat City. Yichen, these villas are provided by the organization considering that you may need to carry out various special tasks in the future, which might require you to be active in these cities for an extended period. So, this is a small gesture from above to solve your housing problem in advance. Hearing this, Nie Qian's eyelids twitched. Among the team members, only Nie Qian came from a prominent family, the other 3, including Yi Chen, were all grassroots origins. Nie Qian knew that those 4 areas were the most prestigious villa districts in the local area. The total value of these 4 villas was around 3.5 million gold coins. Yi Chen felt an unreal sensation upon hearing this. Including the Queen's Villa district in Hang City, he suddenly had 5 villas under his name. After dinner, when everyone was about to leave, Deng Qiming said to Yi Chen, the paperwork for the manor villa has been completed, and a housekeeper and other domestic staff have been arranged to move in. You can return to your villa tonight. Yi Chen was taken aback by this. After a moment of thought, he had an idea. Tonight, he would be splitting the spoils with the person in the mirror, and returning to his own villa would be more discreet and secure. Alright, I can't wait to see what that villa looks like. Yi Chen invited his teammates, let's all go together. Although his teammates were somewhat tempted, they all had a sense of boundaries and politely declined the proposal. Deng Qiming arranged for a car to take Yi Chen back. In the capital city, at the 11th exit of the Jingqing Expressway, 1,000 meters east on the north side of the road. This was the location of the capital city Manor Villa district. The car came to a steady stop at the entrance of Villa No. 8. Before Yi Chen could make a move, someone had already opened the car door for him. It was a woman in her early 30s, dressed in a professional fitted skirt suit, with black stockings on her legs and chunky-heeled round-toed shoes. She was tall, with her hair styled up, good-looking, wearing a pair of frameless glasses, exuding a capable and composed aura. Seeing her, Yi Chen was reminded of his black-stocking beauty principle, how you ma. She first smiled warmly at Yi Chen, took a small step forward, slightly bowed, gestured with her left hand to invite him in, while her right hand held the top of the car door to prevent Yi Chen from hitting his head as he got out. This kind of service, Yi Chen had only seen in TV dramas, typically reserved for big figures and leaders. Thinking about it, he was now a rising star in the 9 provinces, the executive vice-governor of Zhejiang province. Faced with the warm service of the attractive woman, he remained calm and thanked her softly. As Yi Chen got out of the car, he noticed that behind her stood 7 or 8 people, both men and women, all dressed in similar uniforms. The woman in the fitted skirt and black stockings bowed to Yi Chen and greeted him. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Li Chanxian, and I am the senior housekeeper of Eno Life Service Company, Ltd. My team and I are honored to serve you. As soon as she finished speaking, the staff behind her all bowed to Yi Chen in unison. This should be the housekeeper team that Captain Deng mentioned. It was Yi Chen's first time experiencing such a scene, but he wasn't nervous, his expression remained calm, maintaining a neutral and composed demeanor. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached, wearing a warm smile and a flattering attitude. He said to Yi Chen, hello, Mr. Yi. I am Ma, the head of Huangqi Properties Beijing area. You can call me Old Ma. Our Huangqi property will serve you wholeheartedly. Yi Chen remained calm, okay. Then, under the guidance of the housekeeper Li Chanshan, he toured the villa. The voice of the voluptuous Li Chanshan was very gentle. Mr. Yi, all the facilities in the villa are brand new and ready for use. Do you want a late-night snack now? Our chef is a Michelin 3-star chef who studied in the Lanchi country for several years and is very skilled in French cuisine. Having just had a feast, Yi Chen was not hungry at all. No, thank you. Prepare hot water for me. I want to take a good bath and sleep. Goodness, the bathroom in the villa was larger than an average 3-bedroom apartment. It had a sauna, a shower room, and a room with a closed door, the purpose of which was unknown. There were 3 bathtubs in total. At this moment, Yi Chen was lying in one of the bathtubs. The water was circulating at a constant temperature, very comfortable. After a tiring day, especially facing a demigod, Yi Chen felt exhausted both mentally and physically. Drowsy in the bathtub, he lost track of time. Mr. Yi. In a daze, Yi Chen opened his eyes and was instantly alert upon seeing the scene before him. The beautiful housekeeper Li Chanshan was still wearing a fitted dress. However, it was not the businesslike one he had seen outside the villa. Instead, it was a wine red, spaghetti strap type, soft, thin, and short. She was actually sitting on the edge of the bathtub. Li Qianqian's hair was still elegantly pinned up, and Yi Chen could still see the capable and steady aura she had earlier. But this time, the feeling was different. Damn! I'm still an 18-year-old pure-hearted boy. How can I handle this? The 18-year-old hot-blooded youth immediately reacted. Yi Chen was still soaking in the bathtub. To hide his change, he could only sit up while muttering in his heart. What the hell? What's going on with this beautiful housekeeper? I'm still taking a bath. What's with her coming in directly? The transformation of a pure-hearted young boy could not escape Li Qianqian's keen eyes, but her gentle smile remained unchanged as if she hadn't seen anything. Her voice was even softer than her smile. Mr. Yi, I saw you've been soaking for a long time and was a bit worried, so I came in. You won't blame me, will you? This sounded a bit flirtatious. However, I like it. Yi Chen calmly replied, no, it's fine. Li Qianqian suggested, you look very tired. Do you need a spa treatment? You've had a long day, you should relax. I'm very professional. Then, without waiting for Yi Chen to respond, she looked toward the closed door of the room and said, that's the therapy room. Please wait for me inside, okay? Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It didn't seem too bad. The essence of life lies in trying. I've never had a spa in my life. Thinking of this, Yi Chen nodded slightly. You go ahead. Li Qianqian smiled slightly and swayed her body as she slowly left the bathroom. Once she left, Yi Chen jumped up and found a bathrobe to put on. Safe now. 5 minutes later, Li Qianqian returned. She had a playful smile on her face, holding a bottle of fine red wine in one hand and a crystal goblet in the other. You must be thirsty, a glass of red wine before the treatment is good for your health. In the therapy room, Li Qianqian half squatted, pouring the red wine into the crystal goblet. The aroma of fine red wine, mixed with a pleasant scent of perfume, filled the room. The latest red wine, compared to Frera red wine, has a lower alcohol content, making it more suitable for a light sip before bed. Yi Chen took a small sip. It was indeed better than the Frera he had at the banquet. As for the alcohol content, it didn't matter. Yi Chen possessed the alcohol immunity's sacred body. Just as he set down the goblet, he felt two slightly cool sensations creeping up his shoulders. Was the therapy starting? Relax. Li Qianqian was like a mature succubus. I have received professional training, and my technique is excellent. I will definitely make you comfortable. That comfortable didn't sound serious. The atmosphere gradually turned pink, yet Yi Chen felt increasingly alert. He was indeed an 18-year-old boy full of vigor, but he wouldn't easily be governed by his lower half. The dark experiences of his childhood had made Yi Chen's mind exceptionally strong, giving him a certain resistance to such matters. If he really wanted to, wouldn't it be more fulfilling to pursue someone like Chu Liansong or Chen Yingling? Or even Qin Yinin and Wan Haoyue would be much easier. Even his classmates Su Lungming and the Big Bear brotherly Lisha weren't without opportunities. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's reaction grew stronger. Damn! How could he be thinking about those 6 girls at a time like this? The therapy ended perfectly. When Li Qianqian left, there was a hint of complex emotions in her gaze towards Yi Chen. Perhaps it was admiration for his composure at such a young age. Or perhaps it was frustration that her charm hadn't conquered him. In any case, she left with a mix of reluctance and ease. Nothing had happened, which might be an acceptable outcome for her. Another fundamental reason for Yi Chen suppressing his desires was that he sensed something unusual. Li Qianqian's behavior lacked logical support. As a housekeeper, barging into the master's bathroom was a major taboo, something that defied common sense. Moreover, she was dressed so provocatively. It was an obvious attempt to seduce him. Although Yi Chen knew that in the world of the wealthy, everyone played around, and such things weren't worth making a fuss over, it was only the first day. He had only met her for a few hours. Even if she really had that intention, she wouldn't be so eager, right? Furthermore, considering that Li Qianqian and her group were all arranged to be in his villa by someone above, it all connected in Yi Chen's mind, leading him to speculate that this was a test from the higher-ups. After all, Yi Chen was now a member of Jiuzhou, an important part of the Yan country's system. And today, he had made such a significant contribution, the country would surely increase its training for him. They might even be grooming him as a successor for a major department. In this situation, it was essential to understand his character. Of course, all of this was just Yi Chen's speculation. He wasn't sure if Li Qianqian's actions were her true intention or if there was something else going on. However, the experience of being examined by Captain Deng in the presidential suite reminded Yi Chen that tonight's events were likely a test from the upper echelons, a test of his resistance to female allure. Yi Chen believed that, regardless of the circumstances, it was right that he hadn't engaged with Li Qianqian. If it was a test from above, he had passed it smoothly. If not, then it was no loss. After all, he was still a fledgling. Losing his virginity to an older woman would be a real loss. Leaving the bathroom, Yi Chen felt invigorated. To be honest, this spa therapy was quite effective. His previously exhausted body and mind felt much more comfortable now. Glancing at the time, it was almost 11 p.m. He needed to hurry back to his room to divide the spoils. Yi Chen's bedroom was on the top floor, the third floor. As soon as he entered the room, his phone rang with a WeChat video call. Without even looking, he knew it was that girl Ruan Haoyue. After connecting the video, all that appeared was a blur of white rain, causing Yi Chen to feel a surge of blood rush through him. A clear voice came from the receiver. I accidentally dropped my phone on my chest. The screen then slowly moved, the camera gliding up through the winter ravines, passing by delicate collarbones and slender necks, finally resting on Ruan Haoyue's beautiful face. His sister. First, there was a video of a voluptuous woman getting a spa treatment, and now there was a video of a pure and innocent girl in a high school outfit. This was too much to handle. How could anyone sleep? Brother Nan, you don't have time to return to Hangcheng, so I'll come to Beijing to play with you. Ha! Ruan Haoyue clearly noticed something was off on Yi Chen's side. She asked curiously, Brother Nan, did you change rooms? The little girl was quite perceptive. Yi Chen got up, holding his phone, pulled back the curtains, and opened the floor-to-ceiling glass door, stepping out onto the open balcony. This balcony was quite large, about the size of a classroom. It was furnished with exquisite wooden tables and rattan chairs. Yi Chen lazily reclined in a rattan chair, enjoying the night view of Beijing while also admiring Ruan Haoyue's figure. Yeah, I completed a task, and they rewarded me with a villa. Upon hearing this, Ruan Haoyue cheered with joy. Really? My brother Nan is amazing. You only went for a week and already got a villa as a reward. That's incredible. She was even more excited than Yi Chen himself, clearly happy for his achievement. Yi Chen was infected by her joy, his mood lifting. You want to come play with me? You're welcome. I've been a bit busy lately, I haven't had time to visit those famous attractions. Just in time for your visit, we can explore Beijing together. Hearing that Yi Chen was willing to host her, Ruan Haoyue showed an excited and happy expression, her eyes sparkling, and she eagerly said, Great, great. Brother Nan, give me a day to prepare. I'll fly to Beijing to find you the day after tomorrow. Yi Chen thought for a moment. The days leading up to the college entrance examination were free, and he had plenty of time. Tomorrow, he would sell some materials and then complete a task to break through the level 49 bottleneck. The day after tomorrow, he would happily play with Ruan Haoyue, no problem at all. Okay, I'll pick you up at the airport then. Yay! Ruan Haoyue was extremely happy, bouncing on the bed, causing her shoulder bag to fall off. They both jumped along with her. Yi Chen. Little sister, please stop jumping, stop jumping. After ending the video call, Yi Chen splashed cold water on his face several times to calm his heated emotions. He pulled the curtains shut. Sitting on the bed, he conjured an ancient silver mirror. Arachne, are you there? We need to divide the spoils. Soon, a female face appeared in the silver mirror, her features still shrouded in black mist, making it impossible to see her exact appearance. A melodious female voice rang out. Before we begin, I need to warn you about something. You must never mention the encounter with the fog poison god Aldi in the secret realm to anyone else. This is a secret that belongs to the two of us. Yi Chen thought it was something serious and calmly replied, Do I look like such a foolish person? That arrogant god doesn't sound like a good person. I won't get myself into trouble. Hearing this response, the person in the mirror was quite satisfied. Not bad, you're quite experienced, not too foolish. At your age, that's not easy. Alright, let's officially begin. First, let's discuss the distribution ratio. We split it 60-40. Yi Chen exclaimed, Arachne, after all, you were the one who delivered the final blow, you only take 40%? Do you think I'm such an ungrateful person? At the very least, we should split it evenly. Mirror person. The gothic beauty locked in the mirror cage twitched at the corners of her mouth. Is there a possibility? 60% is me. 40% is you. Looking at Yi Chen's expression, she took a deep breath. Alright, then we'll split it evenly. Aldi's inheritance consists of 3 pieces of colorful mythical equipment, plus miscellaneous items. Miscellaneous items mean a collection of all item materials, formulas, crystal pet eggs, and essence. These things combined don't even equal the value of 1 piece of colorful mythical equipment. Yi Chen suggested, let me see those 3 pieces of colorful mythical equipment first. In the classical silver mirror, black mist flowed slowly. A few seconds later, the virtual images and attribute information of the 3 pieces of equipment appeared before Yi Chen. Yi Chen immediately noticed that one of the equipment's preview images was a wrinkled doll. He recognized it as the wrinkled doll that Aldi used as a substitute to save his life when he was killed by Yi Chen using blasphemous moment. Equipment name, Soul Burner Doll, Colorful Mythical, Part, Treasure, Carrying Level, LV1, Upgradable Equipment, Basic Attributes, Spell Power -500, Attack Power -500. As the equipment level increases, the basic attributes will continue to grow. If it is a negative attribute, it will continue to decrease. Divine Skill cannot be absorbed or transferred through Black Crystal's Soul Burning Shell. Upgradable Divine Skill effects will gradually enhance as the equipment level increases. Soul Burning Shell LV1, active, instant cast, no cooldown, consumes 50,000 points of the holder's maximum health, activates Burning Soul State. The holder can choose to create a Soul Shell doll at the original location to bear the damage or negative state when receiving damage or negative states in the Burning Soul State. After this effect is triggered once, the Burning Soul State disappears, and the holder will be randomly teleported to a location within a radius of 10 meters of the Soul Shell doll. Next level, after triggering the effect, the holder can choose to appear at a specific location within a radius of 10 meters of the Soul Shell doll. Special skill, none. Durability, never wears out. Owner recognition, unrecognized. Wearing this equipment will automatically recognize the owner. The first impression this equipment gave Yi Chen was eerie and horrifying. Burning soul? Consuming maximum health? Negative yield attributes? It can be said that the negative effects of this equipment are indeed astonishing. Some skills of certain professions or some special equipment do have effects that require consuming health points. However, they consume health points, not the maximum health. If it consumes health points, they can be replenished afterward. But if it consumes the maximum health, and it's a one-time consumption of 50,000 points of maximum health, that's a bit outrageous. For other professionals, this mythical equipment is quite useless. Although it can save lives at critical moments, the negative effects are too great. Using it will deduct from the maximum health, and not using it will reduce spell power and attack power. Some might say that you can just wear it when needed to avoid the reduction in spell power and attack power. However, during combat, professionals cannot change or wear equipment. The last time Yi Chen temporarily wore Arachni, Fallen Mirror, was because Aldi had already escaped, causing Yi Chen to exit the battle. But for Yi Chen, he glanced at his attribute panel. Health points, about 102,400,000 points, attack power, 45,088 points, spell power, 315,000 points, deducting 50,000 points from the maximum health, reducing a few hundred attack power and spell power, doesn't seem like something unacceptable. Besides, attributes can be stolen infinitely. Yi Chen suddenly realized that attributes could be used as consumables for him. This piece of equipment was quite good, and Yi Chen felt a bit tempted. Next item. Equipment name, Medal of Dinarns, Colorful Myth, Part, Necklace Level, LV1, can be upgraded. Base attributes, spell power plus 5,000, mana plus 8,000. As the equipment level increases, the base attributes will continue to grow. Divine skill, cannot be absorbed or transferred through Black Crystals. Favored of the God of Pride, active, casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 24 hours, no consumption. Pray to the God of Pride Dinarns to receive his blessing. The effect of the blessing will be determined by the deity. Special skill, none. Durability, never wears out. Owner recognition, not recognized. Witnessing the benefactors in the secret realm of the deep abyss medicine forest, Yi Chen felt goosebumps at the sight of the word blessing. Blessing? Blessing my foot. Asking him, a mere accomplice who killed the god of mist poison, Aldi, to pray to Dinarns? Yi Chen wanted to live a few more years. This broken equipment could be left for Arachni. The last item. Equipment name, Mist Poison Radiant Sun God Staff, Colorful Myth, Part, Main Weapon, Two-Handed, Carrying Level, LV1 and above, can upgrade equipment. Base attributes, spell power 10,000, mana plus 20,000, casting speed increased by 20%, spell penetration plus 7%. As the equipment level increases, the base attributes will continue to grow. Divine skill, cannot be absorbed or transferred through Black Crystals. Mist Poison Light, active, casting time 12 seconds, cooldown 2 hours, consumes 1 point of divine power. Detonate an area within a radius of 500 meters, dealing 5,000% spell power poison damage to all enemies in the area. Then, generate a poison light sun above your head, illuminating the area, dealing 100% spell power poison damage to enemies within the area every second, and infecting them with mist poison. The poison light sun lasts for 2 hours and can be actively cancelled. Special skill, none. Durability, never wears out. Owner recognition, not recognized. This staff looked quite good. The active divine skill was a large area AoE skill, and from the description, it could summon a small sun, which would definitely have explosive effects. Yi Chen felt a bit tempted, but when he saw the release condition, his brows furrowed slightly. It required the consumption of 1 point of divine power. But he didn't have any divine power right now. However, he could still take it for now. After looking at these 3 pieces of colorful myth equipment, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think?" 3 pieces of equipment weren't enough for 2 people to share. The person in the mirror was silent for a moment and said, "One side takes 2 pieces of colorful myth equipment, and the other side takes 1 piece of colorful myth equipment plus all the miscellaneous items. Since the value of the miscellaneous items does not equal that of a piece of colorful myth equipment, the side taking 2 pieces of colorful myth equipment needs to compensate the other side with 1 million gold coins. Colorful myth equipment is priceless." This distribution plan seemed reasonable. However, in Yi Chen's heart, the medal of dinars held no value at all. If he could choose the other 2 pieces, he would accept it. A melodious female voice sounded, "I have a suggestion." Yi Chen gave her a look that said to go ahead. "I think you wouldn't want the medal of dinars. Using this equipment to receive his blessing means you will be watched, influenced, and manipulated by that righteous god. All divine blessings have their prices marked in the dark. I offer you this sentence for free, I hope you remember it. So, for this piece of equipment, you can only let me take it." Yi Chen nodded, feeling that she made a valid point. The figure in the mirror continued, "The mist poison light god staff was controlled by dinars in ancient times and was granted to Aldi for use. It is precisely because of this staff that Aldi earned the title of God of Mist Poison. I have checked, and this equipment bears Dinar's mark. If it leaves the mirror, Dinar's will definitely sense it. At that time, what will happen to you holding it is hard to say. You can't use it anyway, since you're not even level 700 and haven't gained divine power. So, you can't take this equipment either." Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. This meant he had only one choice left. Yi Chen calmly replied, "Are you saying that I can only choose the soul burner puppet, along with those miscellaneous items?" "Yes," a melodious female voice responded. "My suggestion is that I take those 2 troublesome pieces of equipment. As for the soul burner puppet, I have checked, and this equipment has not been marked by dinars. With Aldi's fall, the mark belonging to Aldi has completely disappeared. You taking this equipment is absolutely no problem. I guarantee it with my persona." "Can it be guaranteed with prestige?" "Fine." Yi Chen understood the other party's words. He also felt that those 2 pieces of equipment had some hidden dangers. The medal goes without saying, and the staff seemed great, but upon closer thought, the commotion caused by that divine skill would definitely be significant. Even if there was no mark of the god of pride on it, the noise he would make while using it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. If it reached the ears of the god of pride, dinars, it would be troublesome. Moreover, the miscellaneous items were not without value, there were some rare resources among them. "Alright then, I'll take the soul burner puppet and the miscellaneous items. Plus 1 million gold coins." The figure in the mirror's tone became somber. "I have a request." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately raised his right hand, making a gesture to prohibit passage. "If it's about borrowing money or credit, please refrain from speaking." In the mirror's cage, the woman in a gothic-style black lace short skirt twitched her lips twice, fell silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "Hee, you little clever one. Can't I borrow on credit? Do I look like I have gold coins on me?" "This 1 million gold coins, I won't default. I'll owe it first and definitely repay you later." "Repay? Acceptable as a sausage." Of course, Yi Chen was just joking in his mind. The voice of the figure in the mirror was very pleasant. He had just been tempted by Li Chanshan and had his face washed by Ruan Haoyue. At this moment, his thoughts were a little, Moreover, the figure in the mirror, completely unaware of Yi Chen's daydreaming, continued, "If you need my help in the future, I can waive the fee. It will be deducted from this 1 million gold coins." Yi Chen pinched his brow, dispelling the fiery desire in his heart, and thought seriously. Originally, those 2 mythical pieces of equipment would be useless to him. The soul burner puppet was very useful for Yi Chen, and this equipment had great potential. Its divine skill could also be upgraded. Plus, there was a pile of materials and the favor of 1 million gold coins. It didn't seem like a loss at all, it even felt like a small profit. "This is good." "Alright," Yi Chen said generously, "in light of your sincerity and the fact that we have fought side by side, let's do it your way." The transaction was successful, and Yi Chen obtained and equipped the soul burner puppet. He also received a large number of materials. His inventory was full and couldn't hold anything more. Yi Chen decided that the first thing he would do upon waking up tomorrow morning was to find a merchant guild to clear out his items. Recently, he had gathered too many items, and Yi Chen was too lazy to calculate his recent earnings. Anyway, a few million gold coins are nothing. Plus, with the 4 villas awarded by the country, Yi Chen's worth at this moment is definitely no less than 10 million gold coins. This doesn't even account for the value of the 1 million yen Huang merits he received. Lying on the soft and comfortable big bed, Yi Chen quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the mirror cage, a stunning Gothic-style woman knelt in the center of the cage, her left hand and left ankle still bound by dark chains. She looked at a medal and a gray-green staff in front of her, her expression blank. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath, her eyes becoming unfathomably deep, emanating a dark aura that surged toward the 2 pieces of colorful mythical equipment. The darkness engulfed the 2 items, and after a dozen seconds, the medal and staff were silently disassembled. 2 streams of energy, mixed with gray, yellow, and blue, overflowed from the mythical items. Guided by the Gothic woman, these substantial energies were infused into the mirror world. Then, a sharp, piercing scream echoed through the mirror world. A white ghost appeared at the highest point of the mirror world. The Gothic woman looked up. A smile of satisfaction appeared at the corner of her mouth. Arachne, your luck is truly extraordinary. In the mountain sea world, the chief stood atop the mountain, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Behind him stood 5 shadowy figures, the 5 leaders of the Yujojo, 5 major alliances. Within the mountain sea world, the members were shrouded in gray mist, cloaked to conceal their forms. Even their voices were blurred, making it impossible to discern gender by sound alone. Among them was the leader of the Central Alliance, Old Master Qin Dajiang. The chief asked, "What's the situation now?" A blurred figure, lightly waving a feather fan, replied, "I still cannot see his fate clearly. In recent years, the effects of stargazing have been improving, but the insights gained have become increasingly vague. I can sense the restlessness of the stars. Something must have changed in the divine realm. But this time, the stars have given me an unusually consistent and clear response. Do not pry into him. That child is only 18 years old, having just completed his job change, and the stars refer to him as he." On the cliff, an old man holding a turtle shell gazed out at the sea. His voice was muffled and hoarse as he continued, "He harbors a mysterious power. To this day, I still cannot comprehend his fate. It is precisely because of this special power that it interferes with my divination. But the feedback from Bagua divination tells me that this mysterious power contains no malice, and my divination results have consistently shown he poses no harm to our country. In fact, quite the opposite, and the facts have evidently developed this way. What I fear most now is that the mysterious power within that child could mislead my divination, causing it to show incorrect results. This is possible, after all, I am only an 8th tier diviner. If I could advance to 9th tier, I hope I am overthinking this." Upon hearing this, the chief pressed on, "Mr. Fu, you once mentioned that your opportunity to advance to 9th tier was related to what?" The old man holding the turtle shell replied, "The blasphemer." Everyone could understand the literal meaning of this title, yet they fell into silence, afraid to delve deeper. After all, it is an indisputable fact that at least 10 deities reside in the divine realm. The chief remained silent for a long time before issuing an order. "Make some arrangements. First and foremost, we must strive to conceal any information related to the secret realm, especially the personal information of the 5 members of the Shinnon team, which must be kept extremely confidential. Secondly, the credit for clearing the secret realm should be shared among the 5 members of the team. Do not let it slip that Yi Chen soloed that secret realm. We cannot allow any external forces to know about the special circumstances surrounding Yi Chen. In any case, given the current situation, I tend to lean towards optimism." Recalling the 2 encounters with Yi Chen in his mind, the chief continued, "I believe he will bring hope to our Yin kingdom." Divine Realm. Havenda, the divine kingdom of the god of pride. In the center of the divine kingdom stands a massive castle, the palace of the god of pride, Emperor Dinarns, known as Enslaya Castle. A woman dressed in red court attire kneels before the divine throne. "Great Emperor, please forgive your small and humble servant. I was unable to ascertain who killed Aldi, and after Aldi's death, we lost control over the abyssal medicine forest, secret realm. Please punish me, Great Emperor." After speaking, the woman knelt down, burying her beautiful face in the cold stone slab imbued with divine power. In the world of the unparalleled arc, the true deity, the god of pride, Emperor Dinarns, sits upon his throne. His appearance resembles that of an elf, with pointed ears and long silver hair. On his head are a pair of silver-black horns resembling those of a demon. He stands over 2 meters tall, with an exceptionally strong physique, his bronze skin covered in muscles exposed by his open chest. Draped in a pitch-black cloak, he wears a crown embedded with a deep blue gemstone the size of a baby's fist. His voice is exceptionally soft and pleasant, yet filled with arrogance. "Eniva, raise your head. The woman in red court attire slowly lifts her head, revealing her exquisite features, yet she still dares not look directly at the true god. Denarn's arrogant voice echoes through the palace once more. Not just you, even I, when I personally intervened, could not find a single clue. But, Iniva, do you know what this means? Iniva is the Countess of Havenda, honored as the goddess of heart and energy. Her mind is exceptionally sharp, and she has already grasped the key, but she cannot speak it, because this pressure must be borne by the emperor. Iniva lowers her eyes, her expression pious and respectful, yet with a hint of confusion. My lord, great Denarns, please forgive my dullness. What does this mean? A light laugh resonates in the palace. Denarn slowly stands and paces before the throne. It means that the absence of clues is itself a clue. Iniva, think carefully. How many people in this world can shield themselves from my perception? Iniva pretends to ponder, then feigns realization. Oh, my great lord, it is those two. The authority of conspiracy, and the authority of darkness. Yes, that's right, Denarns continues. The divine seat of the authority of conspiracy has remained vacant since ancient times. To this day, all of the authority of conspiracy still hangs in the heavens, and any god or demigod attempting to contain it has met a bad end. Since that's the case, there can only be one answer. Iniva timely interjects, it is darkness. But, this time, Iniva is genuinely puzzled. Hasn't that dark goddess already fallen? Denarns reveals a proud and arrogant smile in response. Indeed, the dark goddess was besieged by 3 righteous gods in the Chaos Sea and suffered a crushing defeat. Logically, she should have fallen. But now it seems, things are not that simple. That's why Asukar hasn't found a single piece of the Dark Authority, after all these years, stuck at level 799. Even with the promotion ritual in hand, she can't ascend to true godhood. Iniva. With a proud smile still on his face, Denarns issued the command as if everything was under his control. Deliver a divine oracle to the beautiful nation on the ground. Let them investigate all information regarding the Abyssal Medicine Forest, secret realm and the capital of the Flame Nation. Whether the Dark Authority is still in the hands of that indebted woman or not, it must be related to the challengers of the secret realm. Additionally, send this news underground. Tell Asukar that there is news about the Dark Authority. In the early morning, Yichin got up early and did 100 push-ups. After washing up and having breakfast, he went out and first checked his inventory. He planned to exchange all these odds and ends for gold coins, so he could buy whatever he needed in the future. He wouldn't rush to sell anything particularly useful or precious just yet. The arrangements from above were indeed very thoughtful. Not only did they send Yichin a team of butlers, but they also provided him with a Bentley Continental GT as his dedicated vehicle. Around 10 a.m., Yichin arrived at the headquarters of the Capital Commercial Association in his special car. The Capital Commercial Association is the largest trading platform in the capital. The trading hall on the first floor is very large and quite noisy. Many professionals can be seen trading within the hall. Whether it's equipment, materials, herbs, potions, pet eggs, skill books, or intelligence, everything is available. However, the quality of the items in the first floor trading hall is not very high. Yichin did not linger on the first floor but went directly to the second floor. The quality of the items on the second floor was much higher. As soon as he arrived on the second floor, a young man in a work uniform approached him, looking like a staff member. The gentleman politely asked, "Hello, esteemed guest, how may I assist you? We have just received a batch of adorable pet eggs. I wonder if you would be interested in taking a look." The staff member was very polite and did not look down on Yichin because of his youth. After all, the capital is a place where talents are hidden, and these staff members have undergone professional training, never underestimating others for fear of offending a hidden powerhouse. Yichin was straightforward and stated his intention. "I'm not here to buy things. I'm here to sell things." The young staff member maintained a polite smile and replied, "Certainly, sir. The business of consigning items for sale is handled in the trading hall on the first floor. Please move there." Yichin replied calmly, "I know, but that's too troublesome and slow. I want to go through the association's purchasing channel." The young staff member was taken aback, discreetly sizing up Yichin, yet still replied politely, "Well, sir, our Capital Commercial Association has certain threshold standards for internal purchases. The value of the items must be above 200,000 gold coins. If it's basic raw materials, the total value must exceed 300,000 gold coins." Yichin was aware of this rule and calmly said, "No problem. I have many items for sale, and their value is quite high. Take me to a more spacious place. I'm afraid it won't fit in a small one." Hearing this, the young staff member's eyelids twitched. This handsome young man was demonstrating what it means to say the most impressive things in the most ordinary tone. Looking at Yichin, who was calm and confident, the young staff member sensed a certain assurance about him. It's better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. This is the core philosophy of the Capital Commercial Association's employees. The young staff member quickly put on an eager smile. All right, sir, please follow me. As he spoke, he led Yi-Chen towards the largest trading room in the second-floor trading hall. He used an electronic security card to unlock the door. This was a very spacious room, larger than the huge sports venue of Hangzhou Second High School. A young staff member looked at Yi-Chen and said, "Sir, this is the largest platform room in our second-floor trading hall." He pointed to the floor, walls, and ceiling of the enormous room, where slightly glowing curtains were present, and said, "This is the Intelligent Trading Detection System. It is a branch of the Supreme Arc World System, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. Once your items are materialized in this room, the Intelligent Trading System will be responsible for compiling a detailed catalog. Rest assured, no item will be overlooked, and your rights will be fully protected. You may begin." Yi-Chen looked around. He glanced at his overflowing inventory. It should barely fit. Yi-Chen gestured for the young staff member to come to the door. "I'm afraid I might bury you inside." Then, Yi-Chen closed his eyes and began to operate, materializing all the items he needed to sell from his inventory into the room. Buzzing. Various items began to rapidly appear in the vast room. Equipment, materials, herbs, crystals, metals. Soon, a small mountain of items had formed. The young staff member's mouth dropped open at the sight. But it wasn't over. Buzzing. The scale of the mountain continued to expand. A large mountain was completed. Buzz. 2 large mountains. 3 large mountains. In less than 5 minutes, the enormous room was filled. A piece of heavenly-grade gold and silver sand fell at the door, by their feet, startling the young staff member, who jumped back in fear of damaging something he couldn't afford to pay for. At that moment, his expression completely changed. Looking at Yi-Chen's back, he silently shouted in his heart, "Holy crap! This is no ordinary big shot, this is a colossal figure." At first, when Yi-Chen said he was afraid it wouldn't fit, he had wondered if the kid had some mental issues or had been traumatized. Thankfully, he hadn't shown even a hint of disrespect. The young staff member now felt a sense of surviving a disaster. Yi-Chen stared at the 8 mountains and stopped his actions. In fact, the first completion reward from the Deep Abyss Medicine Forest was incredibly rich, and Yi-Chen couldn't understand why a level 50 secret realm would yield so many good items. Moreover, there were quite a few high-grade scraps that dropped after Aldi's death. What was before him was only 2/3 of it. There was still 1/3 left that couldn't fit. Yi-Chen sighed. "Is this really the largest trading room of your commercial association? Alright, that's all." The young staff member's mouth twitched again at his words. Did this young master mean he really couldn't fit it all? His tone was both excited and respectful. "I'm sorry, sir. This is too much. The value is too high. I can't make the decision. I need to report to my supervisor." Yi-Chen wasn't surprised. Even as a high school student, he knew that these high-quality, high-grade materials were definitely valuable. "Alright, you go ahead." With Yi-Chen's permission, the young staff member ran off. Perhaps too excited, his legs felt a bit weak, and he stumbled while running. 5 minutes later, a plump man in a suit with a big belly approached, smiling. He first greeted Yi-Chen, then looked into the trading room. What met his eyes were 8 mountains. However, this supervisor was well experienced and wasn't immediately intimidated by the items. After all, no matter how many items there were, they had to be valued. He looked up at a holographic screen hanging in the center of the room. It displayed a dense list of item details. 1 page definitely wouldn't fit, and the detailed catalog surprisingly extended to 27 pages. The general manager flipped to the last page of the operating system. He saw the estimated value of the items, over 43 million gold coins. What the? After decades in the industry, it was his first time encountering such a large transaction. As a mid-level leader in the business association, the general manager knew a bit of the inside scoop. Their valuation system estimated amounts that were somewhat lower than the actual big data prices. This was not unique to their organization, it was a hidden rule among all business associations in the world of the unparalleled arc. After all, they were merchants, and they needed to make a profit. So he was clear that the value of the items belonging to Yi-Chen was definitely more than 43 million gold coins. This, the general manager stuttered, his expression both anxious and respectful as he said to Yi-Chen, "Esteemed guest, at this amount, this is not something a small manager like me can decide. I need to report to my superiors." Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Why don't you just call your association's head to give me a definite answer?" The general manager, upon hearing this, dared not offend this great figure. "Ah, okay. I'll go right away." Saying this, he ran off with the general manager's statue like a ball. At the headquarters of the business association in the capital city, on the top floor of the administrative building, in the president's office, President Shui Tianxiao was a well-maintained 39-year-old woman. She had a beautiful appearance and looked nothing like a woman nearing 40. She was a well-known strong woman in the capital. At this moment, she was discussing a cooperation plan with the famous 8th-tier appraiser, Mr. Shui. Knock, knock, knock. A hurried and heavy knocking sound echoed. Before Shui Tianxiao could speak, a hurried voice came from outside the door. President Shui, a distinguished guest has sold many items, and the amount is too large. Please come and take a look. Hearing this, Shui Tianxiao frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. This was too unorthodox. How large could the amount be that required her personal attention? Moreover, she was currently hosting a guest, which was not very convenient. Just as Shui Tianxiao was about to dismiss her subordinate, Mr. Shui, who was sitting across from her, spoke up. If it has reached the point of involving you, that distinguished guest must have brought some very rare items. President Shui, shall I accompany you to take a look? Shui Tianxiao knew that Mr. Shui wanted to be promoted to a 9th-tier appraiser and was pursuing unidentified magical items all over the world. His visit this time was also to discuss cooperation in this area. Shui Tianxiao smiled apologetically. Mr. Shui, I apologize for the trouble. Then let's go take a look together. Opening the door, Shui Tianxiao calmly said to the general manager, take us to see. Then, she shot the general manager a look that said if the amount is ordinary, you're in big trouble. Shui Tianxiao did not believe that their business association could land any big deals. After all, compared to auction houses and treasure pavilions, the business association was of a lower tier, mainly catering to the public. The truly good items had long been snatched up by major guilds. How could they get a turn? But when she reached the second floor, she was stunned. It wasn't because there were many items. It was because there were both many and exquisite items. Without even needing to use the detection technique, Shui Tianxiao had already recognized several types of precious items. 8th-tier herbs, earth-grade materials, orange epic equipment. These rare items, usually hard to come by, were piled up like scrap metal inside. Instantly, Shui Tianxiao's lips parted slightly, astonished. Her first reaction was that this was too outrageous. Did the owner of these materials wipe out a force to gather so many materials? Where was the owner of these materials? Shui Tianxiao looked around, only seeing a tall, handsome young man nearby. At that moment, the general's belly manager wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and bowed deeply to Yi Chen, saying, Sir, I'm truly sorry to have kept you waiting. He then introduced Yi Chen. This is our rotating president of the Capital City Business Association for this quarter. Ms. Shui Tianxiao. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon her. Shui Tianxiao was not wearing the typical business suit. Instead, she wore a pure white long-sleeved dress made of sheer fabric, the hem neither too long nor too short, just reaching her knees. On her feet were a pair of white casual chunky-heeled leather shoes, and on her head was a white silk beret, giving off an air of a noblewoman. Coupled with her exquisite features, at first glance, Yi Chen thought she was only in her 30s. Shui Tianxiao, however, stared at Yi Chen with an incredulous expression. The owner of these materials was this handsome young man? Looking at Yi Chen's calm and indifferent eyes, Shui Tianxiao speculated that this person must be a descendant of some ancient and prestigious family. Realizing this, she was taken aback and immediately wanted to step forward to greet him. But beside her, old Shui was a step ahead. Ha, young friend Yi, we meet again. What a pleasure. Old Shui glanced at the towering mountains in the trading area. How's it this time? Any miraculous items that need appraisal? Old Shui still had that ethereal demeanor. However, in Yi Chen's memory, the impression he left during the appraisal of Echelon's treasure, when he was exhausted to the point of constipation, was much more profound. Yi Chen politely replied, there are indeed many unappraised items, but they are mostly not to your liking, old sir. If I come across any special items next time, I will definitely trouble you. Old Shui laughed heartily, his face full of joy, shaking Yi Chen's hand. That would be wonderful. You must not forget me, the door of the Chui family is always open to you. Seeing this scene, Shui Tianxiao was even more convinced that her guess was correct. Old Shui was an 8th-tier appraiser, a figure who was sought after wherever he went, yet he was so warm towards this handsome young man. There was even a hint of flattery. Upon closer observation, this young man was not only handsome but also calm and composed, neither servile nor overbearing, exuding an extraordinary aura. Shui Tianxiao couldn't help but tighten her legs. This was her favorite type of young man. Suppressing her excitement and feelings, Shui Tianxiao swayed her waist and stepped forward quickly. As expected of a charming and graceful lady, in just a few steps, she displayed her allure. The mature charm she possessed was something young girls could never imitate. Shui Tianxiao extended her delicate hand, her voice charming and laced with a smile. "Handsome boy, may I ask how to address you?" Out of politeness, Yi Chen extended his right hand to shake hers. Yi Chen's first reaction was that her hand was so soft, similar to Qin Yin and Ruan Haoyue's touch. It was hard to imagine that this mature beauty could have such tender hands. Suddenly, the image of Li Chanxian in that red body-hugging short skirt flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He wondered what it would feel like if this tender hand were to massage him. In the next moment, as they shook hands, Yi Chen felt her gently squeeze his hand twice. The rhythm was definitely intentional. When their hands parted, she even scratched his palm with her fingertip. Yi Chen had never encountered such a situation before. He had seen similar scenarios in novels, where such actions usually indicated that the woman was interested in the man, seducing him. Yi Chen looked up and met Shui Tianxiao's gaze. From her eyes, he saw a hint of playful mischief, and the curve of her smiling lips revealed a meaning that only someone who had been scratched on the palm could understand. "Wow. I came to sell something to you, and yet you want to sleep with me." If Li Chanxian wasn't testing herself last night, in just one day, Yi Chen had already encountered 2 mature women who wanted to sleep with him. Yi Chen truly felt that ever since he gained wealth and status, his handsome face had become incredibly lethal. President Shui, hello." Yi Chen remained composed despite the tickling in his palm. Although he had a lot going on in his mind, his gaze remained calm as he replied, "My name is Yi Chen. Calling me President Shui feels too distant." Shui Tianxiao said with familiarity, "You can just call me Sister Tianxiao from now on." Familiar at first sight? "I see you want to get into bed with me." Sister Tianxiao. "You see, these items of mine." Shui Tianxiao readily agreed. "No problem, I'll take care of it for you. This isn't the place to discuss business, come to my office." Hearing this, the old Mr. Chui tactfully said, "Young friend Yi, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll treat you to a meal another day." After saying that, Mr. Chui took his leave, giving Yi Chen a knowing look that all men understand. Yi Chen understood the meaning behind that look. It seems Mr. Chui is quite the flirt, but a sensible one. Yi Chen put all the tangible items back into his inventory and followed Shui Tianxiao back to her office. In the top-floor office, sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, creating a warm and comfortable atmosphere. Shui Tianxiao sent her secretary away and personally brewed a pot of fine tea for Yi Chen, like a little wife. Then she sat elegantly across from him, crossing her legs, and a glimpse of the abyss beneath her white skirt flashed by. Yi Chen cleared his throat and asked, "Sister Tianxiao, the system's estimated price is 43 million gold coins." He was quite satisfied with this price. Shui Tianxiao leaned slightly, her slender leg gently swaying, and the sight of her milky white calf and a bit of thigh made Yi Chen's heart race. She smiled and countered, 43 million gold coins? I see it as 48 million. Ha! What does this mean? In a tone almost like a pout, Shui Tianxiao said, "Brother Nan, you must have misread it." Looking into her sparkling eyes, Yi Chen seemed to understand her meaning. Yes, I think I misread it." He. Shui Tianxiao giggled like a little girl and said, "Brother, if you call me sister, would I let you suffer?" She stood up and walked a few steps to sit close to Yi Chen on the opposite sofa, tilting her head towards his ear, their postures becoming somewhat intimate. In a voice only they could hear, Shui Tianxiao said, "Brother, this batch of items of yours is definitely worth more than 43 million. There are some precious things inside that can't be measured by market price. I'll help you raise the price by 5 million gold coins, and even then, the board of directors will surely agree." After saying that, Shui Tianxiao looked at Yi Chen with a gaze that seemed to seek praise. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. He realized she was trying to please him. However, this favor was quite significant, worth 5 million gold coins. To put it in perspective, the 4 villas that Jojo rewarded him last night were only worth 3.5 million gold coins combined. What does she want? Yi Chen exchanged a glance with Shui Tianxiao, confirming their eye contact. Oh no, she really desires me. Brother. Shui Tianxiao placed her delicate hand on Yi Chen's thigh and whispered, "If you have time tonight, let's have dinner together, to deepen our understanding of each other." Is this deepening what I think it is? Yi Chen looked at her. In fact, Shui Tianxiao's conditions were quite good. Although she was already 39 years old, slightly older than the youth, her skin and beautiful appearance resembled that of a girl in her 20s. Moreover, she had never been married and remained single, known as an independent and strong woman in the upper social circles of the capital. Young men who wanted to live off her without putting in any effort could fill the Great Wall. Now this opportunity lay before Yi Chen. As the saying goes, when young, one does not know the charm of a mature woman, mistaking a girl for a treasure. While this saying holds some truth, Yi Chen still felt that his first kill should be with a girl of his own age. It would be best if she were also a first kill. Having a mature woman take his first kill felt a bit strange. So, Yi Chen declined, saying, "Sister Tianxiao, it's not that I don't want to give you face, but I really have something to do tonight. It's not very convenient." He did have something to do that night, but it wasn't anything significant. Yi Chen just planned to have a comfortable sleep and then take Wan Haoyue out to explore the capital the next day. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianxiao's eyes showed obvious disappointment, but she didn't get discouraged. She gently squeezed Yi Chen's leg with her small hand and said in a slightly coquettish tone, "Anyway, you owe me a meal. Remember that." Faced with her enthusiasm, Yi Chen could only smile wryly and nod. Sigh. It seemed the sister had made up her mind about him. If that day really came, he would have to let her enjoy a good meal. "Brother." After some flirtation, Shui Tianxiao became serious. "This batch of goods you have is quite substantial, and the amount is very high. Even for our Capital Commercial Association, it would be quite a stretch to take it all in. I have 2 proposals here. The first proposal is to pay you in full, but 48 million gold coins is not a small amount, and we need time to raise the funds. This process will take about half a month to a month. The second proposal is to pay in installments. We would divide the 48 million gold coins into 10 installments, with each installment being for 8 million gold coins, plus 240,000 gold coins in interest. We would pay you 5.04 million gold coins each month for 10 months. Brother, which one do you choose?" Yi Chen didn't urgently need the money right now, so he leaned towards the second proposal. The second proposal was equivalent to Yi Chen lending to the association. Although he would have to wait 10 months to recover the principal, he would earn an additional 2.4 million gold coins in interest. This would push his earnings directly over 50 million gold coins. Thinking of this, Yi Chen felt a bit smug. A month ago, his family was still paying interest on a large loan to the bank, and now, he had become the creditor. Yi Chen replied, "I choose the second proposal." Shui Tianxiao smiled approvingly, "A wise choice, my brother. With the second proposal, you not only gain extra income but also alleviate the cash flow pressure on our commercial association. It's a win-win choice. Brother, I admire you more and more." As she spoke, her small hand moved up a little. Soon after, the contract was drafted. Yi Chen looked at the 5.04 million gold coins added to his bank account, and his mood improved. These items had finally been exchanged for gold coins, and Yi Chen had finally become a millionaire. Of course, he still had a few high-value items on him, some of which were useful to him and had not been sold. Among them was the Professional Elixir * Mushroom King. Also, the Queen's Fury skill book. Initially, when he obtained this skill book, Yi Chen planned to sell it to pay off debts. Later, as the debts were resolved by Jojo and his wealth accumulated, Yi Chen's thoughts changed. Especially after experiencing the battle with the god of mist poison, Aldi, Yi Chen realized that his trump cards were actually quite limited. So Yi Chen decided to return to Hangcheng during the college entrance examination and visit the Peach Willow Garden, again to learn the skill, Queen's Fury. This high explosion skill, with the enhancement of his hundreds of thousands of spell power, would become Yi Chen's trump card, capable of producing remarkable effects at critical moments. After signing the contract, Shui Tianxiao gave Yi Chen a black gold card. It was the ultimate membership card of the Beijing Commercial Association. Holding this card would grant him the ultimate member services and exclusive discounts in any service industry under the Beijing Commercial Association. Yi Chen also had another card like this, given to him by Chen Yingling's father, Chairman Chen, which was from the Hangcheng Commercial Association. After politely declining Shui Tianxiao's invitation to stay, Yi Chen had just stepped out of the Commercial Association's main door when he heard someone calling him. "Hey, little guy." Hearing that familiar voice, Yi Chen looked up and saw the smiling old man in a Zhongshan suit, Ding Gulao. Seeing this old friend made Yi Chen feel very warm. He remembered that it was Ding Gulao who accompanied him from Hangcheng to Beijing a week ago. Yi Chen greeted him politely. Ding Gulao chuckled. "Do you have any plans for lunch? Come to my house for a meal. I've prepared some delicious food. And good wine. Oh, by the way," Ding Gulao whispered mysteriously in Yi Chen's ear, "and my lovely granddaughter." Yi Chen. Ding Gulao's home was in the Education Pavilion's family compound, in a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. As soon as he entered the house and changed into slippers, Yi Chen saw a very young-looking grandmother coming out of the kitchen. She was still wearing an apron and smiled kindly at Yi Chen. "Good boy, you're here. You'll have to try the braised pork I made, even the chief said it was good." Ding Gulao was straightforward and easygoing, without the airs of an elder. Today's dishes were all personally prepared by his wife, Grandma Song, and since it was a family meal, Yi Chen felt no restraint despite it being his first visit. Half an hour later, the dining table was filled with home-cooked dishes. Yi Chen and Ding Gulao sat down. Before starting the meal, Ding Gulao looked around and winked at Grandma Song. Grandma Song understood what he meant and chuckled. That girl Shueli went to a classmate's house, saying she had something to do. Ding Gulao curled his lips in disapproval. He knew his granddaughter's temperament well. Usually, she stayed at home, and just this morning he told her that an important guest would be coming for lunch, yet now she had vanished without a trace. Hey, forget her, let's eat, Ding Gulao said, chuckling awkwardly at Yi Chen, as if feeling embarrassed for his granddaughter's sudden disappearance. Yi Chen understood this. After all, whether or not she wanted to join him for a meal was her choice. Moreover, Yi Chen wasn't there specifically for Ding Gulao's granddaughter. A rabbit wouldn't eat the grass near its burrow. If he really wanted to pursue someone, it couldn't be Ding Gulao's granddaughter. He agreed to come for the meal purely because he found Ding Gulao amiable and wanted to get closer to this elder. Aunt Song had a small appetite and left the table after a short while. You two take your time drinking, I'll be here, and you won't enjoy it. Only Yi Chen and Ding Gulao remained at the table. Ding Gulao then opened up and began chatting with Yi Chen about various topics. He had also been a member of JoJo in his youth, and later, as he aged, he retired to stay in the education pavilion. Of course, now as a retired member of JoJo, he still had to take on some peripheral tasks from time to time. They were drinking authentic Matai today. It was Yi Chen's first time trying it, and the aroma of the liquor was indeed pleasant. Everyone said that Matai wouldn't get you drunk, but unfortunately, he was immune to alcohol and didn't know what that felt like. After a few rounds of drinks, Ding Gulao's face was glowing red. Little guy, congratulations on achieving such great accomplishments. This is a little gift from your grandpa Ding, you mustn't refuse it, okay? Ha! After saying that, he burped, took out a spatial ring, and placed it on the dining table. Yi Chen used the detection technique, and discovered that inside was a red, excellent grade lifestyle entertainment outfit. The name of this outfit was Transformable Urban Outfit. The main function of the outfit was to change the appearance of the wearer without affecting their attributes. Yi Chen found this outfit very novel and interesting. It had 10 built-in wardrobe functions, each storing a different set of clothes, with styles varying from business formal, sports, casual, high-end banquet, outdoor adventure gear, to raincoats for special weather. The clothing system preset in the wardrobe could also be swapped. The lifestyle special skill of the transformable urban outfit allowed the wearer to freely switch between the styles of the 10 wardrobes. For different occasions and situations, the wearer could choose the desired clothing image, making it very flexible. This outfit gave Yi Chen a very novel feeling. Although its value was far less than the Wings of the Sky outfit, given to him by the beautiful principal, Haiyueme, he still liked it very much. Yi Chen thought that while the Wings of the Sky outfit was indeed very flashy and cool, the currently popular outfits were mostly modern urban styles. Wearing the game combat style, Wings of the Sky outfit, felt a bit awkward. Yi Chen smiled and said, Grandpa Ding, I really like this gift, thank you. Seeing Yi Chen accept the gift without refusal, Grandpa Ding's face, glowing with joy, broke into a hearty laugh. Yi Chen transferred the transformable urban outfit from the spatial ring to his inventory. Then, he placed the Northeast Snow Tiger pet egg into the spatial ring and returned it to Grandpa Ding. Grandpa Ding, I heard at the banquet last time that your granddaughter wanted a Northeast Snow Tiger as a pet. This pet egg was given to me by the head of the Jiang family that day. I'm passing it on to you. It wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate, so consider it a gift for my visit. Yi Chen spoke these words sincerely and politely. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Ding showed a look of admiration and said, Little guy, you have a good heart. This old man is now seriously considering recruiting you as a grandson-in-law. Yi Chen just smiled and said nothing. So far, he hadn't even met Miss Ding Shueli. He had no special feelings about it. After drinking for a while, 3 bottles of white liquor went down. The old man and the young man each drank 1.5 bottles. Grandpa Ding's flushed face began to gradually pale, indicating he had drunk a lot. He felt a bit dizzy, his body swaying slightly. Yi Chen, however, showed no signs of intoxication, holding his wine glass with an air of ease. Seeing this, Grandpa Ding put down his glass, closed his eyes, and exclaimed, no more drinking, you little rascal, you're cheating. This demeanor had a hint of a playful old man. Indeed, even the best drinker wouldn't be unaffected after consuming 1.5 bottles of strong liquor. Yet Yi Chen's performance was as if he had drunk 1.5 bottles of plain water. At this moment, Grandpa Ding realized that it must be Yi Chen's special qualities at work. He decided against continuing to drink. Yi Chen smiled and said, Grandpa Ding, then let's not drink anymore. Drinking too much is bad for your health, let's eat some food. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen saw that Grandpa Ding was feeling unwell, helped him to his room to rest, and then took his leave. As he was about to leave, Grandma Song grabbed Yi Chen and said a few words. Child, don't take today's events to heart. My dear granddaughter is avoiding you, but it's not personal. She treats everyone this way. She looks down on all the young heirs from the capital. Yi Chen smiled generously. Grandma Song, don't worry, I really don't mind. I came to your home for dinner purely because I felt a connection with Grandpa Ding, nothing more. If she were here, I would actually feel a bit awkward. Looking at the tall, handsome, and sensible young man before her, Grandma Song felt increasingly satisfied. She had some thoughts in her heart and spoke a bit more. My poor granddaughter lost her mother to a strange illness when she was 3. When she was 10, her father died in the line of duty. At this point, Grandma Song couldn't help but redden her eyes. The child seems gentle and easygoing, but in reality, she is very stubborn and headstrong. Once she sets her mind on something, not even 9 oxen can pull her back. I know she does this to protect herself. After all, your Grandpa Ding holds a high position, and most of the people who come into contact with her are very utilitarian, which makes her feel troubled. I see you are a sensible and excellent child, and I hope you can become friends with her. It would be good to chat with her more. Communication is easier among young people. Unlike us, in front of us, she will always be that gentle and obedient girl, not wanting us to worry. As she spoke, Grandma Song opened her phone and clumsily operated WeChat. This is her WeChat ID. You can add her and say I introduced you. Yi Chen noted down Ding Shueli's WeChat ID and then took his leave. Stepping out of the Education Bureau's family compound, Yi Chen glanced at Ding Shueli's contact information on his phone and shook his head, not taking the initiative to add her. Yi Chen didn't want to be a sycophant. Outside the Education Bureau's family compound, not far from the roadside, a pure black Bentley Continental GT was parked, attracting the attention of passers-by. The driver saw Yi Chen approaching and quickly stubbed out his cigarette, respectfully stepping forward to open the back door for him. He then jogged back to the driver's seat and started the car to the nearest awakening hall. After saying this, Yi Chen closed his eyes to rest. Although alcohol wouldn't harm him, the liquor was simply too hard to drink. Even the authentic Matai was the same. 20 minutes later, the Bentley Continental GT stopped at the parking lot of the Awakening Hall on the West 2nd Ring Road. The driver jogged to open the back door for Yi Chen and then watched him walk into the hall. The Awakening Hall, as the name suggests, is a place for professionals to undergo awakening. Every city basically has several awakening halls for professionals to use. Upon entering the Awakening Hall, there were many people, most of whom were level 299 professionals attempting the 6th awakening task, hoping to advance to level 300, elite. The 6th awakening task is very difficult. It is the first hurdle for professionals. The process in the Awakening Hall is similar to that of a bank or a hospital. First, you take a number, then wait in line for your number to be called, fill out a form for registration, and then you can go into the Awakening Arc to complete the awakening task. However, Yi Chen had already made arrangements with Captain Deng, so at the entrance of the hall, there was a dedicated staff member providing one-on-one service for Yi Chen. There was no need to take a number or wait in line. This staff member was a young woman with a delicate appearance. Although she looked like a girl, she was actually older than Yi Chen, appearing to be around 22, like a recent college graduate. You must be Mr. Yi, please follow me. Yi Chen followed this recent graduate, Wang Yana, to a private, awakening arc that was not open to the public. Wang Yana turned to Yi Chen and smiled. Sir, please cooperate and show your identity code for registration. This was a necessary process that couldn't be skipped, and Yi Chen had no objections. Based on the identity code provided by Yi Chen, Wang Yana clicked on the virtual screen in front of her to proceed with the operation. Personal information appeared. The moment she saw the information, a look of confusion crossed Wang Yana's face. She rubbed her eyes with her hand and looked closely, only to be startled. The virtual screen displayed, Yi Chen, member of the Yenhuang Association of Yen Country, executive member of the Yenhuang Group in Zhejiang Province, serving as the executive vice governor of Zhejiang Province. She couldn't have read it wrong, could she? Wang Yana glanced at the photo on the virtual screen and compared it with the Yi Chen in front of her. It was the same person. What was going on? An 18-year-old boy was actually the executive vice governor of Zhejiang Province. How terrifying. Her uncle, who was quite impressive, worked in an official agency in Zhejiang Province and was just a small head in an office. And this handsome young man in front of her was the direct superior of her uncle's direct superior. Wang Yana suddenly became alert, her smile turning warm and friendly, her legs unconsciously shifting a bit, and her attitude improved significantly. Yi Chen felt nothing. He was used to beautiful women, and this level of attractiveness didn't pique his interest. After completing the procedures, Yi Chen walked into the arc, just like he did in the huge sports venue of Hangzhou Second High School. His figure then disappeared. A familiar formula, the scene went dark and then brightened. Yi Chen arrived at the awakening land. Unlike the place where he first awakened his talent, this was another area. Surrounded by high mountains, filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, this time there were no beautiful guiding angel sisters. The entire venue had only Yi Chen. Ding, welcome to the awakening land. For one awakening, detected that your profession belongs to the role of damage dealer, you have received one awakening task. Please follow the task instructions to complete the task and proceed with the awakening. The task for the first awakening was very simple, one of 3 types of tasks. For every combat professional, the type received was fixed. In the world of the Supreme Arc, combat professionals were generally divided into 3 major roles. They were the tank, responsible for drawing monster aggro and mainly taking damage from monsters, the damage dealer, responsible for dealing damage to and eliminating monsters, and the healer, responsible for healing and restoring the team. The first awakening task existed to test whether a professional could fulfill their basic responsibilities. For the damage dealer, the standard for testing was, of course, damage. Yi Chen checked the task list and found the first awakening task to review. Task, responsibilities of the damage dealer, type, awakening, one-time, overview. As a damage dealer, your responsibility is to deal damage. The higher the damage, the better. Objective, within 5 minutes, kill 1 large wooden stake and 4 small wooden stakes to complete the task. Reward, break through the level cap of level 49. Gain 1 enhancement to your talent. Yi Chen turned his head and focused on the 5 wooden stakes not far away. The large wooden stake had 50,000 health points and was located in the center. The 4 small wooden stakes each had 8,000 health points, distributed around the large wooden stake, looking like a boss leading 4 small monsters. The first awakening task was really simple. There were no special mechanics, no need to maneuver, no need to dodge skills. It was purely about standing still and dealing damage. The only technique was that at the beginning, the professional had to use AoE skills to deal damage to all 5 targets simultaneously. Once the 4 small wooden stakes were taken down, the professional would switch to single-target damage skills to deal damage to the large wooden stake. Even an ordinary professional like Jia Yao, with a C-level talent, could pass. The first awakening task was easy as pie, practically a freebie. Seeing the wooden stakes reminded Yi Chen of the divine wooden stake, with over 100 million health points that he encountered on the day he awakened his profession. If it weren't for draining the god-level wooden stake and gaining 100 million life points, Yi Chen wouldn't have had such a smooth journey. He would definitely have taken a detour for a while. So now, whenever Yi Chen sees a wooden stake, he feels a sense of familiarity and can't help but want to give it a few punches. However, the 5 trash wooden stakes in front of him have 2 low life points. Yi Chen doesn't want to waste time. Executing task. Timer starts. A countdown of 300 seconds begins, and at the same time, Yi Chen starts casting Flamestorm. After 3:85 seconds, a bright red flamestorm sweeps everything away. Reduces 630,000 points. The 5 wooden stakes are instantly reduced to ashes. Victory sound effect, ding, congratulations, you have successfully completed the first awakening task. Do you want to leave the awakening land? Yes. In the awakening hall, in front of a certain awakening arc. Wang Yana breathed a sigh of relief as she saw Yi Chen disappear into the arc. The 18-year-old vice-provincial head has such a strong aura. While waiting for Yi Chen outside, she felt like a few grains of sand had gotten into her shoes, making her black stockings uncomfortable. Wang Yana looked around. Since this awakening arc was for official use, there weren't many people nearby. She relaxed, took off her flat round-toed shoes, lifted her black-stockinged foot, and shook the sand out of her shoes. At that moment, a flash of white light appeared. Yi Chen's figure appeared in front of the arc, just in time to see this awkward scene. Wang Yana was startled by Yi Chen's sudden appearance, lost her balance, and fell to the ground. The opening of her fitted work skirt was just facing Yi Chen's direction. Yi Chen turned his gaze to the side with an expressionless face and asked, "The task is completed, is there any other procedure needed?" Wang Yana quickly changed her posture, covered her private parts, and replied with a flushed face, "And no, there isn't." Yi Chen nodded, said nothing, and left the room with a pace that was neither fast nor slow. Once he walked out the door, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, white color. Meanwhile, Wang Yana, sitting on the ground, was still in a daze. It hadn't even been 10 seconds, and he was already out. That was too fast. Wang Yana quickly pulled up her virtual computer to check Yi Chen's task data. 3:85 seconds. A record-breaking time. Sitting back in the rear seat of the Bentley Continental GT, Yi Chen closed his eyes to check Hand of the Blasphemer. The essence of Hand of the Blasphemer hadn't changed much. But, Blasphemer's Moment has finally leveled up. Blasphemer's Moment, exclusive to the host of the Hand of the Blasphemer, LV2 active use, no consumption, instant cast, cooldown time is 1 layer of charge every 12 hours, with a maximum of 5 charges. Releases the God-slaying light to lock onto an attack enemies, dealing 888% physical damage based on attack power and 888% magical damage based on spell strength. The attack of the God-slaying light will ignore any defenses, evasion, or invincibility effects on the target. Next level, the attack of the God-slaying light will deal 888% true damage based on attack power and 888% true damage based on spell strength. Isn't this invincible? From now on, any enemy's defense in front of Yi-Chen will turn to paper. The LV2 effect of Blasphemer's Moment allows the skill to ignore the 3 types of damage reduction, evasion, defense, and invincibility. In the unparalleled Arc world, there are some gaming jargon among professionals. Damage reduction is one of them. For example, during a team fight, the team leader might shout, "The boss is using a skill, healers pay attention to raise health, everyone be ready to activate damage reduction." Here, damage reduction refers to the 3 methods mentioned above. Evasion is a system term. To explain it in simple terms, it refers to shield value. If one has a shield, the shield value will be deducted first before taking damage. Only the portion exceeding the shield value will reduce life points. Defense simply means a percentage damage reduction. For example, the warrior's skill Shield Raise can provide a 30% defense effect for 8 seconds, which means a 30% damage reduction during that time. A damage of 10,000 points would be reduced to 7,000 points. Invincibility is quite straightforward. It means that during the effect's duration, no damage will be taken. However, in the face of God's profanity, all 3 types of damage reduction become ineffective. Moreover, at the next level, God's profanity will deal true damage, which ignores armor and magic resistance. This means that the effect at the upcoming level 3 will completely nullify all of the enemy's defensive measures. Yi-Chen mentally sorted through his to-do list. The Shinnon plan was successful, and he had completed the first awakening and sold the materials. Next, he needed to prepare for the college entrance examination. But upon reflection, it seemed there was not much to prepare for. The college entrance examination was hardly a challenge for Yi-Chen now. Not to mention his exaggerated attributes that rivaled a level 650 Angel King, he had also joined Jojo and become the executive vice-governor of Zhejiang province. Was there still any need for the college entrance examination? Of course, Yi-Chen would still participate. After all, he had been striving towards the college entrance examination as his goal for so many years. Next, he would continue to level up and further awaken and strengthen God's profanity. Other tasks included completing the hidden epic questline Shadows of the Chaotic Sea and hatching the night dreaming auspicious dragon. Suddenly, Yi-Chen remembered a family matter. After the family incident years ago, only his aunt Chenya maintained a good relationship with Yi-Chen's family, not distancing herself due to their misfortunes. Moreover, Yi-Chen clearly remembered that when he was in middle school, it was his aunt Chenya who helped pay his tuition. At that time, she had just graduated from university and her income was not high, but she still took out her savings to help Yi-Chen's family. Therefore, Yi-Chen felt very grateful to his aunt. On the day he received his scholarship, he repaid all the money he owed her and added many valuable gifts. Of course, that was not enough. In Yi-Chen's heart, his aunt was a lifelong relative, the closest kind. Aunt Shenyao worked in the capital. After arriving in the capital, Yi-Chen immediately immersed himself in the Shinnon plan and had not had time to contact her. He decided to call his Aunt Shenyao. When the call connected, he heard her surprised and sweet voice, "Nephew? What made you think of calling me? That's really rare." Yi-Chen smiled and said, "Aunt, I'm in the capital. I have some free time today and want to come visit you. Are you available?" There was a noisy background on the other end. It seemed his aunt was at some event. Shenyao knew about Yi-Chen being summoned by the central office, and although they were both in the capital, she hadn't disturbed him before. Now that she heard Yi-Chen was free, she was very happy and said, "I'm at the Cultural Museum in the capital. There's an art exhibition happening here today, and several professional art schools are participating. If you're not in a hurry, I'll treat you to some good food tonight." His aunt was a teacher at a professional art school, specializing in painting. With nothing else to do, Yi-Chen replied, "Aunt, I'm free now, I'll come see you. I haven't visited the art exhibition yet." Shenyao responded, "Great. Then hurry over and vote for my students' works, hee. After hanging up, Yi-Chen told the driver, "Go to the Cultural Museum." The Cultural Museum was located in Xiqing district, and in less than 20 minutes, Yi-Chen arrived. Following the staff's guidance, he entered a huge exhibition hall. Just as my aunt said, there was a painting competition held here today. The organizers invited students from renowned art schools to participate, creating their works on the spot and scoring them immediately. After the judges finished scoring, all the works were displayed for public sale. Yi Chen found his aunt in the crowd. Shenya was only 32 this year, still in her youthful and beautiful age. She dressed very modestly, yet it was hard to hide her own brilliance. Upon seeing Yi Chen, she waved happily. Yi Chen took out the gift he had prepared for her long ago and presented it to her. This gift was carefully selected by Yi Chen. It wasn't expensive but also not cheap. He knew his aunt was not a materialistic woman who valued wealth over relationships, and if he gave her something too extravagant, she would definitely refuse it. On the other hand, something too cheap wouldn't express Yi Chen's gratitude, so he chose a gift with a suitable price. After receiving the gift, Shenya was even happier, smiling as she remarked, "Ah, my grandnephew has grown up and is capable of giving me such a nice gift. How's your job at the center? Is it tiring? By the way, you haven't taken the college entrance exam yet, and you went straight to work without going to university. Isn't that a bit concerning?" Yi Chen explained his current situation to his aunt, of course omitting the part about the 9 provinces. Shenya was very pleased to hear this. "I understand now. You have essentially secured a ticket into the system. From now on, just focus on the college entrance exam and then go to university. After graduating, you can directly enter the system to work." "That's wonderful. My grandnephew is truly outstanding." Yi Chen voted for his aunt's students' works. Since his aunt was technically at work, Yi Chen didn't chat with her much, only arranging to have dinner together in the evening. At Yi Chen's strong insistence, his aunt agreed to this meal arranged by him. After that, Yi Chen had some free time to wander around the exhibition hall and appreciate the art. People always pursue authority and favor the mainstream, so most gathered around the works with high scores, while conversely, the works that received low scores from the judges were ignored. Yi Chen was not someone who liked to crowd. In a corner, he discovered a particularly special painting. The painting depicted a middle-aged woman and a little girl kneeling on a bed, the girl holding a paintbrush and bowing her head to paint. The middle-aged woman's appearance was ordinary, but what caught Yi Chen's attention was her eyes. They radiated a loving light, as if watching her little daughter paint was the happiest thing in her life. Coupled with the serene and calm smile at the corner of the woman's mouth, Yi Chen felt deeply moved. It reminded him of the way his mother, Qin Xian, looked at him while he was doing homework or playing when he was a child. The painting was truly beautiful. Yi Chen walked over. The painting was titled Mom, and it had received a very low score. The author was a short, ordinary-looking, quiet, and introverted female university student. Unlike the other glamorous contestants, she wore a school uniform and appeared very simple, suggesting her family conditions were not very good. Yi Chen asked, "Is the person in the painting you and your mother?" The female university student looked a bit surprised at the handsome Yi Chen, her face slightly flushed as she shyly nodded, appearing socially awkward. Yi Chen nodded and said, "I'll take this painting." Perhaps feeling that her work had received a very low score, the female student quietly stated a very low price, 1 gold coin. Yi Chen sighed softly upon hearing this. He turned to look at the crowd. Those flashy, high-scoring pieces were selling for 50 gold coins, 80 gold coins, or even over 100 gold coins. Yet this heartfelt painting was only worth 1 gold coin and was ignored by everyone. 1 gold coin? This painting is worth more than that. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the shy female student lowered her head somewhat humbly. Then Yi Chen added, "I'll offer 1,000 gold coins for your painting." The female student, upon hearing this, suddenly raised her head, looking at Yi Chen with a mix of astonishment and joy. Yi Chen gazed into the timid eyes of the female student and calmly said, "You paint really well. I like this painting very much, it's worth this price. Please convey my respects to your mother, she has raised an excellent daughter." Looking at this timid girl before him, Yi Chen seemed to see a reflection of himself from a few years ago. Back then, he was also a poor middle school student. Helping this talented yet underprivileged student with 1,000 gold coins was Yi Chen's way of reconciling with his past hardships. The shy girl stared at Yi Chen's handsome face, her eyes reddening involuntarily, and she choked out, thank you, dang." It seemed like the sound of the system, exclusive to the hand of blasphemy talent, had started ringing, but before Yi Chen could listen closely, a melodious female voice sounded beside him. The sweetness of this voice was comparable to that of a person in a mirror. "This painting is really good. I want it. Miss, name your price." Yi Chen turned around. The girl looked to be about the same age as him. With a high nose bridge, lively eyes, and delicate features complemented by light makeup, she didn't seem particularly stunning at first glance. However, she had an unusual charm. The more one looked, the more beautiful she appeared. Although her attire was quite ordinary, Yi Chen could tell at a glance that this captivating girl was not an ordinary person. The aura a woman possesses cannot be faked. She must have an extraordinary background. Hearing her words, the shy female student replied apologetically, "I'm sorry, this painting has already been sold." At this moment, only the three of them stood there. The captivating girl could naturally guess that the buyer was Yi Chen. She didn't look at Yi Chen but continued to converse with the shy female student. "Miss, no matter how much this gentleman offers, I'll offer double." The captivating girl's expression was calm and composed, speaking neither too fast nor too slow, her demeanor unruffled, clearly someone who had seen the world. This steadiness wasn't formed in a day or two, and although her tone was resolute, her attitude was not aggressive, giving off a sense of refinement. Upon hearing this, the shy female student's gaze firmed, and she mustered the courage to shake her head, saying, "I won't sell, this painting has already been sold." Yi Chen looked at the captivating girl with interest and smiled, saying, "I'll offer 1,000 gold coins." "Miss, does that mean you're going to offer 2,000 gold coins?" Only then did she turn to glance at Yi Chen, nodding with a smile. "All right," Yi Chen continued, "I'll offer 5,000 gold coins." "Miss, it's your turn." According to her earlier statement, she should be offering 10,000 gold coins now. The captivating girl frowned slightly upon hearing this, then regained her composure. She was very clever and tentatively asked, "Is a painting by an art school student worth 5,000 gold coins?" She was worried that Yi Chen was deliberately causing a stir. Yi Chen chuckled and replied bluntly, "You think it's not worth it? That's because you haven't understood this painting yet. It didn't receive a high score because the long-standing judges couldn't see the emotions contained within it." Hearing Yi Chen's words, the captivating girl couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. Her eyes held admiration as she sincerely said, "That's right, so I also really like this painting. If you're determined to have it, then I won't compete with you." After saying this, she took one last look at the loving gaze of the mother in the painting, her expression momentarily turning desolate and dim, and she turned to leave. Yi Chen suddenly felt something. He understood the meaning behind the captivating girl's gaze. She had never experienced a mother's love? Her mother had passed away early? Wait a moment. Yi Chen called out to her, "I'll let you have this painting. I was indeed teasing earlier, but the price of 1,000 gold coins is genuine. You want to buy it, 2,000 gold coins. If you don't buy it, I'll take it for 1,000 gold coins." She paused, glancing back at Yi Chen, her eyes holding a glimmer of curiosity that was quickly masked. "All right, I'll take it for 2,000 gold coins." She was decisive, walking back to the shy girl and proceeding with the transaction. The shy girl looked up at Yi Chen, and seeing him nod with a smile, she agreed to sell the painting to the stunning girl. With the transaction successful, Yi Chen turned to leave, keeping his achievements and name hidden. The shy girl hurriedly called out to him, "Sir, I don't know how to address you." Yi Chen knew that his identity was sensitive at the moment, and he didn't want to reveal his real name in public. However, seeing the hopeful look in the shy girl's eyes, Yi Chen had a sudden inspiration and replied, "My surname is Nan, you can call me Mr. Nan." His aunt still had some work to do, and during dinner, Yi Chen planned to send a car to pick her up and take her back to the villa. So he greeted his aunt and left first. What Yi Chen didn't know was that throughout this process, a beautiful gaze had been following him. Around 5 p.m., in the villa area of the capital city, amidst the collective welcome of all the household staff, Chenya walked into the main living room of the villa, her steps slow as she looked around. "Wow, big nephew, you've really made it now. You have to take care of your aunt." "Just kidding. Working in the system requires special attention. You're so young, you can't be arrogant." His aunt might have just been joking, but Yi Chen took it to heart. He had a very good relationship with Elder Ding now and held significant influence in the education pavilion, so arranging a job for his aunt wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, his aunt was no slouch. She was an excellent woman in her own right. For this dinner, Yi Chen chose to host it at the villa, where he had a Michelin 3-star chef, so there was no need to eat out. After finishing a top-notch Western meal, Yi Chen arranged for the driver to take his aunt back to her dormitory. After seeing his aunt off, Yi Chen sat down by the swimming pool, finally able to check the exclusive system in his mind. There was a new notification that he had been interrupted from reading by that stunning girl. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. "Ding, congratulations, you have obtained Power of Faith, unlocking divine power resources." What the hell? Divine power. Yi Chen opened the system panel. Below the magic value, a new attribute appeared. Divine power value, 1 point. Colorful, shiny, complex symbol. Next to the divine power value line, there was a colorful, complex symbol beside the number. Yi Chen clicked on the symbol in his mind, entering a brand new interface. The interface was very bright, with an enlarged version of the colorful complex symbol at the top, and some information displayed below it. Believers, 1 person. Upon first gaining a believer's faith, you also gain 1 point of divine power, power of faith, 1 point. Apostate's exclusive divine power conversion efficiency, every 24 hours, every 1 point of power of faith will convert to 0.01 points of divine power. Apostate's hand enhancement adds additional effects to Apostate's hand, allowing you to steal divine power attributes from the target. Please continue to awaken to unlock new functions. Below this information was a vast space. In the space, there was a small red light point, shimmering softly as it floated slowly. Yi Chen used his consciousness to touch the red light point and received feedback from the exclusive system. Ding, please continue your awakening to unlock interaction functions with believers. Hiss. Yi Chen gasped. Believers, power of faith, divine power. Yi Chen was clever and quickly analyzed the key conclusions from this information. By accumulating followers to gain faith power, then faith power will slowly transform into divine power. This is the source of divine power. The more followers there are, the more faith power is provided, and ultimately, the more divine power is transformed. No wonder when something happened in the Deep Abyss Medicine Forest, Secret Realm, it alarmed the god of mist poison, Aldi. All those inside are his followers, and it's his channel to obtain divine power. But isn't it said that only those who successfully advance to level 700 as demigods are qualified to obtain divine power? Why have I, at only level 49, unlocked divine power resources? Could it be because of the blasphemer special status? At this moment, the voice of the exclusive system sounded. Ding, congratulations, you can now answer. Yi Chen. Then, the exclusive system explained and supplemented information about divine power to Yi Chen. The gods, including demigods, gain powers transcending the earth because they possess divine power. The source of divine power, strictly speaking, is solely through harvesting faith. The functions of divine power are diverse. Some divine skills require the consumption of divine power to be released. Divine power can also be infused into items. Infusing it into equipment can transform an item into a mythical artifact. Infusing it into pets can enlighten them, allowing them to advance until they become divine beasts. There are many more uses and functions waiting for your further exploration. After the system's voice faded, Yi Chen's mind was in disarray, a bit dazed. This information was too explosive. So, the source and function of divine power were like this. At this moment, Yi Chen thought of a point. He had unlocked the function related to divine power, because he suddenly gained his first follower. So, who was this first follower? Yi Chen thought carefully. He received the system prompt just as he bid 1,000 gold coins to buy that painting and praised the shy girl's mother. Could it be that because of this, that shy girl worshipped me? Believed in me? Right, when I was about to leave, the shy girl asked for my name. Although I gave a false name, the person she interacted with was indeed me. This is a bit absurd. Through this incident, Yi Chen deepened his understanding of the meaning of faith. Previously, he understood faith as being tied to the Zhongjiao, all having a kind of Zhongjiao color. But this time, he hadn't promoted any Zhongjiao, Zhongyi, or Zhonghui, yet he still gained worship and faith. It's amazing. It seems that gaining faith is not too difficult, but it depends on opportunity. Yi Chen was not too anxious. For him, leveling up, the college entrance exam, and university were the most important things. Although he was the so-called blasphemer, he was also an 18-year-old boy. In the evening, with nothing to do, Yi Chen exercised for a while, and his WeChat rang. Yi Chen picked up his phone, and sure enough, it was a video call request from Ruan Haoyue. This girl always had some tricks up her sleeve when connecting the video. He wondered what it would be like today. When the video connected, Ruan Haoyue was squatting on her bed, holding the phone high. She was only wearing a very cool tank top on her upper body. Yi Chen couldn't see what she wore on her lower body. The overhead angle allowed Yi Chen to see the scenery at the foot of the snow mountain in its entirety. Ding ding ding! Ruan Haoyue laughed lively, moving the camera to show Yi Chen the various girls' clothes on her bed. Colorful and diverse, everything was there. Brother Nan, I'm flying over to find you tomorrow. I'm struggling to decide which pieces to wear. Can you help me choose? Anyway, it's all for you to see. By the end, her tone was half coquettish, half shy, paired with a cool outfit that made Yi Chen's heart race. The most fatal part was that with her movements and the shifting of the camera, Yi Chen caught sight of Ruan Haoyue's lower half. Just one. If there was only one, it was easy to guess which one it was. The color was from the regular series. One of the black and white options, no need to elaborate. As for the style, it was definitely the kind everyone liked. No need to say more. Brother Nan. Seeing Yi Chen lost in thought, Ruan Haoyue pouted and teased, "Speak up, what kind do you like? Did you not see clearly?" Then Ruan Haoyue moved the camera again, sweeping over the girl's clothes. Oh my! Whether it was an accident or intentional, the phone fell onto the bed, perfectly positioned to capture her. The angle tilted slightly from below. Yi Chen looked and immediately stood up, pacing back and forth in the room, wishing he could do 200 more push-ups. No, this is just too tempting. 5 seconds later, Wan Haoyue slowly picked up the phone and smiled at the camera. She was definitely doing it on purpose. Brother Nan, Wan Haoyue placed the phone on a stand and then picked up 2 pieces of clothing to show Yi Chen. One was a red top with lace trim, and the other was a black leather skirt. I like this red top, paired with this black skirt. What do you think? Yi Chen imagined this outfit on Wan Haoyue, combined with her athletic and fit figure, plus a pair of little leather boots and thigh-high socks. Simply delicious. Yi Chen nodded. I think it suits you very well. Wan Haoyue replied excitedly, really? Then I'll change into it right now for you to see. Saying this, she changed right in front of Yi Chen. No, dude. You're live streaming this. Oh dear. Wan Haoyue blinked her mischievous big eyes, glanced at Yi Chen, and then casually said, oh, sorry brother Nan, I forgot. I just moved the camera a little bit. Saying this, she adjusted the phone stand and continued. Yi Chen. This little girl knows how to play hard to get. After adjusting the camera, Yi Chen could still see 2/3 of the scene. Saying she moved it a little was truly just a little, very straightforward. Since she was so insistent on showing herself, Yi Chen decided to just widen his bright eyes. The eyes of the crowd are sharp, indeed, not wrong at all. 5 minutes later, the sexy style of Wan Haoyue made her appearance. Yi Chen scrutinized her for a moment. This girl is indeed one of the 4 school beauties of the second high school. Her foundation is just good. Moreover, Wan Haoyue is particularly suited for this style. If you let her compete with Qin Yining and Chen Yingling in terms of nobility and elegance, she might not win. But if it's about pure seductive charm, Wan Haoyue might not lose to any girl. After changing clothes, Wan Haoyue turned the camera back, squinting her eyes slightly, her voice a bit teasing. Brother Nan, does it look good? Absolutely stunning. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. What a little enchantress, she really knows how to work it. Next, Wan Haoyue transformed into a model, using her bedroom as a stage, putting on a fashion show for Yi Chen. Yi Chen lay comfortably on the big bed, holding his phone, watching from 8:30 p.m. until nearly 11 p.m. His whole body felt numb. Brother Nan, then this one, and that one. Women's energy is truly abundant. Yi Chen was just lying there watching and was already feeling a bit tired. Meanwhile, Wan Haoyue had been at it for 2.5 hours and still looked full of vitality. This made Yi Chen somewhat doubtful about whether he could tame this little if he ever had the chance to be close to Wan Haoyue in the future. Since he had to wake up early for a flight the next morning, Wan Haoyue didn't stay up late either. After selecting her favorite clothes, she softly said goodnight to Yi Chen. Just before hanging up the video call, she blew a few kisses at him. When the room fell silent, Yi Chen sprang up like a carp and rushed to the bathroom. On the way, he encountered the housekeeper, Li Chanxian, dressed in a normal work-style gray-black pencil skirt. His sister. Just as he had escaped from the little, he ran into the old. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Li Chanxian's eyes brightened slightly, and then she spoke gently, Mr. Yi, you've been busy all day today. Do you need a spa treatment to relax your body and mind? If you need it, I can prepare it right away. Hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched a couple of times. After experiencing Wan Haoyue's live fashion show, he really couldn't tell if he could resist the allure of the red pencil skirt. However, a spa treatment was genuinely comfortable. If he could have one every night, it would indeed be a pleasure. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, good idea. Then I'll trouble you, housekeeperly, to prepare it. But there's no rush, I need to soak in the bath for 20 minutes first. Upon hearing this, the light in Li Chanxian's eyes was hard to conceal, and her lips involuntarily curled up. She slightly bowed to Yi Chen, her brows filled with tenderness, and said softly, all right, Mr. Yi. I'll wake a bottle of the latest red wine for you, see you in 20 minutes. Watching Yi Chen's back, Li Chanxian tightened her legs, a spark of determination igniting in her gaze. Tonight, she was determined to bring this young general under her skirt. Ah, so comfortable. Yi Chen realized that this bathtub was designed ergonomically, lying down was incredibly pleasant. The flowing water system and automatic temperature control allowed Yi Chen to easily enjoy the pleasure of soaking. 20 minutes passed in a flash. Yi Chen got up, put on his bathrobe, and walked into the treatment room just as Li Chanxian followed him in. Today, she was no longer wearing the red pencil skirt. Instead, she wore a pink one, the same style, equally soft and thin, but even tighter than yesterday's. It was almost leaving marks on her. Seeing her like this, Yi Chen felt a sense of foreboding. The newcomer was not to be underestimated. She was clearly here to challenge him. He couldn't be careless, he had to be cautious not to capsize in the gutter and lose his first blood. When Li Chanxian sat behind Yi Chen and pressed her warm hands against his back, the spa began. At first, Yi Chen only felt that the treatment was very comfortable. Until half an hour later, the atmosphere in the spa area changed, filled with a mature charm and pleasant perfume, and fragments of Ruan Haoyue kept flashing in his mind. This made Yi Chen alert. Coupled with Li Chanxian occasionally making sounds and talking to him, the two gradually became closer. Not good. Things were getting out of control. If this continued, he would definitely lose his first blood. Yi Chen was unwilling, but as an 18-year-old pure-hearted boy, he couldn't control himself. Just when Yi Chen felt a bit desperate yet hopeful, a notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on triggering a miracle, gaining the self-mastery of Desire's sacred body, allowing the host to freely control their 2 lines of desires and be immune to any seductive effects. This effect will be permanently effective after triggering. Another miracle was triggered. Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chen regained some clarity. The trap for capturing the giant bear slowly retracted. He was operating the control interface for the self-mastery of Desire's sacred body. This control interface was quite interesting. In the center was a water column-shaped scale measuring container, ranging from 0 to 120 points from bottom to top. The container currently holds a pink liquid, which has exceeded the 100-point mark, hovering around 102. This liquid represents Yi Chen's 2-star desire. The 2-star desire is divided into several general levels. From 0 to 30 is the sage mode, where one hardly thinks about such matters. From 30 to 60 is the normal mode, a more conventional range where one doesn't deliberately think about such things in daily life but may still have certain associations when seeing beautiful women or colorful sounds and images. From 60 to 90 is the old lecture mode, no explanation needed. From 90 to 120 is the uncontrollable mode. Clearly, Yi Chen is currently in the 4th mode. Just a spark away. In the lower right corner of the scale container, there is a valve. If the valve is opened, the liquid representing desire will drain away. Yi Chen glanced at the operating instructions and decisively opened the valve. Splash! The scale inside the container continuously dropped from 102 to around 50, and then Yi Chen closed the valve. When he opened his eyes again, Yi Chen's gaze had returned to its deep clarity, no longer dominated by 2 lines of desire. He adjusted his body posture and breathing rate, calming himself down once more. That's enough for today. You've worked hard. Upon hearing this, Li Chanxian, whose expression was ambiguous and filled with flirtation, looked at Yi Chen in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. What was going on? Just when the bullet was about to be chambered, it suddenly misfired? She looked down. She found Yi Chen's state was completely different from before. Li Chanxian was baffled. She couldn't figure out whether Yi Chen's previous state was an act or if his current state was the act. In any case, she was utterly confused, but she still refused to give up. Just one last step, and she could win over this handsome, wealthy, and powerful young man. Li Chanxian prepared to make her move, diving right in. She tucked her hair behind her ear with her right hand, her posture exuding charm and elegance. Her eyes were fixed on the food, ready to take a bite. How could Yi Chen not know what her target was? He quickly reached out to support her chin. This is off limits too. The girl must eat first. Seeing that this was not allowed, Li Chanxian slightly raised her eyes, feigning a pitiful look, her small eyes gazing at Yi Chen with deep sorrow. Yi Chen gently pinched her chin, narrowing his eyes as he said, "Did you not hear what I just said?" His tone was neither warm nor cold, but Li Chanxian detected a hint of authority in it. She couldn't help but shiver, her mind clearing a bit. The person before her, though only 18, was a young tycoon and a key figure in the system. She couldn't afford to offend him. Li Chanxian remained bent over without moving, but her expression changed quickly, becoming extremely obedient as she replied in a spoiled tone, "I heard it, yes." She even gently swayed her hips and called out. Master Yi Chen felt a fire ignite within him again, and he hurriedly adjusted the valve, letting the solution that was about to reach the 100-point mark drain down to around 60. Heroes have a hard time with beautiful women. This saying couldn't be more accurate. Yi Chen released her chin, gently patted her mature, charming face, and whispered, "Go ahead." "Okay." Master Li Chanxian gently stood up, regaining her elegant and professional demeanor, a charming smile on her face. "Master, feel free to call me anytime." When the therapy room was left with only Yi Chen, he let out a soft breath. Fortunately, he had triggered a miracle just in time, almost losing his virtue. During the inner struggle earlier, Yi Chen thought of something that lingered in his heart, a feeling he couldn't shake off. This feeling made him resist his desires, preventing himself from sinking. On one hand, Yi Chen felt that the blood and the first kill must be given to a girl of the same age. This was a matter of principle. On the other hand, he had just thought of something that allowed him to maintain a sense of resistance when faced with the highly tempting Li Chanxian. Yi Chen lay on the therapy sofa bed, closed his eyes, and tried hard to remember. Suddenly, he recalled. It was that stunningly beautiful girl. The figure that appeared in his heart while he was tormented by expectations was her. Yi Chen still remembered the hint of loneliness and sadness in the beautiful girl's eyes at that time, which was quite heart-wrenching. Looking back now, she was truly too beautiful, the kind of girl who becomes more and more likable and beautiful the more you look at her. No, wait. In that situation, why did I think of her? Yi Chen fell into confusion again. Closing the bathroom door, Li Chanshan's charming and flattering smile slowly faded. She returned to the image of a professional and elegant housekeeper. Back in her room on the first floor, Li Chanshan changed out of her clothes and lay on the bed. She reflected on the entire process of the SPA therapy that night, feeling increasingly uneasy. At first, the boy was indeed a bit reserved, which was normal. But under her intentional temptation, the boy had clearly let down all his defenses and fallen into depravity. However, in just a moment, the situation changed. The boy suddenly regained his rationality, became clear-headed, resisted temptation. How did he manage that? In that situation. Here, the content of Li Chanshan's memories is omitted for 100 words. Just one step away, the ball was about to go in. Why could he still control his expectations? Li Chanshan turned over. Having mingled in high society for over a decade, she knew what kind of creatures men were. In that situation, it was impossible for any man to control himself, especially when facing an 18-year-old youth. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, Li Chanshan had a flash of inspiration. A bold thought crossed her mind. Could it be? The boy was pretending. The boy's initial descent was an act. That's why he could control himself in the end. Because he had never truly fallen, he could maintain his rationality. Hiss! Li Chanshan gasped. This boy was terrifyingly capable? She had taken advantage of him, yet in the end, she gained not a single benefit from him. She couldn't help but feel self-doubt. Had I underestimated him too much? This was a person who became a millionaire and a key figure in the system at just 18 years old. How could I possibly compete with such an extraordinary person? Li Chanshan suddenly recalled a famous saying. High-end hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Could it be that I am the one being hunted? At this thought, Li Chanshan couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill run down her spine. The next morning, Yi Chen got up full of energy, as usual doing 200 push-ups. After washing up, he got into his Bentley Continental GT and headed to the capital airport to pick up Ruan Haoyue. At the airport terminal exit, Yi Chen was dressed in high-end black trousers, with a well-fitted matching casual shirt on top, a Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist, and a pair of casual leather shoes. The overall impression he gave was that of a domineering young CEO. Coupled with his handsome and striking appearance, and a calm, mysterious aura, he attracted the attention of girls around him. Some confident girls even approached him to ask for his WeChat. Yi Chen welcomed them all. After all, these were fish, and he wanted to taste the flavor of being a sea king. Soon, Ruan Haoyue's figure appeared at the exit. She spotted the tall, handsome Yi Chen at a glance. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Ruan Haoyue showed a joyful expression, pulling her suitcase and quickly running a few steps. When she reached Yi Chen, she jumped directly into his arms. The little girl caught Yi Chen off guard, but fortunately, Yi Chen's physical fitness was exceptional. He wrapped his arms around Ruan Haoyue's slender waist and spun half a circle, dissipating the impact. Ruan Haoyue was wearing a white and green lotus leaf long dress today, topped with a small straw hat, giving off a very obedient vibe. Yet her actions were quite bold, creating a striking contrast. The men around couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. This was the kind of contrasting girlfriend they secretly desired. But when they saw Yi Chen beside Ruan Haoyue, they all dismissed the thought of approaching her for WeChat. Brother Nan. Ruan Haoyue supported herself on Yi Chen's shoulders, looking up at him with a pitiful expression. I'm hungry. Yi Chen smiled slightly and playfully brushed her nose with his fingers. Let's go have breakfast first. The moment this intimate gesture occurred, seeing the surprise glimmer in Ruan Haoyue's eyes, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. When did he and Ruan Haoyue become so close? He unconsciously made such a familiar move, as if they were truly a couple. Perhaps it was because of her initiative, showing him her innerwear every night without fail. Looking at Ruan Haoyue, who appeared demure on the surface but was actually quite clever, Yi Chen suddenly recalled a joke. This girl, could it be that she was delivering a cannon from 1,000 miles away this time? Yi Chen had a premonition that he seemed to be facing another test. In the back seat of the Bentley Continental GT, Ruan Haoyue lay in Yi Chen's arms like a boneless doll, her head resting on his collarbone. So fragrant. Yi Chen lowered his head slightly and could see Ruan Haoyue's black hair adorned with a cute bow hairpin. She exuded a sweet youthful aura from within. It reminded Yi Chen of the last time he sat in the back seat with the pure and innocent Qin Yinin. The difference this time was that Wan Haoyue was very proactive and lively, unlike the shy and introverted Qin Yinin. After breakfast, Yi Chen took Wan Haoyue to visit Tiananmen Square and the Forbidden City for the morning. At noon, they went to the Lao Shi Tea House near Qianmen. On the first floor, they enjoyed traditional Beijing snacks like donkey rolling and AI while watching a shadow play. It was Wan Haoyue's first time seeing a shadow play, and she found it very novel, so she watched several performances. Seeing her happy expression, Yi Chen felt as if the worries in his heart had lifted. In the afternoon, they hiked a section of the Great Wall. By evening, they went to Quanzhou to have a Beijing roast duck. The duck skin melted in the mouth when dipped in sugar, and the taste was excellent. The combination of skin and meat dipped in sweet bean sauce, paired with shredded scallions and cucumber strips, wrapped in lotus leaf pancakes, was simply exquisite. They spent the whole day enjoying themselves. That night, Yi Chen took Wan Haoyue back to the villa at the Beijing estate. Although Wan Haoyue lived in a villa herself, she was still very curious about Yi Chen's villa. She insisted that Yi Chen show her every corner of the villa. Since they had just eaten a lot of roast duck, it was a good excuse to walk it off. When they arrived at the garden exclusive to the standalone villa, Wan Haoyue exclaimed, "Wow, it feels like living here forever." Yi Chen smiled at her words, "Sure. If you get into a university in Beijing and can't get used to the dorms, you can really move here to live permanently." Yi Chen had one more thing he didn't say. "If you move here, I won't have to go through the trouble of watching your innerwear on my phone every night. I could have a real-life show." Upon hearing this, Wan Haoyue leaned closer, a smile on her lips, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen as she said, "Brother Nan, is there a possibility that what I just said means? I want to be the mistress of this place." This girl is too bold, too direct. Her words left Yi Chen at a loss for how to respond. After all, he really hadn't thought through his lifelong matters and wasn't in a hurry to make a choice. Wan Haoyue pouted and huffed, "Brother Nan, you're hesitating, you don't like me." Then she giggled, "Just kidding." She changed the subject, "Brother Nan, the college entrance exam is coming up soon. I think with your abilities, you can get into any university you want. So, what are your plans? Do you have a target university in mind?" This was indeed a question. Yi Chen hadn't really thought about it before. "As for me," Yi Chen pondered, "I might lean towards applying to Shanghai Jiaotong University. But I haven't made a final decision yet." Upon hearing this, Wan Haoyue nodded thoughtfully. Good times always pass quickly. Before long, it was deep into the night. Yi Chen had given the large bathroom on the top floor to Wan Haoyue today. Before entering the bathroom, Wan Haoyue had come over to whisper to him, "Brother Nan, you mustn't peek. But I won't lock the door." Yi Chen immediately said sternly, "Haoyue, you must lock the door. You have to know, there are still the butler team in the villa, it's not just me. What if something happens to you? How would I explain it to your parents?" This statement instantly diluted the ambiguous atmosphere. Wan Haoyue pouted her cute little lips, shot Yi Chen a resentful glance, and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door shut. Only then did Yi Chen breathe a sigh of relief. "Sister, you're tempting me so much, I really can't hold back." Wan Haoyue was youthful and beautiful, with a flexible waist and healthy thighs, looking wild on the white stage. Especially since this villa was still his territory. Wan Haoyue was like a little lamb entering a wolf's den. Wasn't she just letting herself be at his mercy, doing whatever she wanted? But Yi Chen always felt that this wasn't quite right. From the day he started his new job until now, it hadn't even been half a month. Knowing each other for less than half a month was too fast. Yi Chen was a principled person. Even if Wan Haoyue really came all the way to send him off today, he couldn't break his own principles. After all, they didn't know each other well enough. Yi Chen valued his first time and wanted to carefully consider the first woman in his life. He absolutely couldn't act hastily. As for Wan Haoyue, Yi Chen thought she was still too impulsive. He considered himself accomplished at a young age, and he was handsome. Now he was enjoying both wealth and career, and this was just the beginning. So it was only natural for women to be attracted to him. Alas, what can he say, he was just that excellent. Wan Haoyue was still young, and Yi Chen decided to give her more time to reflect on this relationship, not letting her ruin her most precious thing because of a momentary thought. Before returning to the master bedroom, he called Li Chanqian and sternly ordered, "Tonight, restrict all staff, no one is allowed to come up to the top floor." When Li Chanqian wasn't in the bathroom or the therapy room, she was very reliable and professional. She respectfully responded, promising not to let anyone disturb Yi Chen's esteemed guest. Watching Yi Chen turn and head back to his room, Li Chanqian couldn't help but bite her red lips, feeling a mix of sadness and anger in her heart. So he likes the young, the tender, Yi Chen returned to the master bedroom and casually took a quick shower in the small bathroom. Then he lay on the bed, contemplating his upcoming plans. One more day of fun tomorrow. The day after, he would communicate with Alec Nai about creating a purely dark environment, and first find a way to hatch the night dreaming Shanglong. Then he would casually run a high-level dungeon to reach level 99 and complete the second awakening quest. Finally, he would go home to take the college entrance exam. As he thought about it, Yi Chen felt a bit sleepy. Just as he closed his eyes, he heard a gentle knock on the door. Who? Yi Chen had already instructed that no staff were allowed on the top floor. On the top floor, besides himself in the master bedroom, there was only Ruan Haoyue arranged in the guest room. This girl, knocking on my door in the middle of the night? Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly. He had underestimated Ruan Haoyue's determination to seek punishment. The rhythmic knocking continued, and judging by her playful demeanor, it could only be Ruan Haoyue. Yi Chen, helpless, could only turn on the warm light by the bedside and get up to open the door. Sure enough, it was her. As soon as the door opened, Ruan Haoyue slipped in like a little cat returning home, not saying a word, and directly made her way to the bed, diving into Yi Chen's covers. By the time Yi Chen realized what was happening, he saw Ruan Haoyue wrapped in a snow-white blanket, grinning mischievously at him under the warm light. What's going on? Yi Chen truly did not expect this girl to be so bold. In the dead of night, she actually came to his room dressed like this? To go this far in sending herself over, it was quite something. Ruan Haoyue blinked her beautiful big eyes and said playfully, Brother Nan, I can't sleep. Can we chat for a while? Yi Chen's lips twitched at her words. Chatting in bed? About what? Humming and hawing? He walked to the edge of the bed, somewhat speechless, and lifted the covers. The once bold Ruan Haoyue suddenly became a bit shy, tilting her head slightly to the side. At that moment, under the warm light by the bedside, Yi Chen clearly saw her outfit. It was a snow-white silk nightgown. No, not a nightgown, it seemed more like a top, just with a slightly longer hem. His gaze continued downward. Damn, there was only one piece of the same color. P.S. 2 words omitted here, please fill in the blanks yourself. At this moment, Ruan Haoyue, feeling shy, had her beautiful legs slightly bent, her posture incredibly graceful. Yi Chen took a deep breath to keep himself calm. Then he grasped one of Ruan Haoyue's arms, gently tugged, and with his other hand, lifted her up and set her down. Ruan Haoyue was like a little chick being picked up by Yi Chen and placed on the ground. Yi Chen was a man who did 200 push-ups every morning and evening, with very strong physical fitness. Handling Ruan Haoyue, who weighed less than 90 pounds, was naturally no problem. Standing barefoot on the ground, Ruan Haoyue looked a bit dazed. Then Yi Chen's voice rang out, Haoyue, it's too late. Let's talk tomorrow. Go back to sleep. Yi Chen's voice was calm, so calm that it revealed no emotion. On Ruan Haoyue's face, a mix of shock, confusion, and sadness appeared. What's going on? I dressed like this in the middle of the night and snuck into his room, and he can still refuse me? I've come to him like this, and he doesn't want me? Wasn't it said that men think with their lower bodies? Wasn't it said that a woman pursuing a man is like a veil between them? I'm not an ugly, short, or fat woman. Even if he doesn't love me or like me, he shouldn't refuse me, right? For a moment, Ruan Haoyue fell into self-doubt. At the same time, her love for Yi Chen deepened. He truly was a gentleman. I didn't love the wrong person. But, I'm so unwilling. I want such an excellent guy. Brother Nan. Ruan Haoyue's voice carried a tragic melody, but her tone was exceptionally firm. I know you don't love me. I also know that you are so excellent, I'm not worthy of you. I know even more that your future legitimate wife will definitely be 10 or 100 times better than me. You are the man I can never have in this lifetime. But, Ruan Haoyue's voice grew softer, more sincere. I love you. I want you to be the most precious man in my life. Even if we can't be together forever in the future. I'm willing. I have no regrets. How could Yi Chen not understand the meaning of the words, most precious? Hearing these words, Yi Chen felt both touched and a bit uncomfortable. He opened his mouth to say, Haoyue, don't be like this, I really didn't mean to. Before he could finish, he saw Ruan Haoyue perform some kind of trick. It fell. Yi Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? It just fell like that? In front of him was a flawless piece of jade. My goodness. Haoyue, are you crazy? Yi Chen quickly squatted down to pick up the nightgown and draped it over her. His flustered appearance made Ruan Haoyue chuckle softly. But soon, she bit her red lip, her eyes turning red, and glared at Yi Chen, saying resentfully, Yi Chen, you have such a cruel heart. I'm like this, and you're not moved at all? Do you really hate me? Do you think I'm cheap, that I'm ridiculous? What on earth is this? Women really are illogical beings. Yi Chen couldn't explain. He couldn't just say, "No, you're very charming. In fact, I really want to take you right now and have my way with you." Yi-chan understood one thing. When a woman's emotions are out of control, don't try to reason with them, because they won't understand. It's a waste of breath. Talking to a duck is like talking to a chicken. Yi-chan's expression remained calm as he gestured towards the white arena, saying to her, "How you, go up." Upon hearing those 3 words, Wan Haoyu's spirit lifted. She returned, her eyes filled with anticipation and joy. Where was the heartbroken look from before? Those 3 words freed the beautiful woman from her internal struggle. Yi-chan sighed softly and also went up to see. He pulled over a pair of cups, and a fragrant aroma wafted over. It was obvious who had brought it. This sent Mage Yi-chan's heart race. What a sin! Should he? No. Given his current situation, the number of mature women who would throw themselves at him would only increase. If he took one every time he met one, what would happen? Anything that could happen with him had to be evaluated. He, Yi-chan, was not someone any woman could easily have. This was a matter of principle. Even if he thought Wan Haoyu was indeed capable, he couldn't do anything today. Still, that being said, his first kill was also very important. As for tonight, he would just endure. After all, he could control his own state through the self-mastering desire sacred body, preventing any loss of control. Turning off the bedside lamp, Yi-chan ignored her and prepared to sleep. On Wan Haoyu's side, her heart raced, her heart rate exceeding 150. She was so excited. This was one of the most memorable moments of her life. She was about to be with the man she loved. If the light were on at this moment, one could definitely see her flushed cheeks. But after waiting for a long time, Wan Haoyu still didn't experience any intrusion. No form of intrusion from any aspect came at all. Is Brother Nan also a first-timer? Is he also very excited and shy? Thinking of this, Wan Haoyu felt both thrilled and surprised. She waited a few more minutes, but still no movement. Unable to hold back, Wan Haoyu leaned over to observe Yi-chan. She found that Yi-chan was making soft sounds, as if he had fallen asleep. This scene left Wan Haoyu bewildered. No way, dude. With a stunning beauty beside you, how can you sleep? Wan Haoyu, in a fit of anger, pinched Yi-chan's arm hard. Yi-chan jolted awake, turned on the bedside lamp, and looked at Wan Haoyu with an unhappy expression. "What are you doing?" "I was almost asleep." Wan Haoyu pouted, paused, and said with great grievance, "What do you think I'm doing?" "Of course." The rest of her words, she said with a blush, went unspoken. But Yi-chan clearly understood the 2 words she wanted to say. Looking at Wan Haoyu's hesitant expression, like a little cat that has stolen a fish, Yi-chan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, this wasn't mockery. If it weren't for the self-dominating desire sacred body, he wouldn't be in a much better position either. He had long since started to indulge. Yi-chan grinned. "What's wrong? I asked you to come up, but I didn't say I would GN. Anyway, the thing is with me. If I don't use it, what can you do?" Wan Haoyu looked at Yi-chan's arrogant demeanor, a sly glint flashing in her eyes, and suddenly reached out. "Oh my!" Yi-chan was caught off guard. He tightened his grip on Wan Haoyu's wrist, staring at her delicate cheek in disbelief. "You actually... How dare you?" Wan Haoyu didn't speak. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Yi-chan was filled with surprise. For a moment, Wan Haoyu wondered if Brother Nan was incapable, which was why he was so resistant towards her. But after the earlier experiment, she dismissed that thought. Brother Nan was great, very strong. You've gone too far. Yi-chan slightly sat up, pulling Wan Haoyu into the water, controlling her and not giving her a chance to make any small moves. Then Yi-chan became a bit more serious and advised, "Haoyu, once we do that kind of thing, our relationship and feelings will change. You might be willing, but what do you take me for?" Upon hearing this, Wan Haoyu suddenly felt a bit guilty. Indeed, she had overlooked Brother Nan's feelings. Then, Wan Haoyu stammered, "Don't chase me away, I've already come up. Let's just stay like this together." This suggestion was met with Yi-chan's approval. "Alright, it's getting late, let's sleep." Although he was surrounded by soft jade and fragrant scents, Yi-chan had always been someone who could easily fall asleep. Soon, he drifted into dreams. The rhythmic sound of snoring began to echo in Wan Haoyu's ears, and she opened her eyes, revealing an extremely complex expression. Looking at Yi-chan's handsome face, his peaceful sleeping visage, Wan Haoyu felt a wave of tenderness wash over her heart twisting with emotion. She unconsciously leaned closer to Yi-chan. Closing her eyes, feeling her gradually calming heartbeat, Wan Haoyu's lips curled up, revealing a blissful smile as she fell into a dream. In the mirrored cage world, the expression of the gothic beauty watching the show gradually faded. It turned serious. No wonder the desecrators could control desire. It's no wonder that since ancient times, the ancient gods who held the authority of mental will viewed the legendary desecrators as thorns in their sides. So it was like this. It seems that those gods who held the authority of emotional will were in for some bad luck. Hee, how interesting. The next morning, half awake, Yi Chen's mind was filled with the enchanting dreams of the previous night. The female lead in his dream was not just one. There was even that incredibly beautiful girl. Absurd, too absurd. Opening his eyes, brilliant sunlight flooded the room. What met his gaze was a face even brighter than the sun. Ruan Haoyue pouted her red lips slightly, her big eyes looking innocent as she playfully said, "Bad brother." Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, discreetly moving his hand away. No wonder he dreamt about molding clay last night. Brother Nan. Ruan Haoyue nestled in Yi Chen's arms, her eyes shining brightly, her tone firm. "I've made up my mind. I want to strive to be your woman. In the past, I always thought you were too outstanding for me to have, and even if I did, I couldn't keep you. So I just hope to spend a wonderful night with you, leaving behind a deeply etched memory that belongs only to us. If you really wanted me last night, I would have been satisfied. But," she continued, "I've changed my mind now. I want to compete with them. I want to fight for the chance to be your wife. You're such a good man, I must strive for it." Saying this, she stood up and murmured, "Yi Chen, I want to make you never forget me." After a night and a morning, Yi Chen felt that his relationship with Ruan Haoyue had become somewhat strange. It was an indescribable feeling. For the entire day that followed, the two acted as if nothing had happened, eating and playing as usual. Yet their actions towards each other were more intimate, more natural. Around 7 p.m., Yi Chen took Ruan Haoyue to the airport. Before leaving, Ruan Haoyue nestled against Yi Chen's chest and looked up reluctantly, asking, "Brother Nan, when will you return to Hangchang?" Alec Nai had once said that he needed to find an absolutely safe place to hold the incubation ceremony for the night dreaming auspicious dragon. Yi Chen felt that this matter could be addressed through official channels. He would ask Captain Deng to help him find a safe location. That was why Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry to return to Hangchang. Not necessarily, the earliest would be a few days. "Once I return to Hangchang, I will definitely contact you, okay?" Ruan Haoyue reluctantly bid farewell to Yi Chen. After seeing Ruan Haoyue off, Yi Chen returned to the villa. Seeing the soft big bed in the master bedroom, he couldn't help but recall the experience of getting up that morning. It felt really nice. Yi Chen took out the Alec Nai * mirror of corruption. "Alec Nai, are you there?" The surface of the mirror rippled, and a blurred female face appeared. "Alec Nai, you told me before to try to find a safer place. Is there any specific requirement for this place? Can I use this room?" The voice from the mirror replied melodiously, "This place won't do. A purely dark environment itself poses great danger. You cannot set it up in such a conventional environment. Unless you want the people in this villa to die. Additionally, you need to find a place that absolutely cannot be disturbed by others. This is the most basic requirement for holding the ceremony. Whether it's an awakening ceremony, a job change ceremony, or an incubation ceremony, it's the same." The voice in the mirror silently added, "And the deification ceremony as well. And the incubation ceremony for the night dreaming auspicious dragon has even stricter requirements. Generally, if a regular ceremony fails, it's just a failure, doing it again doesn't matter. But the incubation ceremony for the night dreaming auspicious dragon is different. If it fails due to disturbance, as I mentioned before, you and the disturber will forever remain trapped in the dream world, unable to wake up." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen pinched his chin. It seemed that this incubation ceremony was quite complex and dangerous. The auspicious dragon truly deserved to be the oldest totem of the Eastern Flame Nation. Since that was the case, he could only seek help from Captain Deng. This matter was not simple. If too many national resources were mobilized, it would consume a certain amount of Yen Huang merits. But it didn't matter. He had 1 million Yen Huang merits on him, which was enough. Just as Yi Chen was about to call Captain Deng, a golden light suddenly burst forth from his right hand, outlining a complex symbol. This was the symbol of the Oath of Mountains and Seas. "Ding, you have received a communication request for the Oath of Mountains and Seas. Do you accept?" "Yes." Once connected, Captain Deng's magnetic and steady voice came from the complex symbol on his palm. "Yi Chen, come to the base for a moment. There's a task." Around 9 p.m., Yi Chen's Bentley Continental GT smoothly parked under an apartment building on Nyo Street East in the West 2nd Ring Road. This is Captain Deng Qining's office in the capital. Of course, this base is exclusive to the 9 provinces, and Captain Deng's apparent hidden identity is that of a member of the organization pavilion. He works a normal day at the organization pavilion and then heads to the base after work. Working day and night. It's tough, but that's the 9 provinces. Despite the hardships, one enjoys substantial privileges and benefits. Members of the 9 provinces do not work year-round without breaks. The organization regularly arranges for members who have completed a mission to take leave. Otherwise, even an Iron Man couldn't withstand such continuous work. In the office on the 3rd floor, Deng Qiming received Yi Chen. His gaze was as deep and calm as ever. Yi Chen, let me first teach you how to use the Oath of Mountains and Seas. Through the Oath of Mountains and Seas, you have gained 2 abilities. The first is the qualification to pass through the mountain and sea gate, allowing you to enter the mountain and sea world, which is the place I took you to on your official onboarding day with the 9 provinces. The mountain and sea gates are scattered around the world, and in the future, before you go to a certain place to carry out a mission, I will inform you of the location of the local mountain and sea gate. Only those who possess the Oath of Mountains and Seas can make the mountain and sea gate respond, open the door, and enter. The second ability is the remote communication function I just used on you. You can think of it as a private voice call. This function requires both parties who possess the Oath of Mountains and Seas to establish contact before communication can occur. It's similar to how you need to add friends on WeChat or QQ before chatting. In the 9 provinces, to ensure secrecy, only direct superiors and subordinates maintain contact. In other words, aside from me, you cannot establish contact with other members of the 9 provinces. Even if you have established contact with someone during a mission, you must sever that connection after the task is completed. These 2 functions are easy to understand, and Yi Chen nodded to indicate he understood. All right. Deng Qiming stood up, signaling Yi Chen to follow him. The 2 walked into the inner room of the office, where there was a mountain and sea gate. Extend your right hand towards the doorknob. Yi Chen complied, and when his palm was aligned with the doorknob, the symbol of the Oath of Mountains and Seas in his palm began to shine brightly. The door slowly opened. Deng Qiming nodded at Yi Chen. Go ahead, the chief is waiting for you inside. Yi Chen stepped through the door, and it slowly closed behind him. He felt a flash in his eyes and found himself in a bright world filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant flowers, resembling a hand-painted style. It was still a scene full of vitality. Unfortunately, it was not the real world. Upon entering, Yi Chen was enveloped in gray mist and donned a large cloak. He followed the memory from last time, along the cobblestone path, through a grove, past a pavilion garden, and up the mountain along a small path at the foot of the mountain. He arrived once again at the platform at the peak. The chief and 5 covenant leaders were already in place. Yi Chen nodded to them and then sat down in his designated seat. At this moment, in the large summit venue, among the many seats opposite the 6 leaders, only Yi Chen sat alone. Comrade Yi Chen. The chief's tone was still warm and calm. He was the only one in the mountain and sea world not wrapped in mist, wearing a cloak, with a distorted voice. You just excellently completed the Shenong plan, and you should have been allowed to rest. But the situation does not permit it. There is another arduous task that requires your completion. And it must be you. Oh, another tough nut to crack? However, Yi Chen was not afraid at all. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The more challenging the task, the greater the merit. The specific situation will be introduced to you by the leader of the Southeast Covenant. As soon as the chief finished speaking, a few light coughs caught Yi Chen's attention. Due to the disguise of the Shanghai world, Yi Chen couldn't clearly see the figure, appearance, or age of the Southeast Alliance leader. However, he could vaguely make out that the other party was holding something resembling a turtle shell. Comrade, do you have an item called the Anu Crown on you? Anu Crown? Yi Chen had a good memory and immediately recalled it. This item was presented by Ma Wenkai, the principal of a key high school in Hangcheng, at a banquet, as an important bargaining chip to persuade him to transfer to the key high school. In the end, it was given to him for free by Elder Ding. The headgear Yi Chen was currently wearing was indeed this golden legendary quality, Anu Crown. After receiving a positive response, the Southeast Alliance leader continued, your next task is related to the Anu Crown. Or rather, it is because you have obtained the Anu Crown that you must carry out this task. At this point, Yi Chen already had a guess in his heart. They wouldn't want him to find the lost city, Anahexer, would they? I once did a divination. The result of the divination told me to place the Anu Crown in Hangchang. One day, the guidance of fate will lead the Anu Crown to encounter a master. And this master will bring Anahexer back to this world. Now it seems, comrade, that person is you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly. The leader of the Southeast Alliance spoke as if he were a charlatan. Is this reliable? Of course, Yi Chen was just making a small complaint. Anyone who could become a high-ranking official in the Hizhouzhou must be reliable. What do you think about this? Me? What can I think? Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds and replied skillfully, Leader, my thoughts are very simple. Since it is a national task, I will do my utmost to complete it. The clue to finding the lost city is hidden in the special skill, Anna Hexer is calling. Anna Hexer is calling. The holder of this equipment will receive the hidden epic task line Lost City, Anna Hexer at a specific time and location. It says that the task will only be triggered at a specific time and location. If that's all the information, it would be impossible to receive the task line and find the lost city. I have a direction for speculation. In addition to the correct time and location, there should also be some indicative locations. For example, if I accidentally arrive at location A, triggering the special skill effect, I might get some clues pointing to another location B. And arriving at location B may trigger new clues pointing to location C, until finally finding location X, which is the ultimate specific location. Why not speculate about the time? Because it has been 10 days since I obtained this equipment, and during these 10 days, I haven't received any hints about a specific time. So I think I should first find the specific location, wait there for 24 hours, and the specific time will not escape. Then I can receive the task line. Of course, this is just my speculation. Hearing Yi Chen's words, the leaders present nodded secretly. This rising star before them was meticulous, brave, and resourceful. In front of these high-ranking individuals, he was not intimidated and could still analyze calmly, proving to be a great talent. Very good. The Southeast Alliance leader nodded in satisfaction, praising, "No wonder you are the most promising and outstanding young person in our Dian. Don't say it, your guess is quite reliable. Before this, we old fellows had no clue at all. Maybe you really can find that lost city." The chief pointed out, "Comrade Yi Chen, take this guess as your main direction and explore boldly. The plan is as follows. First, look for clues at specific locations within our country. You will travel around the country, and all expenses during this process can be reimbursed. Where to go and in what order is up to you to decide. However, before that, there is some intelligence about Annuhair that I need to convey to you, which will aid in your search. Comrade Yi Chen, the information I am about to convey to you is highly confidential. Only a very few important high-level officials in Yin country are aware of it. You must ensure that this information is not leaked to anyone, including your current superior, Deng Qiming." Yi Chen felt the seriousness of the situation, his expression turning grave as he firmly replied, "I swear I will not leak this information." The chief nodded. He waved his hand, and a document appeared out of thin air, floating in front of Yi Chen. The document contained all the intelligence that Yin country had regarding Annuhair. What surprised Yi Chen was that the information on it was completely different from what was circulating outside. The rumors, including what Yi Chen had found online, depicted Annuhair as a bountiful land buried with immense treasures. However, the content presented in this document left Yi Chen shocked. The title of the document was Annuhair, the City of the Abyss. The content below was not of an official document type, but rather like a personal narrative. Annuhair, the true title is City of the Abyss. After the battle, City of the Abyss became a historical taboo, and the system changed its title to Lost City. The Anu family is not a family favored by the gods. This claim was fabricated by later generations. The true identity of the Anu family is that of a family of gods. The ancestor of this family was a true deity. This deity's revered name is God of the Core, Anubarak. He was an orthodox deity active on the earth 10,000 years ago, who later fell due to his resistance. After his fall, his divine realm, Annuhair, disappeared. I can prove that the disappearance of Annuhair was the struggle and hope of Anubarak before his death. He protected his descendants and left an important object in the city, completely falling after sealing Annuhair. The specific form of that object is still unknown, but its effect can be determined. It must be related to the resistance against invasion. I am taking a great risk to reveal this history to you, with the aim of finding the object left by Anubarak. It will play a crucial role in our resistance against. Anubarak was the only deity to leave something behind in that era of destruction. As powerful as Badidala was, he left nothing behind. Even his spear, forged from 1/3 of the Mad Authority, was completely obliterated in that era. This led to the current absence of Mad Authority, causing every subsequent Mad God to fall into endless troubles. To get back to the point. In my view, Dayan, you are the only reliable country in this world, the most likely to find Annuhair. So I offer the Crown of Anu, and this letter. I hope our secret cooperation can change the future of the entire world. If we cannot eliminate the threat of, then the tragedy of the era of destruction will repeat. By the way, as for what is, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but knowing their revered names won't do you any good. Well, good luck to you. I hope you won't let me down. At the end of the document, there was a signature, God of the Sun Kaisa. After reading this document, Yi Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. If it were someone else who saw this document, they might find it somewhat cryptic and incomprehensible. But Yi Chen's heart felt like 1,000 wild horses were galloping through it. This is it. Everything matches up. From the historical images summoned by the Crimson Blood Path, Yi Chen had seen the ancient mad god Bodhitala fighting against the dark sky, and the god of mist and poison, Aldi, had said that Bodhitala fell to combat. The figure in the mirror, Alaknai, also mentioned that the ancient eastern seven-colored auspicious dragon was extinguished to fight against. Additionally, this time, the information given by the current god of the sun, Kaisa, indicated that the ancient core god Anubarak also fell to combat. Moreover, Kaisa's description of coincided with that of Alaknai. Both had stated directly, it's not that they don't want to tell us, but knowing their revered names would be harmful to us. Gathering this information from multiple different angles made Yi Chen increasingly certain of its authenticity. He looked at those words, his expression more serious than ever. Therefore, Yi Chen was particularly focused on the task of finding Anuhair. This was not only a task assigned by the country but also involved the repeated appearances of Mage. Yi Chen feel uneasy. Although he didn't know what it represented, it certainly wasn't anything good. Yi Chen took a moment to digest the information. After a while, the leader of the Southeast Alliance slowly said, "This is the situation regarding the task. While you travel, prioritize locations related to that fallen ancient god. Unfortunately, there isn't much information about that ancient god, almost none. In this regard, you'll have to rely on yourself. After all, you are the fated person in my divination who might find Anuhair." Yi Chen took a deep breath and nodded. "Alright, I will complete the task resolutely." The chief and other regional alliance leaders were very satisfied with Yi Chen's performance. Although this task is very important, it cannot be completed immediately. It requires a certain amount of luck and time. You just turned 18 this year, the perfect age to enjoy life, and you're about to go to university, right? We old folks won't treat you like a beast of burden. Don't put pressure on yourself, just take your time. While enjoying life, if you can go out more and try your luck, you might actually gain something. Let's name this task the travel plan. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt warm inside. He had really thought that accepting this task would mean he couldn't go to university because he would be running around the country. Now it's better, a more relaxed approach. This task indeed cannot be rushed. Oh, by the way, the leader of the Southwest Alliance flipped through the tortoise shell in his hand. While you're executing the travel plan, help me gather some information. Please investigate as much as possible about the desecrator. Yi Chen, what the hell, I'm investigating myself. Hearing the words, desecrator, Yi Chen shivered. This was his biggest secret. Fortunately, in the world of mountains and seas, he was completely shrouded in mist, and the leaders couldn't see his expression clearly. Why does this leader want to investigate the desecrator? Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds and asked in return, "Leader, what is a god defiler?" This reaction was quite reasonable. If you want me to investigate the god defiler, how can I do so without inquiring about it? That would be rather abnormal. The leader of the Southeast Alliance shrugged and said, "I don't know either." That's good to know. However, what I can confirm is that this title represents a being, not an object. It could be a monster from an undiscovered secret realm, perhaps a creature wandering in dangerous wilderness, or it might be a person, a certain practitioner. The last guess was correct. The god defiler is sitting right in front of you. Yi Chen pretended to ponder, isn't that equivalent to knowing nothing? This makes it hard to find. The leader of the Southeast Alliance comforted Yi Chen. There is a dedicated team investigating this matter. In the future, while you are executing the travel plan, just keep an eye out for any information regarding the god defiler, no pressure. Treat it as a supplementary task. Your main task is still to find Anna Hexer. Yi Chen nodded upon hearing this. Okay, leader, I understand. Comrade Yi Chen, raise your right hand and open your palm. The leader of the Southeast Alliance said to Yi Chen while also raising his right hand, making a gesture for a high five. With a flash of golden light, he continued, I have established a connection with you through the oath of mountains and seas. The travel plan is significant. If there are any developments or difficulties, report directly to me. The leader of the Central Alliance, Xin Dezhang, added, Comrade Yi Chen, rest assured, this does not constitute a report beyond your level. When you go out later, tell Deng Qiming that you are executing a Class A task, and he will understand. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. The heads of the major alliances fell silent and turned to the chief. This indicated that they had finished speaking and were asking the chief to summarize. The chief's expression was gentle, and his tone remained warm, instilling a sense of security. Yi Chen, the college entrance examination is coming up soon. Is there a university you have in mind? This question had also been asked by Ruan Haoyue, and Yi Chen really hadn't thought it through. But in front of the chief, Yi Chen felt he shouldn't continue to hesitate, that would make him seem indecisive and lacking in opinions. Although there are many good universities in Yen country, Yi Chen could only attend one, and he couldn't go to every school, so he had to make a choice. Therefore, Yi Chen decisively stated, following his long-held dream, "My intention is Shanghai Jiaotong University." The chief nodded upon hearing this. Shanghai Jiaotong University is good, and it's not far from your hometown. Yi Chen, during your university years, your tasks will be heavy, so be mentally prepared. You will need to learn professional knowledge related to dungeons, as well as some ZW theoretical knowledge, and you will also have to carry out the travel plan. Don't forget, your surface disguise identity is the executive vice governor of Zhe province. Mentioning this made Yi Chen feel it was absurd. He was just an 18-year-old high school graduate, yet he had become the vice governor of a province. This surface disguise identity was far more impressive than his Captain Deng Qiming's position as a member of the education cabinet. As if sensing Yi Chen's confusion, the chief explained, "You are the most outstanding new star of our great Yen country. You must be matched with such a noble identity. Because of your breaking the world record, you have already gained some attention from foreign countries. Arranging the identity of vice governor for you is a form of indirect protection and a deterrent against foreign forces with ulterior motives." Oh right, there's that too. The turmoil brought by the heroic trialist has yet to subside. Yi Chen had learned his lesson this time. He had to keep the identity of the god defiler well hidden. "So, Comrade Yi Chen, from now on, your actions should be low-key." Yi Chen muttered to himself, he was already being low-key. "If you all knew that I had slain a demigod in the secret realm, I wonder what you would think. For the upcoming college entrance examination, try to keep a low profile. I've already informed the education pavilion, your results are evident, and you don't need the exam to prove yourself." Yi Chen understood the meaning behind these words and replied, "Understood, Chief. During the exam, I will do my best to avoid making a scene and ensure everything goes smoothly." The chief nodded in satisfaction, a warm smile on his face. "You enter through one Mountain Sea gate and exit through the same. This is the basic mechanism of the Mountain Sea gate." Leaving the Mountain Sea world, Yi Chen arrived at Captain Deng Qiming's office. Facing Captain Deng's deep gaze, Yi Chen took the initiative to say, "Captain, I have accepted a Class A mission." Captain Deng was taken aback for a moment and nodded. "Good, you don't need to report this mission to me." Yi Chen asked, "What does a Class A mission mean?" Captain Deng explained, "In our 9 provinces, missions are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. Class D missions are the most routine, while Class A missions are the most confidential. Generally, team members executing Class A missions report directly to the heads of the 5 major alliances. You've only just joined the 9 provinces and already qualified for a Class A mission. That's quite impressive. Although I'm not in charge of this mission, you are my team member, so if you encounter difficulties, you can still come to me." Yi Chen replied, "Thank you, Captain. Actually, I do have something I would like your help with. However, this is not related to the mission, it's a personal matter. Can I use Yen Huang merits to pay for your assistance?" Captain Deng nodded. "Go ahead and tell me what it is." Yi Chen recounted the requirements for a special location. Upon hearing this, Captain Deng straightened up, a serious look appearing in his deep eyes. "You want to hold a ceremony?" As expected of the captain of the 9 provinces, his experience was indeed rich. He could tell from the location information Yi Chen described that he intended to hold a ceremony. Yi Chen did not hide it and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I obtained a pet egg, and the hatching ceremony must be held in an environment completely free from disturbances. The duration must be at least 12 hours. Captain Deng immediately replied, "We have many such ceremonial venues within the 9 provinces. They basically meet your requirements. But from your description, the option of completely free from disturbances seems a bit ambiguous." Yi Chen frowned upon hearing this. What ambiguity could there be? As long as no one intruded into the ceremony venue, wouldn't that suffice? Captain Deng explained, "Your understanding of ceremonies is not very deep. Some ceremonies, like the level 399 8 awakening ceremony, when a practitioner is promoted to level 400 saint, may leave some spiritual remnants in the place where the ceremony is held. These spiritual remnants hold little significance for others, but I don't know if they meet your requirements." Now Yi Chen understood. A closed ceremonial space could be easily obtained, but these spaces had hosted many ceremonies, and there could be various spiritual remnants. He was unsure whether these spiritual remnants would affect the hatching ceremony of the night dreaming auspicious dragon. Yi Chen felt uncertain. At this moment, he couldn't take out the silver mirror in front of Captain Deng to ask the person in the mirror. He thought for a moment and decided it was better to be safe, assuming it would have an impact. "Captain, I think it might have an effect. Is there any other way?" "There is a way," Deng Qiming replied. it's just a bit expensive. For a ritual requirement like yours, although rare, there have been many instances in history. So within our JoJo, we have made some arrangements for such requests. There happens to be a closed ritual venue in the suburbs of the capital. It has been sealed since its completion and has never been used, so there will definitely be no spiritual residue. Using it requires not only payment in gold coins but also the consumption of Yanhuang merits. As far as I know, the amount is around 150,000 gold coins. Yanhuang merits would be at least 5,000 points. If you are sure you want to use it, I can help you apply. Hearing Captain Deng say it was very expensive, Yichen felt a bit nervous, unsure if the several million gold coins and 1 million Yanhuang merits he had on hand would be enough. But upon hearing it was only 150,000 gold coins and 5,000 merits, Yichen immediately felt relieved. Is that considered expensive? Well, maybe I am just too wealthy. No problem, Captain Deng, please help me apply. The sooner, the better. Yichen felt a bit homesick. After completing the Heishinon plan, he really had no reason to stay in the capital any longer. Since awakening and completing his job change, he hadn't had a proper meal with his parents and had rushed into the capital. Moreover, in Hangzhou, a little sweetheart was waiting for him. Yichen planned to hatch the night-dreaming auspicious dragon and then return to Hangzhou to prepare for the college entrance examination. With the reminder and assurance from the chief, Yichen felt there was nothing much to prepare for. Instead, he needed to conserve his strength and quietly wait for the admission notice from Shanghai University of Transportation. When Yichen returned to the villa in the capital, the first thing he did was call out the person in the mirror. Hey, Alec Nai, can being disturbed include contamination from spiritual residue? Although he had already spent gold coins and merits to reserve a brand new ritual venue, he was genuinely curious and wanted to know the result. The voice of the person in the mirror rang out melodiously. Of course, there will be an impact. And this impact is fatal. Upon hearing this, Yichen frowned tightly, his tone somewhat displeased. Why didn't you say so earlier? Seeing Yichen getting angry, the person in the mirror chuckled. Because I can handle it. I have the ability to eliminate spiritual residue contamination in an area. Yichen's mouth twitched. Why didn't you say so earlier? The same words, but this time his tone softened. If I had known you could handle it, I wouldn't have to spend extra gold coins and merits. However, Yichen thought for a moment, it's all the same. I suppose you definitely won't help me eliminate the spiritual pollution for free. He. The person in the mirror giggled softly. You're really smart. Sigh, fine, it's all about spending money. Spending on the country is better than spending on this mysterious guy in the mirror. In the evening, because Ruan Haoyue was on a plane, she couldn't video call him to discuss outfits. Yichen planned to go to bed early. Just as he lay down, his phone rang. Since Yichen became famous, he no longer used his original phone number. Fame brings trouble. He received constant harassment calls and messages every day. During his training in the capital, he changed to a new number. The old one was kept on a secondary SIM card, permanently set to do not disturb mode, and not many people knew his new number. He picked up the phone and saw it was Qin Yining calling. During this time, Qin Yining had been in frequent contact with Yichen, but it was usually during the day, and the communication was mostly through WeChat texts and a few voice messages. This was in line with her introverted personality. The fact that she could actively contact Yichen was already a significant change. She wouldn't care about others. Seeing that Qin Yining actually called him, Yichen had a bad premonition in his heart. Is something wrong? After connecting the call, Yichen spoke first. Lily, what's up? Privately, he still preferred to call her Qin Lily. Qin Yining's voice remained soft and pleasant. Brother Nan, are you coming back to Hangzhou next week? It's my birthday next week. Can you accompany me? Oh, so that's what it is. Yichen felt relieved and his tone became cheerful. Of course I have to go back for my Lily's birthday. I should be back in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Qin Yining's soft voice was filled with excitement. That's great. Brother Nan, I'll wait for you to come back. Let's make a pinky promise. You can't stand me up, or I'll be very, very sad. Yichen readily agreed. Don't worry, your brother Nan keeps his word. This year for your birthday, Brother Nan will definitely help you celebrate well. After finishing the chat with Qin Yining, Yichen turned off the lights and went to sleep. Around 1 a.m., Yichen suddenly woke up, feeling something. People are strange like that. If there's nothing on their mind, they can sleep until dawn. If something is bothering them, they wake up at a specific time. Calculating the time, Ruan Haoyue should be flying back to Hangzhou by now. He picked up his phone and indeed saw a WeChat message from Ruan Haoyue. Brother Nan, I made it home safely. Are you asleep? I'm so sleepy too. I'll send you a bear to keep you company while you sleep. Wishing my brother Nan sweet dreams. A photo of a bear. Damn. Seeing it reminded Yi Chun of the scenes from last night and this morning. Oh no, the more he thought about it, the less he could sleep. Yi Chun tossed and turned, repeatedly looking at the message. What a disaster. The next morning, Yi Chen, sporting slight dark circles under his eyes, finished washing up, had breakfast, and sat in the garden, enjoying the scenery while planning his itinerary for the day. The hatching ceremony would start at 7 p.m. tonight and last until 7 a.m. tomorrow. The mirror image of Alec Nye had said that the hatching ceremony for the night dreaming dragon should be conducted at night. Therefore, during the day, he needed to gather the materials to complete the ceremony. Yi Chen opened his phone's contact list and found Shui Tianxiao's number. Brother! Shui Tianxiao's tone was filled with surprise. Are you free tonight? Why is she asking if I'm free right off the bat? Is she that impatient? After exchanging a few pleasantries with this enthusiastic older sister, Yi Chen got straight to the point. He wanted to purchase materials for hatching the night dreaming dragon. Upon hearing this, Shui Tianxiao's tone became somewhat hesitant. Brother, to be honest with you, the materials you're looking to buy are not simple at all. We do have a few top-grade incubators in our trading association. You know, this thing is essential for hatching emperor and legendary level pets. Even though there are no emperor and legendary level pet eggs circulating in the market, the price of a top-grade incubator is still ridiculously high, over 80,000 gold coins each. Of course, to you, 80,000 gold coins is nothing. If you want it, I can arrange it for you. 80,000 gold coins isn't expensive for Yi Chen. Moreover, the incubator is a reusable item. Spending 80,000 gold coins to buy a top-grade one means he can use this top-grade incubator for all future pet eggs. Yi Chen readily said, okay, Tianxiao sis, I want one. What about the other two items? Shui Tianxiao continued, brother, the pure concentrated black crystal is not easy to obtain. It's not a purely natural material, it's a product forged by craftsmen using pure black crystal. Yi Chen had indeed heard of pure black crystal. In the world of the Supreme Arc, crystal materials are a superior substitute for crystalline materials. Both crystals and gems contain arc energy, which has a wide range of uses. For example, certain skills of professionals require the consumption of crystals, and hatching pets or enhancing and refining equipment also requires crystals. Different crystals and gems contain different energies. Taking black crystals and gems as an example, the energy contained in the small black crystal is the least, making it the cheapest and easiest to obtain. Next is the large black crystal, followed by the small black gem, and large black gem. Finally, there is the pure black gem. The 6 grades mentioned above are all naturally produced. Professionals can obtain them by challenging dungeons, completing bounty tasks, or mining in the wild. However, the higher the grade, the more difficult it is to obtain. The pure black gem, as the highest grade of crystal that can be naturally obtained, is not cheap, and its circulation in the market is limited. Above the pure black gem, some high-level life professionals can further refine it to obtain higher quality crystals. The pure concentrated black gem is one of them. Shui Tianxiao continued, to produce the pure concentrated black gem, you must at least reach the level of an 8th tier blacksmith. But that's not the most difficult part. To produce one pure concentrated black gem, you need 5 pure black gems as raw materials. That means you need 25 pure black gems. But our guild doesn't have a single one. Such high-quality materials, once they appear on the market, are snatched up immediately. Usually, you have to go to auctions and try your luck. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt relieved, because he had pure black gems himself. Among the pile of junk dropped by the fog poison god Aldi, there were more than 50 pure black gems. A few days ago, when Yi Chen was selling materials, he thought the pure black gems were precious due to their high grade, so he didn't sell them and kept them in his backpack. Now, they were indeed useful. Previously, he didn't know that the pure concentrated black gem was forged from the pure black gem. He thought the pure concentrated black gem was also a drop from dungeons, which is why he sought to purchase it from Shui Tianxiao. Now, he had the raw materials, he just needed to find an 8th tier blacksmith to obtain the pure concentrated black gem. The current problem was, where to find an 8th tier blacksmith. Sister Tianxiao, you don't need to worry about the pure black gems, I can handle that myself. What I need now is to find an 8th tier blacksmith to help me forge the pure concentrated black gem. Money is not an issue, can you help me with an introduction? Shui Tianxiao fell silent for a few seconds, her tone somewhat troubled. Brother, this matter is quite complicated. You should know that leveling up in life professions is very difficult. 8th tier is already considered the ceiling level in the country. When he had Mr. Shui, an 8th tier appraiser, assess Shalon's treasure, Yi Chen had learned about the difficulty of life profession levels. Indeed, an 8th-tier life professional is sought after wherever they go, not just in the Flame Nation but throughout the entire world of the Ark. Currently, there are only 3 8th-tier blacksmiths in the capital. 2 of them serve 2 major factions, cultivated with massive resources from their factions, and only serve their internal members. Of course, if outsiders want to request help, they must pay a considerable price. They never charge fees, but you must agree to their conditions and do work for them to earn their services. Hearing this, Yi Chen shook his head inwardly. No way. If it could be solved with money, that would be fine. But this clearly subservient method was unacceptable to Yi Chen. He pressed on, what about the remaining one? Shui Tianshao heard this and said with more difficulty, the remaining one is even harder to approach. That is an official internal personnel. Without permission from the upper echelons of the official organization, he cannot take action. Brother, if you have a way, you might as well try this route. Don't say it, but I really do. Since he is an official personnel, then the matter becomes simple. I'll call Captain Deng later. The 9 Provinces is the most important organization in Yin country, and being a member of 9 Provinces is a privilege in itself. When Yi Chen joined 9 Provinces, he learned that most of Yin country's resources are prioritized for members executing important secret missions. It would naturally be easy for him to requisition an 8th-tier forger. The purely dark environment, top-tier incubator, and purely concentrated black crystal are all settled. Yi Chen took another look at the requirements for the incubation ceremony. Incubation conditions, at least a top-tier incubator is required. 5 pieces of purely concentrated black crystal must be injected. Incubation ceremony, the incubation must be conducted in a purely dark environment, and before starting the incubation, the master must take the highest quality mental enhancement potion possible. Now, all that's left is the high-tier mental enhancement potion. This potion's name sounds somewhat familiar. Yi Chen checked his item list. Sure enough, in the corner, he found a 9th-tier mental enhancement potion recipe. This was the first completion reward from the Deep Abyss Medicine Forest, Secret Realm. Being a high-quality item, Yi Chen did not sell it. He was not in a hurry to part with recipes, blueprints, and other technical items. On one hand, these items have high value, and the guild cannot handle them. It's best to sell them at an auction. On the other hand, Yi Chen also had the idea of submitting them to the state in exchange for merit. At this moment, Yi Chen made a decision in his heart. It's better to submit to the state in exchange for merit. With the Deep Abyss Medicine Forest opened up, they finally have their own 9th-tier herb cultivation base in Yin country. In the future, 9th-tier herbs will definitely not be lacking. However, the recipe for 9th-tier potions might become the next bottleneck. Yi Chen carefully checked again. He found that he had 7 recipes for 9th-tier potions, 3 blueprints for high-tier functional buildings, and 5 formulas for 9th-tier enchantments. The potion recipes need no explanation. The functional building blueprints are necessary for secret realm development. For example, the resurrection function in dungeons is achieved by building resurrection points in the secret realm and setting up resurrection angels. The resurrection point is a functional building. The 3 functional building blueprints in Yi Chen's hands will provide more and better options for the country's secret realm transformation. The enchantment formulas are important items for the equipment enchantment function. There is a profession called enchanter in life professions. The enchanter's ability is to enchant equipment, adding extra attributes to it. To enchant equipment, an enchanter must master the corresponding formulas. This is similar to how a pharmacist must master the potion recipes to create potions. The 5 enchantment formulas in Yi Chen's hands are all 9th tier. The enchantment values are much higher than those of lower tiers. For example, the Firelight Intelligence enchantment formula at 1st tier adds an extra 50 points of spell power and a 1% increase in fire spell damage to the equipment. In contrast, the 9th tier Firelight Intelligence enchantment adds an extra 10,000 points of spell power and a 12% increase in fire spell damage. Some might say, if you enchant a level 1 equipment with a 9th tier enchantment, wouldn't that be invincible? However, no one would foolishly enchant low-level equipment with such a good enchantment unless they had money to burn. The price of 9th tier enchantments at the auction has already approached that of orange epic equipment. It is evident how valuable the 5 level 9 enchantment formulas in Yi Chen's hands are. If these good items were submitted to the state, who knows how many merits they would exchange for. Yi Chen made up his mind to submit the level 9 mental enhancement potion formula to the state, and then ask old Yuan to study it, while also making a bottle of level 9 mental enhancement potion for himself. This is much more cost-effective than collecting level 7 and 8 potions on the market by himself. Although he didn't help much, the other party did provide him with a lot of information. So when faced with Shui Tianxiao's lunch invitation, Yi Chen did not refuse, and the two agreed to meet for lunch. Before that, Yi Chen called Captain Deng to explain his desire to request the assistance of an 8th-level blacksmith. Deng Qiming stated that he would immediately submit an additional report and wait for the results. During the conversation, Deng Qiming mentioned that requesting the assistance of Mr. Zhang, the 8th-level blacksmith, would also deduct a certain amount of merit. Yi Chen indicated that he had no problem accepting that. Yi Chen did not mention the matter of submitting the formula during the call. He planned to have lunch with Shui Tianxiao and then personally go to Captain Deng's base in the afternoon. In the Shanghai world, he would hand over the important formula to the chief in person. In the Yen country, central office, the chief's secretary handed the request document submitted by Deng Qiming regarding Yi Chen's request to the chief. Generally speaking, the chief does not concern himself with such matters, as he has more important affairs to handle. However, the chief had issued an order. Any matters related to Yi Chen must be personally addressed by him. In the office, after carefully reviewing Yi Chen's request, the chief picked up a fountain pen and signed it smoothly, indicating his approval of the request. He added a bit more: the 150,000 gold coins required for the ceremony venue will be waived, and the 5,000 merit points that need to be deducted will also be waived. Additionally, immediately notify Zhang Xiangang to prepare, keep the Yi focus point, ready to serve Comrade Yi Chen, and quickly forge 5 pure black crystals. Similarly, this matter will not require any merit deduction. From now on, all service requests from Comrade Yi Chen will be free of charge. No gold coins or merit points will be deducted. Hiss! The secretary gasped. Such treatment is unprecedented. It seems the chief values Yi Chen greatly. The secretary secretly resolved to find an opportunity to get in touch with this young man and become familiar with him. His aunt works within the system in Hang City and holds a significant position. He must inform his aunt about this news, urging her to be cautious and not to provoke Yi Chen. At noon, Shui Tianxiao chose a traditional Chinese restaurant. Sitting in a private booth for two, she smiled like a little girl. I don't like Western food. I prefer our home-style stir-fry. How about you, brother? Yi Chen calmly replied, I'm fine with anything. The two chatted while eating. The conversation revolved around the business association and products, and Yi Chen learned a lot of knowledge from Shui Tianxiao. During this process, Shui Tianxiao took off her right high heel, not caring about the smell. Then she kicked Yi Chen under the table. It got his pants all dirty, forcing Yi Chen to control his reactions. After a rich lunch, Shui Tianxiao reluctantly parted ways with Yi Chen. Yi Chen first communicated with Captain Deng through the Shanghai Seal to confirm that the chief was available before driving his Bentley Continental GT to the vicinity of East Neo Street on the West 2nd Ring Road, where Deng Qiming's base is located. Passing through the Shanghai Gate and entering the Shanghai world, Yi Chen arrived at the peak once again. This time, it was just him and the chief. Other heads of the alliance might be busy, and the chief specifically took the time to personally meet with Yi Chen upon hearing that it was him requesting an audience. Upon seeing this pile of level 9 recipe blueprints, even the chief couldn't help but show a look of surprise. His voice was deep, and there was a hint of confusion in his gentle tone. Yi Chen, where did you get these items? Yi Chen replied generously, these are all rewards from the first completion of the Earth Abyss Medicine Forest, Secret Realm. Although it was agreed at the time that the rewards from the first completion of the Secret Realm would belong to me personally, I believe it is more appropriate to submit these items to the state. Hearing this, the chief looked at Yi Chen deeply. After a few seconds of silence, he took a breath and said heavily, good. Comrade Yi Chen, I won't say any more pleasantries. You must remember, with the outstanding contributions you have made, the motherland will always be your strong backing. I will hold a meeting to assess the value of these items and reward you again. The matter of the reward was within Yi Chen's expectations, and he wasn't too concerned about it at the moment. After all, he submitted these items not solely for the reward. Yi Chen made a request. Upon hearing this, the chief immediately agreed. Alright, I will communicate with Elder Yuan right away and let him learn the level 9 mental enhancement potion recipe. Make a few bottles and deliver them to the ceremony venue before 6 p.m. After resolving this matter, without much small talk, Yi Chen left the Shanghai world. Everything was ready, only waiting for the right moment. The night dreaming auspicious dragon could be hatched. At 5:30 p.m., Yi Chen had eaten and drunk enough, bringing all the prepared items to the ceremony venue. This place was located in the northeastern suburbs of the capital, an officially governed area, very remote, with only this one building on the entire land. This was the ceremony venue that had never been used before. Currently, the technology to eliminate the residual pollution from emotional depth was not perfect, so such ceremony venues were almost always one-time use. Once used, they had to be destroyed, and then a new location had to be selected to establish another one. Therefore, a high fee in gold coins was required, and merit was needed to exchange for usage qualifications. Of course, since the chief had spoken, this time, it was all free for Yi Chen. Not only this time, but in the future, whatever Yi Chen needed would be prioritized and met without any cost. 5. Pure concentrated black crystals, and the level 9 mental enhancement potion, were delivered to Yi Chen in the afternoon. Moreover, Elder Yuan, upon learning that it was Yi Chen's request, specially gifted him many high-level, high-star potions. This included several bottles of 5-star level 8 mental enhancement potions. Items produced by life professions have an additional star level mechanism, ranging from 1 star to 5 stars. For example, a level 8 mental enhancement potion of 1 star has much worse effects than that of 5 stars. Although Elder Yuan had just obtained the recipe for the level 9 mental enhancement potion, and with his strength, he could produce level 9 potions, due to his low proficiency, he could only barely make a 1-star level 9 mental enhancement potion at the moment. It was estimated that he would need another half-month of training to manufacture a 2-star level 9 potion. Yi Chen couldn't wait that long and had to use the 1-star level 9 potion for the ceremony. The 5-star level 8 mental enhancement potion that Elder Yuan specially gifted to Yi Chen was a precaution. Sometimes, the effect of a 1-star level 9 potion might not be as good as that of a 5-star level 8 potion. The Bentley Continental GT was parked steadily in the courtyard in front of the building. A middle-aged man with a dark complexion and a lean figure saluted Yi Chen as he got out of the car. He was the person in charge here. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Chen walked alone through the gate to hold the ceremony. The lean man then led his subordinates to surround and seal off the building, preventing any unrelated personnel from disturbing the event. The atmosphere here gave Yi Chen a feeling of spaciousness and tranquility. The area is roughly the size of a normal sports venue, with a simple architectural style and no unnecessary facilities inside, purely designed for holding ceremonies. In such an environment, Yi Chen felt a bit nervous. After all, within a radius of several kilometers, he was the only one present. Yi Chen walked to the center of the venue, set up the top-tier incubator, and then took out 5 pure concentrated black crystals to place in the grooves of the incubator. Next, he retrieved a pure black pet egg that emitted a dim glow and placed it inside the top-tier incubator. The preparations were complete. It was time to hold the ceremony. Yi Chen held a bottle of 1-star 9-tier mental enhancement potion in his hand, donned the Arachni * mirror of the fallen, and then lowered his head to speak softly. Arachni. Yi Chen's voice was soft, but in such an empty environment, it still echoed. A pure dark environment can be created now. The voice of the figure in the mirror rang out melodiously. Do not forget the monsters in the dark. A pure dark environment could potentially breed mutated monsters. This was something the figure in the mirror had told Yi Chen. Because of this mechanism, the pure dark environment was exceptionally dangerous. Rest assured, I will be careful. Yi Chen was not worried. With his current attributes, unless he encountered a true god, he could fight back. A thin black mist surged from the silver mirror. At first, it was slow, but then it gradually quickened, transforming from a gentle mist into a thick darkness. Until the deep, viscous black fog filled the entire space, it was more suffocating than the smoke from a fire scene. Yi Chen had initially wanted to ask whether to turn off the lights, but now it was unnecessary to ask. Because before him was pitch black, and he could see nothing. Before the thick fog fully took shape, Yi Chen had already swallowed the 1-star 9-tier mental enhancement potion. Ugh! The taste was quite something. The pure dark environment officially formed, and Yi Chen's mind stirred as he operated the system interface. The incubation ceremony began. Ding! The incubation ceremony has officially started. Good luck. Please follow the system's guidance to complete the task for the ceremony. Ding ding. Phase 1. Pure darkness breeds evil and brutal monsters. Please eliminate them to protect your own safety. After the system's voice faded, Yi Chen, who was in the darkness, heard indescribable sounds. These sounds seemed to disturb the mind, instilling fear. Yi Chen took out the prepared night pearl from his backpack to illuminate a small area around him. Roar 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 roar. Crash 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 crash. Lee 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 lee. Various noises filled the unknown darkness. This was Yi Chen's first time facing such a situation. He tried hard to suppress his nervousness, focusing his attention to remain unyielding amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a hard yet flexible tentacle, interwoven with purple, white, and black, emerged from the darkness and struck Yi Chen fiercely, the immense impact causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Minus 67,102 points. Damn! Before Yi Chen could react, another even larger tentacle came crashing down towards where he had fallen. With quick reflexes, strong physical attributes, and high speed, Yi Chen rolled away, dodging the attack of the massive tentacle. However, the assault was not over. Tentacles surged from all directions, swaying in the dark void. Several gigantic tentacles flickered in and out of visibility. The air was filled with indescribably unpleasant sounds. The scene was utterly maddening. Fortunately, Yi Chen was bold and had a trump card. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have long been in a panic, begging for mercy. Whoosh! Crash! Continuous attacks came rushing towards Yi Chen. Because there were too many tentacles, the feelers were also lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Yi Chen. Minus 78,525 points. Minus 244,000 points. Yi Chen could only barely evade part of the attacks, watching helplessly as his health dropped by over 5 million. Damn it! It should be noted that Yi Chen's armor and magic resistance values were extremely abnormal right now. Even so, the opponent's attack took away a significant amount of his health. This can't go on. Up until now, Yi Chen hadn't even seen the face of his opponent. He had to counterattack. Yi Chen became serious, preparing to unleash God's profanity. A rainbow-colored divine light suddenly appeared, illuminating the darkness. In that instant, Yi Chen saw not far ahead of him, a monster with an octopus head and a human body. Its title was Victiza, Void Pioneer. What the hell is this thing? This monster had a human body with arms and hands, but its head was shaped like an octopus, and its lower body had no legs. No, it had legs. Its legs were dozens of tentacles and feelers. So the one that just beat him up was this thing. So disgusting. Yi Chen couldn't wait any longer. God's profanity was unleashed. A beam of colorful light shot straight towards the octopus monster. The octopus monster seemed to sense the danger of this divine light. Its eyes slightly moved, and a transparent purple membrane barrier wrapped around its octopus head and human body. This was a dodge effect, and this membrane generated a shield that could absorb over 10 million points of damage. Seeing the opponent attempt to use damage reduction methods, Yi Chen chuckled. Useless, you fool. God's profanity has the effect of ignoring all damage reduction. 1 second later, accompanied by the octopus monster's intense wailing, a pleasant hit sound echoed. Minus 2,548,000 points. Minus 361,000 points. Ugh hi. The octopus monster struggled and wailed a few times before going still. Its octopus head became shriveled, as if it had lost moisture. With the death of its main body, the dozens of tentacles and feelers also lost their vitality, becoming shriveled like dried sausages. Instant kill. This monster is quite interesting. Each of its tentacles had over 2 million health points. Each massive feeler had 8 million health points. And that membrane, dodge, shield, Yi Chen could see clearly, could absorb over 20 million damage. But its main body had less than 3 million health. One could only say that fortunately, God's profanity could ignore the dodge effect, penetrating the shield to directly damage its main body. Otherwise, this battle would have lasted much longer. That would have made Yi Chen very uncomfortable, mainly because this monster was too ugly and disgusting. If he were fighting alongside a beautiful angel sister, Yi Chen would definitely switch to Thorn Knight. Take it slow. Ding, you have gained 64 million experience. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 50. Basic attributes have received a certain boost, and you have gained 8 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 51. Ding. Huh? Defeated a monster and gained over 60 million experience, leveling up to 50. Yi Chen is now level 99. This is still because he was stuck on the second awakening quest, locking his experience. Otherwise, level 99 wouldn't be achievable. Goodness, he had originally planned to spend a day leveling up. Now he didn't need to. After the octopus monster died, it dropped only a badge, nothing else. The moment Yi Chen picked up the purple-black badge. Ding, congratulations player for receiving the hidden quest, Peerless Brotherhood, hidden quest. Yi Chen checked the quest list. Quest, Peerless Brotherhood, type, hidden. Overview, after encountering an unknown dangerous creature and killing it, you obtained the Void Pioneer badge. Hand this badge to any member of the Extraordinary Brotherhood, and you will gain their friendship and assistance. Objective, deliver the Void Pioneer badge to the Extraordinary Brotherhood. Reward, 5,000 points of Extraordinary Brotherhood reputation, unlocking the eligibility to accept tasks issued by the Extraordinary Brotherhood. The Extraordinary Brotherhood? What is that? It sounds like the name of an organization, but it seems a bit cliché. There's no way around it. In the world of the Extraordinary Arc, there are simply too many organizations. There are organizations from the original world of the Extraordinary Arc, like the Divine Church and secret societies. There are also organizations established by the people of Blue Star after the game descended and merged with Blue Star, such as various national officials and scattered guilds. The Extraordinary Brotherhood? Yi Chen had never heard of it and had no idea where to find their members. However, this task wasn't important right now. He needed to hatch the black dragon first. Hatching task progress advancing. Ding ding. Stage 1 completed. Stage 2, the night dreaming auspicious dragon will test you to see if you are worthy of becoming its master. Next, you will fall into a deep sleep and enter the dream world. After the system's voice faded, Yi Chen felt a moment of disorientation. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened. Yi Chen found himself in a luxurious large room, reminiscent of a hotel presidential suite. A 3-meter-wide bed looked fluffy and soft, surely very comfortable. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows were blocked by heavy curtains. The room was bathed in soft orange light. Looking at himself, he was wearing a white bathrobe, as if he had just taken a shower. Yi Chen realized, this must be the dream world. Wait, he was in the dream world and could still remain conscious. Could it be? Yi Chen checked his buff bar and indeed saw it. Lucid dream. When Captain Deng invaded Yi Chen's dream, the exclusive system of Hand of Blasphemy had granted Yi Chen a lucid dream effect. This allowed him to maintain his rationality and awareness in the dream world. Unexpectedly, this effect was permanent. It could also take effect during the hatching ceremony. Yi Chen smiled calmly. With such a cheat, what kind of test could he not pass? Suddenly, Yi Chen saw something, and the smile on his face froze. Damn! In a small basket on the coffee table, there were all kinds of stockings. And other parts. What the hell? Yi Chen immediately felt a bad sensation in his heart. Then, the sound of girls' laughter came from outside the door. Approaching. No way? The door opened. The girls giggled as they rushed in, standing in a row, looking very refreshing. Damn, this test refers to this? Does it make a difference whether the guy is conscious or not? Who can withstand this? Moreover, if he didn't know them, it would be one thing. The girls created by the dream world in front of him were all familiar to Yi Chen. Look here. There was the most familiar Wan Haoyue, Xin Yinin. The school beauty Su Lungming from the same class. The huge villain Li Lisha. The tsundere Chen Yingling. The sweet and quiet Shu Liansong. The key class beauties Su Xiaoman, Zhao Menjing, Tian Tian. Oh, fine, there were not just girls. There was also the reliable housekeeper Li Chanshan, and the charming Shui Tianxiao. Wait, Sister E, why are you here too? And the last one. It was that stunning girl who bought the painting. Damn, he didn't even know her name. How could this be okay? Night dreaming auspicious dragon. What master could withstand such a test? Are you toxic? In Yi Chen's line of sight, Ruan Haoyue moved. She gracefully walked to the basket and picked out a piece of equipment. What the hell? Haoyue, what are you doing? Not only Ruan Haoyue, but the other girls also started to move. It was overwhelming. Half an hour later, Yi Chen struggled to squeeze out of the crowd, looking completely bewildered. In this short half hour, he had operated the royal scale dozens of times, barely managing to keep himself in check. It was too embarrassing. He felt suffocated. He wasn't playing with people, people were playing with him. Just when Yi Chen was about to reach his limit, a giggling, childish voice echoed in the room. He looked up to see a small black dragon's phantom swirling in the air, giggling at him. Seeing the culprit appear, Yi Chen was filled with anger. You're still laughing. The black dragon's phantom laughed for a while before slowly flying to Yi Chen's side, curiously glancing at him a few times. Then, it blankly closed its eyes, and the entire phantom transformed into a mass of energy, surging into Yi Chen's body. Once this energy fully immersed into the body in Yi Chen's dream, he felt a certain power of a contract added to his heart. Soon after, the lovely girls all slowly disappeared. Then the presidential suite environment also gradually faded away. However, Yi Chen did not leave the dream world, he remained in a deep sleep. The current position seemed to be at the edge of the dream world. Ding ding! Stage 2 completed. Stage 3, you have successfully passed the test of the night dreaming auspicious dragon. The night dreaming auspicious dragon has recognized you as its master. Next, it will draw power from the ancient black dragon bloodline in the dream world to incubate. Protect it during its incubation process. After the system's voice faded, a small black dragon appeared before Yi Chen. It was the same one that had appeared in the presidential suite dream world earlier. At this moment, it had completely lost its mischievous demeanor and was now solemn and serious, with its eyes tightly closed. Deep beams of light were summoned from the depths of the dream world and poured into its body. What was summoned was not only the power of the dream world but also monsters. Target, Nightmare Beast, Rank, Glory King, Common Monster, Level, LV 640, Health Points, 8 million, Overview, Monsters in the dream world, formed by the various desires that seep from biological dreams, are extremely dangerous and brutal. This Nightmare Beast was not very tall, about the size of a large dog, with 6 slimy legs, crawling in such an ugly manner that it was nauseating. Its arms were located where its eyes should be, while the places where arms should grow were completely empty. The whole image looked no better than the previous octopus monster. Moreover, there were many of them, making each end's scalp tingle. Glory King rank monsters? Level 650? 8 million health? One could only say that the status of the night dreaming auspicious dragon was indeed too high. This incubation ceremony was not something an ordinary person could hold. If a level 400 saint were here, they would be killed in an instant. However, for Yi-chan, although it was a bit troublesome, he could still handle it. Looking at the army of nightmare beasts closing in, Yi-chan raised both hands and released the special skill, Source of Energy. This was a special skill attached to the Anu crown. Source of Energy, active use, casting time 10 seconds, cooldown time 24 hours. The holder raises both hands to draw energy from the Anu family, increasing the holder's spell power by 100,000 points for 10 minutes, allowing the holder to spend extra time casting spells. For every additional second spent casting, it increases spell power by 8,000 points, with a maximum of 20 extra seconds, increasing spell power by an additional 160,000 points. The numerical effect of this special skill will increase with the upgrade of the Anu crown. Now, casting for 30 seconds could increase Yi-chan's spell power by 260,000 points. The increase was quite considerable. As Yi-chan cast his spell, the army of nightmares had already slowly crawled to his feet. They used the melee spell skill, Nightmare Harvest, to attack Yi-chan. This skill was quite interesting. It was a melee range spell cone cleave skill. Each attack could damage all enemies within the cone-shaped attack range. If there was only one target within the attack range, the damage would double. Reduced by 63,450 points. The single damage was acceptable. Even with their large numbers, Yi-chan was not afraid. This was the confidence that came from having over 120 million health points. After 30 seconds, Yi-chan completed the casting of Energy Source, and his spell power surged to over 575,000 points. Then, he began to unleash Flame Storm. In the last 0.3 seconds of the Flame Storm casting, Yi-chan activated the instant burst skill, Burn, gaining a 100% spell critical hit chance. After 3.85 seconds, the bright red flame storm illuminated the dream world. Boom! Reduced by 2,294,000 points. Reduced by 229,000 points. Ha! After the flame storm produced a spell critical hit, Yi-chan suddenly noticed a flame-shaped half parenthesis appearing in his view. This was a situation he had never encountered before. What did this little flame half parenthesis mean? Yi-chan found a new icon in his buff bar, Scorching Combo. Scorching Combo, passive effect. When your direct fire spell produces a critical hit, you gain 1 layer of combo effect. When you have 2 layers of combo effect, your next, Flame Storm or Flame Burst, becomes instant cast. What the hell? A new skill? Alright, I just leveled up 50 levels, I must have learned a new skill. The effect of Scorching Combo was simple and easy to understand. Yi-chan was still in the burn state, which meant that all the fire spells he cast would produce critical hits. Continue casting Flame Storm. After 3.85 seconds, the second Flame Storm was unleashed. Boom! It still dealt over 2,290,000 points of fire spell damage, with an additional 230,000 points of ignited indirect damage. When this Flame Storm also produced a critical hit, the little flame half parenthesis in front of Yi-chan suddenly upgraded to a large full parenthesis. At the same time, the parenthesis indicated 2 words, instant cast. Yi-chan had just released 2 flame storms, both of which had produced critical hits, so he accumulated 2 layers of combo effect. This allowed his next Flame Storm or Flame Burst to be instant cast. Without hesitation, Yi-chan released the third Flame Storm. This time, the Flame Storm did not have a casting time. It exploded instantly within the area Yi-chan designated. Boom! It dealt over 2 million damage again. But that wasn't the end, as he was still in the burn state. This third Flame Storm also crit. Due to the effect of Scorching Combo, Yi-chan gained another layer of combo, receiving a little flame parenthesis. Once he accumulated 2 layers, he could again instant cast Flame Storm. No wonder the Fire Mage class was described in its introduction as a spell machine gun, a class with extremely high burst but lacking sustainability. As long as critical hits kept coming, the Fire Mage could continuously instant cast spells, combined with the ignited effect, causing high direct and indirect damage, with peak damage per second certainly very high, perhaps even surpassing some god-tier classes in burst capability. But it consumed mana, it really consumed mana. The increased frequency of skill casting led to the Fire Mage being extremely low on mana, often running out of mana before they could fully enjoy the damage. However, this was not a problem for Yi Chen. With 3 flame storms, the 8 million health nightmares all fell. Ding ding! Stage 3 completed. Congratulations, you have successfully completed all stages of the hatching ceremony. It's finally over. My own auspicious dragon is about to be born. In the dream world, after all the nightmare beasts were eliminated, although the scenery around remained unchanged, Yi Chen felt a different kind of charm. It was as if he were the master of this dream world. Yi Chen turned his gaze to the black little dragon that absorbed the power of dreams, and saw an ancient aura gathering on its surface, forming black auspicious clouds. At the same time, the tranquil black light radiating from the little black dragon became even deeper and more peaceful. Suddenly, the dream world twisted and softened, like a flag swaying in the wind. Yi Chen felt a blur before his eyes, and when he opened them again, everything was pitch black, with only the night pearl in his hand emitting a faint glow. This meant he was leaving the dream world and returning to reality. Crack! Crack! Yi Chen seemed to hear the sound of eggshells breaking. Arachni, the hatching ceremony was successful, remove the pure dark environment. As soon as the words fell, the heavy darkness quickly vanished. Yi Chen saw the scene around the ritual site reappear and exclaimed, "Not bad. That was pretty quick." In the mirrored world, inside a cage, a gothic beauty, with her left wrist and left ankle locked, had sweat covering her forehead and was breathing heavily, looking as if she had just fought 10 big guys. Her whole body was slumped. If it weren't for the chains on her wrist, she would have collapsed to the ground. "Damn it, I'm exhausted. You little brat, one day, I will make you taste the exhaustion." As for what kind of exhaustion, who knows, and who dares to ask, manual dog head. Yi Chen focused his attention on the incubator. All 5, pure concentrated black crystals, in the groove were gone, and Yi Chen guessed that the energy had been completely absorbed by the dragon egg. At this moment, the pure black, deep egg was covered with several cracks. Crack crack. A huge crack split the dragon egg shell in half from bottom to top. Instantly, a serene and tranquil atmosphere overflowed from within the dragon egg. A small black dragon head poked out from the crack. Its little eyes blinked, and upon seeing Yi Chen, it seemed to remember the embarrassing situation it had seen in the dream, and it actually giggled. "What the hell? What are you laughing at?" The cute little black dragon suddenly flew up into the air, circling around Yi Chen. Although Yi Chen had seen this image in the pet egg preview interface, seeing the real thing still stirred some excitement in his heart. The little black dragon circled Yi Chen a few times, as if it had already memorized its master's appearance. Then it gently coiled around Yi Chen's shoulder, rubbing its little antlered head against Yi Chen's cheek, getting close to him. "Now that's good." Yi Chen was charmed by this little creature and gently stroked its dragon body. "What should I name you? Little Black?" The black little dragon froze at the words and then pretended to cry. "Just kidding, haha." Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, then his expression turned serious. After thinking for a moment, his eyes lit up as he said, "Heidi, you, the Black Auspicious Dragon Clan, are adept at using the night and dreams to discover the truths hidden beneath the surface of darkness. I'll call you Heidi." Upon hearing this, the little black dragon's ethereal light flickered a few times, and it moved its body as if it were very pleased with the name. Then it floated into Yi Chen's arms, looking pitiful and said, "Hungry." "Ha!" This was Yi Chen's first time being a dad, but he had no milk. If only Ruan Hao Yue were here. "She has some. I want to eat dreams." "Dreams? Who is Dream? Su Longmeng? Alright, so you want to eat Su Lengming's. Ha!" Just as Yi Chen was joking in his heart, he suddenly heard the system's upgrade sound. Ding! Because you have successfully hatched one of the ancient Eastern 7-colored auspicious dragon species, the Black Auspicious Dragon, you have thus accepted the hidden epic questline, The Resurrection of the Eastern Auspicious Dragon. Another hidden epic questline? Yi Chen's mouth twitched a bit. Didn't he have too many tasks on him? And each one seemed more important than the last. Checking the task bar. Task, Next Resurrector, Type, Epic Hidden, Resurrection of the Eastern Auspicious Dragon, 1/6, Overview, the Ancient Eastern Auspicious Dragon, with a connected bloodline, if one is resurrected, all will awaken. However, everything must follow a sequence. Please choose which auspicious dragon to resurrect next. Objective, choose one from the following 6 options to complete the task. 1. Choose to resurrect, Azure Storm Auspicious Dragon. 2. Choose to resurrect, Summer Green Harvest Auspicious Dragon. 3. Choose to resurrect, Mango Gold Emperor Auspicious Dragon. 4. Choose to resurrect, Red Jade Starfire Auspicious Dragon. 5. Choose to resurrect, White Spirit Frosty Auspicious Dragon. 6. Choose to resurrect, Purple Chi Primordial Auspicious Dragon. Reward, corresponding Auspicious Dragons, Pet Egg. Buy 1 get 6. Yi-chan successfully hatched a black dragon and received a big gift pack from the Auspicious Dragon family, including the other 6 colored Auspicious Dragons. He. Yi-chan almost laughed out loud. One Auspicious Dragon wasn't enough, he wanted them all. First, he needed to think about who to choose next. Yi-chan recalled the words of the person in the mirror. When he had inquired about the pure dark environment, she had mentioned that the hatching ceremony for the black dragon was very difficult, second only to the golden dragon and the red dragon, implying that the hatching ceremonies for the golden and red dragons were even harder than for the black dragon. So, for now, he wouldn't choose the golden or red dragons. He would pick from the remaining 4. There was no rush, he could take it easy for now. He would eventually awaken all types of auspicious dragons. Excluding the 2 options, Yi-chan looked at the remaining 4 colored auspicious dragons, feeling a bit indecisive. No need to rush, he would check the information when he got back and then make a decision. Sitting in the Bentley Continental GT, Yi-chan began to check the attributes panel of the black dragon. Name, Black Dragon. Race, Night Dream Auspicious Dragon. Rank, Emperor. Growth potential, 99 points. Full score is 100 points. Level, LV1. Health, 50,000. Mana, 20,000. Attack power, 3,000. Spell power, 8,000. Armor, 1,000. Magic resistance, 2,000. Talents, Auspicious Dragon Majesty, Auspicious Dragon Bloodline, Dream Control, Skills, Dragon Roar. Clouds and Rain, Dream Dragon Breath, Nightmare Light. Growth potential of 99 points. In the world of the unparalleled arc, the pet attribute panel has one more indicator than the character. That is, growth potential. Pets with higher growth potential will gain higher base attributes during the leveling process. On the market, pets with a passing growth potential of 60 points can already be sold for sky-high prices, valued at over 8 million gold coins. The pet Yi-chan previously obtained, the Princess of Blanc, had a golden rank growth potential of only about 15 points. And the silver level was even worse, only about 10 points. However, the Princess of Blanc's pet was not meant for fighting in dungeons. It was generally bought for other purposes. Yi-chan looked at the black little dragon dozing off in the pet space, feeling a bit heartbroken. He thought his pet space was too shabby. After all, the black dragon was an auspicious dragon, an emperor-level pet. How could it live in such a dilapidated place? That was his mistake. Yi-chan planned to buy some pet space expansion stones and some pet space decorative furniture when he had time to properly decorate his pet space. This matter was not urgent, he would discuss it after returning to Hangzhou. Around 9 p.m., Yi-chan returned to the standalone villa in the capital's estate, about 9 hours earlier than expected. The incubation ceremony task panel had stated that the ceremony required at least 12 hours. He had originally intended to spend the night at the ceremony site. However, Yi-chan completed it in less than 3 hours. Perhaps it was due to the effect of lucid dreaming, which saved him a lot of time. In the villa's large courtyard, Li Chanxian, who had received the notice, led all the staff to welcome Yi-chan home. Entering the grand living room, Yi-chan instructed Li Chanxian, "I'm a bit hungry, have the kitchen prepare a late-night snack. No Western food. Also, arrange for someone to buy some pet food, get the best quality, and use this card." In the world of the unparalleled arc, pets also needed to eat, but unlike humans, their food was pet food. Pet food also varied in quality. The higher the quality, the more satiety it could provide to pets. Additionally, high-grade pet food could grant pets extra combat benefits for a period of time. Li Chanxian noted the arrangements and, facing Yi-chan, said with charm, "Mr. Yi, I see you've had a tiring day. I suggest you get a spa treatment." As she said this, her approximately 1.7 meter tall figure leaned slightly closer to Yi-chan, and she whispered, "I just bought a new white bodycon dress. I would also like to invite you to appreciate it and give some suggestions." Yi-chan, "My suggestion is, directly. Think it over." After enjoying his late-night snack and a nice bath, Yi-chan comfortably lay on the exclusive bed in the therapy room, eyes half-closed. After a short while, he felt the door gently push open, and a light fragrance gradually filled the therapy room. Yi-chan opened his eyes. Li Chanxian, who entered, had changed her style again today. For the first time, she wore red clothing, loose, lazy, and casual, fiery and passionate. Last time, she was in pink, cute like a girl, and very fitted. This time, as she said, it was white. Li Chanxian had removed her heavy makeup, but her lips were still a bright red, and her white, well-fitted bodycon dress was neither loose nor tight. This fitted style revealed a unique, pure, and unpretentious charm. What the? She switched up her approach again, starting to act innocent with me. Okay, bring it on. After nearly losing control last time and barely putting the brakes on due to the atmosphere and steps being just right, except for the last crucial 18 centimeters, Yi-Chen had some thoughts about this mature and beautiful housekeeper. There was no helping it. Last time, the atmosphere and steps were basically in place, just missing that final touch. Seeing Li Qianxian so obedient and pure today, a bold idea suddenly arose in Yi-Chen's mind. He first closed his eyes and comfortably enjoyed the spa treatment. 40 minutes later, Yi-Chen sat up with a slight smile and said to Li Qianxian, "Usually, it's you serving me. Today, let me serve you for once. How about that?" Hearing this, Li Qianxian's eyes lit up, filled with surprise. Without saying a word, she stepped forward, leaning over. Then she turned back, her eyes seemingly saying, Sure, come on. This spa was exceptionally comfortable. He not only received a massage and relaxation but also practiced his hand strength. Not bad. Returning to his master bedroom, Yi-Chen summoned Little Black and then took out 8th grade pet food to feed it. To his surprise, the little guy was not appreciative and looked at the food with disdain. "I want to eat dream." The little dragon protested indignantly. What exactly is a dream? Yi-Chen's head was spinning. Suddenly, Xiao Heidi's eyes lit up. There is a dream. Then it flew onto the bed, curled up, closed its eyes, and seemed to fall into a deep sleep, emanating a dim glow all around. Oh! Seeing this scene, Yi-Chen pinched his chin, and a guess formed in his mind. Dream? Could it refer to a dream? Looking at the sleeping Xiao Heidi, Yi-Chen felt more and more that it was possible. He took out the silver mirror and spoke to its smooth surface. Arachne, you mentioned the golden dragon and the red dragon before, so you must know a lot about the 7-colored auspicious dragons of the East. Can you introduce them to me? The silver mirror took a long time to respond, and Yi-Chen almost thought something had happened to the person in the mirror. The voice was still pleasant, but the tone was slightly weary, with a hint of breathlessness, which sparked a golden thought in Yi-Chen's mind after just practicing his techniques. Yes, it is possible. However, a reward is required. Offset 50,000 gold coins. If someone didn't know better, they might think the two were floating. Yi-Chen was now a millionaire and readily agreed. Alright. You still owe me 950,000 gold coins. You can speak now. It's best to explain around the abilities of the other 6-colored auspicious dragons and the difficulty of the hatching ritual. Next, the person in the mirror detailed the abilities of the other 6-colored auspicious dragons and the difficulty of their hatching rituals. The Blue River Storm auspicious dragon is the strongest in summoning wind and rain among all auspicious dragons, capable of creating large-scale lightning storms and torrential rains. It has a wide range of damage capabilities and gains additional attribute bonuses in river, lake, and ocean environments. The Summer Green Harvest auspicious dragon leans towards healing and defense, possessing extremely strong healing skills and the miraculous ability of resurrection. Additionally, it can significantly increase the yield of herbs and crops. The Mage Emperor auspicious dragon, as the main totem in ancient times, has powerful aura support abilities. It can use fortune to strengthen a target, greatly enhancing the target's attributes and luck. Notably, this ability can be a large-scale inspiring aura or concentrated to crown a single target, granting them a significant boost. The Red Jade Starfire auspicious dragon is also a highly aggressive mythical creature, adept at manipulating starfire to create large-scale fire attacks. It can summon meteors for devastating strikes on a region. Additionally, the Red Jade Starfire auspicious dragon can provide high-grade flames for forging and alchemy. The White Spirit Frost auspicious dragon has the most aesthetic and impactful appearance, being entirely snow-white and transparent, allowing one to see the vascular patterns inside its body. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, excelling at condensing frost power to strike enemies or protect allies. Its blood also has heat-clearing and detoxifying effects, capable of extending a person's lifespan. Lastly, the Purple Qi Hongmeng auspicious dragon is extremely special. The Purple Qi Hongmeng auspicious dragon is the most mysterious among the 7-colored auspicious dragons. Even the well-informed person in the mirror is unclear about its specific abilities. In terms of the difficulty of the hatching ritual, the Mage Emperor auspicious dragon and the Red Jade Starfire auspicious dragon are the hardest. The Purple Qi Hongmeng auspicious dragon and the White Spirit Frost auspicious dragon come next. The easiest are the Summer Green Harvest auspicious dragon and the Blue River Storm auspicious dragon. After listening to the introduction from the person in the mirror, Yi-Chen felt even more hesitant. Each of these 6-colored auspicious dragons was incredibly powerful, making it hard for him to decide. Unable to make up his mind, Yichen casually asked, Arachne, if I could obtain an auspicious dragon egg, which color system should I choose first? In the mirror's cage, a gothic beauty in a black dress, with a cold and stunning face, was sitting on the cold floor, bored and picking at her feet. Upon hearing this, she clearly froze for a moment. Then, with an eager expression on her face, she asked back, can you still get the pet egg of the Eastern Shanglong? Yichen replied naturally, yes, but I don't know which one to choose right now. I'm struggling with that, so I wanted to ask for your opinion. In the mirror's cage, the cold and beautiful gothic woman was so excited that she almost jumped up, only to be pulled back by 2 chains and fell to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she sincerely exclaimed, you're amazing. You can actually get that? Listening to the enchanting voice from the mirror, Yichen felt that the owner of that voice must be a great beauty. Unfortunately, no matter how amazing she was, she couldn't be obtained. Besides the black dragon, can you choose from the other 6 colors of the Eastern Shanglong? Yichen nodded, yes, any choice. I see that the mechanism of this hidden task means that after successfully hatching one, you can choose again, until you collect all 7 colors of Shanglong. The gothic beauty's mouth twitched again at this. Don't get me wrong, it was the corner of her mouth above. This boy is too outrageous. I thought it was already impressive for him to obtain a legendary Eastern Shanglong. As a result, he wants them all. Is this what it means to be a blasphemer? After a moment of silence, her enchanting voice carried a hint of envy and jealousy. Since you can get them all, doesn't it make any difference who you choose? If I had to choose one, I would suggest the purple dragon. Yichen asked back, why? The melodious voice continued, because the purple Chi Hong Meng Shanglong is the most mysterious among the Eastern Shanglong. Historically, there are almost no records of it engaging in battle. Moreover, the purple dragon is very low-key, unlike the other 6 colors of Shanglong that are often active on the earth. According to legend, in that battle, the purple dragon almost turned the tide by itself. Unfortunately, it ultimately fell. Almost all deities are very curious about the abilities of the purple Chi Hong Meng Shanglong. Upon hearing this, Yichen's mouth curled up, and in a teasing tone, he suddenly probed, Arachne, from your tone, why do I feel like you're a real deity? Are you? Silence. In the mirror's cage, the gothic beauty's expression darkened a bit. Then her mouth curved into a beautiful arc. Guess. Guess? I guess what you're wearing today. Hey. Colorful. Yichen thought to himself. Such an ambiguous answer wouldn't reveal anything, but Yichen had a strong intuition. Combining their interactions over the past few days, he felt that the woman in the mirror must be a deity. A deity who had fallen for some reason. Well, that's how it's written in cliché novels. However, Yichen wasn't afraid. So far, he knew that this person in the mirror had only brought him benefits. Currently, they were in a mutually beneficial cooperative relationship. Even if one day she wanted to do something bad to him, Yichen was not someone to be trifled with. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, so Yichen changed the subject. Arachne, don't you have 2 more requests left? What are they? The enchanting voice replied, That almost made Yichen think in the wrong direction. I haven't thought it through yet, just wait. Fine, anyway, he had so many tasks, so there was no rush. Yichen opened the taskbar to check the next resurrector task. He chose the 6th option. Choose to resurrect the purple Chi Hong Meng Shanglong. Task completed. In Yichen's backpack, a purple dragon egg wrapped in white clouds appeared. Purple Chi Hong Meng Shanglong pet egg, rank, emperor, pet preview, overall image, flying animation, breath animation, casting animation, resting posture image, writer preview, and so on. Hatching conditions, at least a top-tier incubator is required. 5 pure concentrated amethyst crystals must be injected. Hatching ceremony, the hatching must take place in a place rich in spiritual resonance, known as the Peaceful Land. Note, those without control over divine power should not attempt to conduct this hatching ceremony. Hatching time, approximately 1 hour. Acknowledgement of ownership, soul binding, upon obtaining the pet egg, ownership is automatically recognized. In the preview screen, there is a cute little dragon of light purple color, curled up and dozing. Just like the black dragon seen in the preview screen back then. Good, this is my 2nd auspicious dragon. As for its abilities, I will naturally know once it hatches. The current question is how to perform the hatching ceremony. The Peaceful Land sounds somewhat familiar to Yichen, he must have heard it before. So he gave up the idea of asking the figure in the mirror right now. He can't rely on her every time he encounters a problem. Besides the figure in the mirror, he also has the channel of Jojo. Knock, knock, knock. The WeChat voice message rang, and Yichen understood to cut off contact with the silver mirror. Then he lay on the bed and picked up his phone. Here comes the bear. From Luan Haoyue. That night, after watching an hour of the livestream, Yi-chan finally closed his eyes to sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with polar bears, jumping and jumping. It made his heart and body want to jump along. Just as Yi-chan was about to fall asleep, he felt some movement beside him. He opened his eyes to see the black dragon moving around in his arms, looking as if it had eaten too much. What's going on? Did it eat enough just by sleeping? Could it really be eating dreams? How magical. Master, the black dragon chirped in a small voice, that beautiful woman wants to talk to you. I saw her doing squats in her dream. You are in Xiaobian. Yi-chan. The black dragon continued, I ate her dream, it was sour and sweet. Then just as I was about to elbow, she quickly had another dream, where she was linking arms with you. No wonder it's an auspicious dragon, so clever and precocious, talking in a stream. The black dragon went on, the driver downstairs is the one who drove us back tonight. He wants to talk to that woman. The dream he had was also. This is really something. Yi-chan felt a bit reluctant to continue listening. But what the black dragon said next made Yi-chan's expression turn extremely serious. There's another person's dream that I didn't dare to eat. His dream is too terrifying. It contains a force that doesn't belong to humanity, unlike a purely human dream. It's more like a non-human monster. The content of the dream is also very bloody and violent. It would need to be censored if I said it. Master, I suspect he has been tainted by an evil god. I suggest you drive that guy away, otherwise, he's a ticking time bomb that will explode one day. Tainted by an evil god. Hearing this, Yi-chan sat up immediately, turned on the bedside lamp, his expression extremely serious. Black dragon, are you sure? The little black dragon nodded gently. Of course I'm sure, his dream is obviously problematic, don't doubt my abilities. This is serious. It was mentioned before that not all deities in the world are benevolent and can communicate normally. There are also some deities that harbor great malice towards humanity and the world, defined as evil gods. Yi-chan is not clear on which deities they are, but there are indeed people who have caused KB attacks on the real world due to being infected and dominated by deities. Evil gods can first pollute a person, and after a long period of pollution, achieve a parasitic effect. Then, through parasitism, they gradually eliminate the person's original personality, replacing it with an evil personality. This process is called soul snatching. After the evil god gains complete control over a person, they can perform a descent to wreak havoc in the real world, creating disasters, spreading chaos, reaping lives. According to Hyde, this person is currently in the process of pollution to parasitism. It has been discovered now, and it's not too late. Yi-chan immediately got up, picked up his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then put it down. He quietly walked into the bathroom and locked the door. Standing in front of the sink, he splashed some water on his face to calm his emotions. How could one not feel scared living in a villa with someone infected by an evil god? Fortunately, with the help of the night dreaming dragon, who has the power to control dreams, Yi-chan didn't know what consequences would arise if he let this person go unchecked. Action must be taken. Yi-chan opened his right hand, and with a thought, a complex symbol emitted golden light in his palm. A few seconds later, a voice came from within. Yi-chan, this is Deng Qiming. Captain, I found. About 20 minutes later, in front of the No. 8 villa in the capital's estate, an extremely inconspicuous, very low-key gray-black portal appeared out of thin air. Then, a dozen or so people dressed in black trench coats, both men and women, gradually walked out of the portal. From the aura of this group, it was clear that the lowest level among them was a level 400 saint. This was a special incident response team stationed in the capital by Jojo 4 handling emergencies. It should be noted that a saint is a significant figure in the world. Yet, in this special incident response team, they could only be a team member. The team leader, a level 620 12th awakening powerhouse, the King of Angels. Deng Qiming spoke first. I'll use my ability to scout the situation. He was a divine limit profession, a nightmare. He had the ability to enter others' dream worlds, which was fundamentally similar to the night dreaming dragon. The team leader, the King of Angels with a square face, raised his hand to stop him. Qiming, I know you're worried about your team members, but don't act impulsively. This person is involved with the evil god and has been polluted by it. I'm concerned that if you rashly enter his dream, you might also be infected. Leave this to us. The square-faced King of Angels had a serious expression but was confident. Without bloodshed, we can still win the battle. After saying this, his body suddenly transformed into a gray-black vortex portal and then disappeared before everyone. When he reappeared, he was at the bedside of the man infected by the evil god in the villa. Unbeknownst to anyone, the matter was quickly resolved. The infected man was taken to the special department of the central office for investigation. As for the others, as long as it was confirmed they were not polluted by the evil god, no further investigation was necessary. Deng Qiming suggested, Yi Chen, we still don't know if this person infected by the evil god came here targeting you. I think you should change your place to rest tonight. Yi Chen nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same. Captain, could you take me to a hotel near the capital airport? I plan to fly back to Hangzhou early tomorrow morning. Deng Qiming replied, no need to be so troublesome. I'll take you directly to the base near the capital's teleportation tower. It's absolutely safe there, and you can return home through the portal tomorrow morning, faster and more conveniently. Indeed, in the world of the Supreme Arc, the portal is the quickest means of transportation, but it cannot be widely used, because not everyone can withstand the energy impact on their bodies when passing through the portal. On this point, Yi Chen had no issues at all. It would indeed be faster this way. By the way, Yi Chen. Deng Qiming looked deeply at Yi Chen with profound eyes. The chief has placed another burden on your shoulders. Your superficial disguise, aside from being the executive vice-governor of Zhejiang province, also includes the position of the armed deputy under the Central Department, the Central Youth Training Camp, and the honorary camp commander. The official appointment has already been issued. Starting today, you will become the youth leader of Yin Country, participating in the specific affairs of talent selection for the Central Youth Training Camp. I hope you do not let the organization down. Inadvertently, I have become the youth leader of Yin Country. Let us rewind to earlier that day. Around 6 p.m., after dinner, Yi Chen's father, Yi Lingfeng, sat in the exclusive garden of Villano, one in the Queen's district, enjoying the beauty of nature. Since his recovery, he had been living a life free of desires. That failure had extinguished all his former ambitions, and now he only hoped for his son to live safely and healthily. He picked up his phone and looked at the WeChat message his son had sent him in the afternoon. Dad, the mission in the capital is complete, and I will be home in a few days. Yi Lingfeng's lips curled into a happy smile. Inside the villa, in the game room on the second floor, Yi Chen's mother, Chen Xian, was gathered with 3 other middle-aged women playing mahjong. At this moment, Chen Xian, due to her son Yi Chen's success, was no longer the same person she was when she worked at the supermarket in the town. Her attire was much more respectable than before, and she looked significantly younger. The news of Yi Chen becoming the executive vice-governor of Zhejiang province quickly spread back to Hangzhou, prompting almost all prominent families in the city to start currying favor with Yi Chen's parents. Upon learning that Chen Xian loved to play mahjong, these wealthy ladies used this as a way to connect with the Yi family. The 3 middle-aged ladies before her were the most influential in Hangzhou. They were the daughters-in-law of the governor of Zhejiang province, the wife of the mayor of Hangzhou, and the wife of the director of the Central Organization Department. The power behind these 3 was substantial in Hangzhou. At this moment, they all behaved obediently in Villano, one of the Queen's district. The dragons coiled, and the tigers lay low, not daring to act recklessly in front of Chen Xian, instead exerting all their efforts to send signals of goodwill to please her. Logically speaking, an executive vice-governor is just that. Being on the stage is not a big deal. But this is an 18-year-old executive vice-governor. If he hadn't gained the center's recognition, how could he have attained this position? His potential is immense. Who knows, one day he might become a key leader in the central department. By that time, a single word from him could determine the fate of these prominent families. Although that young man is in the capital, if he stamps his foot, Hangzhou would tremble. In high-end social circles, men generally eat, drink, play cards, and chase women. Meanwhile, women gather to shop, drink tea, and play mahjong. The 3 wealthy ladies, seasoned in mahjong, were exceptionally skilled but were all trying to let Chen Xian win. Chen Xian was not foolish. She had long realized that these 3 wealthy ladies were deliberately letting her win, losing money to make her happy. This made her reflect. Once, the lofty figures she could only look up to were now trying to please her. All of this was because her son had achieved success. Thinking of this, Chen Xian felt a bit nostalgic for her son. In ancient times, there was a famous saying, a mother is honored by her son's success. This saying was absolutely true. Today, was she not living up to this saying? 50,000. Chen Xian was taken aback. The daughter-in-law of the governor of Zhejiang had deliberately set her up again. She pushed her cards away. Sorry, I won again. In this round, she won quite a lot, raking in dozens of gold coins. The daughter-in-law of the governor wore an admiring smile, feigning a sincere tone as she exclaimed, Alas, Shenjia, you are truly amazing. You are truly a lucky star. Hey, Sister Chen, I just bought a manor recently. When you have time, come over and give me some advice on the feng shui? Chen Xian felt a bit embarrassed and said, I don't know anything about feng shui. Oh, the daughter-in-law of the city head, Yan Xingshou, smiled broadly and flattered, Sister Chen, just casually walking around might bring good fortune to my manor. Sitting on the other side, the wife of Mayerly chimed in, "That's right. Sister Chen, I'm tempted too. Please come to my house sometime." The women at the card table were all a few years older than Chen Xian. Yet, one by one, they called her sister, clearly wanting to elevate her as the most esteemed lady in the upper circles of Zhejiang province. Chen Xian felt even more embarrassed and humbly replied, "It's not as exaggerated as you say." The card game continued until midnight, and the noble ladies reluctantly left Yi Chen's home, agreeing to continue tomorrow. The next morning, in a regular villa area of Hangzhou, at the Guo family villa, the alarm clock rang repeatedly. Guo Koan, exhausted in body and mind, lay in his bedroom, feeling a sense of hopelessness and not wanting to get up. He had changed to a legendary profession, and his talent was quite good. Compared to ordinary people, he was far superior. But in front of the elite offspring of high society, he seemed somewhat lacking. Either his professional talent was not as good as theirs, or his family resources were crushed by others. Du Yingqi and Wang Xingping, prominent young masters from other provinces, had received resource support from their families and were equipped with orange epic gear. Meanwhile, the Guo family was only considered second tier in Hangzhou, struggling to obtain a few pieces of top-notch red excellent gear. In recent days, the upper-class youths of Hangzhou gathered in the West Lake Dungeon area, preparing for college entrance exams, expanding their networks, and forming teams to socialize. Due to his poor family background and inadequate equipment, Guo Koan had little presence in the upper-class circle, feeling like a transparent figure. No one invited him to team up, and even when he tried to ingratiate himself, he couldn't get into a group. Even if he occasionally managed to join a team, his damage output during dungeon runs was dismal, always looked down upon by others. This had tormented and hurt his self-esteem, and his mental state had been poor these days. Sigh, with my strength, I can't fit into the upper-class circle at all. If only I had a divine limit profession. These days, he had been going to the West Lake Dungeon area early every day to make connections. But today, he suddenly didn't want to move. It wouldn't matter anyway. So he stayed in bed until noon. Sigh. Guo Koan was lying in bed, sighing softly, when his grandmother suddenly knocked on the door and said, "Xiao Kuan, you have a classmate here to see you." Classmate? Who could it be? Sigh, it doesn't matter who it is. His own standing in the class was among the top few, and other classmates coming to find him were basically asking for help. Just like he himself was asking for help in front of those truly wealthy young masters. Thinking of this made him feel annoyed, and he was about to say he wasn't home. His grandmother continued, "The young man looks handsome and charming, and he says his name is Yi Chen." Yi Chen? Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Hearing this name, the slacker Guo Kuan sprang out of bed in disbelief. Yi Chen is here? Where is he? When Guo Kuan hurriedly arrived in the living room and saw Yi Chen sitting on the sofa, he rubbed his eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. Who is Yi Chen? The first kill holder of the title Heroic Trialist, receiving focused training from the central office, and at 18, he was promoted to the executive deputy provincial head. Such a man was the object of everyone's admiration. Would he really come to his home? It was too hard to believe. At this moment, Guo Koan had just gotten out of bed, his hair messy, his face unwashed, and still wearing his pajamas. The contrast between Yi Chen, dressed in high-end casual clothing, handsome and sunny, with a calm and refined demeanor, and Guo Koan was striking. In that moment, Guo Koan felt a deep sense of inferiority. He had never felt this way in front of that group of wealthy young men. However, Guo Koan came from a prestigious family, and he quickly adjusted his mindset, plastering a smile on his face as he approached directly. "Brother Nan, welcome, welcome. Your arrival has brought great honor to my family. It has also brought me a big surprise." Yi Chen shook hands with Guo Koan, smiled steadily, and said, "You have also brought me a big surprise. On the day of your transfer, did you visit my mother?" Mentioning this made Guo Kuan's heart skip a beat. He had originally gone to see Tang Jinjin that day. Then, due to a twist of fate, he ended up visiting Yi Chen's mother, ultimately making a perfect separation from Tang Jinjin. Could it be that this matter displeased Yi Chen? Guo Koan became a bit nervous and cautiously glanced at Yi Chen. He saw Yi Chen's expression was calm, neither happy nor sad, with deep eyes that revealed nothing of his inner thoughts. This aura, this reserved demeanor, this invisible pressure, Guo Koan had only seen in older, higher status individuals. Unable to decipher Yi Chen's true meaning, Guo Koan, being clever, directly admitted in response to Yi Chen's inquiry. "Yes, Brother Nan, I happened to have business in Dimmu Mountain Town that day, and then I received the news, so I specifically went to visit your mother." Brother Nan, was I too abrupt? By the time he finished that last sentence, cold sweat had broken out on Guo Kuan's forehead. Who would have known that Yi Chen smiled slightly upon hearing this? "Guo Kuan, you are thoughtful. Thank you for visiting my mom that day. and for bringing so many gifts to my family. As soon as I got home, my mom kept talking about how good you are. She said I made a good friend." Hearing such words and looking at Yi Chen's calm and friendly smile, Guokuan's anxious heart finally settled down. "Oh, brother Nan. I'm really sorry for visiting Auntie that day without giving you a heads up." Seeing that Yi Chen didn't seem angry and even welcomed him, Guokuan felt relieved. Yi Chen smiled kindly. "It's okay. I'm very glad you have this thoughtfulness." 10 years ago, after the family incident, Yi Chen went from being the king of the children in the town to a lonely outcast. Overnight, the kids in the town avoided him and wouldn't play with him. Even the closest person, Tang Jinjin, did the same. At that time, Yi Chen had secretly run over to watch them play together. The town chief's son took his place as the king of the children. Tang Jinjin surrounded that guy. He felt extremely uncomfortable. That was the first time Yi Chen faced the harshness of reality in his life. The little boy didn't yet know that it was just the beginning. After entering middle school, because Yi Chen was handsome, he caught the attention of some pretty girls in class, which led to being targeted by rivals. The rivals spread rumors about how poor Yi Chen's family was, claiming he was burdened with a debt of 1,000,000 gold coins, and that anyone who dated him would have to help him pay it off. Such gossip spread throughout the entire school. No one wanted to be friends with Yi Chen. Everyone was afraid he would ask them for money. Thus, throughout middle school, Yi Chen had no friends. When Chen Xian learned about this, she felt deeply troubled about Yi Chen having no friends and blamed herself. She felt that they, as parents, had let their child down. Every time Chen Xian thought about her son having no friends, it felt like a knife was cutting her heart. She was distressed and didn't know what to do. But that day, Guokuan's appearance brought a surprise to Chen Xian. Guokuan pretended to be Yi Chen's classmate and friend, which delighted Chen Xian immensely. At that time, Guokuan pretended to be Yi Chen's friend, making Chen Xian feel happy and comforted that her son had such an excellent friend. So after Yi Chen returned home that morning, Chen Xian began to talk about Guokuan, the good boy in her eyes. Yi Chen was confused. Who was Guokuan? He didn't know. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted quickly and chatted with his mother, learning that something like this had happened on the day of his job awakening. Yi Chen knew very well that Guokuan must have received the news, positioned himself in advance, and specifically came to his house to curry favor with his parents. Although the motivation behind this behavior was utilitarian, the effect it achieved was satisfactory to Yi Chen. Since Guokuan could make his mother so happy, and in his mother's eyes, they were already good friends, Yi Chen certainly didn't mind having one more friend. Thus, this visit came about. Yi Chen said to Guokuan, "Guokuan, no matter what the situation was before, from today on, we are friends. What do you think?" Guokuan's brain momentarily crashed for a second, then he jolted, excitedly saying, "I couldn't ask for more, brother Nan. To become your friend is a blessing I've earned over 8 lifetimes." This was no exaggeration. In the world of the unparalleled arc, being friends with a supreme powerhouse was indeed a blessing. Moreover, it was someone like Yi Chen, a powerhouse with limitless potential. Yi Chen smiled shyly. To be honest, he used to be somewhat socially anxious, and the feeling of having friends was something he recently experienced in the Shinong project team, with Taigu and Ichien. "Akuan, I'll call you that from now on. I heard you've been running dungeons in the West Lake instance area recently? I plan to go to West Lake tomorrow to check it out and run dungeons together." If Guokuan's earlier excitement was like a level 5 wind, now it was a level 15 hurricane. To run dungeons with Yi Chen? To become his teammate? Guokuan felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He had really become friends with Yi Chen. Guokuan's mouth broke into a wide grin, unable to contain himself. "Great, brother Nan, thank you, brother Nan." After Yi Chen left, he excitedly jumped around in the villa, as if Sun Wukong had returned to Flower Fruit Mountain, feeling incredibly happy. That night, lying in bed, he still couldn't digest this excitement, making it hard for him to sleep, wishing he could fast forward to the next morning when he would run dungeons with Yi Chen. The next morning, Guokuan got up early, energized, and changed into his most presentable outfit, carefully adjusting himself in front of the mirror. Then, with his chest out and head held high, he took a private car to the West Lake instance area. After getting out of the car in the paid parking lot, he looked at the Ferraris and McLarens in front of him, the top luxury sports cars, and could no longer feel envy. He muttered to himself, "Today, you should be envious of me." Walking into the gathering stone hall of the West Lake instance area, rich young masters and ladies, as well as the scions of prestigious families, were clustered in small groups. There were no idle people here. The dungeons in the West Lake instance area were monopolized by the upper class, and the ticket prices were outrageously high. In the Wuzhen instance group, the most expensive ticket was just over 200 gold coins. However, in the West Lake instance group, Regardless of the dungeon level, the ticket price started at 5,000 gold coins, making it a place where ordinary professionals couldn't come. Moreover, even if one had money, sometimes it wasn't open to the public. For example, in the past month, it had only been open to upper-class professionals, and only those with fortunes exceeding 1 million gold coins were qualified to enter this circle and build connections. Guo Kuan scanned the area and immediately spotted the group in the center. Leading them was Yin Hailong, the grandson of the provincial governor of Zhejiang, surrounded by the most powerful scions of Hangzhou. Among them was the overachiever from the port city, Du Yingqi, and Wang Xingping. P.S. These two were mentioned in the banquet scene. If you can't recall, you can flip back to those chapters. Guo Kuan reflected on Yi Chen's demeanor and couldn't help but start to imitate him, maintaining a calm expression, neither servile nor arrogant, stepping aside to quietly await Yi Chen's arrival. Seeing his behavior, a young man with shifty eyes beside young master Yin Haolong made an exaggerated expression and said, "Isn't that little Guo? Why isn't he coming over to us like usual today?" This shifty-eyed guy was named Lu Song, a childhood friend of Yin Haolong who had once saved his life. Relying on this incident, he had completed a leap in social status over the years, becoming known as Little Song among the crowd. Several core members of the circle turned to look at Guo Kuan, noticing that he indeed appeared withdrawn. He. A sly smile crept onto Lu Song's face, his expression slightly lewd as his small eyes darted around. "Long Gu, let me go tease him." Yin Haolong felt it unnecessary. He thought Guo Kuan was quite steady, but his background was a bit too low. The Guo family merely ran a restaurant business, with fewer than 10 chain restaurants in Hangzhou. In an ordinary family, they would be considered wealthy, but in their elite circle, it was far from enough. Unfortunately, the slots in the top-tier circle were limited. Just as Yin Haolong was about to say it was unnecessary, Lu Song had already swaggered over to Guo Kuan. Guo Kuan stood quietly to the side, waiting for Yi Chen. At that moment, he saw Lu Song approaching him with a smile. Guo Kuan was slightly taken aback, a bit surprised. Usually, he was the one trying to integrate into their circle. They would never come to him first. What to do? Watching Lu Song walk up to him, Guo Kuan felt a bit bitter inside. Did young Master Yen want to invite him to join in on the fun today? That would be troublesome. He had already promised Nan Gu. He could only refuse young Master Yan's side. After all, he couldn't offend anyone, especially not Nan Gu. Lu Song wore a hypocritical smile, his tone seemingly friendly yet mocking. "Little Guo, what's going on today? Have you woken up? Not coming over to stick your warm face against our cold backsides? Ha 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 ha." In this setting, Lu Song was quite a character, and his every move naturally attracted everyone's attention. Upon hearing this, many found it amusing, some even laughing out loud. Guo Kuan's face turned bright red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or anger. He struggled to suppress his emotions, wanting to say something, but the words just wouldn't come out. No matter how good-tempered a person was, encountering someone like Lu Song made it hard to maintain a good attitude. Lu Song was very pleased with Guo Kuan's reaction, teasing him a few more times before laughing heartily and returning to young Master Yan's circle, leaving Guo Kuan feeling awkward and frustrated. What could he do? After all, his family wasn't as impressive as theirs. This kind of insult, what other choice did he have but to endure it? Because of this little episode, the atmosphere in the stone hall was lively. But at a certain moment, the buzzing conversation suddenly stopped, because a young man had arrived. Yi Chen. None of the rich heirs and noble ladies present did not recognize Yi Chen. They were all surprised that Yi Chen, who had been summoned by the Central Division, had actually returned to Hangzhou. The moment Yi Chen appeared, everyone rubbed their hands together, eager to get closer to him. Especially Yin Haolong and his group. Among those present, their circle was the most elite. They were the most likely to win Yi Chen's favor. Yin Haolong's eyes lit up upon seeing Yi Chen. He received a reminder from his grandfather, Yin Xingshou, that if he ever had the chance to interact with Yi Chen in the future, he must be sincere and genuine. Yi Chen would undoubtedly become a significant figure in Yin country, and it was essential to maintain a good relationship with him, especially while the Yin family still had influence in Hang City. At that moment, seeing Yi Chen suddenly appear, Yin Hailong felt a surge of warmth in his heart, his eyes shining brightly. "UNND, why is your heart racing like this, you man?" Just as he was about to step forward to greet Yi Chen, he saw Yi Chen walking straight towards Guo Kuan, not even glancing at the handsome men and beautiful women around. A question mark appeared over everyone's heads. When Guo Kuan saw this scene, all his embarrassment and frustration vanished, and he couldn't help but smile broadly, looking extremely excited and happy. "Good morning, Brother Nan, you're here." Yi Chen stood in front of Guo Kuan, giving a slight bitter smile. "No need to be so polite. We are friends, not boss and employee." Seeing Yi Chen so easygoing, treating him as a true friend, Wakuin felt a lump in his throat, almost moved to tears. Ah, yes. Brother Nan, sorry, I lost my composure. Yi-chan smiled slightly. Let's form a party, I haven't played for a while. Today, I'll definitely level up at least 50 levels. Yesterday afternoon, after leaving Wakuin's house, Yi-chan had completed 2 awakenings in Hang City, and his current level was 100. He could continue to level up. Saying this, Yi-chan directly invited Wakuin to join the party. Wakuin immediately agreed. The party was successfully formed, with Yi-chan as the captain. Once the party indicator appeared above their heads, everyone finally reacted. Their gazes towards Wakuin changed. What's going on with this kid? He knows the great Yi-chan and has such a good relationship with him. Yet he's here pretending to be a big fool, unable to join a party. Is he playing the pig to eat the tiger? If Wakuin knew what everyone was thinking, he would feel wronged to death. Yen Hailong led a group of followers, all smiles as they approached. However, the arrogant Lu Song, who had just been laughing at the back of the group, didn't dare to show his face, fearing that Wakuin would catch him and humiliate him. Offending Yi-chan might not just lead to humiliation, it could mean being forced out of the circle. Yen Hailong extended his hand, smiling as he greeted, Brother Yi-chan, it's been a while. I wasn't in Hang City during the celebration banquet, and I really regret not having a drink with you. Let me introduce myself, my name is. Before he could finish, Yi-chan smiled and nodded, Yen Hailong? Hearing this, Yen Hailong felt a surge of pride. The famous Yi-chan actually knew him, which made him feel quite pleased. Oh, Brother Yi-chan knows me. Yi-chan nodded slightly, saying casually, yes, I reviewed your application to join the central training camp. The information looks good, and the first interview will be 14 days after the college entrance examination, so be prepared, you have a great chance. Upon hearing this, Yen Hailong was stunned. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. What the hell? How does Yi-chan know about his application to join the Central Armed Forces Youth Reserve Cadre Organization, the Central Training Camp? Only his family knew about this. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone else. So how did Yi-chan find out? Wait. No way. I reviewed your application. Yen Hailong jolted, connecting the dots that Yi-chan had just returned from the capital, and the cleverness of the situation struck him. Could it be that Yi-chan had the qualification to review applications for the Central Training Camp? Oh dear. Just a second ago, the proud Yen Hailong thought he was on the same level as Yi-chan, a genius youth. The next second, his attitude dropped several notches, and even his address changed. Brother Ainen, you flatter me. Brother Ainen, my grandfather admires you very much and often tells me to learn more from you. Are you free tonight? Please, Brother Ainen, do come to my house as a guest. It's no wonder Yen Hailong's attitude was so humble. The Yi-chan before him, as the honorary camp leader of the Central Training Camp and a youth leader of Yen country, indeed had the power to decide Yen Hailong's fate. One could say it only took a single word. Yi-chan replied lightly, I really don't have time tonight, let's do it another day. I will definitely pay a visit to the provincial leader. Upon hearing this, Yen Hailong felt a wave of fear. Had he just lost his mind? How could he have had the illusion of being on equal footing with Yi-chan? The other was an 18-year-old vice-provincial leader, with a rank higher than his father's, just one level below his grandfather. He had just thought of wanting to interact with him as an equal. At this moment, Yen Hailong's gaze secretly glanced at the smiling Wakuin beside him. With your connections, why didn't you say something earlier? After Yen Hailong finished exchanging pleasantries with Yi-chan, Duingqi, Wang Xingping, and others took the opportunity to chat with Yi-chan for a while. At this time, a weak female voice sounded. Nan. Brother Nan. It was a girl's voice, laced with hesitation. In fact, many girls nearby were eager to approach Yi-chan, but in the current situation, they were hesitant, because the most powerful young heirs were chatting with Yi-chan. At this moment, these girls dared not step forward, fearing to offend Yen Hailong and the others. But this girl, one could say she was either brave or lacking in awareness. She interrupted the conversation of the top figures and was the first to approach Yi-chan. All eyes turned to her. The girl was not very tall, wearing a pair of heeled women's shoes, looking to be under 1.65 meters. Her outfit was quite nice, but compared to the many young ladies from prominent families in the hall, she fell short. Her appearance was passable, belonging to the gentle and sweet type, but compared to someone like Chu Liansong, she was lacking significantly. Essentially, she was a low-spec version of Chu Liansong. Nevertheless, for an average person, she was still a very good-looking girl. However, in the upper social circles, she didn't stand out. The surrounding noble heirs all focused their attention on this girl. Especially the rich young ladies, whose circles were small, exchanged glances, indicating they did not recognize the girl who had approached. Yen Hailong and the others also glanced over, not recognizing this girl who was slightly above average in looks. But these people were perceptive. From the girl's expression and gaze, it was clear that there seemed to be a story between her and Yi Chen. So everyone fell silent at that moment. Yi Chen's gaze was on her. Tang Jinjin. He never expected to encounter her here. The last time he saw her was at their middle school graduation. She had been accepted into a key high school, while Yi Chen had chosen a second-tier high school to reduce tuition fees. He remembered that day when he couldn't contain his feelings and went to find Tang Jinjin at her home, but she made excuses not to see him. Then, the young Yi Chen stubbornly narrated something, waiting for her at her doorstep. What he ended up seeing was her leaving with the town leader's son to celebrate in the city. It was on that day that Yi Chen completely closed off his heart and severed all thoughts. Remembering that afternoon, Yi Chen's heart still stirred involuntarily, but soon, he let it go. At that time, Tang Jinjin was so radiant, forming a stark contrast with Yi Chen, whose future seemed bleak. And at that moment, it was just like this moment. Today, when Yi Chen saw Tang Jinjin again, he would not give her any opportunity. Wanting to curry favor with him to rise in status? Dream on. Nan. Tang Jinjin could only remember to say one more word. Yi Chen was about to interrupt her, telling her to get lost and stop trying to get close. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze rushed towards him. Brother Nan. A beautiful girl swooped into Yi Chen's embrace. Brother Nan. You came back and didn't tell me. Poof. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Who was this ancestor? Daring to directly leap into Yi Chen's arms? And in front of so many people? However, what shocked everyone even more was that Yi Chen actually turned around and hugged her back. Ruan Haoyue was wearing a mint green dress today, made of very soft fabric. Her black hair flowed down, and on her feet were a pair of branded white sneakers. Yi Chen gently rubbed her little nose and smiled wryly. I just got back yesterday, and I had some things to take care of, so I didn't rush to tell you. Ruan Haoyue pouted, silent, using a spoiled look to accuse Yi Chen. Then Ruan Haoyue turned her head to glance at Tang Jinjin and lightly asked, Brother Nan, who is she? Yi Chen shrugged, raising his voice slightly, I don't know her. Upon hearing this, the people present looked at Tang Jinjin with a playful glint in their eyes. Not knowing. She actually didn't know. Tang Jinjin found it hard to believe. Although for the past half-month, her daily WeChat friend requests to Yi Chen had not been accepted, she had deceived herself into thinking that Yi Chen was just too busy. Once he found the time, he would definitely look for her. After all, they had been so close when they were young. But at this moment, the three words Yi Chen spoke felt like a slap, harshly striking Tang Jinjin's face, making her lose face in front of everyone. Looking at Yi Chen, who was so intimate with that beautiful girl, deeply pierced Tang Jinjin's heart. At this moment, she finally understood how Yi Chen must have felt watching her play with the town chief's son back then. The beautiful girl was dressed very elegantly, just the luxury brand women's watch on her wrist was worth more than Tang Jinjin's entire family combined. Even if she and her mother were sold together for a month, they couldn't exchange for that watch. Tang Jinjin instantly broke down, her eyes reddening, panicking as she uncontrollably shouted, Yi Chen, how could you? Guo Kuan, who knew the inside story, saw Tang Jinjin about to speak recklessly and quickly shouted, Tang Jinjin, do you have no shame? My brother Nan has already said he doesn't know you, so why don't you hurry up and get lost? You're just a cheap person who knows how to flatter the rich, don't be a nuisance here. After Guo Kuan blurted out these words, he suddenly felt a bit scared. He couldn't help but think, were these words too much? What if brother Nan was unhappy? Guo Kuan glanced at Yi Chen, only to find Yi Chen smiling and nodding at him. Was he satisfied with my words? Wei Kuan immediately felt relieved and continued shouting, Tang Jinjin, now that you see brother Nan has made it big, do you regret it? How did you treat brother Nan back then? Now you still have the nerve to come over and try to build connections? With your family's conditions, what right do you have to be in this occasion, this circle? A cheap person who loves the rich, which rich guy have you managed to flatter now? Pa, truly shameless. Yen Hailong was still puzzled. He had never seen this girl before, nor had he seen anyone else bring her to him to pay respects. Where did she come from? Hearing Guo Kuan's words, Yen Hailong's face instantly darkened. Someone was breaking the rules, secretly bringing an outsider in. How outrageous! Yen Hailong's deep and stern voice echoed through the assembly hall. Who brought this woman who disturbed brother Nan's peace in here? Do you dare to stand up? As soon as the words fell, a panicked voice rang out, followed by a pale-faced young man jogging over, bowing and scraping, almost kneeling on the ground. Brother Hailong, I'm sorry, really sorry. And brother Nan, I'm sorry. Yen Hailong squinted his eyes and said sternly, Li Yang, if there's a next time, you don't need to come back. Hurry up and drag this wretch away, don't disturb brother Nan's mood. The pale-faced Li Yang nodded repeatedly, ah yes yes yes. Saying this, he stepped forward and grabbed Tang Jinjin's arm, dragging her to the parking lot. At this point, Tang Jinjin had lost her sanity, crying and wailing to find Yi Chen for an explanation. Once they were out of sight, Li Yang changed from his previous submissive demeanor, revealing a fierce expression filled with anger. Slap! He slapped Tang Jinjin to the ground. Damn you, wretch! You ruined my day today. Get lost! After Tang Jinjin was dragged away, the atmosphere at the scene shifted back to one of joy and celebration. Guo Kuan recognized at a glance that the girl in Brother Nan's arms was the one who had sat at the main table with him in a big red dress during the banquet. He remembered that day when everyone was vying for attention, 9 beauties competing for one hero. In the end, it was this girl in the big red dress who won? But maybe not. Perhaps Brother Nan wanted them all. Brother Nan, are you here to run a dungeon today? I want to team up with you. Yi Chen looked at Ruan Haoyue, her image flashing in his mind. Sure, I'll group you. Ruan Haoyue joined the team. Guo Kuan knew she was Brother Nan's woman and immediately tried to get close. Sister-in-law, hello, I'm Xiao Gua. This term of endearment made Ruan Haoyue quite pleased. She knew that teaming up with Yi Chen meant her relationship with him was special. So Ruan Haoyue was also very polite, exchanging a few pleasantries with Guo Kuan. Brother Nan, I'm going to say hi to my girlfriends. I'll be right back. In the past few days, Ruan Haoyue had been preparing for the college entrance exam, running dungeons with a few close friends. She jogged back to her group of friends, immediately receiving jealous glances from them. After explaining a few things and apologizing, she flitted back to Yi Chen like a butterfly, leaving her 4 other friends behind. Prioritizing romance over friendship. The 4 friends were indignant. They were angry, not because Ruan Haoyue had abandoned them, but because it wasn't them teaming up with Yi Chen. After learning that Yi Chen held power within the armed pavilion, Yan Hailong had lowered his stance. Although he wanted to befriend Yi Chen, the circle had always revolved around him. He couldn't just join someone else's team and could only form a team centered around himself. But now, why care about that? Being able to join Yi Chen's team was a symbol of status. So Yan Hailong smiled and asked Yi Chen, "Brotherin, is there still a spot in the team? I want to join too." Yi Chen, after all, was now in a colleague relationship with Yan Xingshou, so he had to give Yan Xingshou's grandson some face. Alright, come on. Yan Hailong joined Yi Chen's team, and his subordinates exchanged glances. What's going on? Has the top dog of Hangzhou changed? Yi Chen had originally only planned to take Guo Kuan for the dungeon. But now, having a few more people was fine. He was level 100, Guo Kuan was currently over level 80, Yan Hailong was leveling up quickly at level 110, and Ruan Haoyue was around level 60. Yi Chen directly chose a level 300 dungeon, selecting the difficulty as Hero. He had purchased many fatigue-free tickets in advance and entered the dungeon directly. The light flickered, and the 4 figures disappeared at the dungeon entrance. The onlookers were astonished upon seeing the dungeon level and difficulty. Inside the West Lake Beast Forest dungeon, Guo Kuan and Yan Hailong both looked bewildered. Brother, we're talking about farming, not being farmed. A team with an average level below 100, and you're going to tackle a level 300 dungeon? Meanwhile, Ruan Haoyue gazed dreamily, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at her Prince Charming. They thought the level 300 dungeon was too high. In fact, this was still a result of Yi Chen holding back. The higher-ups had asked him to be more low-key, otherwise, he would have directly chosen a dungeon above level 400 to farm. Yi Chen spoke, "Sorry, you too." Guo Kuan and Yan Hailong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. They guessed that Yi Chen had chosen the wrong dungeon and difficulty, and were about to say it was fine, they could just reselect. As for the ticket price, it was nothing for families like theirs. But Yi Chen's next sentence left them speechless. "I have something to do at noon, so let's try to finish quickly." "Ha! I'll solo it, you can just wander around." "Ha! If you're really bored and want to stretch your legs, just let me know." "Ha!" Ruan Haoyue's reaction was different from the other two. She looked at Yi Chen's calm demeanor and thought he was so handsome. She believed Yi Chen could definitely do it. The West Lake Beast Forest dungeon wasn't large, but the density of monsters was very high. 7 or 8 small monsters gathered together was considered few, most groups had more than 12. Moreover, these monsters were fierce mutated beasts with high attack power and speed. If the tank's equipment wasn't good, it would be easy to get wiped out, leading to a total party wipe. It was known as a notoriously dangerous dungeon. Even the level 300 elites didn't dare to easily attempt the hero difficulty. Not far from the 4, a group of 10 monsters was lurking. Among them were 5 demon blade leopards and 5 white fang wolves. Yi Chen didn't rush to attack but instead summoned Haiti. Black clouds appeared out of nowhere around Yi Chen, and a cute little black dragon emerged, circling around him. "What the?" The 3 were stunned. "This is an Eastern auspicious dragon. Yi Chen has an Eastern auspicious dragon pet? Looking at the legendary mythical creature radiating a black ethereal glow, Yen Hailong struggled to swallow. Brotherin, is this your pet? What level is it? Yi Chen replied, Emperor. Emperor? Yen Hailong's brain twitched, an emperor-level pet? In the entire world of the unparalleled arc, such pets were extremely rare. Even a demigod-level powerhouse might not possess an emperor-level pet. Wo Koan and Ruan Haoyue were also momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Yi Chen chuckled inwardly at their reactions. This was just the beginning? He had 7 such pets. 7 different colors and types, in fact. Moreover, he now possessed divine power. As long as he infused it, Yi Chen could elevate Hades' rank to that of a divine beast. After Hades emerged, it curiously surveyed its surroundings, delighted by the beautiful mountains, waters, and forests. Yi Chen said, Hades, get ready to fight and level up. Oh ho! Hades was very happy, flying around in midair, then curiously observing its master's teammates. Ha! There's her. Little Hades looked at Yi Chen but pointed its little dragon claw at Ruan Haoyue, saying in a baby voice, she was there on the bed in my dream that day. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched a couple of times. Hades was referring to that dream during the hatching ceremony, where a group of beautiful girls played with him. Indeed, Ruan Haoyue was present in that scene. Master, you. Before it could finish, Yi Chen rushed over, grabbed little Hades, hugged its little dragon neck, and covered its mouth to keep it quiet. The other 3 were left confused. After a bout of playfulness, the battle officially began. Yi Chen released Hades, allowing it to assume its combat form. Roar! A majestic dragon's roar echoed across the land. Hades' body expanded continuously, revealing the battle form of an auspicious dragon. It stretched to 30 meters, its body becoming significantly more robust. It soared into the sky, gliding high above. Roar! This dragon's roar was much louder than when it transformed earlier. It unleashed its skill. Dragon Roar, active, no cooldown, consumes 500 mana points. Emits a dragon's roar, causing fear control effects on monsters below its rank, lasting 30 seconds, and increasing the damage they receive by 30%, current rank, Emperor. As the dragon's roar sounded, the 10 platinum-ranked beast monsters before Yi Chen all collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. Not only the monsters, but even Ruan Haoyue and the others were intimidated by Hades' aura. This was the legendary majesty of the Eastern auspicious dragon. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Yi Chen stood atop the dark dragon's head, exuding an impressive presence. He released his skill, Flamestorm. Boom! The bright red firestorm engulfed the 10 monsters. Damage, 828,000. Instant kill. A group of level 300 monsters, enhanced with 5 times their health at hero difficulty, were wiped out by Yi Chen with a single skill. Guo Koan and Yen Hailong stood with their mouths agape, unable to speak as they witnessed the scene before them. This was hero difficulty. Even a level 400 saint couldn't possibly take down monsters with a single skill. Meanwhile, Ruan Haoyue looked at Yi Chen with starry eyes. Brother Nan, you're amazing. I leveled up. The 10 monsters allowed Ruan Haoyue, who was over level 60, to level up directly by 1 level. The experience from hero difficulty was indeed abundant. Hades, on the other hand, jumped from level 1 to around level 80, with enhanced skill effects. The second wave of monsters, under the intimidation of the dragon roar, lay prostrate on the ground, receiving a 30% vulnerability debuff. This time, Hades took the initiative. Twisting in the air, it aimed its dragon head at the pile of monsters and unleashed a deep black breath. Dream Breath, active, consumes 500 mana points, 2 minutes cooldown, channels for up to 20 seconds, dealing 400% spell power dream magic damage per second to all enemies within a 5-meter radius of the target location. Additionally, it applies a slumber debuff to all enemies that take damage, affected by hit and resistance effects. Slumber, control effect, falls into a deep sleep, unable to take any action, and takes dream magic damage of 80% spell power every 5 seconds. Damage, 98,550. Damage, 19,166. Due to Hades' high growth value, at level 80, its spell power had reached an exaggerated 25,000 points. The panel damage of Dream Breath was as high as 100,000 per hit. The additional damage from the slumber control effect was also 20,000 per hit. Overall output was not much lower than Yi Chen's. By the 7th second of the breath, all 14 of these monsters had fallen, turning into experience for the team. Hades carried Yi Chen through the air, flying towards the next wave of monsters. Guo Koan and Yen Hailong, with somewhat numb expressions, followed behind to loot the corpses. They found a piece of pink refined gear. Under normal circumstances, Guo Koan would have felt excited, but now he knew this was just the beginning. 10 minutes later. In the West Lake Dungeon area, the figures of Yi Chen and the others slowly materialized in the gathering stone hall. Everyone was taken aback. Was it over? Looking at young Master Yan's disheveled expression, it seemed they hadn't fought at all. But if they hadn't fought, shouldn't they be weak from the dungeon? How could it be intact? Haoyue, Akun, you two are now level 99, should we awaken first? Otherwise, we can't gain experience. Yi Chen turned to Yan Hailong and said, we can run it again, but the fatigue-free ticket can only be used once per person each day. If we want to enter the level 300 dungeon again, it might consume all our fatigue. What do you think? Are we going or not? The people present were once again stunned. Especially the four sisters of Ruan Haoyue. What's going on? Their levels were clearly around level 65, and in less than 10 minutes, Ruan Haoyue had already reached level 99. Did they really speedrun the level 300, hero, difficulty dungeon? Yan Hailong's subordinates, Lu Song, Duingqi, Wang Xingping, and others also looked astonished. They saw that Yan Hailong's level was now 136. Clearly, before entering the dungeon, Yan Hailong was only level 110, and in less than 10 minutes, he had leveled up by 26 levels? This was truly unbelievable. At this moment, everyone realized that Yi Chen leading the team to speedrun the level 300, hero, difficulty dungeon was a done deal. Everyone's gaze turned to him, and they couldn't help but marvel at how impressive he was. In the past, these rich kids wanted to curry favor with Yi Chen simply because of his reputation and his position as deputy provincial head. But today, they truly witnessed Yi Chen's strength. At noon, Yi Chen had lunch with Ruan Haoyue. In a private booth for two, Yi Chen and Ruan Haoyue enjoyed delicious food while chatting intimately. In the afternoon, he took care of some personal matters. Wu Yingkai, the town head of Demushan Town, had his brother-in-law dealt with quite severely by Yi Chen. When Yi Chen's family faced great difficulties, that guy took the opportunity to occupy the supermarket at the entrance of Yi Chen's village. Yi Chen had held a grudge for 10 years, and now he could finally take revenge. The specifics of the revenge process need not be detailed. In any case, with Yi Chen's current power, identity, and status, it was incredibly easy to deal with that family. Of course, it was done within reasonable and legal limits. The saying those who do evil will bring about their own demise is exactly this principle. After that, Yi Chen completely relaxed, enjoying life before the college entrance examination. In Hangzhou, in a cheap rental apartment, in a certain room, an 18-year-old girl, disheveled and in a state of disarray, looked frenzied and dazed. She knelt on the ground in devotion, her eyes glowing with a ghastly green light, staring at an eyeball floating in the middle of the room. This eyeball contained no emotion, had no eyelashes, only an almost transparent eyeball. If a normal person saw this scene, they would surely be terrified to the point of insanity. The girl in the room had clearly lost her sanity. Lady Linny, the college entrance examination is coming. I pray for your grace. Please grant me strength. Let me get into a good university. I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. From that emotionless eyeball came a cunning female voice. Oh, my devout follower. As you wish. I will grant you divine power, making you excellent enough. This is the reward you deserve for believing in me. From now on, you will become wealthy, you will become beautiful, you will become a figure of the upper class. Hearing this, the girl's eyes grew even more fervent, her body trembling slightly. Yes, yes. Just like that. Please bestow your grace upon me. Lady Linny. The emotionless eyeball emitted a ghastly green light, shining down on the girl. Ah! The girl screamed, but the sound waves did not carry outside, they only echoed in the room, and then she fainted. A quarter of an hour later, the girl who had collapsed on the ground regained consciousness. To her surprise, she found that her professional skills had been significantly enhanced, and her talents had received additional attribute bonuses. She had truly become stronger. A voice echoed in her mind, I am watching you. Oh he. The girl's gaze instantly became incredibly devout. In the divine realm, an unknown place, a woman dressed in a white robe, with an enchanting appearance, prepared a sacrificial ritual. She placed the offerings and recited a spell. I pray for your response. Manipulator of the world, wise god of schemes, Lord Morgan. Above the altar, a ghost gradually took form. Linny, have you completed the task assigned to you? The enchanting woman in white respectfully replied, Wise Lord Morgan, everything is ready. My lord, I have tainted the souls of 20 high school students. They will mutate during the college entrance examination and become brutal, powerful monsters to slaughter those examinees. At the same time, I have reached a cooperation agreement with the current god of madness, Halus. He will be responsible for distorting the resurrection points within the examination copy, rendering them ineffective. The condition is that all the souls of students who die in the examination will be given to him. In this way, I can create chaos in Hang City of the Flame Nation, attracting the attention of the Flame Nation's officials, allowing you to act in secret." The voice from the ghost responded, "Very good." The enchanting woman Linny continued, "Wise Lord Morgan, there is one more thing to report to you. One of the dark servants of the dark goddess, Asukure, has been unable to find the dark authority to ascend to true godhood. Therefore, it seems she has set her sights on the authority of schemes. Recently, there have been many unusual movements in her underground divine kingdom, perhaps." The ghost shifted, "No need to worry. In this world, besides you, no one knows that the authority of schemes already has a master. Those fools have all been deceived by my illusions. The authority of schemes that I placed in the divine realm is fake, a bait. Whoever dares to touch it will not have a good end. This is just a small matter, Linny, you need not worry." In the evening, Wokoan was at his villa, humming a tune, drinking a soda while scrolling through a social media app. His phone rang. Wokoan picked up the phone and saw it was Yen Hailong's number. Seeing this number, Wokoan's first reaction was surprise. Yen Hailong was the crown prince of the elite youth circle in Hang City, an absolute core figure. Usually, he was the one who had to take the initiative to call. The other party almost never contacted others first, and someone like him would actually call him. But in the next moment, Wokoan realized he had teamed up with Yen Hailong that morning, so this should be the reason for the call. When he answered the phone, Wokoan's tone was very polite, "Brother Yen." On the other end, Yen Hailong's tone was very warm. "Oh, no need to be polite. Actually, by age, I should also call you brother. Right, Brother Koan?" "Brother Koan." What? Wokoan couldn't help but tap his ear. Did he hear that right? Yen Hailong called him Brother Koan? Although he was indeed older than Yen Hailong, in their circle, seniority was not determined by age. Some people, even if they were 3 to 5 years older, still had to call others brother. Wokoan was somewhat flattered and quickly replied, "I can't accept that." But Yen Hailong on the other end laughed heartily. "What's there to not accept, Brother Koan? Is Brother Nan with you?" At this point, Wokoan understood that the other party was being so polite because of Brother Nan's influence, recognizing him as brother. Upon learning that Yi Chen was not present, Yen Hailong felt a bit disappointed, but still showed great respect for Wokoan. "Brother Koan, we have a gathering tonight, just a small get-together among brothers. We're all family here. I wonder if Brother Koan has time? Come join us for some fun? There are pretty girls too, haha." Hearing this, Wokoan was very tempted. He certainly understood what this gathering meant. It was an invitation to enter the top circle of Hangzhou. Moreover, it was personally extended by Yen Hailong. While Wokoan felt excited, he also calmed down and thought carefully. If it weren't for Yi Chen publicly declaring himself as his friend and specifically coming to West Lake this morning to play cards with him, Yen Hailong would never have been so friendly, calling him brother and even addressing him as Brother Koan. All of this was done for Yi Chen's sake. Realizing this, Wokoan silently reminded himself. From today onwards, all his glory was due to Yi Chen, and he must hold tightly to this brother's thigh. At the same time, Wokoan recognized his position. He was Yi Chen's little brother and must not do anything that would harm Yi Chen's interests. For instance, he must absolutely avoid being flattered by others and using Yi Chen's name to do bad things. As Yi Chen's friend, he had to be very cautious in every move and word, so as not to be exploited by certain people. After sorting out his thoughts, Wokoan changed into a more presentable outfit and took a private car to the gathering location. Upon arrival, at the entrance, Wang Xingping and Du Yingqi, two prominent figures from the Hong Kong city, were personally waiting to greet him. The strength and background of these two families were several levels above the Guo family. Usually, Wokoan found it hard to even speak to them. Now, upon meeting, Wang Xingping and Du Yingqi were extremely polite to Wokoan. Once inside the KTV, Yen Hailong gave Wokoan a lot of face. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Song approached with a full glass, his face beaming with a flattering smile. "Brother Koan. He. As soon as Wokoan saw him, he recalled how Lu Song had come to mock him while he was waiting for Yi Chen earlier that morning. This made him feel a surge of anger. He really wanted to pour the drink over this idiot's head and make him eat the glass. However, for the sake of Yi Chen's image, Wokoan decided to endure the humiliation and be magnanimous, letting this fool off the hook this time. Otherwise, outsiders would definitely say he was bullying others with his power. It wouldn't matter if his reputation was tarnished, but he couldn't drag Yi Chen down with him. So when Lu Song came over to apologize, Wokoan was very generous and didn't hold it against him. Lu Song looked as if he had escaped from death, and his smile became a bit more sincere as he genuinely praised, "Young Master Gui is truly magnanimous. I have offended you in the past, and in the future, I am willing to serve you. Thank you for sparing my life, young Master Gua. Gua Koan quickly replied, don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Yi Chen. It's because of Brother Yi Chen's face that I won't hold it against you. Lu Song nodded eagerly, yes, thank you, Brother Yi Chen. This glass of wine is to toast our Brother Yi Chen. I'll drink 5 glasses in a row. Saying this, Lu Song downed 5 glasses of beer consecutively. Guo Koan admired Lu Song's drinking capacity in his heart. No wonder he could stay by Yan Hailong's side. However, compared to Brother Yi Chen, this drinking ability was far from enough. That night, in Hangzhou, at the Queen's Villa District, Building 1, Wang Villa, Yi Chen sat in his extra study room, flipping through some business documents for a while before he began to check his only hidden super god-level talent, Hand of Blasphemy. After completing the hatching ceremony, Yi Chen directly leveled up to level 99. Yesterday afternoon, he had completed the second awakening task. This morning, after completing a level 300 hero dungeon, Yi Chen's level shot up to 149, allowing him to successfully complete his third awakening and break through the level cap of 149. He also upgraded a talent. This time, God's Descent Moment leveled up by 2 levels, and God's Descent Hand gained a new function. God's Descent Moment, exclusive to the host of God's Descent Hand, LV4 active use, no consumption, instant cast, cooldown time is 1 charge every 6 hours, with a maximum of 10 charges. It releases the God-slaying light to lock onto attacking enemies, dealing 888% of attack power as true damage and 888% of spell power as true damage. The attack of the God-slaying light will ignore any defenses, evasion, or invincibility effects on the target. Next level, the attack of the God-slaying light will change to deal area damage, centered on the locked target, causing equal damage to enemies within a 10-meter radius. After completing the second awakening and breaking through level 100, the LV3 level of God's Descent Moment gained the effect of dealing true damage that ignores the target's armor and magic resistance. This afternoon, God's Descent Moment leveled up again, reaching LV4. This time, the cooldown time was enhanced to gain 1 charge every 6 hours, and the number of charges increased from the original 5 to 10. The preview effect of the next level excited Yi Chen even more. After reaching LV5, God's Descent Moment will have an area AoE effect. The only hidden super god level talent, God's Descent Hand, also gained a new effect. Previously, God's Descent Hand had 3 effects. The first was Attribute Theft, the second was Gaining Miracle, and the third was God's Descent Moment. Now Yi Chen has obtained a 4th ability. God's Descent Hand, passive effect, the Godslayer gains the ability to perceive divine power, allowing them to sense the presence of characters carrying divine power within a certain range, mark their spiritual bodies for continuous tracking, and launch weapons like mind spike bombs to attack their spiritual bodies. It can also reverse mark the opponent's spiritual body based on the residual divine power of the target. This new effect seems abstract but is easy to understand. Simply put, Yi Chen has gained a radar that can detect the location of characters with divine power. Not only can he track their position, but he can also use mental domain attacks to harm the target. Originally, as a Godslayer, Yi Chen felt a bit anxious. After all, this title seemed to symbolize opposition to all deities. If the enemy was a deity, he felt his chances of winning were low. But now, with the new effect unlocked by God's Descent Hand, he could effectively avoid threats from gods and demigods. Because he has a radar, if he senses danger, he can just dodge. Moreover, at critical moments, he can use mental domain attack methods like mind spike bombs, providing a full sense of security. Now, Yi Chen's level has risen to 150. Although his attributes have increased, the improvement is minimal, still at the level he had in the Deep Abyss Medicine Forest. He hasn't stolen attributes much lately. Yi Chen purchased an exhaustion-free ticket for the level 600 dungeon, Su Hang No. * Doomsday Hope, from the Chen family's chain business. He plans to steal some attributes to enhance himself. The next morning, Yi Chen arrived at the Qiantang River, where Hangzhou and Shaoxing meet. Standing by the river, he looked out, and aside from the beautiful seaside scenery, he could see the phantom of a giant ship with the naked eye, as if this giant ship did not truly exist in this world. This is the only level 600 dungeon in Zhejiang province, the entrance to the Su Hang No. * Doomsday Hope dungeon. Generally, in dungeons, professionals can challenge levels 5 to 10 higher than their own. For example, in a level 200 dungeon, a team of around level 195 players can clear it on adventure difficulty. However, this particular dungeon is extremely difficult. Even a team of 5 peak angels at level 599 cannot clear it on normal difficulty. The entry requirement for this dungeon is to have completed the 12 awakenings and reached the level of King of Angels at level 600. Even some teams composed of level 610 and 620 Kings of Angels often face total annihilation in this dungeon. I'm sorry, sir, your level is too low. We do not recommend you enter this dungeon. This dungeon is only open to players above level 600. A young lady in uniform blocked his path, and Yi-Chen frowned slightly. Is there such a rule? Well, if one hasn't reached the level of King of Angels, entering this dungeon is purely a way to deliver food. Moreover, he was alone. Looking at the caring gaze of the uniformed lady, Yi-Chen felt even more speechless. He really wanted to show her his 40-meter-long greatsword to broaden her horizons. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached and quietly instructed the uniformed lady. She turned and walked away. The middle-aged man wore a gentle smile, and his gaze towards Yi-Chen held a certain depth. Yi-Chen? Yi-Chen showed a look of surprise. You know me? May I ask who you are? The middle-aged man raised his right hand. Yi-Chen saw a complex symbol flash briefly in the palm of his hand. The Oath of Mountains and Seas. Seeing this symbol, Yi-Chen's eyes lit up. The middle-aged man smiled and said, a rising star from Jojo, the most valued young man by the chief. I can't imagine not knowing you. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the middle-aged man's expression became slightly serious. Yi-Chen, do you want to clear the Su Hang? Yi-Chen nodded. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly became a bit complex. If it's you, that's normal. Even if you fail, it will only weaken you for a few days. If you really want to go, I can help arrange it. Yi-Chen said solemnly, thank you for your trouble, comrade. Dungeon, Su Hang * Hope of the Apocalypse. Difficulty, Normal, Adventure, Warrior, King, Hero. Level, LV 600. Type, 5-person team dungeon, maximum of 5 people can enter. Fatigue, base 150 points. Overview, there is an aura of time disorder here, a historical rift summoned by the chaotic aura. In that time and space, the apocalypse has already arrived, and humanity's last hope is the star-class spaceship Su Hang, docked on the Qiantang River. Just as people are about to escape from Blue Star, the enemy invaded the Su Hang, and a tug-of-war for control of the Su Hang has begun. Monsters, the boss is at the Glorious King level. Note that if challenging hero difficulty, the level will rise to Legendary King. Regular monsters and boss monsters are at the Unmatched King level. Note that if challenging hero difficulty, the level will rise to Glorious King. Yi-Chen did not hesitate and chose Hero difficulty, consuming a fatigue-free ticket to offset the additional 450 points of fatigue, paying 1,000 gold coins for the ticket, and successfully entered the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the sky was overcast, with gusts of cold wind, and in the distance, the sounds of people fleeing and the screams of those attacked by monsters could be heard. Looking around, the scene here was almost identical to the real world. The entire dungeon area was the Qiantang district of Hangzhou, extending to a section near Shaoshan Airport, with a small part of the vast Qiantang River, and a giant spaceship docked above it. At the start of the dungeon, Yi-Chen appeared at the Qiantang dock. Hey, hero, please help us. Those monsters are trying to seize control of the Su Hang. If the Su Hang falls into their hands, we are all finished. Although this dungeon is said to be a freeform dungeon with no fixed route, it is bound by a narrative that constrains the adventurers. They must complete 3 major tasks step by step and defeat the final boss to clear the dungeon. The first major task is to board the Suang and eliminate the invading enemies. Yi-Chen crossed the deck and encountered a group of 6 minor monsters along the way. Target, Void Commander rank, Glory King, Boss Monster, level, LV 600 health points, 10. 5 million overview, a mid-level commander from the Void world, possessing a strong male human body, following the orders of, and continuously empowering nearby Void units. Target, Void Fighter rank, Glory King, Normal Monster, level, LV 600 health points, 9 million overview, a basic creature from the Void world, inhabiting a strong human body, rampantly invading everything on Blue Star. Target, Void Sorcerer rank, Glory King, Normal Monster, level, LV 600 health points, 8 million overview, a basic creature from the Void world, inhabiting an intelligent human body, skilled in using Void magic, causing Void spell damage, distorting everything on Blue Star. This group of monsters consists of 1 commander, 2 sorcerers, and 3 fighters. They all appear as normal humans, but are covered in a layer of purplish-black membrane, as if stained with purplish-black paint. An eerie and terrifying aura emanates from them. Yi-Chen couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The sense of horror was no less than that of the monsters encountered during the hatching of the Black Truth. This suddenly reminded Yi-Chen of a certain discussion he had seen online. The discussion presented a viewpoint. They said that the dungeon's Suang * Doomsday Hope might be a projection of what Blue Star truly encountered on some timeline. In other words, the apocalyptic scene before him had actually occurred. Or rather, for the world Yi Chen and the others currently inhabited, the scenes in the Suong * Doomsday Hope dungeon would indeed happen at some point in the future. Although this theory did not have a significant impact and did not cause panic on a societal level, at this moment, seeing this scene and connecting it to the divine secrets he had learned, Yi Chen felt a bad premonition. He thought that the online theories seemed to be correct. Moreover, the appearance of the label in their background description led Yi Chen to some speculation. Yi Chen took out the blood-red dagger he had used to slay Aldi. This dagger had an extremely high attack speed, and with Yi Chen's high attack power, its damage was quite impressive. It could enhance the efficiency of stealing attributes and speed up the dungeon clearing, making it a good choice. By now, Yi Chen had long abandoned the idea of switching to low-damage weapons for attribute stealing. He focused on efficiency. Holding the blood-red dagger, Yi Chen charged into the group of monsters. The dagger swung, and a series of damage numbers appeared, while the Hand of Blasphemy triggered continuously. 15 minutes later, Yi Chen cleared the monsters along the way, crossed the deck, and boarded the Suong. He encountered the first boss, Dija * Void Envoy. This was a magic-type boss, whose skills primarily dealt void damage, and one of its skills would leave a puddle of void filth on the ground. If an adventurer stood on it, they would continuously receive significant void spell damage. This skill would be used every 8 seconds and would target a specific adventurer, releasing it at their feet. Because this void stain permanently exists during the battle and will not disappear, hitting it later can lead to insufficient space, resulting in a total wipe. Therefore, this boss tests the positioning skills of tank players. Whether melee or ranged damage dealers, the team must gather and stand together. Otherwise, the void stains will spread haphazardly, making the battlefield chaotic. Since Yi Chen is alone and has over 100 million health points, he easily defeated this boss and stole many attributes. The attributes of the level 600 hero difficulty boss are also quite high, although not comparable to Aldi. After one battle, Yi Chen still managed to steal 50 to 60,000 points of spell power and other attributes. After Yi Chen defeated the first boss, the attacks from the void monsters did not stop. No, there are too many of them. Look, that's the void portal. Following the direction pointed by the NPC, Yi Chen saw above the center of the Qiantang district in Hang City, beneath the ship, a purple-black rift. Countless purple-black halos continuously flew out from the rift, descending upon the city, possessing humans and transforming them into void monsters. These void monsters continued their relentless assault on the Su Hang ship, showing no intention of sparing any survivors. Heroes, we must find a way to close that portal and stop the void monsters' attack. Only then can the Su Hang ship possibly take off and fly into space, preserving a spark of human civilization. The portal is maintained by 3 chief monsters. Find and eliminate them to close the portal. It's up to you, heroes. Seriously, NPCs, can't you show some heart? I'm the only good one in this instance. Although he was complaining, Yi Chen didn't slow down. He opened the map to confirm his location, left the Su Hang ship, and entered the urban area of Hang City, heading towards a chief monster maintaining the portal rift. On the way, Yi Chen frequently encountered the 3 types of small monsters: Void Commander, Void Warlock, and Void Fighter. He also encountered monsters like Void Beast and Void Eye. Over the next hour, Yi Chen eliminated 3 chief monsters: Void Ambassador, located in the northwest, southwest, and due east of the Qiantang district. Boom! The portal rift lost its energy source and suddenly collapsed. But at the moment of its collapse, a roar came from the rift. Who is it? Who dares to ruin the Great Lord's plans? Then a purple-black streak of light shot down like a meteor from the nearly disappearing rift. Boom! A half-human, half-lizard monster crashed onto the ground in front of Yi Chen. This is the second boss in the instance, Ghost * Void Warlord. The battle began. This second boss was massive but moved slowly. He had 3 skills, but one of them could not be used. This skill would target 2 damage dealers, distorting their minds and forcing them to duel until one of their health points was reduced to 20%. Since there was only Yi Chen in the team, this skill would not be activated. He could only use the other 2. The first skill of Ghost * Void Warlord is to summon void beasts. Each time it is cast, it summons 10 void beasts with 5 million health points each, which will assist the boss and collectively attack the current target of the boss. The tank's responsibility is to hold the boss's aggro, making the boss attack the tank with high defense and health. Most of the time, the boss is taunted by the tank, attacking the tank player. Therefore, this skill puts a lot of pressure on the tank player. The tank must withstand not only the boss's normal attacks but also the normal attacks of 10 small monsters, while the healer must ensure the tank's health is maintained. At this moment, the damage dealer must do their utmost to unleash burst AoE skills to eliminate the small monsters, alleviating the tank's pressure. The second skill involves placing a void battle flag at a random location on the battlefield. This flag has 15 million health points. While the flag is present, all damage dealers' attack and casting speeds are reduced by 20%. Additionally, the damage dealt by the boss and the void beasts is increased by 15%. This flag must be quickly targeted and destroyed, otherwise, after 60 seconds, the boss's skill cooldown will allow it to summon another void battle flag. The effects of the flags can stack, and if there are 2 flags on the field, the party is likely to be wiped out. The battle begins. Yi Chen, wielding a dagger, fights against the massive boss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After 20 seconds, the boss summons the void beasts. Yi Chen ignores the group of small monsters. The void beasts have high attack power, but their attacks do not reduce Yi Chen's speed. He has over 100 million health points, so he can afford to be hit by these small monsters. It's not a problem. After 45 seconds, a void flag is summoned. In an instant, Yi Chen feels his dagger-wielding speed decrease. This flag affects his ability to steal attributes, and he cannot tolerate it. He begins to cast Fireball. Yi Chen's equipment is top-notch, enhancing his casting speed, and the casting time per fireball is reduced to about 2 seconds. In the last 0.3 seconds of casting Fireball, Yi Chen activates Burn and then instantly releases Flame Impact. Flame Impact, instant cast, can be used while casting other skills. Locking skill, consumes 2000 mana points, gains 1 stack of charge every 10 seconds, up to a maximum of 6 stacks. It deals 100% spell power fire damage to enemies. Flame Impact is a new skill Yi Chen learned at level 120, and its numerical value is quite low. However, the introduction of this skill brings a qualitative leap to the Fire Mage class. Because it can be cast instantly, requires no casting time, and can be used while casting other skills. Burn, Scorching Combo, and Flame Impact allow the Fire Mage to truly unleash the effect of a spell machine gun. First, during Burn, all spells are guaranteed to crit. This ensures that both Flame Impact and Fireball will have guaranteed crit effects. When fire spells crit, they accumulate stacks of Scorching Combo. When Scorching Combo reaches 2 stacks, the next Fireball can also gain an instant cast effect. A chain of spell crit machine gun effects is thus formed. First, Yi Chen precasts Fireball 1, and the moment Fireball 1 is released, he activates Burn to ensure this Fireball will crit. Then he releases Flame Impact 1. Both Flame Impact and Fireball hit the Void flag, dealing crit damage twice. Scorching Combo thus accumulates to 2 stacks. Yi Chen then consumes the Scorching Combo effect to instantly cast Fireball 2, followed by Flame Impact 2. These 2 spells will also continue to crit under the influence of Burn, gaining another 2 stacks of Scorching Combo, allowing Yi Chen to instantly cast Fireball 3. This cycle continues. The damage of Fireball has been enhanced 3 times, reaching 500%. Reduces 3,775,000 points. Reduces 380,000 points. Reduces 758,000 points. Reduces 80,000 points. This is the damage caused by the first precast Fireball and Flame Impact, as well as Ignite. And it's not over yet. Yi Chen then instantly casts Fireball 2 and instantly casts Flame Impact. Reduced by 3,774,000 points. In less than 5 seconds, a massive Fireball, the effect of the Fire Explosion skill, and a blazing small light orb, the effect of the Flame Impact skill, continuously bombarded the Void Banner. The 15 million health points of the Void Banner were evaporated just like that. The Void Warlord was taken aback. Normally, a team of 5 would challenge it, with 2 damage dealers being singled out for a duel. Only one other damage dealer could switch to attacking the banner. Each time, they would sweat profusely and expend a great deal of effort to take down the banner. Yet this little guy before him managed to destroy it in less than 5 seconds. There was no way around it. Yi Chen's spells were all instant cast, and his spell power was quite high, effectively countering this mechanism. Without the banner, Yi Chen's speed with the dagger returned to normal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ding! The hand of the blasphemer is triggered. Soon, the attributes of the second boss were drained by Yi Chen, and it fell. Well done, heroes. You have successfully repelled the attack from the void. Let's quickly protect the civilians and return to the Su Hang. Escape from Blue Star. Following the instance's flow, Yi Chen returned to the Su Hang with several important NPCs. But then, a sudden change occurred. Oh no! What the hell is this monster? It has retaken the Su Hang. Heroes, please, save everyone. According to the instance's flow, Yi Chen delved into the control room of the Su Hang. Inside, he encountered the third boss, the final boss of the instance. The moment he saw the third boss, Yi Chen was first taken aback, then his expression turned extremely serious. This boss gave off a very disgusting and bizarre feeling overall. It was a monster with an octopus head and a human body. From its lower body extended numerous tentacles and appendages. Each tentacle and appendage had tens of millions of health points. Its main body had 5 million health points, plus a shield of 90 million. Its name was Hakatiza Void Harbinger. Void Harbinger. Yi Chen suddenly felt that the interpretations online about the Su Hang Doomsday Hope instance might not be mere exaggerations, because he had indeed encountered a monster in the real world with the same model and title as this boss, just with a different name. During the ritual to hatch the Black Truth, in a purely dark environment, Yi Chen had defeated a Void Harbinger monster, Victiza Void Harbinger. Moreover, Yi Chen had obtained a Void Harbinger badge from its corpse. Ha! You can't escape. Void. Devour everything. The third boss, that Void Harbinger, emitted a spine-chilling, eerie laugh from its octopus mouth. At the same time, Yi Chen was dragged into battle, and the main control environment instantly became dark. A purple-black aura emerged around the tentacles and appendages, corroding the entire venue. Yi Chen's expression was serious, his body shimmering with colorful divine light, preparing to unleash Blasphemer's moment. With the experience from dealing with the Void Harbinger last time, Yi Chen had mastered the method to speedrun this boss. At this moment, he had no intention of stealing attributes, he just wanted to quickly eliminate this disgusting thing before him. Ha! Colorful divine light, the monster, upon seeing Yi Chen's skill effect, unexpectedly triggered an additional dialogue. Blasphemer. The legendary Blasphemer has finally appeared, but it's too late. The Void Lords have already descended upon Blue Star, you cannot save this planet. Void Lords? When the hidden dialogue was triggered, the previously vague subject now became clear, the 4 words being Void Lords. Moment of blasphemy strikes. Reduced by 3,374,400 points. Reduced by 976,800 points. With a single moment of blasphemy, ignoring shield effects, the boss is brought to its last breath. Yi Chen, fueled by momentum, radiates a rainbow of divine light once more. Aha! No! It's impossible. The boss screams in agony, you can actually ignore the Void's protection, you can resist the Void's corruption. Is this what it means to be a blasphemer? As he speaks, dozens of tentacles and appendages surge forth, launching an attack on Yi Chen. But before that, a crisp and melodious hit sound echoes again. The second moment of blasphemy hits the target, instantly killing it. Boom! The system's victory sound rings out, confirming the dungeon has been cleared. Yi Chen has no time to listen to the system's report on first clear rewards. He hurriedly approaches to touch the corpse of the Harkatiza Void Pioneer. Ding! You have obtained a pile of red exceptional equipment, 1 piece of orange epic equipment, a large amount of earth-grade materials, some level 7 recipe formulas, 6,000 gold coins. The rewards are immense. However, Yi Chen did not get what he wanted. He did not obtain the Void Pioneer badge this time. Heroes, well done. We successfully defeated that monster. Quick, initiate the procedure, we need to escape this planet. The main NPCs gaze through the glass window at the storm-ravaged Shentang district of Hangzhou, looking far into the distance towards their homes, tears streaming down their faces. Goodbye, my homeland. Goodbye, the land that bore and raised me. Goodbye, countless sleeping compatriots. We are about to set sail. The dungeon ends here, and the battle aspect is over. But the story continues. The Star-class spaceship Su Hang successfully sets sail, passing through the purple-black void storm, through the atmosphere, leaving Blue Star, heading deep into the universe. Through the window, Yi Chen looks down at Blue Star. He sees that the surface of Blue Star is no longer the azure it once was, but a sea of purple-black. Several massive red-black-purple shadows are perched on the planet's surface, as if parasitizing it, extremely disgusting and terrifying. Suddenly, Yi Chen feels a sense of foreboding and turns to the other side. The moon is blood red. On the surface of the moon, a gigantic eye filled with malice, indescribable in its intent, is staring at Blue Star. This scene resembles a horror sci-fi film, instilling fear in the heart. Yi Chen's emotions are in turmoil. He feels an inexplicable sense of panic. He can't shake the feeling that the situation in this dungeon might truly be a glimpse of a future disaster that the real world will face. Just the thought of the beautiful Blue Star encountering such calamity, of his life and everything he knows being destroyed, makes Yi Chen feel deeply unsettled. No, he must do something. Yi Chen no longer hesitates, wanting to exit the dungeon. Suddenly, he freezes, not leaving the dungeon but instead quickly walking to a corner of the control room of the Su Hang. In that corner, there is an NPC. His name is Cervantes, but that is not important. What matters is the title displayed above his head. Cervantes * Vice President of the Unparalleled Brotherhood. The Unparalleled Brotherhood. Yi Chen remembers that in the pure darkness, after killing a Void Pioneer and obtaining the Void Pioneer badge, he immediately received a hidden quest. Unparalleled Brotherhood. The quest requires him to hand over the Void Pioneer badge to any member of the Unparalleled Brotherhood. Then, a special quest will be unlocked. And at this moment, aboard this spaceship fleeing into the depths of space, there happens to be a Vice President of the Unparalleled Brotherhood. Yi Chen immediately stepped forward, intending to submit the badge and complete the task. However, this was a dungeon. A modified dungeon. The NPCs within the dungeon lacked intelligence, they were merely tools. When Yi Chen interacted with Cervantes, he had only two options and a fixed line of dialogue. As Yi Chen began to converse with Cervantes, he wore a look of despair, saying a line, "We tried, really. But in the end, we still couldn't prevent the arrival of the apocalypse." Don Quixote. If time could turn back, I would certainly agree with your views. We should have prioritized finding the blasphemers. It's my fault, I opposed individual heroism, yet it turned into a form of individual heroism. It's my fault, I am a sinner of humanity, and at this moment, I have become a spark left by civilization, while you remain forever in our homeland. How ironic. Sorry, hero, for letting this old man ramble on. May I ask what you need? At this moment, two options appeared on Yi Chen's system panel. 1. Can you tell me about the Peerless Brotherhood? 2. If I could do it all over again, where could I find members of the Peerless Brotherhood? Yi Chen chose the first option. A look of nostalgia appeared in Cervantes' eyes, making him seem somewhat dazed. The Peerless Brotherhood. Decades ago, a group of people gathered together for some reason, sharing a common belief. This belief was to save the peerless Ark world and prevent the apocalypse. I was one of them. When I was young, nothing went well for me, my dungeon runs, my career, my marriage, everything was a struggle. Until one day, I began to hear someone calling for me every night, pleading for my help. That was the world soul of Blue Star crying out. And I was the lucky one who could hear the world soul's cries, or perhaps the pitiful one. The world soul granted me fortune, allowing everything to go smoothly, and I lived a comfortable life. In exchange, I had to devote all my life's energy to saving the world and preventing the apocalypse. There are many like me who received the world soul's revelation. We gathered together and formed the Peerless Brotherhood. We made saving the world and escaping the apocalypse our lifelong mission. Apocalypse. Hearing these two words, combined with the dungeon's plot, made Yi Chen's expression grow heavier. Cervantes ran his fingers through his golden hair, his blue eyes filled with melancholy and regret. He continued, "It was then that I met Don Quixote. We became good friends and comrades. Through communication with the world soul, we received a revelation. That is, our world is facing a tremendous threat, a threat from beyond the stars. Throughout the history of our peerless Ark world, the threat from the stars has always existed. It is said that in ancient times, the gods stood up to fight against but they suffered a terrible defeat." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but recall the scene he had seen in the gaps of history. Was the mad god Bhattacharya from 10,000 years ago fallen to fight against What about the ancient Eastern seven-colored auspicious dragon? Suddenly, Yi Chen remembered the hidden dialogue triggered by encountering the third boss, which mentioned the words, Void Sovereigns. Could it be? The god of mist and poison, Aldi, the mirror man, the sun god, Kaiser, were they spoke of, representing the Void Sovereigns? Just as the thought of Void Sovereign emerged in Yi Chen's mind, he suddenly felt a bit dazed, and everything before him turned a deep purple-black. Then, a very strange voice exploded in his head out of nowhere. Yield before the void. Release your desires, vent your malice. The fallen shall rise. Join us, become the pioneers of a new era. It was unbearable. An indescribable discomfort, from his body to his heart, was gradually amplifying. Yi Chen felt that his body was undergoing some kind of change. Thud. 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 Warning. The spirit of the desecrator is being corroded and polluted by the power of the void. Defensive measures have been activated. Purification module has been activated, beginning purification. Purification successful. Yi Chen suddenly felt the discomfort in his body disappear. Repair module has been activated, repairing. Yi Chen's consciousness entered the brain system and saw a terrifying scene. In his mind's exclusive system for the hand of the desecrator, there was originally a holographic projection of his own spirit. At this moment, this holographic projection had transformed into an octopus monster. A creature with a human upper body and a lower body split into dozens of tentacles. The Void Pioneer. And now, under the repair of the repair module, the octopus monster's spirit image was reverted to that of a handsome, sunny youth. Repair successful, damn it. Thinking about how he almost turned into a monster similar to the Void Pioneer, Yichen felt a wave of fear. No wonder the figures in the mirror and the sun god dared not directly call out the name of XX Sovereign. Just knowing of their existence could lead to pollution. It was too damn perverse. If it weren't for the exclusive system of the Hand of the Desecrator, Yichen would have been done for this time. Immunity module has been activated, adding void pollution immunity antibodies to the Desecrator's body. Desecrator, please do not panic. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. The next time the void's pollution will not harm you. This is also a form of training. It will give you an absolute advantage when facing void creatures in the future. Hearing the system's reassurance, Yichen gradually calmed down. Right, he was the Desecrator. How could he easily meet his end? After resolving his own troubles, Yichen continued to listen to Cervantes' words. In summary, the Peerless Brotherhood was a secret organization for salvation. Why was it called secret? Because they had once widely publicized information about the apocalypse, but no one believed them. After asking the first question, Yichen proceeded to ask the second question. Where could he find members of the Peerless Brotherhood? Cervantes smiled wryly. In today's world, I am the only one left. My compatriots all remain on the beautiful blue star. However, if you are asking about the past, the heart of Sinlan Bar, the one near the Summer Sand University town in Hangzhou, that's our office in Hangzhou. The name is quite rustic, isn't it? He. After asking these two questions, there was no more useful information from this NPC Cervantes in the instance. At this point, the Suang had already left the solar system, and through the window, the trace of the blue star could no longer be seen. The instance's storyline came to an end. As for whether the humans on the Suang could find a new planet to settle and survive, only heaven knew. Leaving the instance, Yichen's level reached 199. It was no exaggeration to say that this level was absolutely the highest among high school graduates. Even if some wealthy kids hired someone to level up for them, they could never match Yichen's efficiency in leveling up. He had just jumped 450 levels to clear a 600-level hero instance. This level of dungeon requires at least a team of Kings of Angels to clear. The Kings of Angels are all well-known figures, going back to practice? Besides, one King of Angels isn't enough. The difficulty of hero requires a full cooperation of 5 Kings of Angels to complete. A high school student over level 100? They can't carry the team at all. He opened the attribute panel. Although the final third boss, Yichen, didn't steal attributes, he had stolen a massive amount of attributes from the small monsters in the first 2 bosses. Character, Yichen level, 199, Third Awakening, Class, Fire Mage, Epic Class, First Transition, Health Points, approximately 108 million Mana Points, 1,052,000 Attack Power, 505,000 Spell Power, 1 million Armor, 424,000 Magic Resistance, 679,000 Speed, 985 Effect Hit Rate, 120% Effect Resistance, 150%. After looking at his attributes, Yichen was quite satisfied. His health points were nearing 200 million. Not only had his spell power increased, but his attack power had also seen a qualitative leap. Suddenly, Yichen felt something was off. He examined carefully and finally discovered the problem. Damn! He forgot to change his class at level 100. Originally, when a player reaches level 100, they would gain the qualification for a first transition, deepening their class branch based on their original class and gaining a specialized ability. For example, a Fire Mage could choose to transition into one of 3 directions, Sun Fury, Frostfire, or Flame Curse during the first transition. Then at level 200, during the second transition, they would strengthen their chosen specialization and continue transitioning. Yichen glanced at the time. It was only 10:30 in the morning. He decided to complete the 4th Awakening first and finish all the first and second transition tasks, then aim to go to the Sinlan Heart Bar in the evening to look for the Peerless Brotherhood. He got to work. When Yichen walked back to the entrance of the dungeon hall, the previous member of Jojo saw Yichen appear and checked his level. 199. He exclaimed, "You cleared it?" Yichen calmly nodded. "Yeah." The middle-aged official had a complex expression, filled with envy and relief, and said softly, "Your dungeon clearance record will not be made public. To keep a low profile, is that okay?" Yichen had this in mind. "Thank you for your trouble." Originally, members of Jojo did not share identities and were not allowed to contact each other too much privately. However, Yichen's identity was special, so he added this middle-aged official, who had been carrying out routine tasks in Hangzhou for many years, on WeChat to establish contact. After all, Yichen's home was in Hangzhou, making it convenient to reach out in case of any emergencies. Yichen's current combat power was astonishing. making him a good helper for the middle-aged official in handling troubles. After that, Yi Chen went to the nearest awakening hall. He completed the fourth awakening task at lightning speed. His Hand of Blasphemy did not gain a new effect. However, Moment of Blasphemy leveled up as usual. Moment of Blasphemy, exclusive to the host of Hand of Blasphemy, LV5 active use, no consumption, instant cast, cooldown time is 1 layer of charge every 6 hours, can store up to 10 charges. Releases the God-slaying light to lock onto attacking enemies and all enemies within a 10-meter radius of the enemy's center, dealing 888% attack power and 888% spell power as true damage. The attack of God-slaying light will ignore any defenses, evasion, or invincibility effects on the target. Next level, the strength of God-slaying light increases, dealing 6,666% attack power and 6,666% spell power as true damage. Wow! The increase in this value is ridiculously exaggerated. So satisfying. With Yi Chen's current high attack power and spell intensity, it's estimated that even if he encounters a true god, a single moment of blasphemy could take them down. Let's see who dares to act tough with me in the future. Changing direction, Yi Chen chose Sun Fury, becoming a Sun Fury Mage. After becoming a Sun Fury Mage, Yi Chen learned 2 additional skills. Blazing Sunlight, passive, when you cast fire spells, there is a 35% chance to summon a radiant sun to hover above your head, enhancing you and increasing your damage by 10% for 2 minutes. A maximum of 10 radiant suns can exist at the same time. This is a passive damage increasing skill, and since most spells of the Sun Fury Mage are instant, the triggering frequency will be very high. It's essentially equivalent to a permanent 100% damage boost. The other skill is Phoenix's Memory. Phoenix's Memory, active, consumes 20,000 mana, cooldown time of 10 minutes, summons an ancient phoenix to assist you in battle for 2 minutes. The mount is an auspicious dragon, the skill summons a phoenix, and the ancient divine beast is ready to go. The second advancement allows for branching choices based on the 2 new skills of Sun Fury. One is Sun Chaser, and the other is Nirvana. The Sun Chaser branch enhances control over solar power, gaining a high spell damage bonus but at the cost of reducing one's magic resistance and armor. Meanwhile, the Nirvana branch allows one to convert health into mana, with the effect that the lower the health percentage, the higher the damage dealt. In the end, Yi Chen chose Sun Chaser, because Nirvana wasn't quite suitable for him. He has nearly 200 million health points, and percentage-based effects are a taboo for him. At 1 p.m., Yi Chen arrived near the Summer Sand District University City and found the Sanlan Heart Bar, but it was not open for business. Well, bars like this usually operate at night. To pass the time and strengthen their bond, Yi Chen invited Qin Yining out for lunch. In the afternoon, he accompanied her shopping. This time, Qin Yining dressed very demurely, giving off a neighborly girl vibe. She wore denim shorts that accentuated her curves beautifully. On her upper body was a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with cute floral patterns. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her face was lightly made up, achieving a 100% turn-back rate in the mall. Many boys wanted to approach her. Unfortunately, when they saw Qin Yining linking arms with Yi Chen, those thoughts dissipated. It was simple. Yi Chen looked more handsome than them and appeared to have more charisma. At 7 p.m., Yi Chen returned to the Sanlan Heart Bar. Upon entering, the booming sound of the massive speakers made Yi Chen's head feel a bit uncomfortable. The lights flickered, and in the center of the dance floor, scantily clad beauties were dancing energetically. Is this really the base of the Salvation Organization? Impressive. Yi Chen found a guy who looked like a manager, grabbed him, and whispered the words "Peerless Brotherhood" in his ear. The middle-aged manager's expression changed, and he gave Yi Chen a knowing look. "Sir, please follow me." Yi Chen followed him into the backstage area, turned a corner, and headed straight for the boss's office. The middle-aged manager gently knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, cautiously pushed it open, gesturing for Yi Chen to enter. This feels like a spy meeting. Upon entering the office, the person in front of him was clearly a foreigner. Judging by his appearance, he looked European. He was dressed in a decent suit, and his demeanor indicated he was someone accustomed to high society. Remembering Cervantes' blonde hair and blue eyes, Yi Chen nodded slightly. It seems the Peerless Brotherhood organization originated in the West. No wonder it has such a cheesy name. Hello. The bar owner greeted Yi Chen in relatively fluent Chinese. "May I ask how you learned about our organization? What brings you to us?" Yi Chen remained silent and directly manifested the Void Pioneer emblem from his backpack. At the moment the emblem was revealed, a look of fear flashed in the owner's eyes. He blurted out, "Oh my god. Hey, buddy, where did you get this thing?" Before Yi Chen could respond, he immediately raised his hand to stop him, excitedly saying, "Sorry, buddy, I need to notify the president right away. Please wait a moment. He then opened a drawer and took out a blue feather pen, writing something on his own left arm. Yi-Chen watched as his arm emitted a blue glow, which disappeared after a few seconds. Seeing this, Yi-Chen felt it was reminiscent of the Oath of the Mountain and Sea from the Mountain and Sea Gate. It must be a special method of communication. Buddy, please have a seat. After sending the signal, the bar owner immediately got up and poured Yi-Chen a glass of red wine from Europe. In less than a minute, a blue halo suddenly appeared in the office. The halo expanded continuously and flickered in a certain pattern. Two people emerged from the halo, and then it vanished. Yi-Chen scrutinized them and noticed that one of them had a fair complexion and kind eyes, dressed in an old-fashioned traditional knight's outfit, looking relatively young, probably only 25 or 26 years old. To be honest, this kind of attire was quite rare. The knight glanced at Yi-Chen, extended his right hand, and said in very standard Chinese, "Hello, my friend. I am Don Quixote, the president of the Brotherhood." Don Quixote. Yi-Chen had heard this name before. After shaking hands, Yi-Chen's gaze shifted to another person standing slightly behind Don Quixote. It was a young man with golden hair and blue eyes. Upon seeing him, Yi-Chen's heart involuntarily trembled. This young man was Cervantes? Yi-Chen combined the image of the disheveled middle-aged man in his 50s from the Su-Hang ship with the person before him, and the more he looked, the more he felt it resembled him. If it really was him, if there truly was a flesh-and-blood Cervantes living in the world of the Peerless Ark, then, could it be that everything that happened on the Su-Hang ship was a scene that might actually unfold in the real world one day? The thought was chilling. Noticing Yi-Chen's complex expression as he scrutinized him, the golden-haired young man smiled and greeted him in standard Chinese. "Hello, friend. My name is Cervantes, the vice president of the Brotherhood. Do you know me? Brother, it seems you can't distinguish between flat and retroflex sounds." Yi-Chen playfully teased himself to ease the shock within. It was indeed Cervantes. Thinking about how he had just conversed with the 50-something Cervantes that morning, Yi-Chen felt as if he were in a different world. Seeing Yi-Chen's reaction, Don Quixote and Cervantes exchanged glances. Don Quixote quietly asked, "Did you meet Cervantes on the Su-Hang?" Yi-Chen's expression was complex as he nodded. "Yes, I just came out of the Su-Hang replica this morning, and I learned about the Forest Blue Heart Bar on that ship. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi-Chen. The reason I came to you is that I obtained this." Yi-Chen then revealed the Void Pioneer emblem. Upon seeing the emblem, Cervantes' expression changed drastically, while Don Quixote remained much calmer. Inside the bar, in a completely soundproof high-level room, Yi-Chen sat across from the two. "Brother Yi, what do you think? Do you think the tragic situation in the Suan copy is real? Or do you think it's just a dramatically fabricated story?" Yi-Chen was silent for a few seconds and replied, "I don't know. That's why I came to find you." Don Quixote nodded and smiled. "Regardless of whether the plot on the Suan is real, I can tell you for sure. In the world of the apocalypse truly exists. And we, are always looking for ways to prevent its arrival. The drops from void-type monsters. Things are more serious than we imagined." Its appearance signifies the existence of the Void Pioneer, indicating that the invasion of the Void has already begun. "Thank you, brother, you eliminated that monster and delayed their invasion. Ding, mission completed. You have unlocked the reputation of the organization. All members of the have increased their favorability towards you by 100 points, currently in the respect stage. The system's hidden mission was completed." But Don Quixote continued, "This is the reward you deserve." He then traded 10 million gold coins to Yi-Chen. This reward was indeed generous, but Yi-Chen was surprised that it was not issued by the system, but by Don Quixote himself. Yi-Chen, quick-witted, posed a tricky question. "Since you believe the apocalypse absolutely exists, why not seek cooperation from the official authorities of various countries instead of going solo?" Cervantes answered this question, his beautiful blue eyes revealing a sense of helpless anger. "It's useless. Because the existence of has a strong corrosive effect on people's hearts. We are protected by the soul of the world and will not be polluted. But others are different. Once they come into contact with knowledge related to, they will be polluted and transformed. So if we provide evidence proving the existence of, those who learn of its existence will fall into the void. Even if they believe us, it will be of no use. On the contrary, if we do not provide concrete evidence, they will not believe us. To this day, in the archives of various countries, we, are seen as a scam organization promoting doomsday theories. Polluted, transformed." Yi-Chen deeply resonated with this. The apocalypse truly exists. Hearing this, Yi-Chen said seriously, "I believe you." In the surprised gazes of the two, Yi-Chen continued, "My identity in the Yen country is quite special. I can try to use my own methods to remind the high-ranking officials of Yen about the existence of the apocalypse. In fact, there are ways to gain trust, as long as it does not involve the name of, and the existence of, can be coded. But the premise is that those who promote doomsday rhetoric must be credible and have prestige. And Yi Chen, in the eyes of the high-ranking officials of Yen, is considered one of the most reliable people. It's worth a try. Additionally, Yi Chen remembered that letter from the sun god. Combining the content of that letter, Yi Chen was confident he could persuade Mr. Chief to believe in the existence of the apocalypse. That's wonderful. Don Quixote clenched his right fist, looking very excited. Thank you, my brother. Would you like to join the? Sorry, I was being presumptuous. How about this? Let me give you this first. It was a blue feather pen, identical to the one the bar owner had just used. This is one of the incarnations of the soul of the world. Using it to write on your own body will allow you to contact me. If there is any news, please contact me in a timely manner. Yi Chen held a blue feather pen and asked, how much preparation have you made to combat the apocalypse? Additionally, what is the key to fighting? Upon hearing this, Don Quixote looked at Yi Chen with an appreciative gaze. Oh, my brother. Your mind is very clear, and your thinking is very action-oriented and strategic. Your two questions hit the nail on the head. The purpose of our organization is to solve the above problems. Now, we already have the answers. We have the correct guidelines and measures. And it's very simple, just one thing. That is, to find the blasphemer. Yi Chen's eyelids twitched. Find the blasphemer? Sorry, the blasphemer is right in front of you. Yi Chen maintained his composure, showing no signs of abnormality, and countered. What is the so-called blasphemer? Why do we need to find the blasphemer? Cervantes spoke up. Because the blasphemer is the key to avoiding the apocalypse. His expression turned sad and lonely. I have been to the Suan No one instance and saw another me in a parallel universe. It is precisely because of this that I have reached an agreement with Don Quixote. The Peerless Brotherhood will devote all resources and energy to find the blasphemer. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen suppressed his facial expression. If I shout out now that the blasphemer is me, would you believe it? Yi Chen uncertainly asked, is this so-called blasphemer the key to combating the apocalypse? Is it only that blasphemer who can defeat? It sounds like a cliché from a novel or a film. Don Quixote paused for a moment, as if he understood the meaning of Yi Chen's words. I don't know. The revelation we received is that we must give something to the blasphemer. This thing comes from the soul of the world and is something very important from the soul of the world. That is why we need to find the blasphemer. Why does it sound so strange? Is the soul of the world a girl? Cervantes interjected, it is precisely because this revelation is too vague, and we do not know the specific situation of the blasphemer. That is why my stance has always been contrary to Don Quixote's. However, having witnessed the failure in the Suan No one instance, I have now come to a realization. I do not want to experience such regret again in a few decades. This time, we must prioritize finding the blasphemer, and give him the precious item from the soul of the world. Perhaps, after completing this phase of the task, we will gain new insights. As for what the blasphemer is, we are not very clear, only that it is a person. What a good summary. Yi Chen understood, but he was not in a hurry to directly admit that he was the blasphemer. Does this blasphemer have any specific characteristics? How do we find him? Don Quixote replied, not really, but there is a most direct and simple method. That is to let the suspected blasphemer come into contact with that item of revelation from the soul of the world. If it is the true blasphemer, then that item of revelation will definitely produce a special reaction. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen instinctively leaned back, wanting to distance himself from Don Quixote. He was really afraid that Don Quixote would directly take out that item of revelation. If that were the case, the situation would be very awkward. Yi Chen decided not to come into contact with that item of revelation for now. He was still relatively weak and it was better not to expose the identity of the blasphemer. At this point, Yi Chen had gained a certain understanding of the apocalypse, and he learned that the opportunity to encounter the apocalypse lay within himself. No need to rush. According to the timeline of the Suan, the apocalypse wouldn't erupt for at least another 25 years. He decided to develop quietly for a few years first. With this thought, Yi Chen bid farewell and left the Sunlan Heart Bar. That night, Yi Chen lay in bed, first discussing the inner outfit plan with Wan Haoyue until late. Then he began to assess his trump cards. First was the effect of the hand of the blasphemer. 1. Infinite attribute theft, ensuring his own attribute growth while weakening enemies in battle. 2. Added the miracle talent, which could bring various benefits in daily life and trigger unexpected surprise effects at critical moments. 3. Divine Power System. He had unlocked divine power resources, and when stealing attributes, the opponent's divine power attributes were also within the range of theft. If he had possessed this ability during the battle with the god of mist poison, Aldi, perhaps he would have already stolen a considerable amount of divine power from him. For Divine Positioning System, he could locate the opponent's position based on their residual divine power and launch mental weapons to attack enemies with divine power on a mental level. 5. Blasphemer's Moment. This skill had undergone 4 awakenings and had become extremely powerful, with further awakenings promising even more outrageous effects. The above was the only hidden super divine talent. Next were the equipment items. 1. Crimson Blood Path. This equipment allowed him to steadily obtain a piece of colorful mythological equipment every month. 2. Batitila * Unyielding Will. With this equipment, all control effects would have no impact on Yi Chen. Controlling Yi Chen was equivalent to controlling oneself. 3. Soul Burner Doll. With this equipment, Yi Chen could gain the ability to create a substitute when receiving fatal damage. This ability was instantaneous with no cooldown, requiring only a consumption of 50,000 life points, which for Yi Chen was equivalent to infinite use. Unlimited use meant unlimited margin for error. For Anu Crown, the main function of this equipment was to locate Anu Desire, and it also had an effect of significantly increasing spell strength for a short time. 5. Arachni * Mirror of the Fallen. This black equipment itself had no abilities, but it housed a woman suspected to be a deity. Then there was the pet, Black D. Besides Black D, he also had 6 other Eastern auspicious dragon pet eggs. It seemed that he indeed had many cards, but most were for survival, lacking offensive equipment or magical items. Yi Chen decided to use the Crimson Blood Path this month to try to obtain an offensive weapon mythological equipment. The Frenzied Strike mentioned in the Unyielding Will special effect description sounded good. Batitila * Frenzied Strike, suspected to be the spear weapon of that ancient god of madness. However, he was a mage. Was it appropriate to wield a spear? Forget it, he would decide when the cooldown time was up. In the time that followed, Yi Chen put aside thoughts of the apocalypse, blasphemers, deities, and tasks, prioritizing enjoying life. Since returning to Hang City, the Youth Elite Circle had transformed into a structure centered around Yi Chen. Not only in the Youth Elite Circle, but even in the adult upper-class society, the Yi family had become an emerging family. After the news of the chief's regard for Yi Chen spread back to Hang City, Yi Chen's reputation soared. Yet, he did not become arrogant or indulgent due to his change in status. On the contrary, he became even more outstanding. No, it could be said that he, who was already excellent, was discovered, recognized, and admired by more people for his outstanding qualities. After rising to prominence, Yi Chen helped many who needed assistance. In their hearts, Yi Chen was their god. Therefore, on the divine power interface, Yi Chen harvested a lot of divine power. He accumulated these divine power points, but he had not yet decided how to use them. Yi Chen's daily life became rich and colorful. Almost every day, he attended gatherings with different members of high society and was often invited to some upscale venues. Days passed in this ordinary manner. That night, Yi Chen did not go out for socializing but stayed in his room. Today, the CD of Crimson Blood Path was ready. He was about to obtain his third piece of colorful mythological equipment. Yi Chen closed his eyes and guided blood remembrance. Whoosh! Just like last time, 88 million points of life were quickly absorbed by Crimson Blood Path. Then, large swaths of ink-white mist appeared in the room, unfolding before Yi Chen like a giant screen in a cinema. Within the ink-white mist, rhythmic flashes of images began to appear. They were very realistic, constantly changing. Unfortunately, he could not hear any sounds from within. Yi Chen now knew that these were the historical gaps summoned by Crimson Blood Path. Each scene contained within it a piece of colorful mythological equipment. Yi Chen's target this time was an offensive weapon. It could be either physical or magical, but preferably the Frenzied Strike that paired with Unyielding Will. There should be some kind of bond between these two pieces of mythological equipment that could unlock additional effects. Additionally, Yi Chen remembered that in the letters shown to him by the high-ranking officials of Jojo, written by the current Sun God, there was mention of something very interesting related to this Frenzied Strike. Yi Chen decided that this time he would retrieve Frenzied Strike. With the experience from last time, Yi Chen was not in a hurry. The mist images changed every 10 seconds or so, and he was waiting. He was waiting for the image related to the ancient god of madness to appear. After all, he had already seen that ancient deity last time and could recognize him. 7 or 8 minutes later, Yi Chen's body trembled. There it was! Within the mist images, the figure of the ancient god of madness appeared. At that moment, he was wielding a spear and engaged in battle. The creature he was fighting against brought Yi Chen immense shock. What the hell was that creature? Yi Chen could only vaguely identify it as a gigantic octopus head, hovering in the air, perched atop the highest building of an ancient city. How big could it be? Bigger than a city. The enormous tentacles obscured the sky, covering the city, with chaos reigning. If this scene were in a sci-fi horror movie, it might not seem like much. But placed in the real world, the sense of terror and oppression was overwhelming. And the ancient god of madness was facing this gigantic and bizarre creature. Yi Chen did not hesitate. He directly reached through the historical gap and pulled out an object. This object transformed into colorful light and entered Yi Chen's item inventory. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Bardatira * Frenzied Strike. After the system's voice echoed in his mind, the ink-white mist gradually dissipated. Yi Chen opened his item inventory to check the item surrounded by colorful light. Equipment name, Bardatira * Frenzied Strike, Colorful Mythology, Part, Weapon, Carrying Level, LV1 and above, can upgrade equipment, basic attributes, Life plus 2000, Attack Power plus 3000, Effect Resistance plus 10%. As the equipment level increases, the basic attributes will continue to grow. Divine Skill, cannot be absorbed or transferred through crystals. Bravery, active, cooldown time 3 days, no consumption, activates the potential of all team members, granting a 300% increase in all attributes, as well as a 30% increase in attack speed and casting speed. Effect lasts for 30 minutes. You can expend Divine Power to extend the duration of this effect. For every 1 point of Divine Power consumed, the duration is extended by 5 minutes. Incomplete Madness Authority, passive effect, the holder gains a 300% increase in attack power from all sources. Charge, active, consumes 5000 mana, cooldown time 60 seconds, rushes in a direction, attacking all enemies and buildings in the path, dealing 4000% physical damage based on attack power. This damage ignores defense. Uncontrolled Authority, special negative passive effect. The power of Madness Authority infects the holder, who must provide 10 living elite beings daily for this weapon, otherwise the weapon will consume the holder. If simultaneously holding Bardatira * Unyielding Will, this negative effect is negated. Unfading Divine Power, this equipment also hides unknown powers. Upgrading this equipment may uncover this power. Special Skill, None, Durability, never wears out. Ownership, unowned, equipping this item will automatically claim ownership. Channel Attack Power. This weapon's most striking feature for Yi Chen is this divine skill. A 300% increase in attack power from all sources. For example, when Yi Chen levels up, he gains free attribute points. Currently at level 4, each point of attribute increases his attack power by 5. However, under the effect of Incomplete Madness Authority, each point of attribute will grant Yi Chen an additional 15 points of attack power. That's a total of 20 points. Furthermore, if a support class grants Yi Chen a halo buff that increases his attack power by 1000, under the effect, Yi Chen will gain an additional 3000 points of attack power. The Blasphemous Hand will also benefit from this effect. Originally stealing 1000 attack power, it will now become 4000. The effect of this divine skill is immensely beneficial for Yi Chen. As for the other effects, in the past, they might have excited Yi Chen. But for Yi Chen, who has completed level 4 and is gradually becoming stronger during the blasphemous moment, the other effects seem somewhat lacking. Yi Chen directly chose to equip the weapon, binding himself to it. His attack power instantly tripled. In the mirror world, a stunning woman with a gothic style, upon seeing Yi Chen acquire the mythical equipment from the historical rift, forgot to continue picking at her feet. She stood frozen in place. After a long while, a deep sense of wariness and a hint of excitement appeared on her beautiful face. Perhaps due to the overwhelming events recently, Yi Chen found it hard to sleep at 4:30 in the morning. He simply got up, intending to exercise in the villa garden and breathe in some fresh air. As Yi Chen entered the garden, he saw a figure crouched on the ground, hands clasped in a prayer-like gesture, sneaking around, not knowing what they were doing. His heart tightened, and he quietly approached to check. "Dad, what are you doing?" Yi Chen rushed over to help his father, Yi Lingfeng, up. He saw that Yi Lingfeng had a devout expression, his eyes vacant, murmuring, God is watching me." In an instant, Yi Chen recalled the information he had seen in the Jojo archives regarding humans being tainted by deities. His father's current condition was one of the symptoms. Yi Chen immediately checked his father's status. Ever since the family became wealthy, his father had never stopped taking supplements, and he had many enhancement buffs. Yi Chen examined them one by one. He discovered a strange buff. Filthy Gaze, God is watching you. What the hell is this? Although Yi Chen didn't know, he was certain that the abnormality affecting his father was definitely related to this buff. He spread open his right hand, and the symbol of the Oath of Mountains and Seas appeared on it, radiating a golden light. Within seconds, a steady voice came from the symbol, belonging to Captain Deng. Yi Chen, this is Deng Qiming. What happened? Although he had become muddled ever since his father's incident 8 years ago, at that time, Yi Chen thought his father had been severely injured, compounded by the heavy blow of losing his comrades. That was why his strong father had turned into that way. A month ago, on the day he awakened, he broke the world record for the novice trial dungeon, gained glory, and joined JoJo. Accompanied by Elder Ding, he administered a 5-star A-tier elixir to his father, healing all his injuries. At that time, aside from mentioning frequent tinnitus, his father showed no other abnormalities. Moreover, Principal Hao Yueme had specifically taken his father to the renowned private hospital, Ziyuan Hospital in Hangchang, for a comprehensive examination, and no aftereffects were found at all. That was why Yi Chen felt at ease leaving Hangchang to respond to the summons from the central office. However, what happened today left Yi Chen perplexed. Why? With such a significant buff on his father, how could those doctors not notice? At 5:30 in the morning, less than an hour after the incident. After reporting the situation to Captain Deng, reinforcements from JoJo arrived at the Queen District of Hangchang, at Villano. 1. This included a special operations team, with members mostly at level 400, classified as saints, and the team leader was a level 500 ground angel. Additionally, a mid-level leader from JoJo, Mr. Su, a level 600 king of angels, who had transitioned to divine doctor, rushed over specifically to treat Yi Chen's father. On the 3rd floor of the villa, in Yi Chen's parents' bedroom, Yi Lingfeng lay in bed, seemingly in deep sleep. Chen Xian stood by the bedside, her face showing worry. Yi Chen and Divine Dr. Su stood at the bedside. Divine Dr. Su was a quiet young man of only 30 years old. At Yi Chen's age, he was already a prominent figure, having been absorbed into JoJo early on for focused training. Now, at this age, he had reached over level 600, becoming the King of Angels. He was one of the most likely candidates within JoJo, aside from Yi Chen, to advance to level 700 demigod. Comrade Xiaonan, after my examination, I found no abnormalities in your father's body. He should be fine. I did not find any traces of corruption from the evil god on him. Based on your description, it seems to be a psychological trauma. I would recommend you take your father to see a psychologist. If it weren't for the fact that the person in front of him was a high-ranking official from JoJo, someone trustworthy, Yi Chen would have already exploded in anger. Damn! Yi Chen glanced at his father again. That filthy gaze buff was so blatantly hanging on his father, and this divine doctor actually didn't see it? Yi Chen tentatively asked, Divine Doctor, is there really no strange debuff on my father? Divine Dr. Su smiled, Comrade Xiaonan, as you can see, there is nothing wrong with your father. Yi Chen looked at his mother and asked the same question. Chen Xian replied in confusion, no, just some buffs from nutritional supplements, there are no strange debuffs at all. Alright. Yi Chen's heart sank slightly. It seemed that only he could see the filthy gaze debuff. It should also be only he who could solve this problem. Alright, Divine Doctor, thank you for making this special trip, perhaps I am just too sensitive. Divine Dr. Su was quite proud in front of others. If someone made him run a trip for such a minor issue, he would definitely get angry. But he knew that the young man before him was highly valued by the chief and held a transcendent position within the 9 provinces, so he did not dare to act recklessly. Dr. Su simply smiled gently, don't mention it, it's what I should do. Comrade Xiaonan, I will be staying in Hangzhou for a few more days. If you need my help, feel free to contact me at any time. After exchanging a few pleasantries and seeing off the members of the 9 provinces, Yi Chen dismissed his mother and sat beside his father. He had a bold idea. The gods are watching you. Since gods were mentioned, it proved to be related to the divine. This kind of buff related to the divine mostly contained divine power, resulting from the influence of divine power. Yi Chen possessed a divine power radar, which allowed him to see this buff that only he could perceive, and he would attempt to rescue his father. If his father was indeed targeted by some deity, Yi Chen wouldn't mind truly performing the duties of a blasphemer. Closing his eyes, Yi Chen used the blasphemer system to influence the filthy gaze buff. Meanwhile, in the capital city, near Qianmen, within an ancient courtyard, the buildings here were all old-style single-story houses, but every inch of land was extremely valuable. At 8 a.m., a man in his 70s suddenly woke up from his sleep. He let out a soft shout, drenched in sweat, breathing rapidly, his expression filled with terror. A revelation from the dream. Blood, rivers of blood. Hangzhou. College entrance examination. Disaster? Disaster. He immediately got up, sitting cross-legged on the bed, materializing an ancient tortoise shell, closing his eyes, muttering incantations, using the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, urgently performing divination. Half an hour later, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. A blood-red character for disaster appeared on the ancient tortoise shell. "It's true. Someone come." With the old man's loud shout, several young men who looked like disciples hurriedly ran into the room. "Master, what happened?" The old man's face was extremely serious, his eyes filled with bloodshot. "Quick, prepare the car. I need to meet the chief." It was a novel feeling. Yichen closed his eyes, using the blasphemer system to interpret this buff and received feedback. Ding, divine power detected, analyzing, tracking. Analysis successful. The source of this divine power is the filthy god Linny. The filthy god? What kind of deity is this? A demigod or a true god? As if hearing Yichen's question, the exclusive system answered. The filthy god is a title for a demigod, differing from the title of a true god only in that demigods customize their titles based on their own abilities for personalized faith harvesting. For example, the demigod of poisonous mist encountered earlier was merely a divine profession capable of mastering poisonous mist, who, upon reaching level 700, took the title of the god of poisonous mist. Similarly, this filthy god is also just a demigod. Oh, since it's a demigod, that makes things easier. There have been demigods who died at Yichen's hands before. Tracking successful. Locating. The target is currently in the wilderness area of Hangzhou, inside the Bowman Hotel. Would you like to mark the target's spirit? Right in the urban area of Hangzhou. Good, good, dare to touch my father. Let's see how I deal with you. Mark. Marking. Mark successful. Now, you can command this system to activate mental weapons to attack the target at any time. The list of mental weapons is as follows. Yichen currently had 4 awakenings and had unlocked 5 types of mental weapons. Mental spike bomb. Deploy a bomb to the target's spirit, which, upon exploding, will launch mental spikes, causing several small amounts of damage to the target's spirit and permanently damaging the opponent's spirit, with an effective range of 10 light hearts, light heart being a unit of distance in the spirit plane. Usage instructions. The damage is not severe, but it causes permanent harm to the spirit, and the process of permanent damage to the spirit is extremely painful. This is the fate of those who dare to provoke the blasphemers. Deceptive sonic rocket. Launch a rocket at high speed towards the target, causing massive mental damage, effective range 20 light hearts. Usage instructions. It has extremely high damage. If the target still has value, please use it cautiously. Using it against weaker spirits will directly take their lives. Vanishing mental smoke bomb. Throw a smoke bomb at the target spirit, causing slow, continuous damage to the opponent's spirit without being detected, lasting a long time, effective range 5 light hearts. Usage instructions. Although the damage is low and the effect is slow, it has concealment. After the attack, it will not attract the opponent's attention, killing invisibly. Delusional intercontinental missile. Launch a delusional intercontinental missile at the target, causing a small amount of damage to the target's spirit and disrupting the target's mind, leaving them dazed in place for up to 30 seconds, effective range 500 light hearts. Usage instructions. The damage is not severe, but it has an extremely high range. No matter where the enemy is, they cannot escape the fate of being struck by the intercontinental missile, allowing control over the target to prevent escape. Blue no white flash bomb. Throw a flash bomb at the target, affecting the target's spirit, causing them to be dazed for 3 to 5 hours, effective range 3 light hearts. Usage instructions. There is no damage, but it can achieve long-term control over the target. The downside is that it requires close range, suitable for premeditated schemes. Yichen calculated that in the spirit dimension, the target was 12 light hearts away from his position, within the range of deceptive sonic rocket and delusional intercontinental missile. However, Yichen did not act rashly, as he still did not know how the opponent had affected his father. If he acted and killed him, and his father's debuff was not lifted, it would be disastrous. So Yichen chose a more cautious approach. Wait, what is this? Yichen noticed some small light spots marked with the same color on the spirit dimension map. They were inconspicuous. If Yichen hadn't been attentive, he wouldn't have noticed. Counting them, there were a total of 20 small light spots. Since these small light spots were marked by the blasphemy system, it proved they were related to the filthy god who polluted his father. What is going on? Yichen furrowed his brows and thought, could they be his avatars? Or perhaps his resurrection backup? As Yichen pondered many speculations, he suddenly discovered an extremely small light spot, even smaller than the previous 20. This extremely small light spot was very close to him, almost overlapping. Does this represent the divine power that polluted his father? So that's it. Yi Chen now understood that those scattered small light spots should be the targets polluted by this filthy god. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry about them for now. Capture the thief, first capture the king. Yi Chen revealed a warm smile, sharpening the knife to prepare for the pig and sheep. 9 a.m. In the wild area of Hang City, at the Bowman Hotel, in a luxurious suite on a high floor, Li and I had a slightly satisfied expression on her face as she put away the open large retreat and slowly got up from a piece of jerky. It was vaguely recognizable that it had once been a human male. She softly hummed, speaking to herself. This man isn't handsome enough, nor is he muscular enough. His stamina is also lacking. I'm not satisfied at all. I really want a muscular handsome guy. Sigh, the college entrance examination is in 3 days. I'll finish the task Lord Morgan assigned to me first, then go find some fun. I just remembered that a few years ago, I marked a handsome guy in a certain secret realm that really suited my taste. If it weren't for coming to Hang City this time, I would have almost forgotten about it. After this matter is over, I'll go find him. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The god of filth, Linny, was somewhat surprised. She had clearly instructed the hotel staff not to disturb her. Who dared to interrupt her enjoyment, even though she had just finished? If it was a woman, she would eliminate her. If it was a man, she would pull him in and drain him dry. A sly smile crept across Linny's lips as she opened the door. She was taken aback, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. Before her stood a young man, handsome, tall, and strikingly good-looking. Moreover, this young man exuded a charming aura that easily captivated young girls and married women alike. This was incredibly appealing to the god of filth, Linny. Linny gazed at the handsome youth, her eyes sparkling. It was as if she had just been offered a pillow while dozing off. She had not been satisfied moments ago, and now a beautiful young man had come to her door. The corners of her mouth curled up, her sly smile blossoming even more. At the same time, she noticed the handsome youth also wore a warm smile. You are the god of filth? You certainly look quite filthy. Upon hearing this, Linny was momentarily stunned, then instantly became alert. She cast aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind and recalled her mission of descending into Hangzhou. On the day of the college entrance examination in Hangzhou, she planned to detonate 20 high school students she had polluted, transforming them into level 600 monsters to kill those who were also taking the exam, whose average level was around 100. This plan was still very secretive. Even her true identity, the title of God of Filth, was known to very few in the divine realm. So how could this handsome young man so easily reveal her origins? This? Not good. When Linny realized that her cover was blown, it was already too late. Boom! Phantom sonic rocket. Linny felt her head explode suddenly, not even having time to scream as her spirit suffered severe trauma, and she fainted on the spot. Thud! Draped in a bathrobe and wearing shorts, Linny collapsed on the floor at the entrance of the room. Yi Chen's warm smile turned cold, and then he expressionlessly closed the door, a flash of killing intent crossing his eyes. He had arrived at the hotel half an hour earlier and casually booked a room. Within the hotel, the distance of the spirit realm was less than 1 light heart, satisfying the attack range of Oblivion Mine Smoke Bomb. Yi Chen used the half hour to continuously throw Oblivion Mine Smoke Bombs at the god of filth, Linny, secretly attacking her spirit. At the same time, due to the nature of the Oblivion Mine Smoke Bomb, Linny was completely unaware that her spirit was being continuously attacked. When Yi Chen observed that her spirit was nearing its limit, he calmly knocked on her door. He did not know how long had passed. When Linny woke up, her mind was still a bit hazy. Upon seeing the handsome young man before her, she suddenly recalled everything that had just happened. The young man held a thorn whip in his hand, looking at her with a warm expression. The curtains were all drawn, the lights off, and the room was incredibly dim. Linny looked at the whip in the handsome young man's hand, her heart inexplicably racing a few beats. Ace and M, she liked them the most. But the current situation was very unfavorable for her, because she could not figure out the origins and strength of this handsome young man. Who are you? Linny asked, her eyes filled with vigilance as she stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen's warm smile remained unchanged, and without further ado, he got straight to the point. How do you dispel that filthy gaze, debuff? Linny was taken aback again. Filthy gaze was a skill exclusive to her. By consuming a bit of divine power, one can mark the spirit of a being, thereby achieving a certain degree of influence over the marked being's abilities. In fact, this is a skill that all demigods and above can acquire at a universal divine power level. It's just that different demigods and deities customize the names of their skills differently. The way to is quite simple, it can be cancelled by Linny herself. However, now, facing this strange boy before her, Linny clearly wouldn't be so easy to talk to. After all, he is a deity, although just a demigod. How could she lose her divine majesty in front of a level 200 rookie? Although she truly didn't understand why she had fainted just moments ago, and why she was now pinned to the chair by this boy. Being pinned down made her a bit excited, which is why Linny didn't immediately attack Yi Chen. Linny crossed her legs, arrogantly lifting the top leg. If you want to know my thoughts, I'll tell you. He. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. It seems you still don't understand your current situation. Linny wore an ambiguous smile. Oh, little handsome guy, why don't you tell me what our situation is? Yi Chen responded with action. With a swing of the Thorned Knight, a crack echoed. The Thorned Knight struck Linny. Initially, Linny felt a bit excited when Yi Chen raised the whip. All along, she had been in the role of ace. She didn't expect to taste the flavor of M today. However, when the Thorned Knight actually struck her, it was different from what she had imagined. Linny felt a tremendous pain. This pain did not come from her physical flesh, but from her mind, her brain, her spirit. What have you done to me? Yi Chen remained silent, merely raising the Thorned Knight again in response. Crack. Tug. Healing potion. Why was she in so much pain? Because the Thorned Knight was merely a distraction, an illusion, or rather, it had only used the effect of pain to elevate the sensation of pain by one level. The true means of inflicting pain was the Mind Spike Bomb. Each attack of the Mind Spike Bomb, while only causing low damage to the target's spirit, would launch spikes upon detonation, inflicting immense pain on the target's spirit. The spirit can be said to be a person's soul. This pain from the soul far exceeds that of the body. I'll ask you one more time. Yi Chen still wore a warm smile, but his tone was incredibly cold. How do you? At this moment, Linny had lost all dignity as a demigod. She buried her head, writhing in the chair, the lingering effects of the intense spiritual pain still affecting her body and mind. I'll tell you. A few seconds later, Linny suddenly lifted her head, and two beams of sickly green light shot from her eyes, instantly hitting Yi Chen's body. Minus 9,518,000. Seeing this damage float above Yi Chen's head, Linny's twisted face was filled with a triumphant smile. Little brat, dare to show off in front of me? Over 9 million damage. In Linny's perception, even a level 500 angel would only have this much health. Not to mention a level 200 rookie. But in the next moment, her twisted smile froze. She saw Yi Chen's body, struck by the sickly green rays, suddenly wither away, becoming lifeless, and then his entire body transformed into a puppet. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's true self slowly materialized in a corner of the room. Soulfire puppet. As early as when he knocked on the door, Yi Chen had consumed 50,000 life points to activate the skill Soulfire Shell. After leveling up by defeating monsters, the skill's level had risen to level 2. Yi Chen gained the ability to freely control his appearance location. At this moment, relying on Soulfire Shell, Yi Chen dodged an attack that dealt over 9 million damage, at the cost of 50,000 life points from his maximum. For Yi Chen, who had 180 million life points, enduring an attack of over 9 million didn't seem like much. In comparison, losing 50,000 life points seemed a bit of a small loss. However, Yi Chen didn't feel it was a loss at all, because this was a battle against a demigod, and there could be no carelessness. As a demigod, the opponent's attacks and skills would surely have some peculiar effects, so it was best not to take them head-on with his true self. After all, it was only a consumption of 50,000 life points. He could afford it. Once the effect of Soulfire Shell took effect, Yi Chen consumed another 50,000 life points to activate the effect again, just in case. Then, he unleashed another braid and a Mind Spike Bomb. Aha! The scream was exceptionally sharp, but at that moment, it couldn't penetrate the walls and spread out. Because Linny had set up a soundproof barrier for the entire suite in the morning while extracting that man's energy in the bathroom, to prevent the unfortunate man's screams from leaking out. Unexpectedly, now she had become the one to scream. Truly, the wheel of fortune turns. Linny endured the excruciating pain from the spirit, looking at the mysterious and handsome young man before her, gritting her teeth in hatred. That is, the Soulfire puppet? The life-saving mythical equipment on Aldi? How could it be in your hands? Could it be, you? Did you kill Aldi? After blurting out this line, the filthy god Linny completely calmed down, casting aside all filthy thoughts and focusing entirely on the battle before her. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate Yi Chen. She tried her skills again. No good. Long before Yi Chen knocked on the door, Linny had secretly used her filthy abilities to attempt to infect Yi Chen, trying to convert him into her servant. Unfortunately, the effects of her divine power skills applied to Yi Chen had sunk like a stone into the sea, with no feedback whatsoever. Now she had tried several times, all without effect. Don't waste your effort. Yi Chen's tone was extremely cold. I suppose this is how you apply filthy gaze, right? Since it can be applied, it can surely be lifted. This is impossible. Linny could no longer suppress the shock on her face. Her profession was the god-tier filthy master, and in the 14th awakening task, she had barely completed the ritual to ascend to demigod status, becoming a level 700 demigod, self-styled as the filthy god. Now, she was stuck at level 749, considered a below-average demigod. But even so, she was still a demigod. Linny's core ability was buried filth. This skill could be released quietly, affecting targets within any range, slowly depriving them of their sanity. If used on humanoid beings, it would cause the target to lose their sanity and become a puppet at will. From the moment Yi Chen knocked on the door until now, Linny had been secretly using buried filth on Yi Chen. There were even a few times in between when she secretly released filthy eruption, but there had been no feedback. Her ability was ineffective against this handsome young man at level 200? In fact, when the filthy power invaded Yi Chen's body, it was detected and eliminated by the defilement system. Even the pollution from the void was easily dispelled by the defilement system. Such pollution methods could not harm Yi Chen, who was a defiler. Yi Chen raised his right hand, lifting the thorny knight. Reduce, you still haven't answered my question. Can it be resolved? Climb. Ah. Can it? Pa. Ah. Can, or can't? Pa. Ah ah. Each time Yi Chen raised his hand, it was accompanied by a question. Each time the mind spike bomb caused immense pain, it was amplified by the thorny knight, making the pain unbearable. Even gods, even demigods, could not endure it. I'll fight you to the end. Divine might. A powerful wave of divine energy released from Linny spread out. This move had once been used against Yi Chen by the god of mist and poison, Aldi. The moment the wave touched Yi Chen's body, he was controlled by divine might and fell into paralysis. But in the next moment, the effect of Bardatira's unyielding will was triggered. Controlling Yi Chen was equivalent to controlling itself. Linny was rebounded, falling into a 24-minute paralysis control effect. Why? Looking at Yi Chen, who seemed unscathed, it roared back in madness. Yi Chen raised his wrist again. Pa! Dare to defile the gods effect triggered, absorbing 256 points of divine power attribute from the target. Accompanied by Linny's painful scream, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Chen's mouth. The hand that defiles the gods had finally successfully triggered, stealing attributes. Moreover, it had stolen divine power. Thinking about how he could steal attributes from a demigod again, Yi Chen felt a little excited. And this time, the target was not a lecherous middle-aged man like Aldi, but a woman who was available to everyone. He could enjoy the soft Lin to his heart's content. How thrilling! Pa! Ah! Thud! I resolve! Woo-woo! I resolve! Don't hit me anymore! I beg you! Pa! Ah! Thud! Faced with the pleas of the filthy god Linny, Yi Chen was completely unmoved. Instead, the more pitiful she became, the more excited Yi Chen felt. This was the price for harming his loved ones. Yi Chen wanted this piece of goods in front of him to regret being born into this world. However, he couldn't kill her right now. Saving his father was the priority. Yi Chen stopped, still wearing a warm smile. Shall we resolve it? Linny had already realized that it was a certain duck she had once marked, which was why she had offended the terrifying boy in front of her. Resolve? Resolve who? I marked a lot. A lot. Yi Chen's gaze suddenly became dangerously intense, then returned to normal. Of course, all resolved. He wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his father's name. Before setting out, Yi Chen had placed a monitoring device on his father, allowing him to observe his father's buff bar in real time. At this moment, the buff filthy gaze still existed. Good. Linny really didn't want to taste that kind of pain again, the kind that pierced to the bone. The power of the mind spike bomb was evident. Linny closed her eyes and remained silent for several seconds. Alright, I've resolved everything. It wore a joyful smile, a bit naive. At this moment, through the monitoring device, Yi Chen saw that the filthy gaze on his father had indeed disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. The phone rang. Yi Chen glanced at it. It was a call from his father. Answering the phone, his father's urgent and excited voice came through. Son, Dad encountered a god. That day, in the secret realm. The completely rational Yilingfeng finally recalled that day in the level 100 secret realm. Their team had indeed cleared the secret realm, but just as they were about to claim their first completion reward, a female deity suddenly descended, slaughtering half of the team members. Then, she used her divine power to corrupt the other half. This led to the failure of that secret realm exploration. After hearing the whole story, Yi Chen's expression was blank, but the veins on his face bulged, and his gaze was more serious than ever before. It turned out that the root of all this was the woman before him. Dad, it's okay, you don't have to worry about that deity's revenge or anything else. I'm now a high-ranking official in Yin country, and our family is under the protection of Yin country. Don't worry. After calming his agitated father, Yichen wanted to put on a warm smile again, but he couldn't control his expression at all. At that moment, Yichen looked at the filthy goddess Lini with a gaze full of murderous intent. This murderous intent from the desecrator seemed to have a tangible terrifying effect, making Lini shiver and a sense of foreboding surge in her heart. Little handsome guy, I've done as you asked. Why won't you let me go? In Yichen's mind, the suffering he had endured over the past 8 years flashed before him. Burdened with debt, isolated by others, living a hard life. If it weren't for his strong will, he would have been crushed by this heavy display long ago. Fortunately, he persevered and gained the opportunity to take revenge with his own hands. Yichen still wore a smile, but it was not a warm smile, it was a cruel, murderous grin. If someone familiar with Yichen were present, they would surely be terrified by this smile and have nightmares. Did I ever say I would let you go? Seems like I didn't. Lini looked at Yichen, whose face was twisted in a terrifying manner, and as a demigod, she felt a deep fear and despair. No, I beg you, let me go. I'm willing to be your servant. I'll be your horse, Yichen continued to grin cruelly. You're too dirty to be my horse. Don't worry, I will continue to touch you. I won't drain your body, but I will drain your attributes. And then, I will take your attributes and live on for you. Ha, drain my attributes? What does that mean? Lini instinctively glanced at her own attributes. Ah! Lini screamed in terror. She hadn't screamed so violently even when she was tortured by the mind spike bomb. My attributes, why have my attributes decreased so much? She originally had over 38 million health points, but now, there were less than 30 million left. Her spell power, attack power, armor, and magic resistance had all suffered certain losses. What happened? Did this young man in front of her steal my attributes? You are the desecrator. As a demigod of conspiracy, the filthy goddess Lini had learned about the abilities of the desecrator from her master. It was said that the god of gods, the desecrator, had the ability to siphon the attributes of all things. Deities were like children before him. Her master speculated that perhaps only a holy god, who had reached level 900 could contend with the desecrator. Whether that speculation was correct or not was unknown. And at this moment, the legendary desecrator, feared and dreaded by all gods, stood before her. How could this not make Lini feel even more despair? Yichen raised his wrist again. The crimson, thorned night, shimmered with an eerie light. An hour later, the filthy goddess Lini deeply regretted being born into this world. After enduring such cruelty and having all her attributes drained by Yichen, she left this world. Her sinful life came to an end. The filthy goddess fell. Looking at her corpse, Yichen transformed into the Arachni * fallen mirror. Arachni, are you there? A female face wrapped in shadows flashed on the surface of the silver mirror. A melodious voice sounded, incredibly calm. I'm here. Yichen said lightly, help me deal with her body and sort out the dropped items. As a reward, I can give you 20%. The melodious voice remained exceedingly calm. Okay. Then, a pitch-black shadow emerged from the mirror, transforming into a black light that enveloped Lini's corpse, wrapping it up before returning to drag it into the mirror. Thus, the filthy god Lini completely disappeared from the world. Thank you, Arachni. You're welcome. In the world within the mirror, inside the cage. Upon seeing the tragic state of Lini's corpse, the gothic beauty could no longer maintain her composure. She witnessed the most brutal side of the desecrator. Trembling. After dealing with Lini's corpse, there was one troublesome matter. It was the body of the pitiful yet detestable man, a human jerky drained by Lini, and how to handle it? Before coming, Yichen had no idea that Lini was such a filthy woman. There was no choice but to contact the 9 provinces to handle the aftermath. Just as Yichen took out his phone, it rang. Seeing the number, Yichen's expression turned serious, his face taking on a solemn look as he answered the call. A gentle, serious, and magnetic voice came from the other end. Yichen, this is the chief. Something big has happened. Let us rewind time a little over an hour. Just as Yichen was tracking down the filthy god Lini's location according to the desecration system and was about to take action. In the capital city, the center of power, the chief's office welcomed 2 unexpected guests. One was an elderly man in his 70s holding a tortoise shell. The other was a middle-aged man in his 50s, fanning himself with a feather fan. They were the heads of the Southwest Alliance, Zhuge Xiaoxiao. The elderly man with the tortoise shell was Mr. Fu Jun, the head of the Southeast Alliance who had initially tasked Yichen with finding Annuir. Both alliance leaders urgently requested to meet, and the chief knew that something very serious must have occurred. Xiao Xiao, did you foresee it too? Zhuge Xiaoxiao's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had shed blood tears. Yes, I received a revelation in my dream and then used astrology for divination. I saw Hang City bathed in blood red, causing tears of blood to flow from my eyes. To suffer such a backlash must be related to the divine. It must be a righteous god. Mr. Fu Jun sighed deeply. I feel the same. My life tortoise shell cracked while using the Bagua divination technique due to the backlash. Upon hearing this, the chief's expression turned extremely serious. He set aside all his affairs and asked with concern, what exactly was foretold? One was a stargazer, the other a diviner, and they proceeded to conduct detailed divination on the spot. Divination is an extremely energy-consuming and time-intensive skill. The two prophecy masters spent an hour and a half communicating with the spirit world and the star realm, and the divination images began to appear. They used their skills to share the prophetic images in real time. The prophetic images of both were almost identical. In the prophetic images, Hang City would face a catastrophic blood disaster, starting from the college entrance examination held 3 days later. On the day of the citywide college entrance examination in Hang City, 20 students in the examination room suddenly mutated into terrifying and evil level 600 monsters, beginning to wreak havoc and slaughter. Blood flowed like rivers in the college entrance examination instance. Just as the official experts entered the examination instance to eliminate the monsters, the sky over Hang City suddenly. Then, the image was interrupted. When the scene reappeared, Hang City had become a hell on earth, with no living beings left. As the prophetic vision came to an end, the chief and the two covenant leaders were drenched in cold sweat. The chief decisively said, immediately convene all members of the 9 provinces for an emergency meeting. Then, the chief thought of something and took out his phone. Yi Chen, that legendary youth, was currently in Hang City. Let us adjust the time back to the present. After receiving the call, Yi Chen immediately left the hotel and headed straight for the Hang City government. There was a Mountain Sea Gate. Passing through the Mountain Sea Gate and entering the Mountain Sea world, Yi Chen found that this area was much livelier than before. Tall, short, fat, thin, various figures shrouded in gray mist and cloaks appeared in the plains. They were all members of the 9 provinces. There was no communication among them. Instead, they hurriedly passed through the forest, walked past several pavilions, and merged from the foot of the mountain onto the mountain path, heading straight for the summit platform. Upon reaching the platform, many members had already taken their seats. The chief and the 5 covenant leaders were also in position. 10 minutes later, members and captains from the 5 major covenants from all directions had gathered. The emergency meeting officially began. Witnessing the prophetic vision of the disaster in Hang City, everyone was extremely shocked. With the gods generally residing in the divine realm and no longer walking on the earth, such severe attacks by evil gods were rare in various countries. This time, it was clear that an evil god was launching an attack specifically against Hang City and the Flame Nation. It had to be dealt with properly. A dark expression appeared on Yi Chen's face. This indicated that he was very angry. Who the hell dares to attack my hometown? If I catch you, I will make sure you don't survive. The chief announced an important clue. Currently, we do not know which evil god is attempting to attack Hang City. Although we captured a trace of divine power in the prophecy, this divine power does not belong to any evil god we are familiar with. He materialized this trace of divine power, allowing everyone to feel and remember its characteristics. Has anyone ever encountered this kind of divine power? Yi Chen was taken aback. Isn't this the aura of that wretched god, Linny? That wretched god Linny actually plans to attack Hang City? At this thought, Yi Chen suddenly felt a bit of fear. The filthy god Linny's abilities were indeed troublesome, capable of contaminating humans invisibly, making it nearly impossible to defend against. If it weren't for Yi Chen being a defiler, immune to all pollution, he would definitely have fallen into her trap. Damn it, luckily I'm more skilled. At this moment, at the summit meeting of the Mountain Sea World, the members looked at each other, indicating that none of them had encountered this kind of divine power. Even a few well-traveled members, who often went on global business trips, were at a loss. Just when everyone was at a standstill, Yi Chen slowly raised his hand. Chief. I know. In an instant, all eyes turned to Yi Chen's seat. That afternoon, at 2 p.m., the Zhejiang Province W Province government and the Hang City W City government gathered several experts. These experts were all at least level 500, Earth Angels. Because the monsters appearing in the prophecy were all level 600. These experts were not only prominent in Zhejiang Province but also well-known nationwide. At this moment, they all obeyed Yi Chen. Yi Chen was the overall commander of this cleanup operation. Governor Yan put on his battle attire, looking as if he was still in his prime. He looked at the handsome and tall youth before him, a look of nostalgia on his face. A month ago, Yi Chen was just a student about to turn 18 and graduate from high school. He was still a child standing in the center of the stage, receiving his commendation. And at this moment, Yi Chen had transformed into his temporary superior. Governor Yen felt that Yi Chen was still a child and might not consider issues comprehensively, so he took the initiative to ask, "Comrade Yi Chen, gathering together will indeed make us stronger. But what if, while we are dealing with one of the contaminated targets, the other targets change and cause trouble?" Yi Chen understood the meaning of Governor Yen. He was afraid of alarming the snake by striking the grass. After all, there were 20 contaminated students, and concentrating efforts on handling one of them would surely be foolproof. However, during this process, unexpected situations might arise with the other 19. Yi Chen was very clear about this. There would be no unexpected situations because the vile god, Linny, had already been slain by him. The residual divine power did not possess active consciousness and could not be actively controlled. Nevertheless, to be on the safe side, Yi Chen made ample preparations. "Governor Yen, you make a valid point. My plan is to concentrate our forces to eliminate one person while setting up defensive measures around the remaining 19. This is why we haven't acted yet. I am waiting for reinforcements." Soon, reinforcements began to arrive one after another. They were all members of the Yi Jojo, with levels above 500, coming from all over the country. Jojo was a secret force of the Yen nation, and even some high-ranking officials in Ji province were not fully aware of its intricacies. The powerful and imposing aura of these experts told them that these individuals were anything but simple. At this moment, seeing Yi Chen summon so many experts at once, they felt a sense of awe. Had Yi Chen grown to this extent? Capable of commanding the secret forces of the central office? Could it be that the chairman was grooming him as a successor? With this thought, these bigwigs from Ji province began to elevate the status of the Yi family several levels in their minds. They were also considering whether to send their wives to the one villa in the Queen's district of Hangzhou to play mahjong. After the reinforcements arrived, Yi Chen used the system to print out dozens of maps. The marked locations on the maps indicated the positions of the 20 students contaminated by the vile god Linny. This map was printed based on the spirit marking function of his blasphemy system. The locations were absolutely accurate, but since they were not updated in real time, Yi Chen instructed, 2 people should claim one location. Monitor the area near the target location, and if anything unexpected happens, signal immediately and do everything possible to ensure the safety of the people. After everyone received their orders, they suddenly realized that, including the reinforcements, over 30 people had been assigned. Only Yi Chen remained. Yi Chen continued, "I will carry out the elimination operation alone. I will check them one by one in the order marked on the map." Upon hearing this, Governor Yan's expression became serious. "Comrade Yi Chen, it's too dangerous for you to carry out the elimination alone. How about each person claims a monitoring location, and the rest follow you?" Yi Chen knew that Governor Yan was worried about his safety. He felt warmth in his heart and smiled back. "Don't worry, Governor Yan, I can handle it." Governor Yan still insisted, "You're only level 200, the organization can't place such a heavy burden on you. How about this? I'll go with you. Don't look at me being old now. I usually deal with Z matters, but I can still fight." Seeing Governor Yan's insistence, Yi Chen could only give him face and agreed. The operation began. Yi Chen and Governor Yan took a car to the first target location. After getting out of the car, Yi Chen instructed the mobile team to stand by and wait for orders. Then he and Governor Yan arrived at a shabby, cheap apartment. Based on the positioning from the blasphemy system in his mind, Yi Chen found the exact location of the target. Used the Changwu white flash bomb. Inside the apartment, a chubby male high school student, who looked like he was playing a game on his phone, suddenly trembled all over. Then he lost consciousness and slumped onto the bed. The character in his game remained motionless. After that, Yi Chen called the mobile team to enter the house and carry away the unconscious chubby student, transferring him to a professional institution for purification. One target was simply resolved like that. Throughout the process, Yan Xingshou, who had been by Yi Chen's side, ready for battle, felt somewhat dazed. Is this it? The look in his eyes when he glanced at Yi Chen became incredibly complex. When executing an important task, there was no thrilling, bloody battle to the end like in the movies. It was only steady, meticulous, and efficient. If there was no need to fight, then don't fight, achieve the goal with the least cost and the simplest, most effective method. This was the highest level of strategy. The saying that a soldier can win a war without shedding blood is based on this principle. After that, Yi Chen employed the same tactic. At each target location, he only needed to lightly toss a Qingwu by say flash bomb to capture the target without injury. The process went incredibly smoothly. Some might think that Qing Wu Baisei flash bomb was somewhat invincible, but the mind weapon had usage restrictions and could only be used on targets marked by the corruption god system. To be marked by the corruption god system, one had to at least be a demigod with divine power or a being tainted by divine power like this. Despite the existence of Yi Chen's bug-level Qing Wu Baisei flash bomb, an accident still occurred. The last target was a high school girl. Yi Chen had already controlled her and was taking her to the facility for purification. Unfortunately, this girl had too deep an obsession. She was of below-average appearance, small in stature, did poorly in school, came from a bad background, yet her desires were frighteningly inflated. During her student years, she had sold her body to exchange for an iPhone and various luxury goods to satisfy her desire for comparison. Her attempts to integrate into the upper class, hoping to become someone superior, were not successful. She deceived many innocent boys to extract money from them to enhance her own equipment and skills. Yet, she still could not fit into the upper class and could not become someone superior. Just as she was about to go insane, she was noticed by the corruption god, Linny, who chose her to be used and bestowed with power. After receiving the bestowal, she continued to dream of becoming someone superior, eagerly awaiting the day of the college entrance examination. Just as the official staff were purifying the polluted power within her, her obsession was too deep, and she directly lost control, transforming into a terrifying monster of level 600. The experts left behind at the scene killed her on the spot. In the end, she could not be saved. Apart from her, the other 19 polluted students were all rescued. There was no way. A woman who could not control her desires would only continue to be a plaything for the rich, harming honest people. It was better for her to be dead. In the capital city, the chief sighed in relief after receiving the report. The college entrance examination bloodbath in Hangzhou was avoided. Yi Chen had achieved great merit again. After finishing up, it was already 5 p.m. Yi Chen was about to go home when his phone rang, and WeChat notifications chimed simultaneously. Looking at it, he saw it was Qin Yining calling and Ruan Haoyue video calling on WeChat. What a coincidence! Yi Chen knew without thinking that they were both looking for him to have dinner. He felt a bit conflicted, not knowing whom to accompany. Whatever. I want them both. Looking at the setting sun over the still prosperous and peaceful Hangzhou, he felt a strong contrast to the prophetic images he had seen during the meeting in the Mountain Sea world. Yi Chen felt a surge of emotions. Today, he had thwarted the corruption god's huge conspiracy against Hangzhou and saved the city. An invisible guardian. This feeling was truly wonderful. In the divine realm, in an unknown secret corner, a being beyond description lurked in the abyss. It opened more than 20 eyes simultaneously. These eyes moved erratically without any pattern. A strange voice echoed from the abyss, Linny's breath has faded. The prey is hooked. Who else but the blasphemer could have such ability to discover my divine servant wrapped in the conspiracy authority? I have found you, blasphemer. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, in the supreme land. Above the supreme land, 3 sacred artifacts floated. All the gods in the divine realm knew that these 3 sacred artifacts represented 3 pieces of conspiracy authority. As long as one obtained all 3 pieces of conspiracy authority and completed the ascension ritual, they could be promoted to an 800-level true god. Now, a towering and muscular man floated in the air above the supreme land, gazing at the 3 pieces of conspiracy authority with a serious yet somewhat excited expression. He was Kai Zhuang, the god of muscles, a top-tier demigod at level 799. Kai Zhuang was a wild god and had not joined any righteous god's faction to become a divine servant. As a man of strength, he only obeyed himself. Today, he planned to seize the 3 pieces of conspiracy authority, attempting to ascend to an 800-level righteous god and become the first god of conspiracy in history. Kai Zhuang's actions attracted the attention of the gods in the divine realm. Every demigod attempting to seize the conspiracy authority would draw the gaze of the divine beings. The sun god Kaisa, the wind god Lord, the thunder tyrant, the platinum war god, the spirit of Flora, the ice water goddess, the king of ashes, and the arrogant god Denarns, the blood fury giant, the jealous green eye, the greedy pot, the despairing soul, the deceptive false king, the hand of fear. Many gods focused their attention on Kai Zhuang. They were all eager to see if he could succeed. After all, throughout the ancient and modern history of the unparalleled arc, no god or demigod had ever taken these 3 pieces of conspiracy authority. It began. Kai Zhuang transformed into a divine form, a massive flesh and blood giant, extending his enormous hand and easily gathering the 3 pieces of conspiracy authority into his grasp. Was it that simple to succeed? Clearly not. The gods continued to watch, for this was just the beginning. It was said that the conspiracy authority would choose its master. Would Kai Zhuang become the chosen one? The three pieces of conspiracy authority suddenly emitted divine light, gradually enlarging, transforming into a viscous, slime-like, semi-liquid, semi-solid creature. It wrapped around the god of muscles Kai Zhuang, constricting, strangling, annihilating him. The top-tier demigod at level 799, who had the power to establish faith and create church factions in the earthly realm, thus fell. This was the terrifying aspect of the conspiracy authority. In the divine realm, within a certain abyss, the enormous monster emitted a very strange voice. It is said that the conspiracy authority will choose its master? Wrong, you fools. Because the conspiracy authority already has a master. What you covet is merely the bait I have released. It devoured the purification of the god of muscles Kai Zhuang. A tremendous roar echoed through the abyss. I am the god of conspiracy. Ah ha ha ah ha 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 ah ha. Yichen sat at one corner of the round table, leisurely using chopsticks to pick up food. At the round table, including him, there were 3 people. The other 2 corners were occupied by Ruan Haoyue and Qin Yining. At this moment, both school beauty-level girls wore expressions that seemed to say no entry. Yichen sensed the atmosphere of a battlefield. As the instigator, he felt no burden in his heart, enjoying the delicious food while admiring the stunning beauty and makeup of the 2 girls. Today, both girls were dressed very maturely and alluringly. In the past, Ruan Haoyue usually wore bright colors, but this time she was rarely understated. Her inner lining was a cream-colored dress with black patterns, and the outer layer was a deep coffee-colored sheer blouse. Her black hair was styled up, not cascading down, but with a strand of dark hair hanging down on each side of her cheeks, looking both elegant and playful. This style of Ruan Haoyue was something Yichen had never seen before. On the other side, Qin Yining also opted for a contrast today. Usually, she favored black outfits. Today, however, her inner lining was a white silk spaghetti strap mini dress, embroidered with blue and pink patterns. She wore a white wool sheer blouse over it, covering her beautiful back but failing to hide her lovely legs. Paired with Qin Yining's pretty face, it was simply too alluring. A delightful meal ended under the mind games of the 2 beauties. Once home, the first thing Yichen did was chat with his father. He expressed deep sympathy for his father's situation and supported his return to the forefront as the team leader. Of course, Yichen set a condition: his father was not allowed to venture into wild secret realms again. After having encountered a demigod in a secret realm once, Yichen was even more wary of wild secret realms, fearing he might encounter something dirty. However, Yichen did not expect his father to be so popular upon his return. After all, the Yi family was now undoubtedly the foremost family in Zhejiang province. After dealing with family matters, Yichen pondered carefully, choosing his words, and used the Oath of Mountains and Seas to contact the chief. He intended to reveal some information about the apocalypse to the chief regarding the recent college entrance exam incident in Hangzhou. Through the Mountain and Sea meeting this morning, Yichen had already established direct contact with the chief and could communicate via the Oath of Mountains and Seas. Yichen, what happened? Chief, I have something important to report. Do you have time? 20 minutes later, Yichen hurried to the Hangzhou city government, passing through the Mountain and Sea gate and entering the Mountain and Sea world. The Mountain and Sea world avoided all forms of eavesdropping, ensuring absolute safety and confidentiality. This time, the chief did not meet Yichen at the peak platform but in a bamboo grove pavilion. Yichen sat across from the chief, and the 2 did not seem like superior and subordinate but rather like close relatives. Chief, do you know about the Su Hang No? Apocalypse Hope instance in Hangzhou? Upon hearing this, the chief revealed a gentle smile. I already know about your solo completion of this instance. To be honest, it surprises me. I believe it won't be long before you become the top combat force in our Yin country. Receiving such high praise from the chief made Yichen happy, and he got straight to the point. Chief, the plot of this instance is quite interesting. It's about the apocalypse. I have a strong intuition that this apocalyptic scene seems real. It will definitely happen at some point in the future. Hearing this, the chief's expression became serious. Comrade Yichen, regarding the plot of the Su Hang No instance, I advise you not to delve too deeply. There have been others like you who were interested in that apocalyptic plot, but after conducting related research, they all mysteriously disappeared. I do not wish for you to follow in their footsteps. All disappeared? Yichen had some suspicions. Perhaps they had come into contact with the name of becoming polluted and transformed into void beings. It seemed that merely revealing the truth of the apocalypse could pose great danger to the people. Therefore, Yichen hesitated, not wanting to bring the apocalypse into the open. According to Don Quixote and Cervantes, the key to resolving the apocalypse lies with the desecrators. In the timeline of Su Hang No, they did not place their hopes on the desecrators but instead united the world's forces to combat the void. The result was clear: they failed without any surprise. Therefore, the unparalleled brotherhood that Yi-Chen currently finds himself in on this timeline will pour all resources and efforts into prioritizing the search for the blasphemer. If that is the case, then since ordinary people cannot play a role, do they even know that the apocalypse exists, and what significance does it hold? The chief then expressed his stance: Comrade Yi-Chen, the apocalypse is something ethereal and mysterious. If there really is an apocalypse, the ones who should be most anxious are the deities residing in the divine realm, not us mortals. Yi-Chen, you are the hope and pillar of our Yin nation's complete rise. You should focus on Z affairs and enhancing your strength. Upon hearing this, Yi-Chen completely abandoned the idea of revealing the existence of the apocalypse. Originally, Yi-Chen wanted to say that it was with the help of the unparalleled brotherhood that he could successfully identify those tainted by the evil gods. He wanted the chief to reassess the brotherhood and leave a good impression. Then, he would take this opportunity to inform the chief about the existence of the apocalypse. However, thinking about it now, it seems unnecessary. After all, Don Quixote has already said that the key to avoiding the apocalypse is to find the blasphemer. Even if the Yin Nation and the unparalleled brotherhood truly cooperate, the content of that cooperation would only be to search for the blasphemer together. The blasphemer does not need to be found, they are already present. Since it is a problem that only the blasphemer can solve, let him bear it. To be honest, the feeling of being an invisible guardian is not bad. Moreover, Yi-Chen also had a question in his mind. The chief was right. The apocalypse indeed exists, but those deities seem to be in no hurry at all. If Blue Star were to be destroyed, they would not have a good outcome either. Furthermore, according to the secret history Yi-Chen learned, thousands of years ago, at least the mad god Baditala, the rock core god Anubarak, and the eastern seven-colored auspicious dragon all fell in the first invasion of the void. Now that the forces of the void are about to return, what is the attitude of the deities in the divine realm? After chatting with the chief for a while, Yi-Chen left the Shanghai world. After leaving the city government building, it was a little past 7 p.m., and the Forest Blue Heart Bar was open for business. Yi-Chen decided to find Don Quixote to ask about that question. He first contacted Don Quixote with a blue feather pen, arranging to meet him at the bar. Then he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the bar. He missed the Bentley left in the capital. Half an hour later, Yi-Chen met with Don Quixote and Cervantes again. There was no excessive small talk. Yi-Chen directly raised his question. Why does the apocalypse truly exist, yet the deities show no reaction? Or rather, why do they not take it seriously? Upon hearing this question, Don Quixote's expression turned somewhat sorrowful, and he fell silent. Cervantes looked furious, wanting to say something but holding back. From the expressions of these two, Yi-Chen sensed a story. Was there some hidden secret? After a long pause, Don Quixote spoke. I once had the same question. So I asked the soul of the world and received an answer. But this answer is very cruel and quite laughable. If you want to know, I can tell you. Yi-Chen nodded, signaling him to continue. Don Quixote slowly took a sip of vodka, sighed, and said, they all think they are the saviors. They all want to compete to be the savior. But none can succeed. Yi-Chen frowned. What do you mean? This is related to the promotion of an 800-level true god to a 900-level holy god. Boom! This statement brought Yi-Chen a tremendous shock. What? An 800-level true god is not the end. Above the true god, there is still the holy god. Don Quixote asked Yi-Chen, have you ever heard of authority? Authority? The two words sounded grand and impressive, and Yi-Chen felt they were somewhat familiar as he tried to recall. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. It was something the god of mist poison, Aldi, had blurted out when he was rebounded and controlled by the effect of Bardatira's strong will in the secret realm of the deep abyss medicine forest. And the power of madness already has a new master. The power of madness. The madness power. Don Quixote noticed the contemplative look on Yi-Chen's face and explained, a level 699, King of Angels, as long as they complete the 14 awakening tasks and rituals, awaken divine power, and rise to level 700, can self-title as a demigod. But a demigod cannot ascend to true god. Power is one of the necessary conditions for a level 799 demigod to ascend to level 800 true god. Without power, there is no true god. Without power, there is no true god. This is why, throughout the history of the unparalleled arc, the seats of true gods are fixed, and the titles of true gods are also fixed. What power one masters determines what true god one becomes. So that's how it is. This was the first time Yi-Chen had heard such secret knowledge. But what does this have to do with the apocalypse? Before Yi-Chen could ask, Don Quixote continued to explain, a level 799 demigod must meet 3 conditions to ascend to level 800 true god. The first condition is that the divine power value must be greater than 1000 points. This is the easiest condition to achieve. As long as you slowly accumulate divine power, you will reach this level one day. The second condition is to bind 3 pieces of the same type of power equipment. For example, if you want to ascend to God of the Core, you must gather 3 pieces of core power. Of course, theoretically, binding 2 pieces of the same type of power can also allow one to ascend to true God, but doing so carries great risks. It's best to bind 3 pieces of the same type of power to achieve the complete form of a true God. The third condition is to complete the exclusive godhood ceremony. Once these 3 conditions are met, a level 799 demigod can ascend to level 800 true God. And above level 800 true God, there is another rank, unknown to the world, and even many demigods do not know of it. Only after becoming a level 800 true God will one acquire the relevant secret knowledge. Even we obtained it from the soul of the world. Don Quixote took another sip of vodka, and as he spoke here, his eyes were filled with a fiery light, as if yearning for it. A level 800 true God, after reaching level 899, can slay other true gods to seize their power, attempting to accommodate dual-type power, and ascend to dual-type holy god. Yi Chen's eyes widened at this. What? A single-type level 800 god is already an unparalleled existence, and above the single-type, there are dual-type holy gods. Yi Chen understood and quickly replied, you mean, all the gods residing in the divine realm want to ascend to dual-type holy god, and dual-type holy gods possess extremely powerful strength, capable of resisting the invasion of. But if that's the case, every time a dual-type holy god ascends, it means a single-type true god falls. This involves the struggle between gods. Either you die, or I perish. They all want to become holy gods, all want to be saviors, yet they cannot do anything to each other. Thus the situation has reached a stalemate. No wonder you said earlier that none of them can become saviors. Don Quixote smiled and nodded. You are very clever, but this time you guessed wrong. Ha! Yi Chen looked up in surprise at Don Quixote, waiting for him to continue. If it were just like this, it wouldn't be a big problem. After all, the true gods form alliances and fight against each other. There will always be falls, and there will always be ascensions to holy gods. For example, over a decade ago, in the Chaos Sea, 3 righteous gods joined forces to hunt down the Dark Goddess, all to obtain the Dark Authority, attempting to challenge the Holy God. Chaos Sea? Dark Goddess? Before Yi Chen could digest this information, another piece of news left him feeling numb. But that was useless. The soul of the world has clearly stated that the current unparalleled Ark world will not give birth to a normal, holy god. If an abnormal, holy god, is born, it will mark the beginning of the apocalypse and accelerate its arrival. There is only one way. Yi Chen retorted, what way? Don Quixote's expression was serious, his tone grave, the blasphemer. We must find the blasphemer. The soul of the world has sternly warned us. Only when the blasphemer appears can we avoid the coming apocalypse. Only the blasphemer is the savior. So now you understand how urgent our situation is, right? Right now, we can't even find a single hair of the blasphemer. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched slightly. I know you are anxious, but don't rush. Why? Yi Chen was puzzled. Why was he so crucial? Was it because the blasphemer had the ability to slay 800 level true gods? Yi Chen couldn't figure it out. But for a moment, he really wanted to lay everything on the table. In the end, he held back. He was still too weak. He needed to become stronger before revealing the identity of the blasphemer. With a heavy and confused heart, Yi Chen returned home. In the living room on the first floor, his father looked spirited, studying strategies for a 25-person team dungeon with his new teammates. These teammates were all at least 300-level elites, and among them were even a few 400-level saints. They were all figures from the upper circles of Hang City. These people were accompanying Yi Lingfeng in a game of houseplay out of respect for Yi Chen. After all, for them, going to clear a 200-level team dungeon was as easy as kicking it with their feet. The second-floor game room was even livelier. A group of wealthy ladies accompanied his mother, Chen Xian, playing mahjong, using mahjong diplomacy to build relationships with her, and thus with Yi Chen. Yi Chen felt a stark contrast. While he was busy dealing with the apocalypse, his parents were living a life of luxury. Back in his room, Yi Chen finally had time to open his attribute panel and check his stats. After slaying another demigod, how had his attributes grown? Character, Yi Chen, level, 200, 4th awakening, class, Sun Fury Mage, epic class, 2nd transition, health points, approximately 205 million, mana points, 3,347,000, divine power, over 12 million, gaining 120,000 every 24 hours, special blasphemer symbol, currently shining, attack power, 2,101,000, spell power, 1,656,000, armor, 822,000, magic resistance, 1,048,000, speed, 1,244, effect hit rate, 177%, effect resistance, 156%. In the morning, Yi-Chen spent over an hour draining Li and I dry. One could say that during his last battle with Aldi, he hadn't prepared in advance. This time, Yi-Chen specifically prepared 5-star A-tier healing potions, feeding them to her whenever she was about to be killed. He left her with nothing but bitter tea. The attribute growth was indeed impressive. He gained over 70 million health, over 600,000 spell power, and over 200,000 attack power. Normally, attack power would not exceed spell power. However, Bardatira * Frenzied Strike had a threefold channel attack power bonus. Yi-Chen's attack power exploded to 2,101,000. Oh no, now I've really become a melee mage. Wait, something seems off. His original divine power was only 1 point. It was obtained from that shy female painter. But now he actually has over 12 million points of divine power? Even if he did steal divine power from Linny, it couldn't possibly be this much. Moreover, the rate of increase in divine power has also risen. What's going on? The blasphemy mark at the end of the divine power attribute kept flashing, as if calling for Yi-Chen. Yi-Chen opened the divine power interface. This interface was still very bright. The upper part contained some entry information. Yi-Chen's gaze shifted to the vast space below the information. This glance startled him. Originally, there was only a small red dot of light in this space. The small dot represented a believer. At that time, Yi-Chen only had one believer, that shy female painter. But now, countless red dots of light were floating in the vast space, far too many to count with the naked eye. What's going on? Yi-Chen was shocked. When did he have so many believers? Is there a bug? Will I get banned? Yi-Chen thought to himself, and then he heard the voice of the blasphemy system. Ding! Respectful blasphemer, because you thwarted the filthy gods' conspiracy against Hang City, preventing a great disaster and saving the fate of 12 million people in Hang City. Although the deed is not known to the public, every saved person's spirit is cheering for you. They voluntarily became your believers. This is possible? Yi-Chen had already accepted the idea of being a hidden guardian, working in the shadows. However, given the current situation, being a hidden guardian also has its benefits. Not bad, not bad. With so many believers, it's no wonder my efficiency in gaining divine power is so high. Yi-Chen carefully checked the entry information at the top of the interface. Believers, 12 million plus people. When first gaining the faith of a believer, you also gain 1 point of divine power, power of faith, about 12 million points. Blasphemer's exclusive divine power conversion efficiency. Every 24 hours, every 1 point of power of faith converts to 0.01 points of divine power. Blasphemer's hand enhancement adds extra effects to the blasphemer's hand, allowing the theft of divine power attributes from the target. Blasphemer's gem appears. For every certain number of believers accumulated, the blasphemer will receive 1 blasphemer's gem, currently obtained 1 blasphemer's gem. Yi-Chen quickly exited the divine power interface and opened the item bar. At a glance, he saw a magical gem that shifted between color and transparency. This gem was so beautiful that even Yi-Chen, as a man, found it stunning. If made into jewelry, it would surely drive women crazy. Let's check its attributes. Blasphemer's gem, super sacred level gem, only usable by the blasphemer, can only be used on equipment that has a deep bond with the blasphemer. After use, it infuses super sacred energy into the target equipment, transforming it into blasphemer's beautification equipment. Blasphemer's beautification equipment. This is an unprecedented new type of equipment, and only he can create and use it. After obtaining the blasphemer's gem, Yi-Chen was somewhat impatient to use it. When Yi-Chen activated the blasphemer's gem, a dedicated equipment crafting page appeared. On the page, only 4 pieces of equipment met the usage conditions. They included Crimson Bloodpath, Anu Crown, Thorny Knight, and the white equipment gifted by the system on the Day of Awakening, Novice Trial Staff. Seeing this equipment, Yi-Chen was somewhat taken aback. It actually has it? Ever since he obtained Thorny Knight in the Peach Willow Garden, this white staff had been out of commission, lying in the item bar. However, every time Yi-Chen cleaned out his inventory, he never chose to get rid of it. He didn't know if it was fate, but every time he saw it, the scene of him beating the divine wooden stake together with it would flash in his mind. It was a very warm feeling, one that made him a bit nostalgic. So Yi-Chen always let it be, keeping it in the very corner of his inventory. Who would have thought? This white staff would one day have the chance to become a god-defiling equipment. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen felt a mix of emotions. It seemed reasonable that the first piece of equipment in a god defiler's life would be a god defiling equipment. So the question arose, now Yi-Chen only had one piece of god defiling jade, which equipment should he upgrade to god defiling equipment first? Unfortunately, the god defiling system didn't give him any hints, not even a preview effect would have been nice. He could only rely on his own choice. In the end, Yi-Chen chose to upgrade Crimson Blood Path first. Among the 4 pieces of equipment, Crimson Blood Path was the strongest. So let's upgrade it first. After all, he could still obtain god defiling jade in the future, and there was no rush for the other 3 pieces. Yi-Chen operated in the special equipment crafting interface, merging Crimson Blood Path with god defiling jade. Ding! Upgrade successful. Crimson Blood Path has been replaced with Still in Blood. Yi-Chen's body trembled slightly. He had obtained his first piece of god defiling equipment, an item that belonged solely to him. The appearance of this equipment changed from a palm-sized statue to a red and black cloak that magically transformed. Equipment name, Still in Blood, God Defiling Beautification, Part, Cloak, Carrying Level, None, only God Defilers can wear it and activate its effects. Basic attributes, None. Beautification, Ascend * God Defiler Exclusive Beautification, Ascend, Passive Effect, when the God Defiler enters combat, they gain 1% attack power and spell strength every 6 seconds, stacking up to 80 layers. Active use. The God Defiler can actively consume all layers at any time. For each layer consumed, they gain a 10% boost to all attributes, lasting 60 seconds, no cooldown but must have Ascend layers to use. Note, changing the beautification to God Defiler Exclusive can consume any color of pure crystal to alter the exclusive beautification effect. Other beautification effects preview, focus, prison star, armor, screen, dawn, join battle. * Crimson Blood Path Beautification, join battle, active, no cooldown, consumes 100,000 divine power, instant. The God Defiler opens a rift in the history of the unparalleled arc, summoning a mirror image of a deity or mythical creature from history to assist the God Defiler in battle. The historical rift mirror image can only exert 50% of its true power and lasts up to 1 hour. Timing is right * Crimson Blood Path Beautification, timing is right, active, no cooldown, instant, consumes 100 million divine power. Infuses divine power into all summoned historical rift mirror images, allowing them to exert 100% of their true power and awaken their consciousness, lasting 30 minutes. Endless Blood Path * Crimson Blood Path Beautification, Endless Blood Path, active, cooldown time 7 days, instant, consumes 88 million health points. The holder will find a lost colorful mythical equipment from the historical rift. Still in Blood. This God-defiling equipment has greatly enhanced its original effects. It allows Yi-Chen to summon deities from history to participate in battle. All for just 100,000 divine power? Yi-Chen glanced at his attribute panel. He had 12 million divine power, which meant he could summon 120 deities from the history of the unparalleled arc to fight. As long as he is willing, with this power, he can easily destroy a nation. Now Yi-Chen somewhat understands why it is said that the Desecrators are the key to preventing the apocalypse. Because the Desecrators are not just one person. Behind him stands a group of gods. The second effect is even more terrifying, consuming 100 million points of divine power. It can allow the summoned historical mirror image to gain the strength and consciousness of the original. What difference does this make from directly resurrecting the deities from history? Although it only lasts for 30 minutes. But on the battlefield, in combat, 30 minutes is already long enough. Even every second can be the key to victory. Imagine, those deities and mythical creatures are all serious level 800 beings. Their combat power must be incredibly terrifying. Moreover, now Yi-Chen can draw a piece of colorful mythical gear every week. The desecration gear is just too amazing.